I just mentioned that I wanted to return to my home country to visit my relatives, and all the airlines were so scared that they fled overnight with the money. And even the 4 great guardian gods of Huaxia used live ammunition to prevent me from landing. It's all because I am a newly promoted war god of the South China Sea. I usually go out for a walk and blow up an island for fun, or I massacre a country to pass the time. And I even bombed a city before returning to my country, at a young age. I have already climbed to the top of the mercenary list, with 3 major generals under my command, 9 great whale generals, and 18 fierce and rebellious schools, each of whom is terrifying. The country's chief personally issued an order to exterminate my tribe, absolutely not allowing me to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. The 4 great war gods, along with Colonel 10 wolves, armed to the teeth, all to prevent me from landing in the Dragon City. However, with a roar of anger, I directly made the 4 great war gods collectively kneel down and apologize, and even took away an armored vehicle on the way. Just because I left home to join the army 8 years ago and fought for the country on the front line, my parents were framed and imprisoned by villains at home. My sister was insulted and her whereabouts unknown, and my brother was abused and hanged under the big tree at home. When I saw these videos on the battlefield, I made a vow to make those perpetrators pay with their own blood. At this moment, I was driving an armored vehicle, and suddenly crashed into the gate of Longjing prison. The prison gate, which had not been touched by anyone for decades, was forcibly opened by the armored vehicle. The piercing alarm sound of beep 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 echoed throughout the prison. The captain of the prison guards gave a command, and dozens of assault rifles were pointed at the armored vehicle. Who dares to trespass into my Yanshi prison? But I, wearing military uniform, jumped out of the vehicle expressionlessly. South Sea military god, Long Buhai, with a murderous look in my eyes. The enraged captain of the prison guards immediately wilted, his face turning from red to pale in an instant, cold sweat soaking his entire back. Then, a stiff, sycophantic smile appeared on his face. May I ask what orders the military god has? I thought some criminal had stolen the armored vehicle and come here to raid the prison. Beside me, my subordinate Wang Ying rebuked. Our military god's relative has been falsely accused and detained here. Hurry up and have your warden come out to take us there. Yes, I will go inform the warden right away. In the office, the warden Su Chengzhang sat comfortably in the boss chair, browsing his phone. Suddenly, he received a panicked notification from his secretary. Oh no, warden, an armored vehicle has crashed through the prison gate and entered from outside. Veins bulged on Su Chengzhang's forehead as he erupted in intense anger. Standing up from his chair in one swift motion, his massive body resembled a muscular mountain, with his huge head almost touching the ceiling. That annoying fool dares to break into the prison? With a single palm, he shattered the table, the immense force causing the lights on the ceiling to tremble. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied palely, I don't know. I only saw someone in military uniform, looking very fierce. Su Cheng opened his mouth and let out a roar filled with madness, like a thunderous explosion. This is Yanshi prison. Even if the god of heaven comes, don't think about causing trouble here. With a bang, the door suddenly kicked open, causing the entire room to shake violently, with several cracks even appearing in the ceiling. Su Cheng instantly became furious, grabbing the shotgun on the wall and aiming it in that direction. The next second, his hysterical and furious expression froze on his face, only because he saw a figure resembling a demon from hell, or more accurately, those eyes filled with overwhelming murderous intent, bringing to his mind horrifying scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with bodies floating and piling up like islands on the sea surface. Su Cheng's mind went blank. He had lived for more than 40 years and had never seen such a terrifying figure. The shotgun fell to the ground without him realizing it. He was just trembling all over, and asked shakily, Who are you? I am the South Sea Navy god, Long Buhai. With a thud, Su Cheng's knees went weak, and he knelt down in fear. He didn't understand why this person, who should have been dealt with already, appeared in front of him. I lowered my voice and tried to control the urge to kill. Where have you imprisoned Long Zhengying's parents? Take me there quickly. Su Cheng's heart almost stopped in fear. The tough couple turned out to be the parents of the South Sea Navy god. It's over. It's all over. Torturing the parents of the Navy god in such a cruel manner. Who tampered with the records and concealed their relationship? Isn't this clearly setting him up for death? But the Zhang family's people are over there now. If I take him there now, it will definitely lead to bloodshed, and they will end up dead in his prison. He can't escape responsibility. The most important thing now is to delay me and quickly send someone to inform the Zhang family's people to flee. Before Su Cheng could signal to his secretary, I had already noticed the clues and quickly grabbed his wrist. Crack, 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 crack. A series of cracking sounds like popping beans. Su Cheng's wrist bones shattered, causing him to scream in pain like a ghost. Don't try any tricks. Take me there now. If you dare delay for another second, I'll disable your other hand. Seeing his swollen wrist, Su Cheng endured the intense pain and started leading the way. Yes, I'll take you there right away. He hurriedly signaled to his secretary while walking ahead of me. The secretary immediately understood, changed direction at the intersection of the corridor, trying to take a shortcut to inform the people of the Zheng family to leave first, but was stopped by a tall and burly man named Wang Ying. Where are you busy going, little brother? To the toilet. I've had diarrhea these past 2 days. Please let me through. Sir, Wang Ying's knee hit the secretary's stomach. Why haven't you gone yet? Aren't you having diarrhea? You should go. The secretary was sweating profusely, clutching his stomach tightly, enduring the pain and twitching at the corners of his mouth. The secretary had no choice but to reveal everything. When Wang Ying heard that Zhang's people were actually over there, he immediately smiled with joy. Good news, bro. You've done a great job. Boo. The secretary was slapped straight into unconsciousness before he had a chance to ask what great work he had done. Wang Ying caught up with Long Bu Bad with a few healthy steps and shouted after him. Marshal, the warden, that old kid is taking you the long way around. The Zhang family's people are over there now. What? When Long Bu Bad heard this, he was furious and caught the remaining wrist of Su Punishment, clicking and crushing it all. Aha dash. A heartbreaking and tragic howl came from the corridor. The distance is not far away. This is Su Punishment is intentionally reminding the people of the Zheng family. The god of killers is coming to hurry and run. He would rather have his hands wasted, but he definitely didn't want to offend the Zhang family. Long Bu Bad guessed his thoughts at a glance. His lungs couldn't help but give way to anger. A hand strangled his neck. Caracal voice threatened. Dare to play smart again? I'll kill you right now. Su Punishment was frightened miserably by this appearance of Long Bu Bad and nodded his head like a madman. Good. I won't dare to do it again. I'll take you to the nearest road. How terrifying was the killing intent of the god of the Southern Navy, directly frightening the warden, who had not been in battle, to the point where his body was paralyzed and his liver and guts were broken. Pity his giant-like figure of more than 2 meters tall, but he was carried in Long Bu Bad's hand like a chicken, not daring to resist at all. On the way, there was a prison guard captain who heard the commotion and brought his men with him to try to come over to save the day, but he was scared to death by a look from Long Biren, and he directly froze in place, unable to hold his gun steadily. A desperate feeling of powerlessness arose in Su Punishment's heart. Informing the Zhang family was death. Notifying them was also death. Either way it was death. How desperate he was. But if he chooses the side of Long Bu Bad, he will not only have to die, but his family will also have to suffer along with him, and the vindictive Zhang family will never let his family go. So he had to fight for his family. He brought Long Biru to the wrong death cell and smiled fawningly. Your parents are in the special underground prison. This is the entrance. The door to the death chamber was a special tungsten steel alloy, half a meter thick, and could only be opened from the outside, making it impossible for a prisoner to escape. As long as he locked Long Bu Bad inside, he would be able to successfully trap the other party. Open the door. Long Bu Bad urged with an anxious heart. Su Punishment a wink. Both sides of the guards on duty in a cold sweat to pull out the key to open the door. A faint smell of blood came to the nose. Long Biru entered it with a flash, followed closely by Wang Ying. Su Punishment happy bad. He has been ready to follow along with the consciousness of going in to die. Did not think that the dragon is not bad, so anxious. Actually did not realize that this is a trap. Quick, close the door. Boom. The door to the death cell closed with a bang, and Su Punishment had a relieved expression on his face. Finally, we've solved this plague. But what he didn't expect was that with a shocking bang, the gate was violently forced open in the next second. Rumble. With a movement as if a cannonball had exploded, the half-meter thick alloy iron door crumbled right out of the wall, stirring up dust in the sky. A hellish figure stepped out of the tunnel, his face a blazing fury. You seek death. The overwhelmingly strong killing intent crushed over. Su Punishment was directly scared out of his wits, flopping down on his knees and crying like a child as he explained. Lord Military God, spare my life. I'm also looking out for my family. If someone from the Zhang family dies in my place, my entire family will be exterminated. What about my family? I was born and died on the front line for hundreds of millions of people. Who will do justice to my family? Boom! Long Bu Bad's furious fist blasted out with hatred, blasting Su Punishment's huge head directly into slag. Blood splattered like a torrential downpour, stunning the entirety of the secretary next to him. He thumped his head on the ground and was ready to beg for mercy, but he was picked up like a chicken by a tall military man. Cut the crap and lead the way. Ah yes. 007. Punish bad animals. Old undead thing. Hurry up and speak. Where did you hide the evidence against our Zhang family? Snap. The barbed whip fiercely lashed at the old couple's bodies, bringing up a blooming scarlet red. The wounds were bloody and shocking, and the top of the whip was long ago stained with blood, hideous and gruesome. The old couple had already been whipped into a blur of consciousness, and there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies, but the shadowy young man holding the bloody whip still refused to let go, and continued to wield the whip and whip hard. After 2 lashes, the whip was dipped into the barrel filled with thick chili water for 2 seconds, and then salt was poured over the wound, and a whip went down with another heart-rending scream. Damn, 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 damn. Old undead things. Dare to go against our Zhang family. I'll make you beg for your life and die. It was hard to imagine that he could do something so beastly with his elite suit-like appearance. Young master is not well. At this time, outside the prison room suddenly came from the subordinates' panicked shouts. The gloomy youth Zhang Fan's ferocious expression suddenly sank, lifting his hand and fiercely lashing towards the face of this subordinate who had panicked and passed in. What are you yelling for? I am the 4th-generation grandson of the Zhang Pavilion elder. Even if the sky collapses, it will not fall on my head. As a servant of my Zhang family, but you don't even have this kind of determination. You should be smoked. Snap. This whip. Straight to the subordinate's face bloomed a bloody flesh flower, but he didn't care to cry out in pain. He quickly climbed up from the ground and pointed to the outside and cried out, Young master, there's an incredible guy from outside, driving an armored car and breaking down the prison door. The warden is still bringing him here with a smile on his face. He seems to want to harm you. What? Zhang Fan frowned, but then quickly stretched it out, the corner of his mouth curling up into a very disdainful snort. What's the big deal? That Su punishment is just a dog race by the Zhao family's relatives. A fart of an official. Who wouldn't lose his smile when he sees it? The subordinate covered his wounded face with a snotty cry. But that officer in the armored car looks like he's not to be messed with. It's bad? Ha ha ha. Zhang Fan erupted into a wild laugh that was arrogant to the extreme and kicked the subordinate away. It's really a slip of the tongue. There are still existences in this Longjing that are even worse than our Zhang family? Humph. Think driving an armored car to crash the door to break in is very powerful. Right. I want to see what kind of bull officer today. If he dares to touch a hair on my Zhang Fan, I'll ask my grandpa to exterminate his whole family. Wow. The heavily barricaded steel grate was opened and a man who looked like a hellish Thule walked into the cell. It is the dragon that is not bad. Just seeing the first sight of Long Bu bad. Zhang Fan's whole person stayed in place. A pair of narrow triangular eyes instantly stared at the boss. The gloomy face became pale in a second. His shoulders involuntarily contracted. The face that was still arrogant to the extreme just now was even more. A little bit of openness is not left. What a terrifying aura. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Long Bu Bad didn't talk nonsense to him, walked over and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up from the ground. Terrifying aura instantly descended. Murderous aura as if condensed out of millions of sharp needles. Next to the 5 tattooed pugilistic bodyguards all stayed in place. One did not dare to move. You let go of me. Zhang Fan desperately pounded Long Bu Bad arm, his body like a live fish on the shore like a crazy swing, but no matter how crazy he struggled, Long Bu Bad arm is also like iron casting, not moving a bit. Snap tap. Wang Ying savagely opened the way. The tattooed men in the way have kicked away. They do not dare to put a fart. And then a group of prison doctors in white coats came in and carried the old couple on a stretcher to carry away. Long Bu Bad glanced at his mom and dad who had almost fainted to death, no longer able to suppress the monstrous anger in his heart. His bloodshot and red eyes stared dead on at Zhang Fan. You're the one who beat them up like that. Zhang Fan this minute instead of afraid, slowed down. As the Zhang family heavy grandson's self-confidence regained, caricatured smile. That's right, it's the old man who hit me. What are you going to do? What can you do? I'm the heavy grandson of the giant Zhang family. Little people like you can't afford to be offended at all. If you dare to try touching me, my grandfather will exterminate your 9 clans. Hearing him say that, Long Bu Bad smiled instead. A creepy to the core smile appeared on his face, and with his empty left hand, he pinched one of Zhang Fan's fingertips. Zhang Fan immediately panicked and growled loudly in color. What are you going to do? If you dare to move me, my Zhang family will exterminate your 9 clans. Click. There was an explosion. Bones shattered, and blood sprayed. Zhang Fan looked at the scene in front of him unbelievably. The sound of his own fingers breaking was heard in his ears, and great terror instantly took over his heart. Immediately afterward, there was a sharp pain that went straight to the heart. A hot dash. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Thrilling and mournful screams rose up to the sky, more exaggerated than the killing of pigs. Zhang Fan voice are shouting through the sound. Around the tattooed men can no longer stand. Eyeballs have to pounce on the dragon, not bad to fight for their lives. The two bodyguards with exploding muscles and arms thicker than a young girl's thin waist took the lead. Their casserole-sized fists brought up a sharp gust of wind that broke through the air and smashed into the person who had harmed their young master. However, before they could touch their target, they were stopped by a tall figure with a fierce aura. It was Wang Ying, who gave a stern cry, exploding with thunderous might, and the military dagger at his waist was violently sheathed. "Just you scum dare to take on my family's marshal." Swish! The austere blade light slashed through the air, and two streaks of rich scarlet blood splattered up, shocking to the eyes. The two robust tattooed men looked at their broken arms with unbelievable faces, their eyes full of shock and dismay. They is a top Muay Thai boxer. A punch can break a tree. An elbow strike can bend a steel pipe. The result is that now even a face-to-face was cut off the arm of others. This set out who dare to believe. It's unbelievable. However, this is only because of their shallow knowledge, more so that they are unimaginable in the back. Wang Ying's dagger did not stop at all, in the hands of the spinning circle once again towards them to cut over. So fast they couldn't even react. This time it was no longer two arms that rolled down, but two bloody heads. Gobble gobble gobble. Blood splattered everywhere. Heads rolled and blood flowed all over the ground. The scene was like a horror movie scene, directly scaring the other tattooed men out of their wits, screaming miserably like crazy. Zhang Fan's young face was similarly covered with fear, his eyelids frantically twitching and trembling uncontrollably. These two were the champion bodyguards that he had spent $10 million in salary to hire, and had followed him for many years, fighting all over the folk from no enemy. But now they had instantly become two corpses with broken arms and heads. "Those who dare to kill me, you're dead. Not only you, but all your loved ones will be buried with you." Zhang Fan threatened wildly at Wang Ying, only to be met with a blank stare of contempt from the other party. "You'd better worry more about yourself." Clicking, bones shattering, dash. Bleak screams began to echo through the dungeon tunnel in burst after burst. 008. Retribution. Inside the bloody cell, Zhang Fan was sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, covered in blood. His face was severely deformed. His bones were abstractly askew and not human-like. It was covered in sweat, as if he had opened a dyer's store with a green piece and a purple piece. There was not a single piece of intact place. His hair was even torn off in large patches. It was even balder than a bald man. Even if it was his own mother who came, she would definitely not be able to recognize him. And what was even more miserable was that all 10 of his fingers had been wrenched off, swollen and purple, and the slightest touch caused a heartbreaking pain. But the expression on his face was one of relief. At least his little life was saved. Long Bu Bad didn't dare to kill him. He knew very well how huge energy his family had. If he died, then countless people would have to follow along with him. Dragon Not Bad definitely didn't dare to kill him. On the contrary, the one who can hardly escape death is the dragon who is not bad, daring to beat him into this miserable state, and brutally wrenching off all of his fingers one by one. Such a tragic means that he had only tried on others, and now that it was used on himself by someone else, it was simply unconscionable. Zhang Fan swore in his heart, in the future, he will definitely retaliate back hundreds and thousands of times. Will this Long Bu Bad ruthless skinning, lynching, bone crumbs chopped up and fed to the dog? This is not only, but also to let all of his relatives and friends to experience the world's most brutal punishment, so that all of them in the Long family are worse than death. His thoughts became clearer and clearer, feeling that an unimpeded revenge was just around the corner. He couldn't help but crack his bloody mouth and laugh. Just wait, your retribution is coming soon. The dragon is washing his hands is not bad, but also ignore. Turn his head and ask the cell phone standing in the corner of the Wang Ying, all photographed? My lord, it's shot. Shoot. Shoot what? Zhang Fan immediately tensed up and couldn't stop his body from starting to shake. What are you going to do? Nothing, Long Biro said indifferently. It's just a matter of treating others the way they treat you. With that, he moved closer towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan directly scared the piss out of him. He felt a bone-chilling killing intent. Long Bu Bad was really going to kill him this time. Wait, you can't kill me. Long Biron's raised foot hung in midair, and without being in a hurry to kill him, he cocked his head and asked suspiciously, "Why? If you kill me, your entire family and 9 clans will be buried with you." Wrong. Long Bu Bad coldly corrected him. The one whose whole family and 9 clans will be buried along with him is your Zhang family. Ha. As if Zhang Fan had heard some heavenly joke, he laughed wildly up in the air. Letting our Zhang family be buried with us? Ha. Do you really know what you're talking about? It's really laughable. It's true that you are a small person who has never been on the stage, who is ignorant and sits on a well. I'm afraid that you can't even imagine how powerful our Zhang family is, right? I'll tell you directly, with the strength of our Zhang family, even if the dragon continent dies, our family will never die. Yeah? Long Bu Bad said expressionlessly. Then why don't we make a bet? A bet? What kind of bet? Next I will break both of your legs. If you can hold back and not scream out, then I will recognize that your Zhang family has guts and let you live. Zhang Fan's eyes, which had long been red and swollen from crying, instantly lit up. Although their chapter family didn't need this dragon to spare at all, but he could not die anymore. It seems that this dragon is really not bad or afraid. It's ridiculous to be embarrassed to admit defeat when you're clearly scared and find yourself such a pedestal to fall back on. Zhang Fan laughed coldly and despised in his heart. Then he heard Long Bu Bad say, on the contrary, if you can't help but call out, then your Zhang family will have to all go to hell, and I, Long Bu Bad, will drive all the members of your family to extinction. What? He suddenly couldn't figure it out again. Was this dragon not bad afraid or not? What if he really couldn't help but scream out? Would Long Bu Bad spare him, or would he kill him? He felt that the probability that he would still be spared, because once he died then things would definitely be irreparable. Between the time the entire Longjing would set off a bloody storm, his grandfather would definitely issue a hegemonic clan wipeout order, extending to the 3 generations of his ancestors, and all the people who had a hand in the Long family would be hard-pressed to escape death. But no matter what, he didn't dare to gamble. In case this Long Bu Bad was really out of his mind and wanted to get him killed at the expense of his own 9 clans being put to death, what should he do? So he vowed to endure it. It wasn't just a matter of not screaming out when his leg was broken. Nothing he couldn't fight to the man who had just had 10 fingers broken. Okay, you do it. Zhang Fan nodded, gritting his teeth and agreeing. Click. Long Bu Bad raised his foot and stepped on his left leg. The sharp pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow struck his brain forcefully, making his body unable to stop the crazy, twitching, almost couldn't help but scream out. Ah! Zhang Fan desperately covered his mouth with his purple and swollen hands, so that he could at least endure the wave of severe pain that almost killed him. The once unbeatable Zhang Xiao, now to be more woeful as woeful, lying on the ground covered with bloodstains, madly gasping for breath, sweating profusely in pain. Snot and tears flowed out of a face, but also did not dare to scream out. He realized that this look was just too much torture. The inhumanly intense pain was held back from screaming out, and he lost his outlet, which was equivalent to bearing all of the pain, and it was 100 times more difficult than breaking his teeth and swallowing them in his stomach. But he could only desperately endure it for the sake of his little life. One more. One last one. Come on. You can do it. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan in his heart madly cheered for himself. He swore that he had never been so desperate. Since childhood he did not need to work hard to get everything. Has long been accustomed to the rampage to do whatever he wanted. This minute so desperately completely by the strong desire to survive to inspire. Simply tortured to the extreme. Click. Another excruciating experience. This time 10 times more painful than earlier, made Zhang Fan almost mad. He opened his swollen eyes to the limit before realizing that his right leg had been stomped on and broken in half, the bone crumbs at the broken end piercing through his skin and exposing it to the air in a bloody mess that looked horrifying to the extreme. Ah! Zhang Fan tried his best to cover his mouth. The severe pain this time had almost broken through the limit of his endurance. His 10 swollen and purple-red fingertips were squeezing out blood, and he almost screamed out in misery. There was only one thought in his mind at this minute, and that was that he could die. But the backbone of being the grandson of Zhang Gulao could not be lost. Relying on this arrogance of transcending life and death, he eventually managed to endure. And after this unprecedented burst of severe pain, the ensuing sense of emptiness completely overwhelmed him, and the whole person directly fainted. But soon, a sharp pain from his leg woke him up in pain. When he saw that Long Bu Bad had actually used a bandage to recover his broken and injured leg back again, he asked with a horrified face, "You, what are you doing?" Dragon Not Bad revealed a chilling smile. "Isn't it obvious? Of course it's to heal your leg and do it again." What? Zhang Fan couldn't believe his ears and asked in a daze, "You're going to heal my leg and then break it again? Brilliant. You guessed it." Zhang Fan instantly collapsed and roared like a madman. "You can't do that. It's cheating. It's a despicable cheating. How is it a trick?" Long Bu Bad asked suspiciously. "Did I just say that I would only break your legs once?" Zhang Fan finally understood what Long Bu Bad was doing. It was making him hover back and forth between hope and despair, teasing his spirit and destroying his will. Miserable and desperate screams rose up to the sky. wildly agitated and deafening in the dark underground prison. You lose. Long Bu Bad's bland voice sounded above his head, and Zhang Fan was struck by lightning. This foppish young master suddenly stopped screaming. He smiled miserably and then thunked himself headfirst onto the ground. 009. Stabbing the sky. It would be cheaper to let him run himself over. Wang Ying spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Zhang Fan's face, but Long Bu Bad didn't look at it again. Child is unfilial. Letting you suffer. He looked sad, kneeling long on the ground, his body trembling slightly from guilt, tears streaming down his face. The prison doctors on the side had complex faces. In their eyes Long Bu Bad is a complete killing god demon. Did not expect that there is such a side. 100 good deeds in filial piety were the first. Those who could love their parents so dutifully could definitely not be some kind of evil person. It seemed that it was they who had misunderstood this young man. The old prison doctor at the head was no longer afraid. He came over to Long Bu Bad and said, "Your parents' injuries are too serious. Whether they can pull through or not is entirely up to them. They are still in a dangerous stage. We prison doctors have limited abilities. We don't have absolute certainty that they will be out of danger. In order to ensure that they will be cured, we can only go to ask the Longjing Imperial Doctor." Imperial Doctor Longjing? Thank you for your guidance. Sir, I'll go get it. My parents are in your hands. Dragon Not Bad got up and bowed deeply towards the prison doctors and turned to walk out of the room. Wang Ying waited outside and saluted after Long Bu Bad's hurried steps outside. Long Bu Bad asked as he walked, "Is it done? The video has been sent to the chapter. Now we're just waiting for a reply." Long Bu Bad frowned with a worried expression. Wang Ying whispered, "Please don't worry. Marshal, your sister will be fine. They don't know that Zhang Fan is dead. They definitely don't dare to act rashly. I'm just afraid that they'll kill my sister to vent their anger when they find out the news that Zhang Fan is dead." The tall hard man had a solemn face, and his mouth erupted into a topsy-turvy roar. "Don't worry, Marshal. I Wang Ying guaranteed with my life that I will never let anyone know about that death." Yes, in the blink of an eye, Long Biru had already walked to the exit of the passageway. The place was full of the bodies of prison guards, lying strewn across the floor, covered in blood and shocking to the eye. They are some middle and high-level people who know the inside story, and they are afraid that the Zhang family will blame them for exterminating their own family. So they secretly gathered together to try to assassinate Long Bu Bad, but they were directly taken out by Wang Ying. This face is very bloody and shocking to ordinary people, but to the two long-time iron veterans, it has long been seen. Long Bu Bad directly across from their corpses, jumped down to the third floor to drill into the armored car. Solemn eyes look at the ministry. "I'll leave this place to you, Wang Ying. Make sure you protect my parents and don't let anyone know that Zhang Fan is dead." Wang Ying arched his hand and bowed, his voice sounding like a bell. "The last general will surely live up to the marshal's trust." Dragon Not Bad nodded and drove off. Wang Ying turned his head and went to collect the remaining prison guards. As if that were not enough, he intended to release all the prisoners, take up arms, and use them for himself, because he knew that what awaited him next was bound to be a bitter battle. Longjing, Zhang Group Building, Information Security Department. During the afternoon tea time, having nothing to do, Minister Zhang Chang was sitting in his office with a cozy face enjoying the flirtatious service of two beautiful secretaries, when unexpectedly there was a sudden notification from his subordinate section chief outside the door. "Chapters? Well, something big seems to have happened." "What big thing can happen in a good time? Hurry up and tell me. I'm busy now." Someone sent over a torture hunt video, and I looked and felt a bit like our young master. The two beautiful secretaries laughed playfully and kept on moving. Zhang Chang was too busy to spare his hands, and said with an impatient face, "What's it to do with us if our young master tortures others? It seems like something big has happened. Can you have some ing brains? Hurry up and get out of here." The section chief outside the door explained in an aggravated manner. "It's not that the young master tortured someone else. It's that the young master was tortured by someone else, and was brutally beaten up like a dead dog. All 10 fingers were wrenched off and swollen like purple potatoes. It's simply tragic, nah. Ah ha 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 ha." Zhang Chang let out a series of absurdly loud laughs at that. "It's really comical and ridiculous. What kind of person dares to make a move against our family's young master? Living out of patience? Even if someone is determined to seek death, they should think about their own family." What Department Zhang said is true, but this time it seems like someone really stabbed the sky. The young master's phone has not been able to get through, and I see that those two bodyguards that have been following the young master around, in the video, they got their arms and heads chopped off and died next to him. What? Zhang Chang sat up at once, pushed away the two beautiful secretaries, lifted up his pants and walked outside. He was actually quite calm. thinking that it shouldn't be the real Zhang Xiao. It might just be a head-swapping video or an actor that the enemies had gotten using technology to discuss them. It can't be true. Joking. The Zhang family rampant Longjing decades. Up and down the roots. Black and white. The power of the huge. If the Zhang family's direct lineage was kidnapped and tortured, then the entire Longzhou are afraid to fall into a major earthquake. No one can afford to do that. But despite the reluctance to believe it in his heart, this kind of thing is still better to be believed than not. Zhang Chang quickly walked to the computer and opened the video to view it. A young man is being tortured, screaming in horror and terror. The surrounding ground was filled with one tattooed male fighters covered in blood, their faces twisted in pain, looking miserable to the extreme. As the video continued to play, his calm expression began to grow more and more startled, and his flushed face grew paler and paler, followed by large drops of cold sweat beginning to appear on his forehead. Finally, when the young man faced the camera, his whole face went straight to horror beyond measure. It was true. This guy who had been tortured beyond human shape was really the fan show of their Zhang family. This video. Theirs. Any chance it's synthesized? Zhang Chang's voice trembled uncontrollably as he questioned the man in the technical section next to him. The head of the technical section had a dead mom expression on his face, and his voice was lower than the valley floor as he replied, "Minister, this video is very pure, and there are no traces of synthesis." Boo! Zhang Chang only felt his eyes darken and the sky spinning as he sat down on his butt, his face ashen. Even though he had seen a lot of big scenes, he couldn't help but have his mind crumble at this moment. Where in the world did this guy who had eaten ambition and leopard guts come out from? How dare he use such drastic means to deal with their Zhang family's fan shao? Minister Zhang! Minister, are you okay? Two subordinates pulled Zhang Chang to his feet. He shook his head and hurriedly roared, Quickly inform Butler Ho. If this matter was not handled well, that consequence was not something he could afford. Hurriedly pulling himself together from his broken mood, a series of orders came out of his mouth. Immediately block the news from any media. In 10 minutes. Find out who the hell this guy is. Notify the anti-terrorist units and have them ready to go at a moment's notice. Contact the governor of Longjing, Zhang Jin, and tell him to bring the director of public security and the director of law enforcement over for a meeting immediately. No. He fumbled straight for the phone. I'd rather contact this one myself. We'll do what you ordered. Looking at his subordinates back as he left, Zhang Chang closed his eyes deeply. He knew very well that the sky of this Longjing was going to change. 010. Hegemony Clan Extermination Order. Issued. Long Bu Bad was driving the armored car speeding on the national highway leading to Longjing when he suddenly heard the movement of a helicopter from above his head. He looked up and saw that it was 5 rock-type helicopter gunships independently developed by Dragon Continent, and a state-of-the-art secret weapon, the Kuanpum-type large helicopter gunship. It was much easier to drive this thing than an armored car, and he came to a stop with a direct throttle dump. The Kunai type, which was a whole lot bigger than a normal helicopter, also slowed down and approached the ground, and a familiar face jumped down from it. He was carrying a Barrett heavy sniper rifle and a blast shield that landed on the ground with a loud thud. Long Bu Bad's eyes narrowed slightly. It was none other than the air warfare military god, Chiao Shang. He walked over with a grave face and arched his hand at Long Biren. Tell me your request. I'll fulfill it, but you can't take another step forward. Long Bu Bad's eyes revealed a cold aura, and the air around him froze with it in a split second. The people Chiao Shang brought with him all showed shocked faces. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying person in this world. Fortunately, he himself had even seen the power of this move, and hurriedly said, I don't want to fight with you. I just want to solve your troubles for you. But if you're going to be bent on having your way, I'll have to gamble on my duty as a soldier to go to war with you. Swish swish swish. Dozens of gun muzzles pointed at Long Bu Bad. He did not spit out a word and his face did not change. Chiao Shang forehead sweat. Feel that he is not facing a person, but a god of killing. Is some kind of horrible beast in the mountain and sea scriptures? And even if he is fully armed, he is as weak as an ant. The temperature of the air nearby was getting colder and colder, and frost began to form on the surface of everyone's skin and build up more and more. And even more damaging was the collective fear caused by the crazy rampant killing intent. Everyone started to shake uncontrollably, their mental wool was brutally strangled, and their eyeballs started to involuntarily quake, a sign of impending madness. Soon, the first man who couldn't hold out appeared, threw down his weapon and turned around, becoming a deserter. Then the second and the third. When Chiao Shang reacted, he realized that there were only a few general rank officers left behind him. The fear in Chiao Shang's heart reached its peak. Confronting this killing god was really not a human thing to do. He hardened his head and said, "Long bu bad. If you have to be bent on having your own way today, then the matter will become a big deal and hundreds of millions of people will have to suffer along with you. Even if you are resentful in your heart, you shouldn't direct the fire to those who are not related to it. So think about it for the suffering beings in the world, and you know the suffering of the living." Long bu bad grunted heavily, and the killing intent that was suppressed to the point of being like substance was detonated midway, and several general officers behind Chiao Shang directly vomited blood and fainted. Even Chiao Shang himself was pale, covering his chest and falling to one knee. He looked appalled, but he couldn't care less at this minute, and after a few sharp gasps, he clenched his steel teeth and raised his head. The prodigal son returns to the South Sea. If you go back to the South China Sea now, then everything can still be salvaged. What prodigal son returns to gold? You've got the focus wrong. The one who is going to turn Long Zhou upside down right now isn't me. Long bu bad. But that Chang's group, Long Burong said expressionlessly, they were the ones who started the fight, while I was just fighting back. Or are you going to make me not even bother returning the hand? Chiao Shang was stunned. At this moment he felt an unprecedented fear, as if as long as he dared to make a slight affirmation, the violent killing intent would blast him to the dregs. He tried with all his might to fight the force, and with all his might he lifted his head to look into those violent and wanton eyes, but he had only just come into contact with the afterglow of that pair of eyes when his will could no longer be supported, and his body went limp and he fainted on the spot. Dragon Not Bad grunted lightly and drove a helicopter straight away. Zhang's group's original family Lin Yuan, a piece of both the degree of luxury and the scale is comparable to the royal garden of the ancient buildings, elegant and chic bedchamber. Zhang Fan's father, Zhang's clan's executive speaker Zhang Tang is taking a nap. Two well-behaved Mayan girls held a large fan and gently fanned him. Jingle bells. Suddenly a sharp ringing woke him up. This big-bellied man all of a sudden opened his eyes in anger and copied $1 million antique vase on the bedside table and smashed it to pieces with a bang. Blanche greasy mom. I just fell asleep. The furious curses scared the two beautiful women on the side enough to roll right off the big bed. They rushed to their knees and kowtowed for mercy. Who expected Zhang Teng didn't care at all. One hand at a time, grabbing the hair of the beautiful women and letting them slam into each other. Heads and heads clashed hard together with a thud, and blood flowed from the places where they hit each other in the blink of an eye, looking cruel and bloody. However, Zhang Teng let out a loud, unrestrained laugh at the sight, and pushed even harder. By the time he let go, the two beauties were already covered in blood and had long since lost consciousness and fainted. Ha ha ha, his grandma. This is comfortable. He hated being disturbed during naps. Normally, he would have thrown the person who disturbed him into a boiling hot frying pan and squeezed them alive. But this time it was the ringing phone that disturbed him, and it had nothing to do with these two beautiful women. So just bashed their heads in for good. Hey, what's up? Zhang Teng picked up the phone and issued an inquiry that carried the majesty of a superior. The butler's sincere and terrified voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, it's not good. Something happened to the young master. He was kidnapped and tortured to death. What did you say? Zhang Teng opened his mouth and let out a roar. Idiot! In this dragon continent, who dares to touch the son of my Zhang person? This. The other man was actually speechless for a moment. It was no one's fault. A super family like the Zhang family. Who didn't nod and bow with respect when they saw it? Kidnapping the great-grandson of a giant cabinet boss. Impossible. Elder Qin. Are you senile? How dare you make fun of me while I'm taking a nap? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, you know the consequences. Zhang Teng's words were permeated with a morose and piercing chill. It's true, master. How dare I make fun of you now? The butler cried out. I've sent you the video. Just look at your phone. Zhang Teng turned on his cell phone, and his eyes, which were often squinted into a slit, grew wider and wider. When he saw a certain key image, he could no longer control the explosion of rage and let out a hysterical roar of agony. Ah, my baby boy, ah. Who in the world dares to abuse my son like this? I will exterminate his entire family and have his entire clan buried with him. Master, it's the East City Dragon family. Dragon family? The Dragon family, a small, eyeless family that dares to mess with our chapter family giant. How dare you? Come on, pass on the order of the Ba clan. All members of my Zhang clan, or those who are employed by my Zhang clan and all those who are dependent on my Zhang clan for survival, immediately begin to take action, and arrest the people of that Dongcheng Long clan and beat them severely, to the death. All those who are related to their family should not be spared. I want them to know what will happen to those who dare to touch our Zhang family, dare to torture my son. I want their blood to flow. The blood drained from the face of the butler on the other end of the phone as soon as the hegemony order came out. The hegemony clan order is a super privilege only possessed by the pavilion elder giant hegemony clan that controls the lifeblood of the country. Once the hegemony order was issued, all those who ate public food in the Dragon Continent were forbidden to intervene and cooperate fully. Even the set of the judicial system was forbidden to be applied to the entirety of the events triggered by the hegemony order. In other words, killing is not a crime. It's only against the law if you don't cooperate with the hegemony order to hang the target. Now Zhang Tang had issued a hegemony order to the Dragon family. The Long family, it's over. And even all those who are related to the Long family, it's all over. The secret weapon is a secret weapon. 011. The little ghosts are hard to deal with. A hurricane rolled over the VIP tarmac of the best private hospital in Longjing, the Imperial Sacred Hand Hospital. An armed helicopter without any reservation or registration fell from the sky with a shocking sound, and the tarmac administrator, Lu Juku, immediately rushed out of the management room after confirming that he had no reservation, and stood in the middle of the tarmac with a serious face, frantically waving the flag to repel it from flying away. Don't underestimate the role of the tarmac manager. Although he's on duty all day and night and may not seem to serve many people, he'll just have to serve those few key people. Serving the really big people conveniently brings more rewards than serving a million little people, and that's the secret of his life. But the guy flying the plane didn't care and approached without pause, seemingly trying to force a landing on the tarmac. Lu Su was furious. The tarmac absolutely cannot be this kind of unknown aircraft occupy the position. Otherwise the big shot came without a place to stop. How to do this responsibility? Who can afford to take up? No reservations? Not ever registered. Not even for military helicopters. Lu Ju stopped in the middle of the tarmac with his arms open. With a look of "You have the guts to stop on the old man. You have the ing balls to crush me." However, the helicopter did not give a damn. As if it could not see Lu Juku, it just directly pressed over to force a landing. Lu Ju was so angry that his lungs were practically going to explode. This person really ate ambition and leopard guts, even dared to spread wildness here. Do you know who owns this hospital? This was the property of the Zhang Group, the head of the 4 cabinet giant families. Marred. Just wait for me. I'll find someone to kill you in a minute. Lu Ju said the most ruthless words on his mouth, but his feet ran away in a flash, avoiding the end of being crushed to death by the helicopter. The plane's propellers were still prancing when the cockpit door was kicked open and a young man in a dirty military uniform jumped down from it. Lu Ju took a look at the bottom even more. So young and dressed in such a woeful manner. It must not be much of a powerful character. But just in case, he'd better call the security guard over first. The security lounge was downstairs and he rang the alarm and came straight up, very quickly. And Dragon Not Bad came over at this time. "Where is your imperial doctor here? Take me over to him." Lu Su was furious when he heard it. "You still want to find the imperial doctor? You don't have to take a piss and look at yourself. You can't just look for an imperial doctor like that, and I've got a score to settle with you here. Say, are you driving without a license? Can't you read my command signals to get out?" "Of course I can read." Lu Su opened his mouth and roared furiously. "You dare to force a landing even if you can read it? Do you know that this is a VIP tarmac? Specially prepared for those of honorable status. You such a stinking soldier without a VIP, also worthy of occupying this tarmac?" The security chief showed big flower arms stood out. He was born tall and powerful, wide face full of horizontal meat. Eyes, nose and mouth are gathered in one piece. Fierce eyebrow and fierce eyes. Looks to be more ruthless and more ruthless. He unceremoniously and directly began to drive people away. "Hurry up and get out while there isn't any honored guest coming over now. Or don't blame the 2 legs to be broken by me later on." Long Biru frowned as he listened. When it is true that the king of hell is good to see, the little ghost is difficult to deal with. These dog-eyed guys are also too exaggerated. At the end of the day, they bite when they see people. It is really worthy of being the Zhang's group of people. But it didn't matter. The reason why he chose to come to the hospital under the Zhang group was so that he wouldn't have any psychological burden when he did it. "Are you sure you want to tell me to off?" His eyes glared, and his stern killing aura instantly subdued the flower-armed security chief. This man with a cross-faced face looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened to the limit, almost about to bulge out of their sockets, and his grown mouth could fit a goose egg. What a terrifying aura! "Who the hell are you?" You. Long Bubad had no reason to hide his identity and said frankly, "Southern Navy God, Long Bubad. You're the god of war." Lu Juku directly scared urine. Behind the security guards are also the face of the brush became pale. The knees are soft to kneel down. Only know a little inside information of the horizontal face of the security team leader resisted the pressure. Strict questioning. Why are you pretending to be a big hand? Our Dragon Continent Navy is fighting a big battle with the Ijo Navy today. How could Lord Military God run back to the Dragon capital at such an important time? Hearing him say this, those security guards who were about to fall on their knees and Lu Zhu's knees instantly hardened. Their heads lifted up, their backs straightened, and they glared angrily at Long Bubad. Good you little pussy brat. How dare you impersonate a military god? Aren't you afraid that we'll arrest you and court-martial you? Catch me? Long Bubad was amused. Come and try if you want to catch me. I'll see which ungrateful one dares to come up here to die. Seeing that he was imposing, as if he was shocked by the waves, and didn't seem to be in disguise at all, the security chief couldn't help but ask again, are you really a military god? I don't want to waste time with you guys. Hurry up and take me to the Imperial Doctor or I'm really going to be rude. You're not polite? Humph. As a military god, you don't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy at such an important moment, but instead you run back to Longjing to look for an Imperial Doctor? Even if you have any serious injuries, why don't you go to your own Imperial Doctor? Imperial Doctor is just a title that represents those doctors who have the highest level of medical skills, and there is no shortage of military doctors who have the title of Imperial Doctor. But now there was no way he was going to fly another fighter back to the South Seas to get to his Imperial Doctor. Long Bubad no longer wanted to waste any more time with them and roared, you don't need to know the reason why this marshal is here. Wow! Violent killing intent like a beast out of the cage. Wrapped in the extreme cold hell of fear eroded the nerves of all present, so that they are like being in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the hell of the Shura. The usual heart instantly collapsed, the nose and eyes are out of the blood. This kind of fear is simply not something the average person can handle. Lu Zhu was scared to death. Just based on his aura he could be so appalling. Who dares to say that he is not a military god? A face of horizontal meat with large flower arms. Looks to be how ruthless the security chief is, even more crotch a yellow wet. Directly scared to pee. The two hurriedly fell to the ground and thumped their heads, begging for forgiveness. Lord Military God, forgive me. I didn't know. I had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. I beg you to spare my life. I begged the Lord Military God to spare my life. The security chief really wanted to tear his own mouth this minute. He had just said that he would break the two legs of a military god. He was really looking for death to find his way to Hades. Long Bubad coldly grunted. I'm in a hurry, and I don't even care to bother with you guys. Hurry up and take me to the Imperial Doctor. Yes, yes, yes. This way please, my lord. I'll take you there. The security chief let out a breath, while Lu Zhu flew to bring Long Bubad to the entrance of the Imperial Doctor's lounge, not daring to delay for a second. And at that moment, inside the Imperial Doctor's lounge, several old professors with excellent medical skills had also received an appalling piece of news. 012. Inviting the Imperial Doctor. What? The Zhang family's talker has issued a hegemonic clan obliteration order against the East City Long family. In the lounge, the three Imperial Doctors who were originally leisurely reviewing the cases all had shocked expressions on their faces. The message was sent to their cell phones via text message. Using the number with the highest authority within the Zhang group, there would never be a mistake. I wonder what kind of person this East City Dragon family is that it caused the Zhang family's spokesperson to order the Overlord's hanging order. Well, isn't it the inspector who incited a number of common people to sue Pavilion Master Zhang for corruption? Oh, so that's how it is. It's really an ant trying to shake a big tree. Ridiculously insouciant. The Zhang Huang Zhang clan, the head of the giant hegemony, is also something they can bring down? Still, this courage is commendable. The courage of a man is just don't know how in the end they provoked the Zhang family talker, generally not to give the order of the hegemonic clan to wipe out. How many innocents have to be implicated by their family? The three Imperial Doctors were in the middle of a discussion between you and me when the door to the restroom was suddenly opened. A young man in military uniform appeared in front of them, and when the three Imperial Doctors took a look at how young he was, their brows furrowed instantly. One of the hot-tempered ones couldn't help but want to reprimand on the spot, but before he could speak out of turn, Lu Zhu jumped the gun and introduced himself, Lord God of the Southern Navy, seeking to meet the three Sacred Hand Imperial Doctors, Southern Navy God. Upon hearing that it was the military god Marshal, the three Imperial Doctors instantly changed their faces and stood up with smiles and arched their hands. Lord Military God has come to visit. Please forgive us for our delay in welcoming you. Worthy of being Lord Military God, you are indeed young and handsome. A watch and a tiger. Hiss dash. Isn't the South Sea in the middle of a crucial Armageddon with Ijo? I wonder what Lord Military God is doing here. Long Bu-bad, a shake of the head, said, "Truth be told, my father and mother were tragically murdered by traitors. The body and the spirit have been subjected to very serious destruction and torture. The injuries are very serious, and have come here to ask the holy hands of the Emperor Doctor to go to the medical treatment. Since it's Lord Military God's parents, we will do our best." Being able to sell a favor to a military god was something that was sought after even for the Sacred Han Imperial Doctor. You don't get a lot of opportunities like this. The three Imperial Doctors had a very positive attitude and were ready to go to the clinic together. "Hurry up and get going. Time is life for the patients, and it's not good to be delayed. In that case, this Marshal thanks the three of you in advance." With an arch of his hand, Long Buron left with the three Imperial Doctors. The three Imperial Doctors secretly exchanged glances with Lu Ju. They were a little skeptical of Long Bu-bad's identity, but seeing Long Bu-bad leading them towards the apron on the roof, the concerns in their hearts were much less, and when they saw the imposing helicopter gunship, there was no more concern in their minds. What kind of person flies a helicopter gunship straight to a hospital? It would have to be something big like the god of war. Looking at the young man's mighty and upright back in front of them, the three Imperial Doctors grew more and more in awe in their hearts. To become the Dragon Continent's military god at such a young age, it was truly a fearful future generation. Long Bu-bad jumped into the pilot's seat to start the airplane, carrying the three Imperial Doctors straight away. On the tarmac, Lu Ju was finally relieved and hurriedly took out his phone to inform his superiors. And inside the helicopter, the fun was just beginning, only to hear a white-bearded Imperial Doctor suddenly ask, "I have the audacity to ask. I wonder which one of these guys who doesn't know the heights of heaven has the audacity to take action against Lord Military God's family?" The other two Imperial Doctors were equally puzzled. Yes, who on earth has the guts to make a move against the relatives of the Lord Military God? I would like to be informed by the Lord Warlord. Long Bu-bad sneered, knowing that they were afraid to beach into some muddy water. But alas, they have beached in. Not from just getting on the plane. Rather, since the day they chose to serve the Zhang group, they could not escape the end of aiding and abetting. The first of the four giants of the Longjing Pavilion, the Zhang clan, the Zhang family. Long Bu-bad spat out morose and cold words. What? The three Imperial Doctors, at the same time, erupted into a horrified and unparalleled cry of misery. You, the one who's against you, is actually our chapter group. The faces of the three old Professor Imperial Doctors were filled with incredulity. Long Bu-bad's voice was like metaphysical ice. That's right. It's your Zhang clan's young master fan who tortured my parents and relatives to the point of being inhuman. You. As if he suddenly remembered something, the white-bearded Imperial Doctor was shocked. You can't be someone from that East City Dragon family. This Marshal, Long Bu-bad, is none other than the grandson of East City Grand Inspector Long Zhangdao. Boom! The three Imperial Doctors were directly stunned as if they had been struck by muffled thunder. This is how it's going to be. Lord Military God, we're from the Zhang group nah. If you want to find the Imperial Doctor, can't you go find someone else? Why do you have to find us? The three Imperial Doctors are anxious. In their view this belongs to be into the den of thieves. Wada must be 10 deaths one by one. They all began to frantically scream and protest, shouting, life and death to get off the plane. Long Bu-bad stifled a snort from his chest and said, "Don't waste your efforts. I'm giving you guys a chance to redeem your sins. The young master of the Zhang clan group beat up my parents to the point of serious injuries, and now it's up to you guys to make them well. Don't worry, as long as you behave and don't mess up, I promise not to harm your lives." The flowery white-bearded Imperial Doctor cried out in grief. "It's not a matter of whether you will spare us or not. It's that the Zhang group won't spare us nah." Another Imperial Doctor directly knelt down in the cabin towards Long Biru and said with tears in his eyes, "The group's inner circle has already issued a hegemony wipeout order against your family. All those who are dependent on the power of the Zhang family will have to target your Long family unconditionally. It's a capital offense for us, as members of the group's inner circle, to ignore the wipeout order to heal your parents' injuries." The last Imperial Doctor was even more desperate, as he directly raised the banner of filial piety. "Yes, Lord Military God. Please, Lord Military God, let us go. I still have my 120-year-old grandfather at home who needs to be taken care of. I can't have an accident. How can I fulfill my filial piety if I have an accident?" A hateful fury flashed under Long Bu-bad's eyes as he coldly grunted, "Don't worry. The Zhang group won't do anything to you guys." "Ha? Why is that?" "Because soon, they'll be gone from this world. The three Imperial Doctors looked at each other and all felt that Long Biru was sick, psychotic, delusional, and the sickest kind of sick. The military god is very powerful. With hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands, he can destroy a small country with a single order, but compared with the entire chapter group, or too weak. The chapter is Longzhou Pavilion Old Giant Head, 1/3 of the national economy monopolizer, its sphere of influence throughout the country, under the banner of fans less than 100 million people, hundreds of thousands versus hundreds of millions. How does that compare? What's more, these military pay and benefits for soldiers can be paid by the state, and a large part of the state's finances depends on taxes from the monopolies. Equally, the soldiers' rice bowls were given to them by the four giants of the court, and they depended on the rates given by the giant consortium to support themselves and their families. Let the soldiers beat up the people who gave them their jobs? It's simply not possible. The corners of the flowery white-bearded imperial doctor's mouth twitched as he asked, "Lord Military God, are you not playing some kind of international joke when you say that you want the Zhang clan to disappear from this world?" Long Bubad coldly said, "Whether it is a joke, you will know afterward. Now in front of you on two roads. One is to jump from here to self-termination. The second is to honestly serve for me. I will not treat you poorly, but if you dare to engage in small actions, do not blame me for being merciless." The three imperial doctors inclined their heads to look at the steel jungle below the helicopter, and all silently chose the latter. Anyone who could accept the recruitment of the Zhang group couldn't possibly be a loyalist of any kind. At least now, they could gain a temporary peace of mind by defecting to Long Bubad's side. Even if Long Bubad fell and they were caught by the group, they could still use force to do nothing as an excuse to get away with their crimes. That's right, the reason has already been thought of. Just waiting to see this Southern Navy god being cleaned up by their chapter group. If you dare to go against Zhang's group, you won't beat your mom. No, it's that the soldiers under his command are going to mutiny before they even start fighting. The three imperial doctors were confident, stroking their own beards, and had already begun to imagine the image of Long Bubad kneeling in front of the Zhang clan, crying in pain and begging for forgiveness. 013. Strong confrontation. Just as Long Bubad was setting up the helicopter for the return trip, this side of Yanxi prison was experiencing an unprecedented standoff. On one side of the confrontation were the armed inmates and prison guards integrated by Wang Ying, and on the other side was the Longjing anti-terrorism task force that had just arrived at the scene. The first moment he arrived at the scene, the Counter-Terrorism Bureau's Task Force Brigadier Sun Bo ordered the entire prison to be surrounded, and on top of that towering prison wall, Wang Ying is not even with fear, just has been holding his hands on his chest, like a joke to watch these crappy troops surround the prison. When everything was ready, Sun Bo picked up the speaker and prepared to start shouting, but who expected? Opposite Wang Ying, but already first he started shouting, and did not borrow any amplification equipment, just by voice, shouted a rolling thunder general effect. Will be present at all the people unanimously subdued. A bunch of rabble. It takes so long to surround a prison. If this were the troops under my old man, they wouldn't even want to eat 4 dishes this year. Upon hearing this, Sun Bo's face instantly collapsed. It's really outrageous. How dare a criminal who hijacked the prison speak so loudly and despise him? He shouted with, "Longnan Navy Major Wang Ying, I do not ask you why you want to escape from the South China Sea battlefield to come here to hijack this Yanxi prison. I ask you exactly when to surrender. 1 second slower. The penalty you will be tried in the military court can be 1 point more, when the time comes to be sentenced to death. But do not blame me, this robe did not speak out to remind you." Wang Ying threw back his head and let out a string of exaggerated to the extreme laughter. "Surrender? It's really funny. I'm stationed here by the order of the Longnan Navy's Commander-in-Chief. The military order is like a mountain on my shoulders. If you want me to surrender, at least you have to announce to the world that you're going to start a war against my Longnan Navy first, right? Ha ha ha. What did you say?" Sun Bo's jaw was wide open. When he just received the order, he only heard that this Wang Ying hijacked the prison, but he didn't hear that it was the order of the Navy Marshal. What the hell were you marshals thinking? And why did you hijack this prison? Wang Ying snorted coldly, exploding like a thunderbolt. Military secrets. No comment. Then let young Master Zhang fan out first. What Zhang fan, young master? I don't know this number of people. I only care about guarding this prison by order of the Marshal, Wang Ying said with a strong attitude. This can make Sun Bo difficult. Since Wang Ying is acting on the orders of the Marshal, then he will have to insist on taking down the other party is to give the Marshal a bad time. Openly confronting a military god Marshal was a consequence he couldn't afford. Seeing that he seemed to have the appearance of retreating, the old housekeeper from the Zhang group on the side was not dry, and hurriedly said, "Team Sun, why don't you order the attack? Our young master is still inside." Sun Bo, a pair of national thick eyebrows wrinkled high. He hates to wipe his ass for this kind of woes caused by this kind of luxurious dude. But there was no way. The Zhang family was so powerful in Longjing that he couldn't afford to offend them. He had to patiently explain. Zhang butler, don't panic. Your young master will be fine. Lord Military God is going to occupy this prison due to the deployment of a confidential military situation. It involves a national war, and it's not good for this team to interfere. Sun Bo hadn't seen that video, so naturally he didn't know the specifics, let alone the seriousness of the situation. But the old housekeeper couldn't say it out loud, couldn't think of a solution, and was sweating with impatience. Zhang Tang's command was a hot scourge under his feet, and he was like an ant on that hot pan. In the end, he didn't care anymore, and gave a stern and direct order. I don't care so much about you. Hurry up and attack me. Within 5 minutes. I want you to gain control of this prison. What did you say? Sun Bo couldn't believe his ears. You want me to go against the military marshal's confidential deployment? That's crazy. I'm not crazy. There are reasons on my side why I must take this prison immediately. It's the master's personal order. Naturally he'll take the fall if something goes wrong. You're afraid of a bird. Hurry up and do as I say. Otherwise, the old butler's expression clouded over for a second. Or else you won't have to do your job as the anti-terrorist task force brigadier in the future. Sun Bo instantly changed his face, his tiger eyes glaring round. What did you say? How dare you threaten a national public official? How about I just threaten you? The old butler tilted his neck, his face arrogant. Not to mention you, even the director of your counterterrorism bureau. If you dare to disobey our Zhang group, you will be kicked out as well. This Zhang family is simply too deceitful. As a public official and the task force operations brigadier of the Longjing counterterrorism bureau, when had he ever been threatened like this? Sun Bo's eyes lit up with monstrous fury, when he thought that he had been punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil day in and day out. But as a result, this biggest scourge of Longjing was now threatening and scrupulously right in front of him while he was powerless to do anything about it. He was furious to the point that he was trembling all over. He was so angry. If the anger in a person's eyes could scorch others, then old housekeeper Zhang would have already become a charcoal. The corners of the old housekeeper's mouth curled up into a smug snort, and that face seemed to say, I like your ridiculous look of hating to violently kill me but having to succumb to me. He urged in a conspiratorial manner. Hurry up, Captain Sun. If you dawdle any longer, there will only be 4 minutes left for action. Our Zhang family has always spoken without any room for maneuver. Don't forget what your leader told you before you came. Count on it. Sun Bo hated it so much that his mouth was full of steel teeth, but he didn't dare to disobey the Zhang family's speaker in the slightest, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to prepare to attack the prison. Brush up! Hundreds of guns were pointing at Wang Ying on the high wall of the prison, and the red points of light from a dozen sniper rifles landed on his head, and the atmosphere, which had just been very moderate, became tense in an instant. But Sun Bo still hoped to keep his hands off as much as possible, holding a megaphone and shouting towards Wang Ying on the wall. Listen to me, Major up there. I have to take down this prison in 5 minutes. If you're sensible, you should hurry up and remove the people from the prison. Or don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose your life later on. Wang Ying's roar came like a shocking wave. Your grandfather, I have never been afraid of anyone in hundreds of battles, let alone a small punk troop like you. If you have the guts you can come over and attack and see if you can take this prison from your grandfather's hands. Sun Bo is also angry. This Wang Ying is also too much to put people in the eyes. Today he will let this guy know the power of his anti-terrorism task force. All squads on command. Target all terrorists with weapons on the wall. Team Sun. The deputy beside him suddenly let out a shriek. Look at that. Ha! Sun Bo twisted his head to see that it was a Kuanping helicopter gunship. His eyes widened to the limit. His entire face elongated and discolored from shock. Surprisingly, it's the Kuanping style. The ones who could deploy the armed helicopters in the city were all high-ranking officials directly under the Ministry of Military Affairs. And the Kuanping type was a highly sophisticated weapon that only figures at the level of the military gods Grand Marshal were qualified to dispatch. This person didn't need to think. It must be the military god Marshal without a doubt. He let out a breath in his heart. The Marshal himself, a small character like him, finally did not need to top it anymore. And beside him, old Steward Zhang was even more joyful. His lordship had finally talked the Grand Marshal class into stepping in. 014. Ridiculous people. Longjing Military Region. General Army Command. Snap. A man with a tiger's back slapped the table violently and stood up like a black bear pouncing. What did you say? That Southern Navy god, Dragon not bad, is actually a member of the East City Dragon family. Standing across from him, the old commander nodded with a grave expression, because the South Sea is always on the warpath. In order to prevent being targeted by the infiltration of hostile forces, the information of the South Sea Naval God has always been a top secret in our area. No one has the authority to access it except for the continent master and me, including the 4 pavilion elders. He sighed. It's just that I didn't expect that the absolute protection of this layer of information would be protected to our own heads. Zhang Pavilion Elder doesn't walk the walk nah. Cleaning up a small opponent in the officialdom. How come he cleaned up to the family of the military god? The man with the tiger's back, however, was still in shock and didn't even hear the old commander's whining. His name is Wei Chiyo. The family has been practicing martial arts for generations. His ancestors are the best in this, had dominated the Jianghu for dozens of years. No one can be defeated. Later on, he was imperialized by the court and served as the imperial guard with sword and captain of the heavenly prince guards. He was armed with 18 classes of excellent martial arts and possessed a worldly magical power. Now in his generation, he still did not dishonor his family. At the mere age of 36 years old, he took over the runic seal of the Longzhou Capital Gate Marshal, and became the capital protector marshal who was in charge of 100,000 imperial troops. It could be said that all the military forces in this part of Longjing were under his command. Naturally, this big dispute that took place in Longjing was under his control. After a few seconds of immersion, Wei Chiyo once again recalled the old commander's words just now. Elder Lin, are you sure you want to leave this matter entirely to me? The old commander's expression went solemn for a moment. That Southern Navy god is not an idle man. Are you confident that you can handle it? Have faith. That has to be confidence. Or else he's being too much of a child's play as the Capital Gate Marshal. It was the sky that had been poked a hole in it, and he had to have the confidence to patch it back up. Moreover, Wei Chiyo also knew that there was another reason why the old commander had given him full authority over this matter. Apart from his duties, that would involve the Zhang family, his Wei family's in-laws. The golden girl of this generation of the Zhang family is none other than his beautiful wife. Wei Chiyo took a deep breath and arched his hand towards the old commander. It's not too late. My subordinate will go and do it now. The old commander stroked his beard and nodded gently. Well, you go. Remember a key point. Do not let the situation expand. Our dragon continent is now strong. But now the international relations are complicated and complicated. Under the foreign enemies, a carelessness will still be a total loss. Yes, I think that Dragon Not Bad should know the priorities of the matter better than I do. Wei Chiyo made a shallow bow and turned to retreat. The old commander resumed his seat, picking up the teacup on the table and grinding it while muttering, "Look at the news of success coming from the front. The momentum of the recovery of Ijo has been the nail in the coffin. Then this South Navy god. There is no need to exist." Longjing Yanshi Prison. The sound of the propeller doxies of the large Kuanpum-type helicopter gunships was deafening. The helicopter landed on the flat ground outside the prison. The propeller-driven gusts were like a wind wall that could deform a person's face, and it required great resistance to approach forward. But the old housekeeper Zhang was still full of joy and came forward, bowing and fawning. "Old butler of the Zhang group, meet Lord Military God." Long Bubad jumped down from the airplane with a surprised and puzzled look on his face. He wondered if he was hallucinating. How did the old butler of the Zhang group come over to meet him specially as if he was welcoming an honored guest? And he wasn't the only one. Counterterrorism Captain Sun Bo, who had led the team that had surrounded the prison, also ran over to greet him. Senior Captain Sun Bo of the Longjing Counterterrorism Bureau Task Force. "See Lord Military God, and get on your knees." There were 100 doubts in Long Bubad's mind. "Aren't you the people sent by the Zhang group to deal with me? Why are you just kneeling down and surrendering here?" "No, something's wrong." With a twinkle in his eye, he guessed what the hell was going on. It was probably just a case of mistaken identity, mistakenly recognizing the military god that the Zhang group had sent over to deal with him as himself. "Oh, that's ridiculous." And in the direction of the prison side, Wang Ying had also leapt down from above the high wall and ran to kneel respectfully beside Long Bubad. "My lord Wang Ying, welcome the return of the marshal." When these words came out, everyone on the Zhang group's side froze. The surrounding members of those anti-terrorist forces were fine, simply scratching their heads with a puzzled face. But Zhang Lao Butler and Sun Bo were disgraced. Their dull eyes were like they had returned to the scene of seeing an old dog eating for the first time when they were children. And their faces were so dumbfounded. Sun Bo was worthy of being the first captain, the first to react. A face of shock rushed at Wang Ying. Wait, what did you say to welcome the return of the marshal? Is this the military god marshal who ordered you to station here?" Wang Ying smiled and said, "Exactly. What? with an incredulous look on his face. Old Steward Zhang swayed on his feet and took a few steps back and almost fell. His trembling arm pointed at Long Bubad. You're that dragon family scion boy who cruelly tortured our young master. Long Bubad burst out with a cold snort. If he hadn't come to torture my parents and relatives first, I would have returned to Long Jing at this juncture to take revenge on him. In an instant, it was like being in an ice cellar. The coldness spread all over the limbs and bones. The old housekeeper was so scared that his brain was confused, and he even bit back. That was your family falsely accusing our chapter family, and we're just administering a slight punishment. A little discipline? You call the whipping of my parents and my sister to the point where they are no longer human beings slightly disciplinary. You call killing my brother in a brutal way a little bit of punishment. Long Bubad was completely furious and directly threw an earslap over. Under the huge force, the tendons and bones were broken, the skin and flesh were separated, and blood was splattered in all directions. And the head of the old housekeeper of the chapter was even directly jerked out alive by this slap. Everyone was stunned. Jerking someone's head alive off their neck. They had never seen such a gruesome scene. They had never even imagined it. What kind of terrifying power would it take to do that? Sun Bo was also stunned. He served as the head of the counter-terrorism contingent for so many years, but he had never seen such a bloody picture that violated common sense. This Southern Navy god is really as terrifying as the rumors. Worthy of being a killing god marshal who can suppress millions of troops in Izhou. The only unfortunate thing was that he was standing on the opposite side of this terrifying killing god. With a trembling voice, he asked, Lord Military God, aren't you afraid of retaliation if you brutally kill the Zhang clan's old inner courtyard steward like this? Long Bubad sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent looking at him. I, Long Bubad, have never been concerned about anyone's retaliation when I do something. Sun Bo was locked by this deadly eyes, chilled to the point of not being able to help himself, and his entire body instantly lost the will to fight, paralyzing like a worm on the ground. The surrounding counter-terrorists were stunned. A special police officer specializing in counter-terrorism was scared like this, or a senior captain, and he could really say goodbye to the profession in the future. But he still asked the words, but this is the Zhang group, the Zhang family, the head of the 4 courtier giants. An existence that can only cover the sky in Dragon Continent. So what? Long Bubad spat out clanking cold words. If you dare to harm my family, even if the continent lord himself is present, I will still kill them. Knock. Sun Bo landed on his head and completely fainted in shock. 015. False. He's a pseudo-military god. With this fainting of Sun Bo, the 100 anti-terrorist members under him were embarrassed. The boss has fainted. What are they going to do with their men? Do you really want to go against the god of war? The team looked to their young captain. However, Long Bubad didn't give a damn about them and led the 3 imperial doctors to treat his parents' injuries. When he came out and walked up the high wall, he couldn't help but frown when he realized that the men were still surrounding the outside of the prison. Guns raised and not dispersing. Wang Ying ran and came over to report. Lord Military God, that Zhang group's old butler's assistant is still messing around, threatening these anti-terrorist members to continue their strong attack. Wanting to raid the prison. Raid? Long Biru's tiger eyes stared, and he directly jumped onto the wall stacks. Swish swish swish. In a flash, dense ad-like laser red dots locked him in place. Sniper fire from an ambush position. But he was not the least bit timid, and without changing his face, he raised his arms. I am the Southern Navy God. Dragon Unbreakable. All comrades listen to me. Everyone was shocked by his aura. What kind of person dared to speak generously without changing his face under the aim of dozens of sniper rifles? The squad leaders were silent. Only the people from the Zhang family were still flirting vigorously, telling them to hurry up and shoot Long Bubad's head while they still could. Some of the squad leaders simply chose to ignore them, while others glared at them. The head of the military god's grand marshal would not be so easy to blow up. They only listened to the generous speeches of the not-so-bad dragon. 8 years ago the situation in the South China Sea of Longzhou was at stake. I enlisted in the army, and over the past 8 years, I have endured countless life and death calamities, integrating the Longnan Navy, which had almost fallen apart, with my own strength, to turn away the millions of Izhou troops that had come to encroach on the area and to complete the counter-push. I, Long Bubad, have been protecting the country for 8 years, and I have long been worthy of the Dragon Continent. But what did I get in exchange for throwing my head in blood on the front line? The roar that erupted from Long Bubad resounded throughout the entire arena, domineering and clanking with killing intent. In return, my family was brutally brutalized by the chapter. My brother was hanged from a tree. My sister was tortured beyond recognition, and my parents were bloodied by the barbed whip, and are still lying bandaged in the prison infirmary, alive or dead. However, what about that Zhang's group? Now they are still enjoying their privileges and great wealth beautifully. They are still exploiting the people's fat and wealth, and they are still brutalizing the people all the time. If this evil is not eliminated, where is the justice of heaven? A roar, rolling thunder, howling winds, and the sky and earth changing colors. The following members of the team were dumbfounded by what they heard. What kind of goods the Zhang group was, everyone knew in their hearts. They just didn't think they would dare to brutalize a military god marshal's family so much. The crowd's brains were messed up for a while, and their three views were shattered. Even the military god marshal who protects the country's gates is not in his eyes. This Zhang's group is to grow into the country's giant sin. At this minute, all the people of Zhang's group fell into a deathly silence, staring blankly at the figure of the handsome man raging on the high wall. Even they themselves couldn't figure out why the higher-ups were bullying and maiming the family of a protectorate god so much. It's simply unconscionable, and crucially, not in the interests of the chapter. What good could come from doing such a thing and angering a protectorate marshal? So it must be false. That person is definitely not the real army god. And this is all fabricated nonsense by this pseudo-army god. However, the surrounding anti-terrorist members were convinced, and they were not good enough to continue to fling these people against the idea of Long Bubu. Now is the time when the group is furious. If they still dare to talk too much, I am afraid that it is difficult to protect their lives. At this time, one of the deputies beside Sun Bo just now stood out and rushed at Long Bubad, arching his hand and asking, "My humble servant dares to ask the marshal, is all that you said true? This kind of inhumane and evil behavior, is it really done by Zhang's group?" Wang Ying stood out and said back decisively, "I have a video in my hand as proof, and Zhang Fan, the heir of this generation of the Zhang group, has already given an account of all of it. This matter is true." All the counter-terrorists were in an uproar. Then, one by one, they lowered their guns. To be instructed by a traitor to deal with a military god marshal who has been meritorious in protecting the country, they can't do such a shabby thing. As a counter-terrorism team members, they are the people of justice. If the ancestors know, I'm afraid that the coffin board cannot be pressed, will be so angry that they climbed out of their ancestral graves, and hang them up and beat them severely. Sun Bo's aide stepped forward and shouted towards everyone with a megaphone. "In that case, we'd better wait and see. I believe the country will be able to do justice to the marshal." That's right, there must be a mistake up there. How can a protectorate god be a criminal who hijacks a prison? It's better to wait a little longer. The military will be here soon. This shout was immediately echoed by all the players, and those who had followed old steward Zhang here all lowered their heads, not daring to let out a single fart. But one by one, all of them forced their eyes to stare viciously at the dragon not bad on the wall. Just wait, you'll only be able to run wild for these 10 minutes or so. They had already received word that soon a big shot would come over with a large number of troops and blast this bragging pseudo-military god. What with one's own power to integrate the Dragon South Navy? What for the country born into death to protect the country's door for 8 years? That military god is not 8 years' time can be on? Blowing it out of proportion. But it's full of holes. How can such a person exist in this world? Not long after, the distance suddenly rolled up a large area of dust. Ears can already faintly hear the roar of the armored car engine. Look at this battle. I'm afraid that the troops coming not less than a regiment. These people's eyes lit up. The big shot of their group had finally arrived. Each and every one of them raised their heads to be human, full of excitement and eager anticipation. The squinty-eyed butler's assistant couldn't help his smugness even more, turning back over to try to see the look of panic on the face of the braggart pseudo-military god. Yet all he saw was a stalwart face with no fear. "Humph, let's see how much longer you can pretend?" He sneered a few times, just waiting to see Dragon Not Bad being taught how to behave by a real big shot of the military department. Soon, a large and majestic figure jumped down from inside the first jeep coming up that row. The slant-eyed assistant looked delighted, recognizing that this man was none other than the Zheng family's best son-in-law in the East Bed, Wei Qiyo, who was then the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Forest guarding the capital. "Look, this is the real big man. Under the command of 100,000 Imperial troops are at his disposal, directly responsible for the entire Longjing city defense. District pseudo-military god, compared with such a big man is not even a piece of." He hurriedly led the people to roll and crawl to meet them, touching the pre-prepared dust on his face, incidentally squeezing out a few drops of fake tears in his eyes, and miserably pouncing at Wei Qiyo's feet. "Lord Wei Na, Lord for us to do Lord Ah." That claimed to be the military god of the Long family thugs a slap on the face of the death of our poor Zhang old housekeeper. That is for Zhang Tang master's saddle horse back 20 years of people By the thugs a slap on the face of the death of the old Zhang family to do Lord you can do Lord for our old Zhang family. After saying that, he also pointed his finger at the headless body straddling over there, and the gruesome appearance of the deformed head. Wei Chio's stern eyebrows rose like a sharp sword as he lifted him up, roaring in anger as he questioned, "What did you say? That's the Zhang family's old housekeeper? Being slapped to death." 016. Look out of the corner of your eye. Say, who the hell is that guy? Wei Chio's face was like an evil ghost. His roar was deafening, and the squinty-eyed assistant was almost underbroken. He subconsciously pointed over toward Long Biru on the wall. That's him. Boo! A gunshot rang out, shocking the world. No one could see Wei Chio's action of drawing his gun, only the scene of smoke coming out of the barrel of the large-caliber Sandhawk pistol in his hand. Everyone was stunned and stared in disbelief. What kind of drawing speed is this? What kind of heaven-defying maneuver is this? Before he even says who he's going to kill, he's already drawing his gun and firing. Embarrassingly, however, the shot didn't hit. The youth over there, standing on top of the high wall, was still standing there, not moving a single inch. Wei Chio's face was instantly as gloomy as a dark cloud. His most skillful rapid-fire decapitation shot had never missed before. And now, he actually failed to build a single blow. The others didn't see it clearly, but of course he did. And the moment he fired his burst, the other man averted his head and dodged the bullet he shot out. What kind of reaction is this? What kind of stance is this? Meet the master. As soon as he came to his senses, his eyes flamed with a burning desire to fight, and he roared with great righteousness, "Yonder murderer standing on the wall, come down quickly and bind your hands." Long Bubad didn't say a single word, only hearing a bang. He also drew his weapon and shot a shot. Wei Chio's entire body directly froze in place. The fiery battle intent burning in his eyes was instantly extinguished. It was a shot that he couldn't even react to. Too fast. The speed of the other party's strike was too fast, completely exceeding the limits of his reflexes, and completely exploding his strike just now. A stream of blood, running down the side of his cheek. He reached up and wiped it away, looking at the scarlet blood on his fingertips as a wave of shock went through him. What kind of shooting is this? With such a fast draw and such accuracy? The bullet would actually graze his cheek. Was it a miss? Or was it deliberate? Wei Chio, I know you. Above the high wall, came Long Bubad's voice as steady as rock. Born from a martial arts family, inheriting the family's true heritage from a young age, military tactics and strategies, touching on everything, commanding the Imperial Forest Army to protect Longjing for 6 years, winning 3 key information battles, a formidable general in our Longzhou military community. Considering the fact that you have served Longzhou well, this shot of this marshal will serve as a warning. But if you are still stubborn and want to stand on the side of the Zhang family to block my vengeance, then I will not blame me, Long Biren, for my iron hand being merciless. It's on the side. Wang Ying gave him a series of sideways glances. Here we go again with the marshal's love of talent. It would have been better to just shoot the guy in the head and let him play dirty with his sneak attack. On Wei Chio's side, on the other hand, his tiger's eyes were already stagnant, and his entire body was frozen in place. He couldn't believe that Long Biru's shot wasn't actually a miss, but a deliberate one. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun that Long Bubad was pointing at him, he wriggled his throat viciously and took a step back in horror. Marshal Wei, the 1st Sharp Brigade of the Imperial Forest Army has been deployed. Please also give the order to fight. The adjutant beside him rushed forward to report, which eased his outburst. Realizing this, Wei Chio suddenly turned red in the face and said in irritation, "Surround the prison and prepare for a strong attack." Yes, the adjutant passed down the order, and the army quickly dispersed, the trained soldiers flying into action, the armored car engines roaring, the tank tracks nailing, the helicopter's propellers duck-duking, stirring up a cloud of dust. The artillery company set up dozens of guns and aimed them toward the prison. This frightening momentum caused the members of the surrounding counter-terrorism team to change their faces. As expected, it is worthy of being the Imperial Guard of the capital, and this is a professional battle. The slant-eyed assistant of the Zhang family even smiled crookedly. Just now there was a small situation. The hallowed Wei family marshal even missed the shot, but now also see how that pseudo-military gods still pretend. He looked up towards the high walls of the prison and was once again shocked by the results. What's going on? Why is that man as blind as a blind man and still looks like he's in a state of shock? Can't you see that dozens of artillery guns are aiming at you? This is artillery. A little flurry of fire and you'll be dead as a mother asterisk 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 dead as a mother asterisk 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 Even Wang Ying, who was beside Long Bubad, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Being pointed at by dozens of artillery pieces is much more thrilling than being pointed directly at a gun. However, Long Bubad remained calm and composed, standing there like a statue, just standing there, looking down on the three armies. With a strong aura, Wang Ying's eyes showed reverence. As expected of a marshal, it's just steady. You know they still have Mr. Zhang, so you're betting that Wei Qiu won't dare to fire, right? Such a big gamble without even batting an eyelid. Truly unparalleled spirit. Actually, he thought wrong. The reason why Long Bubad was so calm was because even if the other party did fire their guns, he still had the confidence to escape. The fact that it's big is the bottom line of what he does. He roared sternly, Wei Qiu, it seems that you are bent on siding with the Zhang family and blocking me from taking revenge? Wei Qiu was silent for a few seconds and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just under orders to apprehend the criminal who kidnapped and tortured the young master of the Zhang family. Hurry up and hand over Zhang Fan, then kneel down and surrender with your hands on your head. I'll spare you from death. Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a chilling voice, Very well, since this is the case, then I won't blame this marshal for being merciless. A shocking killing intent instantly locked Wei Qiu, giving him a frightening momentary change of face, hurriedly hiding behind the explosion-proof shield. His head shrank behind his shield and he roared angrily, What are you doing? Do you really want to resist? Think carefully. If I give the order here, you'll be annihilated. Long Bubad let out a few deafening laughs and snorted, Then why don't you order the cannons to fire? Hurry up and hand over Zhang Fan, then kneel down and surrender. Do you think that's possible? Hand over Zhang Fan. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but your family and friends will be chopped into meat paste along with you. Long Bubad shook his head. He no longer wanted to waste time with this guy. It's okay to hand over Zhang Fan, but only if you follow the exchange method I said in the video. Did you bring the person? He had said in the video long ago that he would have the Zhang family trade his sister for Zhang Fan, since it had now been established that this Imperial Army commander was a member of the Zhang family. The man should be in his hands as well. Long Bubad guessed correctly, only to see Wei Qiu's tiger eyes move slightly. A beckon. The side adjutant pressed up a hooded girl. I've brought your sister. Hurry up and bring out Zhang Fan. Let's exchange hostages. Long Bubad looked at the hooded girl. His eyes flickered, in which there was a hidden wet liquid building up. But as he watched, he suddenly turned pale and burst into a rage. Good you Wei Qiu, how dare you find a double to come here? This girl is not my sister at all. What did you say? Wei Qiu was shocked in his heart. This headgear has not even been taken off yet, and he simply does not know how the dragon is not bad to see it. But the drama still had to be enough. He directly removed the girl's hood with one hand, revealing a face that had been beaten beyond recognition, and her powerless body then leaned against his body, not even having the strength to stand. Watch this for me. If this isn't your sister, who is your sister? Long Bubad stared at Wei Qiu. The coldness in his eyes increased. Don't pretend, Wei Qiu. I didn't expect you to be such a person. In order to take the initiative, you even captured an innocent girl and beat her up like this to be a stand-in. Such a despicable act. What face do you have to be the commander of these 100,000 Imperial troops? What a disgrace to my Long Zhou people. Long Bubad showed no mercy, just harsh words and ruthless humiliation. The surrounding Imperial guards heard an uproar. Wei Qiu is full of steel teeth or clenched. He couldn't come up with such a bad idea. It was his good father-in-law Zhang Tong who told him to do so. Right now that sister surnamed Long is the most important card in our hands. If we really hand it over to him so easily, won't we be in a passive position? That's why he was given such a stand-in to come over. Who would have thought that it would be recognized by Long Bubad in a single glance? Looking around at his subordinates who were looking at him with shocked faces, Wei Qiu hated this minute and wanted to break the person responsible for selecting the double into pieces. How dare he find such a poor substitute to come over and make him lose such a big face, and more importantly, spoil his plan with Zhang Tong, 1,000,000 times over. 017, Order of the Military God. It's a big one. In Wei Qiu's eyes, the surroundings were full of eyes looking at him with shocked faces. These Imperial guards could not believe that the one who commanded them was such a heartless man. Because you don't want to give up the real hostage, you just find a random innocent girl to be a stand-in, and you beat her up like a human being. Where's the justice in that? Isn't their Imperial army to protect the people as their own responsibility? How come to their commander here, but become that evil scourge that arbitrarily brutalized the people? Wei Chio was in a cold sweat from these looks, because the disbelief in those eyes actually contained a certain amount of skepticism. Otherwise it wouldn't be can't believe it. It would be scoff. Wei Chio certainly has a number in his heart. All these years in the military, because of the bad reputation of the Zhang clan group has always been, this martial seat is not actually sitting in peace. He had secretly dealt with an unknown number of pricks who had gone against him, and his notoriety had long since spread, which was why the minions were looking at him in such a way this minute. Don't you dare spit blood. Wei Chio simply walks down one road to the black, resisting death. With a face of indignation, he roared at Long Bu Bad. What this marshal brought is clearly your sister. How could this marshal be mistaken about such a thing? Much less bother to play with you with such a crooked mind as a double. How many people do I have and how many people do you have? I think you simply don't want to recognize her. Long Bu Bad laughed instead of being angry, and questioned with an explosive shout. I went through so much effort to come over just to save my family, and now you're saying that I don't want to recognize my sister? Such logic. How absurd and ridiculous. Ridiculous? Not in my opinion. Wei Chio directly began to bull *********. Your hands are kidnapped, but the future heir of the Zhang group will not plot just a female college student. I see what sister is just your front. Since you don't want to hand over the hostage, then my side will personally come to the rescue. With a wave of his hand, he launched a direct order to raid. All Imperial guards listened to the order. Immediately launch a general attack. Take down Yanqi prison and rescue the innocent Zhang Xiao. Swish swish swish. Although still somewhat skeptical, obeying orders is the natural duty of soldiers. All of them stopped thinking about anything else and prepared to launch a forceful assault on the prison. I'll see who dares to move. Just then, an earth-shattering roar that sounded like thunder rolled in from the distance, shooting electricity as it approached. The sky was dark and cloudy all of a sudden. A terrifyingly huge lightning ripped through the sky, followed by thousands of purple lightning spreading and crackling in the sky, crackling and dazzling with light, illuminating the earth with a purple haze. In the midst of this absolute purple thunder light, countless silhouettes were like a rock with spreading wings, furiously whistling. It was dense and covered the sky. The fastest runners were the 7 black-robed blood shadows, who like ghosts passed through the encircling net set up by the Imperial guards and rushed to kneel down under the high walls of the prison, exploding with adamantine roars in unison. The 7 blades of the blood shadow have been ordered to bloodily cleanse the enemy for Lord Military God. This roar was like a comet breaking through the Milky Way, a white rainbow, a meteorite shattering and flying ashes annihilating. In a split second, terrifying killing intent rose up to the sky, and the lofty fury tumbled and surged. The blood aura enveloped the starry river and swept through 10,000 miles of emptiness. Wei Chio's pair of eyes instantly glared round, almost on the verge of exploding and bursting open. The name of the 7 blades of the blood shadow shook the world. Their origins are mysterious. Outsiders only know that this is the world's top killers group. Members are few, only 7, but everyone has a top killing skills. One person can be compared to a group. Wherever they go, not an inch of grass, is the most horrible killing machine on the battlefield. If the enemy heard the name of the 7 blades of the blood shadow, they would all tremble with fear, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even a friendly army would be equally horrified at the news of their appearance. It's a bunch of crazies. Long Bu Bad smiled gratefully at Wang Ying. It seems that your previous suggestion that I use the military god order to counter the Zheng family's hegemony clan wipeout order was indeed a good move. Wang Ying's mouth all smiled crookedly, bowed his head and said, "Martial fallacious praise, you martial benevolence. God's martial arts is matchless. They are willing to worship, and now heard that there is an order, since all efforts to come to the aid." And seeing this blood shadow 7 blades kneeling down at the feet of Long Biru, Wei Chio's face instantly became ugly. With these 7 people as opponents, then even if he succeeded in rescuing the young master of the Zhang family, he was afraid that he would have to pay a considerable price. In fact, as long as he could save the young master of the Zhang family, it was fine to pay a little price. What he was afraid of was that he simply did not have the strength to save Zhang Fan. Blood shadow 7 blades, but only the beginning of the vanguard. Behind the arrival is the real by the group of lions. Dark clouds shrouded the area, and the absolute purple electric light was still flickering. Wei Chio looked towards the group of figures that were like a natural disaster. One by one, their roars were thunderous and shocking. The 9 Dragons Axe Master received an order from the military god, and led the 500 Blood Axes men under his command to come and pay homage to the Southern Navy god. The 100 Flower Island Jiame Palace Master has received an order from the military god to lead 200 flower beauties at the disposal of the military god. Zhan Baichi, Temple Master of the Killing God Temple, leads 1. 000 demon-slaying guards at the order of the military god to go through fire and water without hesitation. Master of the Ghost Valley sect of the Heavenly King's Mountain. I am ordered to lead my people out of the mountain and vow to die in order to repay the heavenly grace of the military god. The Flying Feather Platinum Guards of the Armorless Alliance are here by order, and are willing to bloodwash all enemies for the military god. 9 Dragons Axe Lord. 100 Flower Island GMA Palace. Killing God Palace. Heavenly King Mountain Ghost Valley Sect. No Harmless Alliance. Hearing these thunderous names, Wei Chio lost his soul and his face was like ashes. How could he not have expected that these transcendent forces, which even the state had no way of pulling in and subduing, would all bow down to the young man on top of the high wall and listen to his orders? To know that all these forces had been his childhood idols. At that time, the greatest wish was to be able to worship under them and see a truly powerful jutsu. He, Long Bu Bad, a kid who only joined the army 8 years ago, with no wealth and no background. Where did he get so much energy to make these people bow down and obey his orders? Wei Chio's heart was full of question marks, completely unable to imagine what kind of grandiose experiences Long Biro had had in these 8 years, but he had no effort at all to care anymore. He was just shocked, and then fear began to eat away at his will like ants, penetrating deep into his bones and making him tremble involuntarily. His imperial army would never dare to go to war with these forces. If there was a war, then he wouldn't have to be the commander of the imperial guards of the capital. The reason was simple. These forces were all resounding giants on one side. Stomping their feet could make the land of this dragon continent tremble. The country's top brass tried to beg for their help, and now he wants to go to war with them? What a donkey in the head! The leaders of these forces stood proudly in the earthly realm. Their ancestors had started clans and sects, and each of them possessed immense energy, with godly abilities that covered the world and their hands and eyes in the heavens. Even the state can't take them in, so they can only send people to invite them respectfully, and they have to look at people's faces. And the most difficult thing for Wei Chio to accept was to look at all these people kneeling at the feet of that Long family boy, each and every one of them looking like they were obeying orders. How is this possible? The more Wei Chio thought about it, the more he felt it was impossible, and suddenly he had a bold guess. Could all these be the actors that Long Biro went to specifically hire? But the sense of oppression on these people could not be faked, and he knew very well that this kind of real aura could not be acted out. Otherwise, just letting the actors go into battle would have scared off the millions. Therefore, despite the reluctance in his heart, Wei Chio had to accept this reality. And then all of a sudden the negative emotions in the mind came up. He was jealous, hated why the person who could subdue these giants wasn't himself, hated why he was surpassed by someone like Long Bu Bad. He had a prominent lineage. His starting line was 10,000 meters ahead of the other side, and he deserved to always be above this kind of humble children. But as a result, he was now being overtaken even by his ancestors' achievements. So how could he be willing to do so? Straight up, he hated it so much that he bit blood out of his gums, just grimaced and questioned Long Biro. Tell me, how did you take in these people? How did you survive from the cannon fodder troop and how did you rise to the rank of military god in these 8 years? The cold aura in Long Bu Bad's eyes shot out, and the icy killing intent instantly enveloped Wei Chio. These things are not at all necessary for a man who was about to die to know. Dragon Not Bad raised his gun directly. Wei Chio's eyes were enraged as he let out an absolutely death-defying stormy roar. Dragon Not Bad, you really want to kill me? Long Bu Bad scorned his eyes and said blandly, killing you, like butchering a dog, will not be a half-hearted concern for me. 018. One touch. Dragon Not Bad said, about to pull the trigger. Wait. Wei Chio felt the strong killing chance, completely anxious, stretching out his hand and screaming, you have the guts to wait for another half an hour. My father-in-law with Zhang Group's reinforcements will be here soon. When my father-in-law's rescuers arrive, you will die without a burial place. Of course Wei Chio was clear about the power of those people under Long Bu Bad's feet, but he had more confidence in Zhang's group. What kind of existence is the chapter group? The courtier giant with only his hands in the air. What super giants and powerful forces. All of them were trampled to death with 1 foot raised. No matter how powerful you people are, you can't compete with a giant monopoly that affects the lives of hundreds of millions of people. However, Long Bu Bad didn't care about this. The only thing he only cared about was his loved ones. Is my sister there? Wei Chio was afraid that he would die if Long Bu Bad's hand shook, and he was busy roaring. Yes, I guarantee it with my life. It's definitely there. Then I will spare your life for now. Long Bu Bad jumped off the high wall and invited the leaders of all parties who had chipped in to support the military god order into the prison to explain the situation. Upon hearing that the military god marshal's sister was still in the hands of the other side, the leaders of all parties asked for orders. Lord of the Nine Dragon Axe, I am willing to kill through the enemies for Lord Military God and bring back the county princess safely. What you labor axe gang? Don't miss the marshal's business. This matter is still left to our 100 Flowers Island to do. This main Yang would like to personally lead the heart of the mother to make the beauty plan. Ensure the success of the horse 2-0. This is a good plan. I, the god-slaying temple, can lead the 9 great gate masters to cope from the side. Giggle. That's right, there's no man in this world that our GMA palace can't charm. Giggle. Giggle. Giggle except for Lord Military God. Of course. I, the Ghost Valley sect of the Heavenly King's Mountain. I am the Platinum Flying Feather Guard of the Armorless League. The attitude of the leaders of the various parties was very positive, and they themselves assigned the tasks. And Long Boobad listened to this and nodded his head, arching his hand gratefully and saying, in that case, sure sister will be handed over to all of you. Don't worry, Military God. We will take it down this time out. He greeted an old man of his appearance. For those artillery pieces outside, I'm counting on all of you from the Heavenly King Mountain Ghost Valley sect, the most strange people under the Ghost Valley, claiming to be omnipotent. Their skills are the best in the world, so that dozens of artillery need just, it is a piece of cake. Don't worry, Lord Military God, we will definitely fulfill our mission. All of you from the Hordeless Alliance will keep my parents safe for the time being, by the order of the Lord Military God. Aha! Long Boobad nodded and watched these leaders leave with their elites. These people were taken in by his own hands. Of course he knew how strong they were capable of being, and in his heart, he had already put aside his worries about his sister's safety, and instead began to think about other important things. What about his other relatives? For example, his sister who had married and the niece he had never met. How were they doing? There is also the South China Sea military situation. I heard that Zhang Maniac they have led the capture of the island of Izhou. In a few days we'll be able to turn his head to listen to his deployment. Between the South China Sea 200,000 naval forces to go to Wushu, to choke the throat of those who are in disorder. He will be able to have a full backbone for the country to clean up the door. Then came several powerful external forces, who seemed to think this was a wonderful opportunity to invade the Dragon continent, and had become impatient and started to move. But rice should be eaten one bite at a time. Things should be done one by one. These things can't be rushed. At the moment it's better to go and see how the parents are doing before saying anything. Half an hour later, Wei Chio's triumphant roar came from outside the prison. Long Burong's tiger eyes flashed as he took off and landed a few times to get on top of the high wall, only to see a huge swath outside, all wearing uniformed armed violent personnel. The number of fear of nearly 10,000. It's a full 10 times more than the previous Imperial Guards. However, Wei Chio's Imperial Army has withdrawn. This matter is not convenient for the army to take action, but the weapon supply wagons have not all withdrawn. The dozens of artillery is still parked there. The blackened muzzles of the guns were aimed at the prison and seemed ready to fire at any moment. Wei Chio didn't leave either. This minute was the time for him to raise his eyebrows, that smug face full of ridicule. Dragon not bad, my father-in-law is here. Why don't you come out quickly and tie your hands? This time we have tens of thousands of troops. Your little people are not enough. Unless you can call all of the Dragon's South Navy. But can you turtle grandson? Ahahaha. Long Boobad didn't even give a damn about him, but looked at the middle-aged man with a big belly beside him. Zhang Tong, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Tong also looked at Long Boobad, anger burning in his eyes. His entire face was hideous and twisted, wanting to choose someone to devour. Remembering the scene of his son being miserably tortured in his mind, he really wanted to eat him alive. But the dragon is not bad now, is no longer a worm to be trampled on. Into the South Navy god. He was beyond shocked at the news. How can not figure out? When the Long family a handless pariah, how in just 8 years on the transformation into a powerful military god marshal, thanks to the fact that he had been specifically asked to send him to the cannon fodder camp to die in the first place. Could it have contributed to his encounter instead? Zhang Tang was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Holding a megaphone and letting out a furious roar, little son of the Long family, quickly hand over my fanner. I'll leave your family a whole corpse. Otherwise I'll not only execute the 9 clans of your Long family, but also make all the people related to your Long family fly into oblivion and give my son a burial. Chugging, a handful of gun-toting armed group cadres, all smiles, raised their guns and threateningly poured bullets into the sky. Chug chug chug. Guns rang out. Green smoke rose from the surrounding wilderness, and caracal laughter echoed. They thought they were flaunting the fact that they had so many guns in their hands that the other side must have peed their pants in fear. In fact, in Long Buron's eyes, there was no difference between them and a 3-year-old showing off the wooden sword in his hand. He stared tightly at Zhang Tang and questioned, "Why did you brutalize my family like that? Mutilation? Ha ha ha." Zhang Tang let out a burst of ridiculous laughter. "That's because your Long family deserved it. Being a despicable pariah but daring to mess with our Zhang family, you really deserve to die. Back then, I shouldn't have been so kind as to let you guys off the hook, and there wouldn't be so much going on now." "What did you say?" Even if the character of Long Bubad is as stable as a rock, at this time also cannot help the blood to surge, making my grandfather cry foul and go to jail, leaving our family destitute and sleeping on the streets, assigning me to a cannon fodder unit, and claiming to be letting us off the hook? Then what else? Zhang Tang snorted and laughed coldly. "All the cheap lives of your Long family combined are not as good as a fart of my Zhang family. To offend our Zhang family, and yet I still spared your family's life. What is it if not being kind and generous? Really? Outrageous." Wang Ying was trembling with anger, kneeling down and asking for orders to fetch that sinful head for Long Bubad. "There's no rush. You'll have your big kill later." Long Bubad held him down and drank Zhang Tang. "It's fine to want your son. Where is my sister? Long family little child." Zhang Tang suddenly became furious and hideous. "You played some plots to count my men, and just now you stole your sister. And now you're asking, are you trying to deliberately humiliate old me?" At that moment, the report from below came just in time. "Grand Marshal, Mainyang Palace Master and the others have returned and have sent your sister to the Imperial Doctor for treatment. How are the injuries?" "It looks serious, but not life-threatening." The corners of Long Biru's mouth quirked and he smiled. He was in a good mood and commanded, "Throw up the body of that Zhang Fan." Yes, Wei Chio was still shouting recklessly down there. "What hostage exchange at this point in time? You don't think you can still win, do you? If you're sensible, hurry up and let my Fan Shao go, or else you won't be able to keep your old Long family's ancestral graves, and they'll all be dug up and made into toilet ash." Long Buron laughed long and hard up to the sky and returned, "Thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot that I still have to dig up your Zhang family's ancestral graves." "What did you say?" "What? You're allowed to dig up our Long family's ancestral tomb, but you won't allow me to dig up your Zhang family's ancestral tomb, right?" Zhang Tang was furious again. "Bitchier than a dog. How dare you? You shouldn't be able to see if I dare or not. This is your family. Fan Shao, take it." Long Bubad casually flung his hand and threw it down from the upper floor as if he was throwing a dead dog, and Zhang Fan's miserable corpse with a puffy head flew out towards them and smashed into Zhang Tang. The Zhang family's spokesperson was so angry that his face turned blue, his angry eyes glaring deathly at Long Bubad. The young master with such an honorable status was thrown out like a dead dog. The pariah deserves to die. If the eyes could eat people, then Long Biru wouldn't even have any bone dregs left. Seeing his own son flying along the parabola from the air, Zhang Tang couldn't help but burst into old tears. "Fanner, ah, my father has come to save you. Van." A son of the Zhang clan let out a roar and leapt up to hold Zhang Fan steadily, not realizing that when he fell down to take a look, he had long since gulped down his breath. "Uncle, brother Van He." Zhang Tang's entire body directly froze, with an unbelievable face, as if his heart had been stepped on alive, and his entire aura instantly shriveled down. Following that, he pounced on his son's long-cold corpse like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, his eyes cracking. "Fanner, my Fanner, you open your eyes to see, for father came to save you." Unfortunately, no matter how much he cried out, the corpse would not give him a response. "No, no." In a flash, the wail of pain penetrated the clouds. The Zhang family's talker's terrifying aura erupted out. Gloom enveloped the area, and all the surrounding people of the Zhang group were plunged into the middle of the tremor. I'm afraid that the entire dragon continent is going to be plunged into a major earthquake when the head of the family is so enraged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Tang's bloodshot eyes shed tears, and his gums were bleeding from biting. "Dare to kill my son? I will split all of your Long family into 5 horses in pieces." His face was filled with a fierce, murderous aura, and his scarlet eyes were covered with twisted blood. "All Zhang family members listen. Give me the blood to wash this prison. Kill him and leave no one behind. Kill." With a command, all the armed men of the Zhang clan let out a blood rage roar in unison, their voices rolling and deafening, as if a torrent breaking through a dam. All the Zhang family members raised their weapons in their hands and charged towards the prison with an unstoppable momentum. With the floodwaters rushing in, the prison is like a flatboat that will capsize in an instant. And Wei Chio didn't forget to add a vicious blow on the side, as he grimly crooked up the corner of his mouth and burst out in a stern voice. Order the artillery unit to aim at the prison and open fire immediately. 019. Worthless. No matter how many famous and talented people you have under your command, how many of them will be left after a few dozen cannon blasts? Wei Qiu grimly gritted his teeth. Dare to stand against the Zhang family. No matter how powerful you are, you have to be turned into a wisp of flying ash. However, the report that came back from the Zhang family's men directly made him stay in place. Report dash. Lord Wei, those dozens of cannons are broken and can't fire. What? Dozens of cannons? How can they say they're broken? A bird of prey flew into the gunnel and blocked the inside. Asterisk 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 Q. What the hell is going on here? Wei Qiu clasped his hands over his head in a fit of hysterical griping. Zhang Tang's face on the side was also unsightly, but a scene that made him even more devastated soon appeared. The tens of thousands of Zhang clan's men that he had brought with him were actually killed and routed in a single glance. Originally, he thought that with so many people, he had also bulldozed the prison using human warfare. But I didn't expect that the human body torrent that hit the head of the charge simply couldn't rush the platinum shield guard that resisted the front, as if it was a steel city wall, unable to shake with it in the slightest. Hordeless alliance. I will definitely exterminate your 9 clans. Zhang Tang was so furious that he cursed, but even though he could no longer vent his incompetent rage, there was no way to stop the situation from being rotten. Long Bubad himself had not yet made a move, and the 10,000 Zhang clan men and women that he had brought with him were going to be taken care of. The platinum shield guards fended off in front, the 9 dragons axe master reaped the rewards in the back, and the 7 blades of blood shadow saw fit to pick on the leader cadres. And then the most terrifying of all, the Hall of Slaying Gods. They killed people as if they were slaughtering dogs, skillfully and efficiently cutting grass. With such a bloody horror clearly in his hands, he had no expression on his face and didn't even blink. They are professional killing machines. The earth-shattering shouts of killing turned into miserable wailing in no time at all. Beyond the prison, rolling heads, corpses and blood flowed. Large swaths of the Zhang clan's men and horses were killed to the point that they lost their fighting spirit and threw away their armor, screaming in fear and turning around to flee. Zhang Tong looked at the Icanthus, roared and ordered to let the close men around him to go forward to supervise the battle. Dare to retreat, kill without amnesty. But there were simply too many people backing up and fleeing for their lives. And those few people around him were not worth mentioning at all, and in an instant they were drowned in the flow of people in the opposite direction. The jig is up. Zhang Tang knelt on the ground with a stagnant face, becoming a king and losing. At this moment he knew that he had lost in paralysis and carelessness. If he had known, he would not have been in such a hurry, and prepared more men and horses and weapons and equipment to come over. It really shouldn't be a fluke, but there are no second chances in life, and sometimes it is a small, insignificant mistake that can completely bury a person's future destiny. He wanted to struggle a bit more to get Wei Qiu's Imperial Guards to come back for support, but when he turned his head, he realized that his good son-in-law in the east bed had long since disappeared at some point. Wei Qiu. Zhang Tong hated to gnash his teeth, but there is no way to do. The big problem is flying separately. People can do this. Degree is already benevolent and righteous. He wasn't really too worried though. The Zhang family is powerful. He is a great man high above the ground. There is no comparison with the bottom ants. For him, this small failure is nothing, not even a hair of the root. He had already called back to inform all of it to his old father. The true centerpiece of the Zhang family, the pinnacle of the sea, the head of the cabinet giants that the lord of the dragon continent relied on the most, Pavilion Elder Zhang Songjiang. His old man must be able to find a way to punish this unbeatable god of the Southern Navy. Speak of the devil. He looked up, and Long Bubad was holding a gun to his forehead. What are your other last words? A soul-deterring murderous aura that went straight to the sky. Zhang Tang was stunned for an instant. Under this murderous aura, he only felt hopelessly helpless and small, and the certainty in his heart that Long Bubad wouldn't dare to kill him turned into uncertainty. With shivering lips he asked, You really dare to kill me? Long Biren coldly said, You dared to kill my brother. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? One size does not fit all. If you kill me, you will no longer have a foothold in the dragon continent. He secretly dialed his old father's phone number and sent it to Long Bubad. If you don't believe me, ask yourself. Long Bubad had a disbelieving face, wanting to scoff twice, but too lazy to bother with more words. Only contempt in his eyes that was worse than looking at even garbage. Consuming one more minute of spit to use on this crap is a waste. He answered the phone and heard a very old, and obviously forced, angry voice coming from it. Speak directly to your terms, Lord Warlord. while the old man can still retain a shred of sanity. As soon as he heard this, Long Boobad knew what the other party meant. He couldn't help but scoff. Why? If you can't keep your sanity, it's like you can clean me up. Tidying you up is like slaughtering a chicken. It's just that my son is in your hands, so I want to negotiate with you as much as possible, so that we don't have to start a real fight and cause the earth to be devastated. Long Boobad sneered a few times and nodded his head. Good. I also don't want to injure the people by mistake and stir up trouble because of my own affairs. My request is very simple, but it's just an eye for an eye and blood for blood. Now that your grandson's life has offset my brother's life, it's considered to be too clear. But the matter of you slandering our Long family 8 years ago, the matter of sending me to the cannon fodder troop, as well as the matter of tormenting my parents and relatives this time around, I want to pay back all of it. Pavilion Master Zhang suddenly let out a loud laugh like a rusty rotten bellows. Ah ha 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 ha. It's really a slip of the tongue. What is the status of my Zhang family members and what is the status of your Long family members? To even put them together and compare them, and ask for equal repayment. Do you think this is possible? Long Boobad's eyes exploded with a burst of extremely cold light. Are you saying that the people of my Long family are not worth mentioning in front of your Zhang family? Isn't it obvious? Lord Military God, now that you're capable and have become a Grand Marshal in charge of a party's legion, perhaps you think that you've risen to the occasion and can be compared to a true giant of the inner court like us, but let me tell you, you're still not good enough in front of my Zhang clan. It's true that you have 200,000 Long non-navy, but my Zhang clan possesses more than 10 million soldiers, and don't forget, your navy's military expenses in the end rely on whose finances are supporting. The old man only need to open a golden mouth. Believe it or not, the soldiers under your command will immediately mutiny. At that time, I'm afraid you can only do that, disgraceful bare-rod commander. When Long Boobad heard this, he laughed instead of being angry and laughed ha, feeling that he had never been so funny before. The wanton laughter sent a shiver down Chapter Vine's spine. What? What are you laughing at? Laughing at your old father's pride and arrogance, and at your dog's life, which no longer has any need to survive. He raised his pistol and aimed it at Octo's head, and the obese man looked incredulous. Wait, you're really going to kill me? Look at that shocked look on your face. When you were brutalizing my family before, did you not think that you would be brutalized in the same way by someone else? As Long Biro spoke, his expression gradually became hideous. Oh yes, I almost forgot. It wouldn't do to kill you so easily. That would be too cheap. How did you torture my loved ones again? He rushed to the side with a look, and Wang Ying licked his lips excitedly and walked forward with a bloodthirsty smile. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly clicked and twisted Zhang Tang's wrist. Dash. A pig-killing, miserable howl that made people suck in a breath of cold air shocked the heavens and pierced the void. 020. Order of the Lord of the Continent. Dash. Please spare me. Spare me, please, Unexpectedly, Wang Ying only made a move to torture for less than half a minute. This Zhang Tong couldn't stand it, covered in sweat, paralyzed like a maggot on the ground, and began to kowtow and beg for mercy. Then the screaming stopped abruptly. Wang Ying was quite surprised and scratched his head. Marshal, this guy's ability to withstand is also too weak. So he fainted? Dragon Not Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. Wake him up and continue. Yes. Wang Ying poured a pot of cold water on his head, and then the mournful screams once again resounded through the sky. Long Boobad's cell phone call had not been disconnected. Just now the opposite side of the chapter court elder had been roaring and ranting angrily. He did not take care of it. Now, though, it's time for another chat. Now do you still insist on what you just thought? Say again that my dragon family is not known before you? Several seconds of dead silence fell over there. The old man's voice then became low and hoarse with undisguised emotion. Painful grief, gnashing of teeth, hatred, as well as suppressed rage to the extreme. After torturing the old man's precious son like this, you should be satisfied now, shouldn't you? Long Boobad shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not even close to what my loved ones have suffered. Lord Court, then I'll let you torture him a little longer, and as long as you don't do anything to kill him, there's still room to salvage everything. Wang Ying over there was shocked to hear that, not expecting that the unrivaled Zhang family would also make such a huge concession. What a way for the sun to come out of the west. But he was surprised to be surprised. The hand movement did not stop at all. This fat got full of maggots. Not a piece of bone is hard. All the soft fat. He tortured up the feeling can be very good. Pavilion Master Zhang once again became agitated and warned Wang Ying to stop immediately. His voice sounded as if he was an old wolf that had been starved and caged for 3 days. and even if his teeth were falling out and his sharpness was gone, he would still use what was left of his gums to tear you a mouthful of meat. However, Wang Ying didn't give a damn and continued to laugh maliciously as the torture continued. Long Bu Bad coldly laughed. Redemption? I'm sorry, I don't need any undoing. The condition just now, not a single bit of it can be worse. If you accept it, get ready to gather all the family members collectively. I will pay a visit to the door and tell all of you to pay back the price. Pavilion Elder Zhang's voice was close to hissing. Do you really want to push our Zhang family to the brink of extinction? Ha ha ha. Long Bu Bad laughed in a caracal voice, speaking as if I'm the evil one. I'm clearly just returning the favor. If you hadn't come to brutalize my loved ones first, how would I have gotten the retribution I'm getting now? Have you ever thought that you wouldn't be where you are today if we hadn't pushed you so hard and had you assigned to a cannon fodder unit? Ah ha 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 ha. Long Not Bad this time is completely Bung Bu live. Cover the belly. Burst out laughing on the spot. Ha 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 ha. It seems like that's really the logic. Then do I still have to thank you for that, Pavilion Master Zhang? As a result, the opposite side of the very serious said, it's not really can't thank. After all, I said these are the truth. All the suffering experienced in life is the gift given by God. Have to cherish as the saying goes, the heavens must first agonize, strain and starve their bodies. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Long Bu Bad angrily scolded. Such robber logic, reversing right and wrong, is truly abominable. I, Long Bu Bad, have lived for 26 years, but I have never seen such a brazen person like you. You can't say that. Young people don't get carried away. What I'm saying can be the truth. Turns out that side wasn't even the slightest bit impressed and was still trying and brainwash him. Long Bu Bad also didn't bother with him anymore. Coldly laughed. In that case, then I'll come and let all of your Zhang family's entire clan go through experience my suffering. Simple and direct. Starting with the cannon fodder troop with a survival rate of less than 0.1%. There was a moment of silence there. As if poked to the core, those horribly brainwashing words came to an abrupt end. Long Bu Bad snorted a cold laugh. It's okay for other people to go through trials and tribulations, but it's not okay for you to go through trials and tribulations, right? Sure enough, the wicked have to be wicked. Reasoning with him is out of your mind. By order of the Continent Lord, Commander of the Longnan Navy, Long Bu Bad, listen to the decree. Pavilion Master Zhang suddenly seemed like a different person. His voice was like a bell, and he said these words solemnly. Long Bu Bad froze for a second, then snorted loudly. Don't pretend, Pavilion Master Zhang. How can the order of the Continent Master be conveyed through a telephone, or with the help of your mouth? It's really a joke. Don't believe it? Look at this. On the other side of the video phone, a golden-colored imperial decree appeared. Long Bu Bad's gaze flashed wildly. This was exactly the golden paper used to record the Continent Lord's will. This paper is not gold, nor is it paper in the conventional sense of the word, but it is an artifact whose manufacturing process is an absolute secret. In addition to the Continental Master Palace of the Great Inner Paper-Making Workshop, no one can imitate, and once manufactured, is the text of the Self-Steel Seal, coupled with the Continental Master Jade Seal, which eliminates the possibility of someone to fake transmission of the decree, and at the same time, he received a corresponding top-secret text message on his cell phone. It's a unique number that only the main clans of the continent have. The Continent Lord has ordered you to put aside all grudges with the Zhang family and go back to the South Sea to preside over the war, and then return to the capital to resume your duties when the dust of the campaign to restore Ezhou settles, at which time the Continent Lord will return justice to you. What? Long Bu Bad's eyes widened angrily as he looked at the text on top of the imperial decree and the text message. And what was written really meant this. This is indeed the order of the Lord of the Continent. Indeed the Lord of the Continent. Long Bu Bad couldn't help but feel chills all over his body, and several different emotions were born in his heart. Aggrieved, indignant, resentful. It's hard to get even. Then, it could no longer stand it and erupted into a monstrous rage. His eyes were bloodshot, his steel teeth clenched, and he said in a hateful voice, to think that even the Lord of the Dragon Continent wants to stop me, Long Bu Bad, from taking revenge. Could it be that I was born to die for the sake of the country? Integrated the Navy, protected the country for 8 years, saved the tide from falling, and helped the building to tip over, but in return, I was not even able to retrieve the end of justice for my family's loved ones who were bullied and tortured? Marshal, Wang Ying had a pained look on his face, and with a thud, his knees hit the ground, and he was the first to kneel down in front of Long Bu Bad. This kind of order is simply heartless. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate. Marshal repeatedly saved the country in danger. The world owes you a life. And now your family is in trouble. The Continental Master does not give you some help and compensation, even if it is, but also have the face to order you to stop. Such a dim-witted and incompetent continent lord. It's fine if we don't serve him. Anyway, Ijo has been brought down by us now. We would like to embrace you as the new king of Ijo, and directly lead our army back to Dragon Continent to take revenge and kill him. When the leaders of the surrounding forces heard this, their faces couldn't help but redden with excitement as Ulla ran over and knelt down in front of Longbiren, Lord Military God for the Dragon Continent. All of his efforts, but was so cold. We really feel a chill. Since the Dragon Continent is so unkind, then Lord give up Ijo has been conquered. It is the time for the new king to be established. The great Marshal's achievements will last for 1,000 generations. We are all willing to accept the Marshal as the new king of Ijo. Please, Marshal, claim the throne. Please, Lord Warlord, claim the throne. The pleas come from the heart. One voice. One sentence. Deafening. Long Bubad was shocked to hear this, and realized that these people had long been expecting him to be king, and Pavilion Elder Zhang, who was on the video call, was also shocked by the scene. He questioned in a stern voice, Long Bubad, E-Continent has been a part of my Dragon Continent since ancient times, and although you have done a great deal of work, you must not act recklessly. To be king or not to be king is up to the Continent Master to decide. You dare to be king without authorization. You are wantonly plotting against the state, and you have to be executed for 9 clans. Have you thought clearly whether you can bear such a great crime? Wang Ying's eyes were bloodshot, and before Long Bubad could even react, he stood up on his own and roared at the cell phone with righteous indignation. I don't know how many times the 9 clans of the Marshal have been killed by you. If it wasn't for his own strength, where would you dirty worms be able to play tricks? He would have been invaded by foreign enemies and died 10,000 times. Ungrateful thing. If the Marshal hadn't stopped me, I would have been the first to fly over and slaughter your entire family. How dare you, harlot! All shut up. Long Bubad took a deep breath, looked at the Jie old man in the video, and slowly opened his mouth to speak. 021. Do unto others as they would have them do unto them. I want to see the Continent Lord. Long Burong stared at Pavilion Master Zhang in the video and said in a firm tone, No problem. I'll help you with the petition. Pavilion Master Zhang laughed heartily. In his opinion, Long Bubad was already prepared to give in. As expected, no matter how powerful a military god you are, there is simply no way to fight with our Zhang family. The people kneeling on the ground around them all looked anxious. Marshal, you can't. Lord Military God, do you really want to let go of the Zhang clan that brutalized your family? Lord Military God, you should not be the one who has something to fear. Long Bubad explained in a flat tone. I'm not fearful, and I won't let go. I just want to meet the Continent Lord and ask for clarification in front of him. The stone hanging in the hearts of the people then fell to the ground. It was also true that the Southern Navy god had always stood tall and would not fear anyone or anything, much less compromise with anyone, which was why they admired this man so much and were willing to gather under his banner. Within a short time, Pavilion Master Zhang replied, Continent Lord agrees to see you, at 9 o'clock this evening, the main forbidden city of Longjing, summoning you for an audience. At the same time, Long Biro received another message from the continent's main clan room in his cell phone. The Sinner Dragon is not bad. By order. With a solemn look on his face, he placed his cell phone on the ground and knelt in place, bowing deeply. The people around them all showed admiration on their faces. In their eyes, Long Bubad was fully capable of turning against the Continent Lord and replacing him himself, establishing a great cause for 1,000 generations. But he did not, but remained bowed down, showing obedience to the Continent Lord. What's this? A deep understanding of the principles. In the eyes of the chapter courtier, this gesture became something else. Calling himself a sinner means he is ready to be ambushed. Look how self-aware. It seemed that as long as one held the trump card of the Continent Lord in their hands, then no one under the heavens would be able to not fear his Zhang clan. Pavilion Elder Zhang said with a sneer on his face. Long Bubad, I thought you were really going to rebel, calling yourself a sinner. It seems like you still know that you've done wrong. So be it, then hurry up and release my son, and the matter of my grandson and your brother, as well as the grudge between our two families, will be decided by the Continent Lord. Long Biro snorted and laughed, faintly saying, I say, Pavilion Master Zhang, are you mistaken about something? Zhang's eyebrows knit up at once, and the not-so-old man had a premonition that something very bad was about to happen. Get what wrong? I call myself a sinner because of all these things I've done to wrong the world. Not anything to know I'm wrong. Long Bubad walked to that Zhang Tung who had long been convulsing in pain and was unable to stand up, and twisted his neck fiercely. What I do? I never ask, only my heart. Click. Only hearing a few pops of bones breaking, Zhang Tang's head was actually twisted 180 degrees alive. This obese man's eyes glared to the maximum in an instant, full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Long Bubad really dared to kill him, couldn't believe that he, who had such a prominent and honorable status, would die so simply. It's as cheap as a street dog. The gleam in his eyes then quickly faded. Declares a sinful life. Thus ended. Aha dash. The Zhang Gulao on the other end of the phone was in a rage. Stop dash. What the hell are you doing? Long Bira smiled gently, clouded in lightness. Nothing, just doing unto others as they do unto me. Fair enough, isn't it? This precious son of yours said earlier that he wanted to cut me into 5 pieces. So I'll let him taste the taste of 5 pieces now. And he said that he wanted to break me into pieces? Oh, don't worry. I'll arrange it for him right away. Long Bubad was like a skillful butcher. His hands rose and fell, very crisply separating Zhang Tang's limbs from above his torso and neatly arranging them together. You. Oh. Maybe it was because his movements were just too clean and sharp. Or maybe it was because the image was too shocking to see that the entire Zhang Pavilion elder fainted directly. The videophone dumped images pointing to a bloodless old man's face. Seeing his enemy in such pain, the hatred in Long Bubad's heart finally gained a trace of solace. But it's still not enough. Far from it. Don't worry. All the people in your Zhang clan who have brutalized my loved ones, I will come to my door one by one to claim my life. Not one of them will be able to escape. He closed the call, faced the group of transcendent power leaders behind him, and cupped his fists. Everyone, Dragon Not Bad, would like to thank you for your help today. All of them clasped their fists and returned the salute. No matter what, if Lord Military God has an order, we will do our best to follow him to the death. Lord Military God has been so gracious to us. Now this is just a small favor. What is there to worry about? If there is anything else we can be of use to you in the future, please feel free to ask. Lord Military God. In that case, then I will be grateful to all of you. Long Bira once again clasped his fists. When this matter is over, I will definitely come to the door one by one to help you all. The faces of the various chiefs were all smiles. They each had their own difficulties, and now with the help of the gods of the Southern Navy, many of the troubles that plagued them would surely be solved. After pacifying these people, Long Bubad called Wang Ying aside. This tall and fierce man looked anxious. Marshal, you don't really want to have an audience with the continent lord, do you? Now that the war in the South China Sea is over and you hold the naval power, they will definitely try to deal with you. Long Biren shook his head and said, you don't need to worry about this. What kind of person am I? Would I let them deal with it? Wang Ying was stunned, his face slightly red. Hao Ran said, is my subordinate is overthinking. Martial God martial arts. Even if the means of the big inside all out, I guess cannot help you. Long Bubad nodded, slowly said, I am concerned about the matter. Is the world's life? For this Longzhou land, Zhang's tumor has long been deep into the bone marrow. Do not remove it. Once removed will certainly cause a chain reaction. I'm afraid that all the pus and poisonous sores will be exposed at that time. For the scourge of the living, I want you to rush back to the South China Sea, to make the 3 admirals give up the Izhou, to lead the Longnan Navy, and to run to Huchu immediately, to watch over the economic lifeline of my dragon continent. After saying that, Long Bubad handed over the military talisman to Wang Ying with a solemn face. Wang Ying was directly shocked. Running to Huzhou? We've worked so hard for so many years to fight down Izhou. Don't want it? Now that my dragon continent is on the verge of a great sickness, and it is difficult for me to protect myself, even if I eat Izhou, I will not be able to digest it, so I might as well not eat it. But, Wang Ying faced difficult. Izhou since ancient museum affluent. The output of the economic value is comparable to the entire Longzhou 2/10. Such a large piece of fat meat. Give up on this. It is a pity. He couldn't help but admonish. Marshal, why don't you consider my previous proposal? Izhou up and down has long been conquered by your prestige. You only need to raise your arm and call out. All the people do not dare not king. Between the time and then Izhou is a springboard to plan the continent. Not 10 years. The dragon continent is your bag in the bag. Long Bubad coldly said. Then you can join the military department as a high official, right? Wang Ying looked terrified. His liver and gallbladder trembled. His forehead instantly seethed with bean-sized beads of sweat, and he snapped and knelt down for Long Bubad. I would never dare. Marshal, I've never had such an idea. It's okay, A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. It's human nature. I don't blame you. He turned around with his hands behind his back. But in the future, if you still hold such treacherous thoughts, then I will not blame me, Long Biren, for not remembering my old feelings, usurping power and plotting rebellion. The dragon continent is in chaos. The foreign army invasion. The country is broken. He Long Bubad will never do this kind of death of the country. I'll go back and pass on the order. Wang Ying knocked 3 times on the ground, his forehead bleeding before he got up and left. Dragon Not Bad exhaled deeply and got up, heading straight for the infirmary. 022. Take it to the dogs. In the infirmary, the 3 imperial doctors stayed in front of the hospital bed sweating profusely, not daring to be negligent for a moment. Seeing Long Bubad come in, he hurriedly got up to welcome him. His attitude was more than 10 times more respectful than before. Obviously, the battle that happened outside the prison just now was something they all watched and were shocked by. Long Burong directly asked, "How is the situation of my 3 family members?" Back to the words of the Lord Military God. All of your family members are out of life-threatening danger and are now sleeping and resting, just waiting to slowly recover. How long do they have to sleep? They have all been severely battered and tortured previously, and are so mentally and physically exhausted that I'm afraid they'll have to sleep for a day and a night, if not longer. Dragon Not Bad nodded and walked over to his parents' bed first to check on them. The bandaged body appeared weak, but the steady breathing and the steadily fluctuating graph patterns on the heart monitor were reassuring. He went to his sister's bed again, and this time saw a scene that made him burst into a rage. His sister's originally flowery and pretty face was unexpectedly full of horizontal and ugly wounds. What kind of person would do such a beastly thing? It really deserves to die. He burst out with a shocking roar. Come on, man. In. A platinum flying feather guard of the No Horde Alliance stepped forward and kneeled respectfully. Long Bubad furiously said, "Go and chop up the corpses of the 2 Zhangtang Fan and feed them all to the dogs." Yes. The flying feather guard left with a sinister face, and he forced down his anger again and called the 3 imperial doctors. 3 gentlemen. This face of my sister's. Is there any possibility of recovery? As soon as he saw that the 3 imperial doctors all looked embarrassed, the fury in his heart instantly came back to the edge of being uncontrollable. Is there a way or not? Talk to me. The 3 of them were startled and quickly spoke. Marshal, don't be anxious. The way of healing and beauty, although it deviates slightly from the medical skills we have learned throughout our lives, we know someone who should be able to find a way. Who? The best beautician in Longjing, Su Baixue. She claims that as long as the payment is in place, no matter how ugly the face is, it can become as beautiful as heaven. Beautician? Long Bubad was slightly skeptical, feeling that his sister's face was no longer something that could be salvaged by simple beauty treatments. It was covered with scabby, tender red bars with jagged edges, like the feet of a centipede. So appalling to look at that it would probably take a full replacement of the face to recover from it. The imperial doctor hurriedly explained, outwardly claiming to be a beautician. She actually also takes care of cosmetic surgery jobs. Otherwise she wouldn't dare to claim that any kind of face can be made beautiful. Plastic surgery? There was some reluctance, but there really wasn't a better way. If my sister woke up and saw herself so ugly, she would probably be so upset that she would die. Right. Long Biro suddenly reacted. Can this Su Baixue have a facelift according to the established likeness? Wouldn't it be great if he could make his sister look like she did before, so she wouldn't even have time to realize she was disfigured? The imperial doctor smiled and returned. Her specialty is exactly this hand. Of course this is the highest level of service. It requires a great deal of expense and is not accessible to the general public. Long Bubad was overjoyed and hurriedly called for someone to invite that 100 Flower Island GMA Palace Master to come over. Not long after, the GMA Palace Master entered the infirmary with lotus steps and frequent winks. The marshal called my slave here. But is there something that requires the company of a beautiful woman? Saying that, he also threw a flirtatious wink towards Long Bubad. The corner of Long Bubad's mouth twitched, pointing at his sister. Ah! The GMA Palace Master was startled. Who is this? This is my sister. These 3 imperial doctors said that her face can only be cured by someone named Su Baixue. Is this true? Who would have expected that the GMA Palace Master's flirtatious smile would instantly freeze on her face? She glared fiercely at the 3 old men, then revealed a helpless expression. In reply to the words of the marshal, "It is true. Then this matter will be left to you." Long Burong asked. "No problem, right? Of course, it would be a blessing for my slave to serve Lord Warlord, but that woman has always demanded a high price. Can you afford it?" The dragon didn't freeze for a moment. Are you kidding? What in the world can he not afford? Feel free to let her make an offer. I'll pay whatever she's got, as long as she's got it. Yes. The GMA Palace Master gave a slight salute and led the way. As Long Bu Bad looked at her, he felt that she seemed to be very reluctant, like she loathed that Su Baishuet to the core, and was only willing to make this sacrifice for him out of the submissiveness and reverence in her heart. Long Bu Bad couldn't help but sigh. If it was usual he definitely wouldn't be this forceful, but this matter concerned his sister's face, so he couldn't help but be cautious. It goes without saying how important the face is to a beautiful young girl. He was already very sorry for his sister. If this matter is not handled well, he as a brother must feel so guilty that he will die head-on. However, he was still relieved to leave this matter to the GMA Palace Master. Dragon Not Bad came to the warden's office and summoned the heads of the transcendent forces, instructing them to stay here. This prison is in a good location, and the facilities are easy to utilize, so you will stand guard here and wait for word from me. And the safety of my parents and sister is in your hands. We will live up to Lord Military God's trust. A group of chiefs, all kneeling in unison. In that case, I thank you all. The dragon was not bad as he gave them a hug and turned to leave, settling in with his family. He had business to attend to. Enter the forbidden city of the Lord of the Capital and face the Lord of the Dragon Continent. But no sooner had he gotten into a jeep than a ghostly soft figure abruptly emerged from the back seat, carrying an awe-inspiring murderous aura, and a dark fragrance that took his breath away. Long Bu Bad glanced at the rearview mirror and said indifferently, "So it's the county princess lady of the Killing God Palace. This marshal still has important matters to attend to, so it's inconvenient to stay with him. Please also go down. Brother Jun Shun, you're only 3 years older than me. Let's not be so outgoing, right?" The ghostly girl laughed. "If you're going to do something important, take me with you. I can help with anything." Dragon Not Bad some headache. This Killing God Palace County Lord has always been lawless inertia, who are not afraid of the word. Even her old man cannot clean up her. But now is an extraordinary time. He can't care too much. Directly reprimanded, "I have important things to do. Hurry up and immediately go down to me. Otherwise your father can't save you even if he comes." "You!" The ghostly girl's smile collapsed and she hammered the seat hard a few times and huffed down. The jeep started up and had just pulled out of the prison when a lean figure came in through the open window. It was none other than the Lord of the Killing God Temple. His face was white and his forehead was sweaty, and as soon as he came in, he asked Long Burong to apologize. "I have taught my daughter poorly. Please punish Lord Military God." "No harm done." Long Bu Bad's eyes turned and asked, "I heard that what she practiced was the Thousand Faces spy envoy of the Killing God Palace, which can transform into 1,000 faces to spy on intelligence. I do have a mission here that I need her to complete. Please command me, Lord Military God, and my ungrateful daughter will do her best." "Very well." Long Bu Bad nodded his head. "Then let her find out 2 things. One is how exactly my Long family has recently offended the Zhang family and why I have been persecuted by the Zhang family in retaliation. And the second is who exactly is secretly guiding me to deal with the Zhang family, favoring to send a video of my family's brutal torture at the time when I was having a showdown with the Ezhou Navy." He then added, "As for you, bring all your elites and accompany me to meet the Continent Lord." "Yes." The Slaying God Hall Master's gaze was like a torch as he solemnly responded. He was overjoyed in his heart to be able to bring his Killing God Palace along to meet the Continent Lord. It was evident that Long Biren trusted them. 5 years ago, if it wasn't for Long Bu Bad's intervention, they would have been defeated by their archenemy, Shura Hall. Over the past 5 years, they had been able to absorb each other's forces and grow, all thanks to the might of the Southern Navy God. That was why today, 5 years later, he had rushed over to respond to the military god's order without any hesitation, just to repay Long Buri's favor. And it's not as simple as just repaying the favor. If one could take this opportunity to ride on the great ship of Dragon Unbreakable, it would definitely be of great benefit to the future of the Slaying God Palace. From then on, it is not certain that he will soar to the top and reign supreme among the transcendent powers. If he could still recruit Long Biru as his son-in-law. The Slaying God Palace Master's heart flinched as he hurriedly dismissed this treacherous idea. The might of the Lord Military God was something he simply couldn't manage. "It would be a great honor to have my daughter serve as a maid beside His Excellency." With a smile on his lips, the Killing God Temple Master hurriedly took out his cell phone to contact his precious daughter. As long as she could do the task that Long Biro had given her well, then the entire Slaying God Palace's position beside Lord Military God would certainly be more secure. The dragon, on the other hand, is not bad, and drives quietly. What was coming, he knew, could be a really tough fight. 023. Ambush within an ambush. Above the night, the bright moon was hanging, right in the center of the dragon capital, the main forbidden city, outside the south heavenly gate. It was silent. Dragon Not Bad was alone and knocked on the city gates. Knock knock. The 5-meter-high metal gate was deafening as he knocked on it. A loud noise destroys the silence, and the figures of several forbidden city guards emerge from the city's top, sternly inquiring, "Who is the visitor?" "Southern Navy God. Dragon Not Bad." Swish 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 swish. Suddenly, countless torches were lit, dispersing the night, and the lights came on. A stern aura flashed in Longbiru's eyes. Under the firelight, countless heavily armed figures of the forbidden guards were actually revealed, guns in hand, moving in a neat, synchronized motion, aimed him. So there was an ambush. Ahahaha. I didn't realize that the mighty Southern Navy God was just a person with courage but no strategy. A looming and burly man walked out of the crowd with a big smile. It was Wei Chio. With a smug look on his face, he reached out and pointed his hand at Long Bubad, sternly shouting, "Raise your hands and surrender, Long Bubad. You're already surrounded by my men." Long Bubad looked as calm as ever. This bland look instantly enraged Wei Chio. "What kind of reaction is that? You're already surrounded by my people, don't you see?" He then picked his eyes and laughed lightly, thinking he understood. "Oh, I see. You're ignorant and fearless. Ha! Then I'll be merciful and tell you that in front of you is the most elite sniping regiment under my command. 1,000 sharpshooters and 1,000 guns. Now you should know to be afraid, right?" Long Biren gave a light laugh and snorted. "The army of a defeated general. What is there to fear? You." Wei Chio was so angry that his veins were all exposed at once, and the flesh of his face could not stop twitching. But he quickly calmed down. The corner of his mouth hooked into a crazy sneer, disdainfully saying, "I have to admit, your forced calmness is indeed very imposing, but alas, it's pointless to do so, and there are still only 2 paths in front of you, surrender, or death." The dragon was not bad and shook his head. "Only the weak choose the path that others have prepared for you, the strong never blaze the trail by themselves. I just have one question. Are you doing this on the orders of the continent master? Or is it the chapter's intention?" Ahahaha. Wei Chio threw back his head and let out a burst of unbridled laughter. "So what if it's on the orders of the continent lord? How about the chapter group? Anyway, you're about to become a corpse. I advise you to surrender, so that you can at least have a decent death, and I promise to leave you with a whole corpse. Yes?" Long Bubad's tone was flat and ancient as he said, "If you don't say, then I'll go and ask in person." He gently raised his right hand. Wei Chio was stunned. What's that supposed to mean? Surrender? But that's 2 hands up. What's 1 hand up? And that's not the way to lift a surrender. The next moment, he knew what it meant. A wave of killing intent that he had never felt before, as if it was a shocking wave, erupted from Long Bubad and enveloped the entire field in an instant. Like a torrent destroying houses and a tsunami sweeping through the city, the intense spiritual power crushed over, causing everyone to lose their sanity in this instant by this explosive killing intent. Even the torches that were blazing across the room were suddenly extinguished. The fear in Wei Chio's heart went straight to the sky, and a name immediately came to mind. The Temple of the God of Murder. The fearful thought extermination formation. An ancient killing formation specifically designed to ambush large groups of troops. As the signature technique of the Temple of the God of Murder, the fear of nihilism formation has long been known for its ferocity, and it is said that it was used in a key battle in the Dragon Continent several hundred years ago to kill 30,000 troops at once. It was said to have killed 30,000 troops in one go during a crucial battle in the Dragon Continent hundreds of years ago. But hadn't the fearful thought extermination formation been lost a long time ago? It has even been proven by research scholars to be an exaggeration of historical sources, and that there is no way such a thing could exist in reality, with absolutely no scientific basis whatsoever. He couldn't figure out why something that had long been lost would come back into existence and still be mastered and used by Longbiru. So the answer was obvious. It wasn't the fearful thought extinction formation. That kind of thing simply can't exist. However, what happened next hit Wei Chio's face hard. Swish swish swish. In the shadows, there was an abrupt sound of a sharp knife entering flesh, as well as a muffled grunt and scream from the forbidden guards under his command. How is this? How is this possible? Wei Chio's eyes were wide with anger, and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The terror of this majestic killing intent was so great that even he was unable to break free from the suppression. Brush up. A wet and bloody sound. A fresh and elite human life. This is the end of it. In the shadows, only black shadows could be seen flickering. A god of death that had long been ambushed in the dark, frantically harvesting human lives. After a few minutes, The shocking waves of killing intent finally returned to calmness, and in its place was the deadly aura of silent intent fangs. Young and strong people who died too many deaths at once, their souls gathering but not dispersing, their dead energy condensing into intent, piercing their skin like the fangs of wild beasts and eroding their hearts. Puff! Wei Chio's face was ashen and he fell to his knees in dismay. He could never have imagined that Long Bu Bad would have such energy. Tell me, did the order for you to bring people here to ambush me come from the continent master? Or the Zhang family? An icy cold voice came from the top of his head. Fong Fong under the influence of the dead air. Wei Chio had no recalcitrant thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes and sighed. Chauvinist is greedy for enjoyment. The chapter of the court of the old man to throw his favorite. The palace to eat, wear and use. The huge sums of money spent are from the chapter family. The will of the chapter is the will of the chauvinist. What did you say? In the eyes of the dragon not bad. A stern aura skyrocketed. I didn't expect that this lord of the dragon continent would be infiltrated by a monopolizing family to such an extent. No wonder it can be so rampant, opening and closing its mouth to exterminate people's entire family. What about the War Department? He asked in a deep voice. The Ministry of War can still stand alone. After all, the international situation is treacherous, and the other three giant families will not let the Zhang family dominate, holding together on the side of the Ministry of War to fight against it, or else, or what? Otherwise, with your origins, you wouldn't be able to become a Southern Navy god. Wei Chio looked like he had completely given up, kneeling on the ground, knowing what to say. But the dragon was not bad, only felt ridiculous. It turns out that the appointment of the military god's grand marshal is never based on battle merit, but on relationship. He then asked, how much do you know about the Zhang family framing my Long family back then? I don't know. I've never paid attention to you guys. The first time I heard that you were the Southern Navy god was still today. The information about you is top secret on the side of the military ministry. Otherwise the Zhang family wouldn't dare to offend you so blatantly. The dragon was not bad in silence. There must be some kind of shocking conspiracy in this. Someone wanted to use his hand to deal with the Zhang family. Who the hell is it? The remaining three of the four giant families? Or two? Or one? Whoever it is? It now appears that the man behind the curtain has succeeded. Just might not have expected him to be so ruthless, killing the Zhang group without leaving a single piece of armor, taking out all the Zhang family's head talkers and heirs, and forcing them to come to the main forbidden city to meet the continent lord in person. Dragon Not Bad would never let go of the person behind this. A little thought will be able to understand. His family and did not deliberately go to provoke the chapter family. The chapter family why after 8 years now suddenly began to go crazy like torture and destruction of his family, but also made into a video out. Let him see. It must be this man behind the scenes who is manipulating everything. This matter, he must track down to the end. In the end who is secretly manipulating all this. He will make it pay the heaviest price. 024. Facing the Lord of the Continent. I've said everything you've asked. Can I, please let me live? Wei Chio knelt on the ground and asked these words in a very humiliating manner. The dragon was not bad looking at him with an expressionless face. What do you think? Having tried to put himself to death so many times before, there was no way that Long Bu Bad would let him go. Wei Chio was stunned, and then he directly exploded in anger. I've even kneeled down for you. Why are you still refusing to let me go? He suddenly stood up, and his right hand blasted out a terrifying punch that exploded with sonic booms, slamming into Long Bu Bad. The commander of the Imperial Forest suddenly struck with a desperate blow, and the sky collapsed. The light in Long Bu Bad's eyes exploded, and in the nick of time, he dodged by grazing the edge of the fist. The explosive and terrifying fist wind and chi directly shredded his collar. Wei Chio's eyes were enraged. His left hand exploded out again, holding a dagger strike, stabbing at Long Bu Bad's heart. Such a close distance, such a fast stabbing, straight to the vitals. Even if it was Long Bu Bad, there was no way to avoid it. At this moment, Wei Chio had already made a successful judgment in his heart. This stab of his, absolutely no one could avoid it. His judgment was correct. Long Burong could not dodge, nor did he, but stretched out his right hand and firmly captured Wei Chio's wrist that was stabbing at him. This grip, like an iron tree rooted, motionless. Wei Chio's pair of bull's eyes were about to glaze over. How is that possible? Long Burong snorted coldly. How is it impossible? Click, 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 frying beans like a pop. With a firm grip, the wrist shattered. Wei Chio threw back his head and let out an absolutely miserable howl. Just after venting the pain, the next second, his chest was hit by another punch. An invincible blow that directly smashed him to the point that his arteries burst and his heart muscle was shattered. Pua dash. Wei Chio sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer exert itself, and he fell to the ground limply. I lost. He looked at Long Bubad, who stood up like a war god, and smiled miserably. Already knowing that there was no possibility of survival, he used all his strength to send out his last begging. Just please, don't target my family. The dragon was not bad looking at his pleading eyes and acquiesced. Although this Wei Chio had threatened to exterminate his entire family many times before, that was after all just a mouthful, and he hadn't been involved in the atrocities of torturing his loved ones. There is nothing wrong with not involving his family. Seeing this, Wei Chio only finally let go of this last breath. His head tilted, and he died of gas. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and the commander-in-chief of the 100,000 Imperial Guards of the capital perished. Long Burong sighed and turned around to enter the palace. The main forbidden garden, lit up. Within the palace, Langyuan Qianglu, and in the garden, the fog is dense. Wine pools and meat forests. Countless flower petals floated on the surface of the fragrant pool water, and a gorgeous young man, blindfolded, chased and fought with 40 to 50 unclothed and stunningly beautiful concubines in the pool water. He was the lord of the dragon continent of this generation, Ji Hoyen. At this time, he was laughing and giggling, groping in the warm pool water that was less than half a man's height, and from time to time, he grabbed a slippery beauty queen and carried her delicate body into his arms, wantonly caressing her. The beauty girl shrieked a few times, couldn't stand to run away, so he laughed again and started a new round of chasing and teasing. The pool was full of heckling and laughter from the magi, and just then, an old eunuch came running from outside the garden in a panic and flopped down on his knees by the pool. Master Chow is not well. That traitor of the Southern Navy god forced his way in and said he demands to see you. What? Ji Hoyen removed the blindfold with one hand and asked in a grumpy irritation. Wasn't the outside already handed over to Wei Chio? Why would you still let him in? The old slave dared to guess touch once that the southern heavily gate did not pass out a gunshot. People came in. Must be that Wei Chio collusion thieves. Take the initiative to let him in. What? Ji Hoyen was dumbfounded. Wei Chio is his personally appointed commander-in-chief of the Imperial Forest Army. Trust very much. Just now also took the initiative to apply for the mobilization of 1,000 elite forbidden guards said to ambush the rebel military god, to ensure that a blow to kill his life. But now it is a direct defection? It's backfired. It's really backfired. He opened his mouth and erupted into a hysterical roar. The Zhang family's people dared to lie to me. Against the grain. It's really against the way and reason. Do they still want to live or not? The old eunuch's heart is helpless. This has been deceiving you as not the Zhang family? He shook off his head and hurriedly said, Master, run away. Now that the two parties are cooperating in one place, they are surely going to carry out that usurping power and plotting treason. You'd better hurry and run. Oh yeah, run. Ji Hoyen then remembered this most crucial thing, and not caring about anger, he grunted and climbed out of the pool and ran to the backyard. Beauty girls see the situation scared white, shrinking in the pool in fear at a loss for words. One of them is even more panicked, pounced on a hold Ji Hoyen's feet. Master Chow, take one of the slaves. I'll roll your yard. Ji Hoyen directly as a kick into her face, kicked her pretty little nose or crooked cracked. Blood flowed like a stream. The beauty of the Ji immediately screamed in pain to let go. The old eunuch even went up and snapped and stomped on her face, swearing harshly and angrily under his breath. Something that doesn't know how to die. Is the foot of the continent master something you can just hug? Woo. I don't dare. Chow master, forgive me. I don't dare. This pathetic wailing plea for mercy should be smelled crying tears. However, the old eunuch is simply do not care. Still like kicking a dog. General Fierce Step. I told you that you're a servant girl who doesn't keep her eyes open. I told you that you're a servant girl who doesn't keep her eyes open. Ji Hoyen, however, had a twinkle in his eye, as if he had suddenly thought of some good idea, and ordered these beauty queens in a stern voice. You all give me listen. If the traitor chases me here later, you all have to give me all your strength to stop him. And if you fail to do so and cause me to be caught up by him, all of you have to be put to death by 9 clans. Ha! The beauty queens were directly stunned, their jaws staring at Ji Hoyen, their faces filled with horror and despair. But he didn't care. He just turned around and was going to run away. But who would have thought that at the exit of the backyard, a handsome young man had already been waiting here for a long time. Your Majesty, Lord of the Continent, recognize me? Ji Hoyen was so scared that his face went white, and when he saw Long Bubad's face, He was even more so when his entire body was directly dumbfounded in place. Your dragon not bad? He froze for a while before he swallowed hard and reacted. Yes, that's right, exactly. Long Birong queried. Didn't His Majesty, the continent lord, issue an order agreeing for me to come and meet you only in the afternoon before? How come you forgot about it after only a few hours have passed? How can that be? Ha ha ha, haven't forgotten. Ji Hoyan laughed awkwardly a few times. That imperial decree is just the Zheng Pavilion elder wants him to set up. He simply did not want to see the dragon is not bad. Tightening the bathrobe around him, he barely put on the appearance of a continental lord. The dragon army god perennial combat in the South China Sea. The protection of the country has the merit. This time it is the recovery of the treasure island of Izhou. Labor and hard work. I agreed to meet you this time, mainly because I want to comfort you and reward you for your achievements. The dragon laughed in a not so bad way, a very funny laugh. Before that he had thought of 10,000 images of the lord of the continent, imagining how he was a man with the looks of an emperor. But I didn't expect to really meet and realize that this guy is no different from a dude from a mega rich family. This was the lord of the dragon continent. And this was the person that millions of soldiers in the dragon continent had sworn to serve by throwing their heads and spilling their blood. It's ridiculous. Is that so? He asked. Then I wonder what kind of reward His Majesty, the continent lord, is going to offer me? Ji Hoyan's forehead saw sweat, stammered, Qianzhou land. I will give you. How? Long Birong froze. This guy, the moment he came up, he wanted to give him a fiefdom? Who would have guessed that this guy, seeing that Long Bubad didn't agree, hurriedly started to raise the price again. No, not satisfied? Then Shangshu. The land of Shangshu is a good place. I appoint you as the king of Shangshu. What do you think? Gotta. Straight to king. Long Bubad didn't say anything, only his face became ugly. The great dragon continent, showered with such a continental master. The country's misfortune. Ji Hoyan will not be a bad dragon did not agree. Are on the verge of tears? Then let it be Izhou. Izhou was fought down by you. Surely you want it. I appoint you as the king of Izhou. Don't look at me like that, Lord Military God. There's really no other place to seal. The better places have been occupied by the 4 great families. I can't give it to you even if I want to. A stern aura flashed in Long Bubad's eyes. He really wanted to slap the results of this dude continent master. It is a shame for a soldier to be loyal to such a master. But the country can't be without a king for a day. Every generation of the continent's main clan has only one sole seedling. Killing him will surely lead to chaos in the dragon continent. It's a true pandemonium, the extent of which is not at all comparable to the downfall of a Zhang family. Continent lord died. No one within the lord will lead to the division of the dragon continent. Between the 9 states, mutual conquest, foreign enemies waiting for the opportunity to enter. Will be the destruction of the country? The people are suffering. Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a voice like metaphysical ice, I don't want a fiefdom, nor do I want to be a king. Ha! Ji Hoyan directly people are scared silly. No land and no king. This is for his position as continent lord. I can't. Puff. The hallowed lord of the dragon continent, the descendant of Emperor Ji, had actually directly knelt down to Long Bubad. I beg you Lord Military God. The only thing I can't give up to you is this continent lord position. 025. Riptide. Who told you that I want this continental lordship of yours? With regard to Ji Hoyan's kneeling and pleading, Long Biran was feeling both angry and amused. I am asking for your resignation. Resignation? Ji Hoyan was surprised and delighted. The shocking thing was that with Long Bubad's current condition, even if he killed him with a knife he could seek power and usurp the throne to be the continental lord himself. But as a result, he now said that he wanted to resign. As for Joy, there is no need to say anything. It turned out that this dragon not bad was not as wolfish and treacherous as Pavilion Master Zhang had said. Long Bubad backed up half a step, bowed squarely and said, I have completed the task given to me by the Ministry of War at the beginning. That is, to protect the country's 10,000 miles of coasts, the recovery of the treasure island of Izhou. I, as a naval marshal, sacrificed his life for the country and the people. The merit is not small. However, I have caused such a great trouble, and in the future I will have to deal with the culprits who have harmed my family, so I am no longer qualified to hold the post of Marshal of the South Seas, and I only hope that the Lord of the Continent will give me the opportunity to offset my faults and allow me to ask for my resignation. Ji Hoyan smiled and laughed, busy helping Long Buwang up. Good to say, the military got adult heart for the country. Now on the chapter family shot. but also for a reason. I will never blame. Want to resign thing? Although I sigh pity, but also there is no reason to force to stay? Long Burong nodded and then said, then please also ask the continent lord to grant me a gold medal to avoid death as a vote of intent. Ha! This. Ji Ho Yen was then in a difficult position. The gold medal of exemption from death is from the order of the first emperor of Jianzhou. The holder of the gold medal can be exempted from the imperial death order once no matter what kind of crime he has committed. It has been passed down for thousands of years in Longzhou, and it is a national treasure of great value. But there are only 3 gold medals in total, all of which have been given out, and he doesn't have a single one in his hand. I've been exempted from death. Oh yes. Ji Ho Yen was in a hurry and said, there is another one at the Zhang family's place, so I'll bestow that one on you. The corners of Long Bu Bad's mouth twitched. This dude continent lord really would be generous at the expense of others. By the way, to use the gold medal of exemption from death you still need to cooperate with the order of the continent master. I'll let someone print you a copy to come. No matter who you give it to in the future it's valid. Ji Ho Yen eyes lanced. Is seeing kneeling in the corner of that side of the old eunuch? Busy let him go to the gold paper workshop printing order. Aye. Slave will do it now. The old eunuch hurriedly retreated. And only Long Baron and Ji Ho Yen were left in the same place. There were no words for a while. Ji Ho Yen was very nervous. The fact that Long Bu Bad was here made him feel like a man in his back, hating the other party to hurry up and roll. But he had a pragmatic expression on his face and couldn't stop smiling. Long Bu Bad, on the other hand, stood in place with an expressionless and indifferent face. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyebrows had been trembling slightly, as if he was forcibly suppressing some kind of injury. Soon the continent master order was delivered, and Long Bu Bad took it with one hand then directly disappeared in place. Ji Ho Yen was finally relieved. The old eunuchs were busy bowing and saying, congratulations master, congratulations master. Finally, this door slayer has been sent away. Ji Ho Yen nodded, a celebratory smile on his face like he had survived a robbery. Never been so thrilled in his life. He almost thought he was going to have to answer for it tonight. The old eunuch also said, there is another thing master. The old slave just received that the Imperial Forest Army Commander Wei Chiyo and 1,000 main forbidden guards all died in the South Gate Pass of the news. What? Ji Ho Yen was first shocked and unbelievable. Then he directly became furious. His forehead veins jumped wildly. His face was full of twisted grimaces. And he issued a questioning growl at the old eunuch. Are these people trash? 1,000 people can't stop one man. What about my great guards? Why don't they block him? The old eunuch fell to his knees with a flutter, crying and begging for mercy. Master, rest your anger. It's not that the inner guards didn't block him, but they couldn't. Outside of this Jade Pond Palace, all the guards on duty have already been brutally attacked by him. What? Ji Ho Yen's body swayed feebly, nearly falling on his head. What kind of fairy is this? By his own strength, he killed all of his 1,000 main forbidden guards, not to mention that he also took out those few most powerful great inner guards. One must know that they were known as the strongest first guards of the world in the Dragon Continent, supreme experts who could take on 1,000 men at a time. Imbeciles, imbeciles. The 24 yamen, 12 supervisors, 4 divisions, and 8 bureaus of this palace, from the guards at the capital gate to the governors of the various factories, are all rice buckets. Ji Ho Yen cursed like a madman, tearing his shirt and cloaking his head. What the world's first guard? What the strongest in the Dragon Continent? What loyal and good generals? Ha ha, all of them are lies. Lies. I am also stupid. I have believed in your evil. Ha ha, I'm such a complete and utter fool. Ha ha, ah ha 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 ha, like a madman. Ji Ho Yen ran away while cursing and jumping. Looking at the old eunuch's heart, he had mixed feelings. He knew that the sky of this Dragon Continent had changed. This world would never again be the world of his continental master from now on. Outside the Jade Pond Palace, a figure suddenly appeared in a dark corner. It is the dragon that is not bad. At this time, his face was so bad that even standing was a bit shaky. Reaching out and crouching on the wall, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh. It was only after this mouthful of old blood was spat out that he gradually felt better and whispered to himself, I didn't expect the backlash to be this severe. As a border of the killing god's fierce spirit, he had already overdrawn too much of his killing intent today. Especially the fearful thought extermination formation that he had just hosted in order to exterminate those 1,000 Lord's forbidden guards. The backlash that his body had suffered was now intensifying and he couldn't suppress it anymore. One must hurry to find a place where the god of murder hides bones to heal. Long Bu Bad was burdened with the murderous spirit of the god of murder. The use of the murderous spirit has long been perfected. Generally speaking, how much has been used are able to recover on their own, but he is really overdrawn today, and has already injured the origin of the murderous spirit. In this state, not to mention revenge, even normal suppression of subordinates could not be done. There was no way to release the killing aura. Then he was no different from an ordinary military god general officer. Naturally he could not convince the public. That's why he was in a hurry and resigned from the royal court. To regain his status, he had to find a place where a deceased slayer god had buried his corpse, so that he could make up for it by drawing on the remaining slayer source essence in the bones. But how hard it is to find such a place. The Great Dragon Continent, even though it has a long history, but can become the character of the god of killers, and there have been a few people? Not to mention the fact that it also allowed him to find the god of murder's hiding place for his bones. Anyone who kills a god must have killed countless people when he was alive, and in his later years, he was afraid of revenge from his enemies, so he would definitely hide his bones very deeply. Even if he had a wide network of people, it would be extremely difficult to find such a place. And, can't make a big deal about finding it yet. Long Bu Bad frowned. He had killed too many enemy soldiers on the battlefield, and had too many enemies. If those people knew that he was in a poor state now, he would definitely incur the trouble of killing them. It looks like the revenge against the Zhang family will have to be stepped up. If he waited for him to find a place to finish his convalescence, then I'm afraid that the whole Zhang family would have run away without a trace. He pondered, resting for a moment before emerging from the shadows. Lord Military God. A dark shadow flashed swiftly and knelt down in front of him. And it was none other than the slaying god Palace Master. The people have already been deployed, just waiting for your order to take over this main forbidden palace. Long Biru's gaze flinched, and then immediately coldly lowered his face. When did I say that I was going to take over this main forbidden palace? The slaying god Hall Master was stunned at once, like a basin of cool water drenching his head. He was too exuberant. The party had Dragon Not Bad presiding over it, allowing him to successfully participate in the mighty heavenly secret method of fearful thought extinction formation that shook the four seas. It was really killing cool. The power of this formation crowned the world, and the harvesting of 1,000 people in the blink of an eye made him feel that he was already invincible. So much so that he didn't carefully surmise the meaning of the Dragon Not Bad. It turned out that this trip to the main forbidden palace was really just to meet the continent master. His face turned white, his head covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly bowed his head and confessed. Lord Military God rests his anger. I've gone AWOL. Please punish me. 026. Zhang's bottom card. The chastisement will be spared, and you have not caused any trouble. Long Bu Bad helped the killing god Palace Master up and said, there is something I would like to ask you to do. There is a slight lack of killing chi in my body, so send someone to look for it and see if there is a place where the killing god hides his bones here in the dragon capital. Ha! The killing god temple master's eyes were rounded and he subconsciously asked, Marshal, you have the killing god's fierce spirit in your body as the source. The killing chi should be unceasing. How could it be in short supply? Long Bu Bad's face was expressionless and did not reply. He immediately realized that he had slipped up and once again flung himself to his knees to confess his guilt. I deserve to die. To ask such a treacherous question. Please punish me, my lord. Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. As a superior, would he not be able to detect these little thoughts under his hand? It's just a smart asterisk. He wasn't very angry either. It's just that the face that needs to be put on still needs to be put on. Unnecessary temptation will be spared. The things that should let you know, I will let you know. The things that should not let you know, even if you try to find out, you may not be able to have any benefits. Be careful to know more, and in turn, lead to the trouble of killing your own body. I am honored to follow your lordship's teachings. The slaying god Hall Master's cold sweat broke out and he bowed his head in response. What the marshal commanded. I will send someone to do it. No, I will personally go and do it. Keep a low profile, and don't make a big deal out of it. Yes, I understand. The dragon was not bad as he nodded, his tiger eyes silently exploding with a burst of ferocious light like devouring hell. Next it's the Zhang family's turn. This time I'm going to let them know what it means to be truly cruel. Summon the 9 dragons Axe Lord, the allied lord of no harmony, to join me in bloodshed of the Zhang family. Yes, late at night, the Zhang family clan's first garden. There were screams, shouts and pleas for mercy. Knives cut flesh, swords stained with blood, axes cut heads, and fires burned to the sky. Patriarchal shrine. Zhang Galao led the whole clan to kneel in front of the rows of ancestors, weeping bitterly and in tears. I'm so unfilial that I've attracted a horrible existence that I shouldn't have attracted. And my family's 100-year foundation is about to collapse, so I have no face to face my ancestors. Knock knock. 3 loud heads. Straight to the brainstar knocked out blood. However, this dying old man seemed to care nothing about it, staring at the ancestral tablets on the desk with bloodshot eyes. Now that the great enemy is at hand, the old man has already planned to fight to the death. I only hope that my ancestors can help me. My Zhang clan's great swan fortune shouldn't be cut off. He suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist, opened his mouth and sprayed a poof of blood on it, his bloodshot eyes glaring out of their sockets as he opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. Please, soul of the clan, heaven's grace is immense. Protect my Zhang clan, please, soul of the clan, heaven's grace is immense. Protect my Zhang clan. Underneath the hall, all of the Zhang clan's first family members burst out with a terrifying roar and slit their wrists in unison. Zip, zip, zip. Dozens of streams of blood flowed onto the ground, converging into a puddle of blood. Pavilion Master Zhang's gaze abruptly flashed violently, and he raised his hand to smash over a blood-colored precious jade, only to hear a popping sound. The blood-colored precious jade instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the blood puddle splattered in all directions, staining the walls of the hall, and actually generating an astonishing grievous aura. Resentment filled the hall in the blink of an eye, stirring up the air currents, sounding like shrill whistles and ghostly cries, releasing an extremely terrifying aura, with all the ancestral tablets tipping over and the doors and windows being sealed shut in death. It was the only super soul power boundary in the world that was 10,000 times stronger than a bronze wall. Everyone there was at peace, no longer kneeling and kowtowing, and no longer trembling in their bodies. With this boundary, it can ensure that their Zhang family is safe. Pavilion Master Sang's mood, too, was lighter than ever. This time, he broke the Blood Prana Clan Soul Jade, the protective card bestowed by the founding continent lord on their Zhang family, and thought that he would definitely be able to stop that southern navy god from killing his way into the hall. He was very confident in this. After all, this was their family's absolute defense. The other 3 giant families had intended to spend hundreds of billions of huge sums of money all over the world to seek. The other 3 giant families had intended to spend hundreds of billions of dollars all over the world to buy it, but they had not been able to buy it. It can be said that no one can break it in the 4 seas and in the 9 states and 10,000 directions. This was something that the then underground Heavenly King, the Lord of the Dark Net, and the mercenary emperor had personally tried during the time of the founding continent lord's conquest. A boundary that even the head of a top transcendent power like them couldn't break. There was even no one under the sky who could break it. The corners of this aged man's mouth had curled up uncontrollably. Soon, dozens of tall and fierce men with blood axes killed outside the hall. Seeing their hideous, bloodthirsty and cruel appearance, the Zhang family members hiding inside immediately panicked a bit. The murderous aura that was all about blood, like the evil ghosts from hell coming to claim their lives, scared them pale and cold sweat flowed down like rain. But when these fierce men tried to enter it, they were not allowed to inch in, trying to force a breakthrough, but all of them fell down with a miserable scream. Their seal halls black, fainted as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, and they could not even wake up. What forced movement? Electrified? Not really. It's so damn evil. It's a bit of fun. Let me try. But these people are all bullish, and the rest of them stared up with eyes like bronze bells, as if they did not believe in evil and tried to come up again. Then a set of men fell again. As it turned out, this galvanized them instead. Ha ha ha, so you kid can't do it either. Let your grandpa do it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pewter head. Let my lord step in. WOJ. Look good. I'll do it. Second wave. Third wave. Forward and backward. And it wasn't until hundreds of people were struck down by the power of the grievance spirit that they finally stopped trying. One by one. Scratching and clawing, unable to do anything. Looking in front of him again, there was already a pile of unconscious blood axe dudes. What's going on? At that moment a majestic man with a majestic blood aura appeared, and everyone's eyes lit up as they looked towards him. Axe Master, you're here. Everyone left in the Zhang family is in this hall, but this thing is so evil that when you get close, you'll somehow get knocked out. You can't get through throwing things, and you can't burn it by setting it on fire. Is it that evil? The 9 Dragons Axe Lord's mountain brow raised. Get out of the way. Let me do it. The Axe Master is mighty. There was a roar of approval all around. The 9 Dragons Axe Master took a deep breath and carried the Dragon Spectrum Divine Soldier Dragon Blood Heaven opening axe that only he could use as he took one step closer. His aura climbing up. 7 steps later, he had walked to the limit of how close his men could get just now. roughly 5 meters away from the hall door. At this time, he is really as if he wants to open the mountain. The force of the mountain, an axe down, can be split out of the day. However, his complexion was unusually grave, and his build-up continued as he took 6 more steps forward, 3 meters more than his men had reached before. It was only the last 2 meters away from breaking through the boundary. At this point, his face was already red from holding it in, but he didn't stop, taking 2 more final steps forward, his entire aura peaking in an instant. The surrounding minions were stunned, jaws agape in disbelief. At this moment, the Nine Dragons Axe Master was as if he was carrying 10,000 pounds of weight on his body. His entire body was taut and his body was constantly shaking. The Zhang family members who were inside the hall were all looking pale and tense in their hearts. Everyone on the scene, all of them tensed up that string. With that, the Nine Dragons Axe Master slowly raised the Dragon Blood Heaven opening axe in his hand that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. The axe body and blade have all been hot and red, and the momentum is horrifying. It seemed that even a mountain could be split open with this axe. However, at this time, the Nine Dragons Axe Master was secretly hasty in riding a tiger. He felt like a Tarzan was pressing down on him, his heart squeezing his hard to beat as if it were about to explode. He already had a feeling that he might have to be hit hard with this axe, but he had to tough it out now. Tai! With a loud roar that opened up the heavens, the Nine Dragons Axe Master's blow that poured out all his strength slashed down heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, the rolling divine axe slashed heavily on the boundary, and the violent commotion caused was as if a giant stone had fallen and struck, destroying mountains and rivers. However, the boundary remained intact. Put gag! The entire Nine Dragons Axe Master spat out blood and flew backwards, while the searing Dragon Blood Heaven opening axe was directly stuck hard in the air. The Axe Lord's complexion turned extremely shriveled in a flash, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and his expression was quite painful. But it's a good thing it didn't just pass out like the others did. He barely braced himself to get up and dropped to one knee, arching his hand above the eaves on the other side of the room. I am incompetent. I dare to ask Lord Military God to take action. It was only then that the surrounding group of people realized that a god-killing figure was standing on the eaves of the house over there. Wow! In a flash, he fell to his knees and shouted respectfully, "Please, Lord Military God, 027. The great vengeance is avenged." Long Bubad looked at the divine axe stuck in the boundary, and his pair of stern tiger eyes narrowed slightly. This boundary, it's a big deal. Starting with the name of Absolute Grievance Wall. It was made by the Grievance Spellguard under the founding Continent Lord's Imperial campaign, which was made by using the grievances of countless wronged souls as the driving force, and a specific bloodline as the triggering condition, and sealed with a certain kind of extremely precious gemstone. Once it was successfully released, the degree of difficulty in cracking it was the best in the 9 states. The Lord of the Continent and his trusted advisors hid within the boundaries to ensure that everything would be safe and secure. But it wasn't unbreakable for the dragon, not bad. Only, with the current state of the killing god fierce spirit in his body, even if he could break through this boundary, he was afraid that he would have to pay an extremely heavy price. For example, within a year, one can no longer use the slightest bit of killing energy. This was still the most ideal outcome. In the event that the slaying god Palace Master could help him successfully find the bone hiding place and could allow him to heal at ease. If the worst outcome was predicted, it would be that the killing god's fierce spirit suffered an unrecoverable and severe injury, and he might not be able to use his killing chi again for the rest of his life. But what's the harm in that? Now that his revenge was imminent, he had long since stopped caring so much. At this time, Long Bubad had long been in a rage, his steel teeth clenched. Regardless of the duty of protecting the country, think of what it is to build a career. Today he, Long Bubad, is to crush all of these enemies who cruelly tormented his loved ones. Sword out! He let out an explosive cry, and the sword at his waist instantly transformed into a flash of blood and flew into the sky. A whistling sound like a crane was provoked. In the next moment, he had flipped on his heel and leapt into the high sky. Sword come! Phew! When the crane returned, Long Biru already had his divine sword in his hand, pointing at the clan's ancestral hall below. Even if it's the world's #1 protective boundary, so what? Today, I, Long Bubad, will chop up this absolute grudge wall of yours. The divine sword Blood Sea Corpse Mountain, which was ranked 7th in the divine sword spectrum and known as the god of slaying's spear sword, suddenly emitted a ferocious buzzing sound. This sword is a divine sword and a fierce sword. Sword only kill, only slaughter, only butcher. The sword must have the heart of the murderous spirit of the god of murder, and the murder of one. Kill is me. I am killing. In order to control freely, can withstand the monstrous killing intent contained in this ferocious sword? This sword is the ultimate divine sword. Can break 10,000 armies, chop 10,000 things, kill 10,000 people. Sujin also no one can block. If you can't handle it, the sword will be the most ferocious sword in the world, and it will backfire on the bearer of the sword, causing his soul to be struck by fear, and his liver and guts to be split apart. This handle blood see corpse mountain. This world only dragon not bad make. The 9 dragons axe master kneeling below knew this sword. His eyes showed 10,000 admiration, staring at the unstoppable figure in the sky that seemed like a god of killing, agitated and in tears. The only one who can unify the world is the marshal. Buzz. A sword slashed out, opening up the sky and the earth. Wherever the sword chi was, it was invulnerable, and even the absolute grudge wall, which was the world's #1 protective boundary, was unstoppable. The brush was split in two, along with the clan shrine that was guarded by it. It was split in two. The Zhang clan members hidden in them all bled from their 7 orifices and died from the killing chi infused into their bodies. Where the sea of blood and mountains of corpses reach, there is no life. Any life would be cut off from all vitality in this extremely dense killing aura. And the dragon's feet, which were not bad, gently landed back on the ground. The sea of blood and mountains of corpses has been sheathed. The look was as usual. Everything seemed so breezy. He looked at the Zhang clan members who had died in a miserable state before him, looked at the aged old man who had died without resting his eyes, and closed his eyes slightly. The 9 dragons axe master hurriedly ran in and knelt down to celebrate. Congratulations, Lord Military God. The great vengeance has finally been avenged, and this dragon continent's rotting sore has finally been excised. And thanks to you guys. Where? It's our honor to serve Lord Military God. If it wasn't for Lord's guidance in the first place, where would my 9 dragons axe master be today? Dragon Not Bad nodded and opened his eyes, slightly emotional. You still remember the favor from the beginning. I'm very pleased, but the Zhang family's 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. After today, your 9 Dragons Island is bound to become a target, attracting countless forces to crusade against it, and my favor, I'm also counted as having returned the favor. Your Excellency is joking. I am acting on your orders to avenge your death. Who would dare to touch me? The forces of the 9 states? Long Bu Bad was silent. The 9 Dragons Axe Lord smiled again and said, and such a little thing that I did for your lordship. Can't repay your lordship's kindness to me at all? As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid at the source. The bandit repayment is also, and will always be considered as good as well. Ha ha. You, a reckless man of the jungle, have even learned some of the elegance of the literati. Long Bu Bad shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's fine. You and take your people to disperse on your own. But in the future, if anyone dares to make things difficult for you, call me. Yes. The 9 Dragons Axe Master was waiting for these words, and immediately retreated with his people with a smile on his face. If he could get a word of shelter from the Southern Navy god, this trip to bloodwash the Zhang family would not be in vain, no matter how many brothers are lost. It's blood money. On the other hand, Long Bu Bad, after everyone left, his body suddenly went limp and knelt on the ground, opening his mouth to vomit out a large puddle of blood. The entire person's aura, too, instantly shriveled to the extreme. The skin was pale, the bags under the eyes were dark, the lips were as pale as white paper, and the pair of gleaming eyes were filled with blood, like what you look like after spending the night with a beautiful woman and staying awake 7 times and 7 times in a row for 3 days. The corners of his mouth, however, lifted into a faint smile. It's like a celebration of life after a robbery. This level of backlash is considered the best result expected just now. He supported his body with his sword sheath and stood up, looking at the aged old man with relief in his eyes. Originally, I was saying that I was going to break all of you into pieces and dig up your ancestors' graves, so that I could return the favor to you, but seeing as you're also being used as a gun, let's forget about it. He shook his head, limped, leaned on his scabbard, and turned to leave. Now, all that's left is the man behind the curtain. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Long Biren picked it up and saw that it was the killing god temple master calling. My lord, how your family recently offended the Zhang family my little daughter has already found out. It was Wang Qian, the underground bandit leader of Longjing's East City. A cowboy junior under him green Zhang fan and then planted the evidence on your brother. What? The anger that had just been nearly extinguished in Long Bu Bad's heart burned up again. Then check for me. Why did this Wang Qian's little brother do this? Was he instructed by Wang Qian? Who was this Wang Qian instructed by? And who in the world is behind this? Checking is something that can be followed up. The hesitant voice of the killing god temple master came out. It's just that. It's just that Wang Qian is a member of the underground heavenly king, and after investigating, I'm afraid that in the end, it will end up on the underground heavenly king's head. Underground sky king. The dragon was not bad and sulked. Underground king of heaven. Control the entire dragon continent, all the underground industry of the leading hegemon. As long as it is in the road on the mixing, what people listen to not scared face white. Chilling fear? However, this guy in the eyes of others may be a top-notch character, but in front of him Long Bu Bad, to put it bluntly, is just that. It's time to clean up. As usual, it was just that in his current state. If he really had to fight the underground heavenly king, his chances of winning might be less than 50%. I know. He forced down his anger. Just hold off for a while, until I'm in better shape. Then I'll go and settle the score with this underground heavenly king. Yes. The phone hung up, but Long Bu Bad had already put away his sword sheath. As if he had not suffered any injuries, his steps were calm as he walked towards the outside of the Zhang family clan's first garden. 028. Long Zihao. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Private Concordia Hospital, Tunghua Middle Road, East City, Longjing. In the general ward, a plain-shirt youth with a naive face was lightly smiling as he peeled an apple for his parents. However, after peeling and cutting the fruit plate and handing it over to them, the old couple, who had just recovered from a major injury, didn't buy him at all. Not picking up at all. The old man with a white beard said bitterly, "How? This time there are big people against the Zhang family, so we picked up a life. But the Zhang family giant hegemony of the remnants is not so easy to remove clean. Next, my Longzhou land will be shaken by the storm. At this time when the country is in need of people, why do you want to quit the army? Ah?" Simple youth smiled and said, "Which has what, Stormy? Ah, we have recovered the treasure island of Izhou. The country is the time of strength. Your old man will enjoy a good old age on the line." TSK. What kind of asshole words are you saying? Treasure island is collected, but the remnants of the Zhang family are going to backfire. Ah, your kid is at least a sergeant. How can you not even see this situation? Is that so? But there's no shortage of me as a sergeant when it comes to fighting. The youth scratched his head and laughed nervously in defense. Then he was scolded by the old man. It's the responsibility of all to rise and fall of the nation. How is it that you are not missing a sergeant? Even the largest legion is made up of individual soldiers. If everyone is as greedy and afraid of death as you are, then will our country still be saved? Dad, you're also too righteous. You should tell those people in the Zhang family to go to the front line to serve the country. You, the old man, on the other hand, had a look of hatred and was too angry to speak, and next to the hospital bed, Mrs. Sunyang half-old lady is also angry. You retired back is good. Our 8 years as a soldier, also fought 8 years of war, even if it is to serve the country has been benevolent, but you say you are 26, why do not you bring a daughter-in-law back? When the youth heard this, he felt a headache. Mom, I'm in the army as a soldier, not a cheerleader, so how can I bring you back a daughter-in-law? That can't be left behind. Hurry up and go on a blind date for me. The girl I introduced you to yesterday was quite nice. Why don't you want to meet her? The youth said helplessly. It's not that I won't see Mom, it's that people simply don't see your son. No? What did you tell her? Honestly, no car, no house, no job. Have you said so? The old lady direct rage. Spittle sprayed his face. Car hurry to go to buy me. House our family resettlement house is not a house. And work also hurry to go to find me. Even when a security guard. Hobo you still have reason you. The youth had a headache and was about to open his mouth when his cell phone suddenly rang. He got up and walked out of the hospital room as if he had been pardoned. Hello? A thick, manly voice came from the phone. Marshall, your sister's side is recovering well. She's quarreling fiercely with your sister. Do you think you should come over to pacify her? The youth's aura instantly became stern. No longer the simplicity that he had just shown when he was with his family. As if a divine sword had been unsheathed. And his might was incomparable. What did you just call me? Koho-sama. I'm very sorry. You're at least the allied leader of the Hordeless Alliance. How can you not even notice this little thing? I have been negligent. So please forgive me, my lord. Never mind. The youth exhaled. Just be more careful next time. I'll be there now. Yes. The youth returned to the ward. And his whole person returned to the same naive look he had earlier. Dad. Mom. Flux's sister's side seems to be recovering. So I'll go over and see how things are going. The old man did not have the good sense to expel. Go. Hurry up. Nothing less to run to our side. go to find your job to go, or simply return to the army for me. It is not a disgrace to our old dragon family. Return to what army? Still think your son is not old enough, right? Hurry up and find me a daughter-in-law. It just so happens that Xiaoflu has quite a few friends. Let her introduce you to a few. You're crazy, wifey. People are high school girls. Your son is 26. How can you talk to them? What's wrong with a difference of 8 years? Nowadays in this era, people's age difference of 10 years good to be together are more than enough. Besides, if it wasn't for listening to his parents bickering that smelled too familiar to be true, the youth exited the hospital room with a sobbing face. When he came outside, his face was still uncontrollably dark. His parents don't know about his brother's death yet. They just think he's missing and are looking for him. This matter must never be known to them. Physical wounds can be recovered very quickly, but mental wounds, in some cases, may not be recovered for a lifetime. But as time went on, the matter could not be hidden too well after all. But there's nothing to be done about it. Try to hide it as long as you can. Walking out of the hospital and onto the road, a mediocre-looking cab pulled up straight in front of him. The youth directly got into the car, and the driver dressed in black bowed his head and saluted. It was none other than the Killing God Temple Master, who had a brawny aura. He looked respectful and said to the youth, "My lord, about the place where that killing god hides his bones, there is still no news for the time being. It's really too hard to find. There is also the matter that you have confided in me before. My daughter's side is still checking it out. The Zhang family has only just collapsed, and the whole of the dragon continent is in the midst of earthquakes, and that bandit leader Wang Qian is even more precautionary and watertight." The naive youth dragon not bad nodded gently. "I know. This matter can't be rushed. When I recover in 2 days, I'll personally go and settle the score with him. Let's go. Go to my sister's place." Yes. The car drove on and a military message suddenly played over the news radio. It is reported that a series of international issues caused by the recovery of the treasure island of Izhou by the Longnan Navy have been properly resolved. The Eagle Continent Federation agreed to conclude a 1-year non-aggression treaty with Longzhou. And a few days ago, the Longnan Navy has completely withdrawn from Izhou. Grand Marshal, the Killing God Temple Master smiled and complimented. "Your step of retreating is really too good. Now everyone can't guess your next move. They don't dare to act rashly." Long Bubad's face was bland. "The current me is retired Sergeant Long Zihao. Bubad is just the name I took for myself when I was awarded the title of military god. Only the commander-in-chief of the military department in the continent lord know that Long Bubad is Long Zihao. And my family has never known my true identity, so don't let the wind out of my sails." Yes, the Slaying God Temple Master wore a bitter smile. "Every time I hear Uncle and Aunt talk to you, I sweat for them. Does your excellency want to hide it for the rest of your life? Let's wait for the right time. Now is not the time." Yes. The car was silent for a while, and when Long Bubad saw that the Killing God Palace Master wanted to speak, he sighed softly and asked why. "My lord, that, regarding the matter of your spouse, even if it's just to put your aunt and uncle's minds at ease, if my daughter is able to help, please feel free to command." "Order what? Drive your car." "Yes." The Killing God Temple Master was so frightened that he hurriedly scurried out with a kick of the gas. 029. The Dragon Sisters. The best beauty hospital in Longjing, Fenghuan Shangmei Hospital, a general ward. When Long Bubad entered it, he was seeing a pair of sisters sulking with their heads hanging down relative to each other, seemingly having a big fight. The atmosphere was very bad. These two were none other than his elder sister and younger sister, Long Yanjun and Long Xiaoluan. One is a 1-in-a-million beauty wife who is dignified and virtuous and cooks well, and the other is a watery and charming forest beauty girl who is just a little bit jumpy. The sound of footsteps startled the two of them, and the coal-faced young girl Long Xiaofu, who was sitting on the hospital bed, instantly showed joy and took the lead to speak. "Brother, you're here. The doctor said that I've recovered, so hurry up and get me discharged." Long Bubad glanced at the beautiful wife next to him with a stunning charm and asked in confusion, "Isn't sis here before me? Why don't you let her do it for you?" If she didn't talk about it, the young girl puffed up her mouth in anger and slanted a pair of big curved eyes to hate people. "Tell her to get lost. I don't have her as a sister." Little fluorescence. Long Yanjun eyes full of heartache and helplessness. The exquisite face is like a heavenly fairy general character. Actually worried even wrinkles are shown. "Don't call me flickering, get the hell out of here." The young girl erupted into an angry snarl, and she was out of her mind for a moment, then stood up and left the room with a sigh. Long Bubad also sighed, sat down and said to the young girl, "Fluorescent sister, don't blame your sister. The Zhang family is powerful. This time when you and mom and dad are in trouble, Sister, she can't do anything. She also has her own family. She can't just ignore everything. So she just doesn't consider me and mom and dad family anymore. Who knows that Xiao fluorescence also came to the force. Once said even more justified. She just values her position in that rich family more than anything else. And what am I or my parents? Nothing in her eyes. She's just licking her chops. Licking the rich and powerful. She can lick the rich and powerful. Our Long family doesn't have the kind of people like her. Long Bu Bad lowly reprimanded. What kind of asshole words are you saying? After all, she is your sister. Your own sister who breaks the bones and connects the tendons. It was, and I'm not wrong. Long Xiaofu. The young girl only stopped when Long Bu Bad let out a roar, but she still deflated her mouth with a defiant expression. In that case, I am also at fault. Long Bu Bad said in a deep voice. Something happened to my family yet I'm still out there as a soldier. Not being able to protect this family at all. I don't deserve to be a member of the Long family either. What are you talking about, brother? The young girl was furious and frantically slapped the bed. You were not in a position to do anything. You were still fighting in the South China Sea, and you didn't know at all. Besides, you now get the news is not the first time to get discharged back. But what about that woman? That woman but watched me and mom and dad were taken away by the people of the Zhang family. Not even dare to say a word. Don't say it. Long Bu Bad sighed. Things are all in the past. The Zhang family bullied us and have already gotten their due retribution. I don't want to see our family fall apart because of this bull ***** family matter instead. Brother, the girl's eyes are red. You want to recognize, you can recognize. Anyway, I will not recognize her again. She is a. Let me and my parents be destroyed and tortured by those bad people. I will never forgive her in my life. The dragon was silent. It was said that it was difficult for a clear official to resolve a family matter, and he now realized it. Now that his sister had transferred all the torment she had suffered to her hatred of her sister for standing by and doing nothing. Even though he was an invincible military god who had won 100 battles, he was helpless at this time. Forget about her for a moment. Do you really feel alright physically? Of course. When Long Xiaofu heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows. What's a little bit of torture in the area? I've been well for a long time, and I'm looking forward to going back to school early to report to my classmates that I'm safe. Long Bu Bad looked at his little sister. Actually, a superfluous words cannot speak. Only bitter smile and shake his head. It was good to see that the face of that pure and lovely child was restored as it was. Okay, then pack up and I'll go get you discharged. Aha! Long Bu Bad went out to find the doctor to do the procedure, who knew that his sister had already done it and was waiting for him at the door of the doctor's office. Sis, the matter of Xiaofu. Don't talk about this. Long Yanjun pulled a head of Luan hair, said with a smile on her face. Mom's side wants me to help you get married. My side has already arranged it for you. Absolutely a golden opportunity. Go with sister to see that girl. Long Bu Bad's head was too big. He opened his mouth and wanted to refuse. But in front of his family, he couldn't afford to take out the same tough attitude he had towards his subordinates. You can't shake your head. This marriage is really good. It's not at all comparable to the one mom introduced to you before. This time the object is the daughter of my husband's sister-in-law's family. She's very pretty. Her body is great. Her personality is also good. If you get together with her, the two families will be closer to each other. How good is that? Long Not Bad a burst of speechless. Can't think of 8 years have not seen. At the beginning of love him to the bones of the sister even become such a color. Okay, let's meet then. Sister's hospitality is hard to refuse. Thinking of all the good she did to herself when she was a child, Long Bu Bad really can't bear to refuse. It was fine to meet him, and the other guy certainly couldn't see him anyway. Just kidding. Long Yanjun married into a famous and wealthy family in Longjing. A golden girl who grew up in that kind of family would not look at a poor veteran like him? But right now I have to take my fluorescent sister back to school, and I'll call you afterward. Good. Long Yanjun smiled brightly. Then I'll go home to prepare dinner first. That girl lives in my house, so you can meet as soon as you come over. What? Long Bu Bad opened his mouth wide, almost stunned. That's alright? What's wrong with that? I'll go back and get ready first. Hurry over after dropping off Fluxia. Long Yanjun smiled and left after she finished speaking, leaving Long Bu Bad alone and frozen in place. It's true that a rich family is different. It's a big family, and the whole family lives together, right? Lord Shouhao, should I send someone to investigate first? A tall man suddenly appeared beside Long Bu Bad and said in a low voice with his head hanging down. Long Bu Bad slanted a glance at him and said with a look of no good humor. What to check? What can't I trust in my sister's family? Give me a side. Yes, The man retreated with his head hanging down, an indescribable aggravation in his eyes hidden behind his eyebrows. Pity him as the ally of several transcendent forces. He was the only one to teach others a lesson. When had he ever been lectured by others like this? But being reprimanded by the man in front of him, he had no complaints and obediently retreated. Not to mention this grievance, to him, as long as it was something that could repay the favor of the Lord Military God, what was the harm in even dying? On Long Bu Bad's side, he directly took the elevator to the dean's room. There was a matter there that needed his attention. Previously, he had asked the GMA Palace Master of 100 Flower Island to contact the best beautician in Longjing and the director of this beauty hospital, Su Baixue, to come and restore his sister's appearance. Now that the looks are back, it's time for him to show it. 030. Despised brother. You really don't want anything in return? In the dean's office, Long Bu Bad looked at the shrewd-faced Yenli beauty in front of him with a surprised face. Su Baixue. She smiled with a beaming smile and said, to be able to do something for Lord Military God is a blessing that my little girl has cultivated in 8 lifetimes. So how can I care what kind of payment you ask for? Long Bu Bad's face sank slightly. Just now they had already talked for a while. This woman at first said a bunch of words of admiration and reverence for him, and then went on to gradually test the waters, both explicitly and implicitly, showing an intention of wanting to marry him to be the wife of the military god. But how could he agree? Although the Su Baixue help his sister to restore her appearance, is a great favor, but one size does not fit all. His dragon is not a bad woman, absolutely cannot choose so hastily. After explicitly refusing, the woman immediately apologized, saying that she was delusional and asked the military god Sama not to be offended. Of course, Long Bu Bad wouldn't blame. Only when he asked her again what she wanted as payment, she said she didn't want anything. This was what made Long Biru's face look unsettled. As the saying goes, it's the free ones that are the most expensive, and saying that you don't want anything on your lips means that you have a bigger picture in mind. The desire to be his wife was never given up. What exactly do you want? Don't be polite to me? You cured my sister's face. It's only right that I pay you. Lord Military God is joking. The youngest daughter really doesn't want anything from you. I'm already satisfied to be able to help you, and I'll go back to take a bath later, and enjoy all the time more than usual. As she spoke, she struck a charming and attractive pose, with a dimpled figure, intoxicating and mesmerizing eyes, and her cherry lips and soft tongue cross-sliding and writhing. It was a tantalizing one. Those two children's plump and soft jade mass, the thin neck, willow waist, peach buttocks, living a human being. But what kind of person is Long Bu Bad? Would he be tempted by female color? He acted as if he didn't see it and just repeatedly insisted on being paid. Su Baixue saw this and did not seduce again. Just a look of unconcern, politely refused, slowly sat back in front of the desk, began to fiddle with the computer. Seeing this, it was not good for him to continue to pursue the matter, and he arched his hand to take his leave. In that case, I'll keep this favor for now, and if Dr. Su has any difficulties in the future, it won't be too late to come back to me. With these words from the Lord Military God, my daughter will not have wasted those 10 or so hours of hard labor standing in front of the operating table. Su Baixue stood up and bowed back. Long Bu Bad secretly shook his head in his heart. This woman was too hypocritical. First, he implied that wanting to be his wife didn't work. Then he said he didn't want anything. And then finally he gave him this. Let's not even like it. Farewell. With a slight arch of his hand, he turned directly away. Snap click. The door to the room is closed. Su Baixue's sight until the end was glued to that handsome back, her complexion gradually becoming cold. If I can't take you, I can't take your family? Her eyes fell back to the computer screen. And on top of that, it was Long Xiaofu's previous horrible broken face full of hideous wounds, and the image of a handsome boy her age, hurrying to carry her into the hospital room. Long Bu Bad checked out of the hospital at the pay window downstairs, since he first sent his sister back to school. After getting out of the car, he stopped in front of the school and instructed his sister to speak. There are still about 2 months to go before the continental exams, so you can't afford to be too lax and study hard. I know. Nico inclined her head with a look of impatience. Long Bu Bad sighed. He knew that his sister's grades had always belonged to the hanging level, wild and used to it, and it was a rebellious age. She didn't love to study at all. Telling her to study hard is obviously not something she loves to hear. He shook his head and added, but you don't need to have too much pressure. Take as many exams as you can. Being happy is the most important. And when you can't find a job, your brother will support you. Long Xiaofu looked at her brother, whom she had not seen for 8 years, with a surprised face. Unable to speak, Long Bubad coughed and asked, "Do you think I'm bragging? Isn't it?" Long Xiaofu glared. "You're a retired sergeant. You still don't have a job for yourself, and you need to get a wife. What are you going to support me with?" He snorted and said, "This you do not care. In short, your brother these 8 years is not in vain. It can be said that in this Longjing there is no thing that cannot be set right. To raise you a little girl, more than enough. Ha dash?" Long Xiaolu cocked his head, then spread his hands and kept shaking his head. "Brother, bragging is really not a good habit." "I brag?" Long Bubad was crying and laughing. How many years had it been since the words he uttered had been questioned? This sister it's so callous. I can't believe that I don't even trust my own brother anymore. He forced a laugh and said, "Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll know when you finish the exam. Or I can give you a heads up first. Guess whose money you spent on this hospitalization to treat your injuries?" Long Xiaofu froze in place with a stunned face like she couldn't believe it. Stunned, frozen, like I've never met anything so shameless. Then, the corners of her mouth twitched wildly. A hint of disgust and contempt couldn't help but show in the large, clear eyes. Then she responded as if to herself and asked, "Brother, you didn't hear something from somewhere, did you? The dragon was not bad." "Ha? What is it?" Long Xiaoyu looked at him fixedly, wanting to say something but failing to do so. What was once a close brother and sister relationship ended up being raw after 8 years of no contact. Long Biron looked slightly gloomy with a face of emotion. "What is it? Exactly. You say." Long Xiaofu, however, did not say anything, but just sighed with a disappointed expression, shook his head, and pulled his suitcase into the school. This made Long Bubad even more puzzled. He caught up with his sister and pulled her in and asked, "What is it? What do you think I've inquired about? Tell me before you go." It was only as if Long Xiaolu finally couldn't help herself that she broke away from her brother's hand and said with a look of disdain, "Can you not force other people's credits onto yourself?" "Ha? Who did I take credit for?" Long Bubad was a puzzled face. "You pretend. Keep pretending." With an innocent look on his face, he spread his hands and said, "I'm not pretending. What am I pretending?" The contempt in the young girl's eyes became heavier, and she held back her nausea and said, "Good. Then let me ask you. You're a retired sergeant. Where did you get the money to send me to such a good hospital?" The dragon was not bad for a moment. This one can't really be explained. He instantly wanted to reveal his true identity, but then, given his sister's nature, she might make a big deal out of it among her friends, and when his enemies came to his door, it would be hard for him to deal with them in his current state, so he was left with silence. "See?" Long Xiaofu spread his two hands, directly rolled his eyes, and turned around to walk away. Long Bubad's face turned even more ugly. Looking at her sister, it seemed as if she had already determined who had saved herself from the Zheng family. That person is not him, but someone else. He instantly became furious, and his two casserole-sized fists clenched unexpectedly. Who dares to impersonate him and lie to his sister? It's a real death wish. 031. Thorough investigation in situ. Long Biru stood in place and did some slight contemplation. He didn't go after his sister to question her, because he knew how stubborn his sister was, and even if he did, he was bound to get no results. He also didn't call and order the people below him to do it. This is something he'll look into himself. Not next time, not tomorrow, now. He would like to see which one of the dog's courageous fellows dared to pretend to claim the credit of his dragon. Not bad. "I'm sorry, sis. I may have to delay things a little bit on your end," he muttered to himself as he pulled out his cell phone to call over and let him know. But he didn't want no one to answer. Probably busy with something. Long Bubad shook his head, put away his cell phone, and began to walk around the school's fence, then found a secluded place and tumbled in unnoticed. And at the same moment, Long Xiaofu had just entered the homeroom teacher's office to report. She had already been contacted beforehand, and when she saw her return at this time, a hint of complexity flashed in the balding homeroom teacher's expression. Of course he knows that Long Xiaoflu was taken away because he offended the Zhang family. But he only knows this. He is a small class teacher who dares to ask more questions. If he accidentally provoked the Zhang family, there will be no good fruit for him to eat. But since the Zhang family is now down, it's a good idea to ask for specifics. He pretended to sip his tea while casually asking, "Student Xiaofu, can you tell the teacher what you were doing before?" "What have I been doing? Don't you know, Mr. Huang?" Teacher Huang raised his eyes and was startled when he saw Long Xiaofu staring at him coldly. He had never seen such sinister eyes. Mischievous, hateful, resentful, and his eyes instantly averted. A little bit. He didn't dare ask any more questions. and nudged his mouth. Why don't you go to your dormitory and put your stuff away, and then go back to class on your own when class is over? You've always got your spot reserved. After all, it's a guilty conscience. Long Xiaofu grunted and turned to leave. At the end of class time, she put her things away and came into the classroom. Underneath the school uniform was a small, slightly revealing blouse. You can see the collarbone, armpits and waist and belly at a glance. White and flawless. She wore it that way on purpose. A few good female classmates have come up. Although long ago when the cell phone chat finished, this minute also cannot help but boo and warm up some. The rest of her classmates, however, were giving her strange looks. How he offended the Zhang family. What he was taken to do. These things can't be forbidden to gossip. Their eyes were uncomfortable, but Long Xiaofu didn't care, still talking and laughing intimately with her girlfriends as if nothing was wrong. But seeing as she was all intact without a single scratch, everyone's speculations didn't go in an excessive direction. I don't suppose she's been locked in a small dark room, is she? Mouth high on the chapter family and then punishing you for facing the wall or something. It's also true, otherwise it's impossible to have no injuries at all on your body. One of my previous classmates was beaten up so badly that he froze and took more than a year off from school. I've heard that it seems like it was young Su who helped her out so that she didn't get cleaned up by the Zhang family. Worthy of being young Su. So powerful. The students staked out in the corner whispered, and a couple of distinguished-looking girls next to them heard them and looked ill at ease. Saved her from the Zhang family? No way. Su Xiao wouldn't really be looking at this poor scummy girl, would he? He's the one who doesn't give a damn about anyone. I don't think so. They haven't even interacted before at all. They don't know each other at all. Humph. I'd say so. How could Su Xiao look at her? Earthy as a country bumpkin. A few well-informed girls came over to mock them. I don't think so. You all don't know? Know what? Someone saw it. Su Xiao carrying her into the hospital. What? There are also people saying that the one who brought down the Zhang family was the power behind Su Xiao. And you guys don't even know about this? It's... Several of the girls were subdued. Su Xiao is handsome. Su Xiao is arrogant. Su Xiao has a deep background. These are the consensus. That's why it's the boy wonder of all the girls in the school. In this world, everything is false. Only a deep background is king. What's more, Su Xiao is also handsome. Handsome that is called a faint heaven and earth darkness. No matter which innocent little girl to see, have to commit nymphomania. Jingle bells dash. The class bell rang, interrupting everyone's reverie. Unity went back to their seats. Long Xiaofu was the same, only before class. She picked up her phone and opened the photo album, taking one last sweet sneak peek at the one she had set as private as a special favorite. A picture of a handsome young girl holding her and entering the hospital. School hours. A handsome teenager carried his school uniform in one hand as he walked toward the open parking lot. Behind him, I don't know how many little schoolgirls with peachy eyes secretly followed just to have one more look at him. He didn't care and walked himself into the parking lot, pulled out his keys and got into the driver's seat of a Maserati. But just as he was about to start the car, he coldly saw the cold eyes of a plain-shirted young man in the rearview mirror. He was startled, and his pupils involuntarily narrowed to the limit in an instant. Don't be alarmed. Su Qiliang-san. Long Bu Bad smiled faintly and said, I'm not a bad person. Su Qiliang snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, but no good person would sneak into someone else's car. It can't be helped. It's the only place that's more convenient. Long Bu Bad shook his head and went straight to the point. Tell me, who in the world told you to get close to Long Xiaolu? Su Qiliang still smiled coldly, and also asked back, who are you? What does my matter with Xiaoflu have to do with you? I'm nobody, just a mediocre veteran. Su Qiliang's eyes lit up immediately. Your Flick's brother? Did she even tell you this? Long Bu Bad's mood was a bit complicated. Shaking his head, hurry up and give an account. Who actually sent you here? If the one behind you didn't screw you over, you should know how powerful I am. I'm sorry, but I have no comment on anything you ask. So kill or be killed as you see fit. Su Qiliang snorted and spread his two hands out, with a look of a dead pig. A high-flying man like him making such a rogue villainous gesture. If those little girls who fancied him saw it, I'm afraid they'd be in for a rude awakening. Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes slightly, and for a moment there really wasn't anything too good to do with him. If he gets rough with him, then if he stabs Long Xiaofu, I'm afraid that he, as the older brother, will repeat his sister's mistake. He didn't want to hear his sister say anything mean to him like I don't have you as a brother or you. He was silent for a few moments before he suddenly spoke out and questioned, what kind of person is Su Baixue to you? Yet Su Qiliang didn't even blink. What? Who is Su Baixue? Oh, you two are really related. What kind of person is Long Bubad? A glance can see that this guy is deliberately hiding. If you really do not know, that will not be this kind of reaction. Even the eyes do not blink. Obviously the heart has long been prepared. Really do not know. At least will also frown. This little boy's acting wasn't even good enough for him. Su Chilion's forehead was sweating. But he was still desperately acting. What are you talking about? What Su Baishu? You can't be thinking that there must be a relationship between people with the same last name, right? Ha 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 ha. Just laugh. Long Bubad is no longer do more words. Only said, but you kid give me remember. If dare to touch my sister a bit, I want you to be a eunuch for the rest of your life. Boo. The door of the car closed heavily. Su Chiliang jerked his head back to look over. Where was anyone else? He let out a long breath. Even without a murderous aura, the superior aura that Long Bubad had just inadvertently released had scared him enough. His whole body felt like it was paralyzed. Dropped. Muttering. Mud. There's absolutely no way this person is just an ordinary retired sergeant. He's at least a school rank officer, if not higher. He pressed his forehead involuntarily against the steering wheel and complained to the air. Sister, is there anyone under the sun who would screw over their brother like that? 032. No place to find the iron shoes. Longjing East City, Fudi Tianchi Villa Park. It was nearly dark when Long Biro got down from the cab, dressed in a straight and formal outfit, and entered with the gift he had just sent from the Harmless Alliance. With that heroic stance, even the old guard watching the door gave him a second glance, but the new security guard, who obviously had little eyesight, lifted his leg and was about to walk over and pull him to a halt. Got back stopped by the old guard. Brother Chen? Why are you stopping me? That person is obviously not the owner. With a snap, the little security guard received a blow to the back of the head. Stupid. If you're not the owner, you can't be the owner's guest of honor? The old security guard lectured in a bad mood. If you offend any big shot, be careful that 10,000 times won't be enough to kill you. Oh, the little security guard touched his head and muttered. How can he be an honored guest in a miscellaneous suit? But followed back anyway. On Long Bubad's side, he had already arrived outside a Western-style villa with a step like the wind. Looking at the imposing foreign villa in front of him, he smacked his lips, secretly saying that his sister had really married into a rich family. He was just about to ring the doorbell, but in the next instant, a pair of eyes snapped round. There was a very familiar aura that came up vaguely from 100 meters deep beneath his feet. It's the remains of the god of murder. He was almost immediately certain that this was the place where he had longed for the killing god to hide his bones. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Long Bubad was slightly agitated and felt it carefully. Although the source of the killing chi that came up from it was very weak, it was exceptionally pure. Precisely the top quality kind. By convalescing here, he would definitely be able to recover his peak in less than a year. It made him unable to resist a fire in his heart. At that time, no matter who it was, no one would think of telling him to be scrupulous. The black hand behind the curtain can be eliminated. Xiao Hao, what are you gawking at there? Hurry up and come in. At some point, Long Yanjun had already walked out from the villa to greet him, smiling brightly as she took his arm. You're finally here. Come on in. Holler. Long Bubad's gaze turned and followed his sister into the villa. The living room was opulent, luxurious and elegant. No one was there. The two of them went straight to the dining room where a large family was already waiting. Two icy cold-faced rich women, like the feeling of an older leftover woman. An old man who seemed to be demented. A man with a friendly smile. That is, his brother-in-law, Zhou Li Jie, and his cute 5-year-old niece, and a pretty girl of his age who was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Long Yanjun went to call her daughter first. Come Jinjin. Uncle is here. Quickly call uncle. Uncle. The little girl's crunchy bark was adorable. Long Bubad immediately laughed, put down the gift and picked her up for a good tease. What a cute little princess. What's your name? Zhou Jinjin. Good name. It's bound to be something in the future. Just put it down. Zhou Lijie came up. Brother-in-law hungry. Quickly sit down to eat. Don't be polite. Just like your own home. Long Bubad could not help but look at him one more time, and saw that his cordial smile did not seem to be a fake, and there was also a trifle of guilt hidden in it. I'm afraid that this time, when he wants to introduce him to someone, this man's intention is also in it. Okay, brother-in-law. The call of brother-in-law came from the heart, but as soon as he sat down, he was met with a cold grunt of derision from the rich woman with the pearl necklace. It's a stretch to go to the table and eat without even washing your hands. Long Bubad froze, but Zhou Lijie has already opened his mouth first to defend him. I told him to sit down. People come for the first time, where to so many rules. At the same time, he introduced him, this is my eldest sister, Zhou Meizhu, and my second sister, Zhou Mingyan. Zhou Meizhu grunted and said in a conspiratorial manner, you're in charge at home now, and I couldn't care less if it's dirty anyway. When these words came out, the smile on Long Yanjun's face froze. It was clearly meant to be, with a layer of her brother trying to tarnish the family. No one present was a cutie. The atmosphere became somber for a moment. Long Bubad glanced slightly and clearly felt the contempt these two rich women had for him. Ha. Another heavily made-up woman, Zhou Mingyan, suddenly covered her mouth with a somewhat exaggerated smile, contempt flashing in her eyes, reaching out to point to the gift he sent over. Yo, this also brought something over? Long Bubad glanced at it and said with a light smile, it's not something expensive, it's a gift from a friend. Bring it to brother-in-law for a taste. From a friend? A taste? Ah. This rich woman immediately erupted into a burst of exaggerated laughter, covering up her stomach and not at all politely reaching out and pointing at Long Bubad. What wine hasn't my brother had that he needs you to send him to taste? That pearl woman also sneered and interjected. And this friend's gift, also have the nerve to directly take it over like this? Really? I don't know what to say at all. This cheek is too thick. I say Yan Jun, is this really your own brother? How come it feels like it's not a star and a half difference from you? Long Yanjun smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to reply. Zhou Lijie smiled and rounded off. It's okay, this is also a brother-in-law's intentions. Even if you do not drink, you can also be used to do dishes. He was giving Long Bubad a step down. Who expected? Long Bubad said. This wine is really good, oh brother-in-law. My friend and I made a promise. Said that this is a first-class good wine. Do not believe that you unwrapped to drink a mouthful. Try to know. Zhou Lijie's face froze. His taste in wine has always been extremely high, and his cellar at home is full of famous wines from all over the world. He has never cared to tell lies about such things. And a good wine is a good wine, and a fart wine is a fart wine. So for the sake of his brother-in-law's face, he would never open the seal to try it. Later, eat first. Come on. If you don't eat, this table of good food will get cold. He had wanted to pull away from the topic, but it turned out that the words had instead provoked a new round of contempt from the two sisters. Really? Such a big table, and I don't know who it's waiting for to get cold. Saying that you're coming as a guest, but ending up being so late. You really don't take our Zhou family seriously. These two women spoke to each other in a conspiratorial manner, their eyes glancing at someone else, quite literally pointing the finger. Long Bubad couldn't say anything. This was indeed his problem, and stood up and apologized. It was my fault. I had something delayed. I'm really sorry. Humph. A flippant apology and that's it, wasting so much of our time. Do you know how many digits a minute of mine is when converted into money? Long Bubad smiled. Then you name a number. I'll pay for it. Can you pay for it? Look at your poor soldier's face. Can you afford to pay for it? The two rich women sang in unison, having made no effort to hide their contemptuous sneering faces. Enough! Zhou Lijie let out a low roar. His face had long been hard to see. What a joke! Our Zhou family isn't so bad that we don't even have this kind of hospitality. The two women grunted lightly in defiance, still full of contempt. Just really didn't talk much more. Zhou Lijie was relieved. Who expected that the dragon was not bad again? He stared tightly at Zhou Meizhu. Zhou Mingyan forcefully questioned. May I ask who gave you the courage to dare to look down on the soldiers? 033. What does he deserve? In the face of Long Bubad's questioning, Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan were both stunned. I didn't expect the stinking soldier to question them. What? You're proud of being a soldier? They were about to make a mocking remark right away, but they didn't expect that Long Durong's questioning had already come as if it was a raging storm. I just want to ask you, without a soldiers fighting on the front line, where would you be able to live in peace? If there were no soldiers throwing their heads and spilling their blood, vowing to die to protect the country, you would have all become slaves long ago. Do you know that? You. The two women pointed at Long Bubad, their lips trembling with anger. They can't refute what Long Bubad said, and they don't dare to refute it. Now the situation is so turbulent. They really want to make a big fuss about their remarks. So at this point, they could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. But Zhou Meizhu was the first to slow down, pulling the blind date, immediately counterattacked an army. Where did I look down on you soldiers? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't I still agree to let you come and get to know our family shunning? Yeah. As soon as this was mentioned, Long Yanjun instantly became energized and straight away called on her brother to introduce himself. Long Not Bad glanced at the beautiful girl, even still lowered his head there to play the phone, clearly is not even want to recognize with their own recognition, then lazy to bother more words. He directly smiled and said, the lifelong event cannot be rushed. First live together for a period of time to see it. It happens that mom and dad's side will soon be discharged from the hospital. The family house is small, no extra room for me to live in. I see my brother-in-law's home here is quite large. The empty room is also more. Or I will live here it? He said, looking inquiringly at Zhou Lijie. Then everyone froze. Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan face unbelievable. Contemptuous squinting eyes are rounded up. Seems to be unable to believe that there is such a cheeky person in the world. That pretty girl is even more. A small cherry mouth opened wide. Directly can be stuffed into a duck egg. Even Long Yanjun froze, looking at his brother fixedly as if it was the first day he knew him. She knows very well how Long Bubad is a person with backbone and commitment. Otherwise he would not have resolutely enlisted in the army when he graduated from high school and went to the most dangerous frontline battlefield. As a result, she was now making this kind of request that was difficult for her to even talk about. Had her brother really changed? She looked deeply at the dragon. Not bad, but it didn't feel like it. On the other hand, Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan has been violated like a general frantic. No way. Absolutely not. You want to live in our house because you can't live in your own? How dare you make such a request? This is outrageous. Are all soldiers as shameless as you? The two Shruishiyes were close to pointing at Long Bubad's nose and cursing, but he didn't give a damn and just looked at Zhou Lijie with a faint look. Zhou Lijie was also surprised, never imagining that his brother-in-law would make such a request. Then he pondered for 2 seconds and nodded gently. Since you do have a hard time, brother-in-law, it's only natural for me to help as much as I can, so you can stay at my house for now, and it won't be too late for you to move out when you find another place to live someday. When Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan heard this, her face turned green. After saying that, he laughed again. It's just right to take this opportunity to get in touch with Shunning more. One is an iron-blooded warrior who has made great achievements for the country, and the other is a business elite who has returned from studying at a top-ranked overseas school. I think you two are really quite a good match. What's a good match? He's got a high school education. How can he be a good match for our Shunning? Zhou Meizhu first jumped out to oppose, but Zhou Mingyan, obviously more able to grasp the point, said, this recognize did not recognize it, but also first cohabit it up. Under the sky there are more outrageous things than this? This is a good ploy to steal the concept. But the dragon is not bad, only light sentence to her, choked to the body, trembling to say no words. Come on auntie, I'm not living with your old man here too? You. Come on, it's all family. What with living together and not living together? Zhou Lijie didn't want to listen to the two sisters croak and looked directly at his niece. Shu Nin, what do you think? This is originally Uncle's home. Uncle wants anyone to live in it. Where can I refuse? The girl accepted hopelessly while rolling her eyes violently towards Long Bubad. It was close to having the word contempt written on his face. Long Burong didn't get annoyed, so he just took care of his own food and ate. He's been hungry for a long time. Zhou Lijie saw this and hurriedly greeted. Come, eat. Yanjun, go get a bottle of flying mutai over here. I want to have a drink with my brother-in-law. Holler. Long Yanjun went off with a big smile, leaving Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan and the two of them secretly gritting their teeth. This flying mutai is more than $5,000 a bottle, so take out to a stinking soldier spoiled. Zhou Lijie does not hurt. They hurt but they didn't know that Long Bubad actually hadn't drank such a low-grade wine for a long time. But he wasn't picky about the wine, and if his brother-in-law was true to his word, he was there for the ride. Wine was poured and the husband and uncle pushed their glasses. Brother-in-law, don't call me brother-in-law either. Just call me Xiaohao from now on. That's a good feeling. Come on Xiaohao, drink up. The two men drank their wine and the whole table was never the same again. After 3 rounds of wine, food over 5 flavors, Zhou Lijie began to count up. The dragon is not bad, no work. To introduce him to work. After a man starts a family, he has to establish a career. How can he do without a career? As a security guard at the headquarters of our Tingda Insurance Group, you can work for $10,000 a month, which is not much, but it's better because it's easy and the threshold is low. So what do you think? The dragon was not bad and politely declined with a smile. When Zhou Lijie heard his tone, he felt that he was not able to see this job, and he was a little upset. Xiaohao, people should know themselves. In your situation, it's honestly hard to find a better job than this. Ahahaha, there's really no need for brother-in-law to bother with this matter. Seeing that Long Bubad still shook his head, the displeasure in his heart increased, and he no longer had the heart to help. Okay, I'm just going to go back to my room and take care of my work, so come back and talk to me when you've figured it out. As soon as he left, Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan immediately did not converge, immediately began to jump up in the face. Be sensible, you kid, or abandon what you just thought. If you really dare to live in our house, then don't blame us for being rude to you. Long Bu Bad is not even care, but still to his mouth to clip food. To the two old women angry directly through the chopsticks. On his way out, he didn't forget to scoff. Look at his poor face, like he's never had a good meal in 8 lifetimes. It's no wonder he's being patient. How could he, a poor soldier, let go of such a good opportunity to eat and drink for free? The skin is also really thick. It's really worthy of being from a lower class family. Hearing them say that, Long Yanjun's face became another ugly point. When everyone had left, she looked at her brother with a puzzled expression. Xiao Hao, what exactly do you think? Can you tell, sister? Who would have thought that Long Bu Bad asked her back? You should instead tell me if there is still a patient in this house who didn't come out during dinner just now. Long Yanjun was immediately startled and hastily covered her mouth. Geez, how did you know about this? I don't think I told you, did I? Of course not. Long Bu Bad shook his head and laughed. This house was built right above the remains of the god of murder. Where would an ordinary person be able to suppress it? It would be strange that no one would have problems. Seeing that these people are quite normal, then it must be that someone has helped them to absorb all the killing chi. Okay. Long Bu Bad put down his dishes and stood up. Show me over there. 034. Nobleman. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Long Yanjun simply could not imagine that her brother could cure that honorable person. She just felt that she had brought her brother there privately, and it would not be good for her husband to know about it. Tell your husband directly? Tell him that my brother somehow knows about my dad going crazy. Should I take him over there to check it out? It also seems too heartfelt, because Zhou Lijie will surely think that she told her brother beforehand. How could she know about such things without saying it beforehand? It's not explained at all. She just asked Long Biru again. How on earth did you know about this matter? That's out of your hands. Forget it if it's inconvenient. Long Bu Bad had no way to explain too much, so he just didn't bother, casually found a guest room as a bedroom, and went in to start healing his wounds. Long Yanjun didn't ask much when she saw this, because there were still a bunch of chores waiting for her to be busy. We'll have an honored guest tomorrow, and this dish will have to be prepared in advance. The following day at noon, Zhou Lijie brought his honored guests to the house for dinner. As the boss of an insurance company, the VIPs he needs to bring back home to contact are naturally important clients in his business. Director Wang of the Longjing Silicon Manufacturing Bureau. One party. The Silicon Manufacturing Bureau manages the local manufacturing and trading of all silicon crystal materials, which is especially important in this era when electronic products are a must-have for all hands, and is an important source of tax revenue for the country. The Directorate General of Silicon Manufacturing is capable of generating 1/5 of the state's tax revenue each year, and Zhou Lijie's Tengda Insurance Company undertakes the business of commercial insurance benefits for all employees of Longjing Silicon Manufacturing Bureau. This for Tengda brought nearly 30% increase in revenue, but also to facilitate the business of Zhou Lijie Young as the general manager of the Longjing branch. In the company has considerable power of speech. The main reason he brought Commissioner Wang to his home this time was to talk about renewing his contract for this year. However, I do not know. His second sister Zhou Mingyan is now lying on the edge of the door to eavesdrop. As for Director Wang's side, he was a bit worried. Xiao Zhou. This time the Zhang family collapsed. Our Silicon Manufacturing Bureau is also greatly involved. The other 3 big families want to check our accounts. All the problems accumulated in previous years. I'm afraid that this time they will be exposed. Zhou Lijie answered in a row, with a smile on his face and said, let's not talk about these annoyances. My wife has prepared your favorite Songjiang River dolphin. First go and taste if her handiwork has regressed. Ha ha, the puffer fish made by Xiaolong is a masterpiece. If it can be accompanied by a bottle of good wine, that's natural. All the collection in my cellar. You watch and pick as you please. Ha ha ha, then I'll be respectful. Both are wine lovers and have befriended each other precisely because of the wine. They joked and laughed as they entered the villa, but before they could go to the wine cellar on the second basement level, they smelled a strong aroma of wine. This flavor is. A pair of squinting eyes of Director Wang instantly widened. Some kind of extremely beautiful memories in his brain were suddenly aroused. His face was a surprise, and saliva in his mouth was immediately secreted. He pointed to Zhou Lijie's account. Good you a small Zhou. From where to get a bottle of 60 years old Mao Tai? Even stay until now do not say. Give me such a surprise. Zhou Lijie was also stunned. When did he have 60 years old Mao Tai? He couldn't even drink once a year from a top-quality cellar such as this 1 million-plus bottle. He hurriedly explained with a bitter smile, Elder Wang, you've misunderstood. Where in my cellar do I have such good wine? This is not my wine. What? Director Wang looked skeptical. This is your house. If it's not your wine, whose wine is it? He suddenly burst out laughing and reached out to slap Zhou's shoulder. Ah ha 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 ha, Xiao Zhou, ah Xiao Zhou. When did you learn to make such jokes? After saying that without waiting for Zhou Lijie to reply, he went into the restaurant first. As a result, the entire person froze directly in place. Zhou Lijie rushed to catch up. A large table of dishes have been done, neatly placed on the table. The center of the Songjiang River dolphin is particularly eye-catching. His gaze, however, was firmly attracted by the Feiyu Drunken 3 silk, because the amazingly mellow aroma of fine wine was emanating from inside this dish. He looked at Long Yanjun with an unbelievable face. My goodness, you wouldn't have used the 60-year-old Matai for cooking, would you? Long Yanjun was dumbfounded, her big beautiful eyes blinking endlessly. What 60-year-old Matai? I used the bottle my brother brought over yesterday. I thought you said to use it for cooking. So I did. And it worked like a charm. My auntie. Zhou Lijie has not yet spoken. Director Wang first broke the defense. Covering his eyes cannot bear to see. 60 years old Mutai. Over $1 million a bottle of the finest cellar. And you use it for cooking. Ha! Zhou Lijie was directly stunned. Long Yanjun was also stunned. Zhou Mingyan, who was hiding in the room and eavesdropping, was even more shocked to the point that her eyes were about to fall to the ground. They never thought that the bottle of wine looking at a few dozen dollars sent by Long Bubad yesterday was actually a 60-year-old Mao Tai. Over $1 million worth of wine was given away as a meet and greet gift. Zhou Lijie could not care less about Director Wang at this minute. As if a zombie with reddened eyes pounced over and pinched Long Yanjun's shoulders with a frighteningly agitated expression. Where's your brother? He seems to still be sleeping. Still sleeping. Zhou Lijie almost fainted. What time is it? I can't believe you're still sleeping. So lazy. Is this still a soldier? I'll get him up in a minute. Long Yanjun was about to head to the second floor in a hurry, but was pulled down by Zhou Lijie at once. Wait. Don't scream yet. Let him sleep. Let's not disturb him. Ha! A clear-cut matter. A person who could give out more than $1 million of extremely fine wine as a meet and greet gift. Would his status not be ordinary? This kind of nobleman, letting him disturb someone's sleep and call them up over a bottle of wine. Isn't that lacking in heart? Zhou Lijie also reacted, smiled bitterly at his wife and said, this brother of yours is really good at what he does, casually giving a gift worth more than $1 million. In the military is never just a sergeant. Long Yanjun people are laughing hip. Did not expect their own brother ability is so big, but also hidden from her. Nope. The smile on her face faded and she became puzzled. But my brother says he's just a sergeant. He's never lied to me before, and there's no reason for him to lie to me about something like this. Is there? Zhou Lijie thought as also, rich and noble return to the countryside is not publicized, as if the brocade close at night. Everyone is eager to reveal to let a person look at a glance. This Long Xiuhao is still a young man. There is no reason to hide the truth. Anyway, leave him alone for now, until he wakes up from his nap. He came back to his senses and suddenly realized that Director Wang, who was just beside him, had already disappeared, and when he raised his eyes, he had already run to the kitchen to drink. 1,000 evil poems have been chanted through the day, and a cup of fine wine has drunk the tide. Good wine, good wine, good you old Wang. Even sneak over first to pour yourself a cup, pour me one too. Director Wang, however, ignored it and just closed his eyes to revel in it, still immersed in that extreme experience. Zhou Lijie look at him this like a drunken look, then know how good this wine is. The heart even more monkey, rushed over to pick up the bottle of wine gently shaking. Unfortunately, there was only the last small cupful left. Hurry up and pour it for yourself. Ha! What a great wine! The two alcoholic men smiled at each other and raised their glasses. At this moment, all worries have been thrown to the winds, leaving only the purest, the joy that belongs only to the beauty of the winemaker. It was only after finishing this drink that the two of them came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a beautiful dream and sat down at the table to enjoy their meal. Zhou Lijie had just moved his chopsticks, and Director Wang could not wait to speak. Zhou you and Xiao Long made this wasteful oops today. What is the situation 035. Dropping the bag. Zhou Lijie did not hide it from Director Wang, so he briefly mentioned his brother-in-law's situation. Who knew that Director Wang's brow furrowed when he heard it? That's not right. Now, Although the war in the South China Sea is over, but the strong enemies outside. The current situation in our dragon continent can't be said to be good. It's the time to expand the army. There's no reason to let the active generals to be discharged at this time. You don't know anything about it, Mr. Wang. Zhou Lijie then told the matter of the Long family being persecuted by the Zhang family. And only then did it dawn on Director Wang. In that case, that's barely true. Anyway, I'll ask him when he wakes up from his nap. Director Wang laughed and said with deep meaning, this kind of young talent who can escape from the tiger's mouth of the Zhang family. I also want to get to know them. Being able to expand one more relationship with the military would not be too much of a hassle even for Director Wang. Especially in these turbulent times. When the time comes, it may be a path to ascension. Zhou Lijie readily accepted good advice. That's natural. When he wakes up from his nap I will immediately introduce him to you. But who knows? These two people have been waiting until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The dragon is not bad, have no signs of coming out. This Long Zihao, he's also too able to sleep. Zhou Lijie is a little helpless. At this point he has to go back to the head office for a meeting. Although there is nothing important, but it is not good to wait here alone. So he intends to leave with Zhou Lijie peace. It seems that with that little dragon friend, we can only make acquaintance next time. But who would have thought that Long Bubad would come out at this time? A refreshed look, looking all the more imposing. Not bad for a corrective warrior defending his country. Director Wang exclaimed in admiration, deliberately falling on Long Biru's ears. Zhou Lijie, however, has already been the first to welcome up, cordially holding the hand of the dragon. Not bad, smiling broadly. Xiao Hao, do you know what that bottle of wine you delivered yesterday is? The corner of Long Bubad's mouth twitched. This brother-in-law of his, he just threw off his face when he politely refused to be introduced to the job yesterday. But this minute he was so cordial again? He shook his head and said, not really sure. Just know it's supposed to be good wine. Zhou Lijie's whole face is piled up of flour. Exaggerated praise, is not only good wine? It is 60 years old Mao Tai, worth 1,800,000. Your gift for this meeting is also too heavy. Brother-in-law doesn't know how to give it back to you. Long Bubad acted very surprised. What? That wine was that good? That's not true. You brought the wine here. Are you really not aware of it at all? Long not that of course say do not know. Move out of yesterday's set of rhetoric. Comrades in arms to each other. All other do not know. After all, he didn't want to reveal his identity just yet. Zhou Lijie was speechless for a moment, and it was not good to continue to pursue the question, and simply introduced the side of Director Wang. The alcoholic director arched his hand to thank him for the wine, gave him a good compliment, and took it upon himself to be his uncle. Xiao Hao, what need to help although with Uncle Wang say, Uncle Wang I this time drank your wine, can be sure to repay back only. Long Biron smiled continuously and said no, Uncle Wang is joking, wine is just wine, it's meant to be drunk, and even if it's expensive, it's already been given away. The person who invited you to drink is my brother-in-law. If you want to thank him, go and thank him. I still have something to do, so I'll excuse myself first. Zhou Lijie are shocked. This brother-in-law, people Wang secretary but with a smile on your face to talk to you. Not yet said on 2 sentences you even have to go, but also can no longer see a little bit of it. In front of the director of the Wang such a figure. What things cannot be put aside? His voice rose seriously as he asked, you're leaving here? Well, something did come up. Zhou Lijie's serious expression froze directly on his face. Then I'll ask first. Seeing that he really wanted to leave, Director Wang simply stopped pretending and asked about his comrades. I wonder who the comrade in arms that young friend Zihao is talking about is? Long Bira smiled gently and moved out the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. It's my company commander, from Qianzhou's side, who sent me this bottle of good wine to thank me after I saved his life on the battlefield. With that he arched his hand and left. Only Zhou Lijie and Director Wang were left standing in place, shaking their heads in a fit of disappointment. Zhou Lijie laughed awkwardly and said, this kid, Xiao is in the military only no combat does not understand the human condition. Director Wang do not blame. It's okay, young people are like that nowadays. I get it. It's just a shame about the excellent cellar bottle. This kid's nerves are also too big to even know exactly what kind of wine is being sent over. It looks like this bottle of wine is what that company commander brought to return the favor of saving his life. But there was still a trace of doubt in the minds of the two men. A mere company commander can own such a valuable cellar? Even the people on Qianzhou's side don't make much sense. The two were pondering over this when the doorbell suddenly rang outside the door. Zhou Lijie opened the door and frowned when he saw the young man with yellow hair in front of him. Huang Yanzhao? What are you doing here? Hey, Uncle Zhou, is Yang Shunning here? The visitor asked playfully. Zhou Li Jie are annoyed. This Huang Yanzhao is living in the neighborhood of a governor's son, the surface of the bank and his dad's work. In fact, every day idle without doing their jobs, is a nibbling on the old man's playboy. Somehow he has taken a liking to his niece and comes over every now and then to nuisance and annoy. What makes him speechless is that the two sisters at home favor this Huang Yanzhao as very good. More than once praised him as a handsome young man, and even his niece to bring the bias, but also really think that this yellow hair is a character. This time he agreed to Long Yanjun bringing his younger brother over for a blind date with Yang Shunning. He also had the intention of driving this guy away in it. This person he rather disliked, and immediately chased him away like a fly. No, just go away. Huang Yanzhao, however, laughed and said, Uncle can really joke. I just talked to Shunning on my cell phone. She said she was at home. Zhou Lijie's face immediately stiffened. This Huang Yanzhao even knowingly asked questions to tear him down. His face was almost white with anger, and he instantly did not care about his manners, sneering and mocking. Is that so? Then since you came to my house as a guest, you didn't bring anything with you and came empty-handed? This you said earlier. Huang Yanzhao slapped his thighs. What kind of gift does Uncle want? I'll go buy it right now. Zhou Lijie even more angry. This Huang Yanzhao is simply do not understand his mockery. Am I missing your little gift? Right. Huang Yanzhao's eyes turned, busy saying, I shot a bottle of superb cellar in the underground auction house yesterday. It's a 60 years old Mao Tai. It cost me 1,800,000 to buy it. Originally I wanted to bring it over to honor you, but I didn't expect that it would be swapped out halfway. It really pissed me off. What? When these words came out, Zhou Lijie and Director Wang, who was not speaking at the side, were shocked. The two men subconsciously glanced at each other, both seeing that shock in the other's eyes. With Long Zihao's status as a retired sergeant, categorically, he could not afford to send such an expensive meet and greet gift. Could it be that the bottle of wine was actually this Huang Yanzhao's, which was designed to be swapped by Long Xiaohao? But it didn't make sense. How did Long Zihao know that Huang Yanzhao had good wine in his hands? Coincidence? A random drop? Zhou Lijie frowned and asked again, why don't you go talk to the police about such a big thing? Already said Huang Yanzhao shook his head and sighed, but the wine thief acted very stealthily. The camera simply did not capture him. The underground auction house and cannot provide evidence, which you know. The police said that they could not make a case. He finished with a relieved look, but it's no big deal. 1,800,000 only, just as to buy a lesson. Just Uncle Zhou here may have to enjoy less a time. After hearing this, Zhou Lijie's entire body was dumbfounded. This Huang Yanzhao has a big mouth. When did he not even put 1.8 million in his eyes? Understatement. Spoken as if it were $180. And so on. He reacted suddenly. This Huang Yanzhao. It could not be that his old man who was the governor of the bank from the collapse of the Zheng family. A share of the pie. Right? 036. Botched actor. Zhou Lijie fell into a deep thought. This is not a small thing. If Huang Yanzhao family really from the collapse of the chapter family there to get a share of the soup, then it is not he Zhou Lijie can offend. On the contrary, it's too late to flatter. The chapter family's gigantic industry was more than trillions of dollars, and a little bit of it would be enough to support and fertilize a small family, associated with the identity of Huang Yanzhao's father, the president of the Longjing Bank. This possibility is not small. Zhou Lijie's attitude then changed. Did not dare to have the contempt just now. The attitude eased down, nodded to Huang Yanzhao, said, whether I enjoy it or not is secondary. I have to thank you for your trouble. Huang Yanzhao smiled and said, where? More than $1 million small gift only. Next time I have the opportunity to Uncle Zhou to make up. Zhou Lijie was a little embarrassed, nodded and left. Once in the car, Director Wang's side finally spoke, inquiring with him about Huang Yanzhao. He thought about it and didn't say anything about the man being a dude. I see. Then I see a real possibility. Director Wang looked like he also had a very good impression of Huang Yanzhao, and guessed. I guess that Long Xiaohao should have seen that this Huang Yanzhao was dressed in rich clothes, and the wine in his hand was also very expensive. So he took a handful of the wine, and swapped the two bottles. That would explain him not knowing what kind of wine he sent. Zhou Lijie, however, was somewhat in disbelief. That Long Xiaohao, as a retired non-commissioned officer, should not be someone who would do such a thing. Maybe that's why he got out of the military? Chief Wolf applauded. Zhou Lijie couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Director Wang went on to say, this Long Xiaohao, thought he did very covert, but could not imagine that the owner and you happen to know. That bottle of wine also happens to be used to give you. Ha ha ha. The world of chance and coincidence is really wonderful. He even patted Zhou Lijie's shoulder when he finished, with a meaningful look on his face. The meaning was obvious. It was already needless to say which one Long Xiaohao or Huang Yanxiao would choose. Zhou Lijie nodded his head. This matter he will go to find out clearly. If this Huang Yanxiao's family really share the property of the Zhang family, then he really has nothing to hesitate. Even if this Huang Yanxiao was a dude, it didn't matter. The hard part was the question of how he should explain it to his wife, Long Yanjun. On the side of Long Bubad, he didn't have the slightest idea that Zhou Lijie was already planning to give up on himself. But even if you knew, you wouldn't care. He was now in Su Baixue's office, questioning her about Su Xiao Su Qiliang. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with that Su Qiliang? And did you send this person there? For his own sister's things? Of course, the dragon is not bad, very attentive. That girl is just simple rebellious age. Ignorant, do not know the evils of society. The fear is that she'll be used by someone with an agenda and do something she'll regret for the rest of her life. That's why Long Bubad's current attitude towards Su Baixue could not be described as good. Su Baixue, however, had an innocent look on her face and looked at him with pitiful eyes. Marshal, don't be so vicious and mean to people. Su Qiliang is my brother. What's wrong with him? Your brother? Long Bubad did not expect Su Baixue to admit so quickly. The information that he had people investigate before was superfluous. He stared at Su Baixue. What happened to your brother? You don't know? Ha? Nothing's going to happen to him, is it? Su Baixue was first puzzled, then immediately panicked and took out her phone to dial. What a good act! Long Bubad snorted coldly. He risked my credit to cheat on my sister's feelings. You dare to say that it wasn't at your behest? What? Injustice! Su Baixue flopped to her knees and cried. I didn't let my brother do this. To dare to take the marshal's credit to deceive your sister. Killing me wouldn't have the guts to do this. Yes? Seeing that the trepidation in her eyes did not seem to be a forgery, Long Buron could not help but be suspicious. If it's not you, could it still be that he took matters into his own hands? I'm going to tell him to hurry up and stop doing such stupid things that cost him his head. Su Baixue immediately dialed his brother's phone, and the other side just connected. Splitting his head is a questioning. Rio, let me ask you, are you dating a girl named Long Xiaofu? So what if it is? Stop it now. Break it off with her. Right now. Why? Because. Su Baixue looked over her shoulder at Long Biru, who had a sullen face and slowly shook his head. Joking aside, if he told this Su Qiliang about his identity, wouldn't it reach Long Xiaofu's ears? Then there would be no need to hide his identity, and all the efforts about hiding it would all be in vain. Su Baixue also knew the seriousness of the matter, so she didn't disclose a single word about Long Bubad's identity. There's no reason. Anyway, just listen to your sister and break up with her quickly. Got it? You're going to make me break up with the girl I like without even telling me a reason? Su Qiliang's tone suddenly became hard as ice. Sorry, I can't do it. Even if you're my sister, don't think you can stop me from pursuing true love. What? Su Baixue directly laughed in anger. Loudly reprimanded, you are looking for death, do you know? Hurry up and do as I said. Break up with that Long Xiaofu. Looking for death? Does little Flicker have some special status? Why am I just looking for death if I fall in love with her? Me. Su Baixue couldn't say anything again. She just looked at Long Biru with urgency, anger and helplessness, hoping that he would give an idea. Long Bubad, however, had coldly narrowed his eyes, and his sharp line of sight was like an ice blade staring at Su Baixue, giving her a frightening stare. Then, Long Bubad took a step over, then directly kicked out, sending her cell phone flying and smashing it against the wall. Su Baixue was instantly scared and her face turned white with cold sweat. What a great play! As he pinched Su Baixue's delicate neck, his voice was like metaphysical ice. But unfortunately, just this little trick. You simply can't even fool a battalion commander under me. Su Baixue trembled violently for a moment. A pair of pupils contracted dramatically, but she was still not dead. Struggling. What are you talking about? Marshal, what kind of drama? I really can't figure it out. Little lady. Still pretending. Snap. Long Bubad raised his hand and slapped it over. His slap was not unusual, directly giving Su Baixue that side of her pretty face that was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy was swollen up high like a pig's head. Su Baixue only felt that her brain was dazed, and the bone-shattering pain went straight to the weakest nerves, causing her center to quake and tears to flow out with a brush. It brought back memories of the fear she had once felt as a child when she was dominated by a whip. and it just hurt too much. She regretted it almost immediately. She should never have counted on the dragon not being bad. And Longbiru had already raised his hand again and said indifferently, "If you are stubborn again, be careful that I will tear off this face of yours." Subaishue cried out with a wow. "Finally, I'm afraid to keep pretending. Oh. She cried out in pain as she knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Lord Military God, forgive me. My little girl is wrong. Please don't hit anymore. My face is almost smashed by you." 037. The roots are rotten. Seeing Subaishue kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, Longbiron let out a cold laugh and released her. Some villain doesn't know a pot is made of iron until he teaches her a hard lesson. If you know you're wrong, just get that brother of yours out of my sister's sight. Who knew that Subaishue said she couldn't do it? It was as if she had loaded her heart with heavenly grievances, crying out in a near-vocal, snarling outburst. "Why are you hitting me like this? I did you such a great favor. You don't think about how to repay me even if it's not enough, but instead, you still rough up a weak woman like me. So is this your way of repaying me? Lord Military God." Longbubad's eyebrows condensed into a Chuan character. This woman was blackmailing him with favors. But don't tell me, it kinda caught him in a soft spot. He has always been one to repay favors with favors, and revenge with revenge. Thinking about it, he said, "One size does not fit all. I certainly remember the favor you helped me with, and I won't frown at anything you want me to do in return, as long as it's reasonable and sensible. But you hit my family, how can I not take action to teach you a lesson?" Subaishue covered her cheeks and stood up, watering cry, "But people do not want to be like this, ah. But who told me that people just admire you such heroes and heroines? You do not see people. What can they do? Can only be desperate to go out to engage in this curve breakout just." Longbubad blinked his eyes, and for a moment, he was somewhat speechless. Since he became famous, the pursuit of his beautiful women do not know how many. There are blatant flattering. There are secretly give. There are also night attacks on the white to give. But like Subaishue so crazy, but also still the first time to meet. Subaishue is the more you think the more aggrieved. At this time the temper also came up. Kneeling on the ground begging in general, said, in short, "You cannot do it to me again. The pain of people's hearts are broken open. To do you go to move my brother to go?" "Ha!" The dragon couldn't help but laugh. "If I could move your brother, why would I come here to see you? Come on, don't pretend to be pathetic. You can't pull my sister even if you want to be my woman. Don't think that if you swindle my sister with your brother, I'll agree to you," he said, suddenly reacting, his eyes flashing. "Or is it that you don't even admire me and want to be my woman, but just want to get involved with me? Dragon not bad?" Subaishua's face changed and she immediately bent down to kowtow. "Lord Military God has misunderstood. I want to be on your ship, but I'm looking forward to serving you in your bed. I truly admire you. That's why I'm so desperate. My tactics are a bit cheap. Please forgive me." Longbubad stared at the Yukai beauty in front of him who was kneeling down and crouching. A few lines of contempt flashed in his eyes. Not to mention whether or not this woman was a genuine admirer of herself. Just looking at her persona had to be disgusting. Whether her crotch was rotten or not I don't know, but her character was definitely rotten already. As the saying goes, if you marry a woman like that, your roots will rot along with her. You've helped me, so naturally I won't give you a hard time. And as for discipline, I've already slapped you just now, so now you'll call your brother. My little lady, obey. Subaishua pulled out the phone and called her brother in tears. She said decisively, "Cannot be refused." Suchiliang's side also did not have the tough attitude just now. Directly said good. He also knew that his sister had kicked the bucket this time. The phone hung up and Longbiru was satisfied. Walking over to help Subaishue up. Straight to the point. "Why are you so anxious to get involved with me? Have you offended someone?" With his experience of being in charge of the Marshal Seal for so many years, he felt that this guess should be about 8 or 9 times right. Sure enough, Subaishue nodded. Yes. The woman didn't dare to look him in the eye, lowered her head, and one by one, told all the details of the trouble she had gotten herself into. It turns out that it was because of getting carried away, relying on her good looks to get around in the men's pile, and offending one of the 3 remaining giant families. The Yen family's real power in this generation. The dragon was not bad enough to laugh in anger. Really eat your heart out. You even dare to cheat the Yin family? Woo. My little daughter knows that she's wrong. Right now things are about to fall apart. They're already checking my old accounts. Please Lord Military God save my little daughter's life. Oh. With a fluttering sound, Subaishue howled and knelt down again. She held Longbubad's leg to death. Tears flowed down in large drops, crying in a voice that was called a tear. I see pity. Step aside. Long Bu Bad didn't eat this at all and directly kicked her away. It's a big trouble. As one of the giant hegemonic families, although the Yin family's power was not to the extent that the Zhang family had only a hand in the sky, it was still on the same level as the Zhang family, especially now that the Zhang family had fallen. The power of this Yin family along with the other two giant families had grown a lot more. Nowadays, I'm afraid that it has grown to the extent that it can easily sway the situation in the Dragon continent. To go against such a super family just to return a small favor to Su Baishui, a heartthrob, was really a bit unworthy. What's more, the most important thing for him to do right now is to keep his head down and heal, not to jump out and bail on people in a big way. Lord Military God, please help me. Su Baishui was kicked away and cried even louder, but didn't have the guts to pounce again, just looking blearily at Long Bu Bad. Hian cried pitifully and wiped his nose with a handful of tears. Living like a fox that had messed with a pack of jackals and tigers outside, the dragon sighed in a not-so-bad way. It wasn't that he couldn't help with this favor, it was that he didn't want to. Going toe-to-toe with the Yin family for such a heartthrob is disgusting. He wasn't afraid of the Yin family, but he loathed this Su Baishui. But it can't be helped. Who asked him to owe this woman a favor? He's always been one to return the favor when it trickles down. Otherwise, his military god order wouldn't possess so much power. When there is trouble, help comes from all directions. It wasn't just because he had helped the 9 Dragons Axe Master and the God Slayer Temple Master and the others. It was also because those people knew that he had a favor to repay, and that's why they were so eager to sell him favors. If the 9 Dragons Axe Master and the others knew that he, Long Bu Bad, had seen death to those who had helped him, then things would be different. He didn't want his reputation, which he had built up with great difficulty, to be ruined by this small matter. So he said to Su Baishui, "Don't worry. Since you've helped me, then I naturally won't see death to you. For the favor of Lord Military God, my daughter will never be able to repay it with 10,000 deaths." Su Baishui kowtowed with a surprised face, obviously overjoyed. Long Burong was also a bit speechless when he saw her look like she had been robbed of her life. Be smart and don't do those stupid things in the future. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you for the rest of your life. Thank you, Lord Military God, for mentioning it. My daughter knows. Now that she finally escaped from death, Su Baishui thanked herself profusely and said that she wanted to take a bath to serve Long Biru properly for a time. Long Bu Bad naturally didn't care to dwell on this cousin any longer and directly turned around to leave. 038. Make a lot of money. Private Concordia Hospital, Tunghua Middle Road, East City, Longjing. Today is the day that Long Bu Bad's mom and dad are being processed for discharge from the hospital. So naturally he, as a son, has to go over and help. Went to my sister's school to take a look. Saw that Su Qiliang really broke up with his sister, and then rushed over without stopping. When I arrived at the place, I found that a few of his dad's friends had even come. They didn't dare to make a sound when his father was captured by the Zhang family before, but now they are running over to send gifts. One by one, carrying baskets of milk and flowers and fruit, they came over smiling and apologizing. "I'm sorry, old dragon. What happened before was our fault. Don't take it to heart. You have to be considerate about this matter. The Zhang family's mold, with a few of us, is really not dare to touch ah. It's only because your old man has the power of the Gaijin that he was able to be saved by that great hero who pushed back the Zhang family." A few old men praised one after another, saying that Long Zhengying was embarrassed. He waved his hands repeatedly. "What Gaijin power? I don't even know how I was saved. I woke up and I'm in the hospital." "Then your son is also filial. Hearing of your accident, he immediately came over from the South China Sea." A small, lean old man spoke and looked towards Long Biru, seemingly meaning something. Long Bu Bad still packed his things and pretended not to hear. Just listen to his father in that jinxed, "What filial piety ah?" 2677. Even a job cannot find. This time or from the front line to avoid the war. Back to me, this old face are disgraced. You can't say that, old dragon. Your son is an officer at least, isn't he? Officers? Oh, can a sergeant be considered an officer? Ah ha ha. A few old men couldn't catch a break and looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Long Not Bad Heart also some helpless. 8 years do not see. Cannot imagine their own old man on their own dissatisfaction is not the slightest mitigation, but instead the more intense. When I was a kid, I was read to by him all the time because of my poor academic performance, and when I grew up, I was read to by him because I couldn't find a job because of my sergeant's discharge. Long Not Bad is not much care. These 8 years of experience has long made him transformed. The praise and taunts of the bystanders have long been nothing so-called. He just didn't know what his old man's reaction would be when he found out afterward that he was the Grand Marshal of the Longnan Navy. After packing up things to move home, his old man is naturally to sit down and invite these friends to eat a meal. He would have liked to leave, but hard to be called on by his old man to accompany the drink. During the meal, old Zhang, who wore several gold rings on his hands, laughed and suddenly looked positive. Old dragon, let's discuss with you something that can make a lot of money. Do you think it's okay? This old Zhang is as a boss. The family has some industries. The table in addition to Long Zhangying outside of the Brotherhood are secretly headed by him. Look at his face to speak, and now listen to him say so, are a little frozen. Long Zhangying was also quite surprised and asked, "What is it, old Zhang, you say?" Old Zhang first personally poured a cup with Long Zhangying before slowly saying, "My Xinghong real estate company brothers are aware of. Has always been a small fight. Can not earn a few money, but now it is not the same. As long as there is the old dragon you help, I will be able to realize the leapfrog expansion. When the money earned, we share the account with you according to the investment ratio." Long Zhangying was confused, not knowing when he had so much energy. "Old Zhang, you really treat me as a brother, and you can take me with you when you make money, but my situation is not unknown to my brothers. What can I do to help you?" "Harm, weren't you captured by that Zhang's group? And after the higher-ups investigated it, didn't they have to pay you a compensation?" There is indeed such a thing." Long Zhangying nodded. This compensation amounted to more than $1 million. He was prepared to save it for Long Bubad to get a daughter-in-law. It's not like he doesn't know that the dowry is old and costly now. Old Zhang suddenly lowered his voice and said, "You may not want this compensation and instead ask for the Zhang Group's real estate." "What? It still works like that?" "Of course," Old Zhang categorically said. "As long as you go to the inspection bureau and apply, saying that you don't want cash, you want the qualification to subscribe to the Zhang Group's real estate, or else this matter will keep dragging on without signing, and they can only take the qualification to you in order to close the case as soon as possible, even if they are no longer reluctant to do so." Long Zhangying subconsciously frowned. "Qualification to subscribe for real estate? But I don't have any money either. Even with the qualification for subscription I can't even buy a fraction of a plot of land." "You don't have any money, but my brothers do," Old Zhang mysteriously said. "Now the Zhang family's various industries are selling off at low prices. Cheap, just that we are not qualified to buy it. Only people like you have the qualification to enter. As long as you are willing to be flexible, that profit is dozens of hundreds of times up." Long Zhangying was confused. So it could still be played like this. He is an honest man with little insight or ability, but has always had a heart to make a lot of money. Now that he knew he had such a good chance, he was so excited that his face turned red and his neck thickened. "Okay, just as you said." He held Old Zhang's hand as soon as he could, and the trembling of excitement couldn't be stopped at all. "I'm really grateful to you, Old Zhang. You really treat me as a brother. If it wasn't for your advice, I would have really missed this opportunity to make a lot of money." The corners of Lao Zhang's mouth twitched, but he immediately cheered up and toasted Long Zhangying with a look of being so moved that he couldn't wait to worship Long Zhangying. "What Old Dragon said, we've been friends for so many years. I can always take your brothers. Come on, brother, I toast you." "Yes." Long Zhangying happy. This Old Zhang is their brothers and the best, and he is the worst one. Now the Old Zhang can say this kind of words. His heart don't mention how happy. That 53-degree white wine was tunneled into my stomach. Next to the brothers are also a fierce praise. The first half of Long Zhangying's few heroic deeds are all turned out. He is almost to the sky to praise. The reason for this kind of good words is of course to get involved in this matter to get a share of the pie. Now the situation is also very clear. If things go well, then their acquisition of the Zhang Group's low-priced real estate is the same as is to enter the field to pick up money. The more the capital, the more they pick up. The little cute. It's not positive. Old Zhang naturally has no reason to refuse, patting his chest and packing his bags, to bring them all to make the Zhang family's big money, but also let them pull more people into the gang. The more principal they can raise, the better. Naturally, they even had to pull Lung Bubu Bad into the mix. "Young man, don't you have a retirement fee? Take it all out. When the time comes it's all at least a tenfold increase in profits. Follow your father and make a lot of money." Long Bubad almost couldn't hold back from rolling his eyes. These old guys have really wasted their lives. Can't they see such an obvious pit? The low-priced assets of the Zhang family have long been targeted by those powerful families or enterprises, wanting to share a piece of meat from their hands, but also do not weigh their own whether they have that strength. Especially that Old Zhang, as the boss, is naturally knowledgeable, and I don't know if he really didn't consider that much in his head, or if he is intentionally punking him, his honest father. He then deliberately coughed and said, "Yes, there's no problem with asking for my discharge fee, but I just don't know which group was originally going to acquire these Zhang Group's properties." When these words came out, all the old men looked towards him. The look is not good. 039. Still have the face to live here for nothing? The old men looked unimpressed, especially old Zhang. He frowned tightly at Long Biru, the boredom in his eyes on the verge of turning into water and overflowing. Zhang's group's real estate all over the country. More than can be counted. Even such a point in the Longjing city, but also by dozens of real estate companies lined up to buy. Where is what was acquired by a group of reasoning? This is a determined effort to play it safe. This is indeed true on the surface. But which of these enterprises eligible for the queue is not dependent on the three giant families behind them and at their beck and call? Long Bubad spoke this matter out straight, only to be laughed at by old Zhang and the others. It's really funny. We have so many large-scale enterprises in Longjing. How come all of them have become the giant families in your place? Young man, don't guess what you don't know. Alas, young man, young people. Limited knowledge of a few uncles can also understand. Uncle also understand your concerns. Is not afraid of blood money is not returned. It's okay, you do not have to pay your retirement fee. How much money? The uncles put together money to help you out. Never. His old man raised his hand with an ugly look on his face. Even a blood brother has to settle accounts. I'll pay for my son's side myself. Then he immediately opened his mouth to make a statement, not giving his brothers the slightest room for politeness. My great dragon continent is not so great as to let those few pseudo-monopoly families take control. The world has its own justice. The Zhang family that only has its hands on the sky has fallen. The remaining three families, if they still dare to ignore the law and engage in this kind of deception, then the Zhang family is their downfall. Well said. With the chapter family's previous lesson there, they would never dare to be so unscrupulous. Elder Zhang was the first to call out in favor, then followed by a series of concurring voices. That's right. It can't be that dark. I, Dragon Continent, have my own justice. All that was left on Long Bubad's face was a bitter smile. These old men, they're so stupidly cute. It turned out that all this justice he had sought for the 10,000 directions of the 9 states had become directly owned in their eyes. So justice in the world is born out of thin air, right? It didn't matter though. He didn't really care too much. After all, most of the reason why he subverted the Zhang family was still for revenge. The meal continued, and the old men never spoke to him again, going off to indulge in dreams of impending riches. He also did not persuade again. His old man can lose no more than millions of millions. This money he pressed not in the eyes. Every time the leaders of those transcendent powers came to beg him for favors, which time did they not give gifts worth over $100 million in exotic treasures? It's just a fraction of a percent. After accompanying Pops to dinner over here, he went straight back to his brother-in-law's house. He had wanted to go to his room to convalesce at ease as soon as he returned, but who would have thought that he would be stopped by Zhou Mingyan in the living room? It was as if this heavily made-up woman had been waiting here for him, and when she saw him return she immediately stood up, revealing a face full of mean and snarky looks. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Long family? Why do you still have the face to come and live here for free? Long Burong frowned and corrected. I'm not some young master of the Long family, and I'm not living in your house for free. He figured how the bottle of wine delivered yesterday was low enough to pay for a stay here. Zhou Mingyan scornfully said, what is it if it's not freeloading? Did you give our family money? Did you send our family gifts? Not to mention the bottle of wine that you brought over yesterday, all of which has been taken for cooking. What? Long Bubad did not expect that the bottle of wine he brought was really taken to cook. He could not help but be a little speechless. Forget it. I've given it all away. What you do with it is up to you. After saying that, he was about to bypass Zhou Mingyan and go back to his room to rest. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mingyan reached out directly in front of him and changed into a slightly softer, probing face and began to speak. Spoken as if that bottle of yours was really quite good. Where did you get any good wine for a retired sergeant? Long Bubad impatiently said. Didn't I say it was a gift from a comrade in arms? If he says it's good wine, then it must be good wine. Seeing this, Zhou Mingyan cracked her mouth and snorted a few times, her face once again returning to the same despised and contemptuous expression as before. But she didn't stop Long Biren anymore. She just said grimly, I advise you to move out sooner rather than later. Our family doesn't welcome people like you who have accomplished nothing and are idle. Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't going to bother with people like that, but this woman was just annoying as hell. I just can't understand. Why are you rejecting me so much? I don't think your Zhou family is short of me. Or is my living here with your niece getting in your way? Zhou Mingyan looked startled. Did not expect that Long Bubad even saw through his measurement at a glance. His heart immediately alerted. What are you babbling about? You're not in anyone's way when you're with Shunin. She suddenly reacted. She seemed to have overreacted, and added with a look of contempt, to say that it is in the way. It is also in the way of shunning. What condition is she in? And it is also the kind of person like you who can climb up? The dragon didn't smile badly. He really couldn't afford to be high up. Originally, your sister can climb on our family. Li Jia has already repaired 8 lifetimes of blessings. Directly realized the class leap. And now there is another you want to marry with our Zhou family. Humph. Do you think that our Zhou family is specifically for your Long family to help the poor? Or are you saying that all the good things under the sky should be given to your Long family? The dragon is not bad. Directly Bung Bu live. I said Zhou aunt. I and your niece this matter are not even a beginning. How to say have to look at your girls right. You old here on behalf of the family set? You. It was only then that Zhou Mingyan realized that she had slipped up and subconsciously covered her mouth. Then immediately glared at Long Bubad with those shady eyes. That annoyance was so strong it could have taken someone's skin off. Long Bubad didn't even bother to give a damn about her and went straight to his room, only leaving the original Zhou Mingyan there to stomp her feet in hatred. At noon on the following day, Long Buron walked out of his room, just in time for lunch. Long Yanjun prepared the meal and everyone sat around to eat and drink. Yet for some reason, he felt the atmosphere was strange. Zhou Li Jie, who had previously smiled at him, was now taking all the time not to take a proper look at him. So he ate while dealing with the company's affairs on his cell phone. And his 2 sisters Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan. It is like a gossip girl who deserted in the study session, muttering, whispering something non-stop together. And every now and then, he'd glance at him with a pair of contemptuous eyes and let out a few snorts of laughter. Just in pure disgust. Long Bubad is not very concerned. Just think that these 2 older leftover women have a problem in the brain. No wonder they are so old and still cannot get married. Regarding their situation, as well as all the information about the entire Zhou family, the county princess lady of the Slaying God Palace Lord had reported back to him last night. It was flat, pretty much what he expected. However, the current situation was a bit puzzling to him. It's okay for these 2 women to despise him. Why is even Zhou Lijia so cold to him? His sister, Long Yanjun, on the other hand, showed a confused look from time to time, as if there was something she couldn't figure out. Something must have happened. Long Bubad actually didn't care too much. After all, these were all trivial matters to him. It's just that he feels as if he's getting dirt thrown at him. It should be someone, herein Zhou Lijia said something bad about him, to spoil his reputation. Then this is no small matter. Long Bubad glanced at Zhou Meizhu and Zhou Mingyan and thought, 040, who the hell is he? Hastily eat a half full. Zhou Lijia went out to go, said to have a meeting. Seeing this, Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan also went out the door. Yang Shunning went back to her room as usual. She has recently been preparing for a crucial exam. Soon, only Long Biru and his sister were left at the dining table. There were no bystanders at this time, so he picked his words apart and asked directly, Sis, did someone say something bad about me at my brother-in-law's place? I feel as if the atmosphere is a bit off. I feel it too. Long Yanjun pursed her lips in confusion. It's only logical that Li Jia should like you a lot, and he had a good time drinking the bottle of wine you sent him yesterday with Director Wang, so there's no reason to make faces at you. Dragon Not Bad continued to ask, surely someone told him something? I don't know. He didn't tell me. Long Yanjun cleaned up the dishes and shook her head. Dragon Not Bad got up to help as well, and Edge asked, if he won't tell you, won't you ask him? I usually don't take the initiative to ask about things he doesn't take the initiative to tell me. It's kind of a tacit agreement, and I have so many things going on in a day, and I have to bring up a child, so how can I care about these things so much? Long Yanjun said inside. It seems that with Zhou Li Jie, there is also some gap that cannot be explicitly said. Long Not Bad think about it. There are Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan, these 2 women in the family. His sister's days will certainly not be good. He shook his head and said, Sister, if you have any grievances, you can feel free to tell me, and I'll definitely help you set things right. Long Yanjun looked at him, a little stunned. Then her eyes showed some signs of wetness. Then she smiled again and lowered her head, as if she wanted to swallow all the bitterness alone. Where's the aggravation? I can marry here to live the life of a rich wife. I'm already very content. Don't guess blindly. That's good. If his sister was unwilling to talk about it, there was nothing he, as a younger brother, could do. The 2 siblings then chatted while doing their chores. By the way, Didn't you say that you stayed in order to have more contact with Shunin? It's already the third day. Why don't you take the initiative to go and talk to someone? Long Bubad scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said this is true. Then I'll go over to her now. Outside of the Futi Tianchi Villa Park, Zhou Lijie just drove the car out not even 100 meters, and immediately put the brakes on. His eyes were fixed on a Rolls-Royce on the other side of the road, and with some disbelief, he wiped his eyes. What? It's even Yan Shishou's car, and driving towards our neighborhood? Controlling the economic lifelines of the entire Longjing city, the real big man, Yan City Head. Is that extended version of Rolls-Royce Zhou Lijie cannot dare not recognize. What's he doing in our neighborhood? He was shocked and suspicious in his heart, although their neighborhood was a villa park. But in the final analysis it wasn't too good of a location. Like Yen City Chief, this kind of character lived in what could be the best palatial villa park in Longjing. Of course, the characters that come and go are naturally of a different level. What is a big man like him doing in a place like this nowadays? Could it be that one of them here is going to get rich? Zhou Lijie really cannot stand the curiosity in his heart, but also played the idea of bashful. So the car back, intending to find out. Then he saw two men step out of the car. A middle-aged, slightly chubby man with a kind face, full of sincere and modest smiles, was Yan Shishou. The other man was tall and muscular, looking like a small mountain of sinewy flesh, but Zhou Lijie did not recognize him. This man has such an exaggerated figure. Is he a Tarzan? And to be able to make Yen City Chief treat him so respectfully, who the hell is he? Yen City Chief smiled and said a few words to the man before arching back to his car. He hurriedly stepped on the gas to keep up. Who knew that the Rolls-Royce, however, drove straight out of the villa park? This is leaving? To be able to make City Head Yen personally ride in a car to see him off. What exactly is that mysterious Tarzan man? He hurriedly turned back to be on the lookout for the mystery man to find out whose house he was visiting. It can't be Huang Yanxiao's family, right? Could it be that his family has really gotten rich? But when he drove the car back, where was the mystery man? Damn it! I followed the wrong car. I shouldn't have gone to follow the car of the head of Yen City. Zhou Lijie that called a regret. Had known that Yen City Chief will go out directly, where he will still follow the others as He rushed to Huang Yanxiao's house, but the door was closed, and he couldn't press the doorbell. It would be a mistake to disturb the great man and hold me in a grudge. Zhou Lijie's face was full of tangles, and after waiting for a while, he still did not see his people. Suddenly he thought that maybe that big shot wasn't coming to this Huang Yanxiao's house either. Let's go around first. But he circled this villa garden without seeing the tall man's shadow again. Damn it! Zhou Lijie was so angry that he slammed his fist on the steering wheel, full of chagrin, and he couldn't even care less about cherishing his favorite car. But there was nothing he could do about it, so he had to leave unhappy, and true to form, he couldn't have imagined it. The mysterious man he had been longing for had gone to his own home, on Long Bubad's side. He said that he was going to look for Yang Shunning, but in fact, after dealing with his sister, he went straight to his room. That girl was not on his mind at all, and he had never thought of actually engaging with her. It's just an excuse. Who knew that he had just returned to his room when he saw a big, stupid man on one knee saluting himself on the balcony, and he couldn't help but be annoyed. What are you doing over here? As soon as the Horseless Alliance Master heard that the tone of the Lord Military God contained anger, he immediately shivered in fear. Lord Military God, forgive me. I'm here to report to you this time. The plastic hospital director Su Baishua that you want to protect. The Yen family has already agreed to it, but they said they want to meet you. Long Bubad held back his anger. It's not like you don't know about my secluded retreat here. To see me you didn't know to say it on your cell phone? For something like this you're going to come and report to me in person? Lord Military God, forgive me. This matter is something that I did not do well. That Yen family's city head had to send me here. I thought that you were trying to befriend their family before. So I also asked that your excellency give me another chance to correct myself. You. Forget it. This No Harbor Alliance Master was working for himself. Without merit there was also hard work. So Long Buron was not in a good position to say anything else. He also knew that the other party must have received a lot of favors from the Yen family, or else they wouldn't have done something like this with no sense of proportion. That Yen family wanted to meet with themselves through his connections. But is it so easy to reap benefits at both ends? In his heart, Long Bubad had already silently abstracted this harmless alliance master to the outside. In a hushed voice, he asked, then what did the Yen family municipal leaders want to see me for? It seems like, regarding the distribution of the liquidated assets of the Zhang family, I want to ask for the meaning of Lord Military God. Long Bubad sneered. This Yen family, How dare they hit their idea to his head? What do you mean by asking for my permission? Isn't it just that you want to borrow my name to threaten the other two great clans? Can't you see this little thing? Please calm your anger. Lord Military God. The horseless alliance master was so frightened that he directly prostrated himself, his forehead knocking heavily on the floor with a pop sound. My humble self was too stupid to think of this. Please forgive me, Lord Military God. Longbubad sneered and didn't bother with this guy anymore. Tell the Yen family that it's fine to meet me, and call all the other two great families together. Set a date, and I'll go to the meeting. As you wish. The harmless alliance master wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed and retreated with a pale face. 041. Thief. At Zhou's house, Yang Shuning quietly came out of her room and found Long Yanjun on the first floor who was cleaning. Looking at the very worked up look of this young aunt and uncle, her face, for no reason, showed a touch of displeasure. Auntie, how many times have I told you to hire a sister-in-law to do this foul language? It's not like our family can't afford it. Aren't you tired of working all day long? Long Yanjun accompanied a smile on her face, still answering with the same answer that Yang Shuning had long since gotten tired of hearing. Sister-in-laws are not cheap nowadays, and some of them are even rough. It's not like I can't do it, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do all day long, so doing housework can help me pass the time. Fine, whatever. Yang Shuning impatiently returned, then asked, what about the bottle of wine your brother sent over yesterday? Can you show me the box? What do you want to see the box for? Nothing, I'll just take a look, Long Yanjun said. I'm not quite sure where it is. It should be in your uncle's room. He seems to have given it a collection. What does that package probably look like? Dark green. Looks old. Like an antique. Very dated. I know. Yang Shuning nodded and went to her uncle's room and really found the package. Then, somewhere in an unnoticeable corner on the inside of the package, she found a personal seal. The seal of Huang Yanxiao. Her eyes went bird's egg white in shock and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Waiting for a reprieve, she hurriedly took out her cell phone to give a picture, sent it to a handsome yellow-haired friend in her address book, and then her hands began to type as fast as they could. Is this it? Yes, that's right, that's it, that's the wine I bought. A chopped-up emoji was sent over there. Yang Shuning instantly became a bit angry and impatient, and that pretty white goose egg face was tensed up. It's really hateful, that person. To have swapped the good wine you bought for my uncle, and pretended to be on cloud 9 himself. This is really too much. Shuning, don't be angry. We don't need to be general with this kind of person. I can't imagine that you are such a generous person. Huang Yanjiao, I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. Ha ha, no need. It's fine if the misunderstanding is solved. So what do we do now? Do I call the police to have this guy arrested? No. It's just a bottle of wine. There's no need for this to affect Uncle Zhou and Auntie Lon's relationship. Let's forget about it. Next time there's a chance I'll just send another bottle over. But he's a thief. Living with him, who knows if he'll sneak into someone else's room in the middle of the night and steal something? Yang Shuning typed rapidly with a nervous face. No, I'm going to tell my uncle to get rid of that man. Really don't. Messages are answered pretty quickly over there as well. I really don't want this to affect my aunt and uncle's relationship, but I'm scared. Ugh. A tone of hopelessness was revealed over there. If you really want to do this, then how about this? Instead of being passive and worrying about him stealing you, you take the initiative. How do you take the initiative? I can't really say about this one. Or like losing a piece of underwear in the shower or something? But of course, I certainly don't recommend it. What a despicable way. Yang Shuning's face changed. I can't do this kind of thing. Indeed, I wouldn't recommend it either. But I'm scared. Why don't I stay at your place for a few days? A line flew out and she immediately deleted it again. For a girl like her who valued her reputation, she really didn't have the face to make such a request. But, there are still 3 days to go before the recruitment exam for the Tunsun group, and with him staying here, I'm so worried I don't even have the heart to review that. Huang Yenzho's side was brought up instead. Do you want to come and stay with me for a few days temporarily? Don't worry. I promise I will never bother you. No need. I have my own way of dealing with him. What can you do? Yang Shuning, however, did not reply again and put away her cell phone and went out the door. Instead of going to find Lung Bubu Bad, she went back to her aunt and uncle and directly spread the matter out. Although she was annoyed by the fact that Long Yanjun didn't hire a sister-in-law and had to work on her own, she recognized this aunt's character. Once Long Yanjun heard the beginning and end of the matter of Huang Yanxiao losing the wine, she was really shocked. What? The bottle of wine my brother sent was actually stolen from Huang Yanxiao. I know this whole thing may be hard for you to accept, but it is true, yes. Shunning Yang showed direct evidence of that. The name stamp on the inside of that package. Long Yanjun took a look and revealed a face of shock as the sky was falling. How? Possible. She covered her head and her body went limp, nearly falling to the floor. Auntie, are you alright, Auntie? Yang Shunning hurriedly went up to assist, but Long Yanjun was trembling, only feeling that the entire ceiling was spinning. Her brother? How could he be such a person? But the irony was so strong that she had to believe it in the face of such evidence. And, if the truth is so, then all the previous doubts can be answered. Why her brother could come up with such precious wine. Why her brother didn't even know exactly what kind of wine he was giving away. I'll have to ask him. Long Yanjun, nearly lost in thought, took the packing box and was about to go find Long Bubad, but she was pulled back by Yang Shunning. How unattractive is it to poke things up like that? Yang Shunning said with very high emotional intelligence. Anyway, Huang Yanxiao said that he has already disregarded it. Let's forget about this matter. If you really want to poke through the window paper, your brother is estimated to have to sit in jail. Long Yanjun's body trembled violently and lowered her head without another word. She covered her cheeks with her hands as tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, muffling her sobs. It was unthinkable that her brother, who had been in the military for 8 years, had developed this vice of thieving and taking things by the hand. It was all her fault for not educating her brother well, and for not being able to earn money at that time, which forced him to enlist in the army. She was really too sad. Yang Shunning, on the other hand, had already begun to consider how to persuade her aunt to let Long Bubu move out of the house. The dragon was not bad at meditating and healing on the bed with his eyes closed for a few hours. Coming to dinner time, when the sounds of frying in the kitchen ended faintly, he opened his eyes and jumped out of bed to move his muscles. This effect is even better than imagined. It seems that after some more time, we will be able to try to find that Wang Qian and ask him about it. It was the underground Heavenly King's people who had no way of refusing his dragon not bad questioning. But before that, it's time to check on my sister's side again. Before Su Baishua kneeling and begging to soften after he went to the school to take a look. At that time, his sister had just been dumped, still in the middle of the gambling, and so on. Tomorrow to go to take a look. We will know that the niece is not really walking out. He had faith in his sister, and no spine was bent in his old dragon family's girls. But who knows? Just as he came out of the room, he felt an inexplicable atmosphere. By the time we got to the dinner table, the atmosphere was especially bad, all making faces at him. Among them, even his sister. Long Bubad was puzzled by this. A pair of sword brows were skimmed and wrinkled. What the hell is going on here? 042. It's all a misunderstanding. When eating dinner, the people of the Zhou family pressed as if the dragon is not bad does not exist, cheek to cheek, each chatting. He didn't raise his voice to inquire. These people clearly didn't intend to speak. Then he wouldn't ask. The hot-faced a cold-ass thing he never did. It was only after dinner that he called his sister aside. Say, what the hell? It was clear as day that his sister knew about it. Who knows? Long Yanjun lowered her head and averted her eyes, and even looked as if she was unwilling to go into details. Stammering, wanting to say something. Seeing her like this, Long Durong's frown spread out, because he had already determined that this matter was not what he had previously suspected, that there was someone who was throwing dirt on him. Otherwise, his sister wouldn't be so torn up about it. He always believed that his sister was the only one who knew his character. If she had been slung dirty water, her sister would not have believed it and would have rebutted it in public or come over to him of her own accord to straighten things out with him. If you don't even talk about it like this, you must have something to hide. Then he, as a younger brother, should stop forcing his sister to do things she doesn't want to do. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, fine. The dragon was not bad and shook his head indifferently. As long as he wasn't throwing dirt or anything like that, he didn't care about anything else at all. These things were not even a hair's breadth to him. A military god grand marshal. He smiled and said to Long Yanjun, "Still, sister, you just have a heavenly difficulty. Brother, I can solve it for you." With that said, he patted his sister on the shoulder and turned to leave to her complicated, tangled gaze. Just as he entered the room, a contact from the Hordeless ally suddenly came from his cell phone. Ask him to go out for a moment and say he has something to report. Now the Zhou family is full of people. Or he would have just barged right into the balcony like before. Dragon Not Bad shook his head and walked out from the villa. In the yard, Zhou Lijia is playing with his daughter. He is busy every day, will find time to accompany his daughter. Seeing Long Bubad come out, The smile on his face gradually disappeared and his brows slowly furrowed. Afterward, he branched out from his daughter and took the initiative to walk towards Long Bubad, speaking with a somewhat less than polite tone. Did you get a job? Not yet, but it's getting close. That's good. Zhou Lijie nodded his head, as if he wanted to say something more, but the words were choked in his throat and could not come out. He just stood there with his arms crossed, looking awkwardly at the dark sky for a moment and at the lawn on the ground. However, Long Bubad sensed that Zhou Lijie should be trying to say something to make him move out earlier. It was only because he was in the way of his previous promise that he could stay here as long as he wanted that he didn't have the heart to say it and punch himself in the face. Long Bubad also didn't want him to say it, or else he would have to think of a reason to continue living here. He excused himself directly, walking out of the courtyard to an unoccupied corner of the villa area. The titanic figure of the harmless Alliance Lord descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of him in a one-knee kneeling position. Greetings, Lord Military God. The resounding voice immediately brought Long Biru back to those previous years of jingoism. It's just that I haven't been to the battlefield for a few days, so it's a bit like a lifetime ago. He shook his head and murmured, "What is it that requires you to come over here in person again and not say it over the phone?" "It's this." The harmless Alliance Master raised a hot gold and flashy red book high above his head with both hands, and it turned out to be an invitation. Yan Lingchu's 3 giant families have joined together to invite me to a banquet at the Wanfang Giant Hotel at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Long Bubad snorted and casually threw away this prestigious invitation. I have something to do tomorrow. Change it to the day after tomorrow. Yes. Sending a crappy invitation. You made a special trip over here, and you're not afraid of who's going to see it. Hearing that, Long Bubad no longer had the same anger that he had before. Allied Lord without harmony then smiled and explained, Your Excellency is joking. Now that the people who know your true identity are watching under our noses, who would dare to go around talking nonsense? So you can stop being so careful? I wouldn't dare. Allied Lord Harmless hurriedly prostrated himself. The dragon was not bad and shook his head. Forget it. I know you understand everything in your heart. I won't say anything else. Go ahead and continue to keep an eye on my parents in secret. Yes. Same time. Zhou Lijie's playtime with his daughter is over and he is already packing up his toys and getting ready to go home. But who knows? He actually saw the mysterious man who looked like Tarzan Tower during the day, walking like the wind to go out. He brightened up and rushed after them. It's amazing that he can't even care about his daughter. He followed the mysterious man carefully, making 7 turns and stops along the way. The mind boggles, wondering whose place this guy is going to, who in their neighborhood is really developed. But who would have thought that he would lose his target at a shadowy corner? He scratched his head in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly disappeared when he had seen him turn the corner. What are you following me for? A sound as startling as muffled thunder exploded behind him. Zhou Lijie hurriedly turned around, and saw a big black hand reaching towards himself, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up in the air as if he were carrying a chicken. I'm asking you, what are you doing following me? Zhou Lijie scared that directly is no one's color. Hands to hold this Tarzan male iron casting general strangulation of their own giant hands. The body of a hard crazy struggle, legs in the air to swing. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake the arm one iota. One can only barely pop out of his mouth. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Allied Lord without harmony also recognized Zhou Lijie at this time. Not expecting to be Lord Military God's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to hurt the other party and let go of Zhou Lijie. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. Next time you follow me like that, beware of having your head ripped off and kicked as a ball. He disappeared in a flash, leaving only Zhou Lijie, who had fallen in place in shock, still panting frantically. My God Lord, he said with an unbelievable face, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who the hell is this person? While he was frozen, a young man with yellow hair suddenly ran over to him on the other side of the road. This is not Uncle Zhou. You put here to fall? Huang Yanxiao smiled and helped him up. Be careful. It just rained last night. Zhou Lijie stared towards him, suddenly remembering that guess he had made earlier. He asked solicitously, that mysterious man, is he here to see you? Huang Yanxiao cooed with his eyes and showed a smiling face. What is Uncle talking about? What mystery man? When Zhou Lijie saw that he looked like he was trying to hide something, he became even more certain of the speculation in his heart, so a smile spread across his face as well. Nothing. I didn't see anything. Huang, you're out for a walk? Well, not really. Was thinking of checking to see if Shunan's side was free. Thought I'd invite her out for a walk. No problem. Let's go. I happen to be going back. Look at my dirty pants. Ha ha. Uncle can be careful. Zhou Lijie talked and laughed with people walking back, but did not know that on the other side, his daughter Zhou Jinjin is about to encounter a major crisis in life. Because no one is watching, Zhou Jinjin, who is rarely free, is running all over the place with excitement, and suddenly saw a kitten running past from outside the yard, so she immediately chased after it. Young and ignorant, she just suddenly ran out into the middle of the road outside her yard. And it was at this moment that the blinding lights of a car and the loud sound of a honking horn instantly stripped her of all her senses. Boo! The little girl was directly knocked out. The owner of the car was stunned, like a puppet coming out of the car and standing dumbfounded next to Jinjin. This? Whose daughter is this? Why are you just running in the middle of the road? 043, dumping. Long Biru, who was not far away, heard the movement of the car's horn and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. His brow furrowed as he quickly walked over to check it out. I didn't realize that it was my own niece who was in trouble. Hit by a car on the sidewalk and fell to the ground. The side of his head was covered in blood, and a large bag swelled up inside. He was instantly furious. A hand will be the driver of this accident lifted up, bursting out like a thunderbolt explosion like a stern voice questioning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the hell do you drive a car when you're stepping on it? You. Who are you? This little girl came out of nowhere and I was wronged. The owner of the car was aggrieved and cried foul, but also said that there is a car recorder. Do not believe that you can go to sea. Then why are you driving so fast? I'm in a hurry. I'll drive you to the ing wall. Long Bubad resisted the urge to punch him in the head and took out the phone and called the Horseless Alliance Master. Lord Warlord? Hurry back. Something's happened to my niece. Send her to the best hospital immediately. Yes. Long Bubad guarded beside Zhou Jinjin, shielding her from any onlookers. Soon, Zhou Lijie rushed over with Huang Yanxiao, and when he saw his daughter in trouble, his face swished and turned pale, as if thunder had struck. The whole person was out of normal, and his seal was gray and black. Jinjin, Long Ziheo? What the hell is going on here? After Long Bubad briefly explained the situation, he howled and roared as he charged towards the man, punching him to the ground first. The man was also rather fuming. He had obviously rushed 100,000 things, but he had gotten into this mess, and had to be beaten by this irresponsible parent who had screwed him over, and he had simply had enough of it. He immediately returned a punch over, knocking Zhou Lijie to the ground at once, and then the two of them just twisted and fought in a ball. Looking at Long Burong's frown, Huang Yanxiao, who was on the side, rushed over to pull them apart. Don't fight. I've already called the police. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. The friend I called to help will be here soon. Only then did Zhou Lijie react and put his arm, begging him to send Jinjin to the best hospital in Longjing, preferably to find the imperial doctor for treatment. Huang Yanxiao was shocked in his heart. The imperial doctor was not something he could easily invite, but he still agreed with his mouth full. Now was the time for him to perform. Long Bubad looked towards him, his eyes moving slightly. At this time, he was not aware of what this guy had done to him, and in his heart, he was just thinking that he might be able to put the connection that he had asked the Harmless Alliance leader to come over and help him this time on this guy's head. That way his identity doesn't have to be revealed. What he didn't know was that the yellow-haired young man in front of him had already guessed that he was deliberately concealing his identity. Although it is said that I do not know exactly what it is for, but Huang Yanxiao has always been a cheap not to take advantage of the nature. There are Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan to him to do the inner circle. He wanted to pick up the benefits from the middle is not difficult. The Horseless Alliance Master arrived soon after, and Long Biro gave him a wink, which he immediately understood, walking over and picking up the child and getting into the car, and then drove off at speed. Zhou Lijie SC, the whole person is suddenly a shock, followed by heavenly joy. This even Yanjia city capital respectfully have a mysterious person. Actually really is Huang Yanxiao's friend. He hurriedly inquired, but he didn't want Huang Yanxiao to nod his head in the affirmative, but instead pretended to turn around to look for that perpetrator, not answering the question. Seeing that he did not deny it either, Zhou Lijie just thought that he had taken the liberty, and in his heart he hastily established his relationship with the mysterious man. He left the matter on the side of the perpetrator to Huang Yanxiao, and hurriedly brought along Long Yanjun, who had only come out of the house at this time, and drove to follow the car of the Harmless Alliance Master in front of him. Lon is not bad sitting in his car as well. With such a big deal going on with his niece, he definitely had to go over and check on her. But I did not expect that in the car Zhou Lijie began to speak out against himself. Long Ziheo, what exactly was the situation at that time? With you by Jinjin's side, why would you still let her run into the middle of the road to get hit by a car? Long Yanjun was crying this minute. She was the one who was most confused about the situation. And when she heard her husband say so, she also thought it was his fault. Xiao Hao. Why? Why don't you look at Jinjin? Oh. In response to this obvious dumping behavior, Long Bubad was speechless and could only re-explain it again. All said and done. I also arrived after the incident. Just one step ahead of you, brother-in-law. Why? Jinjin suddenly ran to the middle of the road. How could I possibly know? Zhou Lijie still sternly questioned. Then what in the world are you going to do? All day long there is no serious work. Why can't you watch Jinjin a little more? I'm not working, but I have my own things to do. And I can't watch Jinjin 24 hours a day. He returned unabashedly. But what about you, brother-in-law? I remember you weren't playing with Jinjin when I went out. Why didn't you keep a good eye on her? Of course I have more important things to do. Zhou Lijie growled furiously. Are you saying that this matter is my fault? Long Bubad didn't say it, but those icy eyes had already revealed the meaning. This made Zhou Lijie even more furious, desperately trying to explain, but also made the next co-pilot Long Yanjun cry even more. But soon he didn't have the time to get angry. The unarmored ally in front of him was driving tremendously fast, completely ignoring the traffic lights, and he was following closely with gritted teeth, with no room to say anything else. Followed all the way to one of the best in Longjing, Dihao Saints Hospital. He only saw the mysterious person like a black lightning holding Jinjin came in, and waited until he himself came in, completely at a loss as to where to go. Go this way. Long Bubad raised his feet and walked towards the VIP elevator channel that leads to the top floor. Looking at Zhou Lijie's face changed greatly. What are you doing? Hurry back here. The elevator over there is for big shots only. Long Bubad looked at him, seemingly smiling. Didn't you just say that the one who helped carry away Jinjin is a big shot? Yes indeed. But how could we have gotten up there without him leading us? How will we know unless we try? In case he orders someone? Zhou Lijie will believe in the past. Did not expect the other side really ordered people. A sweet-faced reception nurse had long been standing by the elevator. May I ask if this is Lord Zhou Lijie? Ah yes, I am. This way please. Your daughter has been sent to the VIP ward on the top floor. The imperial doctor will personally treat her. Let me swipe your card. Well, thanks. Zhou Lijie entered the elevator with 1,000 thanks, and immediately let out a long breath as if he had unloaded some heavy burden. With the imperial doctor on board, he will be able to keep his daughter safe. He felt a wave of emotion in his heart. This time, if it were not for Huang Yanzhao's relationship, his own daughter would never have been able to accept such a good medical condition so quickly. In the hands of another generalist, you might not be able to heal it, or you might end up with some kind of lifelong after effects. Long Yanjun also had a moment of fear in her heart. Lying in her husband's arms, she was grateful to that Huang Yanzhao. Long Not Bad did not feel anything. His mouth also thanked that Huang Yanzhao. As long as Jinjin does not have an accident on the line, he has nothing to be concerned about. It would be a loss if he exposed his identity because of his greed for credit, thus implicating his family in the revenge of his enemies. 044. Made in Heaven. The surgery went well. The imperial doctor on duty personally operated the knife, and Jinjin was finally out of a life-threatening situation. Zhou Lijie and Long Yanjun kept bowing outside, thanking the old imperial doctor profusely. You're really a godly doctor. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for us Jinjin to be able to receive your treatment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Divine Dr. Li. Really thank you so much. Woo. But what they didn't see was that the eyes of the old imperial doctor in front of them kept glancing at the body of the young man behind them, and cold sweat kept seeping out of his forehead. That's right. He was clearly one of the 3 imperial doctors who had previously saved Long Bubad's parents and sister. At that time, he had witnessed how Long Bubad had slaughtered tens of thousands of private soldiers of that Zheng family. So for this southern navy god, he was in awe to the bone. However, because he had just been handed over by allied Lord Wu Hao, he could only turn a blind eye to Long Bubad at this moment, showing all his awe for Lord Military God to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Lijie, and hurriedly sticking up to stop them from saluting again. Don't ever say that, he said with a face of righteousness. Your Qianjin's good fortune has been blessed with heavenly fortune. It is only right for us to save your Qianjin. Besides, it is our duty to cure the sick and save the people. So please don't say anything about thanks. It's Zhou Lijie and Long Yanjun were all confused. The Hall of Imperial Doctors? Countless people want to ask for a diagnosis but cannot. Standing in the most apex of the medical path of the figure, but even so polite to them. You know, even if his top boss came over and wanted to seek medical treatment, He would have to make an appointment in advance and queue up, and the wait would be a month at any time. That's still qualifying for an appointment. And people like him don't even qualify for an appointment to see a doctor. That's why Imperial Dr. Lee's polite appearance made him so flattered. Nodding and bowing in gratitude. This scene almost didn't make the Imperial Doctor cry. Long Bu Bad was right next to him. How dare he accept the gratitude of people's relatives in front of the military god martial law, immediately return all the courtesies again. This a fear of slowing down their appearance, so that Zhou Li Jia heart is more turned up shockwaves. Feel that Huang Yanxiao family has not been so simple as to soar. Instead, it's a step up from the fish. But what the hell is this about? No, can't think. He immediately stopped continuing to think about it. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. This kind of big shot, just need to be in awe. Thanking the Imperial Doctor goodbye, the couple stayed by the bedside and discussed how they should repay Huang Yanxiao. The favor must be returned. But what exactly should the gift be? Now that the Huang family is developed, money is definitely not lacking. But to say what rare treasures, our Zhou family doesn't have any either. The couple talked it over and over, and in the end there was only that one thing they could say. It's better to let your brother give it up. Zhou Lijie took it upon himself to say, let Shunning accept Huang Yanjiao's pursuit. The two of them are a match made in heaven. But you've already promised Xiao Hao before. How can you back out now? Long Yanjun was still trying to fight for her brother. You can't be that villain who goes back on his word, right? Of course I won't. Zhou Lijie's face gradually grimaced. But if it's your brother's own ineptitude, then it can't be blamed on me. Long Yanjun changed her face at once. What do you mean? It will soon be the day that Shunning will be applying for the Tiansong Group's examination. And when she successfully enters, your brother will surely recognize the huge gap between them, and thus voluntarily give up. Long Yanjun's brows furrowed. That is the Sky Song Group. Control half of the Dragon Continent economic lifeblood of the super financial company. Shuning Vertical is returned to the sea of high school students, but also not necessarily be able to get into it. She will definitely be able to get in. I have confidence in her. Zhou Lijie replied firmly. Long Yanjun looked helpless and added, then even if you can get in, but how do you know that my brother will definitely just give up? When the time comes I'll say something to irritate him, and you'll go along with it, and if he's a man, he won't be stalking and grabbing at it anymore. He's not stalking either. He hasn't even had much contact with Shunin yet. What? Zhou Lijie was quite surprised. He thought that in the past few days, Long Bubad was in fierce pursuit of his niece. But how? He doesn't work all day long, and he has so much time during the day but he doesn't do anything. So what's he doing staying at our house? He's not really thinking of freeloading, is he? Long Yanjun's cheeks burned. If it was before she would have absolutely refuted this statement, but now after knowing that her brother had learned to be bad in the army, she had actually become somewhat powerless to refute it. I see you know what your brother is like too. Zhou Lijie sighed. I ask myself that I'm already good enough for you. Yanjun, before the Zhang family's people came over to take you away by force, I had to fight all my connections to keep you, and now that I've given your brother a chance as well, after that, I don't think I need to give much more than I already have. I know. Long Yanjun lowered her head sadly and said quietly, if Shunning can get into the Tiansong Group, then I'll tell Xiao how to give up and move out of our house. Zhou Lijie bit his lip and didn't say anything. What he thought in his heart was that even if Shunning didn't pass the exam, he must tell this Long Zihao to give up pursuing his niece and get out of his house. On Long Biru's side, he left early after giving a few simple instructions at the Imperial Doctor's office. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Lijie are going to keep vigil at the hospital, but he is going to go back to heal his injuries with the help of the origin-killing chi of the god of murder's hidden boneland. But on returning to the Zhou family, he was met with a new round of cold stares from Zhou Lijie's two sisters, Zhou Meizhu and Zhou Mingyan. They had all heard about the matter, and they had gone out of their way to end their shopping at the Longzhou Times Mall early to make a date to return home together, just so they could satirize him with a few nasty words so that he would get the hell out of there early. As soon as he entered the door, Long Bubad heard them mocking themselves as if they were singing in unison. What a broomstick! Before coming here, our family was in good weather, but this time, it made our family fall into 8 lifetimes of bad luck. That's why I say some people don't know how much bad luck they have. That's why I say some people have no self-awareness. They don't even know how much bad luck they have on them, but they still bring it to our home. I only pity my Jinjin. She's only 5 years old. How could she suffer such a great calamity? Long Bubad was all convinced. These two people, they really had to come over and disgust him whenever they seized the opportunity. He coldly returned. I say 2 ants. Can you not throw dirty water on me? What do you mean by sweeping star? What do you mean by staining the body with bad luck? Jinjin had an accident because her brother-in-law didn't take care of it, and it doesn't have half a penny to do with me. Who expected these two women to get straight up in excitement? Hey, I say you this kid. My brother had to go away for a while, and you didn't say you'd go over there to keep an eye on him, which led to Jinjin's accident, and you still said it had nothing to do with you. That's right. If it weren't for your own lack of insight, would Jinjin have gotten into such a big trouble? It doesn't make sense to you guys. Long Bu Bad was too lazy to bull ***** with them. He didn't have a problem with his brain. He wouldn't even waste time with these two stupid laws. Seeing that he did not return the favor and went straight away, Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan then revealed a smug smile and gave each other a high five. Ha ha, cheer up. According to this situation, he will be thrown out by us in less than 3 days. Well, that's right, there's a solution on my brother's side as well. Saying that by the time Shunning successfully enters the Tian Song group, it's time for him to know to give up. This can also be considered a method? Oh, younger brother is still too kind. Dealing with this kind of faceless person even if the means are even more excessive, it doesn't matter. Their voices were loud, and they were purposely speaking to Long Biru, who of course knew that, but don't care at all. What's all this little nook and cranny stuff? At this moment, he was already sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, and in 1 second, he entered into meditation and began to heal his injuries. 045. Don't even bother with your face. The Zhou family. Noon. After a night of healing, Long Bu Bad came out of his room and didn't see the busy figure of his sister in the kitchen before remembering that she should still be in the hospital. Guess we'll just have to go out to eat. Not being able to eat his sister's cooking made him feel a little sorry for himself. Changing his shoes and about to leave the house, he collided with his brother-in-law who had returned. Zhou Lijie also do not know what is going on. A face of joy, hurriedly went to the house. Instead of following him, he looked to his sister, who stood waiting outside the door, and asked her what was wrong. Long Yanjun smiled and explained, "It's Imperial Dr. Li. He promised that he could help take a look at your brother-in-law's father's illness." My brother-in-law's dad? Long Bu Bad suddenly remembered that he had mentioned it when he talked to his sister before. The man who was eroded by the killing aura turned out to be Zhou Lijie's old man. No wonder his sister didn't take him to see it then. Family scandal. He looked. Zhou Lijie's face will certainly not be able to pass. Soon, Zhou Lijie came out with a crazy old man on his back. The old man's description was withered. His hair fell out. Only that pair of eyes was strangely large, looking straight up at the sky, his mouth reciting some crazy words that the bystanders could not understand. Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. This was exactly a person who had been driven mad by the erosion and torture of killing aura for a long time. For this kind of person, no surprise, even the Imperial Doctor could do nothing. The only person in the whole world who could save him was himself, who was burdened with the murderous spirit of the god of murder. Without further ado, I'm going to go with Li Jie first, so heat up my leftovers from yesterday's cooking for your lunch meal. Long Yanjun casually. After exchanging a sentence, she hurriedly followed her husband and left. Instead, it made Long Biru's eyes light up. Although it was leftover, it was after all his sister's cooking, but he had no reason to waste it in the slightest. As for this brother-in-law's father, let the family toss it around. Going back to the kitchen to heat up the dishes and bring them out to start eating, Yang Shunning suddenly came over holding her arms. She headed off with an unflattering question. You can't even afford to spend your own money on a lunch. You have to heat up leftovers from the fridge to eat them. You're really set on living here for nothing? The dragon was not bad to look towards her, somewhat puzzled. It's my sister's cooking. Can't I love it? Okay, of course, that's a good reason, son. Yang Xiaomei sang a Beijing accent in a conspiratorial manner. Just take advantage of it now. Have a little more for nothing. And when I get into the Tian Song group tomorrow, I'll see what other reasons you have to rely on our family. Long Bu Bad frowned. He was really confused. What was the matter with this family? One after another. Why were they so hostile towards themselves? He coldly raised his face and asked, "Have I offended you? Or what's wrong with you that makes you look at me so unfavorably? Humph. Still here with me, pretend up? But I don't want to talk to you. What you did yourself. You know best." The little beauty turned away after saying that, with a look of contempt and disgust to the extreme. The dragon was not bad and scratched his head. This time he was really a bit confused. Looking at this reaction of Yang Shunning, it was obvious that she had misunderstood something dirty and sorted onto him. It coincided with his earlier judgment, but based on his sister's reaction, there should be no such thing. Otherwise, his sister, being in the know, was sure to spill the beans and let him know. At least ask for confirmation to his face. No? You can't be sure he's done all those bad things without even asking him, can you? Sister, just how much do you not trust me as your brother? The dragon was not bad inside deeply. Ever since he had been appointed as the military god's grand marshal, he had rarely fallen into such a bitter state of mind. Or do you have something difficult to say? He shook his head, and suddenly the food in his mouth suddenly didn't taste as good. Never mind. I'd better take the initiative to find you and ask. Anyway, the misunderstanding will be cleared up in just a few words. He took another big bite of his meal. Afternoon. The dragon is not bad to come to the school that his sister attends. He wanted to see how his sister was doing, if she had made a clean break with that Su Qiliang. Yesterday, Allied Lord without honor sent over an invitation, and he pushed back today's banquet just for this matter. But who knows? He came over and just found the informant he bribed last time to ask around. He learned the news that his sister is still pining for that man. She's still planning to offer herself on her own accord. First cook the raw rice, then Su Qiliang will know how good she is, and will definitely die for her. Ha! The dragon was not bad looking at the blonde girl in front of him who was laughing and snickering, falling into a long silence. This girl is his sister's hardcore girlfriend, called Wang Yu, love vanity and like to compare. Buy him with 2 gold bracelets will be bought. None of this matters. What matters is the question of what to teach my sister. Long not bad very headache. Did not expect 8 years to see their former that pure and lovely sister actually grew to this kind of appearance. Because you've been dumped by a guy you like, you're going to offer yourself up and try to physically box the other guy in? How stupid. How naive. How cheap. Don't even bother with your face. It has to be corrected for her. I see. You continue to follow her around and make sure you stop her from doing such underhanded foolishness. As for Su Qiliang's side, he naturally had a way to expose his ugly true colors. Wang Yu, however, looked embarrassed. I'm really in a difficult position, brother. How? Your sister and I have such an ironic relationship, treating me like a close sister, telling me everything, and now you want me to betray her like this. I'm really in a difficult position. Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't be able to tell what this girl meant. Isn't it just a raise? Don't worry. I still remember the limited edition purple and gold Lovecraftian cell phone you mentioned last time. With that, he handed over the gift box he had prepared in advance. Wang Yu opened it and was overjoyed. You're very kind, brother. How? Oh no, Dad. You're my golden father. Long Bu Bad was a bit speechless. This kind of girl who could be easily bought off by money. He really didn't know how to comment. Here's the gift. Things are going well for me. Aha! Dad need other services. Although I have not done it, but can try. Just this time the gift. Well, let me think. Don't even think about it. I don't think that way about you. Go on. Go and keep an eye on my sister. If she does anything stupid, I'll hold you responsible. Daddy is so mean. I love it. He. The blonde smiled and ran off. Long Bu Bad shook his head. Not knowing how his might that could scare the knees of a group of fierce admirals of the Navy did not work when it came to this little girl. He took out his phone and dialed Su Baishui. I've already blocked off the Yin family for you, and tomorrow I'm going to negotiate with those people in order to protect you. What do you say? What else could Su Baishui say, since she was over there being grateful and thankful? At the end also borrowed the donkey road downhill to come on a sentence. Slaves would like to be promised to serve adults, day and night to do cattle and horses. What to do? How to do? All by your decision. This woman, the dragon is not bad or convinced. Don't talk about these useless things. Hurry up and ask your brother to compile all the evidence of when he picks up girls. The more revealing the better, preferably photos and videos. I want to see them tomorrow. Ha! What is this, my lord? What's the point of asking? Just do it, and if you can't sort it out within the next day, you'll be waiting for a slap on the wrist. A family scandal. He wouldn't say that his sister was planning to do something like that with no face at all. Su Baishui screamed bitterly on the phone, but Long Bu Bad's attitude was resolute. She could only lead the order. She knew very well that the only way she could have a chance of surviving now was to hold on to the thick thigh of Long Bu Bad. For the sake of her life as a sister, she could only pit her brother. 046. It's hopeless. At night, Zhou Lijie lost his mind and carried the old man home. After a long day of work and all the tests, I got the news that I don't know the root cause of the disease. He was so disappointed. Possibly the only gain was that Imperial Dr. Li had determined that the disease had not been born by the old man himself, but had been tainted with some particularly rare and aggressive qi, which had led to the neurological disorder. But what's the point of knowing? he can't cure it either. He wiped the saliva flowing out of the corners of the old man's mouth while shaking his head and lamenting. Alas, old father, I didn't expect that you can't even be seen by the imperial physician for this disease. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to come to your senses in this life. My son is unfilial. There's no way for him to find someone to cure you. As he was lamenting, Long Boo Boo returned from outside. He immediately sat up straight and put on a smelly face. This kid, he's really irritating to look at. On his side, he didn't want to take care of Long Boo Bad, but he didn't think that Long Boo Bad took the initiative to come over and talk to him. Brother-in-law, what does the imperial doctor say about uncle's illness? What else can I say? I can't watch it. Well, sure enough, so do you want me to take a look at it for uncle? When these words came out, Zhou Lijie's entire body was stunned. His pair of eyes were wider than a bull's eye and he couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Is brother-in-law not listening? The dragon was not bad enough to patiently repeat the words again. Zhou Lijie heard. The eyes are no longer glaring. Just that was not very good-looking face. And then give a few ugly points. Don't you dare make jokes here. That you pulled originally put me in a bad mood for the past 2 days. So don't come back and touch my ass again. Long Boo Bad asked in disbelief. What kind of did I mess up? What exactly is it that you're hiding from me? It's not even your. Zhou Lijie suddenly stopped with an annoyed face. Forget it. I'll save face for your Long family. I won't mention that incident. So go to the side and don't come back to make such jokes. Long Burong said with a straight face. I'm not joking. Uncle's disease. I can really cure it. Ha dash? Zhou Lijie suddenly stood up at once. His body tensed, his chi and blood surged, and the whole person came to the edge of fury at once. This brother-in-law of his is determined to have his way with him. The disease that people's imperial doctors can't even get him to do anything about. You're telling me that you can cure it? Long Boo Bad hugged up his arms and said without haste, imperial doctors are not omnipotent. There are also diseases that cannot be cured. Zhou Lijie was instantly exasperated and laughed. You can cure a disease that the imperial doctor can't? It's a real travesty. He didn't hide the teasing in his eyes as he put on a show-watching stance and said, cure it then. I'd like to see how you're going to cure this disease that even the imperial doctors can't do anything about. At the end, he added, if you can cure my father, I'll get down on my knees and kowtow to you straight away. It's also coming from a place of anger. Long Boo Bad said lightly, there is no need to kowtow. After all, you are my brother-in-law, and still let me live in the house. With this relationship, this is what I should do. When he said this, it made Zhou Lijie a little embarrassed. It also made him slightly more serious. Are you seriously not kidding? Whether it's a joke or not, brother-in-law will know in a moment. After saying that, Long Boo Bad carried the old man towards his room. Zhou Lijie rushed over to stop it. Where are you taking my dad? My room. The treatment is not too easy for my brother-in-law to watch. With that, he went around him and into the room, leaving Zhou Lijie alone in place. Some skeptical lifelike froze. Although it was hard to believe, the feeling that Long Biro gave him was one of unquestionable certainty. Could it be that he can really cure Pops? No, no, no. Even the imperial doctor can't cure the disease. How can he, a retired sergeant who doesn't know any medical skills, cure it? His mind was already a bit confused, so he simply went to the kitchen to find Long Yanjun and told her what happened. Long Yanjun's reaction was exactly the same as his. You're saying that Xiao Hao can cure our father's illness? How is that possible? That's something that even the imperial doctor couldn't do anything about. Yeah, but that kid was so sure of himself. I wondered what the hell was in his gourd. Wait and see first. After all, it is his own brother. Long Yanjun actually had no reason to give birth to a wave of confidence. It made her feel very funny to herself, and she even made herself laugh because of it. Ha 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 ha, but how can such a thing be true? Ah ha 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 ha. Zhou Lijie laughed along with him. He pressed on. That's the kind of thing that no one would believe if they said it. Half an hour later, Long Biro walked out of the room. Uncle has already recovered. Only his energy is too tired. He needs to have a full night's sleep to return to normal the next day. Okay. Zhou Lijie nodded very flatly. Not even a thank you. He knew it would be. First just find a reason to put off. Wait until the next day and then play dumb. Say should not be like this should be able to cure simply perfect. He's seen a lot of people like that. Typical trying to fill a cup without the ability to do so, but still insisting on doing so. It's a hell of a thing to be cured when you're not taking any medication. And thankfully no medication. He shook his head and went into his room to carry Pops by himself. Long Yanjun acted more calmly as well. She just gave her brother a hopeless look and walked away. It's close to giving up. She could understand wanting people to think highly of her, but not in such a way, right? However, since he could do that kind of thing of swapping other people's expensive liquor, it wasn't unacceptable that he would do that. This brother of hers, really, it has become somewhat hopeless. On Long Biru's side, he didn't have much of a problem reacting to his brother-in-law's lack of even a word of thanks. For him, this is just a hand up. He and Zhou Lijia is such a relationship, there is no need to say thank you. Just went back to his room and went to recuperate in peace. The next day, the dragon was not bad to end his luck healing with a loud yell of surprise. He opened the door and stepped out of the room, just as he saw an ecstatic Zhou Lijia rushing toward him. Well indeed. Zhou Lijia is simply happy to crazy. Grab the arm of the dragon is not bad to put downstairs. That is called an ecstatic. The whole villa is his harumphing sound. Downstairs, Yang Shunning is covering her mouth with an unbelievable face. Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan is also in. They surrounded the old man Zhou's body, shocked as if they saw the living Buddha manifested itself. Grandpa, you're actually getting better. My gosh, Dad. You've been crazy for 6 years. How did you suddenly snap back into it all of a sudden? It's not right. Didn't my younger brother say that there was no solution even after Imperial Dr. Li looked at it yesterday? Why is it suddenly better today? Oh haha, feelings are playing a joke on our family. Dad, how do you feel now? Seeing the two daughters smiling sincerely, old man Zhou was also very pleased. What's it feel like? Well, it's like having a long nightmare, and I didn't realize that 6 years had passed since I woke up from this dream. He looked despondent, a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Then he saw Long Yanjun. This daughter-in-law of his carefully came up to greet him, but he didn't have a good face at all. 6 years have passed and I didn't realize you were still staying in our house. Dad, this is the chicken soup I made. Try it. Long Yanjun handed over a bowl of chicken soup, but old man Zhou tilted his head over and did not even look at it, causing her heart to be both happy and sad. The joy, naturally, is that my husband's dad is finally well. As for the worry, of course, this is the current situation. Zhou family old man has been looking down on her origin. From the beginning of the opposition to her with Zhou Lijia together, when Zhou Lijia with marrying her into the door is to resist the great pressure. Her side is also a retreat again and again. From the beginning of the 1 million dowry, the new house add her name, to later promise the dowry money do not want a penny. The new villa will not be added to their own names, before finally tied the knot of the marriage. Now that I think about it, when old man Zhou also got sick when he lived in this villa, Zhou Lijia couldn't look at his old man's attitude towards Long Yanjun and hurriedly pulled his brother-in-law over. Dad, you need to stop making faces at Yanjun. Look, this is the divine doctor who cured you. Yanjun's brother. Old man Zhou looked over towards Long Bubad, his eyes glaring. What? The one who cured me is actually this youngster? 047. So here's the problem. Hello uncle, I'm your daughter-in-law's brother, Long Ziheo. The dragon didn't smile badly and bent down to speak. There aren't many people in the world who can get him to treat them with such courtesy. But old man Zhou didn't feel the least bit self-conscious, but instead looked toward him with a skeptical face. I heard from Meiju and the others that I've been crazy for 6 years, so how did you cure me all of a sudden? Long Bubad said. Your old man's insanity is caused by the erosion of his sanity by the killing chi. I've been fighting on the front line all these years, and I've specifically just restrained this stuff. That's why I was able to cure you. Old man Zhou froze, obviously not believing it. Think the dragon isn't bad, this is purely made up yet. Not to mention him, everyone in the room didn't believe it. Zhou Lijia asked, but it's fine here, where did the killing come from? Dragon not bad shrugged, that's unknown. He didn't want to explain that much, and no one would probably believe him even if he did. With that he gave an arch and turned to go out the door. Left the Zhou family, frozen in place wide-eyed. Although it is nonsense, but after all, the dragon is not bad to cure Zhou old man. They are not good to count anything this minute. People don't want to talk, so don't ask. Anyway, people are cured. This side accompanied the old man to finish the events of the past few years. Zhou Lijia then pulled his wife to the side, full of complicated looks. I didn't expect your brother to have this ability. It was me who underestimated him before. Long Yanjun is still covering her mouth at this moment. I also did not expect Xiao how he is finally a little bit of success. It is not in vain that I was a child in vain pain him for so many years. However, Zhou Lijia's brow was quickly given to frowning again. But if he's so capable, then why would he go and swap someone else's famous wine from Huan Yanxiao? He couldn't figure it out. But he didn't realize that it took the joy out of his daughter-in-law for a moment. You guys? You have to take it one way or the other. Really? She gave her husband an uncharacteristic blank look and turned to the kitchen to clean up her chores. Only left Zhou Lijie alone in place, straight shaking his head. Addicted to sneaking around? Or is it simply a yawn? Either way, I owe him a big favor this time. So how else can I kick him out of this house? Huang Yanzhao's side is definitely to be set up. Such a good golden son-in-law must not be let go. But his side? How to convince? Ugh. Trouble. St. Regis International Hotel. Daolong Chao. In the afternoon, Director Wang of the Longjing Silicon Manufacturing Bureau came here for dinner. He kept a very low profile the entire time because it was an order from his top boss, Yan City Chief. It said that a very impressive big shot would be coming over today to have a meeting with the 3 remaining giant clan elders of their family here. However, not a single word more was said about what exactly he was needed to do, just that he should come over. Director Wang is also used to the fact that the meaning of the above is sometimes just ambiguous and needs to be scrutinized. He was still originally good at it, or he wouldn't have made it to this position. But this time he was really a bit clueless. First and foremost, the most crucial question: which amazing general figure could make the 3 giant clan elders gather here and wait respectfully? Let these 3 actually control the economic lifelines of the entire Dragon Continent, stomping their feet to make the Dragon Continent business community tremble 3 times. All have to be so respectful of the person who will be exactly who. He couldn't think about it, and he didn't dare to. Just follow a few colleagues waiting in the hotel lobby. The construction director of the city, investment director of the director of the insurance commissioner, them can catch a glimpse of that big man's true face. This trip is considered a success, but the mysterious great man who should have been surrounded by a large group of servants, he was waiting left and right without waiting. Instead, he saw an acquaintance coming in through the hotel doors. It's Xiaozhou's family's veteran brother-in-law who steals and swaps other people's famous wines. What's he doing here? Working? That should be it. A hotel security or waitstaff position or something like that. Director Wang frowned a little. Although he couldn't say anything about other people's families, this Long Ziheo's hands and feet weren't very clean. If other places, that would be fine. This is the highest and most luxurious Longjing Sanhao International Hotel. Can come to this place is not rich, that is. If he took advantage of the work to make a little bit of what steal things to, even involved in the small Zhou family, would not be good. For Zhou Lijie, a rare drinking buddy, he still values him. What's more, just a moment ago he had received a message from Zhou Lijie, saying that his long-sick father was overjoyed at his recovery, and that he was going to host a banquet for a group of their friends and family. It is because of his Zhou family's old man's favor. He also has to help this favor. After all, that old man's connections are not just for fun. Really, how could Xiaozhou be so ungrateful as to introduce him to work in such a place? He immediately walked over and stopped Dragon Not Bad. You, that Dragon so-and-so. Wait a minute. Dragon Not Bad froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Turning his head over, he realized that it was the same Director Wang from before. He laughed and arched his hand. Yo, isn't this Director Wang? What's up? And you have the nerve to ask me? Director Wang let out a low rebuke and tugged him to hurry to an unoccupied corner. Who told you to come here to work? This place is not a joke if you get into trouble. Do you know that you think that everywhere you go you can have a good man like your brother-in-law to cover you? Long Bu Bad is in a dilemma. He just came to a banquet for a good reason. How to get into trouble. There's a big shot coming over today. Hurry back and don't give your brother-in-law a hard time. Seeing his colleague over there waving at him, Director Wang impatiently waved his hand to drive him away. Long Bu Bad looked puzzled and asked, "What's the situation, Director Wang? You are making it seem as if I will definitely cause any trouble, isn't it?" Director Wang held back his anger. "Your brother-in-law spoiled you, but I won't spoil you. Why would a good young man want to do that kind of sneaky business? You have been a soldier for so many years for nothing?" Long Bu Bad raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened. "Sneaking around? What kind of sneaking around? Come on. Still do not admit it." Director Wang simply made it clear. "Where exactly did your bottle of 60-year-old Maotai come from? Do you need me to remind you again? Ha? Didn't I tell you my comrade in arms gave it to me? Still pretending. Still sitting here pretending." Director Wang pointed at Long Bu Bad's nose and snapped angrily. "Obviously you stole and exchanged someone else's Xiao Huang's gift, yet you still have the face to pretend with me here. I tell you, people did not call the police to send you. Squatting number of children is people's generosity, but also your brother-in-law Zhou Lijie's face. That's worth more than $1 million of the bestseller. You a little brat. Weigh yourself." After rushing at Long Bu Bad with a splitting rage, Director Wang turned around and walked away. a look of benevolence. On the other hand, on the side of Long Bubad, the smile was no longer on his face. He then realized that this was the problem. There's some little yellow guy who's taking him to task about that bottle of wine, doing planted dirt on him. It's really eat your heart out. With an iron face, he directly turned around and left the hotel, heading straight for the Zhou family. 048. The truth is revealed. Over in the lobby, Director Wang, who had watched Long Bubad leave, was still a bit uneasy. After all, it's a job here at the Grand Dragon State Sanctuary International Hotel, and he's worried that the kid won't give it up so easily. That scene of leaving in anger just now might have just been a lame play for him to see. He made up his mind that when he left, he would go and give the personnel director here a piece of his mind and kick the dirty-handed veteran, getting the head of personnel to fire a newly recruited junior security guard or waiter. That's a face he still has. Who would have guessed that while he was still continuing to wait patiently, Yanshi Shou's side suddenly sent out a message in the group. There's no need to wait. His Excellency has left in a rage, and this banquet is cancelled. What? The various directors around the room were in a state of shock. What is this? Let's wait here for so long, only to have it cancelled? That's right. I've pushed the important business of General Affairs Wang to come here, and this is what I get. Teasing us for fun. We are all human characters. When have we ever been fooled like this? There was a flurry of activity and curses. Director Wang was relatively calm. He raised his hands to appease. Calm down a little everyone. We were pigeonholed, yes, but those three above us are the real heavyweights. They didn't say anything. What else can we say? Yes, indeed, that is the truth. The city commissioner was the first to react and immediately shut his mouth. Beware. Woe is me. The crowd was shocked to shut up, and each one of them was more well-behaved than the elementary school student who was punished by the teacher. At that moment, Yanshi Shou's message appeared in the group again. The more I think about it, the more wrong it is. How can it be cancelled so suddenly for a good reason? Did one of you offend His Excellency? Immediately a bunch of people in the group cried foul and said no. Director Wang naturally said no. Jokingly, how could he dare to offend a big shot like that? Is the old man tired of hanging himself? But he had just finished typing and looked up when he realized that his fellow officers around him were staring at him with a very scary look. That, woof, the director of insurance coughed. The young man you just reprimanded. Wouldn't that be? He spoke more and more quietly until he stopped in the middle. A few people around them looked at each other and all clammed up. What are you thinking? Old Wei, how can that be? Yeah, if it's really a big shot like that, he wouldn't dare do that even if he gave old Wang 100 guts, right? That's true. Lao Wei touched his head somewhat sardonically. It was me who was reckless. Don't mind if you don't mind. Bureau Wang. Director Wang naturally waved his hands back and forth. Of course I won't mind. That person is just a junior I know, running here to fool around. Of course I have to scold him away, so that he won't offend that lord. Well scolded. Well scolded ah. Bureau Wang can be so proactive. I admire. Director Wang smiled bitterly and shook his head, knowing that he had come to the headache of politeness again, and arched his hand in response. And on the Zhou family's side, Long Bubad had already rushed back with fire. Instead of coming up angry and looking for someone to question, he went to his sister first. Since his brother-in-law and sister and that Director Wang had already decided that he had stolen and exchanged the famous wine, there must be some decisive evidence, and he planned to ask about it first. Long Yanjun's side is nothing to hide. Figure out that since he now knows. He took the package with the private seal and showed it to him. Here's the proof you asked for. Huang Yanzhao? Long Bubad took the package and viewed it absently, killing opportunities already surging in his heart. Who is this man? It really threw him for a loop. If he could still give such a person a chance to live, then he wouldn't need to be a military god-marshal and would just kill himself. Long Yanjun saw that his expression did not seem to be a fake, then knit up his eyebrows. Doubtful back, it is the famous dude in the neighborhood. Before has been pursuing shunning to come, but your brother-in-law has not been promised. Xiao Hao, you really didn't drop someone else's famous wine? Long Bubad looked at his sister and only felt his heart like a knife. Sis, can't believe you won't even believe me on this? Long Yanjun was stunned. Then her cheeks suddenly began to burn. She was stabbed in shame by Long Biru's eyes and felt ashamed. Seemingly suddenly remembering something, she explained in a panic. I do believe you, but in front of this mountain of hard evidence, there's no way I can't believe it. So you're just going to finalize this without even asking me? Long Yanjun drooped her head and grimly inclined her face. I'm sorry sis, I thought you learned your lesson in the army. Okay, stop it. Long Bubad coldly cut her off. Don't let an outsider stir up the feelings between our siblings. I'll clean up this guy myself, and I'll prove my own innocence to everyone. With that he grabbed the box and headed out the door. At this time, his heart is already furious, and he can't wait to immediately pull out the who planted the evidence to slander him and execute him on the spot. But he couldn't figure out one more thing. That is, how dare this man do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the day the truth will come out? Also, how does he do such things? How did you get your personal seal on the inside of this box? It's just weird. There's a touch of weirdness everywhere about this whole thing. You called for me, my lord? Not long after, a pitch-black ghostly figure suddenly descended from the sky, bending down on one knee and kneeling in front of Long Bubad. It was none other than the lord of the Killing God Temple. Long Bubad faintly commanded, "Go, arrest a certain fellow named Huang Yanzhao in this neighborhood for me. I want to personally interrogate him." Yes, the Slaying God Palace Master was extremely efficient, and in just a moment's time, Huang Yanzhao was brought before Long Bubad. To be precise, it was kicked and thrown to the ground to kneel like a dead dog. Huang Yanzhao raised his snotty, swollen pig's head, his face full of fear. You're that punk veteran from the Zhou family." But seeing that it was the dragon that was not bad, it became a mixture of shock and disbelief again. "What are you doing? What for?" Long Bubad's extremely cold eyes locked him in place. Huang Yanzhao was like falling into an ice cellar, only feeling that he had never had such a moment of fear since he was born. "Say, why did you put your own personal seal in this wrapped box? And why did you slander me for secretly dropping off your gift?" When Huang Yanzhao heard this, he only felt his brain spinning. He'd guessed this would happen. Just a thought of listening to Zhou Mingyan's slanders, only to let him be obsessed and agreed to cooperate with her to get this thing. That's right, this is exactly what Zhou Mingyan, who overheard the conversation between Zhou Lijie and Director Wang in the dark at the beginning, did in collaboration with him. This seal, too, is Zhou Mingyan helped secretly stamped. She only thought that Long Bubad was a headless veteran, encountered such a good thing but did not know to make good use of it. So she instigated Huang Yanzhao to impostor the owner of the bottle of wine, so that Zhou Lijie impressed, and took the opportunity to pursue Yang Shunning. Zhou Mingyan thought very simple. Anyway, just a mindless veteran, even if found, so what? In her deliberately created ironclad evidence, simply cannot turn over what waves. Who would have thought that this time it would be a kick in the teeth? 049. Moment of reckoning. Long Bubad listened to Huang Yanzhao's explanation word by word. On the surface, he was not shocked by the ancient well, but the anger in his heart had already burned to the peak. Before he could say anything on his side, the Slaying God Palace Master could no longer sit still, and as soon as he knelt towards the ground, he directly began to ask for orders. "My lord, I beg to kill this despicable villain, and that wicked woman Zhou Mingyan who dared to scheme against you." Huang Yanzhao listened to the people are scared silly. What this murderous devil this is, directly up to him to slaughter? And this Long Zihao, why was he called Lord? Was he really some kind of big shot? But why was he boarding at the Zhou family with a deadpan face? In his heart, he didn't understand 100 times, but he had just learned the terror of the Lord of the Killing God's Palace. Definitely a great devil who said he would kill. He knew that he had already lost his little life today, and he knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Long Biren coldly said, "There's no hurry. If you just slaughter him like that, then who will clear up my misunderstanding?" The Slaying God Hall Master hurriedly lowered his head. "Your honor's lesson is correct. I was reckless." Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly at Huang Yanzhao. "I don't need to remind you what to do I? Yes. I will go to my door and take the initiative to apologize for my mistake. I will definitely explain the matter clearly and reveal my ugly face to everyone. But I still beg your excellency to let me live." Huang Yanzhao, a sound and colorful dude which has no willpower, scared almost pissed his pants. Long Bubad nodded his head and let him go, giving him that thank you and ass. The Slaying God Hall Master was very insightful and followed along as he retreated. Dragon Not Bad slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Even if he agreed to spare this Huang Yanzhao, the people under him would definitely not spare him. The only thing that awaits him is death. This is something that Huang Yanzhao is also very aware of. So the first thing he did after he left was not to prepare to go and apologize, but he was going to run away with a bucket. But he had only just driven his car out of the neighborhood on his side with fear and trepidation when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror of his car. "Where are you going with this?" This grim, death-like question from the Slaying God Palace Master almost didn't send him away directly. He hurriedly kicked the brakes to stop where he was, his body instantly drenched in cold sweat, and tremblingly said, I'll just go out and buy a reparation." "Buy a reparation? Then why don't you go?" Yes. When Huan Yanzhao started the car again, he was already ashen. And Long Bubad's side wasn't idle either. He found Zhou Mingyan, who was talking to old man Zhou at home, holding the box with Huan Yanzhao's name printed on it, and smiled crookedly at her. Zhou Mingyan understood almost instantly, and her expression immediately became unnatural. Zhou Meizhu beside her also changed her face, obviously also informed. Skin and flesh. The old man's brow furrowed, and he immediately saw something. Zhou Mingyan, of course, does not want to let his old man know such things, smiled and was about to make a pretext to leave, so as to go and talk to Long Bubad alone. But the dragon was not bad. Just say it here. Tell us all the good things you've done, and let uncle judge. Zhou Mingyan naturally would not admit it, raising her head and putting on a puzzled look. What? What do you want me to say? Brother-in-law? Why do I sound so confused? Long Bubad sneered, but answered the question. Good. Then it looks like today is going to be a good one. Old man Zhou immediately asked, is it my daughters that they have committed something? The Long family descendants. He replied in a hushed voice. Your old man will know in a moment. Long Yanjun walked out of the room with a camera. She already knew ahead of time what Long Bubad was going to do, and was going to videotape the scene for her husband. The Zhou sisters over there, on the other hand, looked significantly worse. Not long after, Huan Yanxiao came in crying, carrying 2 pieces of expensively packaged tea in his hand. He flung himself on his knees in front of Long Bubad, hugged him with both hands, and started crying with a wow. I'm sorry Long family brothers, it's my little one who designed to frame you. I hope you'll be kind enough to raise your hand and let my little one live. What's going on? Who is he? Old man Zhou looked at his daughter beside him. Zhou Mingyan had no choice but to explain Huan Yanzhao's identity first. At this time, it seems that they heard the movement of someone crying and howling, and Yang Shuning, who was reviewing in the house, also came out. I have an exam tomorrow. Can I have some peace? When she saw Huan Yanzhao kneeling on the ground, she directly stared up with her eyes covering her small mouth, and her entire body froze in place. In her eyes, this Huan Yanzhao is a powerful son of a noble seller worth more than $1 million for a casual gift, and a phone call over to contact the imperial doctor to see the patient. How did such a top-notch character kneel down for the dragon family's thief veteran? Totally turned upside down. It just so happened that Zhou Mingyan had also finished introducing Huan Yanxiao's identity, and old man Zhou's eyes were shocked as he questioned him. Why are you apologizing to the descendant of the Long family? I deserve to die. I was momentarily obsessed and listened to Zhou Mingyan's slanderous words, cooperating with her to falsely accuse the wine sent by the Long family brothers of being a switcheroo of mine. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He said suddenly began to madly smack his own big mouth, only 2 times to beat himself to the mouth full of blood. The presence of the Zhou family are looking silly. They had seen themselves slapped, but never so hard. It could be seen to what extent he was really afraid of Long Bubad. Old man Zhou's face immediately changed. Swish, like a wave of shock rolled over his face. Zhou family's older sisters even more so, can let a dude broad smoked himself so hard. They almost subconsciously recognized the seriousness of this matter. Zhou Mingyan excitedly argued loudly. You fart. What listening to my slanderous words? This matter is clearly your own idea alone. Clearly you are abetting me. What? You stinking cousin. How dare you spit blood? I'll tear your mouth off right now. Huan Yanxiao went directly crazy and came up to tear Zhou Mingyan's mouth apart. He thought that this was what Long Bubad wanted to see. To take revenge on his enemies without having to dirty his own hands. He was very willing to serve for Long Bubad so that he could exchange his own life for a dog. But he obviously overestimated their own. In the eyes of the dragon is not bad. Zhou Mingyan is still a bit of kinship. Not he Huan Yanzhao can move. It was taken down straight away by dragon not bad. What do you want? Talk nicely. Don't make me do it. The Long family brothers have taught us a lesson. Huan Yanzhao nodded his head vigorously one by one, immediately letting go of his temper and began to explain the situation clearly one by one. In the process, Zhou Mingyan is able to refute the place to refute some. Will be their own responsibility to take off cleanly. Huan Yanxiao was burning with rage, wishing to strangle this dog on the spot. Son of a. But the good thing is that this Zhou Mingyan ultimately cannot be shirked, because he has 2 people's private message chat records as evidence. Sleaze, go ahead and sleaze all you want. I'm here to show everyone what an ugly face the real you really is. Chapter 50-050, Continued Liquidation. The Zhou family. Huan Yanzhao laughed and took out his cell phone, making his chat with Zhou Mingyan public. In front of this mountain of hard evidence, no matter how grandiose the defense is, it seems so powerless. Zhou Mingyan immediately turned ashen and almost fainted in place. Long Bubad. on the other hand, smiled at each other with Long Yanjun. Zhou old man was the first to view this chat record. The more he looked at his old face the more black. When he saw the end, he simply smashed his cell phone and let out a furious roar that shook the air. Zhou Mingyan, you've disgraced our old Zhou family. When Zhou Mingyan heard this, she was so scared that she directly fell to her knees. The body's shocking roar brought back memories of her own fear of being dominated by the old man over the past few decades. Those grim faces and angry curses and whippings in the dark, cramped basement. Dad dash. I was wrong, Dad. I'll never dare again, Dad. Get your ass back to your room and I'll deal with you later. Yes. Zhou Mingyan practically retreated on his ass. Looking at the dragon was not bad. He frowned. It's so obvious what this means. The first time Zhou old man dropped Huang Yanxiao's cell phone, and then let Zhou Mingyan retreat to his room, which is clearly to protect his daughter. The human condition. Meiju, go get the whip from my room. Old man Zhou looked at his eldest daughter grimly and commanded. Zhou Meiju winced and hurriedly ran to get it. Who would have thought that the whip she brought back was actually handed over directly by the old man to Long Bubad's hands? Little brother of the Long family. Here's the whip. Go ahead and whip it any way you want. Give my daughter the whip to death there. It's also her own fault. Old man Zhou had tears in his eyes and a pained demeanor. The dragon was not bad and laughed, directly returning the whip. Uncle's words are heavy. Although your daughter designed to frame me, but after all, she is your Zhou family's person. How your Zhou family wants to dispose of her. It is not good for me, an outsider, to intervene. Old man Zhou's face changed, and he immediately heard that Long Bubad was not going to let go easily. Also, what little brother Long family said. He clenched his teeth fiercely and immediately turned red with anger. I don't know whether he was angry by his own daughter or by Long Bubu. He stood up trembling, angrily tugged the whip and walked to his room. To do such a despicable and shameless thing, offending the young master of the hallowed East City Dragon family. I have to whip her alive today. Dad dash. Sister's even heart. Zhou Meiju cannot look at her sister's death. The first to run over to block, almost kneeling in front of the old man Zhou, will be his leg's dead hold. Constantly kowtow. I beg you. Mingyan, she is also a momentary ghost of the mind to break such a big trouble. You only have two precious daughters. One is gone. Please spare her life. Don't whip her to death. Eyeless thing. Get out. Zhou old man immediately as a slap fell hard. Pumped Zhou Meiju corners of the mouth are out of blood, but she was still dead set on not letting go of her hand, where she was tearing her heart out and pleading, and begging Long Yanjun to come over and help. Long Yanjun's soft heart hesitate a few times, or lowered his head in the past, begging Zhou old man to forgive Zhou Mingyan life. See Zhou Meiju heart touched. In these years, the two sisters have not less to Long Yanjun adblock, the family that is every day against, everywhere difficult, did not let her have a day of peace and quiet. As a result, the sisters were in great trouble, and the one who came out to save them was this woman who they were used to being bullied by. Old man Zhou, on the other hand, changed his attitude almost immediately. How much he had disliked and despised Long Yanjun before. How kind and amiable he was to her now. Daughter-in-law, not dad, I do not want to let her go. Really, because she did this thing is too bastard. Even dare to use such despicable means to frame your brother. This kind of scum I keep what surely must kill her for your brother to relieve anger. Once these words came out, Long Yanjun simply couldn't stop the twitching at the corners of her mouth anymore. Just a moment ago this old man was flinging his face at her, only to now put on an attitude that he was going to be righteous in order to please her brother. It really demonstrated to everyone on the spot what it means to flip your face faster than a book. Really, it's really not necessary. Long Yanjun forced a smile and said, Big Auntie also made a momentary mistake before she framed my brother. Although she is hateful, but her crime is not to death. Please father, just spare her this time. Alas, you are of large measure and high connotation, and you are an adult who doesn't remember the little man's faults. But I really hate to whip this unfilial daughter to death alive so that I can relieve the little brother of the Long family of this heartache. Saying that, she even stole a glance at the dragon, not bad with those little pair of eyes. Like an old fox. Long boo bad but not at all to receive the move. Meet Zhou old man's eyes. Cold and raw expression, but anyone who offended him never had a good time. No matter who the other party was, the end was either death or disability. This was the root of his authority, or else his name wouldn't be so scandalous. But if it's a loved one begging for mercy, that's different. Xiao Hao, count on my sister to beg you this time. Just let her go. Long Yanjun of course saw the old man Zhou's heart, but also helplessly chose to side with the Zhou family. Came over to beg Long Bubad. She is, after all, the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. The dragon was not bad and sighed softly. She was her sister, after all. Alright, since you said so sis, I'll pretend this never happened. It was only when he exited that the entire Zhou family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Meiju's entire body went limp from her own dad in a general state of weakness, while old man Zhou also let out a big breath. A head so full of false sweat you can't even wipe it off. As he wiped it off, he awkwardly exclaimed in admiration. For the youngest brother of the Long family to have such a mind. I'm really ashamed of myself. It's not that I have a big heart. Long Bubad sneered. If you want to thank me, thank my sister. If it wasn't for her, I definitely wouldn't have spared you guys lightly. Zhou old man immediately nodded, rushed to Long Yanjun a fierce praise, said she is dignified and generous, gentle and virtuous. The measure is not inferior to the prime minister. The family relies on her to support to the present. Long Yanjun smiled stiffly and didn't answer, so she said that she went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As soon as she left, old man Zhou immediately glared at his eldest daughter with fierce eyes, almost scared the out of Zhou Meiju. Dad, call your mom's dad. Why don't you go and give me a hand? Ah, yes. Auntie Beetle rolled off to help. Then there was Zhou Mingyan who was hiding in the room, although she was spared by Long Bubad. But old man Zhou will not let her go so easily. This old fox is shrewd, absolutely want to let Long Bubad see their sincerity. So he gave himself and his daughter a hard whip until there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on her body before she gave up. That mournful howl straight attracted the next door neighbors have reported to the police. Let the police officer over to inquire about the situation. Once he saw that it was his old man who was educating his children, he was very helpless and left straight away. It's not their turn to meddle in such family matters. After ruthlessly whipping Zhou Mingyan, it was almost time for dinner. Zhou's eldest sister has never been so well behaved, regular and careful to give everyone a plate to serve food. She's always been the one who can put up the most of a fight. So when Zhou Lijie came back, the first thing he realized was that something was wrong. With a puzzled look on his face he asked, "What's going on guys? Is something happening?" Again, he saw his old man with a furious expression, roaring furiously at himself. Something with no eyesight. Why don't you come over here and kneel down for the young master of the Long family? Chapter 51:051. Master How spares his life. Zhou Lijie was all confused. Who was his own old man telling him to kneel to? Where is the young master of the Long family from? I don't think we're talking about Long Zihao. Cluelessly, he asked. Where did the young master of the dragon family come from? You blind, rebellious son. Old man Zhou went up and threw a slap on his face, when it was really no mercy at all. Don't even recognize your own brother-in-law, do you? Zhou Lijie hurriedly knelt down. The slap instantly evoked his childhood fear of his father. Even though he was now nearly middle-aged, he did not dare to resist in the slightest. He wailed and asked, "Of course I know my brother-in-law, but why do you want me to kneel? And you ask why? Look what you've done to yourself." Old man Zhou directly dumped the video footage on him, and Zhou Lijie watched. An innocent and confused face was turning redder and redder. At the end of the day, he stood up all of a sudden, and it was as if his whole body was ablaze with rage. That son of a Huang Yinzhao, how dare he lie to me like that and cause me to misunderstand Xiao Hao? He really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. I'll have to kill him. Where is he? He immediately had to go to find Huang Yinzhao to settle the score, but did not expect his face was again. Zhou old man received a hard slap. Brainless rebellious son, is this the time to do such a thing? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the young master of the Long family? The blow was extremely hard, and the corner of one side of his mouth was instantly broken and blood flowed out. His face hurt terribly, but he also came to his senses, and almost instantly, he realized how terrifying Long Bubad's background really was. Send millions of famous wine, this is a small matter. The key is to be able to even Yen city capital personally respect the big man called to come, but also can let the emperor doctor that respectful diagnosis and treatment. This inside the water is so deep that he dare not even think to imagine. It's no longer at the level of the top of the sky. It's right through the top of the sky. Master How spare your life. He instantly knelt down for Long Bubad, his face full of the 5 senses of remorse piled together. Master How, young master of the Long family, young master Long your brother-in-law, I'm really blind with these dog's eyes, to have wronged you for so long, letting that Huang family villain trick you. I really deserve to die. Looking at his expression of remorse mixed with horror, he was close to tears. Long Bira shook his head as he watched. Look at this guy's mess. It's like he's punching the prince. Count on making him pay for it. The dragon was not bad enough to reach out and help him up. This matter will not say more. Brother-in-law is also in the dark. I do not want to pursue you for anything. In the future, just be good to my sister. But remember, about my things, must not be outwardly vocalized. Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely treat Yanjun better than my mom treats me from now on. Zhou Lijie was busy frantically nodding his head. Seeing Long Yanjun stifle her laughter over there, she looked at her brother and was filled with pride. Long Bubad's stern eyes swept across the field, as if he had instantly changed back to the military god marshal who had ridden the battlefield. The tiger's courage is magnificent, he said in a deep voice. Not only you, brother-in-law, but also the Zhou family's uncle, as well as all male and female in-laws. Regarding my matter, you all can't just say anything. When others ask, you just follow the previous statement. A dabbling retired soldier. Where? Zhou Lijie hurriedly showed a smiling face and said, you are my brother-in-law. It is only natural to come to my place to live. How can it be a dilly-dally? Yes, elder brother-in-law. You're too much of a stranger. Zhou Lijie's two sisters were full of smiles and echoed. It's a blessing for the Zhou family that you've come to stay with us. It takes 8 lifetimes to come here. No, I don't think so. You can live in our house as long as you want, and as long as you wanted to. Saying that, he also frantically gave a look to Yang Shunning, who had a dumbfounded face next to him. However, he did not know that this niece of his was not at all intimidated by the identity and background of Long Bubad, but was deeply shocked by the speed with which they changed their faces. Zhou family old man also repeatedly nodded his head and praised, you can come to our home. That is pomp and circumstance. Our Zhou family ancestors to accumulating virtue. How can not be dilly-dallying with food and drink well? He had some playful momentum, but Long Biro remained cold and told them to follow the same attitude they had treated him with before. This is not a small matter, and if the slightest word gets out, it won't end with a slap on the wrist. He spat out clanking cold words. His aura was like 1,000 pounds of heavy tripods, not to be refused. It was as if the Zhou family members were bound by an invisible rope. All of them were pale and trembling physically and mentally, and they hurriedly nodded their heads in the affirmative. Dragon Not Bad nodded and turned to leave, until he disappeared outside the door of the room. Only then did the Zhou family members look like they had been untied, all of them sitting on the floor with their bodies paralyzed. Old man Zhou lowered his head and muttered, I can't imagine that the East City Dragon family has produced such a character. The two Zhou sisters covered their hearts and shivered. They were the ones who were most afraid. Yang Shunning looked at the place where Long Bubu disappeared for a long time, disappointed and unable to speak. Zhou Lijie was the first to get out of the stressful feudal solution to the situation, quietly pulling his wife aside and questioning her carefully. But he didn't expect that Long Yanjun didn't know about his brother's situation at all. Forget it, I'd better not ask too much. He smirked. It's just that looking at your brother's austere aura like this, he's definitely a high-ranking officer above the rank of colonel without a chance. He gently took his wife's shoulders in an unprecedented manner. Yanjun, in the future our family can count on your brother. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. Long Yanjun shook her husband's hand away, but an unusually bright luster was released from those big, beautiful eyes that always seemed a bit dull. Her brother had gotten ahead, and she, as a sister, could finally raise her eyebrows at home for once, but she didn't know that there was someone whose eyes were brighter than hers. That would be old Manzo. His eyes at that moment were as wide and glaring as they had been when he had gone mad, like the eyeballs of a giant fish, covered in blood. In the brain, there was clearly a fierce battle of heaven and earth going on. The future of the Zhou family is tied to his shoulders. Wrestling, bicycle into a motorcycle. He gritted his teeth hard and decided to give it a go, quietly returning to his room and starting to rummage through his cell phone's address book. If we waste such a heavenly opportunity, we will be struck by heavenly thunder. He gritted his teeth and dialed a number called Jiao Lao Pai Fu. Old dog Zhou? After so many years of inactivity, you actually called me today? The call was answered, and a pale, surprised voice came from the other side. Old man Zhou immediately scolded. Old man Jia, you're just waiting for your head to fall off. I'm going to make all the ugly things you did in the first place public. What did you say? Didn't hear you? Oh, it's only been a few years and you're already deaf? I'm deaf to you. The other side of the angry scolding. Zhou old dog. I was thinking of the old love to let you off, and now you even dare to come over to look for trouble. Really ate the ambition of the leopard Gaul. Believe it or not, I will call someone to kill your whole family in a minute. What a big mouth. If you have the guts, you damn well call someone over. You're emboldened, aren't you? What? Hugging someone's thigh? Old man Zhou laughed coldly in a continuous voice. At the time you made a treacherous trick to hijack my Zhou family's equity and swept our family out from the group. I have always remembered this revenge. You don't think I will be willing to let it go, right? Who the hell are you evening out? Don't worry about that. In any case, it's someone you can't afford to offend. If you have the guts, you can send someone to exterminate my whole family. I'll be waiting at home. Good old dog Zoe. Bluffing here, are you? Quickly say, who in the world is backing you up? You look scared, don't you? Old man Zoe smiled crookedly, then said viciously, I'm telling you old man Jia, what belongs to my Zoe family? I need to take it all back. Chapter 52, 052. Growing bigger and stronger. Creating brilliance again. Marshal. That fellow surnamed Huang has been disposed of. Long Bubad had just walked to an unoccupied corner of the garden when the Killing God Temple Master appeared like a ghost and knelt down. He nodded his head gently. This kind of minor character was not worth the extra effort he had to deal with. I'll leave the follow-up to you. Make sure those people don't suspect anything here. Yes. The Killing God Palace Master bowed his head in response, and then said with some concern, the villain's side is quite manageable, but on your sister's-in-law's side, shouldn't it be slightly restricted as well? He shook his head. There's no need for that. You'll scare them if you make a move. They're my sisters-in-laws after all. There's no need for that. But in case the Black Key Emperor's side knows about your message. Long Biru's gaze flinched, and the Slaying God Palace Master hurriedly stopped his words. Emperor Heike was once an overlord that most of the heads of transcendent forces had to bow down to, an existence that stood at the top of the world, and no one dared to disobey his orders. But 3 years ago, he was defeated by Long Bubad. They fought in the relics for the inheritance of the Vajra unbreakable body and the god-killing fierce spirit. The hall shattered. He killed all the cult disciples under Emperor Heike in a single breath, and snatched the god-killing fierce spirit as well as a quarter of the Vajra unbreakable body. And the two of them thus formed a deadly enmity. That battle was also as Long Biru's battle of fame, freeing many of the transcendent forces that were enslaved by Emperor Heike in droves, and was admired by all. But he had also offended Emperor Heike and the few transcendent power direct descendants who were dead loyal to him as a result. These men are few, but they are all vicious, vindictive, and skilled. He would certainly be fine facing these people, but if he let them know of his whereabouts, it would surely spill over to those around him. But he wasn't worried. I've warned my sister's side of the family, Long Biru said indifferently. They have realized the seriousness of the matter, and won't go around talking about me outside. That's good. The Slaying God Hall Master revealed a reassuring smile, thinking of Emperor Heike and all those of his beloved direct lineage. The Slaying God Hall Master was also terrified in his heart. If he met alone, he would definitely die instantly without any discussion. But since Lord Military God has already said so, it must be fine. Even if something should happen, he could still ensure absolute safety by waiting by His Excellency's side at all times. Of course, Long Bubad knew what he was thinking and comforted. The Killing God origin chi here is pure. I might only need half a year to fully recover. And then it will be me who will take the initiative to find trouble with that Black Key Emperor. The Great Marshal's divine martial prowess is unrivaled, and he will surely triumph when he steps out. The Slaying God Palace Master roared with an exhilarated expression. Of course, before that, I have to uncover the person behind the scenes who dared to use me before. Long Biru narrowed his eyes slightly, his complexion suddenly icy cold. How's that Wang Qian's investigation going? Have you already established his relationship with the Underground Heavenly King? It's confirmed. He is indeed someone from the Underground Heavenly King, and he is also one of his beloved henchmen, specializing in handling the affairs of this part of Longjing for him. Okay, I got it. Long Biren said indifferently. Keep an eye on his whereabouts. And the day after tomorrow, I'll go pay him a little visit at his door. The Slaying God Hall Master's expression was delighted as he bowed his head in response. The Marshal will be able to make a difference. At that time, this Wang Qian's territory and those fat meat in his hands could come under the control of their Killing God Palace. This time when the Zhang family fell, they have gained a lot of benefits from it, and they are eating a lot of oil. The sphere of influence was 3 times larger than before. This time, on the other hand, was a new round of expansion opportunities that he would never let go of. Make it bigger and stronger, and make it better again. Let them kill the Temple of God and return to the top of the world's transcendent forces. The Slaying God Hall Master had a longing face, as if he had already seen a bright future beckoning towards him. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. Indeed, choosing the right master is the most important step to success. Suddenly, another huge figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Long Bubad. It was none other than the Lord of the Horde. He knelt down on one knee and reported with his head bowed. Lord Military God, That Yen Jiazi giant hegemony's 3 families wordsmiths are still waiting in the sacred Hao Hotel, and they said that they will wait until you have finished dealing with the important matters in your hands. The Killing God Palace Master listened with a slight aura in his heart. I'm afraid that in this great dragon continent the only one who could make the 3 leaders of the giant hegemonic family wait so respectfully was the Grand Marshal. Oh, there's this thing. It was only then that Long Bu Bat remembered and couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, if not these 3 families invited him to a banquet in the past, he would not have met the director of the Wang. There is no way to know that the Huang Yanshao bold enough to slander him in this matter. Thinking so, it seemed that even the bad mood that this trip was to wipe Su Baishui's ass was open. Now then, prepare the car. Yes. On the other hand, the chapter house clears the real estate requisition hall. The crowds were surging and incessant, with countless requisitioners lining up in a long line, and the service window at the faucet was all a cacophony of angry roars. What the hell do you guys mean? Do you still want us to subscribe? It's a special authorization from the top, and all of us are eligible to apply. What do you mean? Eligibility is still being reviewed? It's been 9 days since the audit. It's long past the statute of limitations. What do you say? What? Reroute the process? Shucks. Most of them have been applying for more than a week in a row, coming over to line up every day since the day the Zhang family collapsed and the top began to liquidate, filling out all kinds of application forms, eligibility forms, and information forms, a dozen or so at a time. However, very few were able to qualify for the subscription. These people are the real estate industry has a face of the elite, in the road for many years in the old oil. Know that further so, I am afraid that even a bowl of soup cannot drink. So the heart of that anxious as the ants on the hot pot. The business world has always been big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, not to surge forward. You can only be slaughtered. But there wasn't much they could do. The qualifications for the requisition were held by people from the 3 giant families, and how much of the internal share they had internalized a long time ago. The portion that could flow out was just a drop in the bucket, and it was all distributed to people who were related to the 3 of them. They're nice and busy, but they're just trying to follow along with a sip of the soup that these connected people are spilling at their feet. But it was this soup that the men wouldn't let them drink. The righteously indignant elites got together and went straight for the jugular. This giant bastard family's people are too much. They're also too blatant. This has only brought down one Zhang family. Can't they see the lesson from the past? What the hell does the top mean? Handing out qualifications again and not giving them a pass. Playing with us? Right. So our dragon continent is still monopolizing the world of the giant hegemonic families, right? Everyone listen to me. Suddenly, a hot-blooded, indignant-looking peer-straight old man stood out from the crowd. Looking at the appearance, it was none other than Long Not Bad's old man, Long Zhengying. At the moment he was being egged on by a couple of friends, with a stack of application forms approved with red ticks in his hand, climbing up on the table and encouraging all the elites around him who couldn't get a subscription to put money in for him. You're not qualified? That's okay. I do. You give me the money and I'll buy it for you. Grandpa. You're also not charged any processing fees. The top is in cahoots. And Moncler Outlet Store, I can't stand it. So I just want to mess with these monopoly giant families that like to bully people and give them a little color. That's right. He's going to make a big score. Long Zhengying also figured out that there is no end to earning something like money. What's really reliable is still a friend. It's fame. As long as the reputation of righteousness spreads, where can he not mix? Wherever he goes, he'll be honored with the title of master. So, he, Long Zhengying, decided to put up a fight. Chapter 53, 053, Chest of Chests. Just when Long Zhengying was ready to let go of his big shot and make a name for himself at the requisition office, the Zhou family, Zhou Lijie and his 2 sisters are bitterly persuading their niece, Yang Shunning, but he could hardly intervene in such matters. And these 2 sisters of his were much better talkers than he was. Among them and to his big sister Zhou Meiju most anxious. A person in that gushing. I say Shunning don't mind your great aunt talk too much, but this heavenly opportunity you really have to grasp. Marriage is a woman's second reincarnation. Like the Long family young master such a background of the golden son-in-law. You will be hard to meet in this life again. The bruised Zhou Mingyan also plopped down on the sofa and joined in unwillingly. Yes. Although we women take the initiative to pursue a man is a bit of self-defeating, but the background of the dragon young obviously not ordinary. You cannot care too much about face. Even if it is again self-defeating, also have to take the initiative to attack. That's right. It has to be ruthlessly proactive. Take out all those sexy lingerie you usually wear when you're out shooting commercials and show them off in front of him. Of course, we can't be too straightforward. Let's create some charming scenes, like the kind in TV dramas. Intentionally fall down in front of him and get into his arms or something, and then raise your head and hook him with your peach blossom eyes with love in them. Auntie, you've watched too many TV shows. Yang Shunning was crying and laughing. These two aunts of hers were worthy of being the top leftover women. They even came up with such unreliable tricks as learning from TV dramas. But she was also quite interested in pursuing the matter of Long Zihao. Auntie was right. A woman's marriage is a second reincarnation. If she can get on Long Zihao's good side, it's directly 50 years less of a detour. Boy, even the city chief and the imperial doctor had to be respectful. That's status. She couldn't even think about it. The two aunts need not say much. I will try to pursue them if I can. I know the advantages and disadvantages. Zhou Lijie nodded. To his niece's body appearance, he is still very confident. Ability-wise, it's also quite impressive. He had heard that the money Yang Shunning earned from taking advertisements and shooting outside by herself was almost as much as the department heads under him. That's not easy for a young girl who just graduated. But to young dragon, you must not be offended. At the end of his persuasion, he customarily spoke to summarize. If it's not possible, let's just give up. Anyway, with my relationship with his sister, it's not possible for him to leave our family out. It's best if you can follow him, of course, but if you can't, don't force yourself, so as not to annoy people. I know, uncle, just relax. Saying that, but for this matter, Yang Shunning can be very confident. Since she was a child, she has been the flower of the class and the school flower over. Only other people to pursue her, but she has never taken the initiative to pursue anyone. As far as she was concerned, there was still a peer that this young lady couldn't take if she took the initiative? Isn't that funny? With an imperative she went to her room to get ready. That momentum, looking at the two Zhou sisters is secretly nodding. They have already begun to play the game. When their niece and the hidden young master of the Long family get married, they will definitely make a big profit on each other. Where's Dad? Gotta tell his old man about this. Zhou Lijie waved his hand at his two sisters. You guys go ahead. I'll take a call. The two laughed and walked away. And he picked up the phone and put on a smile as well. Elder Wang, what is it you're calling me about? Again. Director Wang's voice came from over there, crying and laughing. That big shot is coming to the Shanghai Hotel again. Anyway, come over here. Several of our directors are here, and there are people from the Jia and C families over there. So it's up to you to decide how much business you can negotiate. Okay, thanks a lot. Zhou Lijie smiled and hurriedly ran out the door. I'm going to open a business. I wonder how many orders I can sign on this trip over there. It's really a double whammy. But at the same time, he was a little curious about the identity of the big guy coming up. What kind of god is it that can make the three big shots of Yan Jiaxi abandon their former enmity and gather together to host a banquet at the Shanghai Hotel, where no one is allowed to enter without being a powerful celebrity? If he could hook up with such a big shot, then he would have no worries about flying high in his life. Maybe even the glory of the Zhou family's ancestors can be restored together. It's just a matter of thinking about such things. Zhou Lijie drove the car and laughed to himself. I'd better stop daydreaming here and bellyache about what I'm going to say after I see those commissioners later. That being said, he still sped almost all the way to the Sanctuary Hotel, for the sake of meeting that big man as much as possible. It would be a great blessing to see someone like that from a distance through the glass. So when he found Director Wang, the first thing he said was to inquire about this matter. Wang Lao, that lord he come yet? Director Wang had a buried look on his face and said to him, You kid, you don't even ask me hello when you see me, but you care about that big shot first. Then, with a very understanding and bitter smile, he shook his head. Don't worry, he hasn't arrived yet. This master is a complete big frame. Back and forth tossing those three giant family talkers don't bring a frown. I estimate that he may still be wandering around this moment. Zhou Lijie is also full of smiles and longing. Whenever he gets to mix it up, it'll be worth dying for. He made a few casual courtesies and started talking about business. But before they could chat for long, Director Wang suddenly looked in the direction of the hotel's main door and frowned all of a sudden. Hey, I said your thieving brother-in-law. Sure enough, the thief is back again. Zhou Lijie looked over there. Good guy. That is not Long Zihao. He was viciously taken aback. In his heart, he wondered why this brother-in-law of his had come here. You're also really. Introduce him to work or not good. Have to come here. This is he cannot come to the place? If he gets into trouble, the Zhou family will suffer along with him. Director Wang cursed and was about to walk over to stop Long Biru. Zhou Lijie hurriedly pulled him to a halt and asked with a look of disbelief. Wait, Wang Lao, what did you just say? Oh yeah, I forgot to explain. Director Wang then briefly explained what he had just done to dissuade Long Bu. This said, directly to Zhou Lijia's scared almost soul. A possibility occurred to him almost instantly. Could the big shot who made the three Yanjiasi family members wait together be his brother-in-law? But this groundbreaking conjecture was immediately dismissed by him. Good boy. How is this possible? It's impossible. Absolutely not. Seeing Zhou Lijie with an unbelievably stupid face in place, Director Wang was surprised. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Usually you have a mature and steady look. I can't imagine that you would also show this dumbfounded expression. TSK, this is the first time I've seen it. Elder Wang, there is something I must tell you. Zhou Lijie watched Long Biru walk into the VIP elevator hall, and his throat rolled viciously. What is it? Elder Wang asked suspiciously. It's about my brother-in-law. No, brother-in-law. Chapter 54, 054, Downward Spiral? Long Bubad walked into the VIP elevator hall, but found that the elevator here had no buttons, only a place to swipe the card. He had no choice but to go to the reception and ask the young lady. You said you were a VIP with a reservation on the top floor? The young lady covered her mouth and forced a laugh. I'm sorry, sir. Let's not talk about whether you're a VIP or not. Even if you really are, you definitely won't come over to ask me. Because the VIP Supreme Black and Gold card that leads to the top floor is a limited number of cards. There are only 7 of them in total in our hotel. And even I don't have any extra ones here for you. The dragon was not bad at that time. He froze there. What do the 3 Yanjiasi families mean? You're going to give him a hard time, aren't you? In a hushed voice, he asked. Are you sure you don't have a VIP going up card? The receptionist lady blinked her eyes, suddenly remembering the manager coming over just now to specifically mention to herself. It said that a big shot who had booked the Supreme Penthouse parlor was coming over and told her to prepare with all caution. The manager also said that the big man did not want to be too publicized, worried that if he personally came to receive the words will seem a bit grand, attract the big man dislike. So let the reception of the most beautiful young her to be this shift. But this guy doesn't look like a big shot in any way, does he? So young, plain looking, and dressed in ordinary clothes. It would be a hell of a thing to say that he was a big shot who could have a reservation at the top. So the reception lady replied with a forced smile. Sorry, I really don't have it here. If you are really a VIP, you will surely have the Supreme Black Gold card. You need to have the card on you before I can serve you. Yeah. Long Burong's complexion went cold as he turned his head and walked out. He took out his phone and was going to ask the horseless allies to go and ask properly what they meant over there. Is it true that you're not going to talk about it and you're going to go to war with him directly? But just as his cell phone came out, he was greeted by 2 acquaintances. It was Zhou Lijie and Director Wang. The 2 men looked alarmed and pulled him hurriedly toward the corner. How did you come here, my brother-in-law? Zhou Lijie anxious that is full of sweat. Here will soon come over it in the sacred Ho top floor booking of the big man. I heard that as even Yen Jiaji 3 family talk about the object to be respectful of the people. If you offend to people will not be good law. The cold sweat on Director Wang's face was even more like a waterfall. And he came up to apologize. I'm sorry little brother Long. I misunderstood you before. I apologize. Don't take it personally. Long Burong understood what they meant when he saw their eyes flickering and seemed to be testing the waters. Must be wondering if he's the one who made the 3 Yen Jiaxi families wait respectfully. He let out a cold laugh, and his eyes, as sharp as ice knives, looked unflinchingly at Zhou Lijie. Brother-in-law, I seem to remember that I just said that I told you not to go around telling people about me. But then you turned around and told this Director Wang. What do you mean? Zhou Lijie's heart almost stopped in fear when he touched Long Biru's knife-like gaze. He hurriedly explained. This Director Wang is not an outsider nah. He and I are 5 years old acquaintance. How can I say it is an outsider? Wang old you say right? Yes. Director Wang hurriedly nodded his head and explained with a strong smile. Little Wang and I have made friends with each other through wine. I treat him like my own nephew, and I've never seen him as an outsider nah. Long Bubad hummed heavily, his face bristling with ice. Dare not take the words of his deliveries seriously. If this Zhou Lijie is not his brother-in-law, he will definitely not be lightly forgiven. The mouth is on you. I can't stop you if you want to say it. But remember, if something goes wrong, all the consequences are your own. Don't blame me for not warning you. Yes, we're definitely not talking nonsense. Zhou Lijie nodded his head busily. The same goes for Director Wang. In his heart, he wondered. Think of himself at least as also the director of the Longjing Silicon Bureau. Coordinate a party of the elite of the officialdom of the figure. Even the district mayor to see their own also have to be polite. How to the young man in front of? Subconsciously attitude respect up it? Long Bubad finished his good words and left straight away, leaving only two people who didn't know what was going on to look at each other and laugh bitterly. They couldn't help but begin to speculate about the identity of Dragon Not Bad again, guessing whether he, or not, was the one who made all three of the Yanjiasi family talkers wait respectfully. The answer is also obvious. He wasn't the big guy, because if he was, then why would he come out of the VIP elevator lobby? Definitely went straight up. How could they think that the truth is sometimes so mind-boggling? Long Bubad walked out of the hotel and immediately contacted the Hordeless Alliance Master and asked him about the Supreme Black Gold card. Who would have thought that he would have said he didn't know either? This caused Long Bubad's face to completely freeze. In that case, the three families of that Yanjiasi are determined to go to war with me? Allied Lord Horseless was very puzzled. Will not should not be possible that Yen City Chief told me when you can be respectful. Begged to discuss with you the division of the Zheng family territory. Said that if you do not have a nod of the head, that the Zheng family's territory they do not dare to take up a little bit of the martial. How could they dare to give you this kind of a downward spiral it? Long Biren coldly said, then you mean I'm lying to you? No. Calm your anger, Marshal. I absolutely did not mean it like that. The Titanic man on the other end of the phone was on the verge of tears. Then why don't I ask again and you just wait a little longer? There's no need to ask. Just tell them directly that I fought down that Zheng family's territory. I'll see who of them dares to move. And if they want to start a war, I, Long Biren, am always ready to accompany them. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone amidst the shocked voice of the harmless Alliance Master. At the same time a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. This Yanjiasi family thinks that he alone can't eat such a giant as the Zheng family, right? I'm sorry, but he's not even eating alone. The 9 Dragons Axe Master under him, the Slaying God Palace Master, as well as the No Horde Alliance, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the Heavenly King Mountain Ghost Valley Sect. All the transcendent forces that responded to the call of his military god's order had a mouthful of meat to eat. What's more, there are those of his ministers in the army. With 3 generals and 9 whale generals and 18 fierce schools, there is no worry about finding someone to share the meat. He didn't believe that the 3 Yanjiasi families would still dare to fight him to the end. At the same time he was a little puzzled. Yanjiasi 3 families are not little cute. Only just saw him fall. The Zheng family, by all rights, should not have the guts to do so. He felt that there should be a mistake in one of these. However, even if something went wrong, this arrangement of theirs was really annoying. All the way to the elevator lobby, only to be denied access. What's the point of that? He tossed his head and went looking for Su Baishuei. I think she's ready to do what she ordered for that woman earlier, right? It wasn't that he, Lun, didn't like to worry. How could he not care about his own sister's affairs? He must make his one-track-minded sister recognize the true nature of that Su kid before it's over. Take a good look at what kind of a man is the Su Xiao that you girls are chasing after, even if you don't want to give your body to him. Chapter 55. 055. He's a waste. Xiaofu, you're going to go with Su Qiliang later? During the last class period on Friday afternoon, Wang Yu's eyes lifted and she walked up to Long Xiaofu, watching the other man not unnoticed. Yes, you didn't see that yesterday. He said he liked me in front of the whole school. How could I not say yes? Long Xiaofu covered her face and returned shyly, smiling sweetly. Wang Yu shook his head as he listened. Just a moment ago, Long Bubad had already sent some evidence to her cell phone. The evidence that the average person would look at and loathe to the bone is Su Qiliang's rooming records with over a dozen different girls. The kind that's recorded on video. Wang Yu just received a big shock. Cannot believe that the video will be that Su Qiliang. More confused about where Xiao Fluorescent Brother got such explosive evidence. But she didn't really care. Anyway, she was just doing her job by taking people's money. After reading those, even the Long Xiaofu was obsessed with Su Qiliang before. It was time to let go. Flicker, come over here for a moment. There's something I want to show you. What? Long Xiaofu knew nothing about it, and smiled like honey, thinking that her best friend was going to give some sour blessing or something, that she would love it too much. Go to the bathroom. Giggle. What do you have to go to the bathroom to see? You'll see when you get there. Wang Yu pulled Long Xiaofu into the toilet cubicle and unlocked the door before taking out her cell phone and lighting up the video. This is, as she expected. Long Xiaofu's entire body looked directly dumbfounded. It was as if he had been struck by heavenly thunder. His eyes were about to fall out. His face was unbelievable and hard to accept. No, this isn't real. It's software synthesized, right? How can this be Su Qiliang? And with so many different girls too. How many times have I told you? That's the kind of guy he is. Wang Yu let out a few disdainful sneers. All men are the same. Why do you think they want to please us? It's because they want our bodies. No, I don't believe it. I'm going to ask him myself. Long Xiaofu lost her mind and was about to rush out when she was pulled by Wang Yu. Wake up, she sternly rebuked. Even if you go and ask him, he'll only coax you with flowery words because he's a hopeless scum. Why are you still obsessed? No, it's not real. It's synthesized by software. It's not real. Long Xiaofu froze his expression and kept murmuring in a demented manner. She looked like this to see Wang Yu snorting in her heart. It's sad that you can't believe a mountain of hard evidence when it's right in front of you. I think you're obsessed with nymphomania. Take a good look. How can this be synthesized by software? Look at Su Qiliang's smug expression in the video. He just takes pleasure in playing with girls. But so what? Long Xiaofu suddenly erupted into a determined growl and cried hoarsely. So what if he likes to play with girls? I'm just going to give him something to toy with. So what can I do about it? It's impossible for someone from the old dragon family to do such a thing as knowing a favor and not repaying it. I have to repay the favor. My life was saved by him. I must repay him in full. What? What did you say? Wang Yu was confused and stared at her aching best friend and asked, how did he save you? Zhang family. Long Xiaofu forced herself to hold back her sobs. Before I was taken away by the Zhang family, they whipped me, forced me to drink chili water, and disfigured my face. If it wasn't for Su Qiliang's sister, I wouldn't have been able to recover at all. I owed him a life, and I owed his sister a few $1 million in cosmetic surgery fees. I have to pay it back, she said, pulling out her cell phone and flashing a few pictures. Her disfigured appearance, the crisscrossing scars on her face that looked like a 100-foot centipede, and the scene of Su Qiliang carrying her into the hospital in a coma, as well as Su Baishue's bill for the surgery to give her a facelift, totaling 3,119,000. What? Wang Yu did not expect there to be this. Immediately also froze. The whole person stayed in place. It was several seconds before she responded and subconsciously asked, so does your brother know about this? Him? He knows. Long Xiaofu wiped her tears and said, he's just a retired sergeant. He can't even find a job. And he's still relying on my sister's house to live in. So what's the use even if he knows about it? He also likes to force his face. How could I tell him this? Wang Yu didn't even know what to say for a moment. She was very surprised in her heart. It is reasonable to say that Long Xiaoflu's brother gave her gold bracelets and limited edition purple and gold love crazy cell phone, gave her all kinds of brand name bags and jewelry as a gift. It should be very rich, but it turned out to be a retired non-commissioned officer who couldn't even find a job, and he was able to get a video like Su Qiliang's, so he shouldn't be an ordinary person. She carefully asked, is there a possibility that your brother is actually rich, and also very capable? Who knew that? Long Xiaofu immediately rolled her eyes with a disdainful and contemptuous face. How is that possible? If he's rich, then why doesn't he spend it on me? If he's very capable, why didn't he tell me? Didn't you say last time that he could get you into the college you wanted to go to? How can it be? He is just bragging. Where did he get so much energy from a retired sergeant? Even our principal doesn't dare to say such big words. Long Xiaofu huffed and puffed. That said, why did you suddenly bring the topic to him? He's not useful at all. And he doesn't have any backbone. And he even goes to my sister's house to freeload. I'm really convinced. He's a waste. It's embarrassing to talk about it. I don't even want to recognize him as my brother anymore. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth twitched madly. This Long Xiaofu, surprisingly, had such a big grudge against her own brother. Do you know that your brother is actually very rich and capable? So do not like it. Then let him give me as a brother cannot. Okay, you stop it. Long Xiaofu stretched out her hand to block her mouth with an indignant face. I don't want to talk about my punk brother anymore. Stay out of this matter. I'll ask Su Qiliang if the person in these videos is him or not. Wang Yu helplessly asked. Then what if all these videos are real? What are you going to do? Long Xiaofu gritted her teeth with a determined face. Even if he really is this kind of scum, I still have to repay the favor because I'm the daughter of the Long family. I can't disgrace our Long family. Our Long family is already disgraceful enough. My parents are unreliable. My sister is a waste of space. And my brother is a waste of space. If even I follow along with the shamelessness, then Grandpa's spirit in heaven won't rest in peace at all. And our Long family will become the laughingstock of everyone. After she finished speaking, she stormed out of the door angrily. And Wang Yu couldn't even catch up with her back. Just had to get my cell phone out and dial a number set on a special watch list. Hello? This is Long Zihao. She let out a long sigh and said, Brother Hao, there's no way out. I can't stop this violent girl of yours. What the hell? You showed her the video? Looked, and she insists on going? What's the reason? She said that she wants to repay her kindness, said that Su Qiliang saved her, and owed Su Qiliang's sister 3 million plastic surgery fees, and she also said that her sister is saying that you are. In short, she said she cannot give the old dragon family shame. That silly girl. An exasperated and helpless voice came from over there. You stall her first. I'll be right there. Damn it, this Su Qiliang doesn't want to live. Does he? What do you want? Wang Yu asked a little nervously. Why didn't your sister know about you actually being rich? And why did you keep it from her? Don't worry about any of that. Just stop her for me or follow her. I'm coming over to be the first to know where she is. That's no problem. We're not even out of school yet, and there's still the last class session. That'll do. I promise to be there in 40 minutes. What are you going to do? You're not going to violently beat up Su Qiliang, are you? A very cold, hard voice came from over there. You'll see soon enough. 056. Stupid to the core. Wang Yu waited with trepidation until the end of class. She was a little worried that Su Qiliang would be beaten to death by Long Xiaofu's brother. It was hard to believe, but she just had this gut feeling. From the first time she saw the sight of Long Bubad, she knew that this man was not ordinary. There was an indescribable air of superiority. Outstanding, domineering and rigid. It made her subconsciously want to obey. And what's more, it's also very generous, sending her gifts worth more than $10,000, without batting an eyelid. It's really a master. She really couldn't figure out. Obviously having a brother like this, Long Xiaofu had to be so disliked and call people trash. Where are we gonna find this kind of trash? If she could, she would rather go and work as a maid for this kind of trash. Wang Yu was very indignant in her heart, but on the surface, she had to put on a look of righteous indignation, because she knew that in that master's mind, she was afraid that she was similar to the broken shoes in the garbage can, and that day she hinted that she could offer herself on her own initiative, but the other party simply didn't even bother to give a damn. So, it's still a relationship with his sister that you have to rely on to get on the good side of this Mr. How? She could see that the Lord still held her sister in high regard. As long as she kept coaxing Long Xiaofu, then she would never worry about spending money in this life. Not to mention not being afraid of being bullied. Jingle bells. When the bell rang, Long Xiaofu really followed Su Qiliang, so she quietly followed and trailed until she reached a hotel near the school and watched them take off their school uniforms and go in. This Long Xiaofu, playing for real. She actually quite do not understand this kind of behavior. No, the kindness is quite good, but not so much, knowing that the other side is scum but also to jump into the fire pit, and cannot get any benefits. Really puzzling. She shook her head and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to inform her. Good. Where are you? Wang Yu spoke the exact location, and after half a minute passed, a handsome figure holding a woman descended from the sky. She covered her mouth, her eyes were like shocked eggs, and she looked directly dumbfounded. How this man fell from the sky. Long Bubad, however, did not care, casually threw Su Baixue, who was scared half to death in his arms, to the ground, and directly stepped into the hotel. His face was blue. His sister would commit herself to the scum at the expense of her own innocence. How could he, as a brother, not be angry? Literally lungs bursting with anger. Asking for the room number, he simply boom-kicked the door to the room, just in time to see the two men hugging and looking at him with a look of shock at the same time. The annoying thing was that Su Qiliang still didn't forget to use his hands to take off his sister's clothes. He was instantly enraged, striding over and grabbing the guy and throwing him out with one hand. Su Qiliang seemed to be grabbed by the King Kong. An inexorable heavenly force came. He seemed to rise up in the air as if he was a piece of paper, and was flung out horizontally, smashing into the wall with a heavy muffled sound. This time, it is the whole body seems to fall apart like a severe pain. Forehead accidentally touched the wall. At that time out of a pool of blood. Brother dash. When Su Baixue saw this scene, she was about to cry out with a wow, and hurriedly pounced over to check her brother's injuries. While looking at it, he also cursed bitterly. You disobedient dog. I told you to separate from the Long family's daughter. Why did you just not listen? Su Qiliang covered his forehead and didn't say anything, just staring at Long Buron, his eyes full of terror and horror, as if he had seen a devil coming out of hell. Brother! My God! What are you doing, you loser old brother? After being stunned, Long Xiaofu directly became furious, raising her hand and slapping her hand towards Long Bubad's face, but she was accurately captured by a big powerful hand. Long Bubad's face was like metaphysical ice as he coldly questioned her. What do you want? What do I want? I'm going to ask you what you want to do. Why did you burst in here? And why did you take a shot at my favorite person? What rotten people you like. Look at what you're doing to yourself. Volunteering to give your body to someone else to play with? With no face. Long Xiaofu went crazy and slapped Long Biru with the hand that wasn't tackled, cursing as she did so. I don't need a punk like you to mind my business. Don't think I don't know about you relying on sister's house for free food and drink. You're the one who's shameless. What freeloading? You don't know anything at all. You're the one who doesn't know anything. Long Xiaolu was in a state of insanity, hissing and growling in question. If it wasn't for Su Qiliang, I would have died in the hands of those people in the Zheng family. Where were you when they were madly torturing me? Where were you when they cut my face with a serrated knife? Long Bubad was speechless to the extreme. This sister of his, she was simply stupid. However, Long Xiaofu was still cathartic. What's wrong with me offering myself? Su Qiliang is my great benefactor. It was his sister who restored my face. I owe him $3 million in bills, and I still owe him my life. So what's wrong with taking the initiative to offer myself? We Dragon family will repay any favor. I am not a scoundrel like you and your sister. You are the shameless ones. Snap. Long Bubad slapped his sister's face, directly giving her a swollen face on one side. But this niece is like she doesn't know the pain. Her eyes glared and stared fiercely over. Her eyes were blood red and wanted to choose people to eat, like an angry snow leopard. This bone of stubbornness is really exactly the same as when I was a child. Long Bubad had no choice but to let Su Baishue come out and explain. She's Su Qiliang's sister, the one who operated on you. You should recognize her, right? So what if you know? Come Su Baishue, you come and say it. No need to be scrupulous. Tell me everything you know, including my true identity. Su Baishue cried out with a wow all of a sudden. As soon as Long Bubad said this, she knew that her brother was in big trouble. If Long Bubad was still slightly concerned about his identity and let her make up a random excuse, then it was okay. But now Long Bubad was obviously really angry and wanted to let his sister know the truth despite exposing his identity. But what could she do? Dragon not bad. A true dragon she simply couldn't afford to mess with. The slightest touch of the scales would shatter her bones. What's more, Long Bubad was still her protector now. As long as she kicked her away slightly, then the Yin family members she had incurred would rush over and tear her apart. So she had to follow orders and explain things with a sniffle. Little fluorescent sister, your brother, he's not some retired sergeant. His real identity is actually the Navy Marshal, the invincible Southern Navy god. It was he who single-handedly subverted the Zheng family, and it was he who saved you from the Zheng family, and it was he who asked me to give you a facelift. What? It was as if Long Xiaofu had been struck by a ninefold thunderbolt, and her entire body was dumbfounded. Su Qiliang over there was also filled with astonishment. He knew that Long Bubad's identity was not ordinary, but he did not expect it to be that invincible Southern Navy god. That's too unusual. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to crave for Long Xiaofu again even if he had 100 guts. His whole handsome little white face instantly gave way to white fear, and his eyes were filled with emotions of fear and remorse. Equally shocked, there was also Wang Yu, who was hiding outside the door and peeking. She wasn't scared. She was surprised. Extreme surprise. She didn't realize that the identity of that master was so outrageous. Now she had to go and hug this thick leg tightly. Her mouth was smiling crookedly. But Long Xiaofu, the one who should believe the most among the several people, was the only one who didn't. She buried her head and shook her head back and forth. Impossible. How is it possible that my brother would be that invincible Southern Navy god? Ha ha ha. How is this possible? It can't be. It can't be. Otherwise why would he hide it from me? And those photos. That's right. Those photos can't be fake. She suddenly raised her head at once and questioned Su Baishue sternly. Right. Those photos. It was clearly your brother who carried me into the hospital. It was clearly him who saved me. Why are you making up such lies? 057. Weeping bitterly and admitting fault, Su Baishue looked at the young girl angrily questioning herself in front of her, her face filled with helplessness. Those photos, of course, were all taken by me on purpose to trick you, in order to mislead you into thinking that we saved you. But you don't think carefully. With our Su family, how could we possibly save you from the Zheng family? Are we tired of living? Long Xiaofu's body trembled violently, but still held her head with both hands, unwilling to believe it. She was still trying to argue. But didn't you guys take advantage of the chaos when the Zheng family was pushed down to save me? Su Baishue was helpless to the extreme at the end, shaking her head repeatedly. Then why did we take this risk to save you? At that time, who knows if the Zheng family really fell? What relationship do we, the Su family, have with you to take such a big risk to save you? Who do you think you are? A princess in exile? Long Xiaoluren was directly dumbfounded. Frozen in place. Demented. Unable to speak. She had of course suspected it before, but Su Baixue had disguised herself well, making her think that the Su family was really an upper-class family with a deep background, helping her just in passing, and there were many others who received help just like her, for a good deed. In hindsight, all of those explanations were bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and she was naive as hell and stupid enough to believe it. Su Baixue's series of rhetorical questions directly knocked down the last layer of defense in Long Xiaoflu's heart. She wasn't really stupid, and if she wasn't willing to believe it when it was all said and done, she could really go to the hospital for brain damage. Aha dash. She went crazy and rushed forward with her teeth and claws open. How dare you lie to me like that? I'll have to tear you apart alive today. Su Baixue was shocked by her frantic appearance and ran outside in panic, but being pounced by Long Xiaofu with a single lunge, being tickled by this crazy girl as if she was in a frenzy, and not daring to resist, she could only scream miserably. Okay. Before scratching a few times, Long Bubad pulled her up. Su Baixue is after all the person he brought here. Cannot stand by and watch her being scratched a big flower face. She's not the one you should be dealing with. Long Bubad coldly looked at Su Qiliang, who was cowering in the corner over there, and sternly questioned. Your sister has already said for you to stay away from Xiaolu. Why don't you listen and still bring her here to get a room? Su Qiliang gurgled and couldn't explain clearly. Simply lowered his head. In fact, the reason why the dragon is not bad also understand. This guy is just greedy for his sister's body. The beauty of the backward sent to the door do not eat for nothing to eat. But understanding doesn't mean that Long Bubad will let him go. For this lustful bastard, he has his own set of disciplinary methods. Just simply picked up a chair and smashed it directly, throwing down a leg to Long Xiaofu. Take it. Just don't kill him. Su Qiliang. You shameless rascal. You tricked me so badly. Long Xiaofu's eyes wanted to spit fire, copied the wooden stick and rushed up to swing it madly, only bang slammed into his back, causing a heart-rending howl of anguish. Su Qiliang subconsciously still wanted to resist, but was stopped from all thoughts by a single look filled with killing intent from Long Buron. If this beating is not willing to be taken, the downfall will only be more horrific. He could only curl up his body and hold his head with both hands, protecting his vitals and allowing Long Xiaofu to beat him. But this beating is really not good. Too painful, simply painful to the heart. Long Xiaoflu was infuriated by the dead hand. Wooden stick bang bang on his body, the pain he rolled all over the ground, wailed miserably, miserable voice of begging for mercy. It really is worse than a lost dog. Su Baixue watched from over there and didn't dare to stop, fearing that she would accidentally offend Long Biru and send their entire family to the west. She could only lament in her heart. This brother who doesn't know the sky and the earth, whose body it's not good to crave, but had to go and crave the sister of someone else's military god marshal. Isn't this looking for death? It's obvious that you've been warned before and you don't listen, so you really deserve it. Su Qiham was beaten until his body was so bruised and purple that he didn't even have the strength to scream and beg for forgiveness, and only then did Long Xiaofu stop. With a numb face, she threw away the wooden stick and looked at her delicate hands, which were already red and swollen, and even had blisters from the friction, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Her pain was all in her heart. Brother dash. With a flutter, she directly knelt down for Long Biru. I wanted to say something, but I was already in tears and choking on my words. Long Bubad gave Su Baixue a wink, and she rolled and crawled to hurriedly pick up her brother and leave. She knew that this catastrophe was considered to be over. Although her brother was miserable, but at least he did not lose his life, nor did he break his arms and legs, which was already the heavenly grace of the Lord military god. But Long Bubad didn't want to open any heavenly grace, if he didn't know Su Baixue a favor. Just based on what this Su Qiliang did to his own sister, he wouldn't be able to kill 100 times. Brother! I'm sorry. Sister, I'm sorry. Long Xiaoflu fell on her brother's lap at once and hugged tightly, crying and snotting, all wiped on Long Bubad's pants. I'm really not a thing. I'm such a white-eyed wolf. I didn't know that it was you who saved me, nor did I know that it was you who allowed Su Baixue to recover the injuries on my face. And I still spoke ill of you. Ooh dash. You beat me to death. I'm so ashamed to face you again. Oh. Brother. Oh. Long Bubad looked at his sister, who lost her voice and cried at his feet. What else could he do? It's still only a choice to forgive, like those other people in the world who are older brothers. Don't cry. It's okay. He leaned down, picked his sister up and kept soothing her. It's good that you've come to your senses. It's also your brother's fault that I didn't make things clear to you before letting others take advantage of the situation. I'm sorry, Fluffy. Once Long Xiaofu heard her brother say that, she cried even more. If Long Bu Bad scolded her fiercely and chided her, then she still had to seize on the point that her brother didn't make things clear to fight back. But now that Long Bu Bad had taken the initiative to admit this, what else could she say? It can only take the blame even more, I guess. And she also knew that her brother must have had a reason for doing so. Sure enough, before she could ask, Long Biren opened his own mouth to explain. You don't blame brother for hiding it from you. Brother is because he's worried that you'll be too flamboyant outside. I'm not in a good state right now. Once my true identity is found out by those enemies of mine, the ones who will suffer will only be you, my sister, and mom and dad. You've always been a fighter since you were a kid, and I can't rest assured that you'll be fine. Brother. Long Xiaofu sighed in her heart. It was true that it was still her brother who understood her. If she knew that her brother was the military god marshal who was invincible in the South China Sea, she would definitely have to stir him up. Since she was a child, in school, at home, she met too many unfair things. Just back then when her grandfather fell into trouble, she was the neighbor's children fell into the well and falsely accused her of stealing money. It must be a good revenge back. There are also close classmates in school being bullied by bullies, classroom teachers who are dedicated to their students being owed wages by shady leaders, and English teachers being harassed by parents of rich students. The slightest thought now immediately sent a rush through her mind. But what she was more concerned about right now was this matter of how her brother became a military god marshal. As soon as she remembered this, she no longer had the energy to cry, and as soon as the water from her tears was wiped away, her whole face burst into a playful smile, and she began to ask questions without stopping. Long Bu Bad was asked and had no choice but to slowly give Nazi a sentence-by-sentence account of how he rose to prominence in the military back then. 058. Flying Yellow. It was only at 9 o'clock in the evening that Zhou Lijie finally finished dealing with the company's affairs. Today, he relied on Director Wang's connections and negotiated insurance contracts for employee benefits with several more directors of Yan's faction at Shanghai, allowing them all to purchase insurance from his own insurance company, which would result in another gold medal award for his business achievements at the head office this year. That's what you call a year without opening. Open and eat for a year. Career climbing. Of course, he is very happy. But today the heart of the big man did not see, is also quite regrettable. Never mind. Let's hurry over. He's hosting today, inviting Director Wang and the others to play at Jade Xiongtai. Jade Xiongtai is more famous in Longjing, a bath center. That inside the technician each work is a first-class good. The only shortcoming is the appearance of the body is poor, not compared to the top of the Moon Palace. That is opened in the entire Longjing, the most luxurious grotto, the center of Longzonghai, but also the most extravagant place in Longzhou. Inside the technician is not only a good job, but also a person beautiful voice sweet, can sing and dance, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting are all proficient. More than the earth is a special thing, but the Jade Agar platform isn't bad either, and it's just as godly to lie down on it. That side was already being pushed, and he was about to go over on his side when the phone suddenly rang, and it was Director Wang. Xiao Zhou, come to the Moonflower Heavenly Palace for a bit once you've settled them down. Yan City Chief is waiting for you over here. What? Zhou Lijie was stunned. What kind of character is Yan City Chief, that he wants to receive him personally? He quickly asked. What's the situation, Alwan Lao? Yan City Chief, he's not going to clean me up, right? There was a sound of laughter and cursing from over there. Pack you, what up, pack you? You kid to flat out, I tell you. Hurry over, is good. It's. What good thing? You'll see when you come over. Hurry up. Don't delay. Good. Zhou Lijie's heart thumped, and he had some vague guesses about the cause of this matter. Could it be that brother-in-law of his? Surprisingly, even the capital of Yan City is alarmed. His identity of this brother-in-law, in the end, is the identity of this brother-in-law. Zhou Lijie shook his head. Anyway, the past will know. It's a good thing. Ha, it's just a good thing. He happily drove over. Did not expect Wang Lao personally waiting for him here. Smilingly introduced him. In a foggy sauna, he saw Yan Shishou. There was also the man from before who was built like a tower of steel. Surprisingly, it's him? Zhou Lijie's pair of eyes were wide open. He forced down the shock in his heart, a humble smile on his face, bowed and walked closer to Yan Shishou. Junior Zhou Lijie, I've met City Head Yan. Yan Shishou twisted his obese body, as if he were a living Buddha, and spread his face to show his smile. Well, it's true that you're a talented person. I've heard about you from Director Wang. You're really a handsome young man. Zhou Lijie even said that he did not dare to be, and the smile on his face became more and more humble. Come on. I heard Director Wang say that you like to drink. This is the 40-year-old Lai Mao that I prepared for you. Take it and drink it. If you like it, I'll take 10 more bottles for you. If you run out of the 10 bottles, then ask me for more. I still have more there. Yan Shishou said and took out a gift box and handed it over. He was directly stunned. What? Giving him a bottle of famous wine that can't even hit 700,000 to 800,000 dollars upon meeting? And he said he'd give him 10 more bottles if he liked it. How can I be so ashamed to accept a gift from you? City Head Yan. Yan City Chief likes you enough to give you a gift. So take it. Director Wang reminded him from behind, and he hurriedly thanked him. But that's not all. Yan City Head followed by a smile. You do not have to be so polite with me. Zhou, I have just acquired 50% of your Tingdao's shares. From now on you are also considered my people. I intend to promote you as a director of the group, divided into 2% of the shares to you. How do you want it? What? Zhou Lijie was directly stunned. Becoming a director of the Tenda Group was his goal for the next 10 years. As a result, today all of a sudden it can be reached. What an amazing joy. He instantly gave in to his knees. Yan City Chief. Whatever you want me to do, I will do whatever you want. No. Xiao Zhou, get up. I don't need you to do anything. Yan Shishou smiled as if he was a kind-hearted elder. That was called a kind I like the sea and great love. I'm just looking at Xiao Zhou, you're good looking and I like you. If you look up to me too, then just call me Uncle Yan. Uncle Yan. Zhou Lijie readily accept good advice, and immediately gave ambled down to kowtow aloud. At this time he is like winning a huge lottery, like excited ecstasy. From the company executives to the group director, this is a step of the leap. Can get the favor of the Yan City Chief promotion? He will soar. And Yan City Chief's eyes lit up with a touch of joy that was hard to hide. He glanced at the nearby allied lord without harmony and saw that he nodded slightly, and couldn't help but feel even more joyful. Do not point to break. Do not say break. There is this layer of window paper in. Is the relationship between you have me and I have you? The Yin family will be absolutely safe. Thinking of this, Yan Shishou could not help but crack his mouth and smile. The fat meat that the Zhang family had exploded. Their Yan family could safely eat it. On the other side, after Long Biru sent his sister home, he also received a message from the Horseless Alliance Master. It's about that dismounted misunderstanding earlier. It turned out that the Shanghai Hotel Supreme Black Gold VIP card was given to him. Clamped inside the invitation, he was directly thrown the invitation. And no wonder Yan Jia's C3 families deliberately give him to play a downward spiral. But Long Bu Bad still had some fire left in him. It's a misunderstanding. But why didn't they make this clear in the first place? Why did they let this misunderstanding happen? Isn't it true that they know you want to keep a low profile? So they didn't make things too clear and didn't send a special person over to pick you up. Look at how this thing is messed up. I'll scold them a few more times. Alright, tell them to find a normal restaurant in the suburbs tomorrow. What do they have to be so high-end for? Yes, I'm going to tell them. Hanging up the phone, Long Bu Bad returned to the kitchen and continued to pick up the kitchen knife to cut vegetables. When he dropped his sister off at home, he happened to run into his mom cooking and was called in to help. His sister came too, and the family was divided into 3. One washing, one preparing and one frying, chatting as they did so. But soon the conversation led in a direction that left him quite helpless. Xiao Hao, how's it going with that niece of your brother-in-law's family? Well, seeing the dragon not bad stammers and cannot say. His old mother is like being lit up. The fire miso will burst up. What? Your brother-in-law let you live in their home is to give you the opportunity to create, not let you go to live for free. Hurry up to get things done to move out to me. Self is not no home. Live in other people's homes all day long. What kind of words? Long Bu Bad cried and laughed, complaining. Mom, the house is so small. Just you and Dad in Xiao Fluorescence's room. Where can I live? The living room cannot live. You come back to me to sleep on the sofa, or find a job to rent a room. Our Long family is not so shameful, every day to rely on other people's homes to be looked down upon. No, I gave them a gift from the family, and my brother-in-law liked it so much he said he'd let me stay as long as I wanted. What? The gift you sent can make people really like it? I don't believe it. Do they need your money? They're just being polite to you. How old are you and still don't have this kind of eyesight? Really living blindly for nothing. His mom was talking out of her ass, and his sister was just sitting next to her, covering her mouth with laughter. Long Bu Bad hurriedly gave her a wink before she coughed and uttered a few kind words. Well, Mom, Don't worry, brother, he's not the kind of person you think he is. He's awesome. Awesome? How powerful can a veteran be? If you're really powerful, then hurry up and get me a daughter-in-law. Buy a car, buy a house, and have a few babies. That's what you call powerful. Long Xiaofu's eyes glared as she nudged her brother and said, "Hear that? That's what I call awesome." Long Bubad simply had to nod his head repeatedly with a yes, yes, yes. These things couldn't be simpler for him, but he was now shouldering the burden of the country's rise and fall, and starting a family too early would be futile. But if it was just a superficial gesture to reassure Mom, he could still do it to that extent. He lowered his eyes and began to think hard. 059. Strip interview. 8 o'clock in the evening. Longzhou's largest financial conglomerate, Tiansong Group. Entrance exam. Interview waiting hall. There is a long line of candidates who have passed the written test, and I can't count the number of them at a glance, and Yang Shunning is among them. Pale and sweaty, she stood waiting outside the hall door, her heart pounding. There was no one in front of her and it would soon be her turn to go in for an interview. Success or failure. More than 10 years of hard work. Her dream of joining MT Sky to embrace a decent life as a human being depends on the minutes afterward. Once she succeeded in joining Tiansong, then she would be able to enjoy a super high salary package and super luxurious employee benefits, as well as, most importantly, an upper-class community with shared resources. MT Sky Community. Young Longjing people know that entering the community of Tiansong is equivalent to entering the upper-class society. Even if they are from the rural areas, they are just as capable of changing their household accounts in a strong way, realizing the class leap and becoming the envy of everyone, not worrying about the caravan and marriage, and easily becoming a winner in life. That's why so many people, every year, break their heads to get in. I just don't know. What will be the content of the interview at MT Sky? No one knows what the entry interview is at the MT Tennessee Group, and it will always remain a mystery to job seekers, no matter how much they probe. Because of the existence of a highly punitive secrecy clause, people within the Sky Song would never talk about it. Those who failed the interview also leaked the exam questions because they didn't dare to take the huge risk of offending the Yin family. This is a bar set for job seekers by the MT. Only by crossing over can you become a true MT Sky person. Candidates number 78, number 79, and number 80, come in. The main door opened and the interviewer's secretary informed expressionlessly. Yang Shunning's spirit was revitalized, puffed out her chest and stepped into it. She is none other than number 78. Entering the interview hall, there were examiners sitting all around the place, and she counted as many as 12. Under the scrutiny of so many people, the petite beauty who came in after her instantly became nervous. The sweat on that forehead rubbed down and her body was shivering slightly. It's 79. As for no, 80, she was a popular-faced beauty with a calm demeanor, and her mental fitness looked way better than theirs. Yang Shunning took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. In terms of figure and appearance, she had an advantage over both of them. In terms of intelligence, she boasted that she wouldn't lose either. There was nothing to be nervous about. The three men stood up straight in the middle of the field, and the lights of the hall suddenly went dark with a lazy raise of the examiner's hand. Then, boom, 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 3 beams of light lit them up. Yang Shunning almost jumped in shock. It was a battle she had never experienced before. 1 minute to make a brief introduction. Starting with number 78, Yang Shunning breathed a sigh of relief. This was a necessary part of the interview. Of course she had prepared for it. The other 2 interviewees did the same, coming up with long-prepared sayings and simply passing. Very well. The examiner's voice was still very lethargic. You are able to pass the written examination session. You must all be elite cadres in today's society, and have the qualifications to join our heavenly song. But in order to become a member of our heavenly song, you still need to satisfy one of the most important conditions. Yang Shunning was shocked in her heart, but she only needed to fulfill 1 condition? That was a lot easier than she thought it would be. What conditions? No, 80 asked calmly. Please also ask the examiner to clarify. If it is something I can do, I will definitely guarantee to do it. Me too. I can definitely do it too. 79 was obviously a little resourceful and was the first to take a stand. Only Yang Shunning reacted the slowest and was the last to speak, cursing these 2 shamelessly in her heart. Very good. It seemed to be relatively rare to meet them in such a proactive stance, and the examiner's mood was noticeably high. But his next sentence that followed made the 3 beautiful candidates directly freeze in place. Then you guys should take off your clothes first. 5 seconds. No answer. Yang Shunning thought she had heard wrongly and just wanted to ask a question. But then that number 80 grabbed it first. She pressed on without even asking, and went straight to work undressing. This directly stunned young Shunning in 79. Soon, a hot keto body clad only in lingerie was exposed to the spotlight. It drew murmurs of admiration from all around. Nothing could be seen in the darkness, and young Shunning was still in shock. Who knew that 79 had moved as well? She looked like she was trying to hold something back, her arms trembling, but she managed to get the lady's suit and wraparound skirt off. Even the white muslin pantyhose, which hadn't stayed on. The spotlight was on one more delicate, slim keto body. It was young Shunning's turn to be torn, and she finally knew what that condition was. Obey. What the MT Sky Group wants is for the subordinates to be absolutely obedient to their superiors. 78. Please don't waste your time. If you can't even do that, then just quit. The examiner's cold voice reached young Shunning's ears. She clenched her teeth, her mind at war with the sky for a few seconds, and finally gave in. All over, stripped down to his underwear. Then there was another murmur of admiration. It's more intense than the two just now. Obviously, the examiners were quite pleased with her figure that. Keep taking it off, the examiner commanded once more. Young Shunning couldn't believe her ears. And take it off. This is too much. 79 was the first to bear it and screamed out in question. Who knew the examiner was laughing? Excessive? That's how excessive you have to be if you want to be part of our heavenly song. We must ensure that everyone in the group has no second thoughts. To do so, he must be able to dedicate all of his personal value to the group. And only then will we accept him and give him back the value that matches it. The deputy examiner sitting beside him said in a gentle voice. Don't worry. We won't do those worse things. Now we are just testing your determination. Relax. No one here will try to break the law. Then there was another impatient voice. No one is forcing you. Those who don't want to hurry up and quit. There are still more than 100 people waiting at the back. There are many people who want to join our heavenly song at all costs. You guys are not that far behind. 79's body shuddered violently for a moment. The phrase "not a few of you" clearly hitting her soft spot. Then, with a fierce clench of her teeth, she actually just took off her underwear straight away. Then inclined his face, using only his hands to cover those three most crucial parts. Seeing this, 80 followed suit and took it off. She didn't even use her hands to block it. Young Shunning directly froze. She'd never thought to go this far. It's nice to be a winner in life, but it's not a crime. She instantly wanted to give up. The heart is angry and aggravated, because it wasn't a failure due to her lack of ability. Simply because, this MT Sky Group is a cannibalistic asshole corporation. The thought that for so long she had dreamed of joining this place sent a wave of intense humiliation and resentment through her. A nameless karmic fire ran straight into his mind. Yet, she had no way to retaliate. The Tian Song Group was the core industry of the giant Yin family. She couldn't afford to offend the Yin family. But suddenly, a handsome figure flashed through her mind. If she could use this incident to get that person to save her once, then she'd have a legitimate reason to go back to her deadly pursuit. Think it and do it. She immediately put on the clothes she had just taken off quickly. Then, she walked straight to the examiner and fiercely slapped the other party's face. Snap! A crunch. There was a sound of cold air being sucked out of the room. The lights suddenly brightened, revealing the angry, reddened face of the young examiner. How dare you make a move on me? He stood up and snapped the slap back. This slap came out with hatred, directly jerking Yang Shunning to the ground. Then another stormy command. Men, arrest this audacious woman and drag her to the brig. Yes. Several security guards swarmed in from the other door, picking up young Shunning and dragging her to the room inside. The examiner followed him over, covering his red slap-marked face, and a sardonic smile curled viciously at the corners of his mouth. Dare to slap my Yin Jejun. Today I have to peel off your skin. 060. No more big words. Next day. Morning. Long Burong had just finished his overnight healing when a ghostly commotion suddenly came from outside. He walked out the door and found that it was surprisingly Yang Shunning. She was cloaked, a pretty face swollen like a pig's head, her suit as scanty as if it were rags, as dirty as a beggar's, and covered in whip wounds. At this moment, she was crying with old Manzo with a handful of snot and tears about what happened to her last night. It turned out to be that the examiner was offended last night when he interviewed for the Tian Song Group, and was told by him to torture the whole night. Woo woo, you must do something for me. Grandpa, they want me to take off my clothes. I would rather die than comply. They slapped me, whipped me, kicked me, punched me. I was beaten by them non-stop. More than a dozen big, burly security guards came over and beat me one by one, and I was beaten by them all night. Grandpa, Oh. What? This is outrageous. Zo old man angry blowing his beard and eyes, an old face red, directly in the hands of the teacup smashed on the ground shattered, angrily to go out, but directly to their own gas on the ground. Zo Meiju Zo Mingyan two people rushed forward to assist, a stroke back a smooth chest, before finally giving him to recover, and ideas on the side. Dad, don't be too angry, take a rest first, no matter how big the matter is. It's not as important as your old man's health, right? Dad, these sons of ES bullied our family shunning. This will never be over. Where's the brother? He hasn't been home all night at this time of the year. So hurry up and call him. He's got lots of friends. Tell him to call someone. Zhou Mingyan said and took out the phone. As a result, he was stopped by his own sister and rebuked. Confused. This Tian Song group is the Yin family's core industry. Do you want our brother to get tough with the Yin family? What then? What to do? Call the police. When she finished, she took out her phone to call the police. Young Shunning grabbed her hand and cried, "Useless auntie, I've already reported to the police, and the police said that they have no evidence to prove who beat me up, and they want me to produce evidence." What? Zhou Meiju cursed. What kind of bull ****** cop is this? Isn't what you said evidence? They said I was being one-sided and not to be taken lightly. Assholes, is there any king's law left? Old man Zhou roared with rage. This is clearly harboring the Tian Song group, harboring the Yin family. Young Shunning cried, but there's nothing that can be done. Grandpa, the Yin family must have long ago used black money to buy out the top judicial officials in Longjing. They must be towards others. So this is how they treat us commoners. Old man Zhou beat his chest and cursed angrily. Zhou family up and down all in the pain, but do not know what to do. The dragon is not bad in the sight to watch. The heart is also some fire. What is the situation of this Yin family? They want people to take off their clothes for a face test. Long Yanjun had long been unable to look on and ran over to him to discuss. Xiao Hao, look at the swelling on Shunning's face. It's not even humanoid. It's so tragic. She's your brother-in-law's own nephew. This Yin family is too much, isn't it? He nodded. It was quite excessive. So, look, are you in charge of this thing? Pipe down and leave this one to me. Long Bubad walked forward and took off his own jacket to put it on young Shunning. Then he walked over to Elder Zhou and said, "Don't worry, Elder, I will give your family justice in this matter." Young master of the Long family, how can we trouble you to take action in this matter? How can we be so kind? It's okay, I live in your house. I'm part of your family, and your granddaughter's business is naturally my business. Young master Zihao, old man Zhou flung himself on his knees. How can we, the Zhou family, repay your great kindness? Long Bubad hurriedly helped him up. Old master must not perform such a great honor. I am originally your descendant, and it is only right that I do all this, without expecting anything in return. How can that be? If you don't repay me for my kindness, you are a man in vain. If you don't mind, I'll take the liberty of marrying Shunning to you. What do you think? Long Yanjun froze and immediately smiled like a flower and clapped her hands in favor. I think it's okay. It's kissing up. Don't you think so, little hoe? Long Bubad cried and laughed. How come his sister also followed along and fooled around? This is clearly the bad idea of Zhou's old man. You want to take advantage of the opportunity to marry your niece to him, don't you? Mud. That was quite a cry. Faced with this marriage from the sky, he of course shook his head no. As a result, old man Zhou took a look and immediately changed his words. Then it's okay to give her to you as a maid. You can just call on her and let her do whatever you want. After causing such a big trouble and owing such a big favor, it's reasonable for her to work as a cow for you for the rest of her life. When he finished speaking, he twisted his head to look at his niece, his eyes wide as a bull. Yang Shunning immediately understood, cried and kowtowed in agreement, saying, "Young Master Long has been so gracious to my daughter, but my daughter is unable to return the favor. Since young Master Long can't look down on me, I can only serve young Master Long as an ox to repay him." Zhou Meiju Zhou Mingyan see this, but also repeatedly on the side of the good. Even if you can't be a young granny, it's not bad to be a personal maid, and as long as you're pregnant, then you can immediately turn over a new leaf. Long not bad, this side is really know a big language. This Zhou family, really is that see the wind to make the helm of the able hands. Think he just came before, that is a sneer. White eyes rolled over. This young Shunning on him is also despised tight. The results now know that his background is not general. The attitude immediately came to 180 degrees of the big turn. He hasn't even done anything yet, and he's on the gravy train. Then his sister had to come over to plead for mercy, quietly groping in his ear. helping the Zhou family to speak. Xiao Hao, look at this whole thing. People are willingly giving you a maid. If you still refuse, then how can she be a human being in the future? It has to be a headbutt against the wall. Sis, can't you see that this is a deliberate attempt by the family to go along for the ride? Who cares if it's intentional or not? She is at least a high achiever who came back from studying abroad. Is it not good for her to be a maid for you? If I say you should marry her, such a great favor, she guarantees to die to you for the rest of her life. Long Bu Bad sneered in his heart. It was a lifetime of dying to his pit. He shook his head and said, let's wait a bit. I'll call my brother-in-law and ask. It's not good for him not to know about something this big. Master Zhou's face was immediately a bit untenable, but he could also see that Long Bu Bad was a bit disgruntled and didn't dare to make a scene anymore, awkwardly saying, should be, this matter should really be discussed with Li Jia. Yang Shunning also got up from the ground and with tears in her eyes went inside the house to clean it. 061. Something big is going on. In front of old man Zhou's face, Long Bu Bad called his brother-in-law. Answer the phone, Zhou Li Jie. The tone of voice seems to be a bit terrified. Little brother-in-law, what do you want to see me about? Long Bu Bad slightly frowned. What's wrong with this Zhou Li Jie? Only one day gone. His attitude towards him is so much more respectful? He had a slight pang in his heart. It seemed that the news about his true identity had spread out faster than he had expected. It's nothing, he said lightly. It's just that there's something I want to discuss with you, brother-in-law. Briefly explaining the matter of Yang Shunning, Zhou Lijie first angrily cursed, then thanked him profusely, and finally decisively agreed to let Yang Shunning give him as a maid to casually make use of this matter. You don't know, brother-in-law, my sister, that is, Shunning, this child's mother has been wildly accustomed since she was a child. All day long she doesn't go home. She likes to play wildly outside, and now she is still abroad. She doesn't come home even once in a few years. For this daughter of my sister's, I am heartbroken from the bottom of my heart. Now that she can be with you, it's a blessing she's had for 8 lifetimes. I can't tell you how happy I am. Long Biru sounded skeptical. And on her father's side? Who her father is, I'm not even sure, to be honest. An embarrassed laugh came from Zhou Lijie on the other end of the phone. Her mom never told me. She didn't even know herself. So, Long Bu Bad shook his head. Another fatherless child. You don't mind her, do you? Let her be your maid. If you don't want to, I'll tell my father right away. No, just see how she does first. The words had been said to this point. It would be too much of a loss of face for Long Bu Bad to refuse again. Mainly this had his sister's relationship in it. If it was anyone else, the princess giving him a maid would have been impossible. He pressed the point. Zhou Lijie then put down his heart, began a variety of warmth. Said the last old Maotai suffered too much? To give him a return gift. Long Bu Bad was too lazy to deal with it and casually found a reason to hang up. The past in Zhou old man said. He was so happy that he thanked, almost to kneel down again. The dragon is not bad to persuade him to help him back to the room to rest. The 2 sisters of the Zhou family were very happy to get the news. But Long Yanjun was very dissatisfied. She still felt that her younger brother should have married someone else. And it was really a bit uncharacteristic to let someone be a maid. Long Bu Bad don't even know how to explain. This Yang Shunning can get the opportunity to serve him. I don't know how many powerful ladies are looking forward to a day and night. Nearby, let's say that the daughter of the Lord of the Killing God Palace, the 3 major Meiyan princesses of the 100 Flowers Palace, the 7 nieces and nephews of the Lord of the 9 Dragons Axe, as well as those military flowers of the Naval Staff and Special Warfare Corps under his command. And as for the faraway ones, that's even more than can be counted. After dealing with his sister, he finally had time to deal with other things. The brunt of this was the cancelled meeting with the 3 Yen Jaisai Jumbo families yesterday. The Lord of the No Harmonious Alliance had sent a message over a long time ago, saying that he had already booked a nondescript restaurant in the outskirts of the city, and the 3 family leaders had gone over early to wait. He sent a direct voice message. I can't come over here for a while. Someone beat up my girl. A few seconds later, in a suburban restaurant building 30 kilometers away, the harmless Alliance master bounced straight up from the sofa in fear. Even the cell phone was thrown off. The 3 talking heads of the Yen Jiaxi family who were around him were stunned. What is it that scares Lord Wu Hai like this? Yen Tiansong, the Yen family's man of words, was the first to react and asked out loud. What is the cause for alarm? Lord Ally? Jiaxi's 2 families also hurriedly inquired. But what happened on Lord Military God's side again? The harmless Alliance master nodded with a pale face. His Excellency said he couldn't come for a while. That someone had beaten up his maid. In an instant, The three heads of the Yen Jiaxi family were also shocked that their eyes widened in shock and they froze as if they were wooden chickens. Something big is going on. When the military god is angry, blood will be shed. Last time the marshal was angry and wiped out the Zheng family. Tens of thousands of dead loyalists of the Zheng family who worked for the tiger got killed. And thousands of small families that depended on the Zheng family fell into disrepair. And as a result, now there is another incident. So who will be wiped out? Yen Tianzong was the first to step forward. His face bloodied and red, and made an impassioned statement. Who is so bold, daring to hit Lord Military God's maid? My Yen family will be the first to send someone to destroy him. The two Jiaxi families followed suit. I, the Jia family, would like to have all 5,000 Jia family troops out and do everything they can to help the marshal sweep away the enemy. My family is willing to take out all the logistical foreign trade goods that have not yet been exported. Wine, meat, grain and oil. Weapons and equipment for use under the marshal's command. This battle is so close to taking a blood oath to pledge allegiance. The horseless alliance master saw this but shook his head repeatedly. Where have we gotten to? And you're here to ask for help? Besides, our Lord Military God is a godly warrior, with 200,000 Dragon South Navy under his command, plus the 5 supreme forces. Who do we have to clean up that it's still your turn to help? The three family heads of Yen Jiaxi awkwardly glanced at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. Then may I ask the Alliance Lord, which audacious fellow dared to touch the person beside Lord Military God? Did he say so explicitly? The horseless Alliance Master shook his head and was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a special reminder he had set up that would only go off when the dragon was not bad enough to send a message. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check. Then, with a heavy cold snort, his attitude took a 90-degree sharp turn, and he snapped at the three Yen Jiaxi family talkers. The marshal told you to call over all the examiners in the group who are responsible for interviewing and recruiting. He will bring that girl over in a moment. The three talking heads looked at each other, and their faces began to turn pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. None of them were stupid. It was obvious which of the three of them had offended the military god marshal. The person who hit the marshal's girl was one of the three of them. This made them nearly pee in their pants, and they hurriedly took out their phones to contact the people below them, asking if the group had been conducting any recruitment activities yesterday, or if they had hit anyone. They had too many things to manage as the head of the family, and usually most of the things were left to the people below them, so it was normal for them to be unaware of it. Allied Lord Horseless just stood there with a cold face, suppressing these three guys who might have offended his family's military god marshal. However, to Yen Tianzong, his face was still a bit better. After all, he had a good relationship with Yen Tianfan, the younger brother of Yen Tianzong, also known as Yen Shishou, and had taken many favors from others to feed his alliance. But if it was true that the Yen family had offended the marshal, then he would be just as unforgiving. The process of waiting for a reply is simply torturous. The three are used to doing the lord of the people, rarely worried about a hand, are constantly holding a gold-tasseled hand satin to wipe the sweat. They secretly screamed in their hearts. This Southern Navy god liked to keep a low profile and was never seen by the gods. They didn't even know who the other party was, what his real name was, and they didn't even know where he and his family lived. It's really easy to step on a mine if you're not careful. Some time ago they had long since ordered the people below them to tighten up, but as a result, they didn't expect this to happen anyway. If they knew who had stirred up this mess, they would have to skin him. 062. It doesn't make sense. The three talking heads of the Yen Jiaxi family waited for a while, but did not wait for news of who had hit the people below. Every one of them said no, and every one of them was well behaved. What the hell is going on here? As for recruiting activities, all three of their groups do it almost every day. Group below so many branches, so many departments, especially in sales. Basically every day there are new people come in, where the statistics over. As for large-scale job fairs, under their strict orders, it is absolutely impossible for there to be any beating at such large-scale events. Therefore, they are all very puzzled. However, the allied lord without hordes was very sure of himself and sneered. What are you guys suspecting? Suspecting that the marshal is joking with you? No, 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 how dare we? Yen Tianzong was the first to react, pounding his chest. It should be the people under our hands who took the initiative to conceal it. Damn it! What do you mean we? Chairman Yen, don't take me with you. The Jia family head let out a light laugh and said with a confident face. You use people who are not clear as you use people who are not clear. But I am not the same. I can swear to guarantee that the people below me Jia also Eagle would never dare to hide anything from me. The C family talker also laughed and snorted. Jia Dong is so confident. I'm afraid that he even knows exactly how many kickbacks what people below him have coveted. Right? What I am. Am I not? Okay. The Horseless Alliance Master impatiently interrupted. Hurry up and call over the examiners in charge of recruitment for your respective groups. And just follow the marshal's requirements. Okay. We'll call someone. The three men hurriedly stopped their mouths and called for help. Half an hour later, more than 40 sweaty business elites poured into a restaurant building on the outskirts of Lone. The chairman personally issued the order, and no one under the group dared to slack off. In just 30 minutes, all the supervisors and managers responsible for recruitment in the three groups of Yen Jiasi were all there. Just as they entered the hall, the men revealed a look of disbelief. They then realized that the chairman of the three giant groups of Yen Jiasi were all gathered here. Is Long Zhou suddenly about to have a major earthquake? Hurrying to whisper quietly to inquire, they realized that the original three chairmen were waiting for someone. The shocking boulder in his heart kind of fell to the ground, but then they thought about it and were shocked. Who in the world possessed so much power that could make the three giant group leaders gather together to pay their respects? One must know that no matter which of these three families, they were all big shots that could make the entire dragon continent shake 3 times just by stomping their feet. Such a big shot. It's always others waiting for him, where is it his turn to wait for others? And waiting for 3 of them together. That's too scary. In the hearts of the people, they were all very jittery. In particular, among the group of people standing behind the chairman of the Yen family, a broad-fronted young man who looked to be around 30 years old. He was the interviewing examiner who had smacked Yang Shunning so hard last night. Yen Jiajun. At this time, his heart could be said to be so weak that he was in a heavenly panic. The chairman's previous questioning in the group, he chose to hide it and not report it, with a lucky break, thinking he could get away with it. As a result, I now look at it and outright regret it. It's obviously gone too far. Could it be that the 78 he whipped yesterday has such a huge background? But it shouldn't be. If she's so background, why would she come to take the recruitment test? This kind of person still needs a test? If you're here, why didn't the top say so in advance? Therefore, he had a last flicker of luck left in his heart. What if it's not her? I don't think it's her. Definitely not her. Yen Driver Jun was certain in his heart that this disaster was definitely not caused by him. It doesn't make sense, but he soon learned what the so-called reasoning was really all about. A Tarzan sinewy man, who looked like a tower, led in a girl with red cheeks. Yen Driver Jun recognized almost instantly that the girl was the same 78 he had whipped yesterday. Damn, it's really her. In a flash, he was like a thunderbolt. His whole body lost its 3 souls and froze in place. Neither heard the muffled, thunderous, buzzing voice of the Hordeless Alliance Master, M.S. Yang. The people in charge related to the recruitment assessment of the 3 major groups in Longzhou are all here. Who exactly hit you last night? Please also identify with us. However, Yang Shunning looked terrified, her eyes coy, her head lowered, and she didn't dare to look. She was brought here in a hurry and suddenly asked to identify herself. How could she identify herself? How could she dare? Ryukyu's 3 major groups are all in charge of recruitment and assessment related? What kind of battle is this? And who are those 3 middle-aged men who just look awesome and are sitting upright? She couldn't even think about it. Couldn't even guess. She was just shocked, never imagining that she had originally just held the attitude of giving it a try. But she didn't expect that it would lead to such a shocking commotion. That Long Ziheo, he actually possessed such a huge amount of energy. She slowly raised her head and looked to the supervising managers in the room. The vast majority of people who were upright were not afraid of the slant of the shadow, standing with their chests and heads up, undaunted by her gaze. Only Yen Jiajun had his head lowered and stood behind the crowd, desperately trying to hide. His heartfelt gesture immediately drew the attention of the Hordeless Alliance Master. The corners of this iron tower-like man's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Unexpectedly, it was really someone from the Yen family. Then I'm sorry. He gnarled his arms all the way up and burst out in a stern voice. That kid behind the Yen family. What are you hiding from? Everyone looked towards Yen Gaojun and actively moved out of the way. And Yang Shunning's eyes locked onto him in an instant. She extended her arm and pointed it hard. That's him. He's the one who beat me up yesterday. Yen Tiansong turned around and almost spat out blood in anger. I didn't expect it to be someone from his side of the Yen family. He pointed at Yen Jiajun's nose and cursed in a trembling voice. It's really pissing me off. Yen Haijuan, didn't you say you didn't hit anyone? Yen Dajuan's face swished white, and with a fluttering sound, he directly fell to his knees. My lord family head, spare my life. I really didn't mean it. You unproductive thing. I read that your father drove for me every day and suffered without credit every day, and put you in charge of the group's internal recruitment. And this is how you ended up repaying me. Yan Daojun cried out and cowed out frantically, begging for mercy. My lord, have mercy. My lord, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I will never do it again. Please give me another chance. I'll give you a horse's ass. Yan Tiansong kicked him out and cursed with hatred, not even knowing who to plead with. I really raised you a dead dog for nothing. Ah, only then did he, as if enlightened, hurriedly crawl to young Shunning's feet and kowtowed like crazy, begging for forgiveness. Please, auntie, spare my life. Villain had eyes but didn't recognize Tai yesterday and injured you by mistake. But villain didn't know your identity. Please auntie, spare. What do you call that, a mishap? Get out. Yang Shunning viciously kicks him away. Now you're begging for mercy? What did you do yesterday when you told a dozen strong men to take turns slapping me? What did you do yesterday when you asked them to whip me? I will never forgive you. Yan Jejun's eyes rounded and he pointed at Yang Shunning, unable to speak. Come on, man. Yan Tiansong coldly commanded. Drag this man down to me and chop him up to feed the dogs. Yes. Two burly security guards, one after the other, dragged down Yan Zhaojun, who was scared out of his wits and hissing madly. He revealed a kind smile and asked Yang Shunning softly, Miss Yang, are you still satisfied with this punishment? Yang Shunning's entire body was engorged with blood and red, her eyes were wide open, and she nodded with super excitement. For the first time in her life, she experienced this extreme feeling of controlling someone's life and death. It was as if he was on top of a mountain, between the clouds, and with a simple nod of his head, he could end all those who dared to offend him. It's simply awesome. Seeing this, Yan Tiansong smiled and nodded gently. It's good to satisfy Ms. Young. Then he looked at the butler beside him and added with an expressionless face, and those who have touched Ms. Yang, all of them should also be arrested and chopped up and fed to the dogs. Yes, I'll get on with it. The personal steward wiped the sweat from his forehead and went down numbly. 063, Disposal of trillion-dollar properties. My lord doesn't like crowded scenes, so disperse. Seeing that the matter had been dealt with, the harmless alliance master waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Yes. The words of the three families of Yen Jiasi readily accepted the good advice and sent all their men back, waiting in silence. It was only when all of them had pretty much left that Long Bubad finally showed up. The giant man with the iron tower was the first to walk over and fall down on one knee, clasping his casserole-sized fists and saluting in an earned voice. My subordinates refer to Lord Military God. Yang Shunning watched from the side and her eyes almost fell off. The dragon was not bad and nodded. Work hard. Get up. Yes. Yan Tiansong looked at the handsome figure with astonished eyes. He completely did not expect that this invincible military god who reigned over the South Sea was this young. Yan Tiansong, the first eldest son of the inner court pavilion elder. Meet Lord Military God. He was the first to rise and salute, followed by the Jia family head and the Si family head. They reacted half a beat slower, and they all cursed the old thief of Tiansong in their hearts for his quick reaction. Jia family talker Jia returning eagle. On behalf of my father, Jia Pavilion Elder, greets Lord Military God, contemporary head of the Si family. Si Ranga, meet Lord Military God. This scene made young Shunning's eyes glaze over as she watched from the side. It's all about passing out. The scene of the chairman of the three major groups of Yen Jiasi saluting others together was simply not too shocking. It turns out that the so-called retired non-commissioned officer Long Zihao was the military god Long Bubad who reigned over the South China Sea. She couldn't imagine that this mediocre man, whom she had at first looked down on at all, and who lived in her uncle's house for nothing, was so extraordinary. It's unbelievable. And her shock continued, only to see Long Biru gently nodding his head. Surprisingly, he walked over to the main seat and took a seat on his own. Yang Shunning was directly stunned. Jesus, do you have any idea what you're doing? This was in front of the three talking heads of the Yen Jiasi family. What does it mean to sit directly at the head of the table? Do you deserve it? Yang Shunning really wanted to question him like this, but she knew very well that there was no room for her to speak here. All don't need to be polite. Feel free. Long Bubad cupped the teacup and sipped, said, I am here to eat at the banquet. As the saying goes, take the man's hand is short, eat the man's mouth is short. The favors of this meal of yours, I will remember it in my heart. Lord Military God is joking. You don't lack us for this meal. To condescend to come here is completely giving us face. Yan Tiansong took the lead, and the other two also rushed to compliment, one sentence after another, with the intention of being continuous. Long not bad polite 2 sentences is just, will teacup a put, the topic then into the main track. I won't say any more polite words. I know you guys invited me here to discuss something about the assets of the Zhang family. You all want to take a bite out of it, right? The three immediately laughed. Don't make fun of us, Marshall. If you don't nod, how can we dare? That's right. This Zhang family was pushed down by you, Marshall, after all, and his family's assets are naturally at your disposal. Lord Military God, just give us your word, no matter how it's distributed. My family will never complain. Yen Tiansong and Jia Yuying's faces changed as they looked at the C family head in astonishment. They could never have imagined that this guy would come to his head and give them a trick. Long Bu Bad raised his eyebrows slightly. The three giant hegemony families were not ironclad, which was something he hadn't expected. Yes, he tapped the table and looked approvingly at Si Baoha. The C family head is so highly aware. In that case, I'll say what I think, please, Lord Military God. Si Rongha had a tone of a military subordinate, and his powerful reply was very much to Long Bu Bad's liking. He then remembered that the C family is mainly engaged in the import and export business of foreign trade bulk commodities. The 9 international ports in Longzhou, his family accounted for 6, the strength of the Longzhou Navy, directly affecting the international trade of the C family. In recent years under his leadership, the Longnan Navy had risen rapidly, and no foreign enemy dared to nuisance, allowing the C family to develop and grow a good wave. That's why this Si Baoha was so flagrantly standing up to him, and at the sight of Yan Jia's 2 families, they both panicked a bit. If this goes on, then their pre-planned plans are going to be in vain. And this Zhang family's fat meat, but they have already eaten down the stomach a lot. Where is the reason to spit out again? Yen Tiansong and Jia Yuing looked at each other, both frantically giving each other glances. Long Biren did not give them time to communicate in secret and directly said, I want to return the assets of the Zhang family to the people who suffered from their exploitation. When these words came out, all 3 of them were shocked. They originally thought that Long Biru was going to swallow this big chunk of fat meat by himself, but they didn't realize that he was going to return these assets to the people. This was way out of their league. Si Lingha was the first one to stand up, arching his hand and praising, the marshal has the heart of the world in mind, pities the living, and is so righteous. We really admire him. Yen Tiansong and Jia Yuing froze for a moment before they could stand up and praise. We are ashamed that the marshal is sympathetic to the people. Si Rangha then made a generous speech. As the marshal said, although the Zhang family is extremely rich, but with the majority of ill-gotten gains, the whole world is aware of it, and now it can be returned to the people in such a way, which is really the good fortune of the people and the whole world, and my family is in favor of this proposal. Yen Tiansong and Jia Yuing were listening on the side and almost couldn't help but to break into a rage. The Zhang family is so rich that it is expected to be able to buy half of Longzhou if all of its assets are realized, and now it is going to be returned to the people? What kind of financial turmoil that would cause, they dare not even think about. It's nonsense, but none of them wanted to be that first one out of the gate, and none of them dared to offend Long Bu Bad, so none of them spoke out against it. Long Bu Bad smiled faintly and got up and praised, since the 3 chairmen are so profoundly righteous, then I, Long Bu Bad, would like to pay my respects here. When he finished speaking, he bowed down deeply. Si Rongha immediately lifted him up, smiling profusely and praising him. And on the side, Yen Tiansong and Jia Yuing also hurriedly laughed and praised, but the lack of sincerity in those words was obvious to anyone. Long Bu Bad also didn't need them to speak their mind, he only needed them to show an attitude. If you can be correct, and if you can't be correct, be forced to be correct. But now it seems that all 3 chairmen are good students with the right attitude. The related matters will be left to the 3 of you. And it should not be difficult for you to report this matter to the cabinet and draw up an order of the continent's masters to make it known to the world. Yes, I'll write to my father and tell him to get a grip on it. Yen Tiansong's turn, but the first to agree. Si Jia also eagle and Si Rongha face surprised. They were aware of it, but how much of the Zhang family's assets had been embezzled by the Yen family, and now they were being so aggressive as a result? Yen Tiansong smiled faintly, seemingly having his own means of coping. The 2 men looked at him and felt as if he was holding some vital piece in his hand. A certain piece that would hold the dragon unbroken hostage was waiting to fall at that most critical time. The next session was to enter the gifts. The 3 great lords took out the gifts that had been prepared long ago to be offered to Long Bu Bu, but he didn't accept them. Each of these gifts is worth $1,000, and if he accepts them, he will have to bear the love of these people. How can he deal with them in the future? He made a random excuse and left first. Yang Shuning followed him, looking at those rare treasures that were worth thousands of dollars, and couldn't stop drooling. She couldn't figure out why this military god marshal didn't want such a good treasure. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. But she didn't dare to ask. She could only force herself to hold back her feelings of reluctance, and hopelessly followed Long Bu Bad. The Hordeless Alliance Master clasped his fists towards the three family heads and followed along. 064. Unpopular? Soon, only the three chairmen and their personal butlers remained in the hall. Si Rongha said in a deep voice. You all heard what the marshal said just now, and I don't think there's any need to say any more about what should be done. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and got up to leave. Jia also Eagle looked at the fire rubbing out, cannot help but break out. This old piker, we had a good discussion before, and then we suddenly came to the door and sold us all out. But he himself will please the marshal. Yen Tiansong sneered, his family knows that he can't eat if you meet of the Zhang family, so he also lifted the table to prevent us from eating. Is really vicious. Then what should we do now? Jia Yuanying frowned. Is it really according to what that dragon not bad said, to distribute it all to the common people? Ahahaha, how could that be? Yen Tiansong got up and tilted his head, letting out a snort of laughter. The meat that my Yen family ate into their stomach, how could there be any reason to spit it out again? Jia also Hawk laughed. As long as the Yen family didn't spit, then naturally his Jia family wouldn't either. But he was also a little worried. Then the marshal sighed. Yen Tiansong stroked his beard in a chesty manner. The world only knows that the Zhang family is rich as a nation, but who knows how many assets they actually own? Jia also Eagle seconds. The information gap in between is where we play. The two of them glanced at each other, both revealing an old fox-like treacherous smile. In the parking lot outside the restaurant, the harmless Alliance Master drove a very ordinary Volkswagen Passat for Long Bu Bad. Marshal, what do you think of this car? Before coming to the banquet, Long Bu Bad arranged for him to get himself a car to drive at random, but the result is that he got it right away now. Long Bu Bad looked at the plain-looking sedan in front of him, exchanged a glance with him, and immediately understood. This car is modified. He nodded in satisfaction. Good. Hard work. Go get busy. Yes. With a bow, the Horseless Alliance Master disappeared into thin air, giving the nearby Yang Shunning a dumbfounded look. She was completely at a loss as to how he had gone about it. But what makes Yang Shunning care more is that this person obviously looks very impressive. How come he only drove a car of 200,000 to send over? Isn't Long Bu Bad a military god marshal? How can he drive a car with tens of millions of dollars to match his status? The dragon was not bad enough to get into the cab and greet her as she came in. Are you satisfied with the handling of the man who hit you today? Yang Shunning was shocked and busily nodded her head to say she was satisfied. She was more than satisfied. She was more than satisfied. Haven't had this much fun since I was born. Just be satisfied. The dragon is not bad nodded and started the car to drive on the state highway. He said as he drove. Now that you've taken care of your business, we'll stay out of each other's way from now on. Got it? Yang Shunning rounded her eyes and shook her head in panic. Why? Didn't you say you'd take me as your maid? Long Bu Bad lost his smile. When did I say I would take you as a maid? Yang Shunning opened her mouth wide and suddenly reacted that this was what her grandpa and uncle had said, to force her to give her to Long Bu Bad as a maid. People didn't mention this at all. Now that this is happening, is she not wanted? She was in a hurry and said in a rush. But didn't you already agree to this? Agree to what? Agree that I'll be your maid. She was so anxious that she could not speak, and said, a man's word is his bond. You don't want to go back on it, do you? Dragon Not Bad grunted a laugh from his chest. So, you want to be my maid? I didn't say I didn't want to either. Yang Shunning looked arrogant and tilted her head away. She knew that with her status she was not worthy of Long Bu Bad at all, not even worthy of serving him as a maid, but she just couldn't lower her head. Long Burong glanced at her and shook his head. It seems that you're not ready for this. Who said? I've been ready for this for a long time. It's just being a maid. Who wouldn't be? Yang Shunning immediately rolled her eyes and got stubborn. Long Bu Bad sneered. Really? Then tell me, what does it mean to be a maid for me? Means. The girl suddenly blushed and lowered her head muttering. Doesn't it mean I have to serve you that? That's ridiculous. The dragon was not bad shaking his head straight. You might as well return to the life you had before. Work wherever you want. I can bail you in, but you can't do anything wrong on the strength of your relationship with me, or I'll never care if I find out. Me? Who says I'm going back to my previous life? Yang Shunning's eyes were haunted. She wanted to go back, but after experiencing the ultimate enjoyment of that smooth revenge just now, she couldn't go back anymore. As long as one followed the man in front of them, then no one would ever dare to bully them in the future. This unrivaled sense of security was the ultimate temptation that every woman could not refuse. She also gave up and covered her face and screamed, "I'm going to be a maid for you." Long Boobad coldly smiled. "Being a maid for me also means that everything you have will belong to me. You will no longer have colleagues and friends and family, only me as your master. My order is everything to you. Are you sure you can accept it?" Yang Shuning directly froze. She never thought that the so-called being a maid would mean this. "That's too harsh. If you can't accept it, just give up, and I don't want to waste my time on you," Long Boobad coldly said. His cold attitude was like an iceberg, chilling Yang Shuning's heart. She couldn't figure out why she was so bad in the other person's eyes. Want her all the way. How are the class flower school flower? With a beautiful face and the beautiful buttocks and thin waist mountain range breasts, she was never short of suitors in the student era. As long as she stood there will attract the attention of all the males around her. Wherever she goes is a hot figure of the wind. As a result, when it came to Long Boobad here, it was a direct Waterloo, and was not treated at all. There had never been a moment in her life when she had failed so miserably. So she was angry, fuming for real, and determined to impress this man. And being a maid for the invincible Southern Navy god didn't put her at a disadvantage at all. When she thought of this, she had a resolution in her heart, opened her mouth, stared up her eyes, clenched her fists, rushed at Long Boobad with a momentum of desperation, and screamed out viciously, "It's not just recognizing you as my master. I accept." Dragon Not Bad's brow furrowed, with a disgusted look on his face. He said, "I'm not kidding you, and I'm not kidding you." Yang Shuning's eyes were bloodshot and she roared like crazy. "I just want to recognize you as my master. I am to be recognized by you. You name it, I'll obey any order." Long Boobad shook his head repeatedly. "How childish. Gambling on such things. Why are you doing this?" "I didn't gamble. I am Mu Chang. I admit I couldn't look at you before. I never looked at anyone, but now I know how good you are. I look at you. I'm in love with you. I'll follow you. I'm going to give you children. If you don't see me, then I'll start as a maid first, until you see me." Yang Shuning said a whole lot in one breath. Every sentence truly from the heart, completely out of the box. She froze a little when she finished, as if she couldn't have imagined that she could be so horrible when she was mad. It was only then that the dragon was not bad enough to finally look at her with a proper eye. Yang Shuning met his gaze without flinching. He nodded softly. "In that case, I'll give you a chance." 065. Joyful. The next day, Long Boobad drove his father and mother to the hospital to Shenzhen. Mr. Zhou kept watch over there all night last night, and today his parents are going over to take a look. Driving over to pick up and drop off the Passat given by Lord No Harmony yesterday. His parents were in for a surprise. My good boy. Finally he knows to buy a car. What kind of car is this and how much does it cost? 200,000 or so. He replied without a care in the world. Amusing for his old man. Okay, you brat. Driving a 200,000 car, but also fooled up, right? Ha ha ha. Long Boobad smiled bitterly and shook his head. Where is this deception? The car was just enough for a small glass of that 60-year-old bottle of Mutai he'd given me, but it just so happens to be the same understatement he's deliberately striving for. Yang Shuning, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, came down from the car. She was dressed very demurely today, with a well-behaved look, and took the initiative to bow and greet. Good day, uncle and aunt. Yo! It was a sight to behold for his mom and dad, and unspeakable surprise flowed through them. This girl is... Long Biru smiled faintly and said, "It's the one that sister introduced to me, my little ancestor Na." His mom hurriedly pulled him aside and asked in surprise, "You two got it on?" Sort of. Yes, yes, yes. Say 3 good words in a row and give his mom a good laugh. His father also laughed non-stop next to him, together with his mother. To Yang Shuning a fierce praise, praised her handsome, praised her good, praised her return to the high school students, dignified and polite. A burst of words directly to the sky to praise her, but also to give people to send a red packet. It made Yang Shuning very flattered. But once she remembered Long Boobad's previous command, she hurriedly calmed down. Did that good daughter-in-law like, madly soaring acting, as much as possible to pick the good words to say? It wasn't really an act. She showed all of this as genuine emotion. She really wanted to be the daughter-in-law of the Long family. But right now, she is still far from getting into the eyes of the dragon Not Bad. So she must work hard to perform and always strive to get to the top. Once she succeeded in this, then she would be considered a fish out of water for the rest of her life. So she acted that quite hard, and was extremely pleasing to Long Boobad's parents. This can make the two old people happy enough. The smile on the face has not disappeared. Halfway through the drive, his overjoyed mom thumped her thigh and was about to let them settle the marriage straight away. Yang Shunning froze, so happy that she even said yes. But when she accidentally glimpsed Long Bu Bad's face, she hurriedly changed her words. Auntie, look at your joke. How many days have Ziheo and I only known each other? It's too fast to say this now. Not fast, not fast. This kind of thing is the faster the better. You can look at our family Xiao how that's his 8 lifetimes of merit. As long as you nod your head, then he can marry you into the door anytime. Long Bu Bad laughed bitterly in succession. Mom, what are you talking about? I told you what's up. I'm in charge, what's up? His mom hated him like he was a child, glaring hard at him with her eyes, as if to say, after this village there will be no more store. Let go of this silly girl ingrate. He will never get a wife in his life. It made him cry. Originally he was playing to let the old man and mother at ease. Happy a little bit of filial piety arrangements of this play. The results did not expect to directly let this old man happy over the top. To the marriage are finalized. If Yang Shunning really agreed to this, then he really couldn't get down. Fortunately, compared to his parents, Yang Shunning obviously knew better than to stand on his side, waving her hand vigorously and saying no. It's really too soon, auntie. I've only known Xiao Hao for a few days before mentioning marriage. It's really too soon, La. We'd better get along with each other more. Seeing her resolute attitude, auntie was even saying that it was a pity, and uncle immediately followed suit and changed his tone, telling her to hurry up and apologize. Agu, look at this mouth of mine. Just now you said that you like our family Xiao Hao very much. I just thought that you were already ready to marry him. Sorry Ha Shunning, this thing really can't be rushed. Yang Shunning was helpless to the core. She couldn't wait to agree to the marriage right away and marry Long Bu Bad as a bride on the spot. But it couldn't be helped. The real situation was that she wasn't even worthy of lifting Long Bu Bad's shoes. There is nothing more difficult for her than this. Obviously the most eagerly awaited thing in her heart is right in front of her. But she must take the initiative to reject it. And she can't show the slightest bit of eagerness. She was smiling on her face, but in her heart she had actually been crying for a long time. At the same time also in the abdominal slander. These two children have no eyes. Uncle Aunt is really do not know how powerful his son are. But the second old man's good mood wasn't interrupted. Arrived at the hospital, Zo old man is also on the dragon is not bad praise. Said he is a rare young handsome. His granddaughter can with him he is very assured. This was a big hit with Long Not Bad's mom and dad, but at the same time they were wondering in their minds. 6 years ago, when their daughter Long Yanjun wanted to marry into the Zhou family, this old man was not happy about it, and he simply could not see their family. How come there's such a big change in attitude now? In the middle of her thoughts, Dragon Mother suddenly remembered something. Old man, do you think it's because he was mad before and then now he's better, resulting in a change of temperament? Who knows? What do we care? Papa Long was obviously still in a state of euphoria. It's our family's luck that people like our Xiao Hao, or else I would say it's God's blessing on my Long family. The Zhang family has fallen. Dad has been cleared of his wrongdoing. Yan Jun's child is fine. Xiao Fluorescent is obedient. Xiao Hao has found a daughter-in-law. And I've made money. He simply laughed his head off and said joyfully, once old Zhang's side sells the real estate we acquired, I'll be able to have tens of millions of dollars coming in on my side. So when I sneak in and buy Xiao Hao a bridal suite, surprise him to death. Dragon's mom, however, was a little worried. Is the one you're messing with really reliable? Reliable. Absolutely reliable. Long Dad patted his chest to guarantee. I have pulled the funds of hundreds of people on my side. They all have to count on me to acquire real estate for them. Absolutely can't turn over the car. It's impossible for so many people to suffer together. That's fine, but you still have to take it easy. Old dragon, you're just straight. You don't have a heart. I'm worried that you'll be sold by others and still count the money for them. You mean old Zhang and the others? How can that be? How many years have we been friends? It's how many years of friendship? But they couldn't even see a human shadow when we were captured by the Zhang family. That can't be blamed on them. The Zhang family is powerful. How can they afford to offend them? Dragon's mom rolled her eyes outright. Long father but not happy. Lectured, what attitude you? This time if not they mention me, I'll be stupid to take $1 million compensation on the matter. Direct loss to the maternal grandmother's home. If it wasn't for them, where would I have the chance to earn this $10 million? You can't be ungrateful as a human being. Long Mama's face eased a little, but still worried. I'm afraid that they don't have good intentions. I always feel that they're hiding something from you. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, they'll roll up the money and run away, leaving you alone to take the blame. How can it be? They have been good brothers with me for decades. Our old gun is about righteousness. The secret stabbing thing is absolutely impossible. You don't worry about this. Longmire nodded reluctantly. Anyway, I'll say it in advance. Our family is not easy to get well. You don't want to toss it back again. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Long Zhengying confidently patted his chest, turned his head and went back to chat with Master Zhou. That smile. 066. You're being too disrespectful. When he was driving back to Zhou's house at night, Long Bubad received a message. It's from his old captain. Su Hujing asked him if he had come back to Longjing, where he was living now, when it was convenient, and wanted to pay a personal visit. Gave the dragon a fright. He's a great old captain. It was his benefactor when he enlisted in the army. 8 years ago, having only just joined the army, he was targeted by his superiors, bought and paid for by the Zhang family, and if it wasn't for the care of his old captain, he would have been buried in the belly of a fish. And it was also thanks to the promotion of the old captain that he was able to accomplish that most crucial step of promotion in the army. To Su Hujing, the old captain, he always remembered the heart of the original life-saving grace and the grace of knowledge. But then he wondered a little. I wonder what the old captain's sudden call for him was about. They hadn't seen each other in 6 years. 6 years ago, because he was wounded in a battle, Su Hujing was sent to the rear to convalesce, and after that, he was directly retired from the army and never went to war again. If they are in touch, they do get in touch once in a while, and make a phone call to talk about what's going on New Year's holidays. He didn't say anything about his becoming a military god, and he couldn't. It was a military secret, and in Su Hujing's eyes, he was just a young and talented naval ensign. However, Su Hujing had long since decided that he was by no means a pool animal. Although he wondered why he never rose in rank, he always believed that he would soar in the future. When calling, Su Hujing always joked that he would introduce his daughter, who was in the army on the mainland, to him so that he could come and be his son-in-law. This time you said you'd come over. Is that why you're here? Long Bubad had some headaches, feeling that this time when he came back to convalesce, there was always one trouble after another. He carries the safety and security of the entire Great Dragon continent on his shoulders. How can he bind his hands and feet because of a woman? And he is also still young and does not intend to consider marriage so early. But he couldn't afford to leave the old captain out in the cold, and picked up the phone to initiate the call. Hello, old captain? It's me, Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao. Ha ha ha. I was afraid that calling you all of a sudden would disturb you. How is it? Is it convenient on your end? Conveniently convenient. I'm in Longjing right now. The dragon is not bad, is directly parked on the side of the road to make the call. Good. Good. Convenient is good. Have not seen you for a long time, strange, miss you. How are you now? Are you still in the original army? I know what I know. I can't say. Look at this mouth of mine. All ask some shouldn't ask. Ah ha ha. Why don't I bring my daughter over and introduce her to you? Just to make amends. Sure enough. Long Bubad laughed bitterly and shook his head. Old captain who really doesn't need it. I don't really want to consider these things on my side for the time being. What do you mean by that? We agreed on this a long time ago. You don't want to renege, do you? Old captain, what are you talking about here? Tell you what. Where are you? I'll come over to see you now. Yes, the old captain said the address. A quadrangle in the East 2nd Ring Road. And Long Bubad immediately drove that way. Can't be empty-handed. So I bought a bottle of the old captain's favorite, Longjing Laojiu, at a roadside tobacco store for a few $100s. Such a little thing of course cannot be used as a meeting gift. To Su Hujing, this big benefactor, he is ready to send out a personal treasure that has followed him for a long time. When he got to the place and parked on the side of the road nearby, he didn't see anyone else sitting next to him on the passenger side until he got out of the car. Yang Shunning. This guy, just sitting there without saying a word, has become transparent. Dragon Not Bad couldn't help but frown. It was obviously inappropriate to bring her along for the ride. Just stay in the car. Or get yourself a cab and head back first. Yang Shunning blinked her eyes pitifully, but she didn't see any wiggle room, so she had to nod her head. The dragon was not bad and left straight away. Carrying the gift box, he walked outside a quadrangle and knocked on the gate. He was greeted by a brightly smiling old captain, Su Hujing, a muscular, hardened man in his 50s, with a country face and thick eyebrows, but missing a leg. Aya Xiao Hao, after all these years, it's good to see you, old captain. I am relieved to see you in such good spirits. The two came into a big hug. When Su Hujing saw that he was still carrying something in his hand, he was not happy. I say, you little hoe, what kind of relationship do we have? And you still bring things to my place? Long Boobad laughed. Old captain, don't you understand me? I go to the general, people will give gifts. Yes, 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 in our squadron. It's you kid who's the wildest and the most capable. Ha ha ha. Su Hujing was amused by him and threw back his head and laughed. At this time, a smiling middle-aged woman came over on the face. Sun Yang, half old, charming, should be Su Hujing's wife. Long Boobad rushed up to meet the salute. Said Madam Good. To Auntie Happy enough. What do you call me, ma'am? What a sweet little mouth. You're Xiao Hao. Right. I've heard old Su reciting about you for years. Saying that you're the most promising person he's ever seen. Come on, quickly sit inside. Long not bad smile face should be down. Into the restaurant. Here there are still a lot of people. He scanned his eyes. Feel probably Su Hujing's 2 sons and their family. His old captain has 3 children. The oldest 2 are boys. Have become a family, but not the military road. Only the youngest 3, Su Hanjing, although the daughter body, but with very good grades into the military academy, is a serious officer from the class. And I've heard that they've risen to a very high position now. One of the 3 army kings of the Dragon Continent Army, the only woman among the army kings, and the strongest female general in the Dragon Continent. She had been deeply loved by Su Hujing since she was a child, and was one of the ones he was most proud of. But Long Boobad also often heard him complain, saying that what his tiger daughter is good at everything, is that her temperament is too strong, not obedient at all. No one can tame it. So if you can't tame it yourself, you'll introduce it to him, right? Long Boobad laughed bitterly in his heart. This old captain of his was also really recognizing his skills. As soon as he entered, the people in the hall who were chatting and joking all stopped and looked towards him in unison. The 2 couples around his age. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, holding her child with a smile on her face, while the man was frowning slightly, seeming somewhat less welcoming to his arrival. Long Burong didn't care and smiled as he went up to greet them one by one, doing all the courtesies. As the saying goes, a hand is not a smiley face. These 2 sons of Su Hujing did not make a face at him anymore, but the young girl who had been performing a 1-finger handstand for her niece and nephew in the corner had never caught his attention. Just as if the dragon wasn't bad didn't exist. He just teased his several little nieces and nephews. Her behavior drew a scolding from Father Su. Hanjing, can't you see the guests are here? Come here quickly. Oh, lazily answered. The girl is like a light swallow turned back over. Thin waist as an axis. Long legs painted a full moon. Chest peaks rolling. Fluttering long hair hanging down to the shoulder. Actually, let the dragon is not bad associated with a scene of earthly beauty. The cold is based on the shadow of the bamboo, and the spring covers the fragrance of the desert moss. There really aren't many stunning beauties with such a combination of power and beauty. The only ones he had seen were the 1 in a million southern navy flowers, and those few Mayan princesses in the 100 Flowers Palace. Su Hanjing's smoky waves lightly turned, faintly looking over towards Long Biru, without much expression. It was still the dragon not bad who took the initiative to go up and introduce himself. Hello, you must be MS. Su Hanjing. I'm Long Ziheo. Nice to meet you. Well, hello. Su Hanjing nodded lightly, shying away from words. Her old man was watching from the sidelines, shaking his head. He took the gift box from Long Boobad and reprimanded. Hanjing, the other Xiao Hao is my most valued subordinate. He specially came over to see me today and even sent a gift over. You're not giving him too much face. Saying that, he handed over the box in his hand, making it look like Long Boobad had specially given it to her. Su Hanjing took it lightly and said thank you. Long Burong nodded and pointed at the unassuming yin yang fish jade pendant on top of the box that looked like an accessory and said, this is a good thing. I hope your father likes it. Su Hanjing's eyes showed disdain. A piece of jade is just a piece of jade. What can it be? A jade pendant of this quality might be worth a few $100s. Su Hujing, however, looked at Long Boobad with a face of hatred. What hope I like it? This is obviously something you gave to Hanjing, right Xiao Hao? Said the man, giving him a frantic wink. Long Boobad laughed bitterly. Even the assists were delivered so stiffly, one could only say that it was worthy of being an old captain. He said yes in rapid succession. Sorry for the mistake. I hope you like it, girl. Of course, Su Hanjing knew what his dad meant and had no choice but to take it. Okay, thanks. The bottle of wine she placed on the table in a smooth manner. Su Hujing's second son did not hold back his curiosity, walked over to pick up and check. Then, the expectant smile on his face instantly disappeared. What's this? A few $100s worth of wine and you have the nerve to bring it to my house? The room instantly fell silent at these words. 067. Mouthing off? The oldest and second oldest of the Su family didn't look too good. What family they do business at least a few $1,000,000 a year. The third sister Su Hanjing is the army military king. The family lives in the courtyard alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Usually food, clothing and supplies, which do not pick the best. If you're going to drink, it's going to be at least $2,000 of flying mutai. It's a couple $100 worth of booze that their dog won't drink. But only Su Hujing knew in his heart that this old subordinate of his really remembered his preferences. On the contrary, it was his two sons who didn't even know what kind of wine they liked to drink, which really made him angry enough. The oldest two immediately became indignant and spoke back. Dad, what kind of life is our family living in? Drinking this kind of wine? We can't even afford a bottle of flying mutai. And you're still saying he's a great talent? Get out of my way. Su Hujing's voice was so angry that it was close to a growl, giving the second one a fright. He didn't want to touch his old man and walked away with a grunt as the oldest shook his head. Dad, do you have to yell so loud? Can't figure out who the hell is your son. After that he too left. Then there were two daughters-in-law who rushed over to apologize and were also driven away by Su Hujing. Dragon Not Bad looked very embarrassed from the side. He was a little over the top, but it was the old captain who apologized instead. I'm sorry Xiao Hao. It's not easy for you to come over once, but I let you suffer this aggravation. My two ungrateful sons who have no one in their sight. It's also my fault for not being able to accompany them for much growing up time since my early days in the military. Alas! Long Bu Bad shook his head and said, This is nothing, old captain. I am already satisfied to be able to meet you. Then have a drink with me first. Su Hujing sat down on his crutches and filled his own wineglass. The two of them just drank and chatted, talking about deceased people who were no longer there, about the courage of the year, and about national affairs. The recent international situation in the Dragon Continent is quite uneasy. In the north there is the Bear Continent eyeing. In the west there is the stupid Gull Continent. There is also on the other side of the ocean sharpening the sword of the Eagle Continent. The old captain showed great concern for the future of his country, and he only hated the fact that he was missing a leg and could no longer fight for his country. The feeling of worrying about the country and the people is overflowing. Speaking to the point of forgetfulness, he couldn't help shedding tears. This three-sided attack situation is unavoidable, coupled with the fact that my great dragon continent is in the midst of the downfall of the head of the pavilion, the continent master's desolation, and the cabinet's undercurrents. If we detonate a great war at this time, then my dragon continent is in peril. Long Bu Bad laughed bitterly in his heart and said soothingly, Don't worry, old captain. As long as I'm around, nothing will happen to Long Zhou. The old captain looked up, his tearful eyes frozen. Beside the wine table, his daughter Su Hanjing directly let out a cold snort. Humph! What a big mouth! Who do you think you are to spout such wild words? The dragon was not bad enough to look at her and did not say anything. Just raise your glass and share a drink with the old captain. Su Hujing seriously reprimanded his daughter, then nodded his head repeatedly to recognize Long Biru's ambition. He also thought that Long Bu Bad this is a high ambition. After all, in his eyes Long Bu Bad is only a lieutenant. The country to the time of the mountains and rivers broken, but also far from the turn of him to top the beam. But if it really came to that point, he felt that it would be an opportunity for Dragon Not Bad instead. Heroes come out of chaos. He knew better than anyone else how capable Long Bu Bad was. Even his daughter, who had been awarded the title of Army Military King, could not compare to him at all. Therefore, he firmly believed in what Long Bu Bad said, and praised him for his great ambition, and the country would be entrusted to him in the future and so on. This made Su Hanjing feel even more indignant. She just couldn't figure out what was so hoity-toity about a mere second lieutenant. Her father, too, caught an old subordinate from the past that he hadn't seen in years and bragged about it, but didn't give a damn about her. His daughter. Come on, your daughter is the king of the army, one of only 3 in the Longzhou army, with the rank of Major General. Is she not 10,000 times stronger than this Long Zihao? With a puzzled look on her face, she said, Dad, you're not drunk. Do you really think the entire future of Longzhou is counting on him? Su Hujing's expression was very serious. Of course, I've never seen anyone more capable than Xiao Hao in my life. No matter if it's personal bravery or legion strategy, Xiao Hao is the only great talent I've ever seen in my life. I only hate that I don't have any acquaintances in the military ministry, or else I'd surely want to help recommend him up. You don't have to be so explicit with me, Dad. Su Hanjing laughed coldly and said, Whoever our military department appoints never relies on real talent. If he was really that capable, his rank would have definitely risen a long time ago. Su Hujing, however, shook his head repeatedly and said, How deep is the water here? What do you know as a little girl? He knew better than anyone what villains Longbu Bad had offended in the military. As long as those people deliberately hid it, Longbu Bad just wouldn't let the people above him know even if he had heavenly abilities. However, Su Hanjing was unimpressed. She only felt that her old man was really old. The current era was already different from the past, but he was still immersed in the past. Now that the country is in a time of crisis, and the military department is also in a time of thirst for talent, how can it possibly bury talents? Forget it, you'll only think I don't understand if I tell you anyway. I'll always be a little girl in your eyes. Couldn't get through to her old man. She just laughed. The dragon was not bad and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can drink freely with the old captain. But Su Hujing suddenly grabbed his hand, said earnestly, my daughter you also see, high-minded and arrogant. This is a soldier's big taboo. I am most worried about her. I am afraid that she will get carried away on the battlefield and make a big mistake. Xiao Hao, you are the most important person in my life. Can I entrust her to you? The dragon was not bad for a few seconds of silence and sighed deeply. Old captain, you've been so kind to me. How can I refuse? Just do as you say. Yes, yes, yes. Su Hujing even said 3 good, tilted his head back and laughed freely, happy beyond words, picked up the wine cup clanging to himself to pour wine. Longbu Bad also raised his glass and did his best to accompany him. But Su Hujing is ultimately old. Do not beat the strength of youthful alcohol. Not a moment in the past drunk. Was assisted by the lady into the house to rest. He also took the opportunity to take his leave. Who knew that outside the door, but was directly blocked. Stop. Who are you? Why did you come out of Lord Military King's house? The visitor was a tall, well-built man with a handsome face and the air of an officer. Long Durong replied flatly, who am I? And what has it got to do with you? You who? The man laughed outright, the corners of his mouth splitting into a hideous arc. Do you know who I am? Something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you talk to me like that? He stretched out a hand to rest on Longbu Bad's shoulder, and his powerful strength was transported through, but he was unable to pinch the slightest bit. This made him quite surprised, and his astonished eyes looked towards Dragon Not Bad, and Longbu Bad just looked at him so faintly, letting him cast it. Kind of. He grunted and was about to send another vicious burst of force when he was stopped by a crisp, low chirp. Stop. Su Hanjing rolled down from over the wall and scolded the tall man. He's my father's guest. What are you doing? So it's Elder Su's guest. Then it was my subordinate who was overly concerned. The man immediately let go of his hand and smiled as he stepped out of the way. I'm so sorry. I thought you were coming over to try to harass my lord. I hope you'll forgive me. Longbu Bad glanced at this guy suspected to be one of Su Hanjing's men and said, just as well. For the sake of the Su family, I'll let you off the hook today. I say you this guy? I'm just trying to be polite to you. Why do you still have it in your pocket? The man clenched his fists and wanted to do something, but he could only stop because of Su Hanjing's stern look. Poof. Dragon Not Bad patted his shoulder and left straight away. 068. Strongly wanted. Longbu Bad returned to the car and felt a little surprised to see Yang Shunning still sitting in the passenger seat without leaving. It's been hours and you haven't gone back yet? Waiting for you. Yang Shunning revealed a sweet smile, as if she was a new wife enjoying her honeymoon period. The hours of time just wasted for him were not worth it. Whatever. Dragon Not Bad shrugged and took out his phone. Who are you calling? Yang Shunning asked curiously. Is it Auntie? Ask her to heat up dinner for me. I'm so hungry right now. Dragon Not Bad shakes his head no and tells her to fight herself. The person he contacted was the Commander-in-Chief of the army, Elder Lin. Asleep? I'm Dragon Not Bad. Dragons aren't bad. The old commander over there who had just laid down on his bed was startled. What was the god of the Southern Navy doing calling him all of a sudden at this time of night? Hurry up and get out of bed. Is something happening over in Ezhou? He thought it was some kind of military emergency, and his heartbeat suddenly sped up, clunking his blood pressure. As a result, Longbu Bad said slowly, no, it's a small personal matter. Hearing that, Lin Lao almost fainted. Phew. After panting for a while, he slowed down and asked, Xiao Long it's not like you don't know what's going on right now, so don't frighten my old man's heart, okay? I'm sorry, did I scare you? Lin Lao sighed heavily, sounding even more resentful than the complaining woman in that deep bosom. Ugh, go ahead. What is it? The army has a military king named Su Hanjing. Can you dispatch her position? Yang Shunning, who was sitting next to her, was immediately alerted when she heard this name. Of course scheduling has to. Wait a minute. The old commander asked in a deep voice. What do you want? She's our army marshal's number 3 seed, the future signature of the Longzhou army. Long Not Bad smiled and said, I certainly know. The army king. With 5 tiger generals 10 wolf school those completely different. Is the army god marshal candidate? 1 in a million of the top people, carrying the future of every army. Yang Shunning's large, beautiful eyes suddenly rounded, and a great sense of crisis rose in her heart. You know that, and you're asking me for someone? On the other side of the phone, the old commander was so directly angry that his chest was stuffy. Do you even know what you're talking about? Of course I know. Long Bu Bad was also in a difficult situation. But there's no way. This is a favor that can't be shrugged off. My old captain before me asked me to help look after his daughter. You should know the nature of this matter. The old commander was so angry he almost smashed his cell phone. He knows about the nature. He doesn't care about what old Captain Long Bu Bad is. He only knows that Long Bu Bad is threatening him to make a mess for him to clean up after pushing down the Zheng family. Long Bu Bad. I'm warning you. Young man, don't go too far. Su Hanjing is Lu Qingtian's person. You're snatching food from a tiger's mouth. No. You're robbing someone to extinguish their posterity. That's an exaggeration. Elder Lin. Doesn't he still have 2 military kings? On my side. I don't have a single candidate heir. You're still so young. What's the point of thinking about an heir so early? It's not about that. I've said what I need to say. I've been asked. So just say yes or no. Long Bu Bad. This was a direct start of a proper threat. For this old commander. He did not want to give any face. On the one hand, it is a factional dispute, and their perennial fighting naval hawks are not the same way with this centrist old fox. On the other hand, the last time this old fox asked Lu Qingtian and Chiao Sheng to bring people to the airport to stop him. Long Bu Bad hasn't forgotten a bit. The old commander was also clear that Long Bu Bad was not treating himself very well, and after considering for a long time, he said, I'm sorry, Marshal Long, it's not up to me alone to say what can be done. Elder Lin took a deep breath. When people in high positions like them did things, they had to consider the many repercussions, because their every move would involve countless people below them, and a slight mistake in any step could trigger a heaven-splitting consequence, like how Long Bu Bad had messed up before. It was nothing short of a miracle that the Dragon Continent could still maintain relative stability and not trigger unrest right now, but Long Biru didn't care about that much, and with a cold, raw voice, he nonchalantly said, if you say it doesn't count, then I'll go find Lu Qingtian. You give me his number. Last time he stopped me at the airport, I forgot to ask him for it. You. The old commander was shaking with anger. Being the commander-in-chief and not being able to constrain the Grand Marshal under him is simply too stifling. But there wasn't the slightest thing he could do about it. Dragon Not Bad had long since gone beyond the realm of what he could order. Although nominally he was still Long Bu Bad's top boss, but following the incident of stopping people at the airport in Weiqiao, his orders were no different from farts to Long Bu Bad. Long Bu Bad had made such a big deal, pushing down the Zhang family he had protected for so long and killing tens of thousands of Zhang family troops, but he had no way to twist Long Bu Bad into a military court for punishment. This was the most helpless thing in his life. Fine, you can contact me if you want to, but I still ask you to be able to think properly for the billions of people in my Dragon Continent before you do anything. Long Bu Bad sneered. Don't worry Lin Lao, I at least think more than you. You, Tu Dolu. Straight off the phone. Busy signal. Snap. The old commander was so furious that his face turned white and he directly slammed his cell phone hard on the ground. On Long Biru's side, there was no rush to confirm the number to contact Lu Qingtian. Anyway, the matter of asking for people could not be done for a while, and there were many other aspects of trouble. He just made that phone call, just wanted to inform the commander-in-chief, so that he could understand his determination. Whoever he, Long Bu Bad, wanted, there was no one under the sky who could refuse. Straight to the gas and drove home, and in some shadowy corner, the face of a tightly wound figure was revealed to the light. It's none other than Su Hanjing. At this moment, her brows were furrowed with a look of extreme disgust. Driving a broken car is fine. These are all minor issues, but this Long Zihao obviously already has a woman of his own, yet he still comes over and wants to get acquainted with me. It's really outrageous. Pops, how deluded are you to want to entrust me to such scum? She shook her head vigorously one by one and turned to walk into the alley. A tall figure appeared in front of her. It was the same man who had spoken out against Dragon Not Bad before. At this moment, he was all smiles as he bowed and inquired, "My lord, do you want your subordinates to go and give him a bit of color?" Su Hanjing thought for a few seconds, nodded and said, "Good, go and give him a little warning, but don't hurt anyone, Just tell him not to try to climb my Su family again. Tell him that I already know about him having a woman, so that he breaks off this thought of me before it's too late." The man smiled crookedly, overjoyed. Yes. He bowed and retreated, his face hidden in the darkness with excitement. 069. Pinning the tracks. Long not bad back to the Zhou family. Face to face to meet to give him attentive Zhou Meiju Zhou Mingyan. These two people are good words to pick, I'll say. A mouth a small ho ho. Called do not mention how intimate, but also the room cleaned up the joyful. Big red lanterns hanging high. Stickers couplets all together. The whole with the newlyweds like. He's speechless. His brother-in-law and sister are also very concerned about the progress of him and Yang shunning. Zhou old man is also the same, although it is for him as a maid, but in fact, still hope that their granddaughter will be able to get to the top quickly. In the face of their harassment, Long Bubad was annoyed. The key was that he couldn't throw off his face, otherwise his sister would be embarrassed. The two families were after all in this kind of relationship, and it would be a little bit not so good for him to be sandwiched in the middle. Dealing with this kind of family relationship was the most exhausting. He decided that he would have to condescend to the Zhou family. After returning to his room, he took out his phone and contacted the Slaying God Temple Master. "What are your orders, my lord?" "Make arrangements for my brother-in-law's family to move out. The sooner the better. And give them a price they can't refuse. And I'll pay it." "Yes." The Slaying God Palace Lord agreed dryly. Such a small matter was really trivial to him. "Right." Long Bubad casually asked. "How's the matter of that Wang Qian I asked you to investigate? Tomorrow I'm going to go over to meet him." "Don't worry, my lord. I'm watching him right now. This kid can't run away." "Oh?" Long Bubad raised his eyebrows lightly. Not being able to exert himself at the old captain's house just now had caused him some depression, and now was the perfect time to vent it out. "I'll be a little early then. Where exactly are you located and I'll come over now. It won't take much time to get that guy's business taken care of first and then come back." The Killing God Templar reported a location. He changed his clothes and jumped out from the balcony, and outside the garden of the villa, a black limited edition Bentley had just parked. The street light shines into the driver's seat, and the man sitting in it is the same Su Hanjing's subordinate who said he wanted to give Long Bubad a little color before. His name is Shu Raccoon. He is from a military and martial arts family, and is the most amazingly talented school officer under Su Hanjing's command. In terms of strength, although he was slightly inferior to the army's 5 tiger admirals, he would never lose to the 10 great wolf schools, and if he wanted to, he could easily become an independent regimental commander commanding several thousand men. However, he fell in love with Su Hanjing at first sight and regarded her as a goddess, willingly worshipped her and became her most loyal subordinate, fighting for her to remove obstacles, and then, to be the one to be with her for the rest of her life. This is Shu Raccoon's current goal and his ambition. As the saying goes, if a house is not swept, how can he sweep the whole world? If he can't even conquer one woman, how can he conquer the whole world? As long as he perseveres and lets Su Hanjing see his ability clearly, then he believes that one day he will be able to obtain the favor of the goddess. For example, this little thing at hand. But just as he was about to get out of the car to find trouble with Long Bubad, he saw that Long Bubad had actually come out of the villa again. "Get in the car and drive out of the neighborhood." "What's the deal? Going out again this late?" "It's still a pain in the ass." He scared irritably and drove up to follow. Half an hour later, he followed Long Bubad and drove the car into Long Zhonghai. This minute he was a little unsettled. Long Zhonghai is the most extravagant and highest level of Longjing's gold grotto. Can come to this kind of place to consume is not a business tycoon, is the consortium of the rich, or is the top of all walks of life elite, those who stand in the upper echelons of the society of the big man. This Long Zihao, he even came here? He even had a little thump in his heart, fearing that he might have kicked the bucket this time. But on second thought, Su Hanjing's old man wasn't a big shot, just a captain of a special operations squadron, at best the same level as an army company commander. How good could his past men be? At best, it's some big shot security guard for one of the big shots here or something. With that thought, he snorted again. But soon, the smile on his face froze once again, because Long Bubad had actually driven his car into the parking lot of the Long Dream Dice. Long Night Dream Dice, the largest casino in Longjing. Its degree of luxury is comparable to the Eagle Continent's World Casino Las Vegas, which is the real gold grotto in the Sea of Longzhong. Ordinary characters wouldn't even dare to enter. One reason is that the people who come here to play are so profligate that there are many people who win or lose hundreds of millions of dollars a minute, and the scene is so crazy that it will cause a strong impact on people's outlook on the world. The second is because the water here is very deep. Shu Raccoon's old man had once told him 1,000 times not to get into trouble here. Because the boss behind this place is a big shot who can really make Longjo shake 3 times when he stomps his foot. He was already somewhat beginning to be scornful. For this Long Zihao to be able to come here and work as a security guard, it would be considered that he was quite capable, but he did not beat a retreat. A security guard only. After the lesson things at most to the head of the supervisor manager this level of characters to go. He did not believe that his own school rank officer still cannot handle them, so he followed suit and pulled in. He moved quickly this time, wanting to try to get things settled before the dragon was bad enough to arrive for work. But what he didn't expect was that Long Bu Bad was even faster and had already entered the fire escape first and took the stairs up. There's an elevator and you don't take the stairs? He was very puzzled in his heart, but his legs and feet did not stop for a moment, and he directly followed at a fast pace. Then he was shocked once again as the dragon was not bad at going up the stairs so fast that it exploded. He ran as furiously as he could, but surprisingly he couldn't even catch up. This kid has wind and fire wheels on his feet, right? No wonder he doesn't take the elevator. This is much faster than taking the elevator. But now he was in trouble again. Long Bu Bad in the end in which floor to go out. He is 2 eyes and blind. Did not see at all. Gotta. Just have to scrutinize the traces. Shu Raccoon took out his skills that he had suppressed in the reconnaissance unit, and it took more than 10 minutes before he finally determined exactly which floor Long Bu Bad had gone to. It's a good thing I learned that in the scouting unit or I would have lost them. Shu Raccoon wiped the sweat off his face and stepped out of the fire escape. Then he was completely stunned, only to see the corridor, lying all over the place, all the security fighters in black suits. They lay motionless, with no fatal injuries, but they were all out of breath. Sunglasses, cell phones, daggers and thrown clubs scattered around them, and even pistols. What is this situation? An expert has come to smash the scene? Shu Raccoon couldn't help but marvel. And this long-standing dream dice, even giving guns to the security guards under his command. There's really no law of the land. He explored all the way through the corridor passages and looked at the faces of these security guards, trying to find Long Zihao, but failed to do so. Where the hell did it go? Shu Raccoon frowned bitterly. To be able to kill so many people in such a short period of time, still without injury or blood, this person must be a top expert. How high a master? Not to mention him, even if Su Hanjing came, he might not be able to do it, and I'm afraid that only a character like Lu Qingtian could do it. This is trouble. Shu Raccoon frowned. If he continued to go deeper, then he would inevitably get involved in the strife of such characters, and he would probably draw fire. So he couldn't care less about finding trouble with Dragon Not Bad, and hurriedly drew away, returning downstairs as fast as he could to his car. He pulled out a couple of tissues and wiped away the cold sweat. That Long Zihao will definitely not be spared when he gets involved in a fight of this level. That settled what he had to do. Shu Raccoon breathed a sigh of relief and an easy smile appeared on his face. What a stroke of luck. That guy hung himself without me having to do anything. So let's go back and resume our orders. 070. Ruthless torture. Tell me, who on earth asked you to frame our Long family and attract the hatred of the Zhang family to the Long family? And you also specifically picked the critical time of the duel to send me the video. Long Zhonghai, Long Night Dream Dice. In the luxuriously furnished general manager's office, Long Bu Bad was torturing Wang Qian. This guy is also really hard. He was crushed 10 fingers, also froze without saying a word, gritted his teeth and stared viciously at him. A look of kill or die as you wish. The slaying god Hallmaster looked on from the side with a face full of rage. The marshal is asking you. Speak quickly, or I'll break every bone in your body. Fight. If you have the guts, hurry up and fight for me. The bruised and swollen Wang Qian spat out a mouthful of blood towards the killing god palace master and said viciously, a bull-sized scar fell off my head. My family boss will avenge me. Dogs still want revenge? Looking for a fight. The killing god palace master punched his fist over again so hard that a bloodied tooth crumbled and flew out. It was the last tooth left in his mouth. Wang Qian was smashed by this vicious punch and fell heavily on the ground. His eyes were black, and he almost didn't take a breath and was directly knocked into Hades. I'll give you one more chance. The killing god hall master held up his fist and said with a murderous aura, otherwise, if I slam this fist over again, you'll die for sure. Oh, smash it, smash me to death. Wang Qian laughed unyieldingly, come on, smash it on grandpa's head. If you don't smash grandpa to death today, your grandpa my good grandson. Older. The killing god hall master was so angry that his face filled with blood, and his vicious fist was about to slam out immediately, but the wrist was grabbed by 5 strong fingers. It is the dragon that is not bad. I know even if you don't say it. He stared at Wang Qian's blood blister eyes that were swollen to a slit and said lightly, "This matter is what the underground heavenly king asked you to do. Even if you fight to the death and don't give him up, I'll still go find him myself." Wang Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "This has nothing to do with my boss. It's useless if you go to him. You think you're loyal and righteous?" Long Biru stared at him and said, "This is nothing more than foolish loyalty on your part. Even if you die and say nothing, it won't have the slightest effect on me." Wang Qian didn't say anything and just sneered. Long Bu-bad also sneered and said, "Who do you think I am? I am the invincible military god Grand Marshal. There is no one in this world who can make me feel afraid. Even if you don't say it, I know that person must have a grudge against me. It's okay, all my enemies, I'll find them one by one and hammer them all to death. The first one being your boss, Underground Sky King. Speaking of which, he doesn't really have any enmity with me. It's just that he tried to rob me in the relics and didn't. But because of you, he's now a non-starter. With a backwoods kid like you?" Wang Qian spat out blood and snorted. "That's hilarious. Our boss could easily crush you with one finger. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Sitting in a well. Pitiful. Pathetic. Ridiculous." The slaying god hallmaster shook his head repeatedly and snorted. This heartfelt snort of pity made Wang Qian falter. Or maybe he was just supposed to be holding strong. He spat out another mouthful of blood and asked, "Dragon, not bad. I heard that not only did you push back the Zheng family, but you also took out those first guards of the world in the main Forbidden Palace. Is that true or not? What do you say?" There was already nothing but contempt on the slaying god palace master's face. "That's why I said you're a dumbass. How can there be a lie when everyone knows it?" Wang Qian's eyes suddenly glared. "They are the strongest of my dragon continent's top experts. One person can stand up to an army. How is it possible for you to take them all out by yourself?" Long Bu-bad laughed and asked him rhetorically, "That's ridiculous. If I didn't have this ability, I would have already gone to the military court to lead my neck to death." This, and rightly so, Wang Qian lost his mind and generally said, "Even the world's first guard can't help you. The law enforcement team of the military tribunal can't even take you. And so can the other two military gods of the military ministry, as well as the 10,000 hands of the supervisory bureau, the swordbearer of the National Security Bureau, and the executioner of the Imperial Martial Arts stage. It turns out that when people are powerful to a certain extent, it is true that they can do whatever they want." The killing god palace master snorted once again. Such a shallow and easy to understand reasoning. It was truly laughable that he only understood it now. Cough cough. Wang Qian was so badly injured that he started coughing up blood. He couldn't be saved from this injury even if he wanted to. Long Bu-bad shook his head and said, "Individual power always has a limit, but where that limit is, it is broken through time and time again. The so-called manpower is limited. Martial arts is unlimited. In front of personal strength, everything is floating clouds." You're right. Only the most powerful are worthy of the supreme. At this time, Wang Qian already had some sense of returning to his senses, and he stared at Long Bu-bad, his gaze like it was on fire, not willing to close his eyes until they burned dry. "All along, I thought that only the boss is worthy of being the 9-to-5 supreme in this world, but seeing you today, I realized that I was wrong. You are stronger than him and more worthy of the supreme position. I am willing to serve you. The dragon is not bad. I only beg you to spare my family's life." The dragon was not bad and nodded gently. Although this Wang Qian hadn't done a lot of evil in his daily life, he didn't intend to spill over to his family. "Tell me, who the hell are the people who are ing me behind my back?" "That man is indeed my boss, the underground heavenly king." Long Biru's tiger eyes flickered, in between which there seemed to be a murderous aura condensing like 1,000 weights and 10,000 measures. Wang Qian immediately dying, but still tightly covering the chest, forced the last spirit. Cackling blood continue to say, "No, it's the ones who befriended my boss. You guys. Originally there was not much enmity. He asked me to do these things of framing your family. Must have received those people's good favor." Long Bu-bad asked in a stern voice, "Who are those people? Or whoever's people?" Yes. Before the last sentence was finished, Wang Qian suddenly had a crooked neck and died of gas. Asterisk. Long Bu-bad blasted out with a punch, smashing the wall in front of him to smithereens. Seeing this, the slaying god hallmaster directly knelt down and asked for orders. "My lord, I would like to lead all the members of the god-slaying temple to declare war on the underground heavenly king and kill your enemies for you." Long Biru slowly closed his eyes, and a wild lord-like figure appeared in his mind. This underground heavenly king, When he heals up and regains his strength, he will be killed. Dian Tong Su, you have a heart. I, Long Biru, will be like a tiger with wings if I can have your help. Long Bubad walked over and helped the God-Killer Temple Master up. What your lordship said. Back then, if it wasn't for your help, my God-slaying hall would have been destroyed by the Shura Hall. Not to mention that you also inherited the God-slaying fierce spirit, our God-slaying hall's ancestral treasure that no one has been able to inherit for hundreds of years. Logically speaking, you are the one who should be sitting on this slaying God Palace Master's seat. It would be only natural for you to give the position to me and for me to follow your orders. The slaying God Hall Master said impassionedly. The dragon was not bad and nodded. But there's no rush on this matter. The underground Heavenly King's whereabouts are erratic and unpredictable. So let's wait until I personally find out where he is. My lord, this matter can be left to me. The dragon was not bad and turned around. I won't trouble you with this matter. The underground Heavenly King is not something you can mess with. In case he catches you, I'm afraid your life is in danger. Yes. The slaying God Temple Master breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that Long Bubad would let him do this. But now it looks like a collision between the underground Heavenly King and the Southern Navy God is inevitable. This dragon continent. There's going to be another big earthquake. 071. Su Hanjing's idol. The following day at noon. The Zhou family. Long Bubad convalesced for the night and had just come out of his room refreshed when his brother-in-law came over to him to report his good news. Master brother-in-law, there is a great joy in our family. I specially waited for you to come out. I must be the first to tell you about it. His sister, Long Yanjun, was also beside him, covering her mouth and smiling with her eyebrows. Long Bubad's heart stirred and asked. Brother-in-law said, what happy event? My father's company is coming back. Our Zhou family's company. Zhou Lijie was so excited that he couldn't help himself. His face was congested with blood and red, almost ecstatic. Previously, because of being framed by the Jia family's design, causing my dad to have to give up all of his equity. Now my dad has taken back all of his equity. The company is now valued at $1 billion, which is equivalent to my Zhou family recapturing the $1 billion they lost before. Ha ha ha, he was going crazy with joy. Long Bubad smiled and nodded, saying, congratulations brother-in-law. It's just that when the company takes over, we still need to lay off some of the Jia family's people and replace them with our Zhou family's own full-fledged family, which will require quite a bit of money, and the cash flow might not be enough. But right now there happens to be a heavenly good thing. Zhou Lijie smiled broadly and said, someone is willing to offer $20 million more than the market price to buy this villa of ours. So we'll have money to work with. Dragon, not bad, that's very good. About the new house. This time I would like to ask for your opinion. What do you think, brother-in-law? Is it better to continue to buy a villa like this? Or to buy a double-story high-class apartment somewhere? Or, to a more upscale villa neighborhood? Zhou Lijie bowed, carrying caution, his face all smiles. Long Bubad took a sip of the tea respectfully handed over by Yang Shuning and faintly said, you can just decide on these yourself, brother-in-law. Zhou Lijie's smile fawned for a moment. How can this be? The most important thing is for you to live comfortably. You give me a word. Even if I have to move to the Hentang Heavenly Palace Villa Park, I'll still sell my pots and pans to come up with the money. And I'll never frown on it. Long Bubad laughed and shook his head. There's really no need. It's not like I'm going to live with you guys all the time. Ha! Zhou Lijie was startled, crying and saying, don't brother-in-law. We can't afford to give up you Are you living in our house is not comfortable? Which place is not too satisfied? Long Yanjun also stayed on the sidelines and said, you've only lived here for a few days Xiao Hao. Sister still wants to see you more. Haven't seen you for so many years. Don't you want to eat more of sister's cooking? Dragon, not bad, of course I want to. It's not unsatisfactory to live here. It's just that I do have some inconveniences. Zhou Lijie and Long Yanjun looked at each other and both understood in seconds, their expressions becoming frustrated all of a sudden. Okay. He shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Since you insist, brother-in-law, we can't force ourselves, but you are still welcome to come to our Zhou family anytime, and no matter what time of the day it is, we will keep your room at home. Long Yanjun said, Jinjin has been cured. Why don't you come with us later to pick up Jinjin from the hospital? The little girl will be able to see her uncle when she gets out of the hospital and bond a little more. Okay. Dragon, not bad, nodded and agreed. That's the end of the matter. The Zhou family moved out very quickly. Just 2 days. The villa was empty, but there's another one in the way. Sticking around. Yang Shuning. For this fellow, Long Biru didn't have any too good ways to repel him. not giving since he had already promised to give her a chance. Then Longbiru wouldn't be petty, just let her lollygag. Although this woman likes to dog-eye, snobbery and mooch young, but always still quite obedient, smart and capable. Ability is also good. Virtuous and gentle and diligent, is indeed a good girl. But just yesterday, she got into a bit of trouble. Actually, it's not exactly something she caused, I guess, but at night she suddenly came running to talk to and said that she had received a bloodstained death threat, telling her to stay away from the adults or else she would have her skin peeled off to make a human skin drum. Longbu Bad was enraged at that time, and when he checked, he found that the originator was actually the county princess of the god-killing temple. There is nothing to discuss about this matter. Directly let her old man, the lord of the killing god palace, grabbed her over and gave her a severe reprimand in front of him, and gave young Shunning a low apology, and that was the end of it. And then today, he's going to do the right thing. Go to the general headquarters of the army and ask for men. I've just talked to Lu Qingtian on the phone, and he said that this matter should be discussed face to face, and Su Hanjing's personal opinion must also be sought. There was naturally nothing wrong with Longbu Bad's side. If Su Hanjing himself did not agree, then even if he wanted to fulfill the old captain's mandate again, it would still be unrealistic, so he drove off. On the other side, Su Hanjing, who was working out at the gym, also received a call from Lu Qingtian. As soon as she saw that it was Lu Qingtian, she immediately got off the treadmill, enduring the unbearable discomfort and also forcing herself to calm her breathing, and her face couldn't help but rode a respectful smile. Marshal, I'm Xiao Su, what can I do for you? The old military god's tone didn't sound pleasant. Hanjing there is an important matter that requires you to come to the command headquarters immediately. The sooner the better. Su Hanjing's heart flinched. Even Lu Qingtian said that the important thing, that is not the top of the sky big? She tensed up all of a sudden. Marshal, see you say this, stared my little heart fluttering. You can first give me a bottom? It won't be the Eagle Island side fighting over. Right, less crowing. It's the Grand Marshal of the Longnan Navy. What? Su Hanjing was taken aback. It's that invincible army god dragon Unbreakable who was invincible in battle? Yes, that's him. It's actually, surprisingly, him. The king of the Third Army of Land Warfare was frozen to the spot this minute as if he had been struck by a surprise thunderbolt. Eyes were round and full of disbelief. Speaking of which, she was energized, because Dragon Not Bad was none other than her idol. He enlisted in the army at the age of 18, became famous at the age of 20, was named military god at the age of 23, and pacified Ijo at the age of 26. 8 years of enlistment. He participated in large and small battles hundreds of times, without a single loss. The original scattered Longnan Navy to unify the Iron Plate. A few months ago was through the Armageddon in one fell swoop to recover Ijo, but also immediately returned to clean up the tumor of the Zhang family, which is the most admirable to her. On his resume, Su Hanjing can be said to be as good as her own. She knows that Longbu Bad once led a combat team to drive a speedboat to blow up the supply base of the Ijo Navy, and also knows that Longbu Bad has sunk a battleship full of 2,000 people with just one person, and many more miracle-inducing battles. Such a remarkable character, when it is the most heavenly hero of the Dragon Continent. Precisely because of the admiration of such a person, she will be above the top of the world. Any young talent around cannot be put into the eyes. In her heart, Longbu Bad was a god. If she could join his command someday and add her own piece to his legendary resume, then her life's military career would be worth it. Thinking that she might be able to meet her idol soon, Su Hanjing couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement and hurriedly asked, He came to our army command. Is there something going on? Hearing her tone so agitated, Lu Qingtian's mood worsened, and he said in a bad mood, There's something, but I'm not good at saying it over the phone. Anyway, you hurry over. He's already rushing this way. Yes, Marshal, I'll be right over. Su Hanjing was so excited that she jumped up and shouted, then sang and jumped and ran to the locker room cheerfully, as if she was back to her teenage years. Give the people working out together next to you a good look. 072. You boys are dead. Longbu Bad drove that Passat all the way into the Army General Administration Command. He had never been to this place before, and as soon as he came up, he was stopped by the big-headed soldier standing guard. I'm sorry, no private cars allowed in the military zone. The standing soldier lets out a rigid, stern roar, very much a soldier's steel, just a bit tigerish looking. Longbu Bad secretly shook his head and pulled out his own officer's license. What do you see here? The standing soldier took a look at the gold officer's license. What the hell is this? The expression on his face turned cold and hard for a moment. Officer's license, he had never seen gold color. Dared to take this kind of fake documents over to break into their Army General Administration Command. It is simply the old lifestyle hanged. Tired of living? What kind of ID do you have? Does an officer's license come in gold? Get out of the car quickly. Accept the inspection. Long Boobad froze and were all staggered at once. Standing guard soldier took a look at him, still sitting in the car, does not move. Behind there is still waiting to enter the military vehicle. This violent temper all of a sudden up. Directly reach in to open the door lock. The dragon is not bad from the driver's seat forcibly dragged out. Then without saying a word he got himself into the car and drove it off to the side first. Long Biro looked on in tears and laughter, scratching his head breathlessly from the sidelines. It was really not very good for him, a military god grand marshal, to start a conflict with a standing guard. The soldier's standing guard quickly returned, as if they were going into battle to kill the enemy with the same expression, to forcibly detain Long Boobad and search him. This dragon is not bad, cannot agree. Stretched out his arm and said, wait a minute. You first let me make a phone call. The guard sneered. Still calling? Okay, I'll see who you can call. He removed the assault rifle on his shoulder and clicked it to load directly. The muzzle of the gun was vaguely aimed at Long Biru, as if as long as he dared to escape, he would have to eat a barrage of bullets. Long Boobad was also convinced and directly dialed Lu Qingtian's number. Marshal Long, you've arrived? I'm here. I'm being stopped by your guard here. He's going to search me. Send someone over to pick me up or I'm going to try to break in. What? Lu Qingtian, that blood pressure rubbed up. This who's standing guard so tiger, even dare to stop the Navy Marshal? Nice stop. Just the thing to take the heat out of him. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, wait a little. I'll be right over. With that, he hung up the phone. Straight away, the dragon was not bad. Lu Qingtian's way of handling this was also meaningful enough. It seemed to seem like a big deal to come over yourself. But really, it's a phone call away. So why bother? Just to embarrass him for a few more minutes, right? This old thing is really good at personal vendettas. But it's okay, it's just a matter of waiting a few more minutes. He just waited next to him, and the standing guard didn't ask many questions. In fact, this minute the standing guard soldier has been a little weak. Look at the dragon is not bad. Their own this seems to be really stopping the wrong person? But I don't think so. And a gold officer's license? He didn't know that. Only that the rifle in his hand felt unusually heavy, but he felt that he had not done anything wrong, and that he could not be too careful in the face of suspicious people at a time of world tension, when a great war could break out at any time. Even if he did stop some big shot, he shouldn't be able to talk to him as a standing guard. Thinking of this, his eyes staring at Long Biro eased a little, not daring to be so aggressive anymore. It was also true that Long Boobad was not a small family man, and he pressed on, not wanting to take care of this tiger-headed standing guard soldier. He was waiting on his side when a military Land Rover suddenly drove up over the entrance and stopped at the gate to swipe the card. A quick look at the driver revealed that it was Shu Raccoon. A smile appeared on the face of the dragon. Not bad. Isn't that a coincidence? And Shu Raccoon also happened to see the dragon. Not bad. A shocking wave was turned up in his heart. What a hell of a thing to say. What's going on? This guy, he's still alive. What's wrong? Su Hanjing, who was sitting in the co-pilot and applying makeup to the mirror, twisted her head and saw Long Birong as well. Her pair of eyebrows immediately furrowed, and she questioned Shu Raccoon in a very unhappy manner. Didn't you say you've already warned him? How dare he still show up here? In Su Hanjing's eyes, Long Boobad was pursuing her to chase her to the door. Shu Raccoon heart is also 100 question marks. Cannot figure out why this Long Zihao did not die, and appeared here again, but his irritation was even greater. Let him lose such a big face in front of the goddess. Obviously already said that your kid has been solved by me, but still dare to appear here. Long Zihao, is it? Your kid is dead. He immediately jumped out of the car, freezing a murderous face, and sternly questioned Long Biru. What are you doing here? You bastard. Long Boobad glanced at him as if he saw a mole cricket and said indifferently, none of your business. You. Shu Raccoon immediately wanted to give Long Boobad a little lesson that will never be forgotten. But he was stung by an inexplicable sense of crisis, like seeing a prehistoric giant crocodile like fear. If he dared to make a move, it would surely be doomed. He was so scared for a moment that his body stiffened a bit, and his throat rolled dryly for a bit. He did not choose to make a move, but asked the guard standing soldier, are you on guard duty today? What's going on here? The standing guard soldier naturally recognized Shu Raccoon, and with a sigh of relief in his heart, he reported out the situation one by one. What do you mean? A gold officer's license. Shu Raccoon was immediately taken aback when he saw the golden documents in Long Bu Bad's hands. No wonder why he looked so familiar with that golden thing before. It turned out to be an officer's license. As a senior officer, he certainly knew well that there was only one type of officer's license that was gold in color, and that was the officer's license of the military god marshal. This Long Zihao, is he even a military god? He stared at Long Bu Bad with an unbelievable face, as if all three views had collapsed, and the whole person was plunged into an unprecedented shock. And the dragon was not bad just looking at him, seemingly smiling. This made Shu Raccoon even more sure of the speculation in his heart. This Long Zihao, can't it be that the invincible military god who reigned over the South China Sea, Long Bu Bad? No wonder whenever he saw him he looked like he had no fear. No wonder that day at the Long Night Dream Dice, he couldn't catch up with his speed. No wonder that he was obviously involved in that kind of terrifying level of fight and still managed to remain unharmed. No, maybe the fight itself. It wasn't certain that he had started it. Due to being too shocked, Shu Raccoon's entire body was dumbfounded. What's going on? Hasn't it been resolved yet? Seeing his delayed response, Su Hanjing simply got down from the car himself. Today was an important day for her to meet her idol, and she mustn't let this shameless scum interrupt her good deed. She didn't have that patience to find out what happened, and she directly scolded Long Biro nonchalantly. You scum! What are you doing chasing me to a place like this? This is no place for the likes of you, so get the hell out of here. Don't think I'll give you a good face just because you're related to my dad. Let me tell you, for scum like you, I'd slap several to death. And if you piss me off, 100 lives aren't enough for you to die. 073, you are a dragon not bad. In the face of Su Hanjing's chiding, Long Bu Bad were shocked and looked at Su Hanjing with wide eyes. He couldn't figure out when exactly he had offended this ant, making her scold him so nonchalantly. Of course he didn't know that Su Hanjing had seen the scene of him talking to Yang Shunning in the car and mistook him for a wannabe who wanted to have his foot in two boats. Being chided like this, he certainly wouldn't have a good look on his face, and coldly said, please keep your mouth clean, Major General Su Hanjing. You don't have the qualifications to talk like this in front of me. What did you say? Su Hanjing looked puzzled. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not qualified? Look what it is. Long Not Bad light up the hands of the officer's license. To Su Hanjing directly looked dumb. Her pair of lofty to almost disdainful eyes widened to the limit, her willow-like eyebrows distorted as a result, and with a frozen expression, she muttered, a golden military officer's license. Are you the military god marshal? Count on you having some insight. Long Biro glanced at the standing guard soldier next to him, who had been stunned, and said indifferently. Su Hanjing couldn't believe it, his eyes staring at the officer's license, shaking his head vigorously. No, it can't be. As far as I know, there hasn't even been a new military god in office recently. Long Biro grunted and laughed and asked, who told you that I've only recently become a military god? No way. Su Hanjing held her head in her hands, still refusing to believe it. You're obviously a lieutenant rank officer. How could you become a military god all of a sudden? This is absolutely impossible. Long Biro said indifferently. Captain rank that was already my rank 6 years ago. Upon hearing these words, Su Hanjing's face swished pale, large drops of cold sweat dripped down from her face, and her entire body began to uncontrollably shake. A speculation that she couldn't even think about, even to the point of wanting to run her head against the wall, gradually surfaced in her mind. She didn't dare to think about it in detail, and Shu Raccoon had already voiced that suspicion. He pointed his trembling arm at Long Bu Bad as if he was haunted by an evil spirit, his entire face becoming distorted from the convulsions. Are you the one who reigns supreme in the South China Sea? Invincible military god? That's right, I'm the dragon not bad. On this occasion, he had nothing to hide. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. No one spoke, dreading the sudden silence of the air. Puff! The standing soldier was the first to fall to his knees. A figure of the level of the military god was the heavens above in his eyes, the most supreme figure in the entire dragon continent, and with the offense of trespassing that he had just committed, it was enough to kill his head. Grand Marshal, spare your life. Who said anything about taking your life? Long Biren chided without any good humor. Get up and proceed to stand guard for me. Yes. He immediately stood up straight, gave a standard enough military salute, and ran off to stand guard. Standing there, instantly transformed into a statue, not even daring to blink an eyelid. And by this time, Su Hanjing had also recovered from the shock. She buried her head so low, with a look of shame, that her face could not be seen. but then she did not seem to have completely given up, and walked over with the same step, to see Long Burong's officer's license. Your credentials, can I see them? You watch. Long Bubad handed over the officer's license. She picked it up and took a look. Her body suddenly trembled violently as if she was struck by lightning. It was clearly written with the words, Dragon South Navy Grand Marshal, Long Bubad, real name Long Zihao. Shu Raccoon also quietly and silently came up to take a look. Mouth instantly opened to the limit. The whole person directly in place petrified. Why didn't you say so earlier? After holding her tongue for a long time, Su Hanjing slowly raised her head and looked at Long Burong with an extremely grudging gaze. There are too many enemies and I don't want to reveal my identity just yet. Ha? So that's it? She hastily asked again. Then who was that woman in your car that day? Long Bubad eyes glared. What? You want to check my account? Dare not. Dare not. Su Hanjing's eyes dodged. Her face instantly reddened, and she was so flustered that she waved her hands repeatedly. Next to him, Shu Raccoon was once again dumbfounded. After so many years, when had he ever seen the goddess reveal herself like this? It's almost like one of those nymphomaniac little girls at school who are mesmerized by celebrities. In his impression, Su Hanjing has never been a high goddess. Absolutely will not fall in love with anyone. This seems to be a young girl falling in love-like appearance. Directly shattered his three views. However, he was immediately relieved. After all, the other party was that invincible Southern Navy god, the legendary top heaven figure. As upset as he was, he couldn't find anything to compare it to, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. Shaking his head and dropping to one knee, Army Major Shu Raccoon, meet Lord Military God. Su Hanjing followed along and knelt down obediently. Army Major General Su Hanjing, see Lord Military God, not knowing your identity before, my humble servant is truly ashamed. I have also spoken out against Lord Military God, and have repeatedly violated the law. I deserve to die. Please punish me. Please punish the Lord Military God. Long Burong put his hands behind his back and said blandly, this matter is something that I intentionally concealed, and I can't blame you guys for slapping yourselves twice, so let's call it quits. Yes. Su Hanjing's heart thumped. This punishment was too light. Then aggravate yourself and show the Lord Warlord sincerity. She immediately stretched out her hand and snapped and slapped herself hard twice, with such force that she directly drew blood out of her mouth. Shu Raccoon was also, but his power control was obviously not as subtle as Su Hanjing's, and after the two slaps, not only did he not bleed, but instead, he made his own cheeks swell up high, looking rather wretched. Still, maybe that's the effect he's going for. Long Bubad nodded gently and let them get up. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, please take me over to Lu Qingtian. Yes. Shu Raccoon hurriedly ran to the front to lead the way. Long Bubad strides to follow. Su Hanjing intentionally lagged behind by one body position, but in a position closer to Long Bubad's shoulder. But she didn't dare continue to push the envelope any further. This level was as far as her guts could reach. Poor her. The only female army king of the Army General Administration, who could not even dare to enjoy herself to the fullest by initiating favors to her beloved. Long Bubad didn't care about her so much. He only wanted to hurry up and meet Lu Qingtian and get the things that the old captain had instructed him to do done. They hadn't even walked out 100 meters before Lu Qingtian came over, and when he saw that Su Hanjing was actually walking with Long Burong, his already not so good-looking face became even more ugly. Dragon, not bad. You're really good at this, even digging for my candidate's corner. Long Bubad didn't give him a good face either, and said with a sneer, it can't be helped. If the ability wasn't great, you would have been escorted to the military court at the airport in the first place. When Lu Qingtian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably and frantically. This kind of tit-for-tat also opened the eyes of Su Hanjing and Shu Raccoon on the side. They had never seen anyone who dared to talk to Lu Qingtian like this. Lu Qingtian's face was a bit untenable, and he said sternly, good boy. You fled from the battlefield and piloted a fighter jet to make an emergency landing at Longjing International Airport. Shouldn't I take you? Marshal Lu, are you sure that was a proffer? Dragon Not Bad asked, staring into his eyes. The air became tense for a moment. Lu Qingtian grunted and didn't say anything. If it was really a case of desertion, then Dragon Not Bad would still be a war criminal of the Ministry of War. And there was no reason why he should be able to stand at ease in this place. There had to be a hostile relationship between them. But then, who would be able to take it down? If it had that ability, the military department would have put out a wanted notice a long time ago. The current situation was that if we really had to forcefully arrest Long Biru, I was afraid that the entire dragon continent would be split as a result. That's why the Ministry of War turned a blind eye to what Long Bubu did. Long Bu Bad sighed. Lu Qingtian couldn't get any better. So he looked at Su Hanjing with a stern face and questioned. So what do you say? You really want to leave me? 074. You threw it away as garbage. Facing Lu Qingtian's questioning, Su Hanjing's entire body was confused. Ha? What did you say? Marshal? You don't know? Lu Qingtian frowned at Long Bu Bad. You didn't tell her? Dragon Not Bad spread his hands. I thought you'd already told her. Say what? Su Hanjing had already reacted by this time and scratched her toes in excitement. Wait. My goodness. It's hard to believe. Seeing her face of excitement and anticipation to the point of ecstasy, Lu Qingtian's mood fell directly to the bottom. For so many years, he had been treating Su Hanjing as an heir to cultivate, as his own daughter to teach, but in the end, it was a dowry for someone else. It was really suffocating. Listen to him yourself. He turned away, no longer wanting to see Su Hanjing's face. It's like raising a white wolf. Long Bu Bad had no choice but to explain. Your old man asked me one after another. There's no other way. I just had to talk to the military ministry and let you transfer to my side as an aide-de-camp. Are you willing to do that? Shu Raccoon, who was on the side, was like a bolt from the blue, just stood there frozen in despair, watching his goddess, too excited to speak, nod her head frantically. Willing. I'm so willing. I don't think there's anyone who wouldn't be willing to be your adjutant. I'm more than willing. Su Hanjing is simply happy crazy. She can't wait to rush home and hug her father 3 times. I didn't realize that the one-legged old man who usually always drank and bragged about how great he had a young subordinate was telling the truth. That young subordinate of his back then was now an invincible naval warlord. And he really wasn't bragging. Only, he never had the chance to learn the truth either. Long Biro nodded and said to Lu Qingtian, since that's the case, Marshal Lu, then please take care of the formalities. Ugh. Okay, I'm on it. Lu Qingtian turned around, already with a relieved look on his face. It can't be helped. The ability is not as high as others. And it's no one's fault if the number 3 heir that was trained ran away with someone. But people Su Hanjing is not based on his relationship with the backdoor promotion up, but by their own real skills, was picked by him. People go to higher places. Water flows to lower places. Just didn't expect that he would also feel this slightly cruel world. He couldn't help but take one more look at Long Biru. In the current Long Zhou, it was probably only this young man who could give him such a share of less pleasant feelings. He wasn't really too angry. After all, he had 2 more candidates that he relied on more, and Dragon Not Bad didn't have one yet. Thinking of this, he was in a much better mood. But who would have thought that immediately someone else was going to come over and give him a hard time? Shu Raccoon sneaked up to him and tentatively asked him if he could transfer over with him. Lu Qingtian was simply furious, glaring viciously at Shu Raccoon and chortling in a low voice. What? Do you still think I'm not humiliated enough? Shu Raccoon, however, is rarely without eyesight for once, despite a difficult face, but also to harden his heart and try to fight for it. Your old man is aware that I am interested in Su Junwang. What, right or wrong? Lu Qingtian directly cut him off with a roar. Get the hell out of my way. There's no place for you to talk here. Shu Raccoon shrank his neck, noticing the unhappy look Su Hanjing threw at him. His entire face directly turned an iron blue color. However, he didn't dare to talk back to Lu Qingtian in the slightest and could only grit his teeth and retreat. Dragon Not Bad glanced at him and secretly shook his head. Of course he knew this guy was following him that day. He just didn't care. There wasn't a single thing about this man that he cared about. He proceeded to talk to Hanjing Su to get some basic information about her. After all, he's going to be his lieutenant soon, and he can't afford not to get to know him. Su Hanjing was all excited and talked about it. In half an hour or so, Lu Qingtian's secretary completed the formalities, and he said he would host a farewell dinner for the guests, and Lu Qingtian didn't refuse without giving face. He will soon be retired as well. The future of the military department is still the world of these young people of Long Bubu Bad, offending no one but them. I just can't say that the atmosphere at the table was good. Lu Qingtian had long been used to being admired, but Long Bu Bad was not a master who would admire anyone, and Su Hanjing was not very good at being caught in the middle, or simply said that she already didn't care about Lu Qingtian at all, and only had one person in her eyes. Lu Qingtian doubled the damage he took. Luckily, during the meal, an offhand question from Long Bu Bad allowed him to end the ordeal early. By the way, Su Hanjing, that jade pendant I gave you earlier, you didn't bring it with you? Ah! Su Hanjing's whole body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. What's wrong? I threw it out as trash. She pulled her hands furiously through her hair, caught up in her extreme chagrin. Long Bubad also confused. That is the value of the city's absolute treasure. Is he scraped up a storm of bloodshed to get his hands on it with great difficulty? The result is even by this woman as a piece of trash to throw away? Su Hanjing was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Standing up and snapping and stomping her feet, she asked, "Is that jade pendant important?" Long Bubad nodded very breathlessly. "It's a rather rare treasure." This further drove Su Hanjing crazy with anxiety. Finished what to do? I'm going back to look for it." She turned around and was about to leave, and Lu Qingtian saw this and hurriedly pushed his way out. Long Bubad helplessly said, "Come on, then this meal can't be eaten. Let's make a date for another day." Well, we'll make an appointment some other time. Lu Qingtian finally slipped away in relief. Long Bubad shook his head and caught up with Su Hanjing, who was running away in a panic. "Wait. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. I can sense the location of that jade pendant." He took out a piece of yin and yang fish jade pendant that was almost identical to the one he had given out earlier. They were originally a pair, which was why he knew that Su Hanjing wasn't wearing that piece of jade. "Ha! Great!" Seeing this, Su Hanjing let out a long breath, as if the big stone in her heart had fallen to the ground. "That way you don't have to worry about getting it back," Long Bubad said. "Let's go. I can feel that jade pendant moving. It should have been picked up by someone." Okay. So, is the marshal taking my car? Take mine. That car of yours is too flashy to drive out. Also then. Su Hanxian scratched his head in embarrassment like a student cadre who had done something wrong. "Then I'll drive." The two of them came to the modified Passat. Su Hanjing sat straight in the driver's seat. Long Burong said he would drive. She retorted with a serious face, "Isn't it only natural for the adjutant to be in charge of driving? Do you know the location? Wouldn't you just tell me?" With her face in her thoughts, she said, "It's just the right time to develop a rapport between the two of us." The dragon wasn't bad at all. This guy, the attitude change is also too fast. Right, they do not feel embarrassed at all? What a cheek thicker than a city wall. But his heart was still on that jade pendant, and he didn't want to nag this woman much. Turning around and getting into the passenger side. That's a rare treasure, and it would be a shame not to get it back. Su Hanjing had the car out of the parking lot with a kick of the gas, drift straight through the corners with skills that rival those of a race car driver. While driving, he also praised, "You have a nice car, Marshal. Storm change, right? Well, the henchman just changed it. The jade pendant you gave me, Marshal." She was obviously good at reading people. Could it have any special effects? 075. Pick up. Hearing her ask this, Long Bubad shook his head straight. Of course, that's the twin yin yang jade. If it doesn't have special effects, how does it deserve to be called a supreme treasure? That thing, the twin lives yin yang jade. Is it even an absolute treasure? Su Hanjing had an expression that was on the verge of tears. God help me. It was obviously a great treasure, but she threw it away like trash. It was the one thing she regretted doing in her life. At the same time, she was very moved in her heart. The fact that Long Bubad had given her something so valuable as a meeting gift was too much for her to be happy about. It has many efficacies. Worn close to the body for a long period of time, it can nourish the blood and vitalize the veins, rationalize the muscles and moisturize the skin, keep one's youthful vitality, be beneficial to mental recovery, and also prolong one's life. And the most crucial thing is that it can foretell crises, and often make one's fortunes come to an end. Long Bubad took out the jade pendant and gently rubbed it on his fingertips as the side explained. This is the yang jade of the twin yin and yang jade, while the one I gave you is the yin jade. My idea was that I wanted that precious jade's ability to foresee danger to work, to remind you not to risk your life, and in case something bad happens to you one day, I can also find your location through the twin senses unique to this pair of jade pendants and rescue you so that I can give your father an explanation. Su Hanjing wailed and apologized mournfully. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that it was actually so valuable. I'm really sorry, our Lord Military God." "Whoops. Don't cry. Not really." Long Biren smiled bitterly. "I'll just get it back again." "Well, thank you, Lord Military God. Thank you, Lord Military God. When I get it back I'll keep it under strict guard. Love it like a child. And definitely won't lose it again." Su Hanjing was so grateful that her eyes were red from crying. Two flowers bloom, each with its own branch. Meanwhile, the twinning jade is being clutched tightly in the hands of an underground jeweler. His name is Meng Snapdragon, and he has been in the business for a few years. Still a novice in the jewelry industry, he decided to join the industry because he was unintentionally revisiting a book on the world's top 10 sacred jades, which was so old that it was almost moldy, in his ancestral home, and suddenly remembered his childhood dream. To this end, he spent his few savings, the family's nooks and crannies in the Hutons of the Second Ring Road in the East China Sea resettlement house to transform into a second-hand jewelry store, because of little experience, resulting in he often received some flawed stone defective jade. No peers call him a rookie wrongdoer. However, only he himself knew that the fake jades he had collected were all imitations of the 10 great divine jades, which possessed an extremely high collector's value. I just haven't been able to find a buyer who knows what they're doing. This is how things like antiques in jade, as well as famous paintings and calligraphy, are like this. In front of those who recognize it, it's a treasure worth thousands of dollars, and in front of those who don't, it's just something that sucks. But the piece of jade he received yesterday was unusual. Last night, an old lady picking up trash came to him with this piece of jade and asked how much she could sell it for. He recognized the jade at that moment as the twin live yin-yang jade, which ranked 7th among the 10 great divine jades, then immediately quoted $1,000. The old lady is happy. She has gone to 3 jewelry stores. People give the highest price as only $300. I did not expect this young man here actually out of 1,000. Seeing this kid's face of injustice, she hurriedly sold the jade pendant. Meng Snapdragon never thought that this was the real thing, but all the forgeries of the 10 great divine jades, he always received 1,000, even if he's already over $100,000 in debt for it, because he is convinced that these imitations will eventually be acquired by someone who really knows what they are doing at a higher price than he does. However, after he collected it and carefully identified it, he found that the characteristics of this piece of jade were surprisingly exactly the same as those depicted in that book. The pith is like sheep's fat. The veins are like snowflakes, continuous. The water drops do not diffuse. The licking is astringent. All these characteristics are exactly the same. He was given to stunned silence. I didn't think I'd ever have to pick up the slack. Upon careful consideration, he felt that it should be because the other jewelers didn't quite understand the 10 great divine jades, and that's why they looked away. But he still didn't think it was authentic and thought it was an excellent imitation of a fake, because if it was the real thing it would be just too unbelievable. The real twin live yin-yang jade was an absolute treasure of great value. Even if there was only one piece, it would be enough to exchange for tens of billions of dollars of wealth, and it's still absolutely priced to sell. So he doesn't believe it's authentic at all. But no matter how he tested it, it was exactly like the real thing. This piece of jade imitation is also too perfect. If you take it to resell it will definitely be able to sell for a good price, but really can't afford to part with such a perfect imitation. He hesitated all day, but decided to sell it. There's no way around it. The store is already running out of cash. If he doesn't make a profit, he'll have to file for bankruptcy and go live on the streets as a bum. So now, he took the jade pendant to the most well-known, Jia's Jewelry, in Longjing and prepared to sell it. The opening bid is $100,000. Such a perfect imitation. $100,000 is really not expensive. This is already the lowest price he can accept. He knows how this piece of jade is worth $1 million and the collector who buys the account. If it is not in order to get out as soon as possible to return to the capital, he could not be $100,000 to sell. However, Boss Jia, who was in charge of the acquisition, was directly snorting out a laugh. $100,000? Are you out of your mind? He directly slammed the jade pendant on Meng Snapdragon's face with one hand, and the jade pendant fell to the ground and almost broke. I wouldn't even bother taking $300 for this piece of junk. Pick it up and roll with it. Stupid. Pussy rookie. Mon Primrose looked at him with an incredulous expression. What? What did you say? It was impossible to imitate the 10 great divine jades so perfectly that they wouldn't accept even 300 pieces. The only thing possible was that this shopkeeper was deliberately making things difficult for him. He guessed correctly that Boss Jia was indeed deliberately making things difficult for him. Knowing that the god jade imitation has not low collection value is not only him, mixed jewelry circle of people know. It's just that all along this item has been Jia's Jewelry's exclusive business, and as long as it's a jeweler in Longjing, no one dares to grab it from them. In the jewelry industry, Jia's is the leading boss, and Meng Snapdragon's rookie dares to steal his business. Being given a hard time is considered light. If it was in the past when the Zhang clan was still around, the best thing that could happen to someone like him would be to go into the hospital for treatment of a broken leg. But now after the Zhang clan's downfall, the Jia clan didn't quite dare to make trouble anymore, so he was able to stay safe and sound until now. But today was also at the limit. His situation Jia boss had always had special attention. It was because he knew that he could no longer hold out that he fell so far down the well. Personally staged a real life business battle for him. Pick up your junk and go find someone else. And don't worry, the price they can pay won't be more than $300 just the same. Boss Jia's snickering voice made Meng Snapdragon hate him so much that he gritted his teeth. You don't charge the market rate yourself, and you don't let other peers do the same. Isn't this a clear case of bullying? Deliberately falling on his sword at his most difficult time. Such a despicable tactic that made his lungs explode. He was so angry that he shouted out, and would raise the jade pendant high in the air, making a show that he would rather be broken than shattered. You won't take it, will you? If you don't take it, I'll just drop it in pieces. 076. Jade. Mon Primrose's idea was simple. If he broke the jade pendant, although he himself would lose 100,000, he would also be able to make Boss Jia lose 900,000. He was really pissed off. In Jia's hands, this piece of jade would sell for a guaranteed $1 million, and he only wanted 100,000. Wasn't such a price enough of a concession? This Jia shopkeeper also want to rely on the power to deceive others. Have to be $300 to collect. Simply heartless. He would just smash the jade and lose $100,000 for nothing. But he would never let Boss Jia make any money. Give him the jade. Seeing Meng Snapdragon phase movements, Boss Jia immediately changed his face. Of course he knows the goods. In fact, Meng Snapdragon's estimate of 1 million are conservative. Such a perfect fake. Not just 1 million can be bought, take it to an auction house. And with their Jia's century-old reputation, they can at least sell it for $3 to $5 million. With this smash, he'll lose his $3 million track record. So he immediately stepped in to stop Meng Snapdragon and hurriedly shouted, Don't be agitated, little brother. Let's have a good talk. Savvy businessmen are all profit-oriented. And even if they have an axe to grind, they can't be bothered with money. He had already decided in his mind. $100,000 is $100,000. For the sake of that $3 million performance, collect it. However, he didn't expect that Meng Snapdragon suddenly showed a shocked expression. Then, just say no. What do you mean? Quit? Boss Jia immediately revealed a fierce expression. You think you're playing house, making an offer and then trying to back out? Let me tell you, the rules of the trade will never allow it. You don't want to do business in Longjing anymore, do you? Mon Primrose's eyes were round and he shook his head vigorously. He's a brain-dead cutie this minute, and there's no way he's going to sell this jade pendant for another 100,000 bucks, because he felt that the jade pendant in his hand was actually burning. The twin Lyzine Yang jade was hot. This was a sign of an approaching crisis. This thing could foresee danger. This was the real deal. This was really the real deal. An absolute treasure of great value. He was going crazy with joy and ran out of the store with an ecstatic face. He has to escape. He's in danger. He has to escape. The store's Jia boss man looked dumbfounded. What's this? Why are you suddenly running away? With that, Boss Jia suddenly changed his face and reacted. That kid's ecstatic expression doesn't seem to be faked. Could it be that the jade pendant is a real twin yin yang jade? His eyes glazed over and he immediately guessed what was going on. The twin Lyzine Yang jade will glow when it foresees danger. And it must have been the jade pendant that glowed that made him realize it was the real thing. Boy, the real twin yin yang jade. That's an absolute treasure that's worth its weight in gold. Jia shopkeeper's eyes instantly read. Greed in the first time to occupy all of his consciousness. So absolute treasure he must not let go. Is hard to snatch, but also to snatch that piece of jade pendant into their hands. He immediately ordered the guards on duty next to him to give chase. Hurry up and give chase. Never let that kid get away. Yes, a few skilled security guards chased out of the fire. These days there are a lot of criminals robbing jewelry stores. They are professionally trained. Meng Snapdragon, an ordinary person, were to run over them. Not long after they were caught back. Boss Jia was so excited that he rushed over to him and started to break his hands, wanting to forcefully snatch the precious jade from his hands and check its authenticity. Just hard grab. But Meng Snapdragon's hand was like cast iron. He couldn't break it. Joking aside, this palm contained the 10 great divine jades of great value. Such a supreme treasure. How could it be easily allowed to be taken away? You have to guard it with your life. Jia boss C cannot open. And do not dare to let the security guards around to go hard. Afraid of hurting Baoyu, the whole person anxious sweating. Or a counter lady reminded him. Boss Jia, how about tying him up with a rope first? Tie him up and we'll get him slowly. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Boss Jia praised it and immediately ordered someone to find a rope. Then started tying it to Meng Snapdragon. This Meng Snapdragon Fei is also a ruthless person. Seeing that he is about to be bound, and struggling desperately will not help, he simply swallowed the precious jade into his stomach. Everyone was dumbfounded by this one. Boss Jia was so angry that his entire fat face turned red. His expression was hideously twisted to the limit, and his whole person was like a volcano erupting. But he was also ecstatic to the extreme. Seeing that Meng Snapdragon Fei refused to hand over even though he swallowed the jade, then his own guess just now must be unquestionable. He first ordered the clerk to close the door, then pointed at Meng Snapdragon and roared furiously, "Beat me hard. Beat me to death. Beat him until he spits out the precious jade in his stomach." Yes, these security guards are not good. Immediately is a vicious brutal punches and kicks. Crazy to Meng Snapdragon kicked in the stomach. Not a few times to kick him in the stomach to a black and blue. Miserable. But Meng Snapdragon Fei really held back and didn't spit it out. He had one conviction at this time. That is, he could not let the treasure jade fall into the hands of Jia Boss. The more Boss Jia fought, the more angry he became, grabbing him by the hair and questioning in a stern voice. "What were you running for just now? Was it because that precious jade suddenly got hot? Wasn't it? Answer me. Hair your yeller's hot. Jia old dog. Grass." Boss Jia instantly became furious and smashed a hard fist on Meng Snapdragon's face, straightening his nose. "Looking for death? Right. Speak out of turn again and I'll tear your dog's mouth off." "I shucks." Meng Snapdragon spat a mouthful of saliva as thick as blood onto Boss Jia's face. "You damned robber. You want to rob hard when you can't do business. I will not sell the precious jade to you even if I go to hell. That's up to you, backwoods boy." Boss Jia viciously wiped the drool off his face, and a sadistic smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the security guards, "Come on, drag him down to the basement for me." The female clerk next to her shivered in fear. Dragging them into the basement meant nothing more than that. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut open his stomach and force out the precious jade, but no one will stand in the way. No one will even call the police." After all, this wasn't the first time they had seen Boss Jia do this kind of thing. Since he had joined Jia's group, there was no possibility of turning his elbow out. That's what's so scary about monopoly mega families like them. Even if the crime is enough to condemn an ordinary person to death, they will try to cover up what they can, because personal interests have been completely tied to the group. Meng Snapdragon also knew that he was not going to live long, and in grief and anger, he desperately struggled to put his head over, and took a vicious bite on Jia Boss's leg. The hall suddenly erupted with a pig-killing scream. "Knock him out! Knock him out for me!" The surrounding security guards frantically punched and kicked, directly knocking Meng Snapdragon out. But when he let go, he had almost bitten off a piece of flesh from Jia Boss's leg. Boss Jia's whole body trembled in pain and his eyes glazed over. The clerks were scrambling to find medical alcohol and bandages to come over and take care of it. He looked at his men who were treating his injuries and ordered with a twisted and furious face, "Hurry up and drag me to the basement. I'm going to personally cut open his stomach and take out that precious jade." Yes. 077. Is there any King's Law left? Things are getting a little dicey. When Long Bu Bad guided Su Hanjing to drive outside Jia's jewelry house, Meng Snapdragon had just been dragged into the basement not long ago. He sensed that the Yin Yang jade was in the middle of Jia's jewelry house and frowned all of a sudden. If such a precious jade falls into the hands of a merchant, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back without hemorrhaging it once. Even if he was a military god grand marshal, he couldn't be unreasonable and hard rob others. After all, that jade no longer belonged to him. Su Hanjing, who was beside him, was in despair. The absolute treasure jade fell into the hands of the most famous Jia's jewelry in Longjing, so she could only buy it back in name only. But can she afford it? A divine jade like that wouldn't even be bought back without $3 to $5 billion. She had been a bit lucky when she was in the car, thinking that the jade pendant might not have been picked up yet or fallen into the hands of someone who didn't know what they were talking about, so that it wouldn't be too much of a hassle for her to get it back. But now it seems that all her flukes have been crushed by reality. This is simply the worst case scenario. She was now regretting why she had thrown that piece of jade away as trash yesterday. Normally she would take good care of the gifts given by others. And if she hadn't seen that there was another young and pretty girl in Long Bu Bad's car and mistakenly thought that he was a scumbag with 2 feet and 2 boats, and thus became disgusted, she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation right now. Everything was her fault for being so rash. At this time, Su Hanjing's heart was filled with remorse. Long Bu Bad glanced at her, that face full of dullness, nearly blackened with despair, and couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake his head. Since he had already given her the precious jade, what to do with it was naturally up to her, and even if he didn't buy it back, He wouldn't say anything. The precious jade already belonged to Su Hanjing, and even if she threw it away as garbage, it was her own right. But Su Hanjing obviously does not think so. She is bound to buy the treasure jade back. This is her idol gave her the first gift, or so expensive. Even if she sells her, even if she carries a lifetime cannot pay back the huge debt, she must buy the treasure jade back. Her eyes were changing from the desperate dullness of before to rock solid determination. In any case, this remorse she must atone for. Suddenly, Long Bubad frowned as if he had smelled something. Wait, why does it smell like blood? He walked up to Jia's jewelry store, looked at the still shining neon lights on the sign, and asked with slight misgivings, and it's only past 8. How come the place is closed at this hour? Exactly. Su Hanjing is sniffing her nose hard. I smelled it too. It was a faint odor of blood. There must be some crime going on in there. She made a split-second decision and simply took out her sidearm and broke the lock on the door, then forced her way in. Long Bubad scratched his head. This guy is treating himself like a cop, right? But to his surprise, nothing was going on in the jewelry store. There were just a few shopkeepers busily doing cleaning. And when they saw Su Hanjing forcing her way in with a gun raised, they immediately looked flustered. Who are you guys? What's going on? Take it easy. We just came in. Came in to check. Su Hanjing looked a little embarrassed. Looking at the reaction of these shopkeepers, it was obvious that they took her as a criminal who robbed the jewelry. She hastily put away her gun, coughed a little embarrassedly, and asked, "What are you guys doing closing the store so early?" The clerks looked a little flustered, looking at me and me at you, not knowing what to do. A big sister-like female sales clerk suddenly stood out and asked about Su Hanjing's identity in a reverse manner. "What are you, plainclothes cops?" Sort of. The flesh of her face instantly tensed, and she sternly condemned. "The police can't break in so hard, taking a gun and breaking our locks. Is there any law left? This big sister is great, a shrew-like city aura." But even Su Hanjing was bluffed. But she couldn't bluff the one beside Su Hanjing. "We smell blood." The dragon, not bad, stepped forward and forced himself to look her in the eye. "Be honest, was there bloodshed here just now?" A shocking aura was released from his body, subduing the big sister clerk directly. None of the other clerks were able to resist either, and they all wore panicked expressions. "It seems to be there." Dragon Not Bad narrowed his eyes and walked over to a counter, stretching out his finger to wipe out a fresh trail of blood in an inconspicuous corner. He grunted heavily and headed straight for the basement. There was a steel door blocking the end of the corridor, and he kicked it right through, looking dumbfounded at the store clerks who had come after him to try to stop him. "Holy, is this still human?" Su Hanjing was also a little shocked. Such a thick steel gate, even she was absolutely impossible to break open by brute force. Not bad for an icon. Long Bubad rage, back up his hand and walked inside. Head-on rushed over 2 security guards. Was his slap a fan fly? Who are you? Get the hell out of here. No uninvolved persons allowed. Immediately after that, a few more rushed over, but Su Hanjing had already grabbed a step ahead and ran forward, quickly knocking them down. These security guards are actually very good at what they do, but unfortunately, their counterparts are too high. Long Bubad walked straight to the innermost room, where he was surprised to see an autopsy table. A man whose stomach had been tragically dissected was tied to it, spitting blood from his mouth, while the precious jade he had given away was held in the hands of the middle-aged fat man in front of the autopsy table. This middle-aged fat man stood under the fluorescent lights like an obsessed drunk, scrutinizing the precious jade in his hands, and was oblivious to his arrival. Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly. What was going on was already clear. "Bring it on you." Seeing this, Su Hanjing didn't have any more scruples and rushed over to snatch the precious jade from the fat man's hands, and also stomped him into the corner. "Oh, who are you? When did you get in here?" Boss Jia was enraged, as if his beloved had been taken away from him, and reached out his hand towards Su Hanjing. "Damn it, give me back my divine jade." Su Hanjing directly kicked him away and scolded. "What's your divine jade? This jade pendant is mine." "Yours. That's right, although I don't know why it got into your hands. But this jade is the one I accidentally lost." Bull *********. I clearly just received this precious jade. Boss Jia struggled to get up, only to realize that the security guards around him had all been beaten down. His face was hideous and twisted, and he thought that Su Hanjing and Long Bubad were the helpers that Meng Snapdragon had found. So he picked up the phone and started shaking people. "Daring to rob our Jia's jewelry. You guys are really living out of your minds. Wait, I'll call someone." Su Hanjing didn't intend to give a damn about him, collecting the white jade and leaving. Instead, she realized that Long Bu Bad was standing in front of the dissecting table with an ugly face, and was being tugged tightly by the arm of the man on the stage. What did you say? That precious jade, it's yours? 078. Dog guts. That's right. Meng Snapdragon was lying on the dissecting table. Although very weak, he still tightly tugged on Long Biru's arm, and would not let go. Who are you people? Why are you robbing my precious jade? It's mine. No one is allowed to take it away. What your? This precious jade was obviously lost by me by accident. Su Hanjing was indignant. Now it's not easy to get back the treasure jade easily. How come another Qingdian Jin was killed in the middle of the road? Long Burong directly chilled his face and rebuked her. What are you doing? We are not robbers. Ah, yes. Su Hanjing was so scared that she immediately fell to her knees and handed over the precious jade. Long Bubad put the jade into Meng Snapdragon Fei's hand and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. We won't rob you. Thanks. You're welcome. Can you tell us what this is all about?" Long Bubad untied Meng Snapdragon Fei, who struggled to get up, but collapsed again due to his injuries. He could only lie on the autopsy table, pointing at Boss Jia, and tearfully accusing, Boss Jia wanted to forcefully acquire my precious jade. I swore to my death and swallowed it into my stomach, but as a result, he even used a knife to cut open my stomach. Boss Jia howled frantically over there. Let go of your bull ********. You've already sold me the jade for $100,000, and according to the rules of the trade, once you've given the price, you can't go back on it. Rules of the road, Yuma, rules of the road. Is there such a rule of the road? It's really funny, ha ha ha. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Meng Snapdragon Fei laughed out loud, spitting out blood as he did so, looking very scary. Long Bubad frowned. Han Jing, you first send him to the hospital and let the best doctors come to treat his injuries. Yes. Su Hanjing picked up the person on his back and walked away, not caring that his body was covered in blood. Boss Jia took one look and became anxious, stopping with a stern shout. Stop. I've already called someone. Do you think you can leave? Leave my divine jade behind. Gutting someone to grab something and saying it's yours afterward? Long Bubad was already a bit enraged, but he didn't burst out. Instead he sneered and said to Boss Jia, I'll wait here and see who you can call over. Good boy. You've got guts. Boss Jia covered the chest he had just been kicked in and sat on the ground with a crazy sardonic smile. Just you wait. You dare to beat up our Jia family and rob our Jia family's jewelry. You're finished. I want you to beg for your life and die. Long Bubad just sneered. Not long after, outside ran in a gang of people, all in black suits, holding a bat and machete. It seems to be a professional who specializes in providing violent services for the rich and powerful businessmen. The leader of these people was a sharp-tongued middle-aged man, who had just entered the room and ran to Boss Jia's side with a panicked look on his face. Oh my god, Boss Jia, are you alright? Who beat you up like this? Boss Jia smiled grimly and reached out to point at Long Bubad. Who else could it be? That's him. Dog guts. With a wave of his pointed arm, he ordered sternly, take this dog-bold little brat down for me. Oh la la. All the armed black suits raised their weapons at the same time and roared in anger as they rushed towards Dragon Not Bad. They could already tell that Long Bubad was definitely not a good opponent, so a few of the most capable fighters among these people had no interest at all in fighting one-on-one, and directly rushed up with a swarm of their men. This look on. No matter you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will be beaten down by a messy stick. But Long Bubad's strength completely exceeded the scope of their imagination, only to see him flashing in place a few times, showing a few residual shadows that could not be captured by sight. All of them collapsed on the ground, only to wail miserably. What have you done? Sharp-tongued Monkey's cheeks all looked dumbfounded. One pair of eyeballs glazed over. Then before he could react, Long Bubad instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. What did you just call me? Little brat? Somebody! The guy yelled as he struggled frantically. Give me, cough, get him. The dragon's eyes were not bad. Click. The man's neck was easily broken by him. You, how dare you kill someone from our Jia family? Boss Jia's face was unbelievable. Then as if he suddenly remembered something, he pointed his finger at Long Biru and laughed madly. That's ridiculous. Do you have any idea what this means? Our Jia family is one of the giant families. If you kill one of our people, 100 lives won't be enough to die. Long Bubad flung away the sharp-tongued corpse like a rag and sneered. Have I killed fewer people from your giant hegemony family? What? What did you say? For some reason, Boss Jia suddenly felt a shuddering sense of fear, but how he looked at Long Bubad was a young man in his 20s. and his face was very raw. Not any of the powerful young men he knew. How could this kind of person kill a lot of people from the giant families? Wasn't this bowl asterisk 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 asterisk? It's blowing awesome any way you look at it, isn't it? He laughed coldly and said, you really don't know the heights of heaven at such a young age. Just pretend. If you have the guts to continue to wait here, the second wave I called will be here soon. Call all you want. Better call the man in charge of your Jia family. I'd like to see what he has to say. Not a small mouth. Boss Jia was directly laughed at. Is the person in charge of our Jia family someone you can meet? Don't be scared to pee your pants when you see the person I called over later. Ha! It's going to be a bit of fun to scare the pants off me. The dragon is not bad to jump to the dissecting table and sit up, legs crossed, holding the bladder open and so on. 10 minutes or so later, a series of hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway outside the basement. Then with a boom, a sinewy Lohan in a robe, bald head with a scarred ring, and a thick body like a small mountain stepped in. Boss Jia was like seeing a savior as he exclaimed in surprise, Lord Shang-Chi, you've finally come. The visitor, however, didn't give a damn about Boss Jia, and at the first glance, he stared intently at Long Buron, asking in a jarring voice, are you the one who snatched the divine jade and killed the Jia family? Long Bubad corrected with a flat face, that divine jade is not something I snatched away, rather I returned it to its original owner. As for killing, I was just defending myself. Humph, you're good at arguing. Shang-Chi reached out and grabbed towards Long Bubad. He didn't dodge and directly held this huge palm that reached out. Shang-Chi immediately revealed a sardonic smile. Compared to strength, he had never lost to anyone before. With that, a strong force was sent out from the arm muscles that were thicker than the young girl's thighs. He was fully confident that he could crush the palm of this young man whose arm wasn't half as thick as his in a single glance. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Following that, the flesh of his face became hideously twisted from the pain. Click, click, click. It was only seen that his huge palm was extremely twisted and deformed by Long Bubad's pinch, constantly clicking and clacking like fried beans, with the feeling that his bones were about to break. Ha! He let out an explosive cry, wanting to exert all his strength to break free from Long Bubad's shackles, but in the end, he didn't expect his lower plate to be loose, and his whole person was directly lifted up by Long Bubad. What? Shang-Chi was completely shocked, and his entire body was out of control, like a plush toy being casually thrown out by Long Bubad. What seemed like a casual throw was no less powerful, and he was slammed hard against the twisted and deformed steel gate with a loud thud. Put! Shang-Chi immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his entire aura instantly shriveled and deflated. This scene directly stunned Boss Jia. Who was Shang-Chi? He was a guest expert offered by the Jia family, from the transcendent power Luo Han, one of the most capable fighters the Jia family could call upon. Such a person was cleaned up in a single shot? 079. Lord of the Rohan sect. I admit you're an expert, but don't think you can do whatever you want with that. Shang-Chi collapsed to the ground and glared at Long Bubad, robbing and beating people in broad daylight, killing innocents indiscriminately. Even if I, Luo Han Hall, can tolerate you, the heavens will take you. Long Bubad sneered in a low voice. Obviously, it was the Jia family that injured me first, took me by force, and tried to take my life. Yet you say that I killed innocents indiscriminately. So reversing black and white and confusing right and wrong, has your Luo Han Hall really degenerated? Shameless thief even dares to argue. If you have the guts, don't run away and watch me call the sect master to come and catch you to be tortured. Katsuchi struggled to his feet and furiously took out his phone and began to call. Of course, Long Bubad wouldn't run. He just sneered in a low voice. Are you done with the fight? It's called sitting, dear. Right. It's just as well I'm going to find that little old man and ask him how in the world he taught a grandson like you to do wrong. What did you say? After making the call, Katsuchi's face changed for a moment. What did you call my master? Little old man? A disciple who goes against the path and reason. Truly you're sick of living. Katsuchi went berserk for a moment. In his heart, his master was the existence of the top heaven. No one in this world dared not to give him a thin face, and to dare to address his master with such words of an insulting nature was simply treasonous and a great offense. I don't know the heights of heaven, and you're still mouthing off here. You don't even have me in your sights. Before master comes, I'm going to subdue you sins. His body robe off, revealing a body of teeth and claws of the disc dragon tattoo. Luck practice. This long dragon actually issued a dazzling golden light. De Wei Tian Long. Dala Dharma Mantra. World Honored One. Earth Store. Prajna Mantra. In an instant, the long dragon manifested itself, and an unbeatable angry dragon roar actually resounded in the void, as the golden dragon transformed into light and crashed over fiercely towards Long Boobad, while Long Boobad did nothing, just stood in place with his arms folded. His whole body was flat and ancient. Only that pair of eyes that looked out of the corner of the eye suddenly emitted a thin and weak bright light. Ow ow ow. The incomparable dragon's roar abruptly issued a terrified wail, as if it had met some heaven and earth nemesis, and was so frightened that it folded back in place into the void. In the blink of an eye all the golden light disappeared. Only Shang-Chi stood in place with a stupefied face, and then flopped and fell to his knees unbelievably. How? Possible? The great mighty heavenly dragon was the nemesis of all symbols, so how could it possibly make such a terrified appearance and be scared right back? It's like unheard of. And Dragon Not Bad just flung his sleeves, still looking indifferent. Nothing is impossible, he grunted. Not to mention a no-good Dawei heavenly dragon like you. Even if Sitting Deer himself came to cast a spell to summon him, I would be able to scare him off just as easily. This is impossible. Shang-Chi's head was covered in cold sweat and he shouted as if he were crazy. No one in this world can scare off the great mighty heavenly dragon. Don't you dare to be an alarmist. Long Boobad shook his head, no longer explaining, just cursing in his heart. Boss Jia's current state was close to dementia. The scene just now had almost scared him silly. He was previously aware that powers beyond nature existed in this world, but it wasn't until just now that he was finally convinced. Watching these people fight as if they were gods fighting, it was simply not for ordinary people like them to intervene. His brows furrowed as he looked at the Dragon Not Bad. This young man looked quite powerful, completely overpowering Katsura 7. But he wasn't too worried, because Shang-Chi had already called his master, Sitting Deer Rowan, over. That apex figure that even he had only heard of and never seen. Sitting Deer Lohan, the sect master of the transcendent power Lohan Hall, rumored to have an incorruptible body of the Vajra, the method of universalizing all beings, and hundreds of disciples under his command, all of whom are first-rate bodhisattvas and good men, and Shang-Chi was the 7th-ranked disciple under his command, and also his favorite disciple grandson. Now that he heard Shang-Chi asking for help, he would definitely come as fast as he could. These insider secrets were known to Boss Jia, as it was pretty much the equivalent of an open secret that all those precious Buddha beads and relics that Shang-Chi had paid homage to his master came from their Jia jewels, which was why they were so biased in favor of their Jia family. Now, just wait until you see that young man who doesn't know what he's doing run headlong into the south wall. Boss Jia took the corner of his eye to steal a glance at Long Biru, sneering, no matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to be stronger than Sitting Deer, the sect leader of the Rohan Hall. Just kidding, he is the head of a total transcendent force, a Rohan superior who has been cultivating for 50 or 60 years, and at this young man's age, how long could he cultivate? Even if he knew a bit of transcendent spells, there was absolutely no way he could be stronger than Sitting Deer. He's a gatekeeper, now so calm, only afraid of the strong support of posturing. In fact, the heart has been panicked to the hair of the weak, right? Coincidentally, Katsura 7 had the same thought in mind. In all his life, he'd never seen anyone his master personally couldn't handle. Since he had just called his master just when he happened to be free, the destiny had been determined. And today was the day this asshole kid would die. Time passed by, and as he stared at Long Boobad, the corners of his mouth could no longer help but crook up into a sardonic smile. Kid, just enjoy your last time on Earth while you can, because when my master comes, you will be greeted by the Shura hell of endless pain. In the face of this gaze that was itching to whip people into shape, Long Boobad simply didn't give a damn and directly closed his eyes to recuperate. After 10 minutes or so, he suddenly opened his eyes. Seconds later, a slow, heavy footstep sounded outside the hallway. The footsteps were very strange, as if they were stepping directly on a person's heart, sounding slow, but in reality moving at a not-so-slow pace, and in a few seconds they walked in. A lean old man with a bald, scarred head and long white eyebrows and beard. The first thing he saw was Shang-Chi sitting on the ground, that injured palm twisted and deformed, obviously not lightly injured appearance, causing him to directly burst into a rage. A taut face suddenly hair angry eyes, lean body and then expand. Bulging muscles show the bronzed general luster. Looks like a Lohan general, or from the hell of the kind. This terrifying and appalling aura could probably directly scare a timid child to death. What kind of person has eaten the gall of ambition and dares to injure my 7th child? Master, it's him! Shang-Chi stood up with an ecstatic look on his face, reaching out and pointing towards Long Boobad who was standing in the corner. He thought that his master would soon be able to teach that ungrateful bastard a lesson for him. However, The actual situation was that the moment Sitting Deer saw Long Biru, his entire body froze as if he was petrified. This went on for a good 10 seconds. Absolute silence descended on the large basement, and a pin drop could be heard. It's so perverse. Boss Jia directly did not dare to speak. The cunning man had already thought of a terrible possibility, while Shang-Chi was a rash man. He waited for a few more seconds, and then he could no longer hold back, and voiced his inquiry. Master, what's wrong with you? 080. I don't have a rebel like you. Lord Warlord, is that you? Sitting Deer acted as if he hadn't heard Katsurechi's question, only quivering his voice inquiring about the handsome figure standing in the corner. Is it possible that the villain is not blinded by old age? And why are you here? Long Biren said in a deep voice. Where am I? Do I still need to report to you? I wouldn't dare. With a fluttering sound, Sitting Deer directly fell down on both knees, and the terrifying and appalling aura just now disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only the trembling of panic to the extreme, shrugging ceaselessly on that withered and weak body. Lord Military God, forgive me. I didn't know it was you. Look at this whole thing. This is a complete misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Long Bubad coldly said. You taught such a disciple who reverses black and white and confuses right and wrong to come out, slandering me for robbing, beating up people, and indiscriminately killing innocents, and saying that I want you to come over and catch me to be tortured. Come on, I'll just stand right here and see what kind of tortures you want to catch me to be tortured for. Lord Military God, how dare I? Poor Sitting Deer had to desperately pretend to cry at his old age. He jerked his head back to look at Shang-Chi, who was already in an almost demented state, and instantly resumed his previous furious glare. You damned rebel! How dare you slander Lord Military God so indiscriminately, simply seeking death? Snap! A hard slap slapped unmercifully on Shang-Chi's face, directly sending his body, which looked like a small mountain of sinew, spinning in place, teeth chipped and blood splattered. The Katsuchi were confused, covering their faces, which were swollen larger than a woman's breasts, and full of aggression. Master, you hit me for what? The one at fault is clearly him. He's really robbing and beating people indiscriminately. Stubborn, how dare you slander Lord Military God? You're really looking for death. Sitting Deer had a hateful face. This time he didn't want to be saved anymore, and directly kicked Katsura 7 hard in the face, shattering his whole face. Sinner, this seat doesn't have a rebel like you. Put. Shang-Chi was kicked against the wall by this amazing kick, and his whole body was almost set into the wall, splattering blood all around him. The face that had just been unbeatable, at this time has been completely inhuman. Eyes popped convex, nose crooked, teeth mutilated. The real mother probably cannot recognize this miserable look. Only one breath left in. Long Bubad coldly snorted. Such indiscriminate on the casual slander of other people's evil monks. Enough to imagine in the ordinary life in the end is how some kind of rampage appearance, by his bullying and mutilation of the people, must be not a few. Such a bully is not worth dying for. Sitting Deer stole a glance at Long Bubad and saw that he was still not quite satisfied, his eyes full of killing intent staring at himself, and immediately broke out into a cold sweat. An image suddenly flashed in his mind. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a murderous aura, and a young man bathed in blood standing at the top of the mountain of corpses, looking down on the entire battlefield. He, on the other hand, was on the side of surrender, crouching on his knees in the blood and water, not daring to move. It was a lifelong nightmare, an absolute horror buried deep in the recesses of his mind. And in this moment, it was awakened once again. Sitting Deer trembled violently for a moment, and then, with a vicious clench of his teeth, his entire body blasted out like a stump, curving his arm into an elbow, and slamming a vicious blow onto Shang-Chi's heart. Shang-Chi, you are unrepentant for your usual evil deeds and have committed many sins. This seat is going to clean up the door today and return peace and purity to the world. Put. Shang-Chi spat out blood furiously, and that miserable and twisted face was covered with incredulity. He couldn't believe that this master, who loved him the most, was trying to kill him. At the end of his life, he twisted his head to look at Long Bubad, knowing that he had completely kicked the bucket this time. This kick is actually taking his own life away. But the only question he had before he died was what kind of person was this so-called Lord Military God? It was simply impossible for an ordinary military god to have so much energy to be able to make his master teacher kneel down and apologize. Wait, did? His mind suddenly made the connection, but before he could react, his consciousness all but disintegrated and shattered. When a Rohan Hall master kills, it is never as simple as just destroying the flesh. My lord, The clan is unfortunate to have such a sinful disciple. It's all my fault for not being strict in my discipline and letting it go too far before causing such a great disaster. Please punish me. Long Bu Bad snorted coldly and looked at Boss Jia. What do you say? Do you still need to call someone? Boss Jia directly jumped up at this question. Who else could he call? It's useless to call the King of Heaven. At this point in time, he should be able to see the situation clearly even if he is stupid. Puff! He knelt heavily on the ground with both knees. Then like a fat maggot, his ass wriggled and crawled to Long Bu Bad, kowtowing his head like a madman. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. This matter is entirely the greed of the villain. The villain was mesmerized by the divine jade, which made a big mistake. It's all the villain's fault. My lord, spare my life. Knock, knock, knock. In the silence of the basement, only the sound of kowtowing echoed incessantly. What's the point of admitting you're wrong now? Long Bu Bad coldly threw down a large pair of scissors. Cut yourself open and try to see what it's like. Boss Jia stared at the scissors in front of him, his fat body shaking uncontrollably. Cut yourself open? Is this something that people can do? But he didn't dare say a word. Where was the figure that even the Lohan Hall master, sitting dear Lohan, had to bow down in awe of that he could defy? To disobey is to die. It's painful and torturous to plow through your own stomach, but at least there's a chance you'll live. Thank you, Your Honor, for not killing me, he yelled. His eyes glazed over and he grabbed the scissors and stabbed himself in the stomach. Long Bu Bad watched him move the scissors bit by bit, his expression twisted and painful. Extreme torture, sweating and almost fainting. Coldly laughed. Think more when you do evil. If the object is yourself, you still can't lay your hands on it? I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. I deserve to die. I beg you to spare my life. Boss Jia was in so much pain that he could barely speak anymore. Long Bu Bad looked at Sitting Deer again, narrowed his eyes and asked, your disciple has committed such a sin, and as a master, you just let it go without any punishment? Sitting Deer's body jerked. Your Excellency's lesson is correct. The sinful disciple has made a big mistake. As a master, I cannot escape the blame. Sitting Deer stretched out his own right hand and gripped it hard on the left arm's bladder joint, then clicked it and twisted it right off. What do you think of this punishment? My lord, you asked me? The dragon was not bad at staring at Sitting Deer closely, giving him a creepy look. It was as if a large, invisible hand had a strong grip on a fragile throat. Originally, he was still rubbing fire in his heart, and this time he cut off his own arm, which is really suffocating. However, the moment he saw the terrifying killing intent in Long Bu Bad's eyes, all of the suffocation and anger dissipated. In front of the great terror between life and death, everything is a floating cloud. His whole body trembled with fear, and his heart was worried to the extreme. This Long Bu Bad, it couldn't be that he even wanted to kill him. Sitting Deer is really wanting to cry. The sins created by his disciple's grandson are really going to kill him as his master. It was all because he was usually too indulgent with the people below him. This time, when we go back, we must fix the crookedness down there. He fiercely made up his mind. And then he saw that the killing intent in Long Bu Bad's eyes gradually subsided. If you do more deeds, you will die by yourselves. If you had done more virtue and good deeds on a regular basis, you wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. And if I see you doing wrong like this again, you won't be able to get away with it to this extent. Long Bu Bad left these words and turned around to leave. It was then that Sitting Deer finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole thing staggered and almost fell. As for Boss Jia over there, he was already dying at this point due to excessive blood loss. Suddenly, an urgent phone rang. From Yap's cell phone. 081. You shall not be kept. Sitting Deer took out an elixir and took it. His complexion was finally better. He walked over to Boss Jia, and with one hand, he transported Pure Original's true chi through him, rescuing him from his near-death state. Boss Jia escaped from death and was pleasantly surprised, and was about to thank him, when Sitting Deer said with a cold face, I, Luohan Hall, will have nothing to do with your Jia family ever again. With that, he disappeared into the basement. Along with him, the body of the evil monk Katsureichi disappeared. Boss Jia gritted his teeth and stood up, trembling as he answered the phone. Getting the call through was more important than even the thought of him trying to call the emergency services. Because, this was the Jia family head Jia returning Eagle calling. The call was answered and he immediately began to cry in a miserable tone, spilling all the grievances that he had just encountered. What do you mean? A great man who even the high priest of Sitting Deer has to kneel and submit. Yes, I heard him say. I think it was called something like Lord Military God? Military God. Could it be the god of the Southern Navy? I don't know. I only heard him say that it was Lord Military God, and then look very much in awe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiao returning eagle's voice became gritted all of a sudden. Are you sure that piece of divine jade is the real twin live Xinyan jade? The villain is sure. 1,000 times sure. It's also true that a supreme treasure that can make the invincible army god himself visit. How could it not be the real thing? Jia also Hawk became even more furious. Although it's a treasure of great value, it's not like my Jia family can't afford to offer it, so as long as you politely open your mouth and ask for it, there's no harm in me giving it to you. As a result, you want to rob. If you want to break into my store, insult my men, and kill my secretary, then I won't be able to keep you. Boss Jia was overjoyed in his heart and howled. Lord Family Master is wise. The villain was bullied by him so badly that even his stomach was shaved alive. Lord Family Master must do right by me. Don't worry, my Jia family is not one to be messed with. I will make him pay back tenfold for today's revenge. Jia also Eagle Gloomy, don't look at his current scenery unlimited. In fact, has long been as dangerous as a pile of eggs. All forces are inquiring about him. His enemies have long been waiting to sharpen their knives. As long as I let out a little bit of wind, he will immediately be attacked on all sides. Boss Jia, but isn't he very powerful? Even the high priest of Sitting Deer has to kneel down when he sees him. The invincible army god. Who can take him? He's great. But what about his family? What about his friends? Jia returning eagle roared in a fierce voice. I vow to make him taste the despair of becoming a loner. On the following day, after Long Bu Bad finished his overnight convalescence, he went straight to the hospital where Meng Snapdragon was. The place Su Hanjing found was very reliable. The surgery was successful, and Meng Snapdragon opened his eyes and his mind was on his divine jade. Many thanks to the benefactor for saving me. When I sell the divine jade, I estimate that I can sell it for at least $3 billion. The auction house will split 1/10 of it. I'll only keep 100 million, and the rest of the honorarium will all be used to repay you. Dragon Not Bad shook his head and asked how he got that piece of jade. So Meng Snapdragon told the story of how he had acquired the divine jade from the scavenging old woman. On the side of Su Hanjing heard very indignant. Only spent $1,000 to receive, and now ask for 3 billion. This person is really pick up a big bargain. Dragon Not Bad called her out to speak alone. You weigh the matter of the jade yourself, let him sell it or acquire it from him, but if you want to get it back, at least give someone $100 million. Su Hanjing was full of bitterness. Where did she get $100 million for this Meng Snapdragon? Although she is a military king and her family lives in a quadrangle worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but that is her family's ancestral home. Sold their family where to live? She herself does not have so much money. 2 brothers are only doing 10 million scale of small business. That is, 2 relatives and friends to borrow, but also cannot borrow 100 million to. But she could only grit her teeth and swallow the bitter fruit. Who told her to throw that jade away as trash herself? Yes, my subordinate knows. I will definitely redeem the jade you sent me. Long Bubad nodded and went back to speak to Meng Snapdragon Fei one last time before leaving straight away. He got another troublesome call on his end. From his mom. Said that his father is suspected of illegal fundraising, was detained in the Bureau of Insurance. Let him go over to see if he can go through the relationship first to fish out his father. It was only then that Long Bubad remembered the last time that old Zheng pitted his father to subscribe for real estate. Did that thing really blow up? He shook his head and drove to the OCI. Speaking of the OCI, this is sort of a place where financial criminals are interrogated and detained. And those businessmen who have exploited the loopholes of the law and whose hands are not clean in the business world will be escorted to this place if they are involved in financial crimes. As a result, once he arrived at the venue, he found that hundreds of people had already gathered here, holding signs such as "My sister is more wrong than sinus," "My brother is innocent," "The bad guys are screwing my brother," and shouting slogans asking for a complaint. It seems that all of them are this group of offenders' family members. He squeezed his way to the front and asked to see the family. Want to see a family member? Get in line. The staff member was a mean-faced woman, holding a cup of hot tea and slowly reviewing the documents without even looking at him. Long Bubad already fully understood the scene. Pointing to the uncle who was the first in line at the window, he said to her, "It's fine to queue up, but you should at least pay attention to the efficiency, and take care of this uncle's business first, right?" Immediately a chorus of voices echoed around them. Yeah, you guys are too inefficient. So many people. Just one window. What the hell do you want? Do you still want us to complain? The mean woman waved her hands, as if chasing away flies. Go to the side. It's still your turn to be in charge of what we do at the Insurance Supervision Bureau? Either hurry up and disperse, or wait for me honestly. Damn it. This woman. Too arrogant. She's not going to serve us at all. There was another flurry of activity around the group, but they couldn't do anything with this woman either. The OCI has a deep background and is under the direct jurisdiction of the inner courtyard of the main Forbidden Palace, so they don't dare to mess with it easily. Forget it. You can't offend anyone but the inner house's direct authority. If this is arrested as a financial criminal, there will be suffering. Yeah, I heard that in there you get madly abused by those psychopathic eunuchs with whips and stuff. Geez, what about my brother? A young girl who just looked clueless and ignorant went white with fear. Long Boobad also frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Thinking that his old man might be suffering in there, he couldn't care less this minute. He picked up the phone and started calling. Who knew that the woman even taunted at the sight? This is ridiculous. What do you think this place is? This is the Bureau of Insurance. The place where even the King of Heaven and Earth can't get through. If you want to make a phone call to get connections, you are guilty by association. Beware that even you will be arrested together. 082. Who the hell are you? Hearing the mean woman say that, the people next to her nodded their heads in unison. They have all been warned that anyone who dares to pass through the back door in this Bureau of Insurance is corrupting the culture, and according to the law is the same crime as the person who wants to be rescued. Dragon Not Bad raised his eyebrows and put down the phone. That was something he hadn't understood. He hadn't thought there was such a law. That's pretty good when you think about it, and it does inhibit the corruption of the culture. But it's not a good idea to let Pops suffer in there like that. He was frowning and thinking about countermeasures, but who knew that suddenly a man came out from inside the OCI, with a big belly, not too neatly dressed appearance, a bit gray, surrounded by a group of men in suits, seemingly not a low status. Look, isn't that the boss of Xianrong Real Estate? He's one of the main suspects in this incident. Right, pooling trillions of dollars to illegally acquire the Zheng family's real estate, equivalent to being the main culprit. Why is this coming out? That's right, he's out. Why is my brother still locked up? He only offered $30 million and he's still partnered with someone else. For a while, the crowd was once again energized and started questioning the staff. The mean girl was also a bit embarrassed at this moment, but she coughed and then reverted back to being mean once again. Snapping, what's all the noise about? What kind of status and position does he have? Can he be the same as poor people like you? Long Burong's head tilted, suddenly feeling ridiculous. Luckily, he just said that he could not go to the relationship as to inhibit crookedness, so it still depends on the status of the only to see the staff reach out and point toward the window on the opposite side of the hall. It's not like there's no passageway over there. Post $1 million bail and your loved ones will be able to come out, or else all of you will give me some peace and quiet and don't disturb me from reviewing the documents. The crowd was in an uproar. What? How? Post $1 million bail? Is that refundable? Can you return a hook 8? They are here to blackmail. Damn. Is this the Bureau of Insurance? I think it's the Bureau of Corruption and Bribery. These corrupt officials are eating too much. An angry, shaking uncle pointed his nose at the staff member and cursed, and the mean girl, not in the least bit flustered, glared, picked up the phone and began to call. Daring to slander our insurance authority like this? I think you're living out of your mind. Soon, a group of loaded inner courtyard forbidden guards rushed out from the door, aggressively trying to take that uncle away. The inner court is on business. Uninvolved persons stand back. Who just exported a slur against the OCI? This solemn battle scared the surrounding crowd into changing their faces, no longer daring to say another word and moving away. That uncle's face was also instantly pale. His head was wet with cold sweat, and he looked like he was in big trouble like a thunderstorm. He regretted this minute, hating himself for being too impulsive, and really shouldn't try to show off this momentary tongue. But to his great relief, there was another young man who defied the odds and stood in his way. It is the dragon that is not bad. Get out of the way. The eyes of the leader of the Forbidden Guard captain glared, and the blackened muzzle of his gun pointed towards Long Biru. You dare to obstruct our inner court offices? Long Biru coldly said. Why don't you dare? You. The captain of the Forbidden Guards was shocked and laughed out violently. What a great nerve. Men, arrest him for me and press him to the detention center. Yes. The Forbidden Guards were like a group of lions, pouncing on each other with their teeth and claws, wanting to restrain Long Boobad on the ground. But who would have thought that they would be the ones to be put down instead? Long Boobad alone, his body twisted nimbly, blocked left and right, didn't even throw any punches or kicks, and easily knocked them all down. It was a sight to see the people around them applauding. And the young girl who was holding up a sign to appeal for her brother even jumped up and cheered. The forbidden captain's eyes glazed over in amazement. He knew best how strong the hands of these members of his team were. These could be the elite of the special forces that had gone through layers of selection. And to be able to enter the inner courtyard as an errand boy, one could imagine their excellence. But it was such an elite that was taken down by this young man in a single shot? What's his story? The captain of the Forbidden Guards didn't want to think about it. According to common sense, such a young person couldn't have a big head. Then there was no need to think about it. To dare to hinder their inner courtyard Forbidden Guards from carrying out their official duties. This was looking for death. Really eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Our inner courtyard Forbidden Guards all dare to resist. Want to turn against the sky? You think you're invincible just because you've learned a bit of kung fu, don't you? He flexed his arms into claws and let out a terrifying beastly roar from his mouth. And his entire body was like a winged beast as he rushed forward with a tiger-like wind. Wrapped in a powerful oppressive force, it caused the crowd of onlookers to collectively change their faces and fall on their backs in fear. With this kind of aura, I'm afraid that even if a real tiger was in front of him, it would be scared to flee. No good. That young man is going to get hit hard. In the hearts of all the onlookers, they all agreed with the roar and were very worried about Dragon Not Bad. However, the next scene that happened almost dropped their jaws, only to see that the Forbidden Guard captain, who looked like a terrifying beast, was put down by Long Bu Bad in just one look, easily, as effortlessly as those team members before him. What? The crowd was shocked. The captain of the Forbidden Guards was unbelievable. When he was in the army, he was the king of the army-level characters. All round, melee fighting is to fight all the barracks without an opponent. As a result, he was now pinned to the ground and unable to get up by a wild boy who came out of nowhere. Who the hell are you? How could you be so skilled? The captain of the Forbidden Guards pressed his cheeks to the ground while staring at Long Bu Bad with his eyes in death as if he wanted to eat someone. How could he not understand at this minute that this young man was certainly not an ordinary person? Long Bu Bad suppressed him and said faintly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who is in charge here in your place. Take me to him. You want to see the Director General? Do you think I would bring a dangerous man like you there? I was just defending myself and had no intention of hurting anyone." The dragon was not bad enough to release him and stand up, waiting for him to judge for himself. The Forbidden Guard captain's eyes rolled and fought for a few seconds before suddenly pulling out his firearm and aiming it at Dragon Not Bad. In the next moment, all the team members lying on the ground gritted their teeth and climbed up, their blackened muzzles locking down the dangerous man in front of them. This action immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers, and a few of the less courageous ones even screamed and ran away in fear. However, Long Biro stood there as if nothing was wrong, standing with his arms folded, still with a breezy face. This made the captain of the Forbidden Guards finally be certain of the judgment in his heart. This young man was really something, and although it was hard to believe, his composure was by no means a disguise. "The Lord Director is inside. Come with me." The captain of the Forbidden Guards withdrew his gun, but his team members did not, still aiming at the Dragon Not Bad. But he didn't care, and with a stride he followed the captain right into the BIA. The face, too, gradually became raw and cold. He wanted to know now who was behind this one. 083, $10 trillion of real estate in his name. Inside the OCI, the decor is lavish and elegant. Inside the ancient reception room, a middle-aged long-faced man was leisurely sitting on the main seat and drinking tea. Below him stood several rich merchant-like men, all begging for something with lowered brows, while he just listened carelessly, and a light look could scare these rich merchants from saying more. He still had the same careless look when he saw Long Bu Bad, just a frown. The teacup held in his hand was also placed on the table. "Captain He Ping, when did I ever give you permission to bring people in?" The captain of the Forbidden Guard saw sweat on his forehead and said with a lowered head, "Lord Wei Qing, this person insisted on seeing you for a while, so I just said." Bang! The teacup on the table shook violently. "He said he wanted to see me and you brought him in?" The long-faced man, Director Wei Qing's eyes glared, frightening the Forbidden Guard captain into kneeling down in a hurry. "No, it's that this man is so skillful, I really can't stop him." "Waste!" Wei Qing scolded sternly. "You can't even stop a person. What use do I have for you? Get lost." "Yes, yes, 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 I'll get out now." The captain of the Forbidden Guards retreated in a huff. Don't look at him just now when he was out there with unlimited power, but when it came to the top boss, he had to pretend to be a grandson with his tail between his legs just the same. Those merchants around them, seeing this, were also very sensible and retreated altogether. Soon, only Wei Qing and Long Biru were left in the hall, as well as the murderous director's guards around him. Long Bu Bad was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that there was no one here who recognized him. However, this director of insurance was from the palace, so it was normal that he didn't recognize him. That night, not many people in the palace who had seen him survived, and this guy was probably only on the throne for a short time, thinking that he had finally turned over, and began to be arrogant and domineering. And the truth was pretty much what Long Bu Bad had imagined. Wei Qing was staring at him without any politeness at all, standing in front of the lobby and questioning him in a condescending manner. "Which lord sent you here? How dare you be so unruly?" Long Bu Bad didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly threw out a gold medal and dropped it in front of him. Wei Qing's eyes instantly glazed over. "It's like a get-out-of-jail-free card. I am the Southern Navy god. Dragon not bad. And this sign, I got it from the Lord of Chao a few months ago." Wei Qing's people were dumbfounded, staring blankly at him as if they had seen a ghost. The surrounding guards who were killing each other also stared at each other with wide-eyed, demented looks. That legendary invincible military god who recovered Yizhou and destroyed the Zhang family and coerced the continent's lord had actually run here. The young man in front of him. Everyone was shocked. Still, Wei Qing was the first to react to the fact that that gold medal could never be faked, and there was absolutely no way that anyone in this world would dare to impersonate the military god. And his knees went weak, directly flopping down to the ground. "Lord Military God is above. I didn't know it was you just now. How dare I speak out against you? I deserve to die." With that, he began to slap himself hard. After only 3 or 2 strokes, his face was red. Long Bu Bad grunted and didn't say anything, so he sat on the chair next to him and poured himself a cup of tea and started to drink it. Wei Jing was obviously the type that would come to things, and hurriedly crawled over on his ass, picked up the gold medal, and raised both hands above his head to present it to Long Bu Bad. "Your Honor, Lord Military God, I kowtow and pray to you. I wonder what else I can serve you." Long Bu Bad took the gold medal and kicked it into his pocket, and said indifferently, "Whose order did your BIA follow to arrest someone this time? Arresting my old man along with you. That's really good guts." "What?" Wei Jing was so scared that he lost his 3 souls and began to ruthlessly slap himself again. "The little one deserves to die. How dare I mistakenly arrest your Honor's family? I deserve to die." Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were literally to the death. Long Bu Bad calmly watched him performing his crazy minion gesture there, feeling that he still had a few skills to be able to achieve this position. "Alright, I didn't come over here this time specifically to watch you slap yourself, so let's say, who the hell above you gave the order to come up with such a thing?" Wei Qing sighed in relief and hurriedly confided, "Back to your Excellency's words. If you can command my little one to do something, of course it's the pavilion elder and the others." "Who exactly?" "It was at the behest of courtier Jia." "Jia still Eagle?" Long Bu Bad frowned, not expecting it to be the Jia family. "But the one who acquired the Zhang family's real estate is Yen Gore's man." Wei Jing wiped his forehead sweat and explained that it turned out to be the Jia family who looked at the Yen family's large-scale acquisition of the Zhang family's real estate. Things are not good. In the secret mess, the 2 families did not talk about the distribution of benefits. The Yen family, relying on its strength in the real estate sector, wanted to eat more fat meat than the Jia family and the Si family. The Jia family simply stabbed the matter, and no one wanted to eat the meat. "Well, I dare to ask, Your Excellency's father, is his honorable name Long Zhengying?" Dragon Not Bad nodded his head and said yes. "Hardly." Wei Jing had a dawning look on his face and respectfully bowed. "These real estate purchasers that I caught this time used your father's requisition qualifications. They pooled more than $10 trillion and bought 10% of the Zhang family's real estate, which are nominally under your father's name, which is not a small amount of money." "What? $10 trillion? Even the dragon was not bad. He was shocked by this number. Surprisingly, there are so many. He had already guessed that his old man had been punked, but he hadn't expected to actually be punked so badly. Real estate worth $10 trillion was just bought in his old man's name. If this was publicized, wouldn't he, the military god, be cursed by the angry people? In the eyes of the people who didn't know the root of the problem, these properties were just eaten up by their Long family, and in reality, their family got a gross at best. "This is outrageous." He stood up with a slap on the table, but then got a little frustrated at the thought that the person causing trouble was his old man. There's a feeling that there's nowhere to go. He couldn't go and pull out his old man and beat him up, could he? He resumed his chair, deep in thought. If you summarize this time in one sentence, it should be that the Yin family knew that Long Zhengying was his old man and wanted to show him favor. That's why they gave him so many requisitions to buy properties worth $10 trillion. But the figure of $10 trillion was categorically impossible to reach with just his dad and his dad's few foxes and friends. There must be capital behind it, such as the Yen family itself, which is well suited for the downfall. On the other hand, the Jia family is red in the eyes. Or maybe it's because the $10 trillion of real estate his old man bought should have belonged to their Jia family in the first place. So let the OCI first arrest his old man's gang, to give them the Long family, but also to give the Yin family a wake-up call. This Jia family, it seemed, was already quite displeased with him. There is also a problem with this Yin family. He has already said that he will return the Zhang family's real estate back to the people, but now he is making such a mess. In the end, what do you want to do? Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, the Zhang family has $1 billion of real estate. My old man bought away 10%. What about the remaining 90%? Wei Qing's body trembled and replied with a trembling voice, Your Excellency, how could I dare to inquire about such taboo matters? That means you can still ask around if you want to, right? Wei Qing froze, then reacted that he had said the wrong thing. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice. This time from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to slap his own stinking mouth. How to say it is not good, but to say it like this. I'm guilty. I said the wrong thing. I really can't inquire about this kind of thing. Lord Military God, you are generous. Just let me go. How deep was the water here? And if he dared to get involved, he would only die. But the dragon was not bad enough to leave him alone. Find out for me. I'll give you 1 day to get to the bottom of this, or else I'll have no reason to pretend it didn't happen when you arrested my father. My lord! Wei Jing cried and howled as he fell to his knees. Seeing that those words of feigned pity were about to be dumped out in a brain, Long Bubad laughed and cursed as he directly interrupted him. Look at your cowardly behavior. Don't worry. You're working for me. How can I not care? Just put down 100 hearts and do it. No one will dare to touch you. Wei Qing finally relaxed, tilted his head up, and fell down in deep obeisance again. Junior Wei Jing, I respectfully obey the orders of Lord Military God. 084. Robbing the rich and giving the poor a great hero. Soon after, Wei Qing released all these illegal fundraising criminals that he had captured, as Long Bubad had instructed him to do. From his office on the roof of the building, he watched the crowd below disperse, and a look of fleshiness flashed in his eyes. The personal secretary said with great reluctance, Sir, are you just going to watch these cooked fat ducks fly away? We can still make at least a few tens of millions of dollars out of them. Fish for it. You know how to fish for it. Wei Jing was so angry that he cursed and slapped this secretary in the face. Ah boy. The secretary thwarted her face in pain. Idiot. This matter is obviously the 3 great pavilion elders are fighting with the invincible military god. Now this water is already too deep to see the bottom. You still want to go to the trip. There are a few lives are not enough to die. Yes. The villain is confused. Villain should be damned. Villain should not be greedy. You see villain this mouth. Really should be smoked. With that, he snapped and slapped himself. Give Wei Qing a laugh. These underlings, they've really gotten the best of him. Don't fan it. Hurry up and order it down. Do whatever it takes to find out for me all the seized real estate of Pavilion Elder Zhang, and now it's all flowing into whose name it is. The secretary looked hesitant and asked in a low voice. But my lord, our BIA has always only obeyed the orders of the continent master and the inner house. So how can we just give him the job so easily? Wei Jing's eyes glared. He is an invincible military god who can even topple the Zhang family. Our continent master has to bend over and talk to him when he meets him. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to question him here? Yes. Lon is not bad at driving Pops home. Sitting with a few of his friends, a face of bruises and swollen face, but also in that free laughter. These sons of ES continue to be wild again. They still let us out? It's ridiculous. We're all following the rules of the country, and they have the nerve to arrest and beat people. There's really no law of the land. I told you that the above do not dare to take us. Right. Non-believe. Now know the power. Right? Ha hiss. Just face still a little pain. I say old dragon. Why are you the only one who didn't get hit? Long Zhengying was also puzzled. Each of these friends of his had a few bruises on their faces, but he was the only one who didn't have a thing to worry about. Although those people are very tough to catch him in, but Froze a little crime did not let him suffer. Good tea and good seat waiting. Off is also a specialized room, which is like a hotel, and even have a TV computer and independent bathroom. When he told this, a few of his fox friends were all tisk 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 tisk. It must be because you're the one who made the requisition, old dragon. We bought all these properties through your name. That treatment must be different. Awesome. That should be the case. This time we have bought $10 trillion of real estate. And ruthlessly ed those three monopolizing families a big vote. Ha ha ha. Old dragon, you are considered to be a big hero who robbed the rich to help the poor. A few people were starry-eyed, holding Long Zhang Ying up, his mouth cracking to the root of his ears with laughter, completely unaware of how much trouble he'd gotten himself into this time and how he'd been used as a gun. Long Bu Bad made up his mind. When he got home, he must tell his mom. It's no use talking directly to his dad. The only person in the world who can cure his dad is his mom. On the other hand, Yang Shunning had just returned to the Zhou family villa from work. No, perhaps it could have been renamed the Dragon Family Villa by now. And now it was just her and Long Bu Bad who lived here. Not cohabitation. She was more akin to a maid's touch. Long Not Bad to her task is responsible for the villa's health, laundry, cooking and so on. These things of course cannot do a whole day. She will also go to work in the daytime to Tian Song Group. She didn't want to go, but the chairman of the Tian Song Group personally called her and promised her a position as a departmental executive. So she agreed without a second thought. This time she didn't even have an interview. And as soon as she went to the office there were a dozen subordinates waiting respectfully, patiently explaining to her the work that the department was responsible for. She has never been treated so obediently, told them to do what they do, were to do not smooth the eyes of the people below the first time to change her. Give and take, as if dreaming of being a princess general feeling. Don't mention how cool it is. She joined the legal department. Can be said to be the entire group's most idle department. Usually work is to sit in the office to see the contract. A year's salary adds up to 1 or 2 million. Absolutely less money. Is her dream job. So happy today. She just got back and couldn't resist posting the message to the sisterhood. The three people in the group were her sisters when she was studying abroad. One is more beautiful than the other. One is more powerful than the other. She is considered to be the most beautiful, but has the lowest education. Just a master's degree. The other three are PhDs. The four of them were secretly competing all the time. Originally she was the most disadvantaged in terms of education, and her birth was also more general. Usually there was not much power of speech. In front of the other three sisters who were more dazzling than one another, all of them could not raise their heads a little, but now she could be considered to have raised her eyebrows, because she managed to get into the Tian Song Group, which was something the other three had been begging for. After the message went out, the group was full of congratulations. Chen Lu Xin, so awesome and powerful. As expected of Shunning, I knew before the test that you would succeed. Yang Shunning smiled crookedly and commented in her head that the mouth is not the heart. What kind of goods is this Chen Lu Xin? Is she still not clear about it? Witch Enoch, congratulations. But haven't you been taking the test for days and you're just getting the results now? Hen Mega, isn't it normal to wait a few days? Which position did you take? Shunning Yang, the law department. Witch Enoch, what? Did I hear you right? Hong Mika, oh my god. You actually made it into the legal department. Tian Song Group's legal department is recognized as difficult to enter. Less money department. Generally do not pass the relationship as absolutely not get in. The sisters expressed extreme surprise and asked after Yang Shunning. Chen Lu Xian, quickly and honestly explain. Is not evening witch old boss? Witch Enoch immediately retorted. What? Can't the other Shunin get in on her own merit? Chen Lu Xian, this. Indeed it is not without possibility. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became subtle. Hong Meijia is the one who can read the air the most. Regardless of the proposal, let's come out and get together. This time Shunning exam into the Sky Song Group is a big happy event. Or things less money more legal department. You this meal is not free Shunning. I want to eat you to death. Me too. You just wait to be slaughtered Yang Shunning. Yang Shunning people are smiling. Thinking that life must be happy to say is now. She can be counted on to raise the eyebrows of a back. Don't worry. It's definitely my treat this time. But you guys keep an eye on the place. Don't go overboard. Lucy Chen, you can bring your boyfriend. Right? Wispino and Hung Mika, I'm casual The key is to look at Shunin. Right? Chen Lu Xian, it's been so long since you graduated. Shunning, you haven't found a boyfriend yet, have you? Why don't I introduce you to one? Yang Shunning's stubbornness came up at once. No, I have my own. Chen Lu Xian, that's good. Let's bring our boyfriends along, just so they can get to know each other. More friends, more roads. Both Wispino and Hong Meijia say it's okay. Yang Shunning had no choice but to bite her tongue and agree. The only thing she definitely should not be lowly in front of these sisters. 085. Did it give you a face? Long Bu Bad returned home. Originally wanted to talk to his mom about his old dad, but he didn't want to fall directly into the quagmire of the daughter-in-law topic. Where's Shunning? What are you doing home for dinner without bringing your girlfriend along? He was gagged straight away by that. Where's Flux? His mom said in a bad mood. Of course she's at school. There's still half a month to go before the college entrance exams. How would she usually have time to come back? Dragon Not Bad scratched his head and said the same. Look at you. Do I have to remind you what to do? Hurry up. Go and call Shunning to the house for dinner. From now on, if you come home and I don't see her following you, you won't be able to get in. The dragon was not bad and nodded in tears and laughter. Speaking of which, he hadn't told his family about the fact that he was no longer living with his brother-in-law's family. He'd like to say that, but how to explain it is the question. Thinking about it, it's a pain in the ass. Just keep it to yourself. He was eager to buy a separate large villa to honor his parents. But this house his parents had lived in for decades, and the neighbors were familiar with it. Although it is an old and dilapidated walk-up house, it has a special kind of coziness, and his parents live here, which is more at ease than living in a big villa. Okay, I'll call her right away. Yang Shunning's side was naturally at his beck and call, and once she heard that she was coming to his house for dinner, she was simply overjoyed. After hanging up the phone he contacted Wang Yu a little more and asked about his sister's recent situation. She's been tugging like crazy lately, and I don't know what's going on. It's like she's had a change of temperament, and she's especially fond of helping people out. Long Bu Bad asked her, didn't cause any trouble, did you? Wang Yu replied that it is not available for the time being, but it's sure to cause trouble at this rate. It's fine, you watch her for me. It's the last half month. I'll reward you with $100,000 if everything is as usual after the college entrance exam. Really? So there's a fake? Great. Thank you, brother. No, the Golden Father. You are my father. Long Bu Bad shook his head and hung up the phone, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for this girl, so easily corrupted her with money. But it was okay, Wang Yu was supposed to be like that. Next it was time to help his mom prepare dinner. A cozy time he enjoyed and cherished more than he could ever ask for when he was on the battlefield. When Yang Shunning came over, the family had a hot dinner. The process is still the same as last time. His father and mother to Yang Shunning that called a hush. Love, while he is scorn. Net pick fault. Said he was a child embarrassing things. Giving Yang Shunning a giggle at the sound. At the end of dinner, he grabbed his mom to help her with the dishes before he finally got a chance to mention his old man. It ended up blowing up right in his face for his mom. What? Your dad is out there illegally collecting over $1 trillion. The roar was as deafening as a lion's roar. His dad heard it in the living room, and was so scared that he changed his face straight away and got busy, ready to bolt. The result was that his mom directly blocked the doorway, pointing at him with a kitchen knife and questioning in a stern voice, you old thing that only causes trouble. Say, in the end what is going on? Nothing is wrong. His father cried, 10 trillion is someone else's, not mine. I'll just use our family's subscription qualifications to help them by just a little bit. From the hands of those monopoly capitalists to rob the rich to help the poor. It's a good thing. If it's really nothing, then why did you get locked up this time? But haven't I been released? Just how long have I been locked up? They wouldn't dare. There are people up there watching. They're all scared to death right now. We can just take this opportunity to rob the rich and give to the poor. It's a great thing to do for the country and the people. Yeah, is it really that easy? Why don't I believe it? The dragon is not bad. Old mom will listen to him to listen to the speechless to the extreme. It's all gone beyond the point of being able to spit. Forget it, let's leave it at that. When the results of the investigation by the Commissioner of Insurance come out tomorrow, he'll get a meeting with the 3 men in charge of the Yen Jiasi family. Mom, you guys take your time to discuss. I'll send Shunning back first. Aha, well, you car drive slowly. Got it. Sitting in the car, Yang Shunning are still smiling, said, your home is completely different from the atmosphere of our home. Really cozy. Oh, I like it so much. Long Biro laughed softly a few times and didn't say anything. He was thinking of one thing. He couldn't keep his identity hidden forever. One day it was going to be revealed. At that point, will his family be able to keep this cozy now? Can I ask you something? Yang Shunning suddenly spoke. What is it? I have a dinner date with some of my girlfriends tomorrow. Can you come? They're all bringing their respective boyfriends. And I'll lose face if I don't. Long Biren's face turned cold as he snorted and laughed. You really think of me as your boyfriend? He hadn't forgotten Yang Shunning's disgusted expression when he first went to the Zhou family earlier. Please, Lord Warlord. Yang Shunning folded her hands and bent down, begging, The only thing I don't want to lose face in front of them is that I've been doing quite well all these days. So you can just reward me this once. Reward? The dragon was not bad for squinting over. He has always been rewarded for his achievements and punished for his faults. But this young shunning has only accomplished her part as a maid. So what merit is there? What a nerve! Long Boobad sneered and rebuked. Did I give you face? How dare you step on my nose and make this kind of request to me? By virtue of you are also worthy of it? Just came to my house for 2 meals. You don't think you are already close to me, right? Yang Shunning was instantly frightened and hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand. No, no, no. My lord, forgive me. My daughter is just begging you. No, no, no. My daughter is not qualified to ask you for anything at all. My daughter knows she is wrong. Just so you know. Long Boobad coldly grunted and slammed on the gas to drive the car to scurry into the road. Yang Shunning was beside herself with aggravation and tears in her eyes. She never expected that Long Boobad would not even grant her such a small request. And to say she's not worthy is just too much. But on second thought, discarding all sentimentality, she realized that she was truly unworthy. What is the status of the person? What is her status? The two are 100,000 miles apart. How can they pretend her boyfriend to attend her girlfriend's party? This kind of thing. It's as farcical as it is inexplicable. On the contrary, it was already a great honor for her to have the opportunity to pretend to be Long Boobad's girlfriend and go to Long Boobad's house for dinner. With this honor, but still do not know, still want to get an inch. She really should reflect on the reflection. But what the hell to do about tomorrow's party? She would definitely be laughed at if she went alone. But there's nothing to be done about it. Mockery on mockery. Yang Shunning is very helpless. She cannot just find a person to pretend to be her boyfriend. Looking for her own will be disgusted to vomit. Now in addition to the dragon is not bad. Her eyes can no longer put anyone. Anyway, tomorrow was a party for her to get into the Tian Song group. And it was also her treat. As the new head of the legal department of the Tian Song group, she would like to see which ungrateful little trash dared to mock her. 086. Self-righteousness is ridiculous. In the evening, Long Boobad returned to his room and prepared to heal his killing God-fierce spirit. The cell phone sitting on the nightstand suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from the harmless alliance master. Sir, if you want to investigate the 3 families of Yin Jiasi, please feel free to order my subordinates. I will do my best. Do not dare to slack off. Long Boobad narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the Hordeless Alliance Master already knew that he had asked the Director of Insurance to investigate the Yin family. Expressing dissatisfaction here yet, he laughed coldly and replied, then check for me. Where did the Jia family get the guts to dare to arrest my father to the BIA? And where did the Yin family get the guts to dare to not follow my instructions on how to handle the Zheng family's real estate? Yes, my subordinate will go and check it out. The dragon was not bad, shaking his head and throwing away his cell phone. This allied lord without harmony is getting bolder and bolder. He closed his eyes and began to focus on healing. An hour or so later, the phone vibrated again. He picked it up and saw that it was still the lord of the Hordeless Alliance, who had already checked things out. Long Boobad had a puzzled look on his face. When did I say I take their Jia family? No, but he said that you forcibly robbed their Jia clan's divine jade and beat and killed their Jia clan members, and that even the Rohan sex guest ministers, whom the clan had spent a great deal of money to support for many years, were forced to die by you. Ridiculous. Long Boobad directly sent over a voice of stern rebuke. I, Long Boobad, would be the kind of person who takes by force. This is really outrageous. He himself blindly believed in his subordinates' one-sided words, but he really treats me as a robber and robber. You go and tell him that if he really wants to treat me as a robber and bandit, I don't mind doing so. My subordinate will go and talk to him now. After fuming with anger, Long Boobad then sank down, his mind recalling the previous scene of disciplining that obese shopkeeper in the basement of that Jia's jewelry house. It seemed that he was still too merciful and did not end that boss Jia's life on the spot, so much so that he made that boss Jia hold a grudge against him, teaming up with the shopkeepers to deceive the Jia clan's head of the family, and reversing right and wrong to slander his innocence. However, it could also be because that boss Jia didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, that would definitely not end well for him. The dragon was not bad and gently shook his head. Such little people he had never had in his sights, but did not want to cause him such trouble at a time like this. But it was also the trouble that made me realize what the Yin family was doing. Long Boobad sneered in his heart, thinking that by dragging his father into this, by getting involved in the annexation of the Zheng family's liquidated huge estate, he won't be able to pursue the matter, right? Self-righteousness is laughable. Obviously you have been given the opportunity to turn back to the right side of the road. But it turns out that you are still trying to go down one road, which is just asking for death. However, this matter can be held in abeyance for the time being. Since you want it, I'll let you have a big one. Eat fat, then slaughter. Long Boobad's heart was already flooded with killing intent. As long as there are monopoly capital assholes like you nibbling on the grassroots in this dragon continent, the country will never be able to usher in true strength. And in this current international situation surrounded by wolves, countries that are not strong are doomed to be exploited and enslaved by other strong countries. They, the people of Longzhou, will never be slaves. Half an hour later, Longjing International Trade City, Jia's Golden Eagle Group headquarters. The hordeless ally took a large stride into the chairman's office, his lofty body almost blocking the entire door. And inside the office, a figure that looked like a fat maggot was kneeling on the ground, suffering a severe beating from two black-clothed men. Even though the bandage wrapped around his chest was already oozing blood in large patches, the two black-clothed men still didn't let him go, punching and kicking him fiercely, and had already beaten him black and blue. Jia Alsoing stood aside with a gloomy expression, and when he saw the allied lord without harmony come in, his face only looked slightly better, and he said with a smile, "Allied Lord Honorable Driver, please forgive me for having missed the welcome." Allied Lord Horseless waved his hand and asked, "How are you going to make amends to Lord Military God? I'm afraid the Marshal won't be satisfied with the rotten life of this fat maggot alone." Jia Returning Eagle gritted his teeth and said, "I would like to offer 3 divine jade grade supreme treasures as an indemnity to the Great Marshal." The horseless allies did not speak. Jia Returning Eagle's brow furrowed at the sight. This southern navy god is too greedy. 4 pieces. No more. Although our Jia family runs the jewelry business in the country, we don't have a few divine jade level supreme treasures. Any more and the family base will be gone. Only then did the horseless alliance master nod his head. Just as well. 4 is 4. I'll put in a few more good words for you in front of the Lord Military God. Then thank you, Lord Ally. For this misunderstanding, please be sure to make it clear to the Marshal. That's natural. Sending away the no harbor ally. Boss Jia also finally didn't need to be beaten anymore, but his eyes were filled with black despair, for he had long understood his end. Jia also glared at the eagle's eyes and viciously commanded, "Drag this dog down to me and chop it up and feed it to the dogs." Yes. The black-clad thugs bowed violently and quickly dragged the fat maggot-like form out of the room. "Lord Family Master, I deserve to die for my sins, but I still beg you to spare my family, please." Jia Also Eagle's face was so angry that he didn't even give a damn. As the gate closed, his beloved old butler came forward and inquired in a low voice, "Family Master, are you really going to take out 4 pieces of divine jades to give to that dragon? Not bad? This kind of supreme treasure, the clan treasury is giving away 1 piece for less." Jia Also Eagle face helpless, said, "There is no way. I later carefully thought about it, or feel that this dragon is not bad as really cannot be messed with. This military got anger. The consequences are afraid of bloodshed drifting skulls. The sky is going to collapse. With that Zhang family's previous experience, I don't want to follow in their family's footsteps. Think of it as a breakthrough." But the old slave is so unwilling. The old butler bowed his head, tears already beginning to pool in his old brown eyes with bulging bags under them. Think they Jia family rampage shopping mall so many years, which big shot on the land of Longzhou Sea is not courteous. When so vain. Don't worry. No need to be too pessimistic. Jia Also Eagle said, "This dragon is not bad. The master, the front is too much. Have a lot of enemies. The reason why incognito is in order not to be found by the enemy to attract retaliation, when the time will naturally have to clean up his people." The old butler's eyes flickered and he said quietly, "Then can we secretly release his message to those enemies of his?" "Absolutely not." Jia Also Eagle answered with a firm voice. "This matter he is sternly instructed. Provoke who cannot provoke him. If this is done by him to find out, our Jia family is the next Zhang family, will be subjected to his thunderous retaliation, plunged into a situation of no return." The old butler straightened his hunched back at once, and was forbidden to speak in terror. Then he bent over even more hunched over. His face went pale, and he slapped himself lightly. The old slave is really something too. How could he suddenly come up with such a dangerous idea? It's fortunate that Lord Family Master is wise, or else the old slave would have caused a great disaster. Jia also waved his hand and said it was fine. Now the Yen family is the prick. He attempted to blackmail Long Bu Bad Father Annexation Chapter family real estate plan was leaked in advance. I'm afraid that not long after, his Yen family will be that Long Bu Bad ruthless liquidation. At that time, the 3 giants will go to one of them again. The Sea family is doing business abroad, and we do not interfere with the river water. The next domestic is our Jia family is a dominant. Ha ha ha. The old butler gave a thumbs up and praised. Lord Family Head's clear judgment. A wonderful plan to set the stage nah. Ah ha 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 ha. 087. Into a piece of divine jade? Buzz off. The cell phone on the nightstand. Once again. Vibrated. Sitting cross-legged on the bed. Long Bu Bad opened his eyes, exhaled a cloudy breath, and copied the cell phone into his hand. It was a message from the Hordeless Alliance. Marshal, the Jia family has already found out the truth of the matter, and has indeed misunderstood you. They are deeply guilty, and have already killed that deceitful Jia shopkeeper to make amends to you, and have also presented a sacred jade to you, kneeling down and begging in the hope that you will be magnanimous and let them off the hook. Long Burong raised an eyebrow. Having advanced a divine jade? They are quite willing to give up. This time they nearly flipped out with me over a divine jade, but as a result, they are now taking out another one and giving it to me as a reparation gift. Yes, they are also deeply sorry for the marshal. Offended you, terrified, and must express the most sincere apologies in their hearts to do so. The dragon is not bad nodded. You can bring the stuff over tomorrow. It's late now. I'm ready to rest. Yes, there was no talk all night. On the following day, Long Biru received a message from the head of the BIA early in the morning. Said that the Yen family has secretly acquired the chapter family 70% of the liquidated real estate, 10% of which is listed in the name of his old man. He guessed correctly that this was a bureau. And most of those private entrepreneurs that his old man thought he had chosen by robbing the rich and giving to the poor were in fact people from the Yen family, or had been secretly bought by the Yen family. The purpose was to try to pull their Long family down, to join them in the same mess. This Yen Tiansong, he really has good guts. Long Biru sneered. Acquire it, better hurry up and acquire it for me. When your Yen family is full, that's when I'll start the slaughter. He went on to ask about the Jia and Si families. How much of the Zhang family's real estate have they eaten? Wei Qing's side replied extremely quickly. The Jia family has already eaten 10%, and the Si family hasn't. Probably still waiting to see. That means that only 20% of the Zhang family's liquidated real estate is still in the treasury today? With all the money in the treasury, at least there is something for the people to do. Yes, with this $20 trillion, the problem of the treasury deficit in recent years can be properly solved, and all the foreign debts owed can be repaid. The corners of Long Bu Bad's mouth twitched. It turns out that you have to take it to pay off the debts you've incurred over the years. Is the country's finances already rotten like this? How on earth are these cabinet ministers running the country? This, Wei Qing didn't dare to take this. Dragon Not Bad took a deep breath and stopped as well. He knew that talking about this to an insurance commissioner was really a bit of a shot across the bow. Okay, I know. I'll come back to you the next time. I'm not too familiar with cabinet matters. Yes, I am the person of Lord Military God today, and I will always be your dog in the future. The dragon was not bad and shook his head, knowing what he was concerned about. Don't worry. If anyone dares to target you, just call and come to me. Thank you, Your Honor. With these words from Your Honor, this heart of mine is solid. Putting down the phone, Long Bu Bad also came out from the worries of national affairs. For now, at least, home and country are still at peace. As long as he didn't come out of the mountains, he wouldn't cause alarm to the Eagle Continent, Bear Continent and other countries for a year. The non-aggression pact that Long Zhou had signed with it would have lasted, which was why he had so far made a point of distancing himself from the Longnan Navy. It's not the right time to go back and take back the reins. He walked out of the room to wash up. As a result, he saw a sullen-looking Yang Shunning cooking in the kitchen. It amused him straight away. He suddenly remembered that Yang Shunning seemed to have gone to some kind of party yesterday, right? He said he was going to bring him along, but he didn't. So he must have been laughed at by his friends. It's ridiculous. For some reason, the more he watched this girl suffer, the happier he became inside. Without even asking a question, he went straight to wash up. After washing out just is also mealtime. This process he does not speak. Yang Shunning that is certainly not dare to talk a word, only to take that pair of expectant eyes peeping at him, hoping that he asked. But he preferred not to ask, and went out after eating, just in time for the allies without harmony to arrive. My lord, this is the divine jade that the Jia clan presented to you. The tower-like man knelt on one knee and raised the expensive gift box in his hand above his head, and Long Bu Bad glanced at him and took it with one hand. For some reason, he always had a feeling of displeasure when he looked at this horseless alliance master. Opening the box, a blood-colored precious jade was quietly presented in the center. The precious jade as a whole takes the shape of a teardrop, with rounded beads and ripples, and at first glance it looks a little plain. Strangely enough, In the sunlight, it is the slightest sign of reflection. Other jewelry in this case has long been flowing, and it remains flat and dull. Only those who really know what they're doing know how extraordinary it is. Jedi Blood Bodhi. Long Bubad was quite surprised as he revealed the origin of this piece of precious jade. Allied Lord Without Horses was all smiles and immediately praised. Your Excellency has good eyesight. This is exactly the absolute ripple blood bodhi that is said to be able to revitalize blood and cleanse the spirit. As long as it is carried close to the body for more than a week, it can slowly revitalize the blood and vitality, make one energetic, help the room to prolong, and also wash the spirit, make one radiant and youthful. This is indeed a good thing. It's really thanks to the Jia family for sparing it. Long Buron pocketed it with an expressionless face. He can't use this thing, because he has already taken a lot of sacred pills and secret medicines, and his body's abilities are far beyond normal people, so he can't get any enhancement by taking this Jialian blood bodhi. As for what makes a person energetic and boosts the room to prolong, these things have long been the norm for him as well, and if he wanted to, dry paralyzing 10 lustful women in a single night would not be a problem at all. Go back and tell them that I won't make things difficult for them as long as they are bent on thinking about the country and the people, and don't get into any other shenanigans. Yes. Allied Lord Without Harmony let out a long breath and bowed to leave. Long Biro looked at his departing back and narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughts floating in his mind. This guy, he must be hiding something from him, although he didn't know exactly what it was. The momentary expression of weakness just now could not be hidden from his eyes. Do you really think he can't find out? Long Bubad snorted in his heart. He just doesn't care to find out. No matter what it is, there's always a time for exposure. At that time, he will all be liquidated together. The cell phone vibrated again. This time it was Su Hanjing. She sent a message saying that she had bought back the piece of twinning yang jade, and as a thank you for the gift, she wanted to invite him to dinner at her house one more time, and had a return gift ready, which she had talked to her dad about. The dragon was not bad and was a bit speechless. Bring up the old captain. How can he refuse this? Can only agree. The cell phone hadn't even been put down yet when another message came from his sister's side, asking him to come to the house for lunch. Said brother-in-law's family is in. Zhou Lijie prepared a good wine. She made a table of good food, just waiting for him to go over. Then his sister messaged him, saying that she suddenly had a craving for king crab and asked if he could take her. Long Bubad scratched his head. It seemed like things had become a lot of things all of a sudden. But maybe it's just the right opportunity to ease the relationship between his sister and his sister? He sent a direct message to his sister. Let's make a king crab on top of that. Xiaolu wants to eat it. I'm going to pick her up from school now. Then, it was time to start calling my sister. 088. Invited a plague. What? You want me to go to that woman's house for dinner? Long Xiaofu's stunned voice came from the phone. Then came extreme disgust and loathing. No, I won't. Long Bubad said in a cold voice. Does the king crab still want to eat? If it's going to her house, it's better not to eat it. Great. So you're not even listening to your brother now, are you? The exasperated breathing there stopped abruptly. The current Long Bubad had a very different position in his sister's heart compared to before. Long Xiaofu already knew his true identity, so he definitely wouldn't dare to disobey him. Okay, then I'll go okay. The words of agreement were on his lips, but his tone was still very reluctant. Long Bubad also did not hope to let her change her attitude all of a sudden. This kind of thing can only be done slowly. Take Yang Shunning and drive to pick her up in front of the school. She gets in the car and looks like her jaw dropped in shock. Brother, is this your girlfriend? Yang Shunning smiled shallowly, and Long Biro chided with a stern face. Little children, don't ask too many questions. My God, you still treat me like a child? I've been in love 8 times. His sister spread her hands with a helpless look on her face. Long Bubad turned his head, his face full of surprise. What the hell? His sister just turned 18, right, and she's already had so many boyfriends? What kind of look is that? Can't you imagine how many people are after me? You were the school beauty from elementary school to high school. You always received small gifts and love letters from who knows who in your drawer. The gazes of the male classmates around you were always glancing at your body if you hadn't. And you were the center of other people's conversations no matter where you went, weren't you? Yang Shunning, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, turned her head with a big smile and uttered these characteristics as if she were counting them. Long Xiaofu looked surprised. How do you know so well? Giggle. Guess what? It lent itself directly to conversation. There's no need to guess at all, alright? I can tell just by looking at you that you've definitely had your share of troubles. Seeing that the other party smiled and nodded, Long Xiaofu immediately cracked a smile in triumph. Oh yeah, I haven't even asked your name yet. My name is Yang Shunning. Oh, little fluorescent. You know me? Of course. Yang Shunning didn't dare to say it herself, so she glanced in Long Boo-Boo's direction, and she immediately understood in seconds. Well, since you're my brother's girlfriend, it's not surprising that you know about me. Once Long Boo-Bad heard it, get it, this niece has already acquiesced to Yang Shunning's identity. He immediately spoke up to deny it. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not boyfriend and girlfriend with her. What's the relationship then? Don't ask too many questions, and keep your nose out of your brother's business. Cut. Long Xiaolong beamed and went to play with her cell phone. Yang Shunning's expression was grim, but she immediately perked up again and looked up and forward. Driving to the newly acquired villa of my brother-in-law's family. It was a little more upscale than the previous place and everything was very new. Elder Zhou stood at the front with a smile, bringing his son and daughter-in-law and 2 daughters to greet him outside. When they saw Long Boo-Bad getting off the bus with Yang Shunning, their faces were filled with joyful smiles, as if they had seen something heavenly happy. Especially Zhou Meizhu and Zhou Mingyan. That mouth was about to split to the root of their ears. You're finally here, brother-in-law. We've all been waiting for a long time. Come in. Aha. Long Biru was surrounded by clusters and was not polite, walking into the door first. When Long Xiaofu saw Long Yanjun, his originally good smiling face immediately went cold. Long Yanjun noticed this and a bitter smile appeared on her face. How could she not know her brother's good intentions? And took the initiative to step forward to try and strike up a conversation. Xiaofu, how have you been at school lately? Are you tired of studying? It's none of your business if I'm tired or not. Who allowed you to come over and talk to me? Long Xiaofu's pretty face became even colder, and she nonchalantly said, I haven't said I'll forgive you, little fluorescence. Long Yanjun was gloomy and reached out her hand towards her sister, but she was slapped away. Give the Zhou family a look of disbelief. They then realized that there was such a big conflict between the 2 sisters. Elder Zhou and Zhou Lijie immediately turned up their eyes to savor Long Boo-Boo's thoughts, while Zhou Meizhu and Zhou Mingyan rushed forward to console Long Xiaoflu, but were also scolded. Who are you people? Get the hell out of my way. It's not your turn to lecture me. Long Xiaofu. Zhou Meizhu Zhou Mingyan's face instantly turned red, shaking with anger, but when they wanted to curse back, they realized that they simply did not dare. Where did they dare to say a word to this little ant? They just stood there with awkward smiles on their faces, constantly bowing their heads and admitting their mistakes, like 2 elementary school students being reprimanded by their teachers. Long Boo-Bad was simply delighted. Unexpectedly, these 2 ants who specialized in making things difficult for people also had a time when they were so defeated. His eyes glared slightly as he chided softly. Little flicker, how do you talk? We are at least guests in someone's home. Don't we even know basic manners? But do they treat me as a guest? The first time we meet, they want to teach me a lesson, as if they were elders. They are not qualified to do so. Humph. Flick grumbled with great disgust, but her voice was noticeably lower. Alright, come over and sit down to eat. This table of dishes can all come from your sister's hands. They are all what I love to eat, and I even made a king crab especially for you. Come and try it. Who wants to eat her cooking? The young girl had a look of disgust, but no matter how much she hated it, she didn't dare to not eat in the face of the food her brother had pinched for her. Long Boo-Bad reached out to greet the others. Don't look at it. Come on. All sit down and eat. Ah yes. Only then did the Zhou family dare to take their seats. They were all a bit confused, not knowing what Long Boo-Bad meant by bringing such a sister over today. Knocking them down? Zhou old man's heart is bitter. Originally this time to invite the dragon is not bad, to come over is to want to draw closer to his relationship, and then say a few things in the business world. Beg the brother-in-law to help a small favor. As a result, it seems to be hopeless now. The mouth does not dare to open, but also invited a plague over. Do not make this ant unhappy even if all is well. This king crab tastes just like that. Really? I do think it's pretty good. My oldest sister's handiwork is just great. Long Xiaoflu ate a section of crab legs and stopped eating, but turned his head to see his brother eating with relish, and even gave a thumbs up to Long Yanjun. So he scratched his head and put away that face that was clearly meant to embarrass people, and picked up another section of crab legs and started eating. Long Yanjun was joyful and laughed extremely happily. It's good that you like it, Xiao Hao, and Xiao Fluorescence. After eating the king crab made by your sister, don't disown your sister in the future. Who wants to recognize? Long Xiaolu just wanted to throw a tantrum and shake off the crab legs, but when she saw her brother's stern eyes next to her, she instantly wimped out. Silently, he ate, not daring to say another word. The Long Yanjun on the side was given a slightly frozen look. How does she not know how rebellious this sister is? In the school 3 days and 2 days to cause things. That is, the heavenly king came also cannot cure her. But the result is the same by the dragon is not bad to clean up the obedience. Long Yanjun sighed and looked at his brother. His heart was not to be convinced. How could she know that since the last time she misunderstood Long Bubad? Long Xiaofu felt especially indebted to this brother in her heart, and didn't want to do anything that would make him unhappy. What's more, now that he also knew the true identity of Long Bubad, he would be even more afraid to disobey. By eating this king crab, the two sisters were able to put their differences on the surface. Long Bubad nodded with satisfaction and said that he had something temporary to do, so he got up and prepared to leave. Zhou Lijie stood up at once, and asked busily, "Is master brother-in-law leaving here?" "Well, there are some temporary things that need to be taken care of, so I'll ask you, brother-in-law, to take little Flux to school later." Okay, I'll take care of it, just go ahead." Zhou Lijie also some business things want to ask Long not bad help, but this minute were dare to mention one could only tearfully watch Long Biro leave. 089. You little pussy pocket. Long Bubad said that he had something temporary to do was not an excuse. He really had something to do. A message suddenly came from the Lord of the Killing God's temple. He said that his eyes, who were ambushed in the Imperial Casino, had overheard that someone was offering a high reward for inquiring about him. So the Lord of the Killing God temple scouted all the way to the door. At first he thought it was just a minor character, but after catching and torturing him, he realized that the minor character was working for a big shot, and the big man behind that is none other than the underground heavenly king. Only a few days had passed since Wang Qian's death, and the underground heavenly king had already found out that it was him who had done it, and had begun to investigate where he was. Long Bubad took this matter quite seriously and arrived at the scene as fast as he could. Imperial Court Casino, Long Ma VIP box. The Killing God Temple Master was already waiting here, along with 2 of his men, and the guy who was caught asking for information for the underground heavenly king. The man was intact, uninjured, and was kneeling on the ground, shivering. One look at his appearance, Long Bubad knew what the Slayer God Temple Master meant, intending to let him hold the power of life and death over this person. It's up to him to decide whether to kill or keep him, or to use him as a backstabber or whatever. Long Birong nodded his head gently, satisfied that the Slaying God Palace Master did not take matters into his own hands. "My lord, you're here." A reverent smile appeared on the face of the Killing God Palace Master, bowing and saying, "This person's subordinate has already turned the tables. He has promised to help send out false news to trick that underground heavenly king into showing up. At that time, no matter how many helpers he calls in, we will be able to eliminate them all in one go. What do you think of this plan?" Long Biren secretly said that indeed, the Lord of the Killing God Palace was worthy of being the person who did the least trouble for him among his men. "It's okay, this trick is not bad, as long as the information given out is false. Even if it fails, it won't reveal my true information." "Good, then my subordinate will set out to do so, and when the time is ripe, I will notify your excellency in advance." "No problem." Long Bubad patted his shoulder and said, "Tough on you. These days send more people to keep an eye on these places, and arrest all those who try to inquire about me and torture them hard." "Yes." Dragon Not Bad left the box in satisfaction. Who would have guessed that he had just walked out of the public hall of the Imperial Gambling Hall when a group of tall, black-clothed men rushed over to him head-on. The leader of the man is even tall and powerful. Muscle Golden Wheel. He took off his sunglasses, rushed to his men, whispered orders, and then the black-clothed people will be scattered, drilling into the various gambling tour area. To start the search, Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the guy with the muscular golden wheels. This person seems somewhat familiar. Underground King's men? He sat down at a slot machine beside him and pondered if it would be better to catch this guy in a torture session as well. However, he was afraid of alerting the snakes and causing the plans on the side of the God Slayer Temple Master to fall apart. While he was torn, an arm suddenly came up beside him and rested on his shoulder. "Holy, isn't that Long Zihao?" Dragon Not Bad twisted his head and saw a familiar young face. Surprisingly, it was his high school classmate, but couldn't recall the guy's name. "It's me, Wan Eugene. It's only been how many years and you don't remember me?" It was only then that the dragon was not bad enough to remember. "It's you, Wan Eugene. I remember. Mard, I stepped on you and remembered you well, but I didn't expect you to forget about me." Manhwaedit smashed a faint smile on his chest. He shook his head. "I didn't expect to meet up with you here. It's quite a coincidence. Yes, it's been 7 or 8 years. Wan Eugene had a look of emotion on his face. and then he got excited. You're here to play too, right? Like slot machines? Long Boobad was at a loss as to how to reply, but Wan Eugene directly slapped him on the shoulder. I get it. No money for coins, huh? Come on, use mine. These are for you to play with. I'm so happy to meet my old classmates here. With that, he grabbed a handful of coins from the basket and shoved them into the hands of Long Boobad. He's all convinced. To be honest, in a place like Imperial Palace, things like slot machines were only played by newcomers to the casino or poor people with no money. He had never really touched them, but it wasn't easy to refuse. So I just dropped the coins in and pressed them indiscriminately. It gave Man Yo Kim a good laugh. You really are a rookie. How can anyone play like this? Come on, brother, teach you. Long Boobad glanced at the black-clothed men over there who were searching over, and with a twinkle in his eye, he nodded. It's better not to spook anyone. Let's leave it to the Lord of the Killing God's temple to set things right here. Nah, I say, Zeheo, you came to play in a place like this. Did you make some big fortune recently? Wan Eugene inquired without a trace while talking about how to play the slot machine. Long Boobad waved his hand and said, No. I just served as a soldier for a few years, and now that I'm discharged from the army, I have a few pennies of free money in my hand. Yo, that's great. Don't you want to go in there and play a big game? Winning a few $100,000 is 100 times better than going to work. Wan Eugene smiled and pointed to the roulette area next door, which was much more crowded than here, symbolizing money chips. Clattering. Long Boobad refused with a light smile and said no. Wan Eugene was surprised. Come on, the chance to get rich overnight is right in front of you. Are you really not going to try? It's okay to try, but it's not necessary. He stood up, waved his hand and said, If you'll excuse me, I'll make another appointment. What's the date? You little pussy. Wan Eugene laughed and cursed as he took out his cell phone. We don't have any contact information, do we? Long Not Bad scratched his head. Wan Eugene in high school and his relationship is very general. Usually do not talk to each other. How to graduate after many years instead so familiar. But in the face of his old classmate's smiling face, he couldn't refuse. Took out his cell phone and added his friend, and even politely talked to him. Yes, I'll buy you dinner someday. Wan Eugene was dissatisfied. Doesn't another day mean no day? Long Boobad froze, not expecting this politeness to directly polite things, but it doesn't matter. It's just a treat. It's a small thing. He lost his smile. Tomorrow then. I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Are you free? Tomorrow? Who would have thought that Wan Eugene laughed all of a sudden, with a rather intriguing look in his eyes. Do you really not know? Or are you just playing dumb with me? What? No what? Of course he really didn't know. Tomorrow is the day of our class reunion. The dragon was not bad to cry and laugh. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? I see. Wan Eugene suddenly laughed cheaply and patted Long Biru's shoulder, asking with a flirtatious face, Is it hard to believe that you want to treat all of us at the party to a meal for all of us? Long Biru lost his smile and shook his head. I certainly didn't mean it that way, but it's not impossible to ask. How big a deal? But this shocked Wan Eugene so much that his mouth directly opened wide. Are you serious? It's all right. It doesn't matter. That sort of thing. Good man. You kid sure made a lot of money. Wan Eugene took Long Biru's shoulders, wanting to close the distance with him properly, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Long Boobad. Only a gentle push pushed him 3 meters down the aisle. That's it for today. You let me know in advance of the reunion tomorrow and I'll come over. While Wan Eugene was fuming, Long Biru had already turned around and left. 090. Barking up a storm. In the afternoon, Long Boobad drove to the East 2nd Ring Road, just carrying a bottle of Longjing Laojiao off the car. Su Hanjing was greeted with a big smile. The twinning Yang Jade was worn around his neck, and it was very eye-catching. Lord Military God, you've finally come. I've personally cooked the afternoon dishes, just waiting for you to comment on them. My father is also waiting for your honor in the house. Please come in. Dragon Not Bad frowned and asked her, You didn't say anything about me, did you? Su Hanjing hurriedly shook her head like a broken wave drum. Of course not. That's classified. How dare I? Just so you know. Long Boobad entered the living room and saw that the dining table was indeed filled with a table of dishes that were sumptuous. Su Hujing stood up on his crutches to greet him. Ayashao Hawa, I'm not seeing you for a day here. Come on, come and sit down. Old Captain, you are too kind. Long Boobad smilingly sat down, opened the Longjing Old Cellar that he brought over, and personally poured it for the old captain. Su Hujing is really happy. I did not expect that only in the past 2 days. Their own eyes high above the top of the baby girl on the dragon is not bad obedience. As expected, he was worthy of being the descendant he looked up to. His skills were outstanding, according to his own daughter's praise for him. As long as some more time passes, why worry about her lifelong affairs? Once this heart disease is gone, people are extraordinarily happy, smiling that simply cannot close their mouths. However, in the next second, the originally happy atmosphere was suddenly frozen by the cold air. I said, why did you send a special message to keep me from coming home, Dad? And why did you call this guy into the house to rub it in again? From outside the door walked in a manly figure cloaked in a suit, none other than the Su family's second in command. He is the person who previously revealed that Long Bu Bad sent a few $100s of wine as a gift to Long Bu Bad is very not see, and now see him come to his own home to dabble in food and drink. The family also deliberately hide it from him. That fire poofed up, and directly began to speak out of turn. Su Hujing's face sank, and he was about to chide out immediately, but he didn't expect his daughter to react faster than him. Bang slapped on the table and stood up, with an ironclad face, scolded sternly, how did you speak? Quickly apologized to Senior Xiaohao. Such an intense reaction stunned everyone in the Su family. Is this the same daughter they had who was cold and loving to everyone? When did he go so far as to defend someone so fiercely? Su Hujing and his wife looked at their own daughter dumbfounded. After more than 20 years, they had never seen her look like this. The Su family's oldest two were the same, so surprised that they could stuff an egg in that mouth. What's wrong with you, Sister Anna? Why are you still talking to this outsider? Su Hanjing was still in a furious state, and even that unbelievably beautiful face was a bit hideous. What outsider? He's an honored guest that Pops invited to the house. Your guest? Su Laui was for the first time by his sister so contradictory. The fire also ignited. Very disdainful, which is not the noble guest family brocade dress formal dress etiquette, dressed so casually, carry a bottle of 100 yuan of wine came to our home, but also have the nerve to call themselves a noble guest? You, daring to degrade a military god marshal in such a way. Su Hanjing simply even had the heart to kill her own brother. But on the contrary, she just couldn't move her hands, and there was no way to explain too much, so she could only use a cannibalistic gaze to stare viciously at Elder Su. Su Hujing followed suit and scolded him in a deep voice. Elder, I don't remember teaching you to be this kind of person who doesn't know how to be polite. Other person Xiaohao is an honored guest of our family, so hurry up and apologize to him. Dad, even you say that? Su Laoer was so aggrieved that he hated his voice towards the dragon. Not bad. I just said a little something about him, and you all joined forces to target me. Who the hell is your son? And Sister Anna too? Who the hell is your brother? He looked over toward his wizened mom again. Mom, don't just stand there either. Say something for your son. That's it. Su Hanyang usually loved her second most. She couldn't care less about the principle of neutrality at this minute and directly took sides. Royer only slightly said something about him. It's not like he said anything wrong. Do you guys have to react so violently? What do you mean you're not wrong? Su Hanjing immediately became furious and roared. Isn't what he said wrong enough? What kind of person is Senior Xiaohao? How could he possibly come to our house to dabble in food and drink? You're looking down on people too much. Little Anna, you. How can you talk to mom like that? Okay, stop it. Su Hujing's face turned blue as he took out the faction of the head of the family. It's not as if he lacks these few mouthfuls of food for our family to eat. He came to visit me specifically. He still has me, the old captain, in his heart, and the wine he brought is cheap, but it's also my favorite to drink. Lao Air, you don't know anything and you're just talking nonsense here. Hurry up and apologize to the others. Why should I apologize? It's not like I'm wrong. Su Lao Air looked puzzled, then looked at his sister, and persuaded bitterly, Xiao Jing ah, brother, I cannot understand. People yen young in the business world to help me so much, and so good to you, how can you not see it? Instead, you're in love with this veteran who came out of nowhere. What's wrong with you? Don't be fooled by all the fancy words. When these words came out, Long Biru couldn't help but cry and laugh. Originally, he was still feeling a little guilty for making this family have a big fight here because of his visit, and was in a dilemma, but as a result, now that he took a look at it, it turned out that this Su Laoer's hostility towards himself was so great, and it was because there was this layer of reason in it. Su Hanjing had already been almost exasperated by this disgraceful brother of his, fearing that Long Bu Bad would misunderstand. His speech flew in defense. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have any relationship with that Yen Tianyu at all. Look at you. What a rush you've gotten into. Su Laoer looked at Long Bu Bad. His eyes became even more disdainful. The meaning? As if to say that you are only good at cheating women. but he didn't dare to say any more. Looking at Su Hanjing's murderous eyes, he felt that if he said more he would have to be torn apart by his sister's hands. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you guys. When Yan Xiao is free in a few days, I'll ask him to come to our house for dinner, and you'll know what it means to be on cloud 9. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, not giving others any room to retort at all. This display of slowness infuriated Su Hanjing, who immediately got up and chased him out. The boy, Su Hujing, was also shivering with anger, but after all, he was his own son, and couldn't really do anything to him. He just turned his face and awkwardly looked at Long Bubad. That, Xiao Hao. Ah, the canine's son doesn't know what he's doing. I'm here to apologize to you. Long Burong waved his hand repeatedly and said no. What is the old captain doing? How can you be blamed for what happened to your son? Gotta blame. It is indeed my failure to teach my son in this matter that made him come out and bark like that. Saying this, Su Hanyang was offended again and loudly retorted. What do you mean by barking up a storm? What do you take your own son for? You, why are you out making trouble again? Seeing that they were about to argue again, Long Biren quickly stepped forward to stop them. Okay. He took a red jade pendant out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Come to the old captain's house as a guest. Didn't bring some gifts is indeed my problem. Like this piece of jade will be given to you. It just so happens that for so many years on your birthday I didn't have the chance to come and pay my respects to you. And last time I gave it to you you didn't keep it, so this time it's even to make up for it. 091. You're finished. It was only after Long Bubad persuaded him that he finally gave the Jialian blood booty to the old captain. Su Hujing always said that the intention to the line, gifts and other completely unnecessary, but he is grateful to the old captain of the life-saving knowledge of the kindness, is no matter how to repay. Su Hujing couldn't argue with him, so he took it. In order to not subject this divine jade to the same treatment as the last block, he specifically explained its efficacy, listening to Su Hujing with a stunned expression, obviously not quite believing what he was saying, but on the surface, he still nodded his head in praise. Next to him, his wife didn't believe it at all and kept shaking her head there, leaking a mocking snort every now and then. Long Bubad looked in his eyes, but he didn't care, because he knew that this woman was going to be finished. Her husband will step in and make sure she can't get out of bed every day from now on. Su Hanjing quickly returned with a very ugly face. She wanted to immediately apologize to Long Bubad instead of her brother, but she was afraid of stirring up Long Bubad's good mood of drinking with her own old man. So she had been holding back until they finished their drinks and dinner and sent Long Bubad out before she was finally able to let go. Kneeling on one knee in front of Long Bubad and apologizing profusely. I'm really sorry, Lord Military God. My second brother has been spoiled by my mom since he was young and has a very bad character. I'm here to apologize for him for offending you this time. Although his crime is unpardonable, he is after all my brother, and does not really understand how honorable your status is, so I can only be the one to be punished in his place. Please Great Marshal chastise me severely. Su Hanjing raised her head, her eyes resolute, a look of readiness to be stripped naked and severely punished. Long Bubad had a puzzled look on his face. It was your brother who offended me, so why should I come to chastise you? But, harm, how big a deal? You're my lieutenant. There's no way I'm going to embarrass your family over this little thing, Su Hanjing said with an anxious face. But if you don't prove something to him, he will definitely do it again next time. So please chastise me severely, my lord. Long Burong raised his eyebrows and asked with a cold smile. What? Meaning that you can prove something for me just by being beaten up by me? Subordinate wouldn't dare. Su Hanjing froze and lowered his head in fear. Long Bubad coldly grunted. I say I don't dare, but in fact, it's all completely on display. Su Hanjing's thoughts are good to guess. It was because she wanted Long Bubad to hurry up and show her identity, and then she wouldn't be misunderstood by the onlookers in this way. It's a really humiliating look. Making it public that she had followed the Southern Navy god would not only avoid these misunderstandings, but would also reap large swathes of marvelous approval and envy, which was what she had dreamed of. However, she was doomed to disappointment. The dragon was not bad at all. I don't have to prove it to anyone. The dragon was not bad, shaking his head and humming. What kind of person is he? Why does he have to do this kind of thing himself? When the time comes, everything will unfold. He looked at Su Hanjing and shook his head. If you don't want to be my adjutant, go to the military department yourself to submit your resignation. I won't force you to stay. Su Hanjing was instantly anxious and quickly stood up to show her loyalty, her face full of trepidation that she was afraid of being misunderstood by him. You misunderstand me? My lord, how could I not want to work under you? You are my idol. I've longed to follow you to build a career for a long time. Really? Then just do your own thing. The dragon was not bad enough to turn around and get into the car and take off. Doing well. Yourself? Su Hanjing stood in place dumbfounded, seemingly thinking of some extremely wonderful idea, like a jewel-like beautiful Yen's pretty face, displaying an increasingly surprised expression. In the end, she was so excited that she jumped in place. Good. Just do it. On the next day, Long Burong had just woken up when he saw Yang Shunning, who was dressed as a maid, come to report. My lord, there is a woman outside who calls herself your adjutant with a large bag saying she wants to move in. What? He quickly walked to the door to see that it was indeed Su Hanjing. This guy? What the hell? Lord Warlord, I came as you commanded. Su Hanjing took off his military cap and bowed down with a smile. Long Bu Bad's mouth was slightly open, almost looking dumbfounded. When did I order you to come here? Su Hanjing looked confused. Didn't you say yesterday that you want me to just do my own thing? As your adjutant, isn't it proper for me to take care of your daily living? Dragon not bad. Straight away, he covered his forehead and couldn't speak. Next to her, Yang Shunning watched with gritted teeth. This woman's thin willow waist and long legs, the whole of a valiant short-haired beauty imperial sister, as if a wild rose blooming in the middle of the battlefield. Such excellent posture, so that she had a strong sense of crisis. She couldn't even care less about being scared and directly stood out to object. I'm sorry, this young lady. The job of taking care of your lordship's daily routine has already been taken care of by me. You'd better please go back. Watch your language. Maid, I am no lady. Su Hanjing looked at Yang Shunning, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I am the former Rear Admiral of the Army, and the current Adjutant General of the Navy. Su Hanjing, and who are you that you dare to speak to me like that? When Yang Shunning heard this, she didn't expect the other party to be such a character, and she was so scared that her face turned white. But in front of Long Bu Bad, she didn't want to give in to other women no matter what. So she glared with her eyes, forced her courage to be strong, and said viciously with her chest out, this question of yours is hilarious. I'm the mate of Lord Military God. No one can afford to put up a fight in front of me. What are you? Just an army major general. Don't press people with this Thai status. Once Su Hanjing heard that this tiny maid dared to contradict herself like this, she immediately became angry and clenched her fists, wanting to give her some color. But when he saw Long Bu Bad, who was showing a look of approval next to him, his anger immediately subsided. Good. My maid does have no reason to fear anyone. Long Bu Bad said to Su Hanjing, as you can see, there is no shortage of people to serve around me. So go back. As my adjutant, you should have no shortage of other things to do. And what exactly is the matter? Please tell me, Lord Military God. Su Hanjing asked with a drawn-out voice. The dragon was not bad for a moment. Come to think of it, there really wasn't anything he needed Su Hanjing to do. Because he's not in the military right now. He doesn't have any military business on his hands at all. My lord, I was going to ask you, when do you plan to take me back to the South Seas? The dragon did not freeze again. That question kinda threw him for a loop. We can't say we'll wait until he recovers from his injuries, can we? This matter was an absolute secret. He hadn't said anything to anyone. And even the Killing God Temple Master who was closest to him only vaguely knew a little bit about it, and wasn't aware that he would need such a long period of time. If it was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. Whatever. At the end of the thought, he didn't bother much. She could live in if she wanted to. It's not like she couldn't afford it. Hands scattered, directly turned around and walked away, giving Su Hanjing a happy smile. But that's going to make Yang Shunning anxious. This villa is her couch. How can she allow others to sleep soundly? She hurriedly ran over to pull Long Biru. My lord, do you really want to do this? Taking care of your living is enough with me alone. Long Bu Bad spread his hands and said, she is my adjutant, and now that she has no military duties, she has to find something for her to do. Give it up, little maid. Su Hanjing smiled and walked behind her, her devilish claws gently patting her shoulders. Give your sister a good hand. She won't treat you badly. Okay, fine. Yang Shunning turned her head and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Take a day off tomorrow. 092. Two women competing. Su Hanjing walks into the villa and picks a room inside as her bedroom. There were plenty of empty rooms on the first floor, but she looked around a little and headed straight for the second floor. This made Yang Shunning very anxious. Both her and Long Bu Bad's bedrooms were on the second floor, and this behavior of Su Hanjing was tantamount to violating the holy ground in her heart, so she reached right over and blocked the stairs. Su Hanjing narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous aura emanating from his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, the second floor is full. There's no room." Yang Shuning shook her guts and said forcefully, she had to be tough, or else in the future, Long Bu Bad would be snatched away by the Su Hanjing. It was something she never wanted to happen. Su Hanjing laughed lightly and said, "How simple is this? Just vacate the room? The rest of the rooms on the second floor are too small for you, so you should stay on the first floor, which is big." "Sorry, I just like having a small room." Su Hanjing is hard on the bar. The more Yang Shuning didn't allow her to go up, the more she wanted to go up. She had already guessed that Long Bu Bad lived on the second floor. As a deputy officer, she of course lived as close as possible. With this strong stance of hers, Yang Shuning was sweating in a hurry. "I say, what's wrong with you people? You don't live in so many rooms on the first floor and have to go to the second floor to squeeze in? I'm happy to live on the second floor. What do you care? Of course it's in charge. This kind of thing is supposed to be under my control." Yang Shuning did not retreat one step, but Su Hanjing was in a difficult situation. Although it was easy to force her way up the stairs, she couldn't afford to use violence on the soft girl. With a twinkle in her eye, she simply didn't take the stairs, and flipped up to the second floor with a sharp stomp on the wall and a hand climb on the parapet. Yang Shuning looked directly dumbfounded. Why are you forcing yourself up there when you're not allowed to?" She stepped on the stairs and was about to go over to kick people out. Su Hanjing laughed and ran inside. She couldn't even catch up. "Yang Shuning, when will lunch be ready?" When Long Bu Bad's inquiry came from downstairs, Yang Shuning could only give up chasing after him and stomped her feet and ran back to cook. "Damn it, wait for me. I'm not waiting." Su Hanjing smilingly began to check out the rooms and soon found 2 empty rooms that were not bad. "It's not like there's an empty room." "Ha!" She chose the room across from the master bedroom, put her bags away as fast as she could, and went downstairs to dinner. "You two are usually at home, so don't get into any trouble." Long Bu Bad had watched the argument between the two just now at the stairway, and took advantage of the time to eat to raise his voice. The 2 girls agreed in unison. Su Hanjing smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Hao, don't misunderstand. We were just fooling around." However, Yang Shuning was a bit uncooperative, and her raw voice said, "As long as she doesn't live upstairs, then everything is fine." Su Hanjing's smile froze. This guy, he obviously saw her carrying her traveling gifts up just now, and he still says that? Long Bu Bad was too lazy to care about all the crap they were fighting over. He was just a little surprised at Su Hanjing's name for herself. "What did you just call me? Little brother Howie?" Cluck cluck cluck. Su Hanjing hid her mouth and laughed lightly, taking out the speech she had prepared long ago. Lord Military God doesn't want to reveal his identity ahead of time, and since he wants to cover his ears, I think it's better to change his name to something plain and easy to call, and also lest it slip out at a critical time. Don't you think so? The dragon was not bad and nodded in recognition. Yang Shuning hurriedly said, "Then can I call you that as well?" "Yes, let's use that term of endearment normally. The dragon doesn't care much about such things anyway." "Yeah." The 2 girls high-fived in celebration. Long Bu Bad lost his smile as he watched. He really couldn't understand what there was to celebrate about this kind of thing. After dinner, he changed his clothes and went out. Only Su Hanjing and Yang Shuning were left, confronting each other in the house. In the absence of the adults, the atmosphere at the table became instantly saber-rattling. Yang Shuning coldly, with a tough face, opened her mouth to suggest, "I think it's better for you to hurry up and move down from the second floor, or else it won't look good when this matter gets to little brother Hao." Su Hanjing didn't flinch and said with a smile, "Do you think it's possible? My luggage has already been moved in. So what? If you don't move out, I'll take it up with little brother Hao and say that you disobeyed me and had to go live on the second floor, making his living space smaller." Yang Shuning hugged her round soft and greasy breasts and hummed. The smile on Su Hanjing's face froze for a moment. "If we make a scene with the Lord Military God, we'll lose both of us. Why is it a toss-up? You're clearly the one who did the wrong thing in this case. And did you do it right again? You don't live on the second floor just the same, right next door to the Lord Warlord." Su Hanjing looked contemptuous and condescendingly criticized, "And the door was intentionally left empty and locked. I gently pushed it and it opened. What is the intention? Do you want me to explain it in detail to the Lord Military God?" When Yang Shuning heard this, her pretty face exploded red. That door, she had intentionally left it for when Long Biru attacked herself at night. If she wanted a woman one night, then she could mean it any time. But this kind of thing is like a gourd in the water. It's light as a feather when it's in the water, but when you have to fish it out of the water, it can be several pounds to beat. She hastily argued, You're full of, I just forgot to put the lock down. Oh, what's really going on? You know best in your own heart. Su Hanjing didn't bother to argue with her, and an emboldened smile scraped across his face. Anyway, if you want to make a scene, then I'll accompany you to the end. Just don't blame me for not reminding you. When the time comes, in front of the Lord Military God, it's hard to say who the two of us will actually be deer in the headlights. You. Yang Shunning was so angry that she clenched her hands tightly, her nails embedded in the flesh, strangling the flesh of her palms all white. But she really didn't have too good a solution for Su Hanjing. If this matter was told, then wouldn't she become one of those frivolous and lowly women in front of Long Bubad? Damn it! All she could do was to let out some harsh words out of her breath. Remember, as long as I'm around, you'll never get your hands on the marshal. Su Hanjing smiled disdainfully and frivolously put the food into her mouth to chew, very unimpressed. If you can stop it, go ahead and try. The two girls stared viciously at each other, and in the center of the focus of their vision, sparks flickered vaguely. Flowers bloom in two directions, but the dragon is not bad this way. He came out this time because he received a message from one Eugene. That's right, it was the old classmate he met in the Imperial Gambling Casino yesterday, who sent a message this time to invite him to a class reunion. Still thinking about having him by dinner. Long Bubad is not a man of his word, although he is not interested in this class reunion at all, but he is still prepared to go over to the appointment. Just as he drove up the road, one Eugene sent another message. You drove here, didn't you? It's a good time to pick up Wu Shuangru and the others. Is it convenient? Wu Shuangru, Dragon Not Bad frowned. Although there was some recollection of this person, the name made him subconsciously feel disgusted. But that was all in high school, too, and it was no different to him than it had been in his last life, and had been completely out of his mind. He picked up his cell phone and replied, Okay, send me their location. I'll pull you into the group and they'll reach out to you. Soon after, Long Bubad was pulled into a group of classmates called Unforgettable Tonight. 093. Bought used, right? My goodness, you're Long Zihao? I didn't have to sit in the car for long before the group was indeed approached by a girl alone. The dragon was not bad at tapping on the chat window on his cell phone. I am. Yoo-hoo. Handsome. I heard you went to the army. Did you build up all your muscles? The corners of Long Bubad's mouth straightened. What's he gonna do about it? Well, there should be. What do you mean should? It doesn't hurt at all. I'll drive over to pick you up right away. Don't we know this kind of thing when we meet? Send the location first. Okay. A location was quickly sent over there, and he drove there, a small half hour. Arriving at his destination, he saw two beautiful women in revealing dresses with skirts so short they couldn't cover half of their thighs standing on the street. One with big waves and one with a small leather skirt, waving at him over and over after reading the license plate number. Long Bubad frowned. Why were these two girls dressed like street girls? Is this really his classmate from back in the day? The car pulls up to the curb and the two girls open the door and enter. All had smiles on their faces, were proactive, and seemed very enthusiastic. As soon as he came up, he asked questions and stabbed him in the back. Where do you work? How much money do you make? Do you know any great people? And so on. How could Long Bubad bother to take the trouble to seriously answer this kind of question and casually deal with it? As a result, they remained tireless, constantly sidestepping their attempts to test the waters. Nah, Long Zihao, how shui, you drive such a nice car. I'm afraid you can get the whole $70,000 to $80,000 a year, right? The car is okay, it's only $200,000 or so, but the dress is really good. You're all dressed up. Without $500,000 I'm afraid I can't get down, right? The corners of Long Bubad's mouth straightened as he asked, Are you guys here to attend the reunion or to review your classmates' properties? The two girls immediately giggled like ants. Gee, look at you. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Aren't we just trying to get to know each other better? That's right. After getting familiar with it we can all ask out to play together. Say what kind of work are you doing now? No work. Long Bubad was simply fed up with them and asked, Say, what were you two called? I can't even remember. Ha! The two girls froze outright. Feeling so half a day. Long Bubad pressured do not even know who they are. You! The smile on Big Wave's face instantly disappeared down to a look of anger that wanted to curse, and the small leather skirt beside her hastily pulled her back, forcing a smile and opening her mouth to introduce herself. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm Zhang Meizhua. She's Wu Shuangrua, the one who used to be quite fond of joking with you. Long Bubad said faintly. Really? I don't remember. Sorry. Ha, don't remember? Wu Shuangru snorted coldly. You really are a nobleman who forgets a lot. So many youthful memories in our class. And you've forgotten all of them? Forgetting most of it, there's not much to remember. Over the years he had been born and died on the front lines of the South China Sea many times, and compared to these magnificent experiences, the bit of high school days was as laughable as if he had been playing house. How could he have been so impressed? Wu Shuangru snorted even more. Nothing to remember? Ha! But it's no wonder you're pressed for memories. After all, you were the laughingstock of our class back in high school. Pay attention. We're not here to talk about this. Little leather skirt Zhang Meizhua hurriedly stopped Wu Shuangru, frantically making eyes at her. Wu Shuangru immediately realized what this meant. Long Zihao was no longer the boyfriend they could just joke around with in high school. Driving a 200,000 or so car is the second thing. The key is that he is wearing that line of clothes. A glance at the past to know that he is well mixed. It is not easy for them to offend the affordable. So she also collected her anger and talked about something else. Also, I just don't know if Mr. Lu will still take us to the beach this year to pack a beach nightclub and have a pool party. Yeah. Zhang Meizhua immediately followed the topic and said, Long Zihao, you don't know how much fun we had last year. It's good to be happy. It's a blessing to be happy. The dragon not bad nodded his chin and continued driving without looking back. First of all, regardless of what these two female classmates actually meant when they suddenly talked about this topic, wasn't the point of their frontline generals throwing their heads and spilling their blood to make the common people in the rear happy? But there was no way he could be happy. Emperor He Qi, and the underground heavenly king, when his killing God-fears spirit was fully restored, it was necessary to find out who was behind the scenes and who was actually inducing the Zheng family to brutalize his family. The two girls saw that he had little interest in chatting, so they simply stopped looking for more nonsense from him and chatted amongst themselves. The words are all about how Lu Xiao has replaced a few more cars this year, bought a few houses, how much money he has made, and how he is doing. This Lu Xiaolong is not bad as some impression. Full name is called Lu Ao Fei, high school that will be a bully in the class. I heard that the family is doing big business, rich and powerful, who do not dare to provoke. Hearing them say that, it seems that Lu Xiao is still doing well up to the present time after he grew up. The dragon was not bad as he shook his head and skimmed his lips. Driving to the meeting place, Zhang Meizhua Wu Shuangru got out of the car at the first opportunity and ran to chat with the other girls. The dragon is not bad to get out of the car did not go far, so he leaned his back against the car, lighting a cigarette for himself first, as a right to relax. Wan Eugene, who was over there chatting freely with a group of classmates who had arrived first, was the first to see him and hurriedly led his men towards him. Yo, Howie, you're finally here. The guys are looking forward to seeing you. Looking forward to that meal I bought, are you? Long Bubad looked towards these vaguely familiar and completely unfamiliar faces that were walking towards him and smiled. 4 or 5 people immediately spread their faces and smiled. Yeah, Howie, the big guys are waiting to rip you off hard. That's not cheap, is it? You made a lot of money when you came back from the army, didn't you? A tall skinny guy with a long horse face came over and tapped him on the shoulder and said with a teasing smile, the dress is good, and the car is okay, but didn't I hear that you just got out of the army and came back? How come you drove the car like this? Or was it bought secondhand? Another short and fat man followed suit and teased. I'm afraid you didn't buy your clothes secondhand too, did you? I'd say rented is a little more likely. Clothes and watches and shoes along with this car. Ha ha ha. The two men looked at each other and covered their stomachs in laughter, giving the others around them an awkward moment. Long Bubad frowned slightly. He just couldn't figure out why these two were being so deliberately difficult. Wan Eugene, who was standing over there, coughed awkwardly a few times, came closer, and explained in a quiet voice, Zhou Chao and Li Shun. They're both following Lu Xiao right now. They're people in his company. Long Bubad still frowned, puzzled and asked, Lu Xiao's people? I shouldn't have messed with him, right? It's not inviting, but in previous years, the class reunions were all organized by Lu Xiao. Everyone just played along and didn't have to spend a penny. But it turned out that you said you wanted to treat yourself to dinner this time, which is equivalent to challenging Lu Xiao's authority. So of course they're going to target you. The corners of Long Bubad's mouth twitched. This whole thing, he just didn't think about it. But since he was in the middle of a mess, he wouldn't be afraid is all. 094. The old man died not believing. In the face of Zhou Chao and Li Shun's questioning, Long Burong naturally ignored it. And seeing him in this manner as if he had acquiesced, the two lapdogs became even more reckless. Woohoo! Why don't you say something? I really did get it, didn't I? It's really a rental. The long horse-faced Li Shun directly all snickered and said to Long Bu-bad, "Since you don't have this strength, don't puff up your face, okay? Really ridiculous." Zhou Chao also followed and mocked. "Shame on you. You still say you want to invite so many people in our class to dinner. Can you afford it, you? What are you talking about?" Long Bu-bad hadn't said anything yet, but Wan Eugene got agitated first, and rebuked them nonchalantly, saying, "People's brother Hua hadn't wanted to invite the whole class to dinner. He just wanted to invite me to eat it first, and only later did I fight for it. What are you guys doing jumping on the face in such a hurry?" "What jumping face? We're just letting him weigh himself." "That's right, a few $1,000s a month you play hard to get what you are you?" Zhou Chao Li Shun that is not the slightest bit to give face to Wan Eugene, even if he stood out. Still in the continuous disdainful face, Long Bu-bad shook his head and was about to say something when a burst of girls' cheers suddenly rang out from the other side of the road. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. A black Maybach stopped at the side of the road, and several young figures came out from the car, and the man with his own aura who came out from the driver's seat was undoubtedly the most conspicuous. "It's Lu Aofei coming." Wan Eugene walked over to Long Biru and said quietly. However, he realized that Long Biru simply looked unconcerned. This made him even more surprised in his heart. The purpose, once again, was defeated, and as soon as Lu Aofei got off the bus, he talked and laughed hilariously with the students who went to greet him. Especially the dragon is not bad to pick up Zhang Meizhua and Wu Shuangru. A total of more than 10 girls they surrounded up. The mouth does not mince words of praise a brain to say. Listening to Lu Aofei is openly laugh. These girls are all pretty girls with good looks and beautiful bodies. Long Bu-bad vaguely remembers that they shouldn't have been so glamorous in high school. Let's just say that there are no ugly girls, only lazy ones. However, the most pure and beautiful one among them was not attentive to Lu Aofei, just smiling lightly, having a go at the male students who came over with excited smiles on their faces to strike up a conversation. "That's Kong Qin, the most deservedly popular girl in our school. You wouldn't even forget her, would you?" Wan Eugene noticed Long Biru's eyes and pretended to flirt. The dragon was not bad and smiled slightly. All these years in the outside world, what kind of beauty he has not seen. Even the princess of Hundred Flowers Island in front of him have to kneel down and obedient. This Kong Qin is just the school flower of his student days. Naturally, he has long forgotten. That's when seeing came to mind. It did, however, evoke a vague and misty memory. It seems that in his high school days, he had a secret crush on this girl named Kong Qin. Now that I think about it, it's pretty ridiculous, but he is not unacceptable. At that time, the age of youthful ignorance, we'll have a good feeling and some passionate fantasies about the class of the schoolgirl is normal. "Aren't you going over to say hello to her?" Wan Eugene asked. The dragon was not bad and shook his head with a smile. "I remember you even wrote her a love letter back in the day. It was read aloud by Li Shun in front of the class. It was funny. Do you remember?" Wan Eugene continued to increase his efforts, but Long Biru was as if he was an old monk, just not getting into the trap. In his opinion, these tactics were too trivial. "I don't remember. Aren't you going over there too?" Long Bu-bad looked at Wan Eugene, who froze slightly. Not for now. Let's wait for them to get over their excitement and talk first." "Are you sure?" As his line of sight touched Long Bu-bu's eyes again, Wan Eugene was secretly taken aback. For a moment, he felt like his insides were completely pierced by the naive and honest-looking veteran in front of him. He was a bit indignant and immediately turned against the guest. "Enough about me, let's talk about you. Howie, the goddess of yesteryear is right over there. Are you sure you don't want to go up and say hello?" "Goddess?" The dragon was not bad and lost his smile directly. Wan Eugene also laughed along with him, patting Long Biru's shoulder and said, "Stop pretending. I know, you're still pining for someone even now, right?" The dragon was not bad but smiled without saying anything. He was a bit anxious, and said with certainty, "Even if there is no such thing, then there should be one now that you see it. Don't tell me that you don't have a problem with her. I won't believe it even if I die." Long Bu-bad even more lost his laughter out, scratching his head, seemingly quite helpless, not knowing what way to comfort the other party with such a shallow pool of beauty. "You've never slept with more than a few beautiful women, have you? And you're drooling at this level?" That move straightened out Man Yo Kim's defense. He jumped to his feet and said, "You kid, let's pretend with me. That is a branch of Snow Lotus Open Iceberg Kong Qin. How many boys in our school in the heart of the goddess? So many years have never been which man has been stained. And even Lu Shao cannot be sought by the best beauty. You will not be moved?" Long Bu-bad sighed and explained. "It's not that there are no women who can make me move, but she, well, she's just like that, and that's it." Wan Yojin's face turned red with anger. He lowered his head. His fists clenched in a way that made him look like he wanted to hit someone. But eventually he got it under control. You're awesome. He gave a thumbs up towards Long Biru. In terms of pretending, I'm not convinced by others. But I'm convinced by you. The dragon was not bad for crying and laughing. He's really not pretending. This Kongqin is a very beautiful look. Temperament is also very clear. Body fragrance flow long. Body tight and energetic. Internal chi origin purine. Indeed has not been touched. Or virginity. But nay, his body was still a bit tender, and looked a bit lacking in exercise, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand his conquests. That was the point where the dragon wasn't too bad for her. If you can't stand him, it's no fun to end it halfway through before you've had your fun. Nah, Long Ziheo, do you know why I invited you over all of a sudden? Wan Yujin suddenly sank his face and asked. Dragon Not Bad shook his head and said he didn't know. It's because you're acting like you're going to heaven. It was as if the emotional catharsis had turned on the faucet all of a sudden, and he spat out his heart as if he was frantically venting. Before, I was fed up with the pretentious way you said it didn't matter if you invited the whole class to dinner, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. But as it turns out, now that you're still like this, don't blame me for not being merciful then. Ha! The dragon is not bad, simply convinced. What do you want? Just wait and see. Wan Yujin smiled grimly at him and strided over toward the side where the crowd had gathered. Then, he deliberately said very loudly to Kongqin, Kongqin, you still remember Long Zihao from high school? The one who wrote you a love letter and was caught by Li Shun reading it aloud in front of the whole class. He's over there now. Following the hand he pointed over. Everyone looked towards Dragon Not Bad. Kongqin nodded a little confused. I remember. Did he come to this reunion? Yeah. Wan Yujin purposely used that very paparazzi tone and broke the news. He also said that the current you is just like that, not worthy of being his goddess, and that he can't see you anymore. Ha! For a moment, the room was silent. 095. Live and let live. Faced with Wan Yujin's sudden revelation, the guys were a bit confused at first, but that was only for a few seconds, and they all quickly reacted and then started rolling their eyes straight up. How old are you? And you're still using this as a way to get attention? Thinking that if you look down on people, they'll look down on you. Ha! What the hell? Long Bu Bad's side was also drunk. He didn't expect this Wan Yujin to give him such a show. This was specifically to make a fool out of him in front of everyone. Now he couldn't fade away. He has always returned the favor in the face of malice from others. However, he wasn't going to deny what Wan Yujin had said. After all, that's what he really thinks. He is indeed right, but there is one thing I would add. He walked over to these classmates who were looking at him and said, maybe I used to have some admiration for Kongqin, but after so many years have passed, I've long since lost it. I've been born and died on the front lines all these years, and I've already taken a dim view of such things. Then he immediately added, and these are only my personal thoughts. I never meant to make them public, but I didn't want Wan Yujin to take the liberty of saying them, so I'm here to apologize to everyone. So it is. A few students looked at Wan Yujin reproachfully. Old one, you're being too unkind. That's right. This kind of thing other people told you that you secretly smothered in your heart on the line. Why explode people's point? Most of the students still fully understood and no longer dwelled on the topic. They smiled and came over to talk to Dragon Not Bad. It's been a long time. Brother Hao, your aura is completely different. I almost didn't recognize you. Sure enough, he's a soldier. Exactly like the werewolves in the movie. How have you been all these years? It's okay, it's fine. Long Bu Bad replied with a smile one by one, but nay, there were just a few people who wanted to target him. Li Sun suddenly laughed out loud a few times, interrupting their conversation with a very exaggerated volume. Long Ziheo, you are really daring to say we all know how much you adored Kongqin in the beginning. We can't wait to kneel at her feet to court her. It's always been begging. How can you give up so easily? Zhou Chao immediately picked up and scoffed. I'm afraid it's to cover up my fragile heart. Ha ha, it's so hard to come to a reunion, finally get to meet Kongqin, and specially run to rent a suit and car, but it's really a lot of effort. What the? Everyone had another look in their eyes when that came out. If Long Zihao was really like what Zhou Chao said, that his words were not true, and he was forcing his decency in order to meet his former goddess, then it would be better for them to stay away from this kind of person. For a while, everyone started watching again. The smile had completely disappeared from Long Bu Bad's face. He grunted coldly and questioned Zhou Chao. Which I did you see that I rented the clothes and the car? Zhou Chao snorted. I didn't see it. But didn't you all default just now? Li Shun interjected. That's right, you're a war veteran. Where did you get so much money to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of suits and gold watches? Won't tell me you sold your family's house, right? That's certainly not true. So tell me, where did you get so much money? This question really stumped Long Bubad. There was no way he was going to reveal his true identity, nor was he going to improvise a lie just to explain it. With these people, he hadn't bothered to lie. What? No words, right? Ahahaha. Li Shun immediately scoffed loudly, pointing at him and saying to the other students around him, "See, this is our disciplinary committee member. Never mind how upright and unselfish he used to be in the class. He's now living up to this hypocrite look. Ha 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 ha. Been educated by veterans in the army, right? Have you been popped in the ass?" The two of them covered their stomachs and let loose with laughter. For a moment, the dozen or so students around him all changed their faces a bit. Li Shun, Zhou Chao, you two have gone too far, haven't you? Kong Qin stepped forward and chided in a cold voice. Long Zihao, no matter what, was once our class cadre, someone who has dedicated himself to our class. And now that it's not easy for him to be discharged from the army to come to a class reunion, how can you guys target others like this? When she spoke, the atmosphere was instantly different. It was as if the lady of the house had come down with a question. Zhou Chao Li Shun almost immediately stopped laughing and looked at Lu Ao Fei, who was standing over there. I was surprised to see a face that was boarded up and raw. What are you guys waiting for? Why don't you apologize to the other Long Jiwei? The two men froze, as did the crowd. Lu Ao Fei called this Dragon Discipline Committee as if Long Zihao was now such an unimaginable big official. It's actually a class member. The living cudgel belongs to Yes. Zhou Chao Li Shun was the one who knew how to read people's words, and he hurriedly bowed and went over to apologize to Long Bubad. I'm sorry. Dragon Discipline Committee. We apologize to you. Dragon Discipline Committee. Hey. I'm really sorry. You know, we didn't mean it like that. Long Biro naturally knew what these people were doing. He didn't look good at all and questioned in a deep voice. I don't know. Which one of you didn't mean? The two men looked at each other, both a little dazed. The surrounding students also looked sideways. They didn't expect Long Zihao to even give Lu Xiao face and give him a step down. Isn't this just a dead giveaway that he wants Kong Qin to continue to help him find a fight? Lu Aofei's face immediately sank. Kong Qin's face was also a bit untenable. She didn't expect this Long Zihao to hold on to it, but she didn't have anything too good to do, so she had to help people to the end and walked over to follow along to question Zhou Chao and Li Shun. Why don't you guys make it clear for the other Long Zihao? What exactly is not meant? Zhou Chao Li Shun once again looked at each other, but no one could come up with a good solution, so he could only helplessly reply that, we just didn't mean to target Long Zihao. It was no longer apologizing to Long Zihao, but explaining to Kong Qin. They can't afford to offend this great beauty. Kong Qin looked at Long Biro with clear eyes, meaning for him to end this farce quickly. However, Long Bubad narrowed his eyes slightly and chided Zhou Chao Li Shun. Joke, wasn't what you guys did just now intentionally targeting me? Now you are saying that you are not intentionally targeting me. Are you taking me for an idiot? Or are you taking all the students around you for idiots? Zhou Chao Li Shun's face changed. The dozen or so students around them were also finally surprised, especially Man Yo Kim. In his eyes, Long Zihao was going to fight Lu Xiao head-on. Ruthless people are geniuses, living out of patience. Zhou Chao Li Shun hurriedly looked towards Lu Ao Fei, who in turn looked towards Kong Qin. The attitude is clear. You tell me what to do. Kong Qin covered his forehead, clearly having a headache as well. Lu Ao Fei she likewise didn't want to offend, at least not because of Long Zihao's matter, but her image as a goddess in front of her classmates had to be maintained. After thinking for a few seconds, she simply gave up and said to Long Biro, Long Zihao, can you forget about this matter for my sake? 096. And you're still here pretending. Long Bubad snorted coldly and questioned Kong Qin. For your face? Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? It was a scene that made everyone freeze again. They were stunned. This Long Zihao. He didn't even give face to Kong Qin, who was kind enough to go to his defense. What's this? Some kind of crazy bite? Kong Qin panicked for a moment. She completely did not expect Long Zihao to have this attitude towards herself. In her memory, Long Zihao had never had a gentle and elegant appearance, looking at herself with undisguised enthusiasm and adoration, sincere and upright. There was never a refusal to do what she requested. And now this Long Zihao standing in front of her was as cold as if he was a stranger. No, even a stranger wouldn't have this attitude when they see her. since she was a child. Who can't see her politely? With excellent appearance, as a beautiful girl, she is just likable. However, Long Ziheo, who was standing in front of her at this moment, was as if he was a person made of stone, turning a blind eye to her upside-down beauty, forcing her into an extremely awkward situation. And there was nothing she could do about it but admit it. Count on me begging you, okay? She lowered her voice. Let's forget about this. Long Bubad frowned slightly. He certainly didn't want to let Zhou Chao and Li Shun off so easily. But if the blame continues, Kangchen will not be able to get down. People took the initiative to stand up for themselves. And although it was unnecessary, following moral justice, he couldn't embarrass them too much. Okay, then I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Long Burong snorted lightly, indicating that he would no longer pursue the matter. Seeing the atmosphere cool down, the surrounding students breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is usually overwhelmed by the heavy workload, and now it's hard to attend a class reunion. It's naturally best to have a good time, and no one wants to see things happen that spoil the atmosphere. But Zhou Chao Li Shun was very upset and muttered in exchange there. Martyr old me really can't help it. This Long Ziheo is still stepping on the horse and pretending here. That's right, looking reluctant, and saying that he's giving Kangchen face, making it seem like he's great. Long Bubad immediately voiced out a question. What are you two talking about? The two of them quickly waved their hands. No, we didn't say anything. Their mutterings were so low that no one could hear what they were saying. It seems like everyone's almost here, so let's see if everyone's here. At this point the class president, Chen Shan, spoke up, obviously changing the subject, but everyone cooperated and started counting people and doing their own thing. Everyone reverted back to the small groups of 3 or 2 that they had been in before, and no one paid any attention to them anymore. All Long Bubad could see was Lu Ao Fei showing himself a meaningful look. It seemed like it was meant to clean him up. Wan Eugene walked next to Long Biru and gave him a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. Long Bubad pressed his thumb off as he coldly said, do you think what you just did will just pass by easily? Wan Eugene smiled and asked rhetorically, what? Are you going to call someone over to beat me up? Call those comrades of yours? Ha! Long Burong laughed lightly. That wouldn't be true. That won't do? Wan Eugene didn't even know that he was already in big trouble, and he still looked like he was having a good time, and he didn't take it seriously at all, and went to talk to Zhang Meizhua Wu Shuangru and their gang of pretty girls. Long Bubad didn't care. He just smiled faintly and picked up his cell phone in passing. Before long, the students began to drill into the cars. It's time to shift positions and head to the real destination of this party, Kyohai Beach. Lu Ao Fei has already wrapped up the venue over there. And it's really like what Zhang Meizhua Wu Shuangru said. It's to go there to party and have a party all night long to get high and finish. All of you old schoolers basically left on whatever bus you came on. However, Zhang Meizhua and Wu Shuangru no longer want to ride in his car, looking like they don't want to get involved with him, and are over there scratching and stomping their feet and negotiating with the class president, Chen Shan. A minute later, with a bitter smile on her face, Chen Shan came over with another reluctant girl. Long Ziheo, Zhang Meizhua Wu Shuangru and the others are a bit inconvenient. Can we take your car? Sure. Dragon Not Bad wouldn't care about such trivialities at all, and said with a crane of his neck, get in the car. Just follow the car in front of you. Chelson sat in the back and reminded him. Well, I know. Long Bubad smiled faintly and drove. Also did not say anything. The atmosphere in the car was a little stiff. After waiting for a while, Chen Shan coughed and asked, Long Ziheo, did you really rent your car and the clothes you're wearing? Long Burong glanced at her, already too lazy to explain. He asked rhetorically, does it really matter if it does? I just don't think this is necessary. With a bitter look, Chen Shan persuaded. I know you don't want to lose face in front of Kangchen, and you don't want to owe her the slightest bit of favors, but don't you think it's too forced? Long Bubad shook his head as he listened. Chen Shan, however, is still persuading. In fact, your condition is considered very good. Longjing local people, when the military back in all aspects of preferential treatment, great body talent is good, and have a house. Parents also have a pension. As long as you are willing to look for more than one excellent foreign girls like, there is really no need to spend their military service withdrawal fee in this kind of place. Long Bubad looked over towards her, his eyes already speechless to the extreme, but Chen Shan didn't see it at all, or wasn't looking at all, and was still saying to herself, if you're willing to do so, there's a very nice girl on my side, studying for her doctorate at Longjing University. I can introduce you to her. Dragon Not Bad smiled bitterly and said, thank you for your kindness, squad leader, but I really don't need it. He didn't realize that after all these years, this squad leader still knew him like the back of his hand. Really? That's a shame. Seeing this, Chen Shan didn't try to persuade her further, but just shook her head in disappointment. The girl sitting next to her said to her in a very low voice, "Sister Shan, with this kind of person what else are you going to introduce him to?" Chen Shan shook her head and said, "Anyone has flaws, you can't always stare at other people's flaws. If you just look at the merits, Long Zihao is still very good, but the drawback is too fatal, isn't it? It's okay, we can train him after marriage. And didn't you see those muscles on his body?" "Saw it, drooled a little to be honest, he's in really good shape." Giggle. "I heard that soldiers are fierce in bed." "Really? Darn it, suddenly talking about such things. I'm not interested," the two girls whispered, and the dragon didn't make a point of listening. Half an hour later, the caravan drove to Jinghai, where there was a resort-style villa, and everyone entered the locker room with great excitement, unable to wait to have fun and enjoy themselves. Blue sea, blue sky, handsome men and women, sunny beach, bikinis, umbrellas, barbecue stands, a joyous scene. Wine and food are already prepared on the sidelines and are available at your disposal. Everyone quickly got into the mood, gathering in twos and threes to play in the water and have a crazy time, and no one cared about the unpleasantness they had just experienced, and no one came looking for Lung Boo Boo Bad. It was as if everyone was keeping their distance from him, as if there was an unspoken agreement. He didn't care, though, so he took a glass of juice and quietly relaxed on the lounge chair under the umbrella, but someone else took the initiative and walked towards him. "Lu Aofei. 097. How dare you be so mad?" Lu Aofei brought Kongqin, followed by Zhou Chaolishun. Two people came to the side of the dragon. "Is not bad," bantering that handsome face, seemingly smiling asked, "Long Zihao, Long Discipline Committee, now you're still talking about treating our whole class to dinner?" Dragon Not Bad glanced at him and didn't answer. "What's your attitude? Get up and answer our Lu Shao properly." Zhou Chaolishun and the two of them immediately became angry and roared sternly at Long Bu Bad. Kongqin's eyebrows furrowed at once. This kind of rude attitude was very displeasing to her, but she didn't stand up for Dragon Not Bad anymore either. Lu Aofei wanted this effect, and the slightly crooked corners of his mouth turned upward even more. Who would have thought that Long Bira didn't care in general, and said slowly, "Masters who don't know the sky and the earth. The two dogs they raise are just as ignorant of the sky and the earth." "What did you say?" Zhou Chaolishun and the two of them changed their faces at once and stared fiercely at Long Bu Bad. "Who are you calling a dog?" Long Bu Bad looked over toward him and snorted. "Of course I'm talking about you guys. Who else could it be?" "You." The two men were so angry that their faces turned red, but they were really scared. This Long Zihao was old and calm. A big shots faction. If they really weren't bluffing, then they were just looking for death if they randomly made a move. The two subconsciously looked at Lu Aofei. Lu Aofei's eyes flashed brightly and darkly, apparently also pondering whether Long Zihao really had any background that he dared to say that he didn't know the heights of heaven. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Long Zihao, we old classmates don't say anything in the dark. If you are really some character in the army above you, you might as well inform me first, lest the water rushes over the Dragon King Temple, and you come and go and hurt the peace." In today's situation in Longjing, the military's background was the hardest and deepest, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Dragon Not Bad laughed and said, "There's really not much of a character above me, because he's the man at the top." Lu Aofei's eyebrows all of a sudden wrinkled into the word Chuan. He couldn't figure it out. What was going on with this Long Zihao? How dare you be so wild when there's no one above you? Dragon Not Bad asked back. "There's no one up there, so why can't we go wild? Isn't the capital of madness hard enough by virtue of its own strength?" But unfortunately, in Lu Aofei's eyes, the capital of madness is to recognize people who are more powerful than himself, and the relationship with the top is the most important. As long as those big shots are willing to cover you, you have the capital to be wild. So, his eyes grew cold and he asked one last time, "You're sure there's no one above you, are you?" Long Bu Bad snorted. "What do you want to do? Just do it directly. If I say there is someone above, are you going to be a shrunken head turtle?" Lu Aofei completely chilled his face. "Give face. You asked for it." With that he picked up the phone and started calling people. Soon several mighty thugs with clubs appeared on the warehouse side, grinning and coming this way. Long Bu Bad looked over there and lost his smile. "Ha, this is all prepared in advance? That's for sure." Lu Aofei smiled grimly. "Since the moment you dared to embarrass Kongqin, I've been determined to teach you a profound lesson." Long Bu Bad even more lost laughter. "This Lu Aofei, clean up people still have to take women out as an excuse. Zhou Chao laughed out loud and taunted. Do you know what it means to punch a redhead? Aren't you a soldier? I'd like to see how many you can fight with your bare hands. Ha ha ha. Li Shan also scoffed next to him. Don't blame your brothers for not reminding you. These are your seniors in the army, so you have to greet them properly when you meet them. These people's faces. Long Bu Bad has had enough. He got straight up from the recliner and began to move his muscles. Watching Zhou Chao Li Shan, two people that clap their hands. Well, that's what makes it fun. Zhou Chao even shouted, rushing at the people who were over there. Come. Long Jiwei is going to give us a show of the fighting techniques that he learned in the military. So everyone come over to take a look. What? What's up with those pugilists? Everyone was shocked. Seriously? He's going to beat that many by himself? Pretending again, are you? This Long Zihao. Check it out. The crowd began to gather over. They had no idea what was going on, and really thought it was Dragon Not Bad who was going to start the show. And Long Bu Bad didn't explain. With a look of indifference, only Kong Qin's conscience is not dead, tangled for a while, or stood out and quietly said to Lu Afei, or let's forget about it. How can he beat so many by himself? This if he gets hurt, what can we do? Don't worry. It can't hurt. Lu Afei looked at Long Bu Bad who was moving his muscles there and said confidently, he went to the most dangerous cannon fodder troop in the first place. How can he not have some strength if he can survive in that kind of place? But Lu Afei did not say is that he looked for these people are not the same light. Each in the army are 1 in 100 strong soldiers, to be sure to hit that Long Zihao full of teeth. Kong Qin was taken aback and asked in disbelief, how did you know he went to the cannon fodder unit? I have someone in my family in the army, so I can just ask around and find out about this kind of thing. Lu Afei replied without a care in the world, but Kong Qin was still a bit anxious. Then why didn't you tell everyone in the first place? I'm not afraid of people worrying. He chose his own path. We can't say anything, right? Kong Qin couldn't speak. He just looked at Long Zihao with complicated eyes. She couldn't imagine that after graduation at first, Long Bu Bad went to the cannon fodder troop. Such a determined will. Such a cruel experience. Really impressed her. She also didn't know that Long Bu Bad went to the cannon fodder troop was being backstabbed, and had already started to worry about Long Bu Bad. The fight was imminent. Long Bu Bad took the initiative to walk towards those few club-wielding thugs, and surprisingly, there were girls cheering and excitedly shouting cheers. Really doesn't understand the gravity of the situation in the slightest. But that's okay, they soon found out. Only to see a brawny fighter with arms thicker than a young girl's thighs take the lead in launching a charge towards Long Bu Bad, swinging the steel rod in his hand towards him, which was ruthless and decisive. The degree of its force, and even brought up a horrible whimpering sound. This time if the smash is real, custody of the dragon is not bad, arm has to be like chopsticks click broken. A few timid girls immediately shrieked, but Long Bu Bad just slightly deflected to avoid the blow, and then seemingly light punch on the back of his kidney position. It knocked down the brawny fighter, covering the injured part on the ground and howling miserably in pain. Asterisk. What the hell? Awesome. The crowd was stunned, and Lu Afei even looked at it with his eyes almost glaring out. How is that possible? This man is his Army 10 Wolves school brother specifically sent to protect his special forces captain. Was once also a real military camp and the king of the soldiers level. How can a photo was a small veteran knocked down? It's unbelievable. Dare to hurt my Kong? Good boy. You're dead. The other few fighters saw that their captain had fallen, and each of them had red eyes from anger. And the lions pounced towards Dragon Not Bad, while Long Bu Bad was like a stunning swimming dragon, dodging in and out of the crowd, coping with the situation calmly, and knocking down a total of 7 fighters in less than 10 seconds, still with the same tricks. The same parts, making them cover one side of their kidneys and lie there wailing in agony. The dragon was not bad and hummed softly. This injury, keep them from touching a woman for half a year. He spoke out and chided. On account of the fact that you all served your country, I'll let you off, give you a little lesson. And in the future, all of you should refrain from going to work for others as fighters and degrading my Longzhou military style. Are you also a member of the military? How dare you speak out of turn like that? That pugnacious captain was obviously very unconvinced and roared angrily. Have the guts to report your name? Our leader is the Army's top 10 Wolf School. It's not too late to kneel down and beg for forgiveness before it's too late. The Army's top 10 Wolf Schools? The dragon didn't smile badly. 098. Neuropathy. Better forget it. Just you guys are not worthy of my name. Dragon Not Bad spoke faintly to the sprawled and gasping beaters and turned to leave the clearing. Everyone was stunned. This hand of Long Bu Bad was so beautiful that it overturned their perceptions. It turns out that the kung fu acted out in the TV show is real. Even Kong Qin covered her mouth in disbelief. In the flow of her beautiful eyes, she flickered with a different look. All around were sounds of marvelous clapping and cheering. The old classmates were as if they were returning to their student days, and the atmosphere was so electric that it was as if they had won the class match in the ring. In contrast, the faces of the few people on Lu Aofei's side were not so nice. Zhou Chaoqian smiled and greeted everyone to play beach volleyball, while Li Shun laboriously assisted these sprawling beaters to rest. On Lu Aofei's side, after exchanging a glance with that hitman captain, he had quietly picked up the phone. He concluded that Long Bubad was bluffing about calling his brother's bluff. Kidding, that is the top 10 wolf school. The entire Dragon Continent army, then they are more powerful than the people on their fingers to count over. He has never seen that his brother is more powerful. This Long Zihao was just used to crawling around in the cannon fodder troops at the front line, and had so many powerful hands. In front of a truly strong person. All of this is vanity and unbearable. In the army to mix, rank is the king. Since this Long Zihao above no one cover, then his brother to certainly randomly take the pinch. You get your kicks while you can, kid. Lu Aofei glared viciously at Long Bubad and turned around wanting to call Kong Qin to leave with him. As a result, he realized that the other man was not willing to go with him. You go ahead. I want to go talk to Long Zihao. With that, he walked towards Dragon Not Bad. Lu Aofei was struck by lightning. The gleam in Kong Qin's eyes just now made him almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? I've been pursuing you for so long and spent so much money on you all these years. All for nothing? He stared at Long Bubad's back, his heart secretly fuming. Just wait. I'll show you up later. I will show you what true strength means. And what a world of difference there is between you and me. The dragon was not bad enough to walk under the previous recliner and pick up a cigarette. As he was rummaging for his lighter, a flame had been passed next to him. The way you fought 1 against 8 just now. It was really cool. How could you move so fast? So Rinli, Kanchan exclaimed in a slightly excited manner. The dragon is not bad to say thank you softly. How many years have passed? I didn't expect you to have become so powerful. Just like a different person. A different person? Long Bubad shook his head and asked her. You came to talk to me and didn't consider Lu Aofei's feelings? Why should I consider his feelings? Kong Qin first tilted her head in confusion, then smiled and explained. Oh, you must have misunderstood. I'm not in that kind of relationship with him yet. Which relationship? The kind you're thinking of, Kanjin said with a playful wink. Long Bira shook his head and lost his smile. I thought he'd taken you down a long time ago. How is that possible? He's just been pursuing me persistently. I don't actually like him at all. It's just that he has to make a fool of himself, Kong Qin said with a troubled face. But I can't get rid of him. His brother is very powerful in the military. My parents can't afford to be offended and told me to develop well with him. I'm sick of it. I've been living in his harassment all these years. Oh, this unconcerned reply from Long Bubad caused the smile on Kong Qin's face to instantly freeze. But immediately she perked up again. Aren't you interested in anything else about me? The stunning beauty did not hide her expectant gaze, making it clear that she meant it. Long Bira smiled and didn't answer. The corners of Kong Qin's mouth jerked hard a few times, obviously suffering a great shock inside. Using deep breaths to ease and calm down, she didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. You're not afraid of offending the top 10 wolf school, so you must be pretty good, right? Dragon Not Bad kept his smile and remained silent. Kong Qin was a bit anxious and asked more openly. Can you help me get rid of Lu Aofei? I'm really begging you. Long Bubad smiled and asked back. Why should I help you? By virtue of the fact that I just helped you. By virtue of the fact that we're old classmates. I didn't even need your help just now. It's the same to me whether you help me or not. And as for the old school relationship, I don't think you think much of me. Oops. How? Kong Qin simply took out her best move, showing an expression of icy pity, pleading, please Long Zihao, I really can only ask you. The dragon was not bad laughed softly. It's just a matter of raising his hand if he wants to help this Kanchan. But he didn't want to help her for nothing. It's okay for me to help you, but what can you give me in return? Kong Qin gradually sank his face. This Long Zihao, with a beauty like her begging in a compassionate voice is not yet satisfied, but even demanded from her in return. She was really disappointed. Okay, you name your price. How much does it cost? Long Biron lost his smile. Do you think I look like someone who lacks money? Kong Qin was so angry that she closed her lips tightly. It took several seconds for her to slow down, and in a slightly mocking tone, she returned the favor. It does seem that your car and the clothes you're wearing aren't rented. The dragon was not bad and shook his head. It's really true that rumor mongering is a mouthful. and disproving rumors is a runaway success. And what exactly will you do to help me? Kang Qin doesn't care about rumor mongering. She only wants to get rid of Lu Aofei's harassment with the help of Long Zihao now. Long Bubad smiled and said, I don't want you to do anything. Just say those words you just said to me in front of everyone. Kang Yin's brow furrowed. What do you mean? You want me to tear my face off with Lu Aofei? What good would that do you? There's no benefit. Just want to see if you have the amount of awareness to dare to take risks. Long Bubad said. Nuts. Kanchan rolled her eyes and simply walked away. She thought that Long Bubad was trying to covet her beauty, but it turned out to be inexplicable to engage in this talk of risk and instrumentality. She wasn't going to take any chances. Offending Lu Aofei in front of everyone is a little cutie. Only something that would be done. As for letting Long Zihao see his own instrumentality, what was the point? Implying that this qualifies her to pursue Long Zihao? But how could she do that? There was no way she was going to go out of her way to pursue a man who had begged for his life in high school. Giving him a chance to pursue himself again is more like it. Long Bubad looked at her departing back and shook his head regretfully. He wasn't regretting that Kanchan hadn't taken advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was just regretting how he'd fallen for such a shallow woman in high school. I'm sure it's still too low-eyed. She was the only one around who was the most beautiful and attractive. So it was her. Long Biru lost his smile and shook his head. It seems one still needs to move up higher. 099. I'll give you a horse's ass. Unlike Long Bubad's side where he was alone in Hutian, the party over there could be organized quite lively. After winning a few beach volleyball matches painfully and harvesting the screams and cheers of a bunch of beautiful students, Lu Aofei's mood has finally improved. But it's not enough. He walked off the field to take a break, sipping his water while his eyes darted in the direction of the dragon. Not bad. Soon his brother will come over, and when that time comes, I will make this guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth beg for forgiveness on his knees. Lu Aofei put down his water cup, stared at Long Bubad, and laughed continuously and sinisterly. Obviously he was a frog in the bottom of a well. How dare he say that he didn't know the heights of heaven? What a joke. Today, I'm going to show you who doesn't know the sky is the limit. Within moments, a black military Humvee leapt straight off the state highway and ran headlong into the beach, tires roughly rubbing the beach, rolling up the yellow sand, the engine humming and roaring, up to 250 horsepower of huge torque-driven wheels savagely rotating, a perfect interpretation of what is called the aesthetics of violence. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Such a wild drive is enough to see how ferocious this person driving the car is. Oh my god. What is this guy doing? Why did you drive right off the state highway? This is a private beach. People don't have to worry. Lu Aofei stood out and proudly explained. This is my brother. He heard that Long Zihao was good at fighting, so he specially came over from the army and wanted to spar with him. The crowd was almost shocked. What? It's even Lu Xiao's brother. Is that his brother from the Ten Wolves school? That's too much, isn't it? His brother is even here. The SUV quickly drove up close and came to a gorgeous drifting stop in front of the volleyball court, its rough tires plowing deep tracks in the sand. Then the car door opened and an ape-armed, wasp-waisted man stepped out of it. He wasn't all that tall and imposing, and there was nothing explosively muscular about him. However, the sense of oppression he gave was very strong, like a bloodthirsty beast that wanted to choose people to devour. And just those eyes were enough to make people tremble. Just one look really scared a lot of people. This man. The eyes are horrible. Nonsense. This is the Ten Wolves School, one of the highest-ranking school officers in our army. It's no wonder it can't be scary. The crowd murmured, only daring to use very small voices, fearing the man who had gotten out of the Hummer like a tiger or a wolf. This minute could be said to be Lu Aofei's most triumphant moment. His brother Lu Aoxian was the pride of their entire family. Relying on Lu Aoxian's position in the military, their Lu family was able to leap from an ordinary family to a wealthy family, and no one could act recklessly in front of his brother. Brother, I've waited for you. He rushed to meet him, never bowing slightly as he spoke in front of his brother. Well, where's the guy you were talking about? Lu Aoxian obviously didn't want to delay too much time. His sharp eyes searched sternly through the crowd. He couldn't see any of them matching his brother's description. He also injured his men who had been specially sent to protect his brother, and with all of these men, all of them together could not get on a single hair on his men's head. Lu Aofei hurriedly pointed his finger towards Long Bubad over there. Don't look for it, brother. It's not in here. It's over there. Lu Aoxian turned around and looked in the direction of his brother's finger. The next moment, his eyes poofed wide. It was as if he had seen witch god in the sky, and his entire body directly froze in place. His eyes were dead set on the dragon not bad, even though his eyesight had always been good. He couldn't help but fall a little into disbelief this minute. Isn't that the Southern Navy god dragon not bad? How did he appear here? In Lu Ao Xiang's heart, it was as if a magnitude 8 earthquake was occurring. Though he had only met him once, he could never forget the man's face. A few months ago at the Longjing International Airport, the 10 Great Wolf Schools and the 5 Tiger Admirals with all their elites, were ordered to follow the land warrior god, Lu Kungtian, and head to the airport to stop the Southern Navy god, Dragon Unworthy, who had privately broken away from the battlefield. Accompanying them were Chi Ao Shang, the god of air warfare army, and the 8 Ping generals and 16 Falcon schools under his command, the Army and Air Force elite. At that time, he thought that this trip is just going through the motions. The other side will not be able to make any resistance. However, the result ruthlessly slapped him in the face. This dragon not bad not only resisted, but also resisted exceptionally resolutely, making it clear that he wanted to fight them hard. And just when he thought that a big battle was inevitable, Lu Qingtian and Chi Ao Shang actually conceded. Just let the other guy go. It was then that he realized just how terrifying this man called Dragon Not Bad was. The Army and Air Force's 2 military god marshals combined didn't dare offend the figure. How could he, a small 10 wolf school, dare to awe? Lu Ao Fei saw that his brother did not respond for half a day and could not help but go up and ask, "Brother? What's wrong with you?" Then he saw that his brother turned and looked at him with an almost cannibalistic gaze. He was so scared that he almost didn't sit on his butt. "How did you offend that great man?" Lu Ao Xiang roared at his brother in a low voice. When has Lu Ao Fei seen his brother's expression so terrible? "People are stupid." Frozen explained. "He is my high school classmate this time intentionally ran to me to pretend. I must give him a lesson I'll give you a horse's ass." Lu Ao Xiang slapped his brother right across the face, directly sending him sprawling to the ground. Lu Ao Fei was stunned. When had his brother ever beaten him like this? The people around them looked dumbfounded as well. What is this? Especially Wan Eugene and Kongchen. They were all people who had more contact with Long Bubad, and had already vaguely somewhat guessed the meaning behind the slap. That's why it's even more shocking. Could it be? Zhou Chao and Li Shan reacted quickly and hurriedly brought their old classmates to the far side. Go go go. Let's go eat crabs. Fine. Everyone is not a cutie pie. They should not be around for this kind of situation. But no one can keep the girls in check. They're all gossiping. What's going on here? What's the situation? How did Lu Shao's brother step in and hit someone? Yeah, didn't we agree to come and spar with Long Zihao? Are you stupid? How could Long Zihao be a match for Xiao Lu's brother? Wu Shuangru, who has always been accustomed to being self-righteous, slapped her head and said with certainty, "I know. Lu Xiao must have kept his brother in the dark this time. What a duel. He just took the opportunity to try to teach Long Zihao a lesson and ended up being taught a lesson by his own brother instead. Don't tell me. It feels possible. This behavior of Lu Xiao is indeed a bit too good. His brother deserves to be an army major. His 3 views are so positive." The girls nodded their heads in agreement with this speculation. But only Kongchen knew that was definitely not the case. Lu Ao Fei's brother is extremely protective of a person. What the 3 views are not correct does not exist. As long as his brother has something, no matter if it is not reasonable, that side will favor his brother. He especially doted on Lu Ao Fei, and it was categorically impossible for him to slap his younger brother just because of this kind of reason. The only possibility was that the person Lu Ao Fei had messed with couldn't even afford to offend him. Kongchen was dumbfounded by this guess of his. What kind of big shot is someone who can't even offend the army's top 10 wolf schools? She couldn't even think about it. And this kind of big shot is actually Long Zihao? She looked in Long Zihao's direction. Her mouth grew uncontrollably, and her entire body was plunged into extreme shock. 100. I was wrong. In a short while, Zhou Chao and Li Shan brought everyone inside the villa. When they saw that Kong Qin hadn't left yet, they all rushed up to persuade her, even pulling and dragging. "Come on, my big lady. This really isn't a joke." Lu Ao Fei looked as if the sky was falling. His head was full of cold sweat, and his face was colorless. Apparently he had offended which shocking big man. At a time like this, it's wisest to hurry up and call someone off. His older brother stood by with a dark face, giving his brother the last bit of time he could use to disperse his classmates to save face, as his last mercy as an older brother. But Kongchen wouldn't go, and simply wrenched the 2 men's arms free as they tugged at his own. She had to see that scene with her own eyes. What the hell is going on? Instead, she took the initiative to walk up and ask Lu Ao Xiang, "Why are you guys standing here stupidly? Aren't you going to go spar with Long Zihao?" Luo Xiang raised his head fiercely, his evil wolf-like eyes staring at Kong Qin. This expression as if she was going to eat her alive scared her to death. However, the army major looked as if he had suddenly thought of something. His expression softened all of a sudden and asked her, "What is your relationship with that Long Zihao?" "Ha, we're just regular classmates." "Ha, an ordinary classmate? Then why do you care so much about him?" "Ah, this." Kongqin couldn't come up with a reason for a moment. Luo Fei suddenly raised his head. Hope instantly lit up on his colorless face, and said excitedly, "Long Zihao liked her when he was in school. Yes, as long as she is willing to help me, Long Zihao might let me go." "Are you sure?" Luo Xiang asked in a deep voice. "I'm not sure, but I can only try." "Brother, I don't want to die yet," Luo Fei said with a crying face. "It's the only way." Before Kong Qin could react, she saw Luo Xiang suddenly lowering his voice and showing her a smiling face. "This beautiful woman, as long as you are willing to promise to help me a small favor today, I, Luo Xiang, will be heavily thanked. How much money? What kind of boss you want to be? How many houses you want? Just mention it." Kongqin was confused. Is there anyone out there who can explain to her what the hell is going on? There is no time. If you dawdle any longer, that lord is going to get impatient waiting. You just need to remember to do whatever it takes to please that lord and intercede for my brother. As long as he's willing to forgive my brother for the transgressions he's committed today, then I promise to fulfill all of your desires. After saying that, Luo Xiang led the two of them towards Long Bubad. Kongqin was like falling into a dream. How could she have never imagined that one day Luo Fei, that omnipotent brother, would say in her face that he would guarantee to fulfill all her wishes? It's some kind of miracle. And all of this was simply because she was wanted to do a small favor to persuade a fellow beggar who had pursued her in the past. No, it is no longer any beggar classmates. Kongqin's past perception of Long Zihao was ruthlessly torn to shreds. Even the Army 10 World School is so revered figure. Now how lofty the status of Long Zihao she did not even dare to think about. Soon, she was brought in front of the dragon. Not bad, and Long Bubad still looked like he was oblivious, still standing there looking down at his cell phone. "My lord." Luo Xiang didn't dare to easily say the identity of Long Bubad, just lowered his head and was about to kneel down immediately. "Slow down." Long Biro raised his eyelids and said indifferently, "Don't engage in these superfluous movements in a crowded place." "Yes." Luo Xiang let out a resounding roar, startling Kong Qin. Luo Fei apologized with a crying face. "I'm sorry, Long Zihao. I was wrong. I didn't know that you've even become so powerful now. Please let me. My old classmate. Off the hook? I'm willing to do anything." Long Bubad raised his eyebrows at him and did not speak. Snap! Luo Xiang suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his brother hard, slapping him so hard that he directly fell to the ground, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "Insincere stuff. Is that how you give an apology?" Yes. Luo Fei was scared silly, panicked and kneeled on the ground, kowtowing frantically towards Long Bubad to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Long Zihao. I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was simply wanton. It turns out that I'm the frog at the bottom of the well. How dare I offend such a great man like you? I really deserve to die. I'm a fool who doesn't know what's good for me. Please spare my life." "Ooh." Long Durong frowned and said, "Didn't I say not to engage in these unnecessary movements?" Yes. Luo Fei hurriedly stood up, but when he saw his brother's cannibalistic eyes, he was so scared that his knees bent down again, but he didn't dare to really kneel. He was awkwardly there, standing or kneeling, really wanting to cry without tears, wanting to die. Luo Xiang in the side of the crazy to Kong Qin wink. Dumbfounded schoolgirls only then reacted, pleaded, "Long Zihao, brother how? You from the time of school, that time from the measure extraordinary. General things will not be put on the heart. We are classmates a one. It should not be too much will be taken into account, right?" Long Bubad thought about it and nodded. "I really wouldn't count on it too much." When these words came out, all three of them let out a long breath. "But I wouldn't count it out at all." Instantly, the three immediately tensed up again. Kongqin is all right. It's mainly the two Lu brothers. Luo Xiang's expression was taut, as if he was defusing a bomb, while his younger brother, Luo Fei, was already so scared that his whole body began to tremble, his eyes staring dead at his feet, almost becoming a gopher. It was a completely opposite face from the arrogant appearance of the party. Seeing this, Long Bubad also didn't bother to continue applying pressure, and said faintly, "You'll just scrap your own leg and lie on the hospital bed for 3 months to reflect." Upon hearing this, Kongqin's face changed. You're going to take away someone's leg just by saying that? How overbearing that must be. In an instant, Long Ziheo's image in her mind completely changed. Lu Aofei is directly scared out of his soul, immediately to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but his brother lifted him off the ground at once. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your enlightenment. Lu Aoxiang bowed deeply, then suddenly struck out and ruthlessly broke one of his brother's legs. Ah! A heart-rending, miserable howl rang out on the beach, but the next second, the screams cut off. It was Lu Aoxiang who had his brother by the neck, as if he were choking a chicken. Without mercy, he bent down with an expressionless face. If there is anything else, my lord, please feel free to command. Nothing else. Long Bubad smiled. Just want to ask Lu Aofei to go back and say to those classmates of mine that all future class reunions will just be my treat. Yes, I'll get on with it. Lu Aoxiang turned around and was about to leave, but was called by Long Bubad. His heart, which had only just been lowered, was in his throat again for a moment, and he turned around and humbly asked, I wonder what else Your Excellency has to say. One of those classmates of mine is named Wan Eugene. Have your people teach him a little lesson? Yes. Seeing that Long Bubad had no other commands, Lu Aoxiang could finally retire with his younger brother as he wished. Having saved his brother's life this time, he was quite satisfied with just paying the price of having a leg disabled for 3 months. After the two left, Kongqin shivered and couldn't help but ask, what will happen to Wan Eugene? 101. Losing so completely. Oh, who knows? The dragon was not bad and let out a light laugh. It's not going to be good anyway is all. The corners of Kongqin's mouth twitched, feeling more than just that it wouldn't be good. I'm afraid that he was about to usher in a life that was miserable to the extreme. That Lu Aoxiang to his own brother are under such a cruel hand, to that one Eugene, will not easily let go? Breaking both legs is the best possible outcome. We all went to school together. Why are you doing this? It was the fact that he was my classmate that made it stop. Long Bubad stared at Kongqin and coldly said, if it was someone else, his fate would only be worse. Daring to ride him and on his head, it would be his greatest mercy to remain alive. Kongqin's whole body was hairy from the stare, and she didn't dare to ask more questions. However, she still couldn't help but be curious and shivered her guts as she asked Long Durong, who exactly are you? Why is even Lu Aofei's brother so afraid of you? Long Durong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, do you want to die? Kongqin was startled and subconsciously took a step back. For a moment just now, it seemed that something irresistible had forced its way into her body, destroying and tearing apart all of her mental defenses, making her feel some kind of extreme fear. It's as if you've entered a ghostly place. Excuse me, Long Bubad said indifferently. If there is nothing else, I would like to excuse myself. Why? Can't you just stay here and talk to me? Kongqin was unwilling to let Long Biro go, and forced a smile on her pretty face. How could she possibly leave? This was the only chance she had in her life to speak to a great man on such equal terms. She regretted it now. If she had known this, just now she should have unconditionally done what Long Ziheo said and run to tear her face off with Lu Aofei in front of everyone, so that Long Ziheo could see her own awareness. Maybe it's not too late? A faint snicker appeared on Long Biru's face. Accompany you here to chat? Okay, but why would I want to keep you company? There wasn't even a grudging look. It was just straight up very impatient and quite indifferent. Kongqin said hastily, don't you want to talk to me? In high school, you were more than willing. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, you fight to talk to me more every time you get a chance. And it's the kind of opportunity you certainly don't miss. Okay. Long Bubad was a bit puzzled and asked back, even if it's true, it was only when I was in high school. How many years have passed now? You wouldn't still want me to treat you with the same attitude I had at that time, right? I wasn't trying to be that dramatic, but please don't be too contrarian. The dragon was not bad and shrugged regretfully. I'm sorry, I can't do it. This look of carelessness gave Kongqin an exasperated mind, but more in her heart was panic. If she just let Long Biru go, that was what she couldn't accept. Say what you will to make things right with this boy who courted you in high school and get him to rekindle his passion for you. Kongqin hurriedly asked. Didn't you just want me to go and tell my classmates what I really think of Lu Aofei? That's fine Since you want me to tear Lu Aofei's face off, then I'll go now. With that said, he headed over to the villa with gusto. However, the shameful thing was that Long Biru didn't follow her footsteps at all. It went directly in the opposite direction, towards the parking lot. Kongqin was practically furious. How could it be? How in the world could a man be so cold to himself, and a classmate who used to pursue her in the past? Wait, Kongqin had to quickly step after him and grab Long Bubad's arm, but her strength was too small, and Long Bubad just lightly brought her whole body down. Instead of being worried, she was glad that this would be the perfect opportunity to stop the other side. Ouch! Even though she was falling on the soft sand, she purposely screamed loudly. As a result, Long Bubad pressed his head back and continued to walk forward, gave her a lungful of anger. What kind of person is this? Don't you ever turn around? Kongqin knelt on the ground, her heart welling up with endless grievances. As a wonderful beauty embryo, she had been pleasing to the eye since she was a child, and there were almost no boys of her age who didn't like her, and it was always the others who were interested in her and took the initiative to come over to please her. When had she ever been so proactive? As a result, now that she had managed to take the initiative for once, this Long Zihao made her lose so completely. Long Zihao, she simply didn't care about anything else, just screamed out the name that made her furious and scratchy. Long Bubad turned his head and looked at her inexplicably. What else? I'm falling over here. Why are you still going straight ahead? What do I care if you fall? That's not what you brought. Who told you to come over and drag me? You fell down yourself and you're still blaming me. Psycho. After saying that, Long Buron turned away once again without looking back. Kongqin's face was as black as coal. She conceded. Okay, it's me who dragged you. It's my fault. She climbed up and tried to catch up with Long Bubad's footsteps. But didn't I also want to talk to you more? We haven't seen our old classmates for so long. Don't you want to chat with me for a while? Sorry, don't want to. You. Kongqin was simply frantic. She wanted to know one thing right now. What would it take to win back the heart of the man who had once liked her? Is it just a matter of being shameless? Long Zihao, don't be so cruel. Okay, it's my fault. She gave up her life and ran to Dragon Not Bad to cut him off. I didn't contact you for so many years. It's my fault. I didn't agree to your pursuit in the first place. It's also my fault. Now I regret it. Give me a chance to accept you again, okay? The dragon didn't laugh. A meaningful snort. Are you being funny, Kanjin? It was in high school and you're bringing it up to now? No? At this moment she also went out on a limb. You've liked me since then, and you must still have some feelings for me now, right? It just so happens that I've never been in a relationship either, because I don't have a boy in my sights, and now that I've got a crush on you, can you give me a chance? Long Biru lost his smile and shook his head. Are you confessing to me? This. Kongqin's pretty face instantly turned red. She had never confessed her love to any boy in her 20 years of living. The question straight away gave her a whole shyness. Dragon Not Bad smiled softly with a crooked mouth. He did know that women were much crazier than men when they took the initiative, because he didn't know how many times he had met them, but he never thought that this kind of thing would actually happen to school Hua Kongqin. He vaguely remembered that Kongqin's popularity in the school in the past was at the level of a star. Long hair flowing, fine waist and hips, nicknamed the beautiful body. Wherever you go as the focus of the boys' eyes, is not known how many boys begged for pure beauty god. How many guys had fantasized about her until their blood ran cold when they wanted to reward themselves every night. I'm afraid that if any boy could have been confessed to by her at that time, he would have accepted without hesitation, right? But that doesn't mean he'll accept it now. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to think about in-laws on my end for a while. He waved impatiently and turned to walk away, only leaving behind an inaccessible back, leaving the beauty standing in the same place, staring out of her mind. 102. Live and let live. The party at the beach house still went on and didn't end after Long Bubad left, but not in the normal way. The news that Lu Aofei's one leg was broken by his brother had already spread around the reunion. Have you heard? Lu Aofei's leg seems to have been broken by his brother. What? Is that even a thing? Is something wrong? I don't know, but it's impossible, right? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. How big of a deal did this come out for his brother to do something like this? Lu Aofei is the sponsor of the reunion. Everyone comes to his villa every time to play. The so-called take the hand short eat the mouth short. He had an accident. Everyone is naturally very worried. All of a sudden, all of them lost their interest in having fun and gathered together to discuss gossip. The more you talk about it, the more evil it gets. Everyone quickly realized that none of them had a clue and started looking for the original tipster. And that person is none other than Mijo Chang. She had just seen that scene from the balcony on the third floor of the villa, hiding out of curiosity, and she was almost scared out of her wits. Back downstairs, she immediately spread the word, but she didn't dare say she saw it, only that she heard about it and wanted to see who else knew about it as well as she did. But I didn't realize that everyone didn't know a single thing about it, and that I had become the untimely blabbermouth instead. She cried and begged. Please good students. This matter you must not say anything. Never let Lu Xiao's brother know that I'm hiding on the third floor peeping ah. Of course. No problem. We won't tell. Everyone was full of themselves. But Zhang Meizhua looked at Zhou Chao and Li Shun who were standing over there staring viciously at him. And his heart was already in despair. With the two of them around, there was no way she could hide this. Definitely will be subject to Lu Xiao's crazy revenge. That person looks at a table of talent jade tree. In fact, how careful she is clear. She knew it, and naturally the others knew it too, and cast pitying glances at her. What's more, those few girls who usually didn't deal with her very well had already started gloating at this point. However, there was another person who was even more desperate in her mind than she was. That would be Man Yo Kim. After he heard the news that Lu Aofei's legs were broken by his brother, his entire body directly stiffened. As the minutes passed, his face grew paler and the sweat on his head increased. How could he still not guess the reason why Lu Xiao had his legs broken by his brother when it came to this day? It must have something to do with Long Zihao. The biggest possibility is the price Lu Aofei paid when he tried to ride on Long Zihao's head and on it and ended up being educated. Long Zihao's look that was always careless and easygoing was not an act, but people were already very good, powerful people. Naturally, always disdained things that ordinary people like them cared about, because in their eyes these weren't a thing at all. Thanks to him, he had thought that Long Zihao was pretending before, wanting to force him to make a fool of himself in front of everyone and hit him hard in the face. Now it seems that he is the one who has been hit in the face, and he even wants to go to the face of such a big man. It is simply the old life star hanging, living impatiently. What to do? Wan Eugene was like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious, he knew that he had now offended Long Zihao, and he had to hurry over to apologize and make amends before he could do so. But that wasn't what he was really worried about. Big people usually didn't put little people like him in their eyes, and he shouldn't have much of a problem if he took the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake. The hard part is that he got Lu Aofei into it. If he hadn't brought Long Zihao to the reunion, Lu Aofei wouldn't have suffered such a great calamity. With that careful guy, Lu Xiao, he will surely settle the score with him afterward. At that time, he would surely end up in a miserable state. Run. Had to run. Once Wan Eugene gritted his teeth, he decided to wipe his feet and bail out. But before he could drive the car out of the parking lot, he was stopped by a burly bodyguard halfway across the street. "Excuse me, Mr. Wan, our young master has something to see you for a moment," said embarrassed, but in reality, the bucket-thick arms had forcibly yanked him out of the car. It messed him straight up and he almost fell on the side of the road. I say what's wrong with you? Snap. The bodyguard slapped him directly in the face, knocking back the curses he hadn't spit out yet. Wan Eugene was instantly mute. He was just grabbed by the bodyguard like a chicken to the basement of the villa. Seeing that it was to a place like this, Wan Eugene almost didn't pee his pants. What's this about? Killing and destroying the body. He was scared out of his wits and resisted like crazy, but it was no use at all. He was as weak as a baby in front of this burly bodyguard and was directly knocked out by a punch. What awaits him will be a harrowing experience that he will never forget. And in the villa hall above, Lu Aoxiang had also walked in. The whole noisy hall was instantly quiet as if it were a library. Not a sound could be heard. Lu Aoxiang revealed a smile that was devoid of laughter and walked to the front of the hall, speaking aloud. "Sorry to disturb you all from enjoying the party. Your good classmate Long Zihao asked me to say a word. From now on, the class reunion will all be his treat, and from now on, this place, too, will all belong to him, and you are welcome to come back year after year to play." Everyone was stunned at these words, but they didn't dare to discuss it. Lu Aoxiang gave them too much pressure. More terrible than the class teacher back then. Lu Aoxiang also did not stay long, and then simply said a few words of the scene and left. As soon as he left, the crowd looked like it had exploded. Dash? What the hell does Lu Xiao's brother mean by this? Long Zihao bought this villa? What's the deal? There's something fishy about this. Thinking about what Meizhua just said, do you guys think it could have something to do with Long Zihao when Lu Xiao had his legs broken by his brother? How is that possible? I feel it's really possible that this villa should be compensated to him by Lu Xiao. None of those present were stupid, and with a little careful thought, they could understand why. Could it be that Long Zihao has become a big shot now? When these words came out, everyone fell directly into silence. Zhang Meizhua and Wu Shuangru subconsciously glanced at each other, both seeing the emotion of catching up in each other's eyes. Gosh, what have they done? Surprisingly, he had eyes that didn't recognize Tai, and recognized Long Zihao as the kind of fool who had a lack of a brain that didn't hesitate to put on a strong facade to pretend to be a fool. In hindsight, they're the stupid ones. He didn't take the opportunity to befriend him, but instead resented the fact that the other party didn't want to ride in his car, which was like leaving a gold mountain undug and letting it slip away for nothing. If they could get on better terms with Long Zihao at that time, what favor could they ask him that he couldn't help? That's a big shot that even the 10 Wolves school has to be in awe of. Regret. So much regret. Zhang Meizhua and Wu Xuanru's intestines were repenting this minute. The class president, Chen Shan, on the other hand, revealed an unspeakably bitter smile. I didn't realize that her old classmate, who she had just been lectured about in the car, was such a character. By the way, where is he? A businesslike man nearby suddenly exclaimed. Who? Long Zihao? Ah, Long Zihao. Oh yes, where is he? Hurry up and invite him in. Everyone then reacted and started to look for the location of the dragon. Not bad. Unfortunately, in the parking lot outside, the dragon is not bad and has already driven off. Several people regretted plucking out their chests. The only chance in this life was lost. 103. What are you doing taking off your skirt? At dinner time, the dragon was not bad to return home. Then he realized something was wrong. Su Hanjing surprisingly also changed into a maid outfit, or a very unique Western style, and prepared dinner at home, waiting for him to enjoy. And on Yang Shuning's side, a dinner was likewise prepared. A delicious-looking dinner was prepared on both sides at the same time, set distinctly at each end of the table. Little brother Howie, please savor it. Taste which one of us makes the best. On the one hand, there is the soft and gentle softness of the small family Jiangnan style. On the one hand, there was the Meiyan Mikata with a proud Western-style body. The two stunning beauties with beautiful colors were looking at themselves with bated breath, making Long Buri somewhat speechless. What are you guys doing? He pointed to the 2 tables of food. Can I eat all this food by myself? You don't have to finish it, just taste it and say who you like better. The 2 men said with smiles on their faces, but there was no laughter in their eyes at all, but rather a blazing fire of war, obviously using this as a bet in a showdown over something. Long Buron shook his head as he watched. What are you doing? A tiebreaker with this? What are the stakes? The 2 women were startled and subconsciously glanced at each other, confused as to how Long Bubad knew. Long Bubad coldly rebuked. Isn't this obvious enough? Jealousy and extravagance. My Long family hasn't had any such subordinates. I will definitely beat each of you 50 times. Yang Shuning's cherry lips opened and she was so frightened that she instantly flopped on her knees on the floor. I'm sorry brother Xiaohao. It was all this woman's idea. It has nothing to do with me. When Su Hanjing heard this, her face instantly changed, and she scolded in a stern voice. Good you despicable woman. How dare you backbite me? You don't even want your face. This matter is clearly you raised it first. You still want to slander me? Do you really think the marshal will listen to your words alone? Yang Shuning also had no problem reaching out and accusing Su Hanjing. You fart. You're the one who brought this up first, so don't even think about denying it. What did you say? Su Hanjing was so angry that her face turned green, rushed over and directly grabbed Yang Shuning's lapel and raised her right hand to slap her. Long Biren coldly said, You dare to move your hand and try? That right hand, which was raised high, just froze in midair. De Shui. No, little brother Howie, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Su Hanjing hurriedly released Yang Shuning and lowered his head to kneel on the ground to apologize. Yang Shuning grunted a cold smile and also lowered her head and knelt down again. Long Bubad looked at these 2 women whose faces were completely different because of their jealousy. His heart no longer knew what to evaluate. The matter was brought up by either of you 2. I don't care. He sat in his chair and said in a cold voice, I only know that both of you are involved in this matter. So in my eyes, the 2 of you are equally guilty. The 2 women's bodies shuddered violently as they wailed yes, but Su Hanjing's awareness was obviously greater than Yang Shuning's, and she had already started to take off her skirt. Slow down. Long Burong asked her in a stern voice. What are you taking off your skirt for? Su Hanjing's eyes rolled, and he explained in an aggrieved manner. Didn't you say that you want to beat us 50 times each? Wearing a skirt, I'm worried that you can't see the injuries from the beating. Please forgive brother Xiaohao, but my subordinate really doesn't want to end up paralyzed in bed with a lower body disability at a young age. The corners of Long Bubad's mouth twitched. He gave full marks for that reasoning. Yang Shuning sneered conspiratorially from the side and said, How could brother Xiaohao have hit him so hard? I think someone clearly has bad intentions and another agenda. You fart. What purpose can I have? I'm just taking the marshal's punishment. Humph, that's a grand thing to say. Then I'll be grand too. You think you're the only one who can take it off, don't you? I'll take it off too. Yang Shuning said that she was going to follow along and start taking off her skirt. The dragon wasn't bad at all. So this is their true colors? It's almost like you're already doing whatever it takes to get what you want already. Enough! He chided and called out to Yang Shunning, coldly saying, I'm not going to hit you with any 50 slaps. All of you go back to your rooms individually and pack up your things, and move out within today. When these words came out, the two men were terrified. It's fine for them two girls to fight each other, but there's no way they're going to accept being kicked out of the house together. Don't! Little brother Hao, we know we're wrong, please take it back. Please also ask brother Xiao how to take back his order. The two girls curled up on their knees, their delicate bodies shaking. You know you're scared now? Didn't it ever occur to you that you'd make me angry before? Long Bubad coldly rebuked, when he was really angry. If it had been anyone else, he would have kicked and thrown them out one by one. The two women kneeled on the ground, and even begged for forgiveness, saying that they would never dare next time, and if they were kicked out then they would certainly not even be able to return home, and there would be no place under the sun, and they could only die to thank for their sins and so on, and one more than the other. They said that they were pathetic. He sighed and didn't want to embarrass them too much. After all, these two girls were one of his brother-in-law's nephews and one of his old captain's daughters, especially Su Hanjing. He had patted his chest in front of Su Hujing and promised that he would take care of her. But today this thing, the probability is still Su Hanjing provoked. Before, when Yang Shunning was at home alone she was so well behaved and didn't have a problem. But as soon as she moved here, the chickens came home to roost immediately. You think you're going to give her a free pass because of your old man's connections, don't you? This has to be hammered home. Speak up. Long Bubad looked at Su Hanjing and questioned. Who told you to wear this maid outfit? Did I say that I asked you to be my maid? Yang Shunning looked happy and immediately fell into a well. That's right brother Xiao Hao. I didn't let her wear it, but she had to wear it like this. Su Hanjing glared fiercely at Yang Shunning before crying and explaining. I'm sorry brother Xiao Hao. I thought you liked this style of attire and that's why I took the liberty of putting it on. Dragon Not Bad looked at her and said, I moved you around so you could sit as my lieutenant, not some maid. But you don't assign work to me. Come on, you're right. I'm just trying to prove that I can be an adjutant when you need one, and a maid when you need one. Dragon Not Bad asked, when did I tell you that I need a maid? Su Hanjing didn't say anything, just lightly glanced at Yang Shunning. It's all in the words. Yang Shunning was anxious. Su Hanjing was saying that she was not needed here. She couldn't help but blurt out her accusation. That's why she set up a trap to lure me into using my cooking skills to fight her. Brother Xiao Hao, see how scheming this woman is. Long Bubad sank his face and questioned Su Hanjing. Answer me honestly, is what she said true? Su Hanjing's petite body shook violently and lowered her head without speaking. No sound is better than sound at this time. Long Bubad is no longer indulgent. This minute also cannot allow her. Not talking is it? So move yourself out. Su Hanjing looked up at him, wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes with force, and turned around without a word. 104. If the devil is difficult to haunt, then do not haunt. Seeing Su Hanjing leave, Yang Shunning was simply overjoyed and secretly laughed in her heart. It's called doing harm to yourself and making you eat your own. But at the same time, she understood Su Hanjing's resentful feelings very well. A stunning beauty like her and Su Hanjing, which one of them didn't have a lot of suitors on weekdays, and was held in the heart of people's hands and loved. Now that they had all taken the initiative to become like this, but they still couldn't gain Long Biru's favor. It was simply torture. Sometimes she had thought about it, or else she might as well accept those who were actively pursuing her, although the conditions were a little less favorable, but it could be much easier. But on second thought, if she did, then she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. In the future, when she was bullied somewhere, she would think that there was once a step to heaven in front of her, and she failed to cherish it. In exchange for this like ending today, if only I had tried harder and become that man's woman, then surely I wouldn't have to go through all this crap now. People say that marriage is a woman's second reincarnation. The first reincarnation where she cannot decide, but this second time, she must cast a good tire. Cast the world's best tire. Thinking about it that way, she realized she didn't care so much if it was torture or not. There was a heavenly opportunity to be able to touch the dragon seed, and she had to take it. Long Bubad didn't waste the table of dishes that Su Hanjing had made. She has problems as a person, but she cooks right. After tasting all of these dishes made by her and Yang Shunning, Long Bubad secretly shook his head. Compared to Su Hanjing, this Yang Shunning is much worse than the status and position. People are the king of the army. How to compare? Then the other? Connections, city, emotional intelligence, none of them can compare. Even the housekeeping and cooking, cannot be compared. It's true that good people are good at everything. The only thing Yang Shuning can fight with Su Hanjing is that skin. He finished his dinner and took an early break, going inside to convalesce. The hint that the door to Yang Shuning's room was ajar continued to be ignored. The next day, Long Burong picked up his cell phone and realized that another message had come from the side of the Killing God Temple Master. It's been 3 to 5 days since we last parted ways at the Imperial Casino. That time, the God-killing Temple Master had successfully turned back the pawns sent by the Underground Heavenly King to find out information about him, attempting to find out where the Underground Heavenly King was in turn. Unfortunately, the other side was very careful, and this piece never played much of a role. So the Lord of the Killing God Temple changed his strategy and used this cup of chess pieces to dig up the other pieces of the Underground Heavenly King, intending to look for a breakthrough from elsewhere. Not to mention, after all these days, it's really paying off. The identity of one of the small heads had been successfully found by him. It was the same guy who had been searching the casino lobby for suspicious people with a dozen men in suits the moment he met one Eugene. My lord, this person is not a small person. He is the beloved of the Lord of Yen Luo Palace. It is not very convenient for me to make a move. Long Bu Bad recalled the face of that person at that time, and suddenly there was some clarity in his heart. No wonder how he looked a little familiar at that time. So that guy was the person of the Yen Luo Palace Master. Yama Temple was also one of the transcendent forces that used to be under the Slaying God Temple, but now it had become its own faction, and was also the result of the factional struggles within the Slaying God Temple. Because he didn't have the mantle of the God of Slaughter's fierce spirit, the current God of Slaughter Palace Master sat in a precarious position, like a usurper without the Jade Seal of Passage, and was not at all well received by foolishly loyal and stubborn factions such as the Yen Luo Palace Master. Speaking of the previous God-slaying temple, it was one of the top transcendent forces in the world, but not anymore. The temple's greatest treasure, the God-slaying fierce spirit, fell into the hands of outsiders, causing them to fall from the altar from then on, and splitting into several pieces internally. In fact, this also had Long Biru's responsibility in it. He had clearly inherited the God of Killing fierce spirit through the trial and was the most qualified person to become the God of Killing Hall Master. Yet he refused to sit on the Hall Master's seat, which led to this series of things happening. But he couldn't help it. By then he was already the South Sea Marshal. It was impossible for him to give up the responsibility of protecting the billions of people in Dragon Continent just to be the master of this laborious god-killing temple. It was just that I didn't expect that this Yen Luo Palace Master would now defect to the Underground Heavenly King. In that case, it would be the ideal situation for Long Bu Bad's side to personally go forward and negotiate. After all, he was now burdened with the fierce spirit of the God of Murder. And in the eyes of stubborn sects like the Yama Temple, he was the rightful heir to the God of Murder Temple, and used to speak with giant goodness. Okay, then send me this man's location and I'll go find him. That side quickly sent over a location that looked like an estate on the outskirts of Longjing. Forgive my subordinate's incompetence for not being able to directly locate the Yen Luo Palace Master's location. It's okay, you've done a great job. Keep it up. Yes, Long Burong had nothing to do now anyway, so he ate lunch and set off immediately. The place really was an estate, and he drove all the way to the location, only to be stopped by security guards who wouldn't let him in. I'm sorry, this is a private estate and outsiders are denied access. Long Biru smiled and said to him, please inform us, just say that your guest is here. Your guest? The security guard who watched the door looked rather young, with a pugnacious look, and should be an insider of the Yama Temple, but youth means inexperience. And he saw that the dragon wasn't bad in a beat-up Passat with no good color in his face at all. I'm sorry, I don't think any of us here know any VIPs in Passats. That expression, as if to say driving a 100,000 or so garbage car also have the nerve to say that you are an honored guest. Full of contempt, Long Bu Bad laughed outright and asked him, have you ever heard that there are some noble guests he just likes to keep a low profile? It's no more low-key than driving over in a Passat, and I've never seen you before. The security guy was full of impatience as he drove up. Go go go. Hurry up and drive away. Don't get in the way of the real honored guests. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Kid, this is not a place you can enter at all. It's really true that the King of Hell is good to see, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Long Biru couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. If the little ghosts are difficult to haunt, then they are not haunted. He didn't spoil it either. Pulling a coin out of his pocket, his fingers snapped and flew over to shoot the guard squarely in the heart of his head. The security guard obviously had a few strengths as well, and surprisingly reacted, but also only reacted to the extent that he was attacked by a concealed weapon. Simply could not avoid. The coin smashed on the head, smothered and fell down. Only in the heart of the brain to leave a 1 yuan red mark. He's worth $1 for the level of door watching he does. Dragon Not Bad grunted and drove into the manor. It's a big place with a lot of people. Garden meadows, villa pools, the list goes on. Long Boobad also saw a group of high school-looking teenage girls and a dozen adult men playing frisbee on the wide grass field over there. The girls, all shapely, ran energetically around the grassy field in revealing tracksuits and tiny skirts too short to cover their thighs. The men were significantly older, in their 30s and even 40s. They were also really nonchalant, their gazes wandering recklessly over the girls' bodies, never letting go of the beauty leaping from any of their chests and the springtime glimpses at the roots of their thighs. And their mouths kept on talking, as if they were commenting on their bodies. Looking at the Dragon Not Bad immediately frowned a little. It has become self-evident what a nature these men are. And what made his blood pressure spike even more was that he actually saw two familiar figures among those girls. It was the little insider he had bribed, Wang Yu, and his sister, Long Xiaofu. What are they doing here? 105. I don't know what's going on here. Long Boobad immediately took out his cell phone to contact Wang Yu and asked where she was now. And as expected, Wang Yu replied that it was in an estate on the outskirts of Longjing. One of my sisters introduced us to a part-time job. Try to play the lady. Said to come to her boyfriend's side of the newly opened frisbee field to try to play a day to earn 500 yuan. We thought it was just before the college entrance exams to relax, and came to the. That said, how do you know ah small ho brother? What is the problem here? Long Boobad secretly said a big problem. Asked her, you guys did not notice that those men next to you look at you very wrong? At that moment, a male bodyguard at the side of the venue over there suddenly walked over towards Wang Yu and held out his hand in reprimand, seemingly forbidding her to play with her cell phone. Wang Yu argued with reason, but the cell phone was snatched over by the man and directly confiscated. Long Xiaofu was the first one to quit, and very fiercely rushed over to snatch the cell phone back, but was easily put down on the ground by the other party. The girls were startled and gathered over, clumping together in fierce resistance. But what they had attracted was a huddle of more bodyguards, like a group of soft white rabbits surrounded by a grinning hunter. Until then, they didn't know they had been tricked, and each of them was scared out of their wits. This is not a regular part-time job place at all, but a devil's den of cannibalism. Seeing this kind of situation, Long Boobad was not ambiguous, and immediately pressed his foot on the brake pedal, got out of the car and went that way. In his eyes, there was already a hidden flame of anger burning. This Yen Luodian is really bold and daring to commit such acts in broad daylight. And on the bodyguard's side, he was the first to spot him. Stand still. You don't seem to be an invited guest. Do you? What are you? A fierce-looking bodyguard led the way and stopped in front of him. Long Boobad sneered and was about to speak when a cry of surprise erupted from the girl's side. Brother! Long Xiaofu shouted out in surprise. She had just been trying to call with her cell phone just to contact him. She didn't expect to come over before contacting him. Simply don't be too surprised. Long Boobad was also in a bit of a cold sweat. If it wasn't such a coincidence today, there was no guarantee that something wouldn't happen to his sister. But it seems like it would be good to teach her a lesson, leaving you defenseless to run into a place like this. The bodyguards were relieved when they heard Long Xiaofu's shout. I thought it was some big shot, but it turns out to be this girl's brother. Then there's nothing to it. Ha! How did he find this place though? I don't know. I guess someone called for help. I told you I should have confiscated their cell phones earlier. That's right too. More is less. I'll pay attention next time. These guys were talking to themselves there, not putting Long Boobad in the least. Long Not Bad also not in a hurry, just faintly smiled and stood there, waiting for them to say, listening to them call the leading fierce-faced man called Tiger, talking to him in a rather respectful manner, waiting for them to finish. Tiger turned around, showing a fierce smile and said, Kid, your damned action is quite fast, but let me tell you, coming here today will be the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life. Long Biru smiled faintly and said, I don't think so. Not necessarily? Tiger came closer with his fists clenched, a series of what seemed like refried beans in a flash, his thick knuckles clicking as he pressed them. Those girls next to him turned pale. This fist looks as big as a casserole. Really scary. If it hits a person, not a punch a person's life ah. A few timid girls even screamed in terror. This one made the bouncers laugh with delight. That's intimidating? The nerve of these little fairies is too small. Ah ha ha. Tiger was also happy enough that he didn't seem to be interested in punching anyone anymore, but instead wore a playful expression, wanting to continue to intimidate for a while. Kid, I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here, or if this fist of mine falls, You're afraid you'll have to spend the rest of your life in bed. After saying that, he threw a punch towards Long Bu Bad. The wind of the fist was like a small storm, and it rolled wildly towards Long Bu Bad's face from a distance of more than 3 meters, blowing his hair back and swinging wildly, and even the flesh of his face was squeezed and deformed by the pressure of the wind. Tiger succeeded in his pretense, and the shocking punch scared more girls into screaming. Ah! Holy, what power is this? So scary. Mom! I won't dare anymore, Mom. Someone help me. Woo woo. 2 timid little fairies were outright frightened and cried. Long Xiaofu's face was also a little white, but she knew her brother's power and didn't panic at all, and she spoke in a comforting voice. Don't be afraid, sisters. My brother is here. My brother is 100 times more powerful than him. The girls' mouths dropped open in surprise at the news. Oh my gosh, Fluffy, is this for real? Little Flicker, your brother is actually this powerful? You guys just watch. Long Xiaofu hugged his chest and said confidently. The fairies instantly felt like they had taken a chill pill and were immediately unafraid. Then, they all looked towards Long Biru with expectant gazes, their beautiful big eyes flickering and flashing, extremely stimulating the male's desire for expression. However, Long Bu Bad looked as if he was unaffected, just faintly crooked the corner of his mouth and reprimanded. You expect me to smooth things over for you when you cause trouble, right? See if I don't go home and beat your ass all to hell. He. Can it go down you? He. Nico was playful and completely unrepentant, and drew smiles from several of the girls around her. The atmosphere was instantly relaxed. Tiger furrowed his brow fiercely in anger. I don't know what the hell is still here. Not taking me seriously at all. He stared viciously at Long Bu Bad, the smile on his face instantly grimacing to the limit. Let me teach you how to behave properly. He took a deep breath, and his entire aura instantly drew up to that of a 3-story tall terrifying giant, as if he was a human-sized Tarzan, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, crushing towards Long Bu Bad. The other bodyguards around him turned pale, bent over from the pressure, unable to breathe at all. The little fairies, on the other hand, were already scared out of their wits and were screaming there. Even Long Xiaofu was tightly covering her mouth and nose, otherwise she simply couldn't control her screams of fear. In the face of this shocking wave-like aura, Long Bu Bad was as if nothing had happened, still smiling faintly and unperturbed. This fueled Tiger's anger even more. Ignorant little child, how dare you not put me in your eyes at the end of your life? Spend the entire rest of your life regretting it. The fist that contained monstrous fury ruthlessly slammed over towards Dragon Not Bad. All the girls subconsciously covered their eyes, not daring to look, including Long Xiaofu. It's a horrible scene, and it will be an unforgettable nightmare if you dare to see it. Wang Yu was the only one who desperately kept her eyes wide open and stared at Long Biru dead in the face. Her pretty face was red from excitement, and there was nothing but anticipation in her eyes. She must see how far this man, who seemed to be at ease with everything, could swell. However, her expectations were dashed. 106. I lost Rei's mother. Wang Yu's expectations were dashed. A terrifyingly harsh cry came from afar, interrupting Tiger's terrifying attack alive. Wang Hu, what the are you doing? Boss Wu. Wang Hu's entire body froze in place the first time he heard this stern cry, not daring to move the slightest bit further. The person who came was like a whirlwind, running over at such a fast speed that almost only shadows could be seen as they moved. Waiting for him to run close to the front, Wang Yu was able to see what he looked like. Born that tall and powerful, with muscles of golden wheels and a scarred face with horizontal flesh, a man with a rather terrifying temperament. As soon as this person came over, he pointed at Wang Hu and rebuked him sternly. Asshole, your pussy addiction is acting up again, isn't it? Have you forgotten the master's orders? We've only just landed in Longjing. Don't give me any ing trouble. Wang Hu was like a well-behaved elementary school student in front of him, lowering his head in a resigned manner and explaining. I know that, Boss Wu, but I'll just bring my brothers to play with a few schoolgirls. I won't get into any trouble. If you say you won't, you won't? Longjing is a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Local people who do not have some connections. How can you be sure? Boss Wu said and looked at Long Biru, and his entire body instantly froze in place. Wang Hu, however, didn't even notice his expression and patted his chest to assure him. Just trust me, Boss Wu. When have I, Wang Hu, ever been wrong in looking at people? This guy is just a little yakuza. What kind of background can he have? With that, he screwed up his fist to reface Long Biru, revealing an imperative sardonic smile. Just rest in peace, Boss Wu. Watch how I'll beat this kid to death and make sure he doesn't dare to utter a single breath. Boss Wu didn't say anything, but just looked straight at Long Bu Bad. his face full of unbelief. But the darting eyes betrayed his mind. Obviously unsure of his judgment, he thought he might have misidentified someone, or someone else who looked similar, and wanted to let his rash little brother test the other side's credentials. Long Boobad also didn't bother to waste time with them, and directly a morose gaze shot over, causing Boss Wu to be so shocked that a pair of eyeballs almost stared out. In that instant, he felt a wave of horrifying killing intent like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing him to recall the deepest fear in his heart, and his legs softened as he almost couldn't hold back from directly kneeling on the ground. This feeling couldn't be wrong. He wasn't mistaken. This young man was the same military god he remembered. His heart was absurd to the extreme. He didn't know how that great man suddenly appeared here, and at the same time, he was also angry to the extreme. His own men had provoked such a terrifying great man. He was simply living out of patience. The point is that it also dragged him into it as well. So it's really lying down. I throw thunder, old mother. He dodged and blocked in front of Long Boobad, and his fist, which came out with hatred, ruthlessly smashed at Wang Hu from top to bottom. Boom! Wang Hu was smashed by him and fell down in place. His head plunged directly into the grass, just like a rice planting. Headed rice. This was a sight to behold for all of the surrounding minions. They never expected that Boss Wu would take a shot at Tiger. He's Boss Wu's #1 henchman. What the hell is going on here? Then a scene that made all the juniors even more jaw-dropped appeared, only to see Boss Wu unexpectedly kneeling down at that young man's feet, throwing himself on the ground and humbly confessing his forgiveness. I have eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai Shan. I did not recognize your excellency. I deserve to die for my crime. Please rest your anger. The minions were confused. What? What's going on here? Boss Wu, what are you doing? There was even a tiger-headed guy who went over and tried to help Boss Wu up. He ended up getting a direct slap on the back of his head and pestled hard into the grass. Another head rice. The whole head was completely stuck in the grass, alive and half dead. Boss Wu swept behind him with a hideous look of hatred, and roared in a stern voice, "What are you still waiting for? All hurry up and kneel down for me." Flop flop flop. Anyone who doesn't react at this minute can stop hanging around here. All of them were busy falling to their knees. They were shocked in their hearts, not realizing that they were just bored to cheat a few student girls to play, but they had really offended a big shot. Boss Wu's forehead kept knocking into the grass. I was blind to MT. Tai Shan. I really was blind to MT. Tai Shan. I didn't recognize that you had condescended to come here and offended me. So please forgive me. The surrounding minions also followed in unison, shouting, "Please calm your anger, my lord." Seeing those little fairies dumbfounded, they all looked at Long Xiaofu with an excited expression. That look already spoke for itself. It was saying that your brother was surprisingly really that good. To Long Xiaofu's complacency, his chin was almost up in the air. Only with a cold grunt from Long Boobad, she hastily collected her expression and stood in place in a disciplined manner. Even though she knew this one wasn't to her, she just couldn't help feeling scared. There was no way. This minute Long Boobad was too scary. Not at all the brother she remembered who always spoiled her and let her go, and more like a ghastly killing god who slaughters millions of living beings. Boss Wu was similarly startled, and his attitude became even more humble as he cried out, "I had no intention of offending your excellency, but if I can make your excellency smooth, I am willing to accept any punishment." He obviously had a heart, and immediately added, "But before that, please allow me to notify the hall master. I'm sure your great visit will make him ecstatic. It's a great joy." However, Long Boobad didn't take his words, but just pointed at those girls and coldly questioned, "Is this how you usually scourge young girls from good families?" Boss Wu's body shook violently and said in a trembling voice, "I would never dare. This matter is unknown to the palace master and me. It is these damn guys below who have taken the liberty to do so. I also did not expect them to be so bold as to commit such a great crime without even blinking an eyebrow. Heck, I will drag them down and punish them severely. It's time for a good punishment." Long Boobad narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you dare to do it again next time, then I won't be blamed for showing no mercy and will send all of you to meet the king of hell." "Yes," Boss Wu kowtowed in a loud voice, then scolded the younger brother next to him in a stern voice, something with no eyesight. "Why don't you quickly kowtow to thank his excellency?" "I kowtow to you, my lord." The minions had long since been frightened and panicked, and began to kowtow frantically to Long Boobad. He also didn't bother to accept these trash's big gifts, and said in a deep voice, "Send someone to send the girls back first, and then notify your hall master that I'll go over there and wait for him." Long Boobad pointed to the villa over there, and then walked over on his own. Long Xiaofu had already gotten high and wanted to follow, to see what else her brother could pull off, only to be jerked right back by his ass, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Wanya stifled a smile and went over to comfort and organize the girls to take the buses arranged by Boss Wu one after another. Boss Wu was like a tortoise's grandson this minute as he accompanied the smiling face and bowed his body to send these aunts and grandmothers to the car. When you see him wimpy like this, feel very funny. Her turn to get on the car. Deliberately grinding. Prefer not to ride. Anxious Boss Wu sweating. My aunt. Just get in the car quickly. Wan Yu rolled her eyes and said condescendingly, what's the hurry? I'm looking for the laces of my newly bought sneakers as they are missing. Boss Wu looked down to see that one of her shoes had no laces, and couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching furiously. Grass and I.e. Lugobi, intentionally give me delay. Right. Shoelace while how can lose? If it was usual then he would definitely let Wan Yu taste the taste of being pounded by 30 big men in turn, but now he didn't dare to delay at all, and with a smile on his face, he took down the Rolex gold watch he wore on his hand and handed it out. Auntie, don't look for it, take this and sell it for you to buy a new one, right? Wan Yu took a look, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully accepted the gold watch and got on the car. Only then did Boss Wu raise his arm to wipe the cold sweat from his head, and with a great sigh of relief, he watched the bus leave. 107. You deserve to die. After sending off this group of ants, Big Boss Wu hurriedly called the Yama Temple Master, the god of the Southern Navy personally visiting Yama Temple. This is a big deal. The Yama Palace Master could be overjoyed at hearing this. He had brought people to Longjing this time, and it was precisely to look for Long Bubad. A few months ago, the Zheng family fell, and the power of the god-killing temple grew stronger following Long Bubu, and he was so itchy that he couldn't help but want to join in and get a piece of the pie. However, he didn't know where Dragon Not Bad was, and he didn't want to pull his face down and go to the killing god temple master, so he had to go to the underground heavenly king for help. Good. Archdeaconess Wu, bringing me such good news. Now I won't have to look at the face of that dog raised by the underground heavenly king. You should take the first credit. Little did he know that Boss Wu was on the verge of tears this minute, telling the matter clearly, and unsurprisingly being scolded severely. Boss Wu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. His lungs are almost exploded. Walked over to one person 3 punches to beat these minions who gave him trouble to the face, and then viciously walked to the front of the tiger brother who pretended to be dead, plucked him out of the grass as a whole, and frantically slapped him to vent his anger. The minions looked so scared and quiet, compared to the slaps Tiger received. The beatings they had just received were considered light. Tiger was pumped to the point of howling miserably, like a wild dog that had been repeatedly run over by a truck, until finally his face had swollen into a pig's head and was covered in blood, and only then did Boss Wu stop. But immediately, another ungrateful fellow ran toward him to report. It's the same security guy who was watching the door earlier, with a dollar coin stamped on his forehead. He hurriedly ran to Boss Wu and almost fell on his heel, reporting to Boss Wu, I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and a guy in a Passat just forced his way in from outside. Boss Wu's face sank as he asked, wasn't that man young, with a face that looked a bit naive and honest? The security guy looked puzzled. Yeah boss, how did you know? I know old Mother Thunder. An earth-shattering roar erupted from Big Boss Wu's mouth as he directly stormed off. You damn little brats. Lousy Wu Chi has lived for 40 years, experienced how many lives and deaths. The result did not die in the hands of others, but to be pitted by you stupid turtle grandson. Boss Wu's skin all over his body reddened from anger. So angry that he almost exploded, and he directly kicked the security minion to fly 10 meters away. Come on, prepare the thorns, I'm going to take the blame. On Long Biru's side, he quickly waited for the Yen Luo Palace Master. This was a fat man who looked full of fawning smiles, more than 2 meters tall, weighing 400 to 500 kilograms, as if a mountain of meat. Ordinary chairs could not accommodate his butt. His exclusive seat was a wide chair made of alloy, with gold dragon heads adorning the backrest and armrests, but in front of Long Biru, it was a chair he didn't dare to sit in. He directly flung himself on his knees to Long Bubad and said with a crying expression, Lord Military God condescended to visit the manor, but those damn subordinates, cut the crap. Long Bubad coldly interrupted him. This time he came over. He came to ask for punishment. Let me ask you, are you colluding with that underground heavenly king? Ha? Collusion. Collusion? Could it be that there is some kind of enmity between you, my lord, and that underground heavenly king? The Yen Luo Palace Master reacted almost immediately, explaining with a terrified face, Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. I didn't know about this at all. I was trying to look for your whereabouts before I went to that underground heavenly king to find out. He is an expert in this path. You know that. The dragon was not bad with a frown. If you want to know my whereabouts, wouldn't it be fine to go to the God Slayer Temple Master? Why are you looking for the underground heavenly king? My lord, forgive me. My villain has always looked down on that killing god palace lord. In my villain's mind, only you are qualified to rule the killing god palace and be my villain's lord. Ah. Long Bu Bad sneered and shook his head. That's a nice thing to say. When I issued the military god order to exterminate the Zhang family, why didn't you respond? The Yama Palace Master instantly became mute. He couldn't possibly say that he didn't go because he was afraid of being liquidated by the Zhang family if the operation failed. Could he? Finding other reasons to excuse himself would be an insult to Long Bubu's intelligence, much less desirable. He was so sincere in his fear that he simply fell to his knees in his entirety. This is indeed the guilt of the villain. The villain as the Lord of Yama Temple even doubted the ability of the adults, worrying about being implicated after the failure. The villain is so ashamed that I am willing to be chastised by the adults. Long Bu Bad sat quietly in his chair without saying anything. The Yama Palace Master didn't know what the situation was. He didn't hear the order and didn't dare to raise his head. He didn't even dare to raise his eyelids to look at it. So he just kept kneeling. To him, it was as silent as death around him. The Yen Luo Palace Master was bitter in his heart. In the past, he was the one who sat high in the chair and was feared by those below him. But now it was his turn to become that person below him. But he had no complaints. For the man above him did have the strength to bring him to his knees in fear. A moment later, a man with muscular golden will stepped in on his knees outside the hall. It's none other than Boss Wu. He was concealing his arms and carrying barbed thorns. His back was bloody and looked miserable. He bowed and moved in on his knees, one step at a time, and did not dare to speak, but simply knelt beside him, waiting to be sent. Long Bu Bad waited for him to kneel before speaking, coldly grunting as he slowly said, "When you guys usually tricked those innocent student girls into wantonly violating them, did you ever think that there would be today?" Boss Wu's body trembled violently, and he slammed his forehead on the floor with a thud. "I usually did not control my men well, and let them indulge in their sinful behavior. It is really a crime that cannot be pardoned. Now it is useless to say anything. If it can satisfy your excellency's heart, then this head of mine, will be sacrificed." Dragon Not Bad narrowed his eyes at him and didn't say anything. "You deserve to die for abducting and kidnapping a relative of the Lord." The Yama Temple Master stood up with a roar, and with a grimace, he blasted a smash at Boss Wu's head. He showed no mercy with this punch, which contained a stone-breaking huge force. If it was smashed solidly, Boss Wu's head would burst open like a watermelon, and he would surely die. However, the moment before the fist was about to smash into Boss Wu's head, some unknown force suddenly attacked and brought Yen Luo Temple Master's fist to a violent deflection. Then there was a loud boom and a splash of stone chips. Boss Wu inclined his head to see that the floor next to his head was actually smashed directly out of a pit. He was so scared that his whole body bones were cold from head to foot. Just a little bit. He would really go to meet the king of hell. Long Biren's one grand voice came from above. "This crime is punishable by death, but I prefer that you guys can pay for your sins." Boss Wu's head immediately knocked down, thumping on the floor and crumbling out a crack. "I, Wu Qi, kowtow to your honor for not killing me." The Yen Luo Palace Master was also so grateful that he roared out, "We are willing to pay for our sins, so please ask the Lord Military God to show us. We will go through fire and water wherever our destiny takes us." Long Bu Bad slowly said, "This matter of bringing down the Zhang family is most likely that the underground heavenly king is behind it, and I can't find any trace of him. The task I gave you guys is very simple. It is to help me find out where his tracks are." The Yama Palace Master immediately froze. He was aware of just how hard it was to find the whereabouts of this underground heavenly king. This time, he had spent a lot of effort, but he had only managed to connect with a cadre under the underground heavenly king. But it was the hardest task to accomplish, and this minute he dared not fail to accept it. "I'll do as I'm told." He knelt down deeply. "Within 7 days, I will definitely find the whereabouts of that underground heavenly king's trajectory, and redeem my merit to repay your excellency's kindness of not killing him." "Very well. Then I'll leave this matter to you, and if there's any progress, report it directly to the Slaying God Palace Master." "Yes." Long Bu Bad nodded in satisfaction and got up to leave. 108. It's just a few $dozen of ground goods. Long Bu Bad had just returned home to teach his disobedient sister a lesson when he was called over by Su Hujing. He initially thought that Su Hanjing had asked his old man to plead for mercy, but it turned out to be something else. That piece of jade, the divine jade that he gave to Su Hujing before, can make a man's blood alive and open the veins of the golden spear of the absolute rippling blood linden. He was called over this time, not because the old captain discovered the magical efficacy of this piece of jade, but because his son, Su Lao Air, learned about it and had to take that piece of jade for appraisal, only to be arrested. I don't know what's going on with my tiger-headed daughter. I can't get in touch with her by phone, so I had to call and bother you to come over. Xiao Hao, can you fix it? Looking at Su Hujing's face full of sorrow, Long Durong certainly had no reason to refuse. You can rest assured, old captain. I promise to bring your son back safe and sound. Okay, then please Xiao Hao, I really appreciate it. Su Hujing was relieved, thankful and touched by Long Bubad, and the half-aged woman was also awkwardly accompanying the smiling face next to him. Long Bubad also did not count too much. This woman last time to stand in line her son, but also is just human nature. What are you talking about, old captain? If it wasn't for you in the first place, I would have died a long time ago. He immediately walked out of the quad after his courtesy and drove to Jia's jewelry house. Needless to say, that Su Lao Air must have been detained there, so he went over without even asking Su Hujing for his exact location. The reason why he was so sure was because that piece of divine jade absolutely in blood Bodhi came from none other than Jia's hands, and it was a compensatory gift sent to him after that previous incident of theirs. And Jia's people must have thought that his divine jade had been stolen or lost or something like that. After realizing that his own divine jade had been given to him and then sent back for appraisal by a guy who didn't have a clue. Of course, if that elder Su hadn't been ignorant of his identity, I'm sure he wouldn't have been held back by the Jia family. He didn't have a good impression of Su Hujing, his second son. Let's teach this guy a lesson this time. After knowing that his status and position were not ordinary, it was expected that he would not come back to provoke him in the future. On the other side, at Jia's jewelry house, Elder Su was grinning broadly as he sat on the sofa and drank tea, surrounded by several powerful security guards stopping at the door. There are also a few next to the seat. He is not only not afraid, but provocative to make eyes at them. A look of ode to fight. I say you guys have no eyes. In the end, do you know who my sister is? Just for a piece of broken jade. How dare you stop me here like this? Really live impatient, right? None of the people present were tired of his raving. I can't tell you how many times I've heard it all. Especially Boss Zhu, who was sitting on the main seat. The previous one, Boss Jia, has already gone into the coffin, and the newly appointed Boss Zhu is similarly blessed with a figure like the East China Sea, only that his complexion appears to be a bit as if he is walking on thin ice. Even after such a big event, he didn't dare to make unauthorized decisions, but instead, he listened to the decision of the family head in all matters. Anyway, the matter had already been reported to him, and it was also the order of the higher-ups to detain this foul-mouthed fellow, and he was not at all involved in the pot. Look at you guys with this solemn look. Feelings that piece of broken stone, it's really some kind of treasure? Elder Su crossed his legs and swayed for a long time before he finally couldn't help but ask. Instead of answering, Boss Zhu asked him once more, where did you get that piece of jade? It's all said. It's a gift from an unemployed veteran to my dad. My dad wears it close to his heart as if it were a treasure. So I'm not convinced. It's just dozens of dollars of ground goods. As far as this is concerned, I didn't even give him this treatment for the last Hatian jade I bought from you guys. Boss Zhu snorted. What trash Hatian jade? How could it be compared to the Jia Lian blood Bodhi, one of the top 10 divine jades? That's an outrageous lie to make up. This piece of jade is obviously the most precious treasure that their Jia family took out to offer to that great man. How could it be given to your father by an unemployed veteran? Who do you think your father is? The Jade Emperor? But this matter the master of the family commanded him to keep it strictly confidential. Dare to say it out. Then no one can guarantee his life. So he has not dared to say a word more. Not knowing what's going on, Elder Su impatiently asked. So what's the situation? Why are you holding me here and not letting me go? Do you know that there are still a bunch of things I need to take care of in my company? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we can't let you go until you're willing to tell the truth. Humph. You guys just keep spending time with me here. And when my sister comes, let's see if I don't send all of you to jail, Elder Su said with a face full of intimidation. Send Nema. Unexpectedly, a complexioned security guard opposite him suddenly couldn't bear it anymore and questioned in a stern voice, hurry up and give me an honest explanation. Where did you get this piece of jade from? Asterisk. What are you doing so loud all of a sudden? Elder Su was startled by the roar and spilled the tea from the cup in his hand on his crotch, looking as if he had been scared to pee. The scene drew a laugh from the group of security guards. Elder Su's face flushed red as he flung his hand fiercely, directly shattering the teacup in his hand. Laugh your ass off. What are you laughing at? Keep your mouths shut. If you dare to laugh again, when my sister comes over, I'll tear your mouths off. Ha ha ha. This guy is in a hurry. A hurry. Ah ha 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 ha. Instead, the group of security guards laughed even louder. This is even more so that Su Laoti's shame and indignation, as a man's face, like that passing threshold as they trample to trample, deservedly general. This is outrageous. Enraged, he copied the chair beside him and slammed it into the man, only to be instead pinned to the ground by 3 or 4 men, unable to move, his mannequin suit ripped open. I'm Brown. Let me go. You dogs, let me go. He roared at the top of his lungs, but the resistance was so weak compared to the 3 or 4 security guards pressing down on him. Boss Zhu snorted and laughed coldly. I advise you to be honest earlier. You jade thief. Say, is this piece of jade stolen by you or not? Old man stealing an Yale Gobi. Su Lao Air directly stormed into a rage, spitting funfying at Boss Zhu, only to be severely slapped by the flower-armed security guard beside the other party with several big ear scrapes, his face red and swollen. The slaps had cost him his dignity and his face as a man. His eyes were filled with hateful fury as he stared at the security guard, viciously saying, I swear to God, I will definitely draw back these slaps. The flower-armed security guard smirked. But if you can do it, you don't have to swear to the heavens. You. Su Lao Air was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. A bunch of security guards just laughed beside them. Happy for them, they're almost ready to give out their year-end awards. And just then, a female receptionist's announcement suddenly came over the radio. Boss Zhu, a guest claiming to be the owner of Treasure Jade seeks an audience. Boss Zhu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly roared. I'll be right over. The security guards who were laughing out loud suddenly stopped laughing. They looked at each other and whispered. Surprisingly, it's Master Jade? It can't really be that great man himself, can it? How is it possible? This is also too fast. That kind of big person has a lot of work to do. How can he personally run for this kind of small matter? It must be the order of the subordinates. Even if it's an underling, that's not something we can touch. Well, Boss Zhu personally greeted this person. This person definitely comes from a great place. They hadn't noticed that one wretched fellow was lying on the ground, grinning viciously. You guys are screwed. My sister is here. 109. He's the one who stole the jade. Jia's jewelry house. Boss Zhu walked to the reception room, and the moment he saw the young man across from him, his brows directly furrowed. This was not at all the same person as the big shot in the airy photo the head of the family had sent him. No wonder he would misrecognize him. Long Bubad just went back to his home and changed all the formal clothes on his body. The body he is wearing now looks rustic and naive. Boss Zhu had never seen him in real life, and he didn't recognize him at all. Boss Zhu was dumbfounded, wanting to ask what the hell was going on today. That someone would dare to impersonate that great man? Nope. This guy is simply in cahoots with the one inside, right? Boss Zhu's eyes widened angrily and his face flushed red. Good you jade thief. How dare you fool me in such a way? Think I really think you're some kind of big shot just because you hired someone outside to play along with your act? Trying to sell the divine jade blood Bodhi in this way. Humph, don't even think about it. But this plan you guys came up with is quite good and bold. If not for him, Boss Zhu, a different person might have really been fooled by you guys. It's worth offering him a round of applause. Snap. Boss Zhu sneered and applauded. It was Long Biru's turn to be puzzled. Why is this guy clapping all of a sudden? And with that look on his face, did he not recognize him? But it shouldn't be. The divine jade was given to him by the Jia family. It's impossible not to know about it. As Long Birong was wondering, he saw the corner of Boss Zhu's mouth turn up in a mocking arc as he inquired to himself in a conspiratorial manner. I guess you are the owner of that precious jade, right? Dragon Not Bad nodded and said yes. Boss Zhu smiled coldly and reached out to point the way. Please, the gentleman who joined you is waiting for you over here. With his hands in his pockets, Dragon Not Bad followed him into another heavily guarded reception room. He saw Su Lao Air, who was lying on the floor covered in a mess. At a glance, and immediately frowned. This Su Lao Air, although he did not see eye to eye, but it is also the son of his old captain Su Hu Jing. It is not the turn of outsiders to be bullied like this. But who knows? This Su Lao Air saw the person who came as him. The whole person directly are furious. Hideous face towards him hissed and growled. Grass and I code. How come it's you? Where is my sister? Where is my sister? The dragon was not bad and directly rolled his eyes. He was the one who hadn't thought it through well just now. And sure enough it was better to let this guy suffer more humiliation. Su Lao Air saw Long Bubad even disdain to take care of him. Even more furious, directly mouth began to curse. I asked you to talk. You a Yakuza veteran drag what drag? Long Bubad coldly said. Keep your mouth clean. Who are you calling a Yakuza? I'm talking about you. What? You don't like it? You have the guts to hit me? Elder Su pointed to his nose and mocked with a face full of disdain. Long Bu Bat instantly pulled his hand out of his pants pocket. He was prepared to ruthlessly give Su Lao Er a lesson he would never forget, but when he thought of him being the old captain's son, he immediately felt a bit unable to do anything about it. If he accidentally crippled Elder Su, how would he explain to Su Hujing? If you hit it lightly, it feels like a joke again, and very silly. The dragon was not bad for some awkwardness. Su Lao Er took a look at the way he wanted to hit but didn't dare to. He became even more pleased with himself, and mocked even more recklessly, even saying things like what a toad wants to eat swan meat, and what he wants to pursue his sister even though he is a licking dog. He did not know is that the toad is not a dragon is not bad but his sister Su Hanjing. Is Su Hanjing want to eat a dragon is not bad swan meat. Is also Su Hanjing scramble backwards pursuit of a dragon is not bad. To him as a licking dog were rejected. Under the shame and anger left home. As Long Bu Bad listened to these mocking words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If Elder Su knew the truth, I'm afraid that he would be shamed to death alive by what he said. Boss Zhu and the surrounding security guards were happy enough beside them. They hadn't done anything yet, but these two guys were fighting internally first. A bunch of security guards were there ha. However, Boss Zhu didn't smile for a few moments before collecting his expression. He felt that this might be these two people acting together, knowing that they were guilty of stealing the divine jade, and wanted to let their guard down in this way, so that they could take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. He immediately sank his face and ordered, "Come on, take these two jade thieves down for me." Yes. The security guards immediately stopped laughing and revealed a fierce expression. As the security guards of one of the giant Jia family, their business skills were still outstanding. Straight away, in 3 strokes, he tied up Su Lao Er, who was screaming the loudest over there. In the process there is no less punches and kicks, to his face bruised and purple, in that wailing and screaming. "Stop hitting. It hurts. At least don't hit the face. I'm at least the boss of a listed company. How dare you guys hit me like that?" Boss Zhu sneered. "Boss of a listed company? Humph. If you dare to steal our Jia family's jade, don't say you're the boss of some listed company. If you're the boss of a Fortune 500 company, we'll still beat you up." Hearing this, Elder Su was punched in the nose again, and blood came out, and he directly cried, "I was wrong. Your Jia family is awesome. I'm sorry, aren't I? I can't afford to be offended, but you can't frame a good person either. I really didn't steal that jade. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Give me a hard beating." Yes, the security thugs were waiting for that, laughing and punching and kicking. The dragon was not bad and just watched silently from the side. Hit it hard. It's time for this Su Lao Er to be taught a good lesson. He can't do anything wrong if he's watching. Anyway, even if he was seriously injured, he could still ask the imperial doctor to treat him. But who would have expected that this Su Lao Er suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed it towards him? Ma da. I admit that you guys decided that the jade was stolen, but why didn't you beat him up? He's the one who stole the jade. He's the one who gave the jade pendant to my father. The fighters were all stunned, and they all looked towards Long Biru. Then, he looked over toward Boss Zhu. Su Lao Er seemed to have just reacted to who the originator of getting himself beaten was, pointing at Long Bu Bad and cursing bitterly once again. "You son of a. I knew there was something wrong with you as a person. So your hands and feet were so unclean that you dared to go and steal the Jia family's precious jade, causing me to be beaten so badly." Long Bu Bad coldly grunted and laughed, saying, "You yourself had to bring the things I gave to your father for appraisal, and you still blame me? Isn't this just a self-inflicted sin? You fart. This is all because of you. It's all your fault." Long Bu Bad even shook his head. With this theory, it is a complete waste of time. Beside him, Boss Zhu's brows wrinkled up instead, coldly questioning Long Burong. "Is what he said true? That piece of jade was given to his old man by you?" "Yes, it's from me." "And where did you steal it from?" Long Bu Bad snorted. "How did you decide that I stole that piece of jade?" Boss Zhu's face sank as he sternly rebuked. "That piece of jade was a compensatory gift from our Jia family to a certain great man. It is exactly from our Jia family's treasure trove. How do you think I know about it?" When Elder Su heard this, he was dumbfounded. "What? That piece of jade actually came from the Jia family's treasury?" 110. "See how scared you are." Elder Su felt like his brain had fainted. What kind of family was the Jia family? One of the 3 giant families that stood at the very top of the dragon continent. The things in their family's treasury would not be mortal? Elder Su panicked all of a sudden, and his back was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Big trouble. The value of this treasure might not even be able to pay for selling his company. Elder Su wanted to cry. How did this fly off the handle for a good reason? He began to think desperately about a way to escape. That precious jade was a true supreme treasure. This matter was certain. But wouldn't that mean that the Long Zihao who had given away this supreme treasure was truly capable? No, that's not possible. Elder Su frantically denied it in his mind. This is absolutely impossible. Long Zihao is a Yakuza veteran who can't even find a job. A smelly beggar who can't even afford to give a bottle of flying mutai. How could he possibly have the most precious treasure sent by the Jia family? How could the Jia family have given him such an expensive treasure? Definitely stolen. Elder Su's bloodshot eyes stared at Long Zihao dead on, already gnashing his teeth in hatred. Really damned this person. Their hands and feet are not clean to steal people Jia family's most precious treasure. And then afraid of being tracked down to give this hot potato to his father as a gift. The result is that he harmed him so badly. Really damned. And there's more than one person who thinks the same way as him. Boss Zhu thought the same thing. He faced Long Boo Boo Bad and loudly chided. What a dog's guts. You dare to steal the divine jade that our Jia clan sent out. I think you're living out of your mind. Yes? Long Burong shook his head and lost his smile. But it seems to me that the one who's living beyond his means should be you. What did you say? Boss Zhu let out a ridiculous laugh. You're already dead in the water. Do you know how honorable the identity of the owner of this divine jade is? And you're still rampaging here. Let me tell you, even if I don't take you today, that lord will take you. Long Bu Bad couldn't strain a smile for a moment and asked him, the big shot you're talking about, isn't his surname Dragon? Boss Zhu snorted. So what if it is? Dragon not bad, guess what my last name is? Boss Zhu really didn't know his last name, and subconsciously looked at Elder Su. His last name is Dragon. Why? What big shot with the name Dragon? He's not worth it? Instantly, he snorted a laugh. Boss Zhu followed suit and snorted with laughter, saying as he laughed, you are surnamed Dragon. But so what? Do you think that just because you share the same last name as that big shot that you can get the glory? Even the beaters next to him couldn't help but laugh. Village pikers? It's ridiculous. Long Bu Bad shook his head as he listened. He had already had a bad time with the Jia family last time, and had accepted the gifts they gave him. He really didn't want to mess with them anymore. But these people had to jump on their faces and make a fool of themselves. So what could be done about it? He shook his head and then asked, when you received that precious jade, you didn't inform Jia returning eagle? Daring. Boss Zhu immediately scolded. Our family master's name is also something you can call. Just tell me if there is one. So what if there is? Long Biru was immediately puzzled. Since he had been notified, then Jia returning eagle definitely wouldn't be slacking off, and should have already contacted the Horseless Alliance Master. But he hadn't even received any news from the Harmless Alliance Master now. What was going on? He didn't know that the allied lord without harmlessness was already a hot mess this minute and was in a hurry. The Jia family had given him 4 pieces of divine jade last time as a compensation for Long Bu Bu Bad, and he had only given 1 piece to Long Bu Bu Bad on his side. And now that this had happened, he was definitely going to be heavily penalized once things were revealed. Long Burong didn't doubt it, and directly took out his phone to contact the allied lord without harmless, asking him to notify Jia returning eagle to come to Jia's jewelry house. The Harmless Alliance Master's voice seemed terrified. Long Bu Bad didn't care too much and thought he was delayed by something else. And on this side of the reception room, he was once again taunted. Yo, still on the phone? When Boss Zhu saw him calling and pretending to call, he snorted. I'd like to see what kind of people you can call. The surrounding fighters also held their arms in a watching position. Long Bu Bad already had a hopeless expression on his face as he said, your family head Jia is still an eagle. I've already notified him to come over. What? The security fighters were all startled. Jia also eagle in their eyes, that is with the Supreme Emperor General existence. Say no one. Supreme? The result was even called over by this kid lightly? How is that possible? It's a travesty. Boss Zhu looked at Long Bu Bad as if he was looking at a psychopath, already not even bothering to snicker. Even if you want to brag, can you be more reliable? You dare to brag about this kind of bull. Are you really not afraid of death? I don't care to bull you. You'll find out soon enough. Long Bu Bu Bad went straight to that chair, crossed his legs and waited up. Seeing him in this old-fashioned manner, the surrounding beaters were all confused at once. Boy, so sure, the feelings really called their Jia master over? But what kind of person is their master? Can't he be called over casually like this? But if that's the case, then all of them can't get away with it, and they'll all suffer. The room was suddenly silent for a moment. Cold sweat was even breaking out on Boss Zhu's forehead. Long Bubad's chesty appearance was really scaring him. He didn't dare to continue his bravado this minute, but began to seriously consider the possibility that the naive young man in front of him was the big man himself. He even took the photos out and compared them back and forth. Do not look closely, do not know. A close look shocked. This seriously down a look. He found that the appearance between the two is really very similar. It was only the vast difference in temperament that made him think at first that it couldn't be one person. If you just look at the looks, there really is an 8 or 9% resemblance. This scared him so much that cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the floor. Boss Zhu had an expression of a great misfortune and fell into a half-minute-long stupor. He kept wondering what he would do if this young man was really the big man. I really can't. If he's mistaken, he's dead. He swallowed hard and trembled as he walked up to Long Biru and asked for his name. This master, dare I ask your great name is? Exactly? Long Bubad laughed and pointed at Elder Su. Hasn't he told you guys my name yet? Boss Zhu hurriedly walked over to the snotty and swollen Elder Su to inquire. This old man still has the strength to snicker. See how scared you are. His name is Long Zihao. He's just a Yakuza veteran who can't find a job. You don't really think he's a big shot, do you? He's just a jade thief. Upon hearing the name Long Zihao, Boss Zhu was directly relieved. That great man's compliance was called Long Bubad, not Long Zihao at all. It was as if a big stone had fallen from his heart and he was instantly relaxed. He raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Looking at Long Bubad, the expression on his face became snorting again. 111. He's the one who told someone to beat me up. Inside the reception room, it was as quiet as a library. Although he was already sure that the chesty young man in front of him was not that big shot, Boss Zhu would not act recklessly anymore. It is better to keep a low profile. Anyway, he only needs to wait for a few moments on the line. When this Long Zihao called the people will arrive. Will reveal the cloven foot? He will not be late to make a move at that time. That's right. He absolutely didn't believe that Long Zihao could really call their Jia family's family head over. But in all likelihood, someone of no lesser status was called in. Otherwise it would never have been possible to make that kind of airy gesture. On the other hand, Elder Su was still gnashing his teeth at Dragon Not Bad. In his opinion, all the bullying and torment he experienced today was due to him, blaming him for going and stealing that big shot's jade and then giving it to his father. When it was true that he hated Long Bubad so much that he gnashed his teeth and would not let him go even if he was a ghost. And at that moment, there was a sudden cock-a-doodle-doo commotion in the hall outside the reception room. Boss Zhu immediately frowned. This came too fast, right? Then, he saw a tall and delicate ice beauty with an awe-inspiring and valiant temperament kick open the door of the reception room and just barge in. Su Laoer was overjoyed at the sight of his visitor's Mei Yan's cold face. My good sister, you're finally here. Ergo, how did you get hit like that? Su Hanjing's valiantly beautiful face suddenly became iron green with anger, and she ruthlessly stepped out with one foot, stepping on the coffee table in the middle of the reception room with a rumble and exploding it directly. For a time, the void shook. Rubble crashed and flew. The power of this kick was no less than a high explosive grenade. The entire field of fighters were almost all injured by the flying rubble, falling to the ground and wailing in pain. She, however, did not have anything at all, and with a ruthless and stern expression on her face, she sternly asked the whole audience, who moved? The whole room was silent. No one dared to speak. Boss Zhu was so shocked that his eyes almost stared out. Just now, the moment before the coffee table exploded, he was protected by the bodyguard captain with his body. That's why he wasn't injured by the debris. The captain of the bodyguards himself wasn't hurt. Just his expression was as shocked as he was. What is this woman who can crush a coffee table made of granite into with one foot? Boss Zhu subconsciously looked towards where Long Biru was, thinking that this was the person he had called, wanting him to hurry up and stop. But this look realized that there was no one in that position, and that Long Zihao had already left at some point. How is it possible that 1 second the person is sitting there properly? How come they are gone when you look again the next second? Boss Zhu's entire body froze, thinking he was hallucinating. Su Hanjing was already in a bad mood, and when he saw that no one in the room answered, his anger surged again, and he walked towards Boss Zhu in a murderous rage. Stand still. You're looking for death. The captain of the bodyguard stepped forward and assumed a set of military boxing stance, trying to stop Su Hanjing. Get thee out of here. Su Hanjing's hateful slap was so fast that he could not see it at all, and in the next second he was slapped out, directly spitting blood and flying 5 meters away. This can be Zhu boss scared half dead. This bodyguard captain, but the Jia family spend high price to hire the veteran king, young in the army that is to fight all the world invincible existence. The result is that now even buy this woman a slap on the fly? But he quickly ran out of shocked free time, because Su Hanjing had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted his entire 300+ pound obese body with one hand. I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Say, who the hell beat my brother up like this? Cough, cough, cough. Boss Shu wanted to say something, but he was choked and couldn't say anything at all. Su Laoyi himself stood up and started to fool around. Good sister, keep fighting. He's the one who told someone to beat me up. Yes? Su Hanjing immediately snapped a few slaps down. To Zhu boss whip dazed. Originally fat with a pig's face, swollen more pig-headed. Su Laoyi, however, is not yet relieved. He went up and slapped him a few times, came to his fat rolled stomach with a set of unstructured Wang Baofan, and went to find the security guards who had just punched himself, beat them up, until he was exhausted and fell to the ground, and only then would he give up. Aha! Aha ha ha ha! You dogs, now you know how powerful you are? Ha ha ha! You're finished! You dared to hit our Jia family, you think you can just let it go? Boss Shu was beaten so much that he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. His eyes were red and he hated it so much that he was gnashing his teeth. He had never been beaten so badly since he was born, and his anger had gone straight to the sky. Su Laoyi, however, looks like he is not afraid of the world. His sister is one of the only 3 military kings of the army. That is, the master of the Jia family also have to be polite to see 3 times. Seeing that Boss Shu looked like he hated him to the bone, he even jumped face first and sneered. Jia family? I am beating your Jia family. I really think that no one in the world can rule you. Do you really know who my sister is? Who are you? Your sister? Humph. Didn't I already tell you earlier? She is the highest ranking officer in the Longzhou military department, with the rank of Army Major General, and even the king of the Land Warfare Army, and will probably take over the marshal of the army's throne in the future. Boss Ju's teeth were loosened and his face was disheveled. I didn't realize that what you just said was even true. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. You thought I was forcing my hand? How about it? Are you trembling with fear? Ah ha 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 ha. Su Laoyi tilted his head back and was a burst of unbridled laughter. Who would have thought that an inadvertent glance would reveal that his own sister's face was not looking good? He thought it was because his sister was afraid of trouble, so he smiled and walked over to pat her on the shoulder, grinning broadly. What are you afraid of, Ah Hanjing? The district is just a Jia family shopkeeper. The fight is just a fight. Besides, it was originally his fault in the first place. It is impossible for the Jia family to not even give you this face. You are the king of the Land Warrior Army. You can shut the up. Su Hanjing was angry when she thought about it. I'm not with the army anymore. What? Su Laoran stumbled in shock. You got out of the army? When? Not discharged. It was transferred to another corps. Another legion? Su Laoyi's face crumbled. Why didn't you tell your family about such a big deal? Or am I the only one who doesn't know again? Su Hanjing looked impatient. Don't ask too much about this matter. In any case, you'll restrain yourself from now on. If you mess up again, even the gods can't save you. Su Laoyi said aggrievely, but this is not me messing up a third sister. It is this Jia family falsely accusing me of being a jade thief, insisting on putting me under house arrest here. I slightly said something bad. They beat me up like this. You don't come, I'm going to end up here today. When Boss Shu heard this, he was so wrong that he was transformed into a sinus. Brother Su family, you've misunderstood me. I was also misled by the man you called earlier. If he hadn't stolen the jade our Jia family gave to that great man, how could I have misunderstood you? Su Laoyi nodded his head in agreement and said to his sister, he's right. That guy really deserves to die. He stole someone else's jade and gave the stolen goods to our father, causing me to make such a big fool of myself. Third sister, this is something you have to find him to settle the score. Su Hanjing asked with a puzzled face. Who are you talking about? 112. Self-inflicted. Who else can we say? Elder Su had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Naturally, it's that nothing match our father introduced you to. You mean Dragon Zihao? Su Hanjing almost blurted it out. She had thought that it was impossible. Right. How could the marshal personally run to such a place? But it turned out that her stupid second brother had even nodded his head. That's right. Who else could it be but him? Su Hanjing's face immediately darkened. What's going on? The marshal was even here? Her snow-white and flawless pretty face became blacker than the Black Sea in an instant. And the big grin of Su Laoyi has not paid too much attention, and still said to himself that Long Zihao really is a scourge, to bring such a big trouble to our family. No, he is not a human being at all. Stealing someone else's precious jade and giving it to our father. Tell me, is this something a human being can do? Dog guts. Snap! Su Hanjing fiercely slapped her brother in the face, directly to Su Lao air dry confused, full of unbelief. Third sister? If you ever talk about him like that again, believe it or not, I'll whip your face in. What? Su Laoi couldn't believe his eyes. This girl in front of him with a vicious and hideous expression, who couldn't wait to eat herself alive, could be his sister. When had his sister ever treated him like that? When had she ever slapped him? The fire in his chest rubbed off on him, and with a slap, he actually backhanded the slap. Now it was Su Hanjing's turn to stare at her round eyes. She couldn't believe that this brother of hers dared to hit himself. Wake up to me, third sister, Su Laoer said painfully. How much longer will you be fooled by that beggar's rhetoric before you're satisfied? Must you wait until the day our entire family is killed by him to wake up? Right. Su Hanjing covered her face and looked at her second brother dumbfounded. Apparently the shock of being slapped by her own stupid brother was more powerful than the fact that she had slapped her own brother. And Elder Su was still talking to himself. I don't blame your third sister. You just need to wake up. Everything is the fault of that Long Zihao. He is the one who tricked our father into being dizzy. And he is also the one who coaxed you into your heart with flowery words. You've never been in a relationship before. It's inevitable that you'll be taken advantage of by scum. But you have to calm down. Don't get carried away by all the sweet talk. Elder Su gritted his teeth with a look of hatred. I know I'm not much of a man, but for the sake of this family, I must wake you up even if I have to fight for my life. Su Hanjing's entire face began to twitch. Her mood at the moment was really complicated to the extreme. This stupid brother. She didn't even know what to say. What a combination of ignorance, stupidity, self-righteousness, headstrongness, and a host of other fine qualities in one top talent. And regarding Long Bu Bad's true identity, it was impossible for her to explain it. This was what Long Bu Bad had specifically instructed. If she explained it, she would not have to do it as the military god's adjutant. She simply didn't bother to say anything more about it, but inquired somewhat eagerly. He was here just now? Where is that man? You. Elder Su was so angry by his sister that he almost wanted to spit out blood. Feelings that I've said so much for nothing. You just know to ask him. Su Hanjing was too lazy to care about this idiot brother and turned her head to look at the others. Where's Dragon Zihao? I'd like to know. Boss Shu spat out blood and opened his mouth, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Running away after stirring things up. He's the one to blame for this time. Damn him. If I catch him, I'll definitely skin him. And it won't even relieve my hatred. He couldn't afford to offend the army king of land warfare. And he couldn't afford to offend the army king's brother. But since he had already decided that the culprit was that Long Zihao, he no longer had any scruples, and directly vented all of his grievances on the jade thief who had fled from the battlefield. But what he didn't expect was that retribution came so quickly. Almost as soon as the words fell, a voice came from behind him that made him feel like a thunderclap. You say you're going to skin anyone and not get over it, nah? He turned his head to look at Turtle, and sure enough, it was the head of the house, and Long Zihao, who had just been told by him that he would flay his skin and not even relieve his hatred, was actually standing beside the family head in a cloudy manner at this moment. His entire body was stunned, and he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, his body unable to stop shaking. Junior Zhu Qinjian, meet Lord Family Master. Jia also Eagle's face was already hard to see this minute. Originally, offending the Southern Navy god once again had already made him mad enough, but as a result, as soon as they came in, they heard their subordinates being so disrespectful to the military god's Grand Marshal, which was practically digging a grave for their Jia family. The first one who couldn't stand it anymore, the Lord of the No Harmonious Alliance standing behind Long Bu Bad, stood out with an iron face and said, Is this person dressed as a shopkeeper of the Jia clan? How dare he mouth such wild words? Lord Jia, what do you mean by this? Being asked this way, the wrinkles on Jia also Eagle's forehead directly became the look of old tree bark, and his heart to kill was there. He immediately intended to give up on Boss Zhu and viciously said, This mouthy thing is really a dog's guts. Come on, drag him down to me and chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Yes, obviously have given this Shu Qin check military god lord's picture. Let him cannot offend. The result is still give him to stab out such a big basket out. Really damned. Jia also Eagle is really up for killing. Two super bodyguards dressed in solid black suits thundered over and caught Zhu Qinjian dragging him outside. This immediately gave Zhu shopkeeper scared 3 souls lost 7. He struggled like crazy. Wow. However, He quickly realized that begging for forgiveness with the family head was of no use, so he immediately changed the object of begging for forgiveness to Long Bubad. Long Ziheo, Master Long, I beg you. I didn't recognize it was you just now. That's why I offended you. I know I'm wrong. I beg you to give a word to the head of the family. Let me live. Elder Su had looked dumbfounded at this point, and Dragon Not Bad just smiled faintly. To save this boss Zhu is just a matter of his words, but why should he save it? This shopkeeper Zhu had brought this upon himself, and this end today was entirely his own doing. Seeing that Long Ziheo had no intention of forgiving himself, Boss Zhu was in complete despair, and with a final miserable howl, he was knocked out by the super bodyguard and dragged down like a dead pig. This scene sent chills down Elder Su's spine. Where could he not understand at this minute that the Yakuza veteran he had always despised was really a big shot? Puff! Su Hanjing heavily gave Long Biru a knee. A pair of knees smashed on the ground. The marble-paved floor tiles were directly smashed and cracked. Then, her forehead hit the ground with another thud, and another even bigger crack spread directly to this floor tile under Su Laoer's feet. Seeing this scene, he felt as if the sky had collapsed and the entire world had gone dark. Done. It's over. His sister, being the military king, had even knelt down to the other side. Who the hell was he? Long Ziheo. No, it didn't matter anymore. Offending such a big shot, he was really screwed this time. 113. What can you do to me? My lord, my second brother didn't know your identity. That's why he did those unauthorized things before. I implore you to let him live. I, Su Hanjing, will work as an ox for you in my life to atone for my sins. Su Hanjing knelt down on the floor, her sorrowful voice resounding through the reception room. Long Bubad, however, didn't pay any attention to her at all, and only looked at the Su family's elder brother. What do you say? Elder Su had long been covered in cold sweat, but he is absolutely refusing to bow down and admit that he is wrong. He's never bowed down to anyone in his life. He looked down on Long Ziheo in that manner before, but if he bowed his head and apologized now, wouldn't he become a clown? Don't even think about raising your head in front of this Long Ziheo in this life. And he suddenly remembered something. His old man seemed to have saved his life to this Long Zihao. Looking at the way he respected his old man, what could he do to himself? Not really. He simply stopped bowing his head and stood there with his arms wrapped around him in a what can you take me stance. I have wronged you, but so what? I won't apologize today. What can you do to me? Long Bubad blinked, slightly surprised. He'd seen a lot of brainless people, but even he hadn't met a few people this brainless. The two beside him, Zhao returning Eagle and allied Lord Without Harmony, were already stunned. This guy who even so brave, even dared to the South Navy god so outspoken, really is not afraid of death? What a mouthful. Allied Lord Without Harmony directly squeezed a pair of casserole-sized palms to the point of clicking, and stood out in an inning voice about to give him some color. Where are your heroes and heroines from? How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Ziheo? Let me learn from you. Elder Su instantly changed his face. The entire tower-like height of the Allied Lord of No Harmony, a piece of terrifying sinew as if it were steel. And the terrifying oppressive feeling of being able to reach the ceiling with a slight jump scared him to the point that he almost suffocated, not daring to speak at all. And while such a huge figure was quite agile, before he had time to take a few steps back, the Allied Lord Without Harmlessness forced his way to his front, stretching out an arm as thick as a ventilation duct and grabbing at him. Aha! Elder Su directly shrieked in fear. If he was grabbed by this terrifying giant hand, he felt that he would be easily crushed like a chicken. Stop! Su Hanjing suddenly moved and flew up to kick the arm of the harmless Alliance Master away. Yoo-hoo! Allied Lord Horseless came to his senses. The little is pretty strong. And what about this move? The large hand attacked again. This time the speed was unknown how much faster than last time, only leaving a residual shadow in place. But Su Hanjing's speed this time became equally fast. Between the lightning and fire, Su Laoer did not even have time to see what was happening. The two of them exchanged several rounds with a bang, hitting the air with a feeling like it was shattering open like glass. Soon the two pulled away and were, overall, equal. Asterisk. Su Laoer watched his sister strike for the first time, feeling cool, and even cheered from the sidelines. Go third sister. That son of a mother. Su Hanjing's face was white with anger, and he even exploded at his brother. Keep in mind that she was supposed to be quite the lady, well brought up, and had never uttered a single swear word in the face of her family. This could be seen from the shocked expression of Elder Su's rounded eyes, as if it was the first day he knew his sister. His mouth was open to the limit. What's wrong with you, third sister? Why are you even swearing? You weren't like this before. You've really been brought down by this scum. What did you say? Su Hanjing was so angry that he almost went crazy, and he slapped his face hard again, directly sending Su Lao flying 3 meters away. This time she came down hard. An ordinary person like Su Lao couldn't withstand it at all, and was instantly whipped unconscious. Su Hanjing looked at her brother's miserable appearance, and a hint of intolerance appeared in her eyes, but there was nothing she could do about it, and if she let this idiot talk any longer, he wouldn't be able to save himself even if he had 9 lives. Long Biren didn't care about him anymore and turned to Jia, returning eagle. Since this matter is all a misunderstanding, I don't blame you. Return the piece of jade you sent me and let's settle this matter. Once Jia also eagle heard this, his heart was finally relieved. He arched his hand and said, I'm very sorry. Your Excellency knows right from wrong and is so magnanimous. Mr. Jia can't thank you enough. I'll have someone send it up to you. Aha. Long Bu Bad nodded gently and sat down on the sofa next to him, holding up the tea that Fong had not finished drinking and waiting. After such a tossing and turning in the party, bloodstains were everywhere in the reception room. While he looked as if he couldn't see them, his expression was very calm. Having seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this level was not even a hair's breadth to him, and Su Hanjing, who had never been to war like this, had already begun to feel a little uncomfortable, but also forced himself to walk to Long Bu Bad, ready to kneel down and apologize again. All right, Long Bu Bad lightly cut her off. If there's anything, go back and talk about it. This is not the place to talk, my lord. Su Hanjing was pleasantly surprised. The meaning of going back to say, is not agree to continue to live with her? She was overjoyed, a deer in the headlights, excited straight to the sky. My humble servant thanks you, my lord. She immediately fell down in deep obeisance, admiring Long Biru's measure directly all the way down to her bones. It's so sweet and spoiled that she can forgive her for this. Even next to Jia also eagle are laughing, constantly say good words. Round smile just highlighted joyful, but the other person next to him was very apprehensive. That would be the Lord of the Horseless Alliance. His heart was in his throat this minute as he listened to Jia Yuanying talk to Long Bu Bad. Even though he'd always had a big heart, he was a little hard to hold on to this minute. He was afraid that if the Jia family head was careless, he would reveal the matter that the divine jade given to him was 4 pieces instead of 1. If Long Bu Bad knew that he had embezzled 3 pieces himself and only turned in 1, he didn't know what he would do. When the military god is angry, blood is shed. When Long Bu Bad was angry last time, the Zhang family, the head of the giant hegemony that held the Dragon Continent cabinet, fell, and when he is angry this time, will he still have a life as a small alliance leader without armor? He was already repentant at the thought. If he had known, he shouldn't have coveted those 3 pieces of broken jade. It was all because of that momentary obsession. He was too regretful now. What reassured him, however, was that Jia Yuanying hadn't mentioned this matter since the beginning. There was no mention of it until the divine jade was delivered. Long Bu Bad received it with his own hands, and Jia also Hawk sent him to the parking lot of the jewelry store. It's really a lucky break. In the heart of the harmless alliance master, he was grateful to the extreme. He swore that when he went back today, he would burn incense for 3 days and 3 nights in a row to his ancestors' spirit hall. A few people walked to the front of the Dragon Not Bad's car, and Jia also swore with his hand raised. That thing that your honor said, I will do my best to investigate it, and if I don't get to the bottom of this, Jia, will cut myself to thank you. They were just talking about the Yin family's embezzlement of the Zhang family's real estate, and although Long Bu Bad now already knew the situation from Wei Qing's of the Insurance Regulatory Bureau, he let the Jia family go to check on the Yin family, with the intention of herding wolves and swallowing tigers, and letting them dogfight on their own first. Jia of course knew the ways of it, but he could only agree with his mouth full. He would never dare to rebel against Long Bu Bad. Very well, then this matter is in the hands of the Jia family master. Let's talk here for now, then I will see you off here, my lord. Aha. The dragon nodded his head and was about to get short and get into the car. By the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell your excellency. Jia also eagle suddenly remembered something as if to say, if it's convenient for your lordship, I can send you the appraisal paperwork of those 4 divine jades, so that misunderstandings such as today's won't happen again. Long Bu Bad immediately frowned. What? 4 pieces of divine jade? Not 1? Jia also eagle said with a surprised face. It's 4, our lord. The reparation gift from me to you is a total of 4 pieces of divine jade. Long Bu Bad immediately looked over towards the harmless alliance master over there. Instead, he found that his entire body froze directly in place as if it was a bolt from the blue. 114. Cure his brain damage properly. Seeing this scene, Long Biro knew exactly what was happening. He nodded toward Ja returning eagle. Okay, I got it. The Ja family head bowed his head and curtsied with an untraceable crooked smile. Then I will see you off, my lord. In this way, it was also a way to avenge the fact that the Hordeless Alliance Master had demanded one more divine jade from him on the strength of the military god. He retreated with his men, but it was not easy on the side of the Hordeless Alliance Master. His entire tower-like body, with a rumble, fell to his knees in front of Long Biro, his face full of fear. I should never have done it. I was bewitched by a ghost, and my greed swallowed the elephant, and hacked those 3 pieces of divine jade. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Long Bubad shook his head. The 3 divine jades together were worth more than $10 billion. Such a big piece of fat meat. It was no wonder that the allied lord without horses couldn't help but be moved. He sighed. The world is all about profit. The world is all about profit. You work for me. It's only right to receive some benefits. Get up. The Horseless Alliance Master, however, didn't dare to get up or even look up. Long Bubad said, if you want a reward, you can tell me. What should be given to you? I will never be stingy, but it's not right for you to conceal from me and enrich yourself in private. Your Honor, I know I'm wrong. Long Biro shook his head. It was too late to realize that it was wrong. Those 3 divine jades will be taken as payment for the efforts you've led the No Harmless Alliance to make for me over this period of time. And this favor I owe you will be cleared. My lord. Dragon Not Bad's eyes glared, startling the Harmless Alliance Master. He almost stomped on it. Subordinate. Thank you Lord Military God for not killing me. Allied Lord without harmony bent his head deeply, unable to hold back the tears that flowed from his eyes. It's moving. It's celebratory. And it's sad. He deceived Long Bubad this time. In the future, he will definitely not be reused. And all the efforts he made before will go down the drain. Long Bubad turned around and said despondently, just pack up your things and go back. Within 3 days, I don't want to see anyone from your No Harmonious Alliance within the boundaries of Longjing Prefecture. And for the position that will be vacant after you leave, tell the 9 Dragons Axe Master to take over. The allied lord without harmless secretly said a fruitful sentence. His heart was bitter and remorseful until it ached. In these days they have almost divided up 30% of the Longjing Zhaozheng family's territory. The force is unprecedentedly strong, but also bribed by the Yin family. The profit is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars. But the result is because of this did not hold back. Lost the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. And more importantly, he lost the trust of Long Bubad. This initiative to withdraw from the dragon capital. It also means to tell the other forces that No Harmless Alliance has lost the shelter of the Southern Naval God. When the time comes, how many enemies will take advantage of the opportunity to fall on the well? He could not even think about it. But he could only let go even if he was no longer willing in his heart. Subordinate. As ordered. He retreated almost in tears. With a long sigh, the dragon was not bad and got into the car, ready to leave. But glancing at it, Su Hanjing was actually sitting on the passenger seat, her hands clamped in the gap between those mouth-watering thighs. Slightly anxious appearance. A little puzzled, he asked, what are you doing in my car? Not taking your brother to the hospital? I've already notified the people at the military psychiatric hospital to send him away. Su Hanjing said with a red face. I think that's the most suitable place for him, to cure his brain damage properly. Yes? The dragon was not bad and almost laughed out loud. It was also true that it was time to cure Su Laoer's brain. But again, the dragon was not bad. Some couldn't figure out this look of hers. Why is your face so red? Like it's the first time you've been confessed to by someone you like. Like it's the first time you've been confessed to by an innocent little girl? It's really just like a little girl who just started middle school. He huffed and asked, why do you look like that? Ha? What does it look like? Su Hanjing fixed up her hair in a hasty manner, not even bothering to spit. The dragon reached over and wrenched open the tool bag on the passenger side diagonal, which contained a mirror. Look at your face, how red it is, and the body also exudes a slightly strong aroma. Say it is a young girl's body fragrance, it is a little too strong. After all, also more than 20 years old. Say it is a young woman, but it is not so strong. More not that flavor. It won't even be possible to make a whole dragon not bad. Seeing her own reddened face in the mirror, Su Hanjing let out an shriek, and then she was so shy that she covered her face at once and never spoke again. Long Not Bad helplessly shrugged his shoulders, also lazy to care about her again. Directly start the car to the East 2nd Ring Road. Old Captain Su Hu Jing home location to drive. The matter was resolved. The divine jade had to be returned. And there was also the matter of Elder Su, which also required Su Hanjing to come forward and explain. An hour later, explaining things clearly, Su Hujing has gone to the mental hospital with his wife. They listened to Su Hanjing's narration with a black face, and the old Su was so angry with what he did that he called a fire, cursing him for being an incompetent rebellious son, who could do such shameless things, and disgrace the face of their old Su family and so on. Long Bu Bad still wanted to send them there, but they were insistent on taking a taxi themselves, saying they didn't want to trouble him anymore. Just before he left, Lao Su once again entrusted his daughter to him. Specific things I am not too clear. Is not Hanjing where she upset you? It doesn't matter. Just give me a hard time to clean her up. This child has never had anyone who can suppress her since she was a child. Now it's hard to meet you. You just let go and do it. Long Bu Bad could only say yes with a bitter smile on his face. That, little brother Hao. On the way back, Su Hanjing finally stopped being shy and revealed her true heart. I blushed so much just now. Actually, because I was so moved. I lost my temper like that in front of you before. To be honest, I really regret it. I really hate myself. Why did I have to be so intentional? Turn around and leave without saying a word. I really regret it to death. Dragon Not Bad nodded gently and asked, so that's why your father couldn't reach you in the first place? Aha. Su Hanjing gently nodded. I went to the park alone, doing nothing, just staring, feeling like the sky is falling. Long Burong shook his head and didn't say anything. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. When I was in the army, I was able to endure any suffering and overcome any difficulty, because I firmly believe that I am omnipotent. I am not a heavenly beauty, but I am stronger than all heavenly beauties. I have never really failed. Even if I am not as good as other people for the time being, one day in the future I will definitely be able to surpass them. Su Hanjing clenched his palms, his eyes firmly staring ahead, confiding, but also as if he was talking to himself. But I was stunned after I found out what you had accomplished. I realized that you were someone I would never be able to surpass in my life. I idolized you. I started fantasizing about it almost uncontrollably, and then all of a sudden everything fell away and broke. Do you know what that feels like? Dragon Not Bad nodded his head and said he knew. He had fantasized and daydreamed unrealistically, too, back when he was a student, and he felt that everyone should have had a similar experience. Su Hanjing was so excited that she nodded her head repeatedly and finally revealed why she was blushing. That's why I was so touched when you forgave me before. I thought everything was broken, but then you gave me a chance to start again. I was really touched and really. I'm sorry, can we not talk about what happened after that? Can't really say anymore. Sure. Long Beerus shook his head and lost his smile. He hadn't wanted to hear so much from her either. It's a bit cruel to say, but that's just the way it is. No matter how much Su Hanjing cares about him, it doesn't change the fact that he doesn't care about Su Hanchen in the slightest. This is the most common, worldly relationship between the pursuer and the pursued. One side is emboldened, caring every moment for every bit of the other side, not wanting to miss even a single moment, while the other side is emboldened, not caring about the other side's every move. Long Bu Bad's unconcerned appearance made Su Hanjing very heartbroken, but she was willing. She made up her mind that she must use her true heart to impress Long Bu Bad. Even if it was 1,000 years of basalt ice, she would melt it for him with her blazing heart, because she was convinced that there was nothing she couldn't do in her life. 115. What a big statement. Before dinner in the evening, Long Bu Bad received a call from his sister. He said that he could ask him to do a favor and send Jinjin to the preschool class at Imperial Elementary School. As his sister asked for help and it was about his own niece, he naturally agreed to it with his mouth full. But he didn't know about this Imperial Elementary School. It just so happened that the Nine Dragons Axe Master had also come over to visit him as he had taken over the position of the Hordeless Alliance Master, and as he was hosting the other party for a casual dinner at his home, he asked about this matter in passing. Oops, Lord Military God, sorry. I don't really know much about this. The Nine Dragons Axe Master was a local emperor on the Hong Kong side of Longyu, and he didn't know much about what was going on in the imperial capital. Long Jing. Wait until I ask Kung. He then took out his phone and asked his beloved Kung. As it turned out, his Minders weren't too sure, and went back to ask their men. Asking layer by layer like this, Long Bu Bad then learned about the situation of this Imperial Elementary School. It turned out to be the uppermost aristocratic elementary school in Longjing. In this school to go to school are the sons and daughters of the local upper-class elites in Longjing, which provides the most top-notch educational resources. What teacher strength, facilities and conditions, everything is the most top-notch. It is said that every student who graduates from the school is cheerful, educated, ambitious, multilingual and eloquent. He is also good at all the arts and crafts such as music, chess, calligraphy and painting. As parents, with the opportunity to send their children to such a school in front of them, how could they not go for it? This was the reason why Long Yanjun had called. But to enroll in the school, the conditions are quite harsh. First, there are the huge tuition fees and all the expenses that total up to millions of dollars a year. But money is also just the most basic threshold. If you want to attend this elementary school, you can't even find out how they enroll students without deep connections. It turns out that this school has an internal chat group for enrollment. Only truly powerful wealthy businessmen, politicians and military officers, as well as top talent from all walks of life, are eligible to be pulled into the chat group. However, this chat group was not a problem at all for Dragon Not Bad. Wanting to join was a matter of words. Through the connections found by the 9-Dragon Axe Lord, he quickly managed to enter inside. There are not many people in the group, just 100 or so. It should be a small group under the big group, with a special internal enrollment staff as the group leader management. Once added in is a large paragraph of notes. The dishes have been served on the table by Yang Shunning. Long Bu Bad this minute did not have the time to see, put down the phone and did not care. Didn't prepare any good wine or good food. These home-cooked dishes Axemaster will just eat. Harm. How can you say it's just a meal? Even if it's just a dish of shredded potatoes with dry stir-frying, it's still a feast for me. The 9 Dragons Axemaster raised his glass very happily. Ha ha, that's good. Long Bu Bad also raised his glass and the two of them laughed at each other. The biggest difference between the 9 Dragons Axemaster and the Lord of the Armorless Alliance is that he is affable, grounded, loves to laugh, shirt and shorts with slippers, and only a small axe on his waist, looking like a grandpa walking in the park. Long Bu Bad finished chatting with him one by one. It was already an hour later. After eating he respectfully retired. There were still a lot of things that he needed to be busy with in order to get the next stall after the No Harmless Alliance Master left. Long Bu Bad sent him to the door and came back to see Su Hanjing being very good, following Yang Shunning in cleaning up the dinner plates. The contrast between the two is very strong. Yang Shunning was wearing a black and white color scheme-made outfit, which wasn't ugly, but it really couldn't be said to be that good looking either. Su Hanjing, on the other hand, was wearing a very revealing backless dress, with a deep gully exposed in the middle of the towering mountains in front of her chest, and the skirt was also open on both sides of her thighs, so the good-looking places were all exposed. Long Not Bad bitter smile shook his head. Su Hanjing at home dressed like this rich and generous look, make it look like his wife is natural. Yang Shunning's face was almost black with anger over there, but he wasn't going to be bothered with such idle matters, and took out his cell phone with the intention of getting his niece enrolled. As a result, just as he opened the group chat window, he saw the group leader criticizing him by name. Who is this Lon Zihao and why is he still pretending to be dead? I'm warning you, hurry up and change your group information or I'll kick you out of the group chat. Hurry up and revise it according to the announcement. Long Bu Bad was instantly stunned. This guy is supposed to be a staff member in charge of elementary school enrollment. Right, talking so much? But he didn't count too much. After all, did add the group for an hour and still no action. People's management may be afraid of the group mixed with what suspicious personnel. Anxious is right. He then looked to the announcement. This does not look do not know. A look startled. A small enrollment group. Even asked him to the academic certificate, proof of work unit, as well as proof of source of income and proof of assets of these private information to fill out all the details. This is not an enrollment group. This is just a household check coming. It's even more detailed than a household check. He went straight to the administrators of the group and said, is it okay if I don't fill it out? As a result, people's attitude was so horizontal. It's okay to not fill it out and withdraw yourself from the group. Long Bu Bad's head was full of black lines, and he patiently replied, is this school of yours where you can't get in unless you fill these things out? Of course, we're an imperial elementary school. How many people would break their heads to send their children here? The man then sent another message. I don't know where you know Boss Wang from. Let him notify me to pull you into the group. But let me make it clear to you first. If you don't obediently follow our rules, you just know 10 Boss Wangs, and your family's children won't be able to enroll in our imperial palace. Yoo-hoo! What's with the big mouth? Long Bu Bad was also a bit agitated this minute. Do you believe I'll have your principal personally come over and beg my child to enroll? Ha ha ha, sitting in a well and watching the sky is really ridiculous. A series of mocking pictures were sent over there. I've seen a lot of frogs at the bottom of the well like you, thinking that just because you have a little success in your own industry, you think you're a human being, right? I'm telling you, in the eyes of a real upper-class person like me, You're nothing at all. The dragon didn't smile badly. Very well then, just wait. I'll come to Imperial Elementary School tomorrow and let your principal show me what a piece of work you really are. What a big mouth. You can't just invite our principal. Can you please make a draft before you brag? Not much else to say. You'll know when we meet tomorrow. Lee cut off. I'm waiting for you too. Long Ziheo. Don't be too scared to come to my office then. Long Bubad lost his smile and shook his head. He didn't know what was wrong with him today that he would fight with such a small person. Maybe it's because I've met this kind of dog-eyed guy one after another lately, and I've already built up a lot of anger in my heart. He called to inquire about Wei Qing. The call was quickly answered, and a fawning voice came over the line. Grand Marshal? I'm Wei Qing. Your Excellency. Let me ask you, who's in charge of this part of Longjing's education? Wei Qing was stunned at first. How did he, an insurance commissioner, get asked about this? If you want to talk about the highest person in charge, it's naturally Lord Li, the Minister of Education's Shangshu. Very well, inform him to call me. Wei Jing said with some difficulty, Lord, our family directly under the main Forbidden Palace. This Shangshu is a cabinet member. You might as well notify Yin Pavilion Jia Pavilion how they? Dragon Not Bad's tone was cold. What? You can't talk well? What I say alone. Lord Li, he probably won't even care much. This Wei Jing is very oily. When it is really a little bit of muddy water do not want to drip. Just looking for a fight. Long Bubad coldly said. Alright, then I'll have the Continent Lord order that you, the head of the Insurance Bureau, be transferred to the Raccoon Bureau as an errand boy. Lord Warlord Yo. Wei Qing was directly shocked and broke his voice. What kind of joke are you making now? I'll go now. The dragon was not bad grunted, before putting down the phone. A small director of the Insurance Bureau dared not give him face. Really think he is a good match not? 116. Winning at the starting line. On the following morning, Long Buron brought Yang Shunning to the Imperial Elementary School. It was Yang Shunning who insisted on coming, not even going to class, saying that Jinjin was her cousin, and that she, as an older sister, must come to inspect the school where her sister was studying. In fact, it was trying to stick to the dragon that wasn't bad, but this reasoning was indeed somewhat impeccable, and Long Biru agreed. Su Hanjing becomes the one who stays at home to prepare dinner, and the winner of this round is Yang Shunning. She is considered to be back to a city. That kind of complacent appearance. Simply to fly to the sky. See Su Hanjing mouth corner straight twitching. However, Su Hanjing did get a little bit of back. It's about taking Yang Shunning's seniority. Long Bubad was her aunt's younger brother. Technically her elder. And as a result was only 4 years older than her. Jinjin was only 5 years old this year, but was her cousin. The age difference in between really embarrassed her, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who made her mom give birth to her at 15? One can only try to pretend this doesn't exist. Long Not Bad originally also want to bring sister together. Daughter will soon be enrolled in elementary school. She as a mother does not come to say go. But as soon as she heard that Yang Shunning was also going, Long Yanjun immediately found an excuse not to come, saying that she would just leave everything to Shunning. Yang Shunning was quite happy to hear that, and patted his chest and said I'll take care of it. Long Bubad was somewhat speechless. How could he not understand his sister's intention, which was to create opportunities for Yang Shunning? She seemed to expect Yang Shunning, her husband's niece, to make a pair with her brother, and Long Bubad didn't know what she thought. It was just nonsense, but it was true that she couldn't be argued with. It was just a matter of bringing her in to do the enrollment paperwork anyway. Lon is not bad at parking his car first. This parking lot is located on top of the hill next to the school, from which you can just about see the entirety of Imperial Elementary School. He walked over to the parapet and almost looked dumbfounded. Dawn is that he has seen a lot of things, but he has never seen such an exaggerated elementary school. It's almost like a palace. The sheer number of teaching buildings is like a palace in the main Forbidden City, only slightly lower in scale, with all the other facilities that should be there, such as badminton court, tennis court, basketball court, soccer field. These needless to say. The most exaggerated is that he actually saw the golf course. He then wanted to ask if it was necessary for elementary school students to learn how to play golf. Also, it's just as well that there's an entire 3-story duplex structure swimming pool, but there's actually a bowling alley here. He just couldn't figure out how elementary school kids could really afford to bowl. There are other facilities as well, such as 2 large libraries, 3 comprehensive entertainment supermarket dungeons, 5 large cafeterias, student dormitories that are all detached villas, and small electric ferries that come and go, driven by the elementary school students themselves. Do they really have a sense of safe driving? Long Bubad couldn't even help but cover his head. There are all sorts of other things that simply cannot be said in detail. My goodness. This is too much, isn't it? Yang Shuning covered her mouth in shock. It's the first time I've known that there's such a place in Longjing. It's like a heavenly palace. The media has never reported it. As if she had lost her mind. She muttered. So this is the real upper class. So this is the real world. The upper class world that a bottom class Cinderella like me can't even touch. She soon began to light up with her eyes. A determined color coming out of them. As if she had made up her mind that in the future, she absolutely wanted her own children to be able to enter this place and receive an education as well. Long Not Bad is not unable to understand this kind of mood. Parents put all their efforts in order to be able to make their own children can win in the starting line, is not it? And I'm afraid that if you can study here, it's not even winning at the starting line, but right at the finish line. The level of eye-opening, the level of heart-raising, and the level of ambition are all top-notch. The starting point for such a child is the end point that the vast majority of people at the bottom work their whole lives to reach. This might be a bit cruel to the vast majority of the common people at the bottom, but this was the way it was, and even Long Buri had no way to force a change. Even if he could change a moment with his great strength, there was no way to change a lifetime. Come on, go down and take a closer look. Signs suggested that there was a special walkway into the school from the parking lot, and the dragon was not bad for heading that way. Aha! Yang Shuning followed with a face of excitement, side by side, looking for a topic of conversation. Speaking of which, did you show some kind of ID when you entered this parking lot earlier? Not an ID, just a little card. Long Bubad took out a small gold card, which was given to him by the Nine Dragons Axe Master, saying that it took a lot of effort to get it. Long Bubad asked him at the time if he had said anything about his identity, and he smiled bitterly and said no. I remember that the original words were, if I can tell your identity, Lord Military God, then my subordinate wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to get this card, and I would have gotten the green light all the way long ago, so I'll see who dares to make things difficult for those high and mighty guys. Long Bubad was thinking at that time, if even the face of the Nine Dragons Axe Lord was not particularly good in front of those people, then it seems that the water in here was really not generally deep. If an elementary school alone is so lavish, what about middle school, high school and even college? The dragon was not bad as he walked along the walkway all the way to the entrance of the school. This was a square with a lot of people, all middle-aged men and women dressed in rich clothes, and this was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. And there were really very few places like this that could bring all kinds of upper-class people together. They almost all carry bodyguard servants and other fans with them. They look very powerful and have the feeling of a king's trip, some with only a child, and some with a bunch of them, and there are many women dressed as noble women. Not all here are Longjing locals, or not many locals, and many know they are from outside the city by the way they dress. Long Bubad even had a feeling that the rich and upper-class people of the entire Dragon Continent, who had children of school age at home, were all here. But someone as young as Long Bubad and with only one young female companion by his side was almost a rare sight. So it comes across as a bit of a wink. Brother Xiao Hao, why do I feel that so many people are not looking at us quite right? As Yang Shuning walked, she suddenly frowned and said, the dragon wasn't bad to notice as well. I don't know what was going on, but many people were looking at him with contempt and disdain in their eyes. As they were wondering, a pair of men and women in a similar situation to theirs greeted them with smiles and conversation. A look as if he had found a kindred spirit. Gee, I didn't expect to meet someone here who was as hard-headed as we are to come over for the enrollment activities. Hello, can we make a companion together? As soon as his female companion came up, she smiled like a flower and praised Yang Shuning. Sister, you're really pretty. Sister is so envious. Yang Shuning was immediately provoked out of joy, giggled and said no. Sister is more beautiful. Long Bubad slightly smiled. It would be hard to refuse if it turned into this kind of atmosphere. The man saw that he had no intention of refusing, and immediately introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zhou Hong. This is the insider Cheng Xiaoye. Hello. Long Bubad nodded and also briefly introduced his side of the situation. However, when Yang Shuning was introduced, she snatched the words right out of her mouth and didn't explain out that the two of them weren't husband and wife. But Zhou Hong and his wife had already been preoccupied for a long time, and just after listening to Yang Shuning, they began to complain. Did you guys just arrive? That's great luck, unlike us, who rushed over early in the morning only to learn that the school is temporarily closed, saying that the principal is waiting for a big shot and has to be picked up and taken in first. Yeah. Next to her, Chang Xiaoye said with great dissatisfaction. I don't know which big shot is making such a big show. Zhou Hong also complained. That is, you said to wait for it. The results of this are almost noon. People have not yet come. This is not the heart to put up a stink. 117. The principal is your receptionist? Long Bubad was slightly embarrassed when he heard Zhou Hong Xiaoye's complaint. He did ask Wei Qing to tell the principal that he would be coming over this morning, but he didn't say how early it would be. I didn't realize that principal had taken it upon himself to advance the time by so much and make such a big row, which was indeed out of his expectation. This small misunderstanding makes Long Bubad or somewhat began to reflect. Next time there is a similar thing, must be clear with each other the time, and is not to make a big fuss. Let so many people here dry waiting. Even his heart is also a bit too much, so he is ready to call on Yang Shunning to hurry over. But before he could open his mouth, there was a sudden and noisy movement from the other side of the school gate, and the door unexpectedly opened. So many people flooded in at the same time. Looks like the principal finally picked up the big man who was posing. Zhou Hong's voice sounded very uplifted as he said excitedly, "Let's get going, brother Zihao. We might be able to blend in while we're at it." The dragon was not bad and was a bit confused. What's going on here? He's still here. Why are the school gates open? Did the principal recognize the wrong person? Yang Shunning was also confused, but she was even more puzzled by what Zhou Hong and Chang Xiaoye had said. Why do you want to blend in? She was about to ask when the two men had already run ahead, blending into the school without a trace behind a large family. She rushed after him to ask what was going on, but she was caught up in the crowd and couldn't turn back. It's sparse and follows along. Long Biru was also a bit helpless as he watched from behind and could only follow. There are staff members at the entrance of the school to maintain order. Everyone slow down a bit. I know you're in a hurry, but please hold your horses for a moment. Please find your reserved receptionist first. They will be responsible for guiding you on an orderly tour of the campus. For the safety of the students, private tours are prohibited at this school. Thank you for your cooperation. As a result, Long Bubad just followed him in, and he was a bit teary-eyed. He was still planning to ask the principal to take him to that Licut who had been mouthing off in the admissions group, but now that he was like this, his plans were all messed up. He had to go ahead and bring Yang Shunning back. As a result, just as she walked up, she was caught by someone from the school. It was a team of 5 or 6 strong security guards, armed with throwing sticks and handcuffs, who seemed to specialize in catching those who wanted to sneak into the school without an appointment. With a fierce look, they yanked up Yang Shunning's arm and dragged her to the corner. Zhou Hong and Chang Xiaoye were among them. The security chief pulled them unceremoniously while viciously saying, "You dogs who want to fish in troubled waters. You don't take a piss and look at yourselves. Is this a place where you can sneak in?" Being called dogs, Zhou Hong and Chang Xiaoye, however, did not even dare to let out a single fart, lowering their heads with a groundless expression. Yang Shunning was directly enraged, pointing at the security chief's nose and rebuking, "Keep your mouth clean. Who are you calling a dog? Said it's you. What's wrong? The girl looking for a fight, right?" The security chief was not at all compassionate, raising his arm to slap Yang Shunning in the face. Yang Shunning was so angry that her face turned red with rage, pointing at his nose and chiding, "If you have the guts to dare to touch me and try it, whichever hand you touched will be chopped off and fed to the dogs." When these words came out, Zhou Hong and Chang Xiaoye were both directly stunned. It seemed unbelievable that she would dare to threaten these security guards. Some of the people watching gathered around, and it turns out that even the rich and elite like to watch. The security guards, on the other hand, looked comically funny. How ridiculous. Do you know what this place is? Dare you to act wild here? Yang Shunning looked like she had her chin up in the air as she pointed at them and said, "What's wrong with this place being the Dihao Elementary School? Don't say it's Dihao. Even in the main forbidden palace facing the palace's great guards, I dare to say so." When the security guards heard this, they all froze a little, as if they couldn't believe their ears. The crowd of onlookers let out an outright gasp. "Yo, even dare to say such things? What is this lady's origin? I don't know, but if she's coming from a big place, how come she didn't even have a receptionist to be grabbed by these security guards? So it would be someone who came in from the outside, pushed up and started making wild statements, right? Oh, if you ask me, these people, they just owe it to themselves." The onlookers were talking, which made Yang Shunning even more furious, and she simply didn't care, crying and running to Long Bubad's side to complain. "Brother Xiao Hao, look at these people who are completely disregarding us. It's simply too much." The corners of Long Bubad's mouth straightened, really wanting to throw her a line that they are not putting you in their eyes. "Don't bring me along, okay? Who are you, kid? I'll give you face and ask first. This security chief was a martial arts practitioner. He could see that Long Bu Bad looked extraordinary and couldn't help but be a little more careful. Long Bu Bad secretly nodded his head. It was worthy of being an emperor. The people he hired were much more professional than those security guards of Jia family jewelry house. My name is Long Ziheo, and this is my pass card. He flashed the gold card he had gotten from the Nine Dragons Axemaster and said. The security chief took a look and frowned slightly. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a sparse pass card. It's not particularly difficult for anyone out there to get their hands on it, but just to be on the safe side, he asked one more question. And where is the receptionist you made an appointment with? Long Bu Bad scratched his head and said, the receptionist I made an appointment with was the principal, but he seems to have picked up and left just now. What do you mean? The principal is your receptionist? Ah ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing once they heard that. This person is also too exaggerated. Simply bragging. The principal of what status? How can go to who as a receptionist? Ah. The security chief was even more unable to strain himself, directly covering up his stomach and laughing like a madman. He really convinced himself that he would doubt that this loudmouth kid in front of him was some kind of big shot. This is a lowlife who failed the vetting process but wants to take advantage of the chaos to blend in and secretly enroll his own children in school. This is no place for the likes of you. Get the hell out of here and don't force my hand. Immediately after laughing, he forced his way forward with a black face. The dragon sighed in a not so bad way. I don't get it. Why does this always happen to him? Is it just him? Or is there something wrong with the society itself? Why are there so many dog-eyed people? He shook his head. Excuse me, please go and inform and call your principal over. I don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble. What did you say? The security guards and onlookers were stunned by Long Biru's words. What the are you talking about now? Didn't you hear me when I told you to leave? Long Bu Bad sighed. It's okay for me to leave, but I'm afraid that if I do, your life will be over. Understand? Ha ha. The head of the security chief's head cocked up in confusion. I just can't figure out how you, a sneaky lowlife trying to blend in, can do me any harm by leaving? The minions next to him made suggestions with a disdainful look on their faces. That's ridiculous. Boss, what's the point of bothering with this kind of person? Just directly greet him with your hands. Also, he directly pulled out the throwing stick pinned on his waist and approached towards Dragon Not Bad. It seems that you won't know how powerful you are until I use a little bit of tactics. 118. You're out of luck. The corners of Long Bu Bad's pair of sword-shaped eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He didn't realize that this security chief was planning to make a move. White Blind Dragon wasn't bad before and was thinking about him, not wanting to put him in a desperate situation, but he had to seek death. So what could Long Bu Bad do? Just as well. Let's teach this guy a lesson he'll never forget. The dragon is not bad slowly clenched his fists. Who would have thought that a security minion behind the other party suddenly snorted and jumped out? Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Boss, just leave this kid to me to take care of. You just watch from the side. The security chief was slightly stunned, and was just about to say something. I'm afraid it was that this person might be too strong in martial arts for you guys to deal with or something like that, but his eyes rolled back in his head and he nodded his head in agreement. Good. Since you're so positive, little Wang, I'll let you have this opportunity. I look forward to your performance. Aha! Xiao Wang stepped forward with an excited look on his face. Long Bu Bad secretly shook his head. This rash was used as a pathfinder by that security chief without even realizing it. It wasn't right to say that. He was the one who wanted to jump out and be this pathfinder, and he couldn't blame the other security chief. Only he didn't realize that he might be sending himself straight to 18 hells with this positive display. But it was at this point that things changed again. Wait a minute. Why should you be the one to do every performance? Every time it's you. This time it should be my turn. Another security guard called Xiao Liang also fought bravely to be the first to compete with him for this precious opportunity. This scene saw Long Bu Bad crying and laughing, and Yang Shunning also tried her best to stifle her laughter beside her. These two people, who looked like they were going to fight for a chance to go straight to the 18 layers of hell, were no one else. However, the two of them only argued for a few sentences, and Xiao Wang gave up voluntarily when he saw that the captain's face was a bit hard to look at. Okay, you have a point. Okay Liang Filong, I'll let you have this chance. Thanks brother Wang. Xiao Liang's mouth immediately changed, smiling and arching his hand at that little king. He then faced Long Bu Bad, and crossed his 10 thick fingers over each other, wrenching his knuckles into a clicking sound, while the corner of his mouth scraped up a contemptuous smile, revealing a slightly cruel pointed tooth. Kid, you're screwed. When you meet me, Liang Feilong, you're out of luck. Long not bad heard a smile. Dawn interest asked, I'm going to pour 8 lifetimes of blood bad luck? How to say? What else? Liang Feilong snorted and laughed coldly with an unbeatable look. Humph. Dead to the end still do not realize. Really ridiculous. As long as a little bit of eyesight people can see that I am this person's style of action. You stupid have eyes without a pearl. Lying in the hospital slowly regret to go. With that, he jumped up and delivered a vicious and awe-inspiring flying kick to Long Bu-bad's face. This kick vaguely carries some sound of wind and thunder. The momentum is like a rolling stone. I'm afraid that it can be kicked to break a balsam camphor tree that is as thick as an elephant's leg. Is this the level of security at Imperial? For this kind of ruthless person, naturally, Long Bu-bad would not be soft, directly slashing at Liang Feilong's feet with a hand knife. Aha! All of a sudden a mournful scream caused the crowd of onlookers to change their faces. All they could see was Liang Feilong's ankle, which directly just folded over in pairs, like a tree branch snapping off from the end. It looks very scary. The security chief also changed his face immediately, shocked in his heart. How many kilograms of his own men he certainly knows. Liang Feilong's this foot looks ordinary, but in fact, it is its famous moves. The flow of energy foot hard as iron. Even he does not dare to hard to receive. As a result, in the hands of this naive young man, not only did he take it easily, but he also injured him back. How powerful must this be? Sure is a tough one. Then anger flared up in his heart. Why don't you go somewhere else and make trouble here? It's a death wish. This is the Imperial Palace. Unseasoned trash. You really think knowing a little kung fu makes you a member of the upper class, don't you? He immediately took out his phone and started shaking people. You kid wait. Dare to hurt our Imperial House people. You're finished, I'll give you that. Long Biru's expression was bland as he clasped his arms and stood in place. It's clear that I'm waiting here. Yang Shunning was also confident, leaning on his side like a birdie, with a look of I'm not afraid of the sky collapsing. This scene directly stunned Zhou Hong and Chang Xiaoye. They had originally thought that Long Bu-bad was someone like them who wanted to blend in and secretly enroll their children. As it turns out, it seems obvious now that it's not, and people are much more emboldened than they are. They were very shocked in their hearts and wondered where exactly Long Bu-bad got his confidence. Even when facing Dihao, he was still able to remain calm. The onlookers on the sidelines have also started to whisper. This young man is so crazy. Look at the way he's so calm and relaxed. Is he really some kind of big shot? Are you overthinking it? Absolutely not. Or there wouldn't even be a reception. Didn't he just say that it was the principal who received him? You're drunk, aren't you? You believe this crap? Also, humph. It's just a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare he spread his wildness in Imperial Hall, when he's really living out of patience. Don't worry, reality will teach him to behave. When Yang Shunning heard these words she immediately became a little angry and glared at the surrounding crowd. Long Bu-bad, however, did not care about these idle words and waited calmly. Soon, a team of obviously high-ranking black-clad security personnel arrived. Dihao's special security team is on the move. Uninvolved people rushed to get out of the way. They were loaded with bullets, helmets and shields, heavily armed, making it look like a special force. Instantly swish 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 a dozen black holes in the muzzle of the gun pointing toward the dragon is not bad over. Evil thugs, get on your hands and knees with your head in your hands, or I'll be damned if I'm going to shoot you. This solemn battle made the people around them not dare to gather around, and they avoided and ran away. Yang Shunning was directly scared and changed her face on the spot. Her hands tightly clutched Long Bu-bad's arm, as if the slightest letting go would lead to death without burial. For the first time in her life she was looking directly at a gun and was scared beyond belief. Long Bu-bad's face was similarly unsightly as he questioned in a cold voice. The security guards of an elementary school dared to make such a big scene. Who gave you permission to carry firearms? You don't get to ask questions here. Special Security Captain Zhao Bingshan came up with an earth-shaking, stern, explosive shout, as imposing as a mountain. But he couldn't control his frown. Ordinary generation by him so roar will be timid. Is the internal expert will certainly make adjustments to the reaction? But the dragon is not bad as if nothing. Even the slightest micro-expression did not change. This is so unusual. He had never met such a fierce man a few times in his life. Or is this kid actually deaf or a cutie? Or is he a psychopath? Really? Then it looks like you're not going to deliver properly. Dragon not bad said in a deep voice. Zhao Bingxiang was even more surprised. To be able to articulate the words, then he obviously guessed wrong. This man is not deaf. Or a cutie. Psycho. Rather, he's a real tough guy. Zhao Bingxiang got serious and gave a wink to the men next to him. It means simply, get on the guy. The two team members immediately drew out their pistols, aiming at Long Bubu's legs and were ready to fire their bullets. When you meet a vicious outlaw, you can't afford to be the least bit merciful. 119. What a disservice. Jingle bells dash. When the situation was at a standstill, Zhao Bingxiang's phone unexpectedly rang. His whole body tensed up. When on a mission he would set his cell phone to silent and only the one he had set to pay special attention would be allowed to call with a ringing phone. And that person is his top boss, the principal who is the highest in this school. The principal called him. The first thing he did was drop his weapon and take out his phone to answer it. The two henchmen who were about to shoot heard the sound of the phone and also subconsciously stopped their actions, surreptitiously pricked up their ears to listen. Mr. Headmaster, I'm Zhao Bingxiang. What can I do for you? Bad. Something big has happened. I've picked up the wrong person on my side. You now immediately take the special security team to block the entrance of the school. Don't let anyone enter the school to visit anymore. Those who have already entered the school, bring them to the nearest indoor immediately. Don't let them stay outside so that they won't rush into that lord. Give me an immediate go. What? Zhao Bingxiang's brain is all confused. The principal even picked up the wrong person? Hear that? What are you gawking at? Don't respond to me yet. Yes, 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 subordinate. I'll go now. Hurry up. Oh wait first. That lord may have come. If you meet him, remember to be respectful to others. Go up and apologize on your knees first, and say that I'll be right over. And if you receive that lord well, the benefits won't be spared for you. Ha! But, Zhao Bingxiang looked embarrassed. I don't know that lord. Are your eyes blind? The principal's growl came from the other end of the phone. You can't even recognize this? I've told you it's a big shot and you still can't recognize it? Are you a loser you are? Zhao Bingxiang was so scared that his pupils were normalized and he denied it. Of course not, of course not. My subordinate knows. Look at the temperament. Look at the face. That's right. I'm already on my way over. You'd better move faster and be more respectful. This lord's identity is not trivial. If we offend him, our entire imperial hall will be finished. Ha! Yes. Zhao Bingxiang put down the phone, and his pupils were still trembling. How huge is their backstage of Dihao? But they still can't afford to offend this big man. Then his identity is already basically certain. I'm afraid that only the military god marshal who stands at the apex of the force has this kind of energy. And it was such a big shot that their principal picked up the wrong person. What a disservice. Zhao Bingxiang was so angry that he wanted to grab the principal and beat him violently, even if the other party was his top boss. Such a big shot would even recognize a mistake? God damn it. But there was nothing he could do about it. It had come to this, and he could only do his best to wipe the leader's ass. That big shot is likely still at the school gates right now? Gotta get to it. Zhao Bingxiang raised his head, his eyes blazing with impatience. He hadn't given the slightest thought to the fact that the person he was looking for was the young man in front of him who was sneaking around trying to blend into the school. Because he had just arrived, he hadn't heard the matter of Long Bubad saying earlier that his receptionist was the principal. He did not know anything about the causes and consequences of how Long Bubad and those ordinary security guards got into a dispute. He only knew that Long Bubad had injured their Imperial House security guards and was a tough opponent, which was why he rushed to suppress it. But now that the situation was urgent, he couldn't care about all these things. I'm on an urgent mission right now and I don't have time to waste with you guys. Ho! He called out one of his men's team members and ordered, you take them to the side chamber, and don't let them come out and rush the big man. Yes, this AI Chow seemed to understand the priorities of the matter very well, and in the face of this thug, Long Bubad, he was even pleasant to look at. This gentleman, please also cooperate with us and take shelter in the martial arts hall over there. The scene of Zhao Bingxiang talking to the principal on the phone just now was naturally seen by Long Bubad, but he was already too lazy to repeat what he had said over and over again. And he guessed that these security guards wouldn't believe him even if he said again that he was the person the principal wanted to receive. He wanted to see how these people were going to end up. With the attitude of watching what was going on, he followed AI over there. The Zhou couple on the side breathed a huge sigh of relief and followed along. The atmosphere of saber rattling just now could have scared them. Thanks to that great man's blessing, they were kept from being captured in a sorry state, which would have been humiliating. The two covered their chests and sighed as they walked. Thank you so much to this great man. If it wasn't for him, we might have had to lose a big face. Yes, I don't know who this big shot is. To have such energy, to be able to have such a big row in the Imperial Palace. If one day I can also mix into such a position, then it would be worth it even if I die. Zhou Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of longing as he spoke. His wife was beside herself, nodding her head. Yang Shuning, who was on the side, forced herself to hold back her laughter and shook her head, seeming to secretly rejoice at something, following which she looked at Long Biru with an admiring face, her mesmerized eyes, on the verge of becoming infatuated. Entering the martial arts hall, Ai Chao saw that Long Bu Bad even visited in style, and also asked the young and beautiful female teacher here to teach about the content of the class, and could not help but feel contempt. The fact that he had just spoken to Long Bu Bad in a pleasant manner was only because of the situation, and he was in a hurry to complete the task given by his boss. Now since the task was completed, then he naturally would not have any more good looks. The key was that he couldn't stand to see Long Bu Bad obviously already had a very beautiful female companion by his side, but he still pestered the other beautiful teacher to ask questions. He couldn't help but taunt, "Just take a look even if you want to. You really think that your children can go to school here?" Long Bu Bad immediately frowned. "I'm talking to someone else. What are you doing sticking your nose in here?" Ai Chao hung his eyes and said, "I'm just going to interrupt." "So what? You're a guy who sneaked in to enroll. How can you delay Ms. Jin's time?" Even teacher Jin's face changed when these words came out. She quickly waved her hand and persuaded, "No matter, this security brother, even if you can't enroll, it's okay to learn about it. Since you can't sign up, what's the point of just knowing?" Ai Chao snorted with a disdainful grunt. Now, Long Bu Bad's face was completely icy. Few people could make him so angry that he wanted to disregard his status and teach a person a lesson himself. "You think he's a sick cat, don't you? Ms. Jin, please also turn around slightly." "Ugh, me? Yes." Teacher Jin also somehow felt that the words of this young man in front of him were simply irresistible, and turned around in a daze. All she heard was a clatter, as if something had been strung out at speed. By the time she turned around again, the security guard called Ai Chao was gone. She covered her mouth and said in shock, Where's that big brother security guard?" Long Burong said in a cloudy manner. Said that he had something temporary to do and had already left. "Ha!" Teacher Jin still covered her mouth with her hand, only to see Yang Shunning and the Zhou Hong couple next to her acting almost exactly like her, covering their mouths incredulously, with a face like they had seen a ghost. 120. "What are you barking at?" An hour or so later, it was almost time for lunch, but the lockdown had not been lifted outside, and the people trapped in the martial arts center were complaining. Zhou Hong, who looked to be the type that was better at prying for information, slipped around and came back, quietly sharing the information with Long Bu Bad. "The rumor is that the big shot never showed up, and the principal is still waiting, not even daring to make a phone call for fear of upsetting the big shot." The dragon was not bad and shook his head. He then realized that the other party didn't initiate contact with him because of this reason. "And I also heard." Zhou Hong then opened his mouth. "Mysteriously, it seems that there is an assassin who wants to assassinate that big shot, and the security alerts around the area are all drawn up, full of loaded special security guards." Dragon Not Bad had long since seen this scene through the window. He had previously wondered why the school authorities were doing this, but it turned out to be an assassin in the school. However, how did Zhou Hong inquire about such secretive information? Yang Shunning obviously held the same doubt and looked at Zhou Hong. "Who did you hear this from?" "Someone saw it, right outside our martial arts center." "What?" This time, not only Yang Shunning, even Long Burong was taken aback. "Who in the world has eaten the guts of a bear and dared to come and assassinate him?" Shunin Yang asked. "What did they see?" "Saw a heavily armed special security guard lying in the bushes outside the martial arts center." Yang Shunning immediately covered her mouth in fear. To be able to take care of a special security guard without a word, you must be quite good at it, right? She subconsciously looked towards Long Biru, her face full of worry. However, what she saw was a face that couldn't control the corners of her mouth from twitching wildly. Long Bu Bad was truly speechless to the extreme. He didn't expect that the special security guard he had cleaned up before had become a source of spreading rumors about assassins. But if you think about it, it's also true that in a place with such a high level of security, suddenly finding a security guard fainted in the bushes would make any person associate it with an assassin. As soon as Yang Shunning looked at the expression of Long Bu Bad, she knew that this matter was done by him, and that the security guard was Ai Chao who was just cleaned up by him, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but follow the twitching up. Zhou Hong, however, had already turned his head to talk to his petite wife, not noticing their expressions. Alas, that big shot doesn't know what's wrong with him. It's been more than an hour and he still hasn't shown up. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to hang everyone for a game? Yes, and it attracted an assassin, making my heart beat so fast that I was afraid that the assassin would accidentally hurt me by mistake. Zhou Hong grinned broadly. What's there to be afraid of? There are so many loaded security guards outside. What waves can he make? Fart. Don't you know what those war god military gods can do? I do know that our dragon continent's southern navy god can destroy a fleet any continent by himself. Who did you hear that from? It's such bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the exaggeration? What exaggeration? It was meant to be. Fine. Fine. Whatever you say. Zhou Hong, what the hell is your attitude? This couple talked and even quarreled. And Long Bu Bad was listening to the side with his forehead sweating. This rumor does seem a bit exaggerated, making it sound like the Ezo Navy was formed by militia. As good as he was, he couldn't take on an entire fleet by himself. But it really wasn't a good idea to hold up so many parents from all over the school who had come to enroll in the current situation when he alone was upset. He shook his head and said to Yang Shunning, "Let's go. It's almost noon now, so don't interfere with other unrelated people eating." Yang Shunning nodded her head obediently in response, but just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a security guard in charge of guarding the area. Coincidentally, it was the little Wang under the security chief before, the Wang in Liang Feilong's mouth. "I knew you boys wouldn't be honest. I've been here waiting for you for a long time. You specifically stopped me here?" Long Bu Bad was very surprised. "Or else," Wang sneered and said, "I'm staring at the ones like you who know Kung Fu. This is an extraordinary time. No one is allowed to go out." The dragon was not bad enough to strain a smile. He was all set to walk out on his own accord for the sake of those innocent parents, only to still be stopped by these dog-eared security guards. He smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am? Daring to stop me here?" Wang's chin was almost up in the air as he condescendingly said, "Aren't you just a lowly person who sneaked in here? You think you're a man because you know a little Kung Fu, right? I don't care how well you're doing on the outside. Since you didn't pass the vetting, you're just a turd. What's a dog's bark?" Long Bu Bad was already too lazy to get angry with this kind of person, so he asked him, "How do you know that I didn't pass the audit? You won't have your own receptionist if you're vetted?" Wang snorted with a deserving expression. Dragon Not Bad shook his head. "I already said earlier that my receptionist is the principal." "Ha ha ha, still talking such nonsense?" Yang Shunning finally couldn't hold it together and scoffed. "Guess why your principal hasn't been able to pick up anyone?" When these words came out, Wang directly froze in place. A possibility came irrepressibly to his mind. Could it be that the lowly man in front of him wasn't pretending? That he really was the big shot that the principal was going to receive in person? But how? So young, with such a naive face, dressed cheaply, looking like a fish seller. How could it be any big shot? Yang Shunning guessed his thoughts at a glance and scoffed again. He, you're not judging people by their appearance, are you?" Wang firmly denied it. "I'm the one who didn't judge people by their appearance. I only think that that big shot can't be that young. Isn't that judging people by their appearance? Really? Then let me remind you again. If that big shot wasn't so young, how would he have come to this Imperial Elementary School?" Yeah. With a flash of electricity in his brain, Wang finally figured this out. "Don't you come to this Imperial Elementary School to enroll your children in school? That must not be much older." But if things were really like that, what kind of miserable and extreme end would greet him? He didn't even dare to think about it. He stared blankly at the dragon Not Bad in front of him, his face paling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you really that lord? Is it or isn't it? Won't you let me out and find out?" When he said that, Long Bu Bad walked out from his side with a smile. He went forward to block like a madman, his expression grim and frenzied, his arms spread wide to stop in front of Long Bu Bad. "Don't you dare try to hoodwink me." He was a little out of his mind at this point, completely unwilling to face reality. "I know." As if he suddenly remembered some kind of very plausible possibility, he pointed at Long Biru and said, "You're the assassin, aren't you?" The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and his voice couldn't help but get louder. "Ai Chow was found in the bushes outside the martial arts center, and you happen to be inside the martial arts center as well. Plus the fact that you possessed plenty of strength when you chopped off Liang Feilong's ankle with one hand before. I know, you must be the assassin." He then yelled out, "Come on, someone come. I found the assassin. The assassin is here." His shout instantly attracted over a large group of people, all heavily armed special security guards. Swish 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 swish, in the blink of an eye, as if it was a replica of the scene more than an hour ago, Long Burong was once again targeted by a dozen or so blackened gun muzzles. 121. Drag this cowardly lackey down. Honestly, you're the one who knocked Ho out, aren't you? In the face of Wang's almost hysterical questioning and a dozen or so black holes of gun muzzles, Long Bu Bad's face was as normal. He had always been bold, so he naturally nodded his head and admitted, "Yes, I'm the one who knocked him out." What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. No one could have imagined that the mysterious assassin, who came and went without a trace in their eyes, would expose himself just like that. "I didn't realize it was really you." Brother Wang had a look of ecstasy on his face. Detecting the assassin's true identity was a great achievement for him. Huge bonuses, promotion and marriage to a rich white woman are just around the corner. He felt like he had been hit by a heavenly flood. His head was dizzy and he was flushed with excitement. Lower-level security rushed to evacuate the crowd and set up a shield wall. "This man is not strong. Prepare for a fire raid." "Yes." Zhao Bingqiang, who had long been waiting in the wings, gave an order, and the well-trained special security around him immediately began to move. All of them did their jobs, evacuating the parents watching around them and clicking up an impenetrable wall of blast shields. With such a battle, it really treated Long Bubad as the most destitute and vicious criminal. Although Long Bubad's face was as usual, Yang Shunning was a little frightened. Her face was white, her delicate body trembled, and she tightly grasped his arm without letting go. Zhou Hong and his wife, on the other hand, were directly dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that the assassin would be right beside them. Both of them looked like they had been robbed of their lives and hugged each other. However, the scene that made their jaws drop even more was yet to come, only to see a team of forbidden guards in dark golden uniforms flanking a blessedly fat middle-aged man in his 50s approaching over. The captain of the forbidden guards beside the middle-aged man came up and scolded Zhao Bingqiang sternly. "The principal of the school is waiting for his honored guest right next to him. What's the matter with you guys making such a big fuss over here?" Zhao Bingqiang hurriedly bowed forward and reported as if inviting credit. "Lord Luo, my subordinate has found the assassin who attacked the school's lower-level security guards. It's him." He pointed his finger over towards Dragon Not Bad, the corner of his mouth scraping up a smug smile. This scene saw Wang was secretly hateful. His mouth full of teeth clenched. This assassin was obviously found by him first, and he didn't hesitate to risk his life to expose it. But as a result, this Zhao Bingqiang looks like he wants to take the credit for himself, which is really hateful. But he was clueless. As a lower-level security guard, human speech is slight, and jumping out to grab credit with the leader now is pure death-seeking behavior. He could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, lowering his head to keep this account in his heart. What he could not have imagined, however, was the bipolar reversal scene that was about to unfold, only to see that the principal, after seeing the face of Long Bubad, the originally kind expression suddenly became gloomy at once, as if forcibly enduring hysterical rage, striding to Zhao Bingqiang, and then fiercely slapped him in the face. Splat! The sound directly slapped Zhao Bingqiang to the ground. Everyone froze. Zhao Bingqiang was even more confused in his head, looking up at the principal incredulously. "School, Headmaster Sama. Damn dog, how dare you falsely accuse our school's honored guest? I think you're living out of your mind." The principal erupted into a furious roar, spitting on Zhao Bingqiang's face. "He's stupid. What? Honored guests? This young man who snuck in and injured their security guard was not an assassin, but the distinguished guest the principal had been waiting for?" Boom! The intense shock was like a bomb. Zhao Bingqiang felt as if his brain had exploded, and he could not see anything in front of his eyes in white. Wang had a similar expression as him, jaws dropped and dazed, but he was a little better. At least he hadn't lost his mind from the shock, and a sudden flash of fear welled up in his heart. Fortunately, this captain has given his own credit to the strong. Or once the false accusation of sitting on the false accusation comes, he, a small character, will surely die without a burial place. Come on, drag this dog-gutted lackey down to death row. Yes. With a furious look from the principal, the nearby captain of the forbidden guards dragged the stagnant Zhao Bingqiang down. There was also Brother Wang who had not been left behind. The captain of the forbidden guards had seen clearly the offense of trespassing that he had just committed against Dragon Not Bad. No matter how miserably he screamed, he was dragged to death row together. On the principal's side, seeing those special security still stupidly pointing their guns at Long Bubad, he once again became furious, striding over to slap them hard one after another, slapping them with a big red slap mark on each face, lowering their heads, not daring to fart. **************************************************************** Who are you still pointing guns at? Who are you still pointing guns at? Back the off, all of you, and get your asses to the House of Corrections for your 50 blood lashes. Ah yes. The gun-toting security guards hurriedly retreated with their asses in the air, and the forbidden guards quickly screened off those parents who wanted to watch the fun, before the principal revealed a fawning smile and bowed that slightly chubby body to get in front of Long Bubad. "Really sorry for you now, Marshal. These dog lackeys are all fools with no eyes. Accidentally offended you. You must not take it to heart. Before Long Bu Bad could say anything, Yang Shunning launched her temper in exasperation. These people recruited by your school are really pulling out guns on people without moving, almost scaring me to death. The fat principal smiled even more humbly. Egu this aunt. I'm really sorry. You can just tell me how to deal with them. Even if I have to take their lives, I won't take pity on them. Yang Shunning didn't dare to say this. She just grunted and turned her face away. Long Burong asked with a smirk, what is the principal's name? Egu. This can never be appropriate. The marshal will just address me as Fatty Chu. Long Burong raised an eyebrow. His hunch was not wrong. There was no surname in this dragon continent that was more honorable than the Chu surname. Because the Chu surname represents the continent's main clan. He is no wonder that the establishment of this school is so exaggerated. So behind it stands the royal family. Principal Chu, it's hard for you to come to the school entrance early in the morning and wait to receive me. This favor, I can't not remember it. The fat rector smiled with a bitter face and said, the marshal is not saying anything. If not for the fact that I mistakenly recognized the wrong person just now, I would not have made the marshal wait for so long, and also let the following lackeys make such an unauthorized transgression of the crime. Please forgive me only. Oh, what's all this talk about forgiveness? I wasn't very angry in the first place. Come on, show me around your school. Yes, 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 this way please. Principal Chu had an expression as if he had been pardoned, fawningly smiling as he led the way in front. Long Bu Bad smiled faintly and followed, next to Yang Shunning who was already on the verge of hyperventilating. She knew that Long Bu Bad was very powerful, but she didn't expect that it was actually this powerful. Even the royal relatives had to smile like a lackey in front of him. This is too much. In her common sense, and something that was well known, the Chu clan's royal family was the group of people who stood at the very top of the dragon continent. The object that even they had to respectfully curry favor with was something she couldn't even imagine originally. And it's amazing that such people are right next to them. Holding on to the arm of Long Bu Bad, she looked at the side face of this man in fascination, couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate. Her winking eyes were like silk, completely not noticing that the place between her legs was on the verge of flooding. 122. It's hard to get rid of the hate in my heart. The tour lasted the entire day. The tour alone was actually fine, but mainly listening to the teachers explain what they were teaching was very time-consuming. Long Bu Bad asked Yang Shunning to write down the main points of these contents in her book, so that she could report to her aunt and uncle when she went back. This whole day's time Chu principal accompanied the whole day. The teachers also trembling, like a superior leader to inspect the same. Make the dragon not bad some tears and laughter. He didn't really like the atmosphere much. He preferred to be on an equal footing with others. But it couldn't be helped. From the moment these people knew of his honorable status, this idea of his was destined to be nothing but an extravagant hope. By the end of the day's visit, he had also managed to enroll Jinjin in the topmost special class at this school. The students who can attend this class can be called a phoenix feather. Basically is specially prepared for the royal son and princess, as well as the direct descendants of the cabinet ministers and dignitaries. In this class all the resources are the top. It can be said to be the educational environment that parents dream of. Jinjin is the only student who doesn't fall into this category. This was something that made Long Biru feel a little emotional as well. I didn't realize that even in such a high-class place, the same class division existed. It's no wonder there are guys who like to dogpile. However, that doesn't mean they should be forgiven. When he parted with Principal Chu, Long Bu Bad specifically mentioned it. That special security chief Zhao Bingxiang who falsely accused me before. And that ordinary security guard named Wang something. What are you going to do with them? Chu Principal Fu fat body suddenly a jolt. Lowbrow obediently said, to kill or death. All at the command of the marshal. Long Biren coldly grunted. If killing them can stop these crooked practices within the school, I wouldn't mind having 2 more lives on my hands. This. Principal Chu smiled awkwardly and lowered his head, trying to think up what Long Biren meant. Crooked? What crooked? He really couldn't figure it out. It is also true that it is a bit difficult for him. The higher-ups are used to doing it. These things of guessing other people's minds he has long become inept. Usually it was the people below him who came to figure out what he was thinking. When did he need to figure out what others were thinking? It was the god of the Southern Navy who could have the honor of making him willing to do so. Seeing that he couldn't figure it out, Long Biren opened up and said, I mean your criteria for recruiting people in the future. Isn't it time to change it? Don't always recruit these idiots who like to look down on people with their dog's eyes. It dawned on Principal Chu. Yes. So that's how it is. the marshal's lesson is right. The quality of these dog lackeys really needs to be improved. I will arrange for the people below to think of a solution. Long Bubad was a bit dissatisfied with his attitude and questioned. You won't find a way to solve it yourself? Yes. Principal Chu's forehead saw sweat and he quickly changed his words. I will. I want to now. Long Bubad coldly grunted. I'll give you 10 seconds to come up with a solution for me. Ha! Principal Chu was dumbfounded. Yang Shuning looked on the sidelines and secretly laughed, while her eyes blossomed with peach blossoms. The outsider who dared to speak like this to the royal relatives. I'm afraid that the only one who could look at the entire land of Dragon Continent would be Long Bubad. Fortunately, Principal Chu still has a bit of brain. After reacting and thinking quickly, he really let him come up with a solution within 10 seconds. I'll come up with a set of test questions to test the quality of these underlings, and then I'll specifically ask someone to pretend to be a passerby parent to go over and conduct actual tests on them. Never again cronyism, and those who don't qualify will all be eliminated, to screen for the highest quality talent. And there's no use for anyone who wants to go through the back door. Sensei. Long Burong pondered for a moment and gently nodded. That's not a bad way to go. He couldn't ask for more from an outsider. Seeing Long Bubu nodded his head, Principal Chu let out a huge sigh of relief. He was really scared out of his wits just now. If he didn't come up with a solution within 10 seconds just now, he really couldn't guarantee what this killing god would do. The other party dared to trespass the main forbidden palace to intimidate the continental lord in a fit of rage. So there won't be many scruples about taking his life, right? Principal Chu felt like he was literally walking in front of a ghost gate. After sending Long Biru away, as if relieved, he even almost sat down on his butt on the ground, with a feeling of weakness all over his body. His secretary came forward and whispered, My lord, the meal on Pavilion Master Yan's side is about to overrun. Principal Chu cursed, Malagogic, timeout is fine. Just tell him that I'm not going today. Ha, but what? He directly roared. I almost lost my life here today. Do you know that? Hurry up and arrange for a special car to Moonlight Heavenly Palace. I'll be staying there tonight. Yes. The secretary hurriedly took out her cell phone and began to make contact. And, Principal Chu, as if he suddenly remembered something again, hatefully commanded, do away with that security guard surnamed Wang who had offended the god of the Southern Navy. Everything today is due to him. It's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred if he, this fool, doesn't die. The secretary nodded with a trembling voice. Yes, then Captain Zhao Bingxiang. He's even. So at least save face for the Zhao family and send him back to the Zhao family with a severe beating. Yes. A storm that died down. Flowers blossomed twice, each with a branch. Long Bubad sighed. After giving his sister that he has successfully enrolled Jinjun, the Zhou family ushered in a jubilant atmosphere up and down. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of their family, it was impossible for their children to enroll in the imperial palace. Something they wouldn't have dared to think about before, which was why they were so happy. Zhou old man personally give him a toast. Zhou Lijie smilingly do his tea little brother. Zhou Meiju Zhou Mingyan is also a fawning face. Praise him, with the previous acerbic appearance completely two extremes. Long Yanjun, on the other hand, was filled with pride. Having been born as a human being, she had never raised her eyebrows so much. After eating, Long Bubad also said goodbye. Just got on the car. The cell phone received a message from the Lord of the Killing God Temple. He said that Wu Qi, the boss of Yama Temple, had contacted that cadre under the underground Heavenly King. Long Burong's heart was shaken, and he hurriedly asked for the specifics. That Wu Qi said that he had swindled the other party into having convinced the Lord of Yama Temple to defect to the underground Heavenly King, and only then was he able to secure the opportunity to meet in person. Good. Long Bubad couldn't help but let out a burst of unrestrained laughter. Time, place, and I'll arrest this man myself. Since it was a cadre under the underground Heavenly King, there was no worry about catching the underground Heavenly King if we could catch this person. At the local Imperial Hotel in Genoa City, Zhuzhou, which is the land of the Viet King, the dragon was not bad with a frown. I didn't expect this matter, but it even involved the King of Yu. The King of Yu is the third uncle of the current continent lord, the younger brother of the late emperor, and one of the most powerful princes and lords of the Chu clan's royal family in the outside world. His territory was a land of fish and rice, not only affluent, but also strong in military power, with 100,000 private troops independent of the military department. The Yu family army, although its economic strength was not as strong as a family like the Zheng family, which was the head of a giant, but in terms of military strength, It was not 1 star stronger than the Zhang family. If he dared to touch the Yu king, then I'm afraid that the dragon continent is really going to be in chaos. No wonder that underground heavenly king is emboldened. It turns out that he relies on having the king of Yu as his backer. Long Bubad slowly clenched his fists, and a stern killing intent flashed in his eyes. But so what even if you have the king of Yu as your backer? If you dare to assassinate me, dragon not bad. Even if you have the king of heaven as your backer, I will still kill you. 123. Are people so arrogant nowadays? That's it. I'm planning to head to Zhuzhou for a while, and I'll leave the house to you guys for now. A few days later, after the conditioning of the killing god's fierce spirit in Long Bubad's body came to an end, he was ready to set off for Zhuzhou. The meaning of coming to an end was that he had put a temporary stop to his healing. The killing god's fierce spirit had now recovered to the point where it could be utilized, and as long as it was not overdrawn there would not be any problems. Although the underground heavenly king was famous, his own strength was actually not too strong, or else he wouldn't have gone into hiding and secretly defected to the king of Yu. And when this fellow was settled, he would come back and continue to recuperate from his injuries. Yang Shuning was now his die-hard fangirl, and considered it her greatest happiness to serve him in his daily routine. Hearing him say he wants to go, Yang Shuning that is a lot of reluctance, a face of begging to run over, and do not dare to speak, just with a cry pitiful eyes begging him to take himself, even if it's just simply waiting in the hotel. But Long Bubad was going to take revenge this time. It was impossible to bring her a dragger. She could only send off with tears in her eyes wailing. Su Hanjing did not react at all, and nodded his head flatly and said yes. This was somewhat unexpected by Long Biru, but he didn't ask any more questions, changed into clean clothes and left. Only when he entered the driver's seat of the car, he realized that this Jedi Army King was already sitting in the passenger seat. Long Bubad instantly realized that Fong did not export in the room because he was afraid of being rejected by him. You think Yang Shuning will get in the way, don't you? He outright chided. What are you doing? Get out of here. Su Hanjing's petite body trembled violently and pursed her lips, looking very aggrieved. But she still insisted. Last time you went out with Yang Shuning, this time I must join you. What? It's all about climbing, isn't it? Get out of here. Su Hanjing's eyes reddened and almost shed tears. She also gave up and gritted her teeth. I'm just doing my duty as an adjutant. If you don't allow me to follow, then fire me. I'll just get discharged and go home to tell my old man off. Su Hanjing moved his old man out, and Long Bubad simply could not refuse. He said helplessly, fine, then this trip will serve as a test for you to take up the post of my adjutant. What should an adjutant do? I don't think you need me to teach you, do you? Of course, I will fulfill my duties. Long Bubad nodded and drove on. Next to her, Su Hanjing was so happy that she clenched her fists at once, and had nearly leapt for joy. Long Bubad didn't care about her either. He just drove the car to that suburban estate from before to pick up a person. Boss Wu Qi, that underground heavenly king's cadre was the one he contacted, as atonement for forcibly abducting the head of the dragon's not-so-bad sister. Previously when he came to the door he had said that this crime was punishable by death, and without accident Wu Qi was now a dead man. But since he had the ability to pay for his crimes, then Long Buri gave him a chance for the time being. Of course if it wasn't inconvenient for him to step in, the Yama Palace master would definitely come and do this kind of thing himself. To be able to travel with the god of the Southern Navy, such an honor, he was 10,000 times more willing. After Wu Qi got on the car, he looked very nervous and formal, sitting squarely in the back alone, without slanting his eyes, with his ceiling on the dome of the car, and not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Long Bubad drove onto the highway and couldn't help but laugh softly when he realized that he was still tightly tensed behind him. Wu Qi, you can be a bit more casual when you come out with me. Don't make it so tense that you'll show your cracks when the time comes. Yes, I understand. Only then did Wu Qi let out a sigh of relief, his taut body gradually relaxing. The car traveling for more than 2 hours, approaching Genoa when almost out of gas. Long not bad will drive it to the service area to refuel. But I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of cars refueling here, and there were 5 or 6 of them lined up outside. So he drove the car directly into the VIP fueling area, where there was no waiting, except that the price of gas was triple that of the regular area. But that small amount of money, he didn't care. Who knows? He was in the middle of refueling when a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom came up behind him and began to frantically honk its horn at him to urge him on. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. This son of a is looking for death. The veins on Wu Chi's head were about to explode, and he was about to get out of the car to beat up the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Long Biron put a stop to it with a deep voice. We're about to go to Genoa to fish for the underground heavenly king. Don't make more trouble. But I really can't see how someone could dare to disrespect Lord Military God. The man covered in muscular golden wheels and Long Biru gently shook his head. A little impatience is a big mistake. Remember his license plate number. When we finish our business, it won't be too late to teach him a lesson. Yes. Wu Chi turned back and viciously wrote down the license plate number of that Rolls-Royce on his cell phone. Who knows? They didn't get out of the car, but the other side came to the door. The visitor was a tall young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, wearing a suit as white as snow, but his expression was quite arrogant and uninhibited. He came over angrily, thumping and kicking furiously at the door of the dragon's not-so-bad car. Through the window you could hear him roar, "Get out of my way! How dare you come here to refuel in a trashy Passat? Delaying my precious time? Pretending to be deaf? I'm talking to you and I'm pretending I can't hear you? Open the window! Damn it!" Long Bubad frowned. All the dudes in this Genoa city are so arrogant? He didn't bother. Su Hanjing watched the youth kicking and punching the car door from the co-pilot with an icy look on her face. She kept in mind Long Biron's order to do what an adjutant should do, and that is to not act without authorization until she receives the order. That is, even if the sky collapses. But Wu Chi was already so angry that he was about to explode. What a big dog's guts! My lord, please also let me go out and skin this brat. Long Biron coldly said. I said I don't want to cause more trouble. Can't you hear me? Yes. Wu Chi lowered his head very reluctantly. The dragon was deaf to the thumping and kicking outside the window. This kid dares to be so crazy. Must have an extremely deep background. Look at his facial contours, vaguely similar to the Continental Master. Long Bubad guessed the other side may be the son of the King of Yu, the Continental Master's cousin. Of course it might not be, but he didn't want to take that risk. If he cleaned up this kid here, then there would be a big misunderstanding between him and the King of Yu. Originally, his relationship with these royal families was tense now, and he was suspected that he might seize the position of the continent's lord at any time, letting the river and mountain change hands. So he really shouldn't act rashly. Most importantly, the purpose of his trip was to capture the underground heavenly king and force the truth behind the victimization of his family from him. It was not wise to provoke the Yu king for no reason now. A little patience goes a long way. So don't forget the purpose of our trip. With one sentence, Long Bubad completely characterized the matter. Wu Chi no longer dared to talk too much. The gasoline was filled up, and Long Bubad used his cell phone to scan the code to pay, and drove away directly. The commotion of being kicked and punched in the car door finally subsided. But what he never expected was to see the silver Rolls-Royce in the rearview mirror again just 5 minutes later. It was like a roadblock, barreling across the road, with cars on the side of the road avoiding it, not daring to touch it in the slightest. Just kidding, this is a Rolls-Royce. A little touch on the edge. Sell the car is not enough to compensate. If you want to talk about the judgment of responsibility for traffic accidents, would someone driving a Rolls-Royce not have a background? You'll be judged to be fully responsible. Seeing this scene, an unpleasant premonition suddenly arose in Long Biru's heart. Sure enough, this Rolls-Royce was running towards him, relying on the fact that his car had enough weight and horsepower for good safety, and when he was about to overtake him, the steering wheel was hit, and he directly slammed into him from the side. Wu Chi directly screamed out in fear. This dog thing, it's crazy. 124. How's that for a fairy tale? Ha! Boom! There was a loud bang. The dragon is not a bad Passat was directly hit and flew out. The huge horsepower of the Rolls-Royce was like a giant elephant, knocking the poor weak and helpless Passat flying out of the highway guardrail, rolling 7 or 8 times and crashing into the field beside the highway after crumbling off countless pieces. Not long after, Long Bubad and the others drilled out of the smoking hulk of a car. They are all highly powerful, but did not suffer any injuries. The difficult thing is just that now there is no means of transportation. Where's that kid man? Wu Chi was the first to run to the highway to check it out, but only saw the tail lights of the Rolls-Royce from afar, and was so angry that he cursed. Damned dog! I will chop your bones and suck your marrow. Even Su Hanjing, who always treats outsiders like icebergs, was already furious and asked him, "Did you memorize the license plate number?" Wu Chi gritted his teeth and nodded. "Of course I remembered. I'll call the traffic police brigade to find out the identity of this kid." Slow down. The dragon was not bad enough to jump to his side in a flying leap and stop him. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. It's not too late to come back and clean him up when we find the underground heavenly king. Yes. Wu Qi hesitated for a second, but he still didn't dare to disobey Long Bu Bad's order and bowed his head in agreement. The dragon was not bad. Take a ride now. Where's the need to hitchhike? Wu Qi pulled out a loud voice, rightfully saddling up. Just wait for me to go to the center of the road and grab a car. What did you say? Long Buron's eyes instantly became icy cold to the bone. Wu Qi was stabbed by this look and laughed awkwardly. Nothing. I'm talking too much. I'll do whatever you command. Marshal. Only then did Long Bu Bad's expression ease up, but he froze on the side of the road for half a day without stopping a single hitchhiker. You can place an order with your cell phone, but that's so slow that it takes at least 2 hours. Enough time for them to get downtown on the run. Little brother Hao, leave this to me. Su Hanjing took the initiative and took off her jacket, unbuttoning the shirt in front of her chest, revealing the shape of 2 puffy, soft and snowy jade balls, and a deep, tantalizing gully. She ran out front alone to stop a car, and managed to do so in less than a minute, stopping a black Land Rover. It was a crying shame to see the dragon not bad. The owner of the car was a fat, balding middle-aged man with a lewd expression, inviting Su Hanjing to sit in the passenger seat. But the next second, a tall, sinewy, fierce man opened the passenger door and sat his ass in, giving him a fright. Asterisk. Who are you? Who let you in? Wu Qi's bull's-eyes glared. What? You let my aunt ride in the car and not me? The bald man looked back, only to realize that the earthly creature from earlier had already sat in, followed by a young man with a simple face. He looked at Wu Qi next to him again and was directly confused. That beautiful creature looks like she's in her 20s at the most, and you're at least 30, so you're calling her auntie? Wu Qi, and what are you looking at? Hurry up and drive your car. The loud voice that sounded like a temple ringing a flood bell once again startled the bald man. Su Hanjing said in the back with a begging voice, I'm sorry, Ha big brother. We had a car accident on the road, and rushed to have an emergency. Can you please drive us to the Imperial Palace Hotel? How much money casually you open? What? No. It's not about the money. You guys get out of the car now. The balding man, who at first glance wasn't a man short of money, directly began to drive people out of the car. I thought you little girl alone. Afraid if you meet bad people think by the way to help you a hand. The results you even have 2 male companions. How to play fairy jump right? Hurry up and get out of the car. Wu Qi immediately became angry and threatened. Dare to kick us out of the car. You're looking for death, aren't you? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. The bald man was also angry, his face red, and he directly disliked him back. You have 3 seconds to get out of the car, or I'll call someone and it'll be too late for you to leave. Wu Qi was happy to hear that he was going to call someone. Yo hey, go ahead and call. I'll see who you can call over. Martyr pussy, this is what you said, when my brother comes over. Not to send all of you who play fairy jump to the police station. Without delay, the balding man picked up the phone and began to call. What a call! Wu Qi hugged his arms with a sneer on his face, obviously intending to watch the show, while Su Hanjing covered her forehead and eyes with a faceless look. In order to do something for Long Bu Bad, she sold her color for the first time in her life, and as a result, she failed, so she was really a bit groundless. Long Bu Bad shook his head and said to the balding driver, Uncle, I'll be straight with you. We're not ordinary people. It's useless for you to call anyone. In this case, you send us to the Imperial Court Hotel. Leave me a phone number. By the time we're done, I'll come over specially to thank you. Long Bu Bad had thought that he had already lowered his stance enough, but in the end, he did not expect this bald man on the opposite side to directly snort and laugh. Where do you think you're coming from to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? The corners of Long Bu Bad's mouth twitched as he said, Then do you know who I am? You who? The balding uncle scared and laughed. So you're still something? It's not a figurehead. It's a big one. Long Bu Bad sighed. He really didn't want to expose himself. Forget it. I'm really in a hurry. Let's just tell you for the time being. I'm the Southern Navy god dragon not bad. If you send me to the Imperial Palace Hotel right now, I can take it as owing you a small favor. Hearing him say that, Wu Qi slightly changed his face. He had been a little shaken. Long Bu Bad even went so far as to expose himself and ask for the active help of this bald man. Obviously simple to rob this car on the line. This bald man kicked and threw down the matter, but the result has to make it so complicated. But he immediately understood. This is the marshal's measure. A great man has something to do, because he does not want to hold the strong and weak, do not want to take action against the ordinary people, so even if it is such a simple thing, the marshal is never willing to do. But the balding man was completely unaware of Long Biru's intentions. He just felt ridiculous and laughable. What did you say? You're the god of the Southern Navy? Ha ha ha. This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Ah ha 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 ha. It's really funny, old me. The jokes your kid tells are really funny. He covered his belly like a madman and began to laugh so hard that water came out of his eyes. Long Biro looked on from the side and was speechless. He wanted to release some killing intent to let this guy feel it, but he was afraid that not controlling the force would scare him out of something. He really didn't dare to strike out at will against such ordinary people with weak willpower. The probability of causing this person to be brain damaged is really high, though he's brain dead enough as it is. Then wait, Long Bubad said indifferently. I'll see who you can call over. 125. It's not good to impersonate anyone, but the military god marshal? My lord, is this really good? Wu Qi cautiously came up to Long Bubad's side. If it delays the trip, that's okay, just let him call someone, and later neither of you two will squeak. Long Bubad smiled faintly and said. Wu Qi was very incomprehensible. He wasn't that familiar with the cadres under that underground heavenly king's command, and it was only the second time the two had met. That's if you're more than half an hour late. The other person might get tired of waiting and walk away. But when he saw Su Hanjing also waiting up with a subdued look, he suddenly felt somewhat figured out again. Perhaps the marshal wanted him to take the initiative to contact that cadre and ask him to come over and help resolve the matter. In that case, it was just the right time to take advantage of the situation to ask about the whereabouts of the underground heavenly king, as well as the identity of the owner of that Rolls-Royce just now, and all the problems would be solved. Well, that must be it. Wu Qi sighed in his heart that he really deserved to be the Lord Military God. He just waited for the call on his side, and also followed the peace of mind to wait up. The people called by the other side came very quickly, surprisingly 3 police cars, which made Wu Qi taken aback. I didn't realize that this bald guy really had connections in the bureau. Team Wang, you're finally here. They're the ones who played the fairy jump with me and tried to rob my car. The bald man bowed his chubby body to come up to the leading captain to light a cigarette. The other party took it in his mouth, and gave a direct order to arrest the 3 of Long Bubad. Hurry up and get in the car. Unschooled assholes, wait for your jail time. A young member of the team with a gun pointed at the trio and chortled. One moment, please. Su Hanjing unhurriedly began to explain that they are midway by someone maliciously hit out of a traffic accident. There are urgent matters to deal with, so they want to take someone else's hitchhiking, not what fairy jump. Liars don't even call themselves liars. The uniformed captain sneered, but the guru sent someone to investigate. As a result, after the subordinate sent out returned, he actually laughed even more coldly. The license plate is local to Longjing. Right, and the one that got wrecked was a Passat? Humph. This is the Yu King's territory, not your Longjing. When you come to our place, the King of Heaven will have to act according to our rules. Take it away. Yes. Several team members drew their pistols, and that young team member took out handcuffs to put them on the 3 Long Bubad people. Wu Qi's bullseyes bulged out and his face was blood red, already furious. If he were alone, he would have to kill these black cops who confused right and wrong. However, he kept in mind the words of Dragon Not Bad just now and did not choose to make a move. Long Biro cooperatively extended his hand, looked at the police uniform captain, and opened his mouth to ask him. Then, the crime of slandering and framing this marshal will be borne by you, right? The uniformed captain frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Do you feel like you're still some kind of big shot? Ahahaha. In front of the police. You're still thinking about blowing awesome. The balding man laughed and stepped forward to explain. Team Wang. This man previously claimed to be the Dragon Marshal of the Southern Navy. Do you think it's funny? A couple of black cops next to him froze, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. It seems like it's been a long time since I've heard a joke this funny. The dragon was not bad and sighed softly. How many times had he met something similar? The young player even laughed outright and almost went off the deep end. Aha! Ha ha ha. Just you? The little brother who doesn't even look as big as me, is the god of the Southern Navy? Aha ha ha ha. Please at least make a draft before you brag. It's not good to impersonate anyone, but the military god marshal? What a death wish. Even the uniformed captain couldn't help himself. Hurry up and cuff them and take them away. Da Qiang, you come with us too. The balding man said yes with a fawning smile. The dragon shook his head in disbelief and shortened his body to get into the police car. These black police officers kept a close watch on them and the 3 were escorted into separate police cars and driven to the city. In the car where Su Hanjing was, the 2 black police officers on the left and right took out their cell phones and drooled as they took crazy pictures of her. The beauty of shooting information is that it is actually shooting to those key areas. While filming, he also accosted with a lustful look. TSK, 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 I say little sister, you have such a good body and such a pretty face. Why do you want to go and do a fairy jump with someone? Call a good brother. Serve us for a time. Afterward introduce you to a big boss as a private secretary. A month casually more than $100,000. How? Su Hanjing rolled her eyes and didn't bother at all. If they didn't have to follow the orders of Long Boo Boo, these two silver tie and nasty black cops would have already reported to hell. In the car escorting Long Boo Boo Bad, Captain One was answering the phone. Yes. Ha? No time. I'm escorting the Southern Navy's Divine Dragon Marshal to the detention center on my side. How can I possibly help you go to Jindong to sweet pornography? Kidding? I'm not joking. This is what he said himself. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it together. Yes, that's right. What's the situation, you ask? There's a guy who played fairy jumper got into my sister-in-law's brother. He calls himself the Dragon Marshal of the Southern Navy. Ha ha ha. Funny. Ha? Well, yes, directly sent to the detention center. The old rules you are not unaware of. All from Longjing we are ruthless brown. When I squeeze him dry and then sent to your place to have a good lesson. Ha ha, to see if he dares to pretend to be a military god marshal in the future. As the phone hung up, Captain Wang subconsciously turned his head to look at Long Biru, and seeing that he still had that cloudy look, he couldn't help but snort, then shook his head, no longer paying attention. An hour later, the Akiba Detention Center in Jindong District. Long Biru got down from the car with a slightly austere expression. He thought he would be sent to the police station to make a statement, but he ended up coming straight to this place. It seems that in the realm of the King, these grassroots law enforcers are not generally doing whatever they want. But to his surprise, Wu Qi and Su Hanjing were not sent over. He was the only one sent here. Was it as a price for impersonating a Southern Navy god? The dragon didn't smile badly. I never thought that one day he would be arrested and brought to the guardhouse for impersonating himself. Stop whining and get going. Seeing him stand still, the police officer who had him in custody snapped. He didn't do anything about it and walked right into the guardhouse. The dragon is not bad, has his own ideas. If all went well, he should be able to get the King to voluntarily hand over the underground Heavenly King to him. 2 hours later, a prison-uniformed dragon not bad walked into a gloomy multi-person cell. A couple of prisoners with bulging muscles looked toward him with sardonic grins. They were vaguely led by the tattooed man with the most vicious face. The guy's appearance was a vicious and horrible, pimply face with triangular eyes and stubbed jaw. I'm afraid that just by looking at him, he could scare a child to tears. A cruel smile hung at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his own fists together, looking like he was going to come up and teach the newcomer a hard lesson first without a second thought. The dragon was not bad and smiled faintly. Is this the jailer? Kid, if you get down on your knees right now and eat my chicken, I can consider going easy on you later, just for fun. The tattooed man grinned at him. Long Biro said indifferently, no need. I know some kung fu for the time being. You guys go together. 126. All those who can fight, call them all. Kim Don Viet Ba Detention Center, a multi-person cell. A bunch of people lay in a heap on the floor, and the room was filled with the sounds of the wounded wailing. Long Bubad sat on the bed with the softest mattress pad in the cell, and was absently wiping the blood on his hands with a paper towel. The tattooed man who had a vicious face just now had become bruised and swollen. His teeth had fallen out several times, and he was stepped on by Long Bubad, unable to move. Tick-tock dash. A sharp alarm bell rang, the cell's barred door opened, and several police officers armed with batons poured in from outside. The man at the head of the group snapped at him. Good for you, you fraudster. You don't know how to repent when you're locked up, but you even hurt your roommates and beat them to death. Do you know what you're doing? Long Bubad said lightly. We're just having some friendly exchanges. Playing games? Winning and losing is normal. Don't you think so? He kicked the tattooed man at his feet. Yes. We were just playing a game. Put. The tattooed man spat out blood and tried his best to say these words, then directly fainted. The scene caused the corner of his eye to twitch as he watched the lead detective. Great. You like to play games, don't you? I'm going to get someone to play with you. With a twist of his head, he turned and exited the cell. The next henchman immediately greeted him and asked, Boss, who are you calling? Raging Bull, Black Fury, all those who can fight. Call them all over here, he said viciously. I don't believe it. I still can't clean up a fraudster. Yes. This henchman moved quickly to make arrangements to go, and another shrewd and suspicious thin monkey henchman came up again. Boss, Team Wang said that this man claimed to be the Dragon Marshal of the Southern Navy, and he's so capable of fighting. Do you think he'll really? You idiot. The head of the police force slapped him on the lid of his head. What kind of person is the military god marshal? How could he possibly engage in fraud? No, that's not what the little one meant. The skinny monkey police officer covered his head and cried. I was trying to say if there is any possibility that he might have any relationship with that invincible military god. Otherwise, unless he is a madman, surely he wouldn't have the guts to impersonate that lord's name, right? Haven't you seen enough crazy people in this world? The captain of the police force chortled, then grunted and laughed. Don't worry, I've already checked the background of this Long Zihao. It's just a retired sergeant with no background. Just do whatever you want. The thin monkey police officer breathed a sigh of relief and complimented. It's still you, boss, who's thoughtful. This kid thinks he's invincible because he's been in the army for a few years, and dares to tug at me like this. The captain of the police station said viciously, I'll let him know what cruelty means, and that no one can be arrogant in a place under my jurisdiction. Behind him, the police officers of the institute worshipped. Boss Wise, the one from Longjing dares to be so arrogant on our turf. And this won't end until his hundreds of thousands of discharge fees are straightened out. It's typical of young people who haven't been socialized. And hey, we'll take responsibility for it. The head of the police boss of the institute tilted his head. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and he grunted and said, Let's go. To the monitoring room. 10 minutes later, the surveillance room, with the boss of the institute police as the leader. The surrounding circle of institute police all had a jaw-dropping expression. In the screen that was monitoring the cell where Long Bubad was, a bunch of people had fallen across the floor, covered in blood, chaotic, and in a state of disarray, which was generally the same as the scene 10 minutes ago. The difference is that the people who fell down one by one were born with a tiger's back and waist, sinewy and developed. It seems to be the elite level of the gangsters. One can beat the previous kind of punks 10, but they all fell to the ground and wailed in pain, again as if they were no different from those punks before. It's all toys. Seeing this scene, all the police officers in the institute were stunned. This little young veteran, he can fight so well? With one against many, he knocked down both the Raging Bull and the Black Fury. And it looked like a tour de force. Is it pretend? Or is it really easy? Inside the surveillance room, there was dead silence. The police officers looked at me and I looked at you, and none of them dared to squeak. The forehead of the boss of the police force bulged with veins, his fists clenched taut. An impatient junior police officer couldn't help himself after holding his breath for a while, and voiced out to remind him, Boss, both Raging Bull and Black Fury have been knocked down. We don't have any more than the two of them here. Asterisk in hell. What are you talking about? The boss of the police force turned his head in a furious snarl, spittle spraying him in the face. Inform Su Chang. Tell him to bring the disciplinary team to clean up this asshole for me. The deafening sound almost gave the little police officer a fright. But to have the police department send out the correctional teams that are only responsible for dealing with poor criminals? With a trembling voice, he once again reminded, to deal with a fraudster and then send out the disciplinary team. If this is known by the director Sama, I'm afraid that you won't be able to explain yourself, boss. So what do you say? The boss of the police department had gone a little crazy. Even the Raging Bull Black Fury couldn't deal with the people. The people they were policing were even more incapable of dealing with them. You can't just blitz with a gun, can you? He stared at the figure on the screen, sitting on the bed blandly wiping away the blood, and gritted his teeth in hatred. As the head of the police station, if he can't even clean up a fraudster, how can he have the face to hang around in the prison? The small police officer shook his guts and said, Boss, why don't we just throw him into Jinlong prison? That place is a real dragon's den, locking up all the vicious and evil people. Any one of the inmates will be able to teach him a lesson as a hobgoblin. The captain of the police department's eyes lit up. Yes, why don't we just send this hot potato away? It's a little too much of a stretch to send a fraudster there. But who told this kid to be so out of touch? The others conformed in quick succession. Good idea. It just so happens that he's injured so many people, which now constitutes a straight-up vicious criminal. That's right. Add the intentional injury charges of these people, Mad Bull Black Fury, and the medical expenses for convalescence are all on his head, so that he can pay for his family's loss. Damn, do you really think that our Ueba detention center is a place where he can run wild? Come to us and you'll shed your skin if you don't die. The police officers in charge all had a snickering grin on their faces. Even the face of the captain of the police station blossomed into a smile. Good. Let's do it. Let him go to school on the town dragon and learn what happens when you don't learn in this society. A few hours later, all the formalities were completed, and Long Bu Bad was taken on the prison bus to Jinlong prison. He knew where he was going, and there was even a little anticipation in his mind. In this way, when the truth is revealed, the king of you will be even more unable to get down. But who knows? The prison van drove halfway and suddenly stopped. The front was blocked by two straddling pickup trucks. It's Wu Qi and Su Hanjing. They didn't know where they got the pickup truck from, and stopped the prison truck directly in the middle of the suburban road. A few armed police officers responsible for escorting them didn't last more than a few rounds in their hands, and were quickly knocked out. 127. The crime of riding in a hitchhiker's car. Prisoner's car was robbed on a state highway in the suburbs. Sporadic vehicles coming and going were forced to stop, and several drivers stepped out of their vehicles to check on the situation. They then saw a man and a woman, both masked and suspicious, kneeling in front of a young male. "My lord, we've come to save you." Wu Qi knelt on one knee in front of Long Bu Bad, still somewhat complacent, not paying the slightest bit of attention. Long Bu Bad had that crying expression on his face. Asterisk 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 indeed. "I still need you to save me?" One sentence directly made Wu Qi, a big old man, freeze in his tracks. Long Bu Bad shook his head and looked at Su Hanjing. He didn't grow a brain. "You didn't grow one either?" Su Hanjing lowered his head and explained. "Your Excellency is trying to put pressure on the king of you by committing himself, before allowing them to be captured and taken to prison. This is something my subordinate knows very well." Long Burong raised his eyebrows. "You're clear you still came over to hijack the prison wagon? But if your lordship is sent over in such a common manner, I don't know how much time we will have to go through when the matter reaches the king of you. Through this hijacking of the prison wagon by us, I think we will be able to shorten the time by quite a bit." Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. To be able to think of this, Su Hanjing was quite a bit smarter than he thought. "I see what you mean. Stand down." "Yes." Su Hanjing bowed and retreated. Only Wu Qi was left alone, still in place, puzzled. It was only when he was glared at by Long Bu Bad's eyes that he bowed in panic and retreated, rushing after Su Hanjing. "Lieutenant Su, wait! You little twat really has been born with 100 hard eyes. What's going on here?" The dragon was not bad and smiled faintly. Su Hanjing's meaning is actually very simple. She came to hijack the prison car and succeeded, but Long Bu Bad does not go. Wait until these escorts wake up, and then send him to Jinlong prison. Such an abnormal situation would surely cause the relevant people in charge to be alarmed, and at that time, they would surely suspect the true identity of Long Bu Bad, and then report this matter to the king of you. Though it's the same result as if the dragon wasn't bad enough to make a scene in prison, but it does save a lot in terms of time. Long Bu Bad laughed lightly and shook his head as he went forward to disperse the onlooker drivers. These people were Tisk's king when they saw that Long Bu Bad, being a prisoner, had not fled when it was clear that his companions had come to hijack the prison wagon. Some people have lamented that this could be considered 1,000 years old. An old man who drove a Chang'an even pretended to have the guts to strike up a conversation with him. "This little brother, may I ask you a question? What kind of crime have you committed?" The dragon was not bad and replied with a smile. "I am guilty of taking a ride on a hitchhiker." "Ha!" The old uncle was directly dumbfounded. "Do we have this offense in Longzhou?" He laughed out loud. "Of course I have. Haven't I been arrested and escorted to Jinlong prison? There's no need for a trial. Serve your sentence immediately. It's a heinous crime." "What?" The bystanders were in a daze. "It's just a hitchhiker's ride. What's the big deal? You're arrested and convicted for that?" The drivers were shaking their heads in disbelief. Who would believe such an outrageous thing? Long Bu Bad didn't care. Walked over and picked up the phone of one of the prison guards and started dialing. Jinlong prison. As one of the largest prisons in all of Longzhou, it houses tens of thousands of criminals. Don't think that high quantity means low quality. Almost all of these criminals are vicious, and rarely do they not have a few lives on their hands, concentrating all the country's worst offenders in one place to prevent them from poisoning other cities, which was the original purpose of the establishment of Jinlong prison, can effectively improve the law and order of the society. However, as the Jinlong prison that shackles the world's sins, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is the most poisonous tumor in the entire dragon continent. Hence, it is also known as the Sin City. Anyone who could be imprisoned here, and those who were responsible for guarding these vicious criminals, were at least tainted with the trait of ruthlessness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Warden Luo Terrorlord was enjoying a delicious dinner in the warden's room. A Kobe steak, taken from the most flavorful part of the Kobe Wagyu beef, sells for $3,000. The tasty beef was chewed by Mater into blood-tinged juice and swallowed into his stomach, a look of enjoyment on his face. As the warden of the nation's most toxic prison, Luo Terrorlord works year-round and even lives here to make sure that he can suppress the criminals who are like wolves and tigers at all times. The only thing that was private to him at this point in the day was his private time, so he would never allow anyone to interrupt it. But at that exact moment, a light knock sounded at the door. "Warden, there is something that my subordinates must report to you immediately." The veins on Luo Terrorist Lord's forehead instantly bulged. His thick fingers slowly clenched, the silver knife and fork deforming right in his hands. Obviously, the interruption of a nice dinner time made him very angry, but he said, "Come in." "Yes." The secretary officer opened the door to the room with trepidation. He didn't dare to actually come in, so he stood outside the door and reported. "There is a self-proclaimed South Navy god of the immortal jump scammer was sent over by the Yuba guardhouse. The prison car was hijacked on the way, but he did not escape, but took the initiative to contact the guardhouse to send us again. This is really strange. Mr. Warden, do you think, is it necessary to refuse to accept this person?" The veins on Luo Terrorist Lord's forehead bulged even more after hearing this. "For a fraudster, you report to me at this hour?" The secretary officer flopped to his knees and said in a hurried voice, "My subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just that my subordinate feels that this swindler is indeed suspicious, and is most likely a hot potato thrown over from Yuba's side. It's just a fraudster. What kind of hot potato can it be?" Two streams of hot steam erupted from the Luo Terror Lord's thick nostrils. "I've got a place full of sadistic criminals, robbers, bombers and terrorists. And now you're telling me a fraudster is suspicious? Ha? How suspicious? What are you suspecting?" Subordinate looked at his information and suspected that there is a possibility that he might actually be the Southern Navy god, or someone who is related to the Southern Navy god. The secretary officer's voice was close to a sob, and he thought himself brain dead. Asterisk you in the ass. Luo Terrorist Lord copied the teacup in his hand and smashed it over, hitting the secretary officer squarely in the head. Snap! The teacup fell to pieces and the warm tea splashed the secretary officer's face, but he still didn't dare to move, so he knelt outside the door with his head down. Seeing this, Luo Terrorist Lord's anger subsided quite a bit, and with a cold hum, he continued to ask, "Tell me, why did you develop such suspicions?" The secretarial officer repeated the information sent from Ekabar's side. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Luo Terrorist Lord directly burst out laughing, but just by cleaning up that what's his name Raging Bull and Black Fury. "You think he's so powerful? Those two straw men come to my prison. Any random bottom floor inmate who gives people chicken handles for a living can clean up. My lord is right. My subordinate has no doubt about that," the secretary officer said in a deep voice. "But if he has this ability, why would he go and engage in a scam like fairy jumps that only the scum of the bottom would use? And he also dared to impersonate that invincible military god of the South Sea. And what is even more suspicious is that he did not escape when it was clear that his companions had taken down the prison wagon. What do you think is going on, my lord? Of course he's afraid to run away." Luo Terrorist Lord snorted coldly and said rightfully, "Who dares to run away from the criminals sent to our Zhenlong?" He directly waved his big hand. "All right, let's leave this matter at that. Send this little thief to the B-class prison area and let him know the price of impersonating a military god." "Yes." The clerk bowed and retired. 128. Are you a military god? Zhenlong Prison, Level B Block. Of the 4 ABCD prison districts, apart from the A-class prison district, it is the B-class prison district that has the most ruthless inmates. Dragon Not Bad entered it in a thin prison uniform, holding a plastic tub. Inside was a change of clothes assigned to him by the prison, a bar of soap and a small tube of toothpaste, and a toothbrush with a rubber grip. Looking around at the unsuspecting gazes of those criminals locked up in their cells, Long Biro suddenly had a feeling of being in a different world. Until now he was a bit in disbelief that he had been sent inside this nationally renowned sin capital just because of a hitchhiking relationship. The abuse of public power by these grassroots law enforcers within the territory of the Vietnamese king has reached a rather frightening level. He wondered, if the people he had protected by fighting with blood on the front line were to be oppressed by these abusers of power in the rear, what was the significance of his and the general's sacrifices? It is necessary to correct this dirty and corrupt phenomenon and return the world to a clear sky. Soon, 2 guards led him to a 4-person cell. The cell was narrow, barely able to fit 2 top and bottom iron sheets, plus a glass-enclosed bathroom. And the dragon was not bad for glancing at the sign. B404. This is your room now. Say a proper hello to your cellmate and start enjoying your wonderful prison life. The two guards grinned and opened the cell's barred door. In a flash, Long Buron was stared at by three gloomy gazes. Kinda picked a nice room for him. Long Bubad sneered and walked into it. The prison guard closed the door and left straight away, snickering under his breath, deliberately using a not-so-small voice to say that this little thief who played the fairy jump dared to impersonate the god of the Southern Navy, and really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall or something like that. Long Bubad smiled faintly and silently said in his heart, "I really thank you both." As expected, an exaggerated laugh erupted from all the surrounding cells when they heard what the guard said. "Ha ha ha, this newcomer is a bit interesting. Posing as the Southern Navy god to play fairy jump? Ah ha ha ha. What level of stupidity is this to even think of such a trick? Creative. I like it. I don't give a. He's so young. His asshole must be tender, right? Hey, Scar Wolf, I've reserved this kid. You're not allowed to make a move." Inside cell 404, a man with a wolf's back and a waspish waist and two ghastly scars on the bridge of his nose jumped out of his bunk. The other two were already ready to come out of bed, but when they saw the scene they quickly withdrew their movements, as if they didn't dare to offend this scarred man in the slightest. And he didn't respond to the prisoner next door at all, just staring grimly at Long Bubad, like a bloodthirsty vicious wolf scrutinizing his prey. Gradually, however, his grim eyes shifted uncontrollably toward consternation. Obviously, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the young man in front of him. Long Bubad didn't deliberately hide his breath either. He was going to make a big mess anyway, so why pretend to be a pig eating a tiger? He met Scar Wolf's eyes with a slight wince. In a flash, the air was like frozen. Scarred Wolf felt as if he was suddenly in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everything was far away from him, leaving behind only terror, the great terror between life and death. Asterisk 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 you. Who the hell are you? Scar Wolf asked with a shocked face as he stepped back and fell on his butt. The two men around them looked stunned. What's with this new guy? Surprisingly, with just a look, they had scared their boss into a dog with his tail between his legs. Long Bubad said indifferently, "Didn't you all hear it just now? I am the god of the Southern Navy." Long Bubad. Scarred Wolf said incredulously, "Are you really the god of the Southern Navy?" "No. How is this possible? How could the military god marshal be locked up in a place like this? After all, it's Jinlong prison." Long Bubad said jokingly, "I happen to be surnamed Dragon. Maybe they think they can suppress me here easily?" Scarred Wolf's entire face was about to turn a miserable green. "This joke isn't funny." Long Bira smiled and said, "Is that so? I do find it quite funny." At that moment, a harsh snort suddenly came from the opposite cell. "Dig ha 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 ha. No way, Scarwolf. You're at least one of the 7 hegemons of our B area, but you were so scared by a newcomer that you fell to the ground with weak legs. I really didn't expect that he, Scarred Wolf, would be scared like this by a newcomer. Blow a few a blow. I knew he was a goon softy. He doesn't deserve to be one of the 7 hegemons. I think it's better if you don't go grabbing dinner from the A block today. I'm too embarrassed. Trash people just go grab a trashy meal and see." Ha ha ha. These sharp taunts made Scarred Wolf's face turn blood red. "Who told you that lousy is afraid? I'll let this kid know what's up." He stood up with a mighty carp, bringing up a hefty gust of wind. "Damn it, you're making it up. I don't believe I can't cure you." As if he was bracing himself, Scarred Wolf viciously spat out a chorus of curses, cupped up 2 heaps of casserole-sized fists, and slammed them towards Long Bubad. However, the moment he struck out, his entire body froze as if he had been petrified. Scarwolf met those eyes of the dragon not bad. The feeling of extreme terror from earlier returned instantly, as if falling into an ice cellar, as if facing an abyss, and as if in hell. All his courage disappeared, leaving only the most instinctive fear. You're really the military god marshal?" He couldn't bear the onslaught of fear and asked in a shaky voice. The dragon was not bad and smiled faintly. "What do you think? Do you think I am?" "I don't think you are, but you definitely cleaned me up casually. I'm convinced. I'll recognize you as my boss." Scarwolf sat down on his butt as if all his strength had been drained from him. Once again, there were harsh jeers from outside, but he was completely unconcerned this time. Long Bubad asked him, "Why don't you believe that I am the god of the Southern Navy?" "It goes without saying?" Scarred Wolf said with a disheveled face. "There's no way that the military god marshal would be imprisoned here. Even if he were to be imprisoned, it would be an S-class underground prison area that outsiders don't know about. And if you're really the military god, there's no way that you would be imprisoned together with me." Ha! The dragon didn't smile badly, but one had to admit that this Scarred Wolf had a point. He turned his head to the 2 cellmates next to him and asked them, "What do you say? Do you think there's a chance I could be a Southern Navy god?" The two were busy shaking their heads. Then, nodding like crazy again. Fear, frightened by Long Bu Bad's battle, did not dare to refute what he said at all. As soon as he came in, he didn't even move his hand, and with just a look, he made Scarred Wolf, who was one of the 7 hegemonic masters of Area B, submit. So how would such a fierce man, a prisoner of their level, dare to offend? Long Bu Bad shook his head and didn't bother to talk to these two goons anymore. Get up, he instructed Scarred Wolf. Since you recognize me as your boss, I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me about the situation in this prison. I can only listen to you when I first come here. Yes, boss. Scarred Wolf swallowed hard and carefully introduced himself. 129. Asshole kid. How to talk. After listening to Scarred Wolf's introduction, Long Bu Bad had a preliminary understanding of this B area. First of all, the 4 prison districts ABCD are divided according to the strength level of the prisoners, which is easy to understand. The stronger the strength of the prisoners, the greater the degree of danger. Naturally, they will be locked up in the higher level of the prison districts, and the average level of strength of the inmates in this prison area at level B is almost to the extent that they can single-handedly take on 3 or 5 armed police officers by themselves. That is, of course, if the police don't use firearms. And for a regional overlord like Scar Wolf, if given the space to play, he could even take care of a special operations squad all by himself. The entire area B held more than 2,000 prisoners, and there were only 7 like him, so you could imagine his strength. Boss, you're strong, so you can lead us to rob those guys in Area A later. Scar Wolf knelt on the ground, looking excited. The 2 prisoner minions next to him were also busy persuading. Boss is a newcomer. This is just the right way to establish authority, letting the others know how powerful you are, boss, and laying claim to your position as the new overlord. We can also take advantage of the situation to suppress the arrogance of those bastards in Area A. They bullied us too much, and last time, they made us eat leftovers for a whole month. So this time, we must take revenge back. Long Bu Bad laughed. What does the feud between you guys have to do with me? The 2 of them rubbed their heads and instantly didn't dare to say anything. Scarred Wolf explained. Boss, if you don't establish your authority, then there will be stompers who will come to look for your trouble. And resources are very limited here. So many things are useless without going to rob others. Like what? Things like soap, toothpaste, paper towels, and upscale things like medicines, cigarettes, alcohol and meat, and even women. Their shopping area in Zone A is a whole lot more upscale than ours in Zone B, and a lot of things aren't available if you don't go robbing them. Scarred Wolf licked his lips, his eyes showing undisguised greed. Long Bu Bad glanced at the small branch of toothpaste and a small bar of soap that the prison guards had assigned to him, and felt that it would only be enough for 3 or 5 days. And judging by Scarred Wolf's unsuspecting appearance just now, if he wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid that these things would have been snatched away today. He asked. It seems that this prison is run in a way that encourages inmates to conflict with each other? Yes, it may not be easy for you to understand when I say it now. Wait until dinner time later and you'll see. Dinner time was 9 o'clock, as Scarwolf had said when he was introduced. The dragon was a little confused as to why he had to make it so late, but it soon dawned on him. Turns out it was to whet the appetite of these prisoners. There's a saying that hunger is the best seasoning. Just before dinner time, the electronic fence holding the criminals is automatically unlocked. Wow! In just a matter of moments, the prisoners rushed out of the prison cell, as if a torrent was running, hooting and hollering madly as they ran towards the cafeteria. This ape-like cry almost gave Long Boobat a whole laugh. He wasn't in a hurry, and planned to wait until these people were gone before he left. But this could make Scarwolf's forehead sweat with anxiety. Boss, if you wait any longer, all the good food will be gone. The dragon wasn't bad and asked, is there very little to eat? Not much, especially not much good food, especially wine and meat, which are extremely limited in quantity. The two prisoners next to us also hurriedly persuaded. Yes, Boss Long, you just take us there quickly. If we go late there will only be those pinched and stale rice and chaff left over from others. The dogs won't even eat them. Then why don't you just go by yourselves? Scarred Wolf already had a face that was on the verge of tears. If you don't go, boss, how dare we go by ourselves? This is the rule. What does he know about rules when he's a newcomer? After a snort of laughter, from outside the door suddenly walked in a few ferocious and brawny men. The leader of the man's physique is even more strong and amazing. Lofty body full of explosive muscles, steel knife carved body, tattooed hanging eyes and teeth downhill tiger, is vicious and horrifying. Scarred Wolf took a look and his eyes immediately turned sinister. Downhill tiger. What are you doing in my territory if you're not going to grab a meal from the cafeteria in Area A? Your place? The downhill tiger raised his chin and quacked in derision. You're a guy who bows down to a rookie newcomer who just came here. And you deserve to own territory? With his thumb pointing down, he smiled fiercely and said to Scarred Wolf, Old Me announces. From today onwards, your territory is taken over by Old Man Downhill Tiger. From now on there are only 6 overlords in Area B, and you have been expelled from the ranks of the overlords. Surprisingly to Downhill Tiger, Scarred Wolf did not speak. It seems to have prepared its mind for the fact that it is no longer the overlord. The Downhill Tiger sneered and said, I didn't expect you to even struggle a little bit. That's fine. Save me the extra effort. From today onwards, you have to give me a weekly confession. Got it? Scarred Wolf laughed and said to Downhill Tiger, What's the point of telling me this? My boss is right here. You'll have to talk to him. Ha! The lower mountain tiger slammed his eyes up and glared at the dragon. Not bad. The overwhelming aura crushed over, and Long Boobad seemed as small as a tender child in front of him. Kid, you heard everything that was said, right? Long Biro nodded his head and said in a frivolous tone, It really can't be taken as unheard yet. What did you say? Asshole kid. How do you talk? The lower mountain tiger hadn't said anything yet, but the 2 henchmen next to him were furious, clenching their fists and about to rush up to teach Long Boobad a lesson, but they were both pulled back at once by the downhill tiger. You were able to subdue Scarred Wolf, so I recognize you as a man. The lower mountain tiger glared viciously at Long Boobad. But don't think that you can be reckless in front of me like this. Next time you dare to speak to me in such a tone of voice, beware that I'll rip your head off and kick it as a ball. Yes? Long Biro raised his head, his eyes flashing with an extreme killing aura looking towards him. If you ask me, if you like this head of mine so much, why wait for next time? Wouldn't it be better to do it now? The 2 henchmen next to the downhill tiger froze, then erupted into a volcanic rage. Dog guts. Really looking for death. How dare you talk to our boss like that? They were instantly about to go up and give this boy who didn't know the sky and the earth a little color. But who knows? The lofty body of the lower mountain tiger even flopped and directly knelt down for the other party. This scene caused the 2 to be so shocked that their eyes almost glazed over. Boss, what are you? What are you doing? They simply couldn't believe the scene that was happening in front of them. Their proud boss, the fierce downhill tiger who was considered strong among the 7 hegemonic lords of District B, was actually kneeling down to a rookie newcomer who had just been incarcerated? Scarwolf's 2 minions were also shocked. First the Scarred Wolf, and now the downhill tiger. What kind of magic did this seemingly young kid have that could make these 2 fierce men bow down to him one after another? They didn't know, but Scarred Wolf knew it very well, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. As long as one meets that god-killing look with him, it is impossible to have the thought of wanting to fight against it in one's heart. No one can resist it. It was an ancient battlefield, a mass grave, a mountain of blood and corpses, and a hell of Shura. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? The downhill tiger was already pale, sweaty and trembling with fear this minute. With a trembling voice, he looked at Long Boobad incredulously. That look. Who the hell are you? 130. No one believes me for who I am. In the face of the lower mountain tiger's unbelievable chorus of questions, Long Boobad pulled out his ears with some impatience. Didn't those 2 prison guards who sent me here just now say that I'm the Southern Navy god dragon? Not bad. What? The lower mountain tiger's eyes were rounded with an expression of wanting to laugh, but not daring to do so. Even Scarred Wolf had a tightly tensed face, desperately trying to hold back. You're so funny. He forced a smile and said, What kind of person is the god of the Southern Navy? How could he? Halfway through, afraid to go on. It was because the dragon was not bad enough to have cold down his face. What? You don't think I'm worthy, do you? Dang it. Of course not. The downhill tiger raised his arm and wiped his head full of cold sweat, and said with a forced smile, You are very strong. Just by looking at you you can release such a terrifying killing intent, giving off a feeling as terrifying as an evil dragon. But what kind of person is the Southern Navy god? He's an invincible military god. How could he be caught and put in jail? There's simply no one in this world who can capture that god. Long Boobad nodded, feeling that what he said was not unreasonable. So what if I'm the one who actively wants to come in? Ha! When these words came out, several people were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Lord Military God, who didn't want to roam freely in the world outside, came to this prison to suffer. Long Birin continued, There are some inconvenient reasons for me to come here. Downhill Tiger and Scarred Wolf exchanged glances. Neither one of them could figure out the situation. They both wanted to get the other to open their mouths and ask, but neither one dared to start this, and the two of them just stared back and forth as if they were comparing whose bullseye waited to be bigger, which was rather comical. Long Boobad couldn't even look at it anymore, shook his head and simply said, "I now want you to spread the news of my arrival here to the entire prison. Can you do it?" "Ha!" The two of them looked at each other again, and both of them showed signs of embarrassment, but they stammered and didn't dare to say it explicitly. Those few juniors who had been hanging out under them were directly stunned. In all these years, how had they ever seen their boss reveal this look of fear? "Isn't that the same as their little characters?" Long Durong impatiently asked. "What's the problem directly? Is it difficult to try to spread news here?" No. Scarred Wolf hardened his head and took the lead to speak. "It's easy to spread the news. You don't even need to purposely spread all kinds of news that will go viral. But the fact that you, my lord, are the god of the Southern Navy is so outrageous that no one will believe it. No one believes me for who I am." Long Durong bowed his head and contemplated for a moment, then revealed a helpless expression. He thought about it for a moment, and it did seem like it. For a while, the heart couldn't help but have some mixed feelings. He had obviously made up his mind to expose himself, but no one was willing to believe it, so who was he going to argue with? It can't be helped. It seems the only way left is to prove it with strength. Dragon Not Bad moved his body and walked out of the cell. Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger looked at each other once again, their eyes in shock. Could this young-looking swindler really be that legendary invincible military god? Ha ha, how could that be? Both men laughed silently. Not bad for a scammer, telling lies as if they were true, but they couldn't help but feel admiration in their hearts. This supreme courage alone to dare to impersonate the god of the Southern Navy was worthy of their respect. Fraudsters are at the top of their game when they get to where he is. The aisle outside the cell was out of sight by now. The empty silence was a stark contrast to the crowd that had been there moments before. In order to identify himself, Long Boobad headed straight to the Area A cafeteria, but at the door, he was stopped. It was an eye-opener for him, not realizing that there were prisoners watching the door at the cafeteria entrance. Perhaps seeing that he was a newcomer, the two guarding inmates showed their teeth and hung back, jeering wildly at him. "A piece of trash from District B who also wants to come to our District A cafeteria to eat? Hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself, like a fledgling, pouncing boy." Ha 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 ha. The two men were laughing so hard they could hardly stand up. The dragon was not bad and shook his head. He could already imagine the two men in prison. It's kinda pathetic to laugh madly at every opportunity because you usually can't find anyone lower than yourself, not realizing that it only reveals how lowly you are. The sounds of Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger giving chase came from behind them. "Boss, why are you leaving so fast? I can barely keep up with you at full speed." The two of them seemed like a hurricane, quickly scraping their way to the entrance of the cafeteria. The two watchmen froze outright, their jeers coming to an abrupt halt. As minions of Area A, would they not recognize the 7 overlords of Area B? Straight away, they were scared to get out of the way. They were only responsible for blocking the kind of scum that wanted to fish in the water and enter the cafeteria in Area A. They wouldn't dare block a big shot like the 7 overlords. However, Long Boobad laughed and flirted with them. "What did you guys just say? Then stop me?" The two men were instantly enraged and directly began to drink and curse. "Little pussy, you don't get to talk here. Dogfighting thing. When these two big brothers leave, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson." "What did you say?" Before Long Boobad could say anything, Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger were directly enraged. "Dare to insult our boss? You're tired of living, aren't you?" The Lower Mountain Tiger is a violent temper at first glance, directly reaching over, like catching chickens, one hand one will lift them up. The two children watching the prisoners were so stunned that they didn't even bother to struggle for a moment. "What? This fledgling-like pouncing kid is your boss? Big brother?" Both of them had a look of having seen a ghost. The Lower Mountain Tiger, however, had run out of patience, and with a clench of his arms, he directly caused them to collide fiercely against each other. Knock! Under the huge impact, the two guard prisoners' foreheads were broken and they directly fainted. Two little brats looking for death. Remember to keep your eyes peeled next time. The Downhill Tiger laughed and threw them out like rags, smashing them hard against the wall and bouncing back to the ground, breaking an unknown number of ribs, worthy of the word miserable. The dragon was not bad as he shook his head and lifted his leg to step into the cafeteria. The scene in front of him made him stand still for several seconds. He had never seen such a messy cafeteria. The inmates were in piles, forming gang assignments and fighting as if there were dozens of gangs of punks about to do a general scene. Blood was splattered, dinner plates were flying, and a gang of big, Strong men could fight over a chicken leg or a steak. But that's just the state of the outer room of the cafeteria. In the inner room, which was only blocked by a glass wall, there were also quite a few people sitting nicely at the table, eating meat and drinking wine while leisurely enjoying the people fighting outside. He even saw a few sexy beauties in revealing clothes, being held in their arms, the sensitive parts of their bodies being wantonly stroked and rubbed without minding it, their tantalizingly delicate bodies twisting and turning, and their faces full of flirtatious smiles. Boss, the inner room is the fine dining area. All the powerful people in Area A are there. You couldn't ask them more if you want to prove your identity. Scarwolf came closer and reminded him somewhat impatiently. Dragon Not Bad nodded and walked straight that way. 131. Dog-like things. Filled with furious shouts and curses, a big messy fight of hundreds of people was fiercely staged. The level of chaos is comparable to the center of a battlefield in the ancient Cold War period. The human body rolling, limbs flying. Unusual people simply cannot move freely in this environment. A careless will be mistakenly injured. It was an expert like Scarwolf Downhill Tiger who had no way to cross the battlefield without harming others. But the dragon wasn't bad at all easily. Its stance could be described as graceful as a swimming dragon. As if it was a dancer walking idly, weaving in and out of the crowd of chaos level 10. When he came to the door of the inner room, he was without even a drop of blood on him, shockingly clean in his blue and white striped prison uniform. The prisoner minion in charge of the gate was staring at him, up and down, not missing a beat, like you're looking at some prehistoric creature. How did the Dragon Not Bad shuttle over? He could see it clearly just now, as if he could predict the movements of everyone around him, and he was able to dodge in advance every time. That's why he was so shocked. He was really open to the idea that even his boss couldn't do this kind of thing, but despite the admiration in his heart, he still had to fulfill his duty, and with a stern face, he said to Longbiru, "Stop, your pickup point is over there, and it's forbidden to enter here." Before Longbu Bad could say anything, the scarred wolf and the downhill tiger behind him, who had forced their way over here and were stained with blood, were already lashing out. "Dog-like thing, you don't get to talk here." When he said that, he punched him with a thud and sent him flying into the inner room. Those who were watching the good show in the inner room changed their faces at once. Dragon Not Bad shook his head and raised his leg to walk in. "Stop." A prisoner with a physique stronger than a downhill tiger, like a black bear, stood up. He was sitting near the door, in a bad location, and the food on the table was not very rich, so he seemed to have a low status among these VIP inmates of the A block. But despite that, it didn't stop him from scornfully looking down on Longbiru in the slightest, snorting his voice and questioning, "Who are you, brat? Know what it means to set foot here? Who am I, you ask?" Longbu Bad smiled slightly and said, "I am the god of the Southern Navy." Longbu Bad. Ha, ha, all the prisoners in the inner room, stunned. What did this kid just say? Did I hear you right? Everyone had begun to doubt their ears. The black bear prisoner frowned, again somewhat in disbelief of his ears. "Who did you just say you were? Say it again if you dare. Are you deaf?" "I said, I'm Dragon Not Bad, the god of the Southern Navy." Longbu Bad somewhat impatiently pulled out his ears and said. The black bear prisoner's eyes went round and he froze outright, and the room was greeted with a silence that lasted several seconds. Then, a sudden burst of absurdly loud laughter erupted in the arena. "Ah ha 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 ha, what did he say? What did he say? That he himself is the god of the Southern Navy? Ah ha 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 ha, this kid is here for a laugh, right? Ah ha ha ha, that's really the funniest joke I've heard all year. Interesting, really interesting. There's even one who came here to impersonate the military god marshal. There's nothing wrong with his brain. Ha ha ha." A burst of it, all mockery. Even Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger were somewhat unable to resist covering their faces. Shame on even them. Longbu Bad was also helpless. What he said was 1,000 times the truth. But how come no one wanted to believe it? After the black bear prisoner finished laughing, a hint of pity appeared in his eyes and advised, "Kid, just based on your intelligence, old man is ashamed of himself. You go, for the sake of you being a newcomer. I'll forgive you for not knowing the rules this time, but remember, you won't be so lucky next time." With that, he resumed his seat and proceeded to enjoy the wine and meat at the table. Of course, Longbu Bad didn't leave, but stood in the same place, thinking about how exactly he could convince these people of his identity. But before he could think for a few seconds, the Scarred Wolf and the Downhill Tiger behind him couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed that black bear prisoner to drink and curse and provoke. "Blackback Bear, you dog that eats out of the house, this is our new boss of Area B. Why don't you hurry over and greet him? He is in possession of a genuine killing aura." A casual glance can scare you to your knees and beg for mercy. What? The black-backed bear spat out a piece of chicken bone and snorted. This is ridiculous. Your level of recognizing the boss is too low, right? This kind of newcomer who has just been imprisoned, doesn't have a couple of heads on his body, and is a scummy character at first glance, is also worthy of asking me to greet him? I'm asking his mother. Dog guts. Dare to insult our boss. I think you're just looking for death. Downhill Tiger, this violent temper directly cannot help it. Manipulate the casserole big fist and rushed up. His powerful punch blasted out. The wind of his fist even whipped up a whimpering sound, and I'm afraid that even a sturdy wall could be smashed out of a pit. The black-backed bear's eyes were enraged, directly raging, clanging and standing up, bringing the dining table toppling over. All kinds of food spilling out all over the place. Downhill Tiger, you're going to take a shot at me for this kind of scum, by insulting my boss. You scum are insulting me. Boom! Two tough men as strong as oxen collided together so hard that even the air shook. Their palms gripped palms, their arms against their arms, their whole bodies bulging with muscle. The lining of their prison uniforms crumbling as they went into a stalemate tug-of-war. Both faces held their redness, but you can tell that it's still the lower tigers that are struggling a bit more. Black-backed bears are lankier and taller in build and slightly more relaxed. The hideous smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced as he taunted. Downhill Tiger, you guys have never won against me in a fight, so you think you'll be able to do it today? The lower mountain tiger was full of steel teeth that were almost broken, but it was still gradually at a disadvantage. Its waist and legs were getting lower and lower, and it was gradually suppressed by the black-backed bear. However, he did not have the slightest intention of giving in, and said in a strained voice, "So what if I can't beat you? If you dare to insult my boss, I will definitely tear off a piece of flesh from your body even if I have to fight for my life." The black-backed bear couldn't stop laughing. What exactly is this kid capable of that would make you defend him so desperately? Oh, you guess? Is the asshole so tight that it's clamping down on you? Asterisk 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 you. Looking for death. These words instantly ignited Scarred Wolf's anger, and he flew up in place with a kick, the wind of his leg whimpering like a steel whip as he fiercely swiped at the black-backed bear's head. The black-backed bear was in the middle of a frantic tussle with the lower mountain tiger, and was simply unable to dodge. Scarred Wolf's physique with the lower mountain tiger and black-backed bear, although there is no comparison, but he wins in the movement of quick and agile. Explosive force is absolutely not weak. This leg, if the pumping real, black-backed bear will definitely suffer from light injuries, and he, unavoidable. Who gave you permission to move? Right at this moment, only a contemptuous cold snort could be heard as a ghost-like figure sitting at a high table suddenly disappeared, and when he revealed himself again, he had already caught Scarred Wolf's leg whipped viciously with a claw. Then in the next second, without seeing how he moved, Scarred Wolf was viciously jerked away, accompanied by an uncontrollable mournful wail, and flew directly out to the door of the inner room. Rumble! There was a poof of movement and screams from outside. Long Not Bad didn't need to twist his head to know that Scarred Wolf must have brought over a piece of prisoners in a fight, and in the next second, the lower mountain tiger was also stomped out by the black-backed bear and kicked to the outside of the inner room. In the blink of an eye, Long Boo Bad's side was empty. 132. Prove it with strength. Wait. Stop fighting. Look over there. Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger were both sent flying out by Black-backed Bear, outside the door of the cafeteria's inner room. The inmates who were still frantically fighting over a bit of meat stopped. They were a bit in disbelief that the three dominant figures of Area B had infighting, and two of them had been punched and sent flying out just like that. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed inmate noticed another strike. It's not just Black-backed Bear alone. There's also the Lightning Ghost Emperor, one of the 4 emperors, who has also made a move. What? Now? The prisoners in the outer room wore stunned expressions. What's the situation? Even the 4 emperors of ZIGA have actually made a move? I think it's because I see that Black-backed Bear can't deal with 2B district overlords by himself. How dare you make such a fool of yourself in front of the 4 emperors? Is Area B going to declare war on Area A? Why aren't the others here? They alone can't make any waves. Long Boo Bad listened to the discussion of those prisoners outside and pondered. And in the inner room, the Black-backed Bear had come toward him with a scowl. Daisy boy, I've changed my mind. If you don't kneel down and eat a chicken handle for me today, you won't be able to walk out of here. Long Boo Bad didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at that Lightning Ghost Emperor who had just sent Scarred Wolf flying out. This one was slightly more interesting, and the Ghost Emperor was also sizing him up, a deep look of scorn in his eyes. Obviously had seen that he was extraordinary. This was the sense between experts. The Ghost Emperor had already touched the threshold of that stage at the feet of the Dragon Not Bad, so he could vaguely feel his dreadfulness. While the black-backed bear was still raging with impotence like a stupid bear. "Can't you hear me talking to you?" He condescendingly issued an angry growl towards Long Boobad, thinking that you are valued by Scarred Wolf and Downhill Tiger and their two scumbags. You think you can be arrogant in front of Lousy, right? Lousy tell you a little pussy brat. You this wanna be a human being is still 100 years early. Noisy. Long Boobad swung a random punch as if he was swatting a fly. Only a loud boom was heard. The black-backed bear's sturdy body then flew out like a meatball, smashing heavily on the wall, causing a violent vibration that covered the entire floor, and a circle of horrible cracks the size of a locomotive crumbled out of the solid wall. Such a violent blow. The black-backed bear simply could not withstand. Directly eyes rolled white, fainted on the ground. Long Boobad gently retracted his hand. It was really like swatting a fly to death, lifting his weight as if it was light, including the lightning ghost emperor. All the inmates in the inner room already had shocked faces. The prisoners in the outer room all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with horror. What happened? The black-backed bear was actually sent flying. Did that young kid do it? But I didn't even see him swing. I only saw him close his fist. This kid, he's a bruiser. Long Biru glanced back at the people outside and turned his head to show his hands to everyone in the inner room. Now you should believe what I said, right? The Ghost Emperor was already in a somewhat dazed state, and had been wondering if he could have caught that punch just now if it had been him. Then he came to the horrible conclusion that he definitely couldn't catch it. That punch was without warning and so fast that he couldn't even see it. How could he catch it? Generally speaking, the faster the punch, the less power it would have. And to throw a heavy punch, one would have to build up power. And to be able to throw such a swift punch with such a huge amount of power was practically unheard of for him. At the thought of this, his heart became even more appalled. When he heard Long Boobad's question this minute, he didn't even have time to think before he subconsciously asked, "Believe you? Believe what you said? I am the Southern Navy god. Dragon not bad." Dragon not bad said somewhat breathlessly. "Now you guys should always believe it, right?" The Ghost Emperor was somewhat speechless. Why is this man still saying such ridiculous things? He wanted to continue to laugh as recklessly as he did just now, but after seeing the black-backed bear's miserable appearance, he could no longer laugh. A few other powerful-looking characters in the inner room were also looking odd. Long Boobad, however, was a bit impatient and directly said to these people, "Any of you who still don't believe me can come forward and question me. I'll see who has the guts to do so." This statement immediately angered them somewhat, but they were obviously all smart people, not as brainless as the black-backed bears, and although they were furious in their hearts, they did not dare to easily stand out and confront Long Boobad. For a while, the scene was surprisingly frozen. The scene was watched by those prisoners outside the inner room, each of them staring with rounded eyes, as if they had never seen such an outrageous scene before. They had stopped dry fighting a long time ago and had gathered around, some of them jumping on top of the dining table, through a thick glass wall. They had a good view of what was going on in the inner room. Seeing that half a minute had passed, and still no one dared to come out and answer, Long Boobad couldn't even help but let out a scoff, taunting, "What? Aren't you the four emperors of Watsaji this prison? And now you end up not even having the courage to challenge a newcomer like me?" Now, the four emperors' faces changed. If this can be tolerated, if the silence continues, the majesty of their four emperors will be trampled on by this kid who came out of nowhere. A man in a sable trench coat and top sunglasses stood up. He reached out and removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of lurid and ferocious eyes that stared viciously at Long Boobad. In a flash, even the air followed along and became ferocious. The prisoners outside marveled. Turtle, it's the fierce-eyed humongous emperor, the leader of the four emperors. He's going to make a move. What kind of god is this newcomer, that he has attracted the humongous emperor himself? I don't know, but he claims to be the god of the Southern Navy. Dragon not bad. Ha! It's not you horse bull asterisk. This kid is finished. Let the prison guards notify his family to come and collect his body. The humongous emperor never has a survivor when he strikes. The man known as the humongous emperor tore the sable fur trench coat he was wearing to shreds, revealing a body that looked like a bronze warrior's burly muscles, and step by step, he walked towards Long Boobad. With every step he took, he accumulated a huge sense of oppression. His aura was stacking up like building a building, one step higher than the next, one step more robust than the next, 3 levels, 5 levels, 7 levels, and when he reached the 7th step, the oppressive feeling that had accumulated on his body had already caused the beautiful women and minions serving the four emperors around him to resist falling to their knees, and his eyes, too, were clouded with a majestic color that brooked no provocation. No one dared to look him straight in the eye. Except for that man. Dragons aren't bad. His eyes, which had narrowed slightly before, opened instantly. All of a sudden, everyone seemed to see something like some kind of electricity meeting and colliding in the void. However, these two forces were simply not on the same level, and the humongous emperor's footsteps abruptly stopped. As if he had seen some extremely terrifying scene, his face began to turn pale. Large drops of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his body couldn't restrain itself from beginning to tremble slightly. Then, as if he couldn't take it anymore, he avoided Long Biru's eyes. Yet he said in a flippant tone, "I've changed my mind." Ha! Everyone was stunned, only to see him turn his head to the Ghost Emperor and say, "Zhao Jiqiang. Other people say that we have 4 emperors in Area A, but you yourself should know very well that there have never been more than 3 emperors in Area A, and you're not worthy of being compared to us at all. But it doesn't matter." He reached out and pointed at Long Biru, announcing in a loud voice, "I'm giving you this chance now. Clean up this newcomer, and you'll be the new 3rd emperor." 133. Not for wine or meat, much less for women. What? When the Ghost Emperor heard this, his brows directly furrowed into a chuan. This humongous emperor's little child. He even drew the scourge towards him. "You're the one who wanted to stand up for yourself. Now that you realize you can't beat me, you're using me to stand up for yourself, aren't you?" It took an old man to fall for it. He spread both his hands and played dumb. "What are you talking about, boss humongous emperor? He's the god of the Southern Navy. If you want me to fight him, aren't you asking me to send him to his death? Ha 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 ha." The humongous emperor cackled with laughter, which was so exaggerated that it drew the surrounding minions and the other 2 imperial-level prisoners to follow suit. Hey, 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 you don't really believe what he said, do you? How can this brat be the Southern Navy god? That's right. I've heard that Southern Navy god is a supreme powerhouse who overthrew the giant Zheng family with his own strength. So how could he have been captured by anyone and sent to prison? That's not true. If anyone in this world could catch him, they wouldn't be called the invincible army god. Not to mention that it's still Area B that he's entering. How could it not be? I think he is. The Ghost Emperor had bitten off more than he could chew anyway. That the identity of the dragon not bad was real. He didn't really believe it, of course, but by saying so he could avoid having to with this newcomer who couldn't figure out what was going on. So why not? The Ghost Emperor pointed his finger over and said aloud, "Any of you who don't believe it can go up and test him for yourselves." Now everyone couldn't stop laughing. No one is a cutie. Will step up to the plate and be the outlier. The reason why the Ghost Emperor said this was also to avoid a battle, and with no one stepping up to try, the pressure came on the leader. Although the humongous emperor was upset in his heart, there wasn't much he could do about it. A bright smile appeared on his face as he said to Long Biru, "Kid, I have to admit that you're very lucky. The Ghost Emperor believes in you. I have to give him face. So I'll disregard the rules this time and give you special permission to dine with us." The prisoners looked shaken. This kind of honor could not be easily obtained even by the 7 great overlords of Area B. Now that the rules were disregarded and a newcomer was allowed to get it easily, I was afraid that this would cause public anger. There's only so much wine and meat. It's fine to give it to you inmate royalty who stand at the top, but to give it to a rookie who's just been incarcerated. On what grounds? Disgruntled eyes looked at the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor was already cursing in his heart this minute. He grimaced, and the corners of his mouth almost twitched. This dog, the humongous emperor, was actually using him as a shield again. "Come on, man," the humongous emperor suddenly roared. The 2 tattooed-faced muscular henchmen who accompanied him immediately came forward. "What are your orders, boss?" "Give this little brother a table of good wine and meat. Let him join the Ghost Emperor and eat and drink painfully." "Yes." Upon hearing these words, the disgruntled eyes of those in the outer room that were looking at the Ghost Emperor instantly became angry. Don't they fight to the death out there for that little limited amount of booze and meat? As a result, the Ghost Emperor was now actually going to disregard the rules and give a rookie wine and meat to enjoy for no reason at all. How could this not make people angry? The Ghost Emperor glanced at these angry eyes in the outer room and could no longer hold back the curses in his heart. These idiots. Can't they see that this kid is a supermaster? What's the point of staring at me with such defiant eyes? If you have the guts to come in and fight him yourselves, he can beat all of you up by himself. And the most suffocating thing for him was that he couldn't even speak out to explain, because then he would be in a situation where he would have to fight with Dragon Not Bad again. At a time like this, bringing the scourge to the east is the best option. He looked at Emperor Hum, pretending to be puzzled and said, "Boss Hum, This little brother says he's the Southern Navy god dragon, not bad. I believe him, but it feels like you don't really believe it. Ha! The Ghost Emperor laughed coldly in his heart. If the humongous emperor dared to say that he believed it, he would be able to draw the hatred of those prisoners outside. Breaking the rules in such a way aroused public anger. And when the time came to provoke the prisoners into joining forces to rebel, even Emperor Humongous couldn't afford to do so. But if he said he didn't believe it, that super kid who didn't know any better was about to show him the ropes. This plan is a young plan. One step to make the Hum King in a dilemma. Very good. Who would have expected the humongous emperor to look as if he had prepared for this and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about these unimportant things first. I see that little brother is also hungry. Serve the food." Yes. Two tattooed muscular men henchmen growled in response. They were just about to go down, when Long Boobad suddenly stretched out his hand. "Slow down." Everyone froze and looked toward him. Long Biro said indifferently, "I didn't come here today to enjoy any wine or meat." The humongous emperor's face immediately became a bit unsightly. "When you come to the cafeteria, it's not for the meat and wine. So what is it for? A woman?" The other inmates next to him thought of this, too. They frowned and shook their heads, thinking that this newcomer was too arrogant. "You just came in on your first day of squatting and you're looking for a woman? That's the ultimate service that only a royal prisoner can enjoy. Is this kid treating this place like a kiln?" However, not a single one of them dared to stand out and drink in the mockery. Even the humongous emperor didn't dare. That look in Long Boobad's eyes just now really scared him a bit. He weighed his options and decided to be careful, and smiled once again, pointing to the beautiful women who had gone to the corner and said to Dragon, "Not bad. I've spent a lot of money to get all the beautiful inmates here, so if you have your eye on any of them, just take them away, and if she doesn't serve you well tonight, I'll break her legs tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the faces of the few beauties standing over there changed. I didn't realize that the man who had just called himself with a mouthful of heart and soul, at this moment was renting them out like toys, with no consideration for their feelings at all. But they could only force a smile. In fact, they knew in their hearts that in the eyes of these prisoner emperors, they were pure toys. This scene was the envy of those prisoners in the outer room, in such a less place as the prison. To spend a night with the fragrant and soft jade beauty, that is really more than the enjoyment of the living gods. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are they doing? The humongous emperor actually gave him a beautiful woman to sleep with. Ha! What's the situation? It's getting hard to see why they're so afraid of this newcomer. If they haven't fought yet? Seems like he was a little taken aback when he saw him punch the black-backed bear away. A contemptuous snort rang out among the prisoners. That's intimidating? At least move your own hands. What the hell, for emperors? What a piece of. Might as well give me the beauty. I promised to love her. For you? Who the hell are you? What did you say? You. Say it again. The outside prisoners were cursing and bickering, with a tendency to start fighting again at the drop of a hat. And many of the eyes that looked at the newcomer prisoner were becoming more and more jealous. They were greedy. If they could enjoy the delicious wine and meat while playing with the soft spraying special beauty in their arms, how refreshing it would be. It would not be a waste of this life. The result, however, was unexpected by all. "I'm sorry, allow me to decline," Long Biren said with a stern face. "I didn't come here for any woman either." Now, the humongous emperor's face was considered completely gloomy. No booze or women. "So what are you here for?" 134. The military god boss is above. Please accept my worship. Facing the humongous emperor's questioning, Long Boobad said very blandly, "My purpose has already been stated just now. It is to make you all believe that I am the Southern Navy god Long Boobad, and then spread the news, preferably to let the warden here know about it." What? The humongous emperor's brow furrowed in suspicion. Is it just that simple? He doesn't believe it. It was simply impossible to convince him when it was so obvious that he was impersonating the name of the Southern Navy god. And even if he did believe it, those prisoners below him couldn't possibly believe it. In the eyes of the humongous emperor, Long Boobad was just looking left and right and talking blindly. You don't want wine and meat, and you don't want women. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But to be true, if a prisoner doesn't want booze or women in prison, all that's left to fight for is a position. The humongous emperor's steel teeth clenched. He already understood that this guy was trying to use the name of the Southern Navy god to force everyone to fear him. This newcomer, what he really wants is the position of emperor of his prisoners. Asterisk 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 you. Now, even if he risked more, he would fight this newcomer to the death. Still thinking of impersonating the god of the Southern Navy. Ha! It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, You won't even know that pots are made of iron. Today, I'm going to let you know the price of talking big in front of my fierce-eyed humongous emperor. Boom! The dining table in front of the fierce-eyed humongous emperor shattered with a loud bang. The temperature around him rose, and his energy fluttered. And with an unrivaled momentum, he pinched up his fist that bulged and exploded bigger than a casserole dish, and rushed straight towards Long Bu Bad. At this instant, it was as if the eyes of the onlookers saw a meteorite fall to the ground and the sky crumble. If this fist smashed solidly, I'm afraid that even that thick bulletproof glass wall could be dry shattered. Then, the next second, boo! A muffled sound. The humongous emperor's unrivaled punch slammed heavily on Dragon Unbreakable's body. To be precise, it was caught in the palm of his hand. I can't believe I caught it. All the prisoners were stunned. The strongest prisoner in Area A, the fierce-eyed humongous emperor, the head of the 4 emperors, had his strongest strike caught, and it looked like a tour de force. Long Biru sighed softly and asked, "Why can't you just try to believe me?" Snap! With a casual punch, he punched the humongous emperor out. His body slammed heavily against the wall, and the vibration it caused was as good as the crest of a magnitude 10 earthquake. The wall was directly smashed and cracked, and the cement crumbled away, revealing the steel bars encased inside. As a result, Emperor Humongous actually hadn't fainted yet. Covered in blood, he stood up trembling, desperately trying to force his last breath. "You kid, are you really the god of the Southern Navy?" Long Burong spread his hands helplessly. "What else? Why would I lie to you?" Put! The humongous emperor spat out a mouthful of old blood, and then there was a thud. His eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted straight away. Hisses! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Now, no one dared to doubt Long Biru's identity anymore. Or rather, even if one suspects, one holds it in one's heart and definitely does not dare to say it. Boss Military God is above. Please accept my little brother Lightning Ghost Emperor's obeisance. The Ghost Emperor was the first to react, and without hesitation, he rushed over and knelt in front of Long Biru, with him leading the way. The other Imperial-level prisoners followed suit and ran over to kneel down for Long Bu Bad. "Boss Military God, little brother Monolithic Fighter gives you his knees. Junior brother Shadowless Thief Emperor worships and swears that from today onwards you, Military God, are my only boss." With the 3 Imperial-level prisoners kneeling, who would have the guts not to kneel for the rest of the prisoners left in the inner room? All of them flopped to their knees. "The little ones would like to recognize you, boss, as the new emperor." Even the few beauties hiding in the corner followed along and knelt down. Inside the cafeteria, not a single person dared to stand except for one. Long Bu Bad looked at the kneeling prisoners in front of him, and they were all crying and laughing a little. He didn't come here to be king and emperor. "What's the point of me recognizing you prisoners who were brought in for doing bad things as minions?" He shook his head and said, "Get up, all of you." The prisoners all stared. "That's not something they're going to like to hear," the Ghost Emperor said unconvincingly. "What are you talking about, boss? There are naturally many benefits for you to recognize us as junior brothers. What's in it for me?" The Ghost Emperor was about to open his mouth, when the thieving and shifty-eyed Thief Emperor kneeling next to him suddenly snatched the words and said with a fawning face, "For example, we'll take something to honor you, boss. If you're short of anything, I'll get it for you in a minute." "Little brother," the dragon laughed unsteadily and asked him, "So can you get me the keys to all the doors I need to get out of the prison if I want to?" "Ha! This." The Thief Emperor was directly choked up, unable to speak. "Rubbish. What use do I have for you?" Kneeling next to him, that full of tendon meat Fist King snorted a few times. "Toward the dragon is not bad to curry favor," said, "Boss. You see who is not good. Little brother, I'll be the first to rush up to teach him a lesson. Custodial beat his mother do not recognize. You will be little brother as your dog is the same as the use of the call on the line." "Hey, hey, hey," said the man, and purposely poked his tongue out in the manner of a good dog. The dragon was really disgusted. He truly despised these two guys, and their mouths changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was mocking him like crazy, and this minute he can be extremely fawning and pleasing. He had always disdained such two-faced people, and directly instructed the Ghost Emperor, who was still somewhat unable to pull himself together, to say, "Go and notify the warden for me, and let him believe that I, Long Biren, have been captured and brought into this prison, and see what he has to say." "Ha! Yes, yes." The Ghost Emperor hurriedly led the way and flew out. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine was in Long Bu Bad's gourd, he just needed to do what he was told. This dragon not bad was too terrifying. Cleaning up the humongous emperor who was the head of the 4 emperors only required a single punch. Wouldn't it be even easier to clean him up? It was also because of this that the Thief Emperor and the Fist Emperor were so fawning and pleasing to Dragon Not Bad. He was afraid that if Long Bu Bad was unhappy, he would hold a grudge against him for laughing at him just now, and waste both of them. They're too scared. So much so that the Ghost Emperor had run out on an errand, and they had all remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. But their worries were purely superfluous. Long Bu Bad simply wouldn't bother so much with prisoners like them. He now only wanted to quickly have the warden inform King Yu about the matter of himself being mistakenly imprisoned in by his people, and then offer that underground heavenly king to him to make amends. While he was waiting over here, the Ghost Emperor's side had already notified the prison guards on duty. It turned out to be just as he had imagined. This prison guard pressed on. I say, Ghost Emperor, you are at least one of the 4 emperors of Area A. How come you believe in this kind of nonsense? The Ghost Emperor also saw sweat on his forehead as he explained. Of course I don't believe it, but that fellow had to make me come over to inform. So what could I do? Go back and tell them you've been notified. The gun-toting prison guards casually waved their hands and drove away the Ghost Emperor like flies. Aren't you going to inform the warden? Why should I go? Right? The prison guard looked puzzled. This caused the Ghost Emperor's face to immediately freeze. I said for you to inform the warden. The commanding tone reached the ears of the prison guards. He immediately went cold as well. I called you Ghost Emperor. Gave you a face, didn't I? With a brush, the prison guard pulled the bolt of his gun and aimed it at the Ghost Emperor. No matter how powerful a prisoner is, he is as lowly as a domestic animal in the eyes of their guards. So how can he act at their bidding? The Ghost Emperor directly froze in place. With a gun pointed at him, he wouldn't dare make a move. He began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Should he go out of his way to accomplish what Long Bu Bad had instructed him to do? Or should he leave it at that and go back and tell that fraudster who called himself the god of the Southern Navy that he had been informed? 135. If it's true, it's a big deal. Several days passed in a row, and Long Burong did not see the warden. Cell 404, Block B. The fighter carefully held up a cup of steaming tea and bowed to hand it over. Long Bu Bad placed the Sun Tzu Art of War in his hand in the arms of the Thief Emperor, who was acting as a bookshelf next to him, and took the tea. The Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, was beside him with a puffing fan, fanning him gently. The 3 emperors of Zyga have now become his fanboys. As for the humongous emperor, he had already been killed by his enemies the day before yesterday. He relied on his strong strength to act as a bully has long been a habit. Do not know how many people offended, and now seriously injured. Naturally, the wall fell down and people pushed. It wasn't just him. The Ghost Emperor, Fist Emperor, Thief Emperor was the same. That's why they were so humble in their service to Long Bu Bad. This was something that the dragon was not bad at all, but he didn't care. He was here just to go through the motions. He was just wondering why the warden hadn't come over to him yet. Doesn't he realize that the more days he stays here, the stronger the ensuing earthquakes in Zhejiang will be? He suddenly thought of a possibility and inquired of the Ghost Emperor. I asked you to notify the warden a few days ago, and you did, right? Right. The Ghost Emperor also had a puzzled look on his face. I did tell the warden already, and he should have already notified in place. Maybe the warden didn't quite believe it? The dragon was not bad and sank his face. What do you mean it should have been notified in place? I want to be sure that the warden already knows who I am, and it's his problem if he doesn't believe it, and it's your problem if you haven't been notified. Understand? The Ghost Emperor's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yes, little brother will be sure of that now. He put down his fluttering fan and rushed out. The King of Thieves and the King of Fighters were beside themselves, laughing and gloating. The guards couldn't have known better what kind of attitude they had towards the prisoners, and didn't give a damn about it. Even if it was an emperor among the prisoners, it would be as hard as hell to get the message in place. The Ghost Emperor could be said to be in an abyss right now. One wrong step and he would be doomed. If he continued to deceive, when the time came for Long Bu Bad to blame him, he would surely die. But to force your way into the warden's office to give notice, you must also risk being mentally prepared to be shot. It can only be fought. In the end, the Ghost Emperor chose to force his way into the office. The sense of oppression that Long Bu Bad gave him was too strong. After these few days of trial and error, he was already convinced that Long Bu Bad was a super strong person. Even if it wasn't the legendary invincible army god, the strength was probably not far from the other side. He could never afford to offend such a big shot. Even if you fight to the death, you can't be offended. And with my speed advantage, I don't always get shot. The Ghost Emperor walked towards the prison guards on duty. This was the same man who had stopped him a few days ago, and when he saw him coming, he immediately turned his gun on him. Relax. He held up his hands and said, I just came to ask you if the Lord Warden has been made aware of the Southern Navy God's incarceration in our prison? I think you're out of your mind, aren't you? The prison guard snickered. Still really believe that Fraudster is the god of the Southern Navy? He's almost there even if he isn't. You have no idea how terrifying his strength is. How scary can it be? It's not like we're still locked in and don't even dare to let out a single fart. With a look of contempt on his face, the prison guard held his gun and drove away. Go to the side. If you dare to come any closer, beware I'll shoot you into a hornet's nest. The Ghost Emperor sank his face. So you don't take what I say seriously at all, do you? You? Who the hell are you? A prisoner who deserves to have me work? The guards were snickering when they suddenly realized that the Ghost Emperor in front of them had disappeared. Then a large, squeezing hand suddenly appeared on his neck. The Ghost Emperor said coldly, I am a prisoner, but not your prisoner. What makes you think that guarding me with a broken gun in your hand is comparable to the one who brought me in with his own hands? How dare you assault a police officer? The prison guard's eyes bulged out as he struggled desperately. You're dead. Our warden will break every bone in your body. I think the one who's going to get his bones broken all over is you. Knock. The back of the guard's head hit the wall so hard that he fainted straight away. Buzz off dash. A sudden ear-piercing alarm sounded within the confines of the prison, and the scene of his assault on the police had been captured on security cameras. All the prison guards were coming his way now. Without panicking, the Ghost Emperor took out his long-prepared key and opened the passage door, then ran as fast as he could to the warden's office. This road and the exit of the prison are two directions. The guards thought he was going to escape. Most of them ran over to block the exit, but they didn't expect him to take this road, and they really didn't stop him. A few sporadic prison guards shot at him, all of which were dodged by the Ghost Emperor with his stance. That was close. After much life and death, he managed to make it to the hallway where the warden's office was located, but that's as far as it goes, because in front of the corridor, there were more than a dozen prison guards' own guards pointing their guns at him. The defense around the warden has always been very tight. Zhao Jiqiang, you're surrounded. Bind your hands. The captain of the personal guards held his gun in cold rebuke, with the momentum that he would shoot at the slightest movement. The Ghost Emperor's mouth was full of steel teeth, but he could only helplessly raise his hands and surrender on his knees. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could break through these gun-toting prison guards in front of him and break into the warden's office. Damn! Just one last step. 4 or 5 of the prison guards' own guards pounced on him and pinned him down. The captain of the personal guards narrowed his eyes and approached with his gun, questioning in a stern voice. Speak, why did you come to assassinate the Lord Warden? The Ghost Emperor looked puzzled. Assassinate the Warden? Am I crazy I'm going to assassinate the Warden? I have something important to report to the Lord Warden. The captain froze and questioned. What is it? I must report to the Warden in person. The Ghost Emperor had also learned to be smart, knowing that if he said it outright, these people would definitely not believe it. So when the captain told him to talk, he was dead set against it. And even when he was smashed by the butt of his rifle and broke a couple of ribs, he gritted his teeth and held on for dear life. Just as there was a standoff, the office door opened. A terrifying figure wearing a pitch-black lordly feather cloak with a lofty and tall figure stepped out from within. It was the warden of Jinlong Prison, Luo Terror Lord. What is it that you must report to me face to face? A deafening sound that sends chills throughout the body. No one dares to hang around in front of this man. The Ghost Emperor swallowed hard and said, reporting to Lord Warden, the newcomer you captured in a few days ago. He really is the Southern Navy god dragon, not bad. What? Luo Terrorist Lord snorted. I thought that the thing that you desperately wanted to report was something, but it turned out to be such a retarded to the point of not being able to be retarded anymore statement? The Ghost Emperor instantly became anxious and desperately shouted, it's true, Lord Luo. I'm willing to vouch for it with my life. I'm definitely not lying to you. Humph. How is that possible? Luo Terrorlord still had a disdainful face. The Ghost Emperor, however, answered decisively, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's something else going on here, but he's definitely the real Southern Navy god. In fact, when it came down to it, the Ghost Emperor himself didn't believe what he was saying, but he had to do it if he wanted others to believe it. When Luo Terrorist Lord heard this, he was really suspicious. Oh, you're willing to put your life on the line for something so ridiculous? That's right. If that person isn't really a military god, I am but at the mercy of the Lord Warden. With that, the Ghost Emperor knelt down, with a look of kill or die as you please. Now, even Luo Terrorlord had to be cautious. He wondered what would happen if that newcomer was really the god of the Southern Navy. In hell, that's a big deal. 136, Sinful Officer Luo Terrorlords. Pay respects to the Lord Military God. Thinking about this, Luo Terrorlord's face changed. He stood still, deep in thought. The captain of the personal guards next to him snickered and laughed. My lord, you don't really believe this prisoner's nonsense, do you? Can you guarantee that he must be talking nonsense? That something a man is willing to put his life on the line would be nonsense? Luo Terrorlord asked with glaring eyes. The head of the personal guard was speechless for a moment. Come over with me now and meet this Long Zihao. Luo Terrorlord went ahead of him and headed downstairs. He had personally vetted Long Bu Bad's information. It was the conclusion that he couldn't possibly be some Southern Navy god dragon not bad that had kept him at bay these past few days. However, the information could be faked, and if Long Bu Bad deliberately hid his identity, with him there was really no way to find out. He couldn't help the cold sweat that had begun to break out on his forehead as he walked along. Although this possibility is very low, but if that Long Zihao is really the god of the Southern Navy, then he's screwed. When the military god is angry, blood is shed. The last one to be destroyed was the giant Zheng family. Who will be destroyed this time? The king of Yu? No, he would surely be pushed out to take the fall before the king of Yu suffered, and he would surely be the one to die first. He is not to be blamed for this dereliction of duty. Luo Terrorlord no longer dared to continue thinking about it. The sky is falling if you keep thinking about it. He came straight to the doorway of cell 404 in Area B and locked Long Biru in one glance. Then, without saying a word, he directly instructed the prison guards in a stern voice. Come on, arrest this fraudster who dares to impersonate the Southern Navy god and take him away. The prisoners around them were shocked. What's going on? The Butcher of Hell himself has come to arrest people. Caught or our new king of B. Turtle. What sins has the new emperor committed? 1,000 times I should not have angered the warden. The warden, Hell Butcher Lo Terrorlord, has absolute authority in this prison. No matter how vicious the criminals are, when they see him, they all have to tuck their tails and concede. This has been seared into the heart of every prisoner like an iron law. Even the Fist Emperor and the Thief Emperor, in the face of the people he ordered to be dispatched, didn't dare to stop them in the slightest, and lowered their brows to show their obedience. But the dragon is not bad and refuses to obey. He met Luo Terrorlord's gaze as if he was eating people and said lightly, I'll see who dares to move. The words came with a thrilling aura that shook the room. Inside the narrow cell, the domain was windless and emitted an extremely dangerous aura, like a demon king coming out of hell. And those few of the warden's personal guards who wanted to come in to capture Long Biru were scared and stopped in place. Not knowing what to do, Luo Terrorlord narrowed his eyes slightly. From the looks of it, he ripples. In fact, waves of shock had risen within him. He never expected that this Long Zihao could possess such an appalling aura. With just a simple sentence, he subdued these several hundred miles of prison guards' personal guards around him, which was simply unimaginable. You know, these personal guards around him can be the special prison guards elite who have suppressed hundreds of criminals. Even if they face a murderous outlaw, their eyelids will not wrinkle a bit. As a result, right now, these extraordinary elite were subdued by a single sentence from Long Zihao. The point of the treadmill is that the person's tone of voice is still flat. If this were his own, Luo Terrorlord asked himself that he simply couldn't do it. He looked at Long Zihao with a deep scorn in his eyes. His judgment was the same as the Ghost Emperor's. This person was afraid that even if he wasn't really the Southern Navy god, his strength wasn't far off. You are the warden here, aren't you? Why are you only coming over now to have an audience with this marshal? Long Bu Bad looked at Luo Terrorist Lord and asked with a displeased expression. Luo Terrorist Lord was instantly startled, suddenly having the urge to immediately kneel down. This feeling of uncontrollable desire to submit had never been there before, making his eyes go round. Bold. The captain of the personal guard stepped forward and snapped. How do you boy talk to the Lord Warden? Long Bu Bad didn't even bother to look at him with a proper eye and said, back off if you don't want to die. There's no room for you to talk here. What did you say? The captain raised his gun and aimed it at Long Bu Bad, threateningly saying, how dare you be so wild as a prisoner? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you. You can try. Long Bu Bad sneered. Boo! A gunshot. He actually did shoot. Asterisk. The inmates in the surrounding cells couldn't help but curse the nationalist. This captain, relying on his backing from the Butcher of Hell, is really daring. However, he failed to shoot the dragon not bad. Instead, he was choked by his opponent and lifted up from the ground. What's going on? Everyone didn't see what was going on. Only Luo Terrorlord knew that just now. The other party had restrained the personal guard captain with an absolute speed that even he could only barely capture. The 3 members of the personal guard next to the captain were all so scared that they sat on their asses and fell to the ground. It's scary. This speed. As for Long Boobad, he just grimaced that cold and terrifying face. The dangerous aura emanating from his body was even more terrifying than before. This marshal told you to try, but you really dare to try? Or do you think that this marshal doesn't dare to kill you? A hint of killing intent appeared in Long Biru's eyes. The pro-guard captain was almost scared to pee. He finally knew that this swindler was not something to be messed with. His eyes were filled with fear and remorse. He stomped his legs frantically and struggled desperately. But unfortunately, it was all to no avail. Stop! Luo terrorist lord, who was standing on the side, immediately called Long Boobad to a halt. If he watched his men being killed by an inmate, then he wouldn't have a job as warden. He directly reached out his hand, took hold of Long Biru's wrist, and pulled it downward as hard as he could, trying to get the other guy to let go by strength. But no matter how hard he tried, and his face was red from holding it in, he didn't succeed. Long Burong's hand was as if it was cast in iron. It didn't move at all. This shocked him to the core. It should be known that he was able to lift a 500-kilogram barbell with one arm, and was renowned in the entire Longzhou police circle. But as a result of such a great strength, he was unable to shake Long Biru by the slightest bit. Such a terrifyingly huge power. This young man, could he really be the Southern Navy god? Luo Terror Lord couldn't help but lower himself down and pleaded. He's just a personal guard following orders. Please let him go, Your Excellency. When these words came out, the surrounding prisoners were all stunned. When did that murderous butcher of hell speak to a prisoner in a pleading tone like this? Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Their jaws dropped in shock and disbelief. And the dragon was not bad at all, but did not feel that he had done something so marvelous. He grunted and let go of his grip, letting the personal guard captain crash to the ground. I'll spare your dog's life for the sake of your years of guarding these guilty prisoners for the state. But remember, if you dare to overstep your bounds here again, this marshal will kill you. Yes, 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 I know. The head of the personal guards was already scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground and frantically nodding his head. Luo Terrorist Lord swallowed his saliva hard and asked, Is Your Excellency really the god of the Southern Navy? Dragon not bad? Long Biren said indifferently. What? Are you still questioning this marshal's identity after all this? And he got confused. Is it true that if this marshal does not wear a uniform or battle armor, no one will be able to recognize his true form? Luo Terror Lord instantly froze on the spot. In that case, this Long Zihao did seem to look very similar to that invincible army god. Dragon not bad. It was only the fact that he was wearing prison clothes and had a different hairstyle that caused the difference in temperament between the two to be so drastic that he didn't recognize them. It was only then that it was finally recognized. Sinful Officer Luo Terror Lord. Pay respects to Lord Military God. Flutter. Luo Terrorist Lord clasped up a fist and directly knelt down for Long Boobad. The whole room was silent. 137. You're teaching me things? Even this dragon suppression prison can't suppress this dragon. Almost everyone in the silent prison area heard the old prisoner mumble. Then the whole room erupted. He's actually really the Southern Navy god. How? How is it impossible? Even the Hell Butcher knelt down and confessed. He must be that invincible army god. Come to think of it, anyone who can subdue the 4 emperors of Area A at the same time is only that Lord Military god. The prisoners' doubts all crumbled in the face of the mountain of hard evidence. In its place, there was chest-pounding chagrin. I'll be damned. So it was me who had the eyes to see. Don't say you. We all have eyes to see. But who would have thought that that big shot would be captured in our prison? Or B block? Joke. Who in this world can catch him? Surely he must wanna come in himself. The corner of Long Boobad's mouth, slightly raised. Looks like there are some understanding people in this prison. Warden Luo Terrorlord sneaked a peek at his expression and was taken aback. I didn't realize that Dragon Not Bad had really come in on purpose. He asked in disbelief. Dare I ask what the Lord Military God is doing by coming into the offending officer's prison of his own accord? However, Long Burong said with a stern face, Who told you that I came in on my own accord? Luo Terrorlord froze and hurriedly lowered his head. My lord, please don't be angry. It's the guilty official who misunderstood. I was defamed and arrested by your black police in Zhuzhou. Long Burong coldly said, If it wasn't for the face of King Yu, I would have stirred up your Zhuzhou. Ha! This. Only then did Luo Terrorist Lord remember the file from when Long Boobad was captured and imprisoned. And he was so angry that his entire face filled with blood. He stood up in a dry spell and stomped his feet in a storm, making a loud thud on the ground. These damned dogs! How dare they slander Lord Military God? They are simply looking for death. I'll call the police station right now and have them arrest and punish all the people involved. This earth-shaking commotion was enough to see just how furious this horrible man was. And so many of the poor and vicious prisoners around him were too scared to squeak. Long Biru was unmoved as he coldly hummed without comment. Luo terrorist lord shook his eyes and stole a glance at Long Bubad, and immediately became fawning and pleasing again. That, Lord Military God, do you think you should move to the sinful officer's office first? This kind of place really doesn't match your status. It was no wonder that he was in a hurry. If Long Bubad stayed here for one more minute, one more point would be added to his sins, and when the time came for the king of you to know about it, his punishment would only be more severe. Long Biren sneered and said, now you finally realize that it doesn't match my identity? What did you do earlier? Luo terrorist lord hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. The guilty officer should die. The guilty officer should die. I didn't recognize your identity earlier. If I want to punish you, I'll listen to Lord Military God. But now I'd like to ask you to move out first. Luo terrorist lord's tone subconsciously took on a bit of a commanding tone, making Long Bubad very unhappy. What? Are you teaching me things? Luo terror lord instantly froze on the spot. Finished. Usually, I'm used to being the only one, and when I'm in a hurry at critical moments, I'll make the same old mistake. Cold sweat ran down his face as he scrambled to open his mouth to explain. This. How dare the guilty official? The guilty official is just used to talking like this. Please forgive me, Lord Military God. I'm not getting into this with you. Long Bubad also didn't bother to see eye to eye with him, and directly said, you immediately call the king of you over to me. I'll see what kind of attitude he has before deciding whether or not to come out of this cell. Ha! Luo Terror Lord was directly dumbfounded. The king of you he was sure to inform, but whether that lord would come over or not, he couldn't decide. But he had heard that lord's attitude towards the southern naval god was not too friendly. After all, his own royal clan was bullied by Long Bubad. It would be a hell if his attitude could be good. Even if the king of you would come over immediately, if he saw that Long Bubad was still being held in prison, then how could he continue to be the warden? But the current situation didn't allow him to retort at all. Yes, in accordance with the orders of the Lord Military God, the guilty officer will go and do it now. He no longer dared to offend Long Bubad in the slightest and hurriedly retreated. Luo Terrorlord started calling King Yu almost as soon as he ran out of the gate of the prison area. After a minute of explanation time, a thunderous roar came from his phone. What? You guys actually locked up the Southern Navy god in Jinlong prison? Ah! The king of you went mad and roared with rage. You losers who deserve to die 10,000 times. How dare you mess with that Southern Navy god? He's a supreme killing god who annihilated the Zheng family in a single fit of rage. Destroying the Zhang family. Do you know what this is? You guys are digging a grave for this king, do you know that? Yes, 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 yes. Luo Terrorlord nodded his head coyly and incessantly. But as King Yu's angry ranting intensified, he couldn't help but commiserate and argue. But I didn't know. How could I have known that he, the titular god of the Southern Navy, would be sent to the inside of the prison in the guise of a swindler? You punks are still justified in doing something wrong, aren't you? When the king of you heard that he dared to speak in defense, he became even more furious. Is it that you will know to admit your mistake only if this king executes your 9 clans? Luo Terrorist Lord was so scared that he no longer dared to say more. I dare not. This matter is all my fault. All my fault. I know I'm wrong. Please don't be angry. Please don't hurt your body because of my fault. The king of you's anger eased somewhat. It's not just you. But he still had lingering anger and was still ranting at Luo Terrorlord through the phone. There's also Guo Chuanxiu from the police department, Wang Bai from the transportation bureau, and that whoever from the detention center. All of these people are all useless. Stupid, useless people. Tell them to rush to your place immediately to make amends to the Southern Navy god. And that guy who drove a Rolls Royce and flipped over the Southern Navy god's car. Without him there wouldn't have been so much going on afterwards. And you, who the hell is this guy? Have you losers bothered to find out? The corners of Luo Terrorlord's mouth twitched as he said, the ones who checked from the very beginning, or else the Southern Navy god wouldn't have been sent to the villain so quickly without a trial. And who the hell is this asshole in Tama? Once again, the king of you roared with fury. His hatred for this man had clearly pulled through the roof. I can't wait to drink his blood and eat his flesh raw. This caused the corners of Luo Terrorlord's mouth to twitch even more uncontrollably, and he carefully replied, Your Highness, this person is no one else but your worldly son. What? On the side of the king of you, he was directly silenced by the dry. Even the air around them was deathly silent. A moment later, Luo Terrorlord only heard a loud shattering sound from his cell phone, as if Yu Wang had shattered his own cell phone. Then there was a roar that seemed to come from a great distance. The shocking roar of the king of Yu. Men, call that rebellious son of Chu Jun over to this king. Damn sinful animal. This king must break his dog's legs today. 138. There's nothing to say. Die. The land of Longzhou. Jinlong prison. The storm clouds have changed. The sky, which had just been clear, turned cloudy. King Yu stepped out of his special car and looked up to see the hellish weather and couldn't help but curse. This thief god. Could it be that he knows that this king is in great trouble and wants to give me Chu Xiong a final send-off? Afterward, he turned his head to look at the high wall of the prison. The 4 big words that flew from the dragon. Jinlong prison. How ridiculous. He twisted his head with a sneer and commanded the clerk next to him. Smash the stupid plaque for me. And from today, there will be no more Jinlong prison in the world. The clerk wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, what name should this place be changed to? What other name could it be changed to?" Chu Xiong glared at him viciously. "From now on, this place will be called the Town King's Prison." With that, he strides into it without looking back. Only this clerk was left standing dumbfounded, muttering, "Jinwang Prison. This, the king is imprisoning himself to make amends. Jinwang Prison. Cell 404. Section B. Long Bu-bad was leisurely sitting on the bed drinking tea and waiting, when a sharp-voiced report suddenly came from outside. "Silence and salute. His Highness the King of Yu has arrived. Is it finally here?" He flashed a smile and looked up into the hallway outside his cell. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a flashy sable fur and a blue dragonfish suit appeared in his field of vision. When the visitor saw him, he arched his hand and immediately touched one knee to the ground. Kneeling down, "King of Fools, Chu Xiong, has come to apologize to Lord Military God." Before Long Bu-bad could speak, the surrounding prisoners who were pushing and shoving each other inside their respective cell bars had long been in an uproar. Who is this person? It can't be King Chu Xiong of Yu. He actually knelt down for the Southern Navy god. What's going on here? I shouldn't be hallucinating, right? No matter how powerful the military god is, in the end, he's just a vassal of the royal family. So what's going on when the master kneels down to a vassal? Unprecedented in all times and places. You don't believe me when I say your old man is outdated. Times have changed. They're not what they used to be. That's right. It's the era where force is honored and the military gods reign supreme. The king of Yu listened to the prisoner's arguments and forced his anger in his heart. Times have changed now. But the king is not something you rags can just talk about. When this is over, I will make sure you know what it means for trouble to come out of your mouths. But at the same time, there was bitterness in his heart. Before he came, he had already considered whether or not to have Luo Terrorlord screen out these ragged prisoners in advance, kneeling down and apologizing to someone in prison. If this thing gets out, he, the king of Yu, will definitely lose his reputation. But if all these prisoners were to be screened out, then the apology would seem insincere. And what would he, the god of the Southern Navy, think? Don't get yourself killed in order to save this bit of honor. Kneeling is fine. Anyway, he is kneeling, not someone else. The most powerful person in this world. Without waiting for Long Bu-bad to speak, Chu Xiong waved his hand and commanded in a stern voice, "Come on, escort those fools with no eyes up here for me." Swish swish swish. Under the command of King Yu, the forbidden guards, all of them majestic and serious, with a strong aura, escorted the balding driver who had falsely accused Long Biru of ferry jumping fraud a few days ago, as well as his relative, Captain Wang of the Black Police, as well as the head of the police department, the head of the Transportation Bureau, the head of the detention center, and many other interlocutors under King Yu's rule. At a glance, there were 20 to 30 people. Even the warden, Luo Terrorlord, was among them. These people were all dressed in dirty prison clothes. Their faces were bruised and swollen, and some of them even had blood on them. Obviously has had the most orthodox pre-prison education. With just a clattering sound, everyone then dropped their heads and knelt down facing Long Biru. They simultaneously wailed and begged for forgiveness. The little people have eyes that don't recognize Tai, and have offended Lord Military God. Their sins are unpardonable. Please ask Lord Military God to send down divine punishment and punish them severely. Within the prison area, all the prisoners, all of them were stunned by this battle. What is this? It was the most knowledgeable old thief in the prison district, who had stolen all over the country, who was staring with his eyes and mouth open, dumbfounded and speechless. This is a battle that he has never seen or heard of. Even Long Bu-bad himself was slightly surprised. I didn't expect this king of Yu to be so sincere. He even felt a little less good about mentioning the underground divas. Who would have thought that the king of you saw him bowing his head in contemplation and did not say anything, and thought that it was because he was still disgruntled, and directly waved his big hand again and gritted his teeth. Come on, drag that rebellious son of Chu Jun up here for me. Jingle bells. There was only a crisp sound of shackles being dragged sharply across the floor, and a young prisoner with green and black legs was dragged forward. Although his legs were broken, his face was still in good shape, so Long Bubad recognized at a glance that he was the same guy who kicked the door of his car at the gas station, slapped the window of his car and insulted him, and then drove a Rolls-Royce and crashed his car. King Yu's face turned blue as he walked over and slapped him twice, hard on his face. His entire body was disoriented before, his eyes swollen red, and now that he was woken up by the beating, he immediately cried out as if by reflex. Father, I know I'm wrong. Don't fight anymore. My son knows it's wrong. Yet the slaps continued to fall on his face like rain. He wanted to hide, but was forced by the king of you to press his head. Positive and negative hand-crazy education. The hands of that ruthless only 3 or 2 times, was slapped to bleed. I'll let you fly off the handle. I let you run amok. Now that you've caused a big mess, you still want me to cover for you? You still want to beg for forgiveness? Damn son of a. You even dared to bump into Lord Military God's car. I will smack you to death today. The king of you slapped him like crazy, and several of his personal stewards and clerks rushed forward to stop him, holding him from doing so. Your Majesty. No, no. You have only one son. The old minister begs you. Please rest your anger. Rest your anger. The king of you is really going to be pissed off by these dog lackeys. What is the use of you holding me? Hurry up and go to beg others. South Navy God viciously made several eyes. That housekeeper only reacted. He was also in a hurry and panicked, even smacked himself a few big slaps, before rolling and crawling to run to the front of the dragon is not bad, crying and begging. Lord Military God, please do me a favor and spare the life of His Highness. He is the only son of the king. If he dies, then the throne of the king of you will be cut off. Dragon Not Bad directly rolled his eyes. It's none of his business if this throne of you is severed or not. It is Chu Jun. This kid himself is used to being domineering, but also his father, the king of you, is used to being arrogant, which led him to the present situation. Long Bubad hated this kind of dude the most, relying on his old man's power and influence. He is making a fuss among the people, going to those whose status is not as good as his to do whatever he wants, bullying men and women, and showing off his power. If you damn well have the ability, go and compete with someone of the same strength. What a thing to embarrass the common man. Long Bubad could guess with his eyes closed that before him, he did not know how many people had been tragically victimized by this Chu Jun. Only this time it was his bad luck that he stumbled upon it. Or rather, it was that this Chu Jun's luck had come to an end and dared to bully his head. Death. There's nothing to say. Long Bubad looked at this steward and said in a cold voice, hearing these words, no matter whether it was the surrounding prisoners who were observing the situation with their eyes wide open, or the sinners who were kneeling over there to listen to the sentence, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, all scared silly. I can't believe that I'm not even going to let go of the hall's son. It's a real dare to kill. Could it be that this dragon is not bad? Is he determined to go to war with the king of you? 139. Kowtow to the divine grace of the marshal. Even the king of you himself did not expect that this dragon not bad would be so daring. Originally, he was just planning to play a bitter trick to give Long Bubad a step down. But now it's good. His only son is really going to be hitched. He hated it. He was angry. But he couldn't help but begin to reflect on it. If you think about it differently, you can see that, from the perspective of a dragon that is not bad, being intentionally run over on the highway, car wrecks and deaths are definitely the end of most of them. It was only because Long Bubad was strong that he escaped death. If others wanted him dead, then he really had no reason to still let them live. Even if this person was his Yuang's only worldly son, when the king of you thought of this, he could no longer be angry, and only remorse remained in his heart. I really shouldn't have spoiled my son from a young age and let him become the lawless character he is today. In fact, if it was someone else who was offended, then he could still help his son smooth things over. But by the way, this rebellious son had provoked the only person in the world that he could not get rid of. The Southern Navy dragon is not bad. He simply didn't dare to really turn his back on Dragon Not Bad. Flipping out with the Southern Navy god would mean a civil war would break out in the Dragon continent, and he, by no means, had a chance of winning. When the time comes, the end will be the same as that Zhang family's entire clan, being annihilated by Long Bubad in the clan's ancestral hall. Was he going to put his entire family on the line for the sake of an arrogant and rebellious son? Yuang Chuxiong closed his eyes hard and said fiercely, "Since Lord Military God has spoken, then the sinful king has nothing to refute. This rebellious son of mine's life will be used to make amends to Lord Military God." When Chu Jun heard this, his person was directly scared silly. How he never thought that he would be given up by his old man. He hugged his father's legs and pulled desperately. His eyes splashed with tears, and he begged for mercy as if he was crazy. "Father, forgive me. My son is your only son. Do you really want to kill my son? You really want to kill him? I don't want to die. I'm only 20 years old. I really don't want to die." King Yu turned his head in sorrow. "I'm sorry, son. Who you messed with is no good. But you messed with the Southern Navy god. This time you've broken the sky. This king can't protect you either. You've made your own mess. So take it on yourself." "But I didn't know he was the god of the Southern Navy." Chu Jun hissed and cried. "He's such a big man, driving a trashy Passat, not to mention me. No one would have thought that he would be the god of the Southern Navy. You sinful animal." King Yu was already on the verge of being infuriated. "Don't you know why you're in trouble even now?" the dude asked dully. "Why? It's because of your flighty style of acting that you've brought about your death." With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Men, drag this rebellious son down and shoot him." Chu Jun was so scared that he once again begged frantically for mercy, and when he was dragged by the forbidden guards, he clung to his old man's thighs in death and wouldn't let go. The forbidden guards were afraid to bring down the king of Yu, and they did not dare to exert themselves, and a few people just pretended to pull and tug there, and dry consumption. This scene of a living 10-year-old bear child who didn't want to be pulled out and beaten up dumbfounded everyone around him. Is this the prince of Yu? It's bad luck to have such a useless son. But this Chu Jun is at least not really a bear child, but also a little bit of brain. After the stalemate for a while, he didn't know which tendon suddenly opened up, all of a sudden spread away from the hand holding his old man's thighs, fell down on the ground, and desperately crawled towards Long Bu Bad, wanting to crawl to Long Bu Bad's side. But with this scattering of his hands, there was no way to stop the forbidden guards from dragging him away, and instead of shortening the distance between him and Long Biru, the distance between him and Long Biru grew longer and longer. He could no longer care about anything else, cried bitterly, and cried like crazy, "Marshal Marshal, I will never dare again. I promise to learn from now on. Marshal, you give me a chance to reform, Marshal. I beg you." "Marshal." Long Biru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This scumbag dude has a change of heart? Thought he was hopeless. Slow down. He reached out and ordered the few forbidden guards who were dragging Chu Jun, and asked, "How do you intend to reform yourself?" The king of Yu was overjoyed. For Long Bu Bad to say that, there was the possibility of sparing his son's life. He hurriedly stepped forward and roared his voice to snatch the answer for Chu Jun. "Let him serve his sentence in this prison. All treatments are the same as the lowest level prisoners, until he gets rid of all this playfulness, no matter if it's 10 years or 20 years, before he grows up to be a 5 good young man with a correct outlook on the 3 things. By no means will he be released. How do you think about this, Marshal?" Long Biren said unhappily. "Who asked you to come up with an idea? Let him speak for himself." As soon as Chu Jun looked up, he saw his old man making crazy eyes at him. Obviously, the proposal that his own old man had just said was accepted by Long Biru, but to serve his time in this prison? Chu Jun was 10,000 times more reluctant. He is the son of the king of Yu. His status is so honorable, and he has always been well dressed and pampered. It can be said that if one does not wear silk, eat food or eat delicacies, or stay in hotels or palaces, how can one serve time in prison? No freedom all day, and to be bullied by other foul-smelling and vicious prisoners. But on second thought, what could all that be compared to losing his life outright? He prostrated himself and said, returning to the words of the marshal, "I am willing to follow my father's command and serve my sentence of atonement right here in this prison, and not be allowed to step out of the prison until the day I am completely reformed." "Just as well." Long Biren sighed. "Since you have the idea of reforming yourself, then this marshal can't be too petty, so I'll allow it." Upon hearing this, King Yu could no longer hold back his tears and fell to his knees, his forehead thumping with a heavy thud on the ground. Sinful King Chu Xiong, kowtow to the divine grace of the marshal. Behind him, a group of forbidden guards, as well as the 23 or so subordinates kneeling on the ground, all whimpered and whimpered, with tears dripping from their eyes, bending down to kowtow. Sinners and others, kowtow to the divine grace of the marshal. Long Bu Bad's face showed a pleased smile, and he simply clapped his hands and said, "You will also serve your sentences here to atone for your sins, and wait until the day you turn out to be a good official for the country and for the people." and then the day you will be released and reinstated to your official positions. A crowd of sinners with tears in their eyes. Upon seeing that the king of you couldn't even save his own son, they all thought they were dead. In front of the Southern Navy god, the king of you couldn't even protect his own son, so how could he possibly protect them? As a result, now Long Bu Bad was actually willing to give them a chance to reform. This kind of broad-mindedness, this kind of magnanimity, made them completely sigh in admiration. One by one, their faces were overflowing with joy as if they had been robbed of their lives. They are as good as new. Of course, there were a few of those guys who didn't really want to reform, like the previous Institute police boss, a few of his Institute police minions, and the balding guy who had slandered Long Bu Bad, and his black police relatives. Their expressions and eyes are different from the others, obviously the appearance of a false alarm. There is no emotion in their eyes, and Long Biru is as insightful as a fire. He directly pointed over one by one, and finally said, "These guys I pointed out just now don't need to be rehabilitated. Just drag them straight down and shoot them." What? The boss of the Institute police and the others were dumbfounded, holding their heads in their hands, completely unable to accept it. The black policeman argued even more insanely. On what grounds? Why should we let them go and shoot us? It's not fair. 140. It's like grabbing the offerings on the table of Hades looking for death. Fair? What Lord Military God says is fair. The king of you's eyes glared and roared. Come on. In accordance with the marshal's orders, drag these dogs down to me and shoot them. Yes. The forbidden guards responded with a roar that shook the heavens, grabbing a few people who were struggling madly against them and beating them violently, then dragging them down like dead dogs. A few moments later, a couple of incriminating gunshots were heard from the other side of the prison penal colony. Long Bu Bad grunted before he walked out of the cell. "Let's go, Your Highness the King of you. There is one more thing that this marshal wants to discuss with you." The King of you follows good advice. Lord Military God's magnanimous favor is as heavy as Mt. Tai. If you have any orders, the guilty king will do whatever he is told. Long Bu Bad nodded with an approving face, very satisfied with the attitude of the king. "There's no hurry. Let's find a hall where we can talk first." The warden hurriedly stood up to lead the way. "Two lords, please also proceed to the sinful official's humble room." Good. Arrived at the warden's office. In the past, like the emperor of the earth, Luo terror lords at this time like a servant to accompany the side. The status is lower than the king of Vietnam's guards, his secretary and the prison guards' underlings. Even more do not even have the qualifications to enter the room. However, Long Biru couldn't notice it, and he directly told the purpose of his trip and the purpose of the trip. What? That underground heavenly king, Li Daiyan, is actually the mastermind behind framing Lord Military God's family. The king of you's eyes went round as he listened. Dragon Not Bad nodded and said, "As far as the information I have so far, he is at least one of the people involved." What a dog's guts. King Yu swished to his feet and roared sternly, "Come on, bring my king's phone over. I'll call that dog Li Daiyan over to confront him now." Dragon Not Bad was slightly puzzled and put a stop to him. "Wait, you and this underground heavenly king, what exactly is your relationship?" "It's a shame to say," Yu Wang sighed and explained. "The king's rebellious son as he grows older, in recent years more and more wasteful and profligate, leading to the king's treasury is empty, owes many external debts. Li Daiyan that dog took advantage of the situation, carrying a large sum of money, to invest in my Chu's state-owned enterprises." Long Bu Bad was a bit surprised. "You're just going to let him fund it?" "Of course it's not possible. My Chu clan's lying down policy. How can I allow others to sleep soundly?" Dragon Not Bad nodded. "Think about it." The king of you went on to say, "After being refused by me, that Li Daiyan immediately and respectfully retired, knowing that I needed the money very much, and so was very patient. Is he not aware of your determination that you will never allow his capital to be injected into a state enterprise?" "Of course he's aware of that, so he's lowering his demands." Yu Wang sighed. A few days later, he once again came to my door, saying that this time he could do without the shares, and that he only needed to be allowed to register a special business in Zhuzhou with my Yu Wang's umbrella, which was equivalent to the protection fee paid to me. Long Bu Bad narrowed his eyes slightly. "So you agreed?" "I am very sorry." King Yu bowed. "Although I guessed at first that he must have offended someone and wanted to come over to seek my shelter, I would never have imagined that the one he offended was actually you, the hefty and mighty god of the Southern Navy." Long Bu Bad shook his head. "It's just a false name." "Then what?" "Then he is now operating under my shelter. I'm not too sure exactly what he's doing, but his good days have come to an end. Treading on horseback. How dare he victimize your family?" It's just like grabbing the fruit of the offerings on the table of Hades looking for death. He instantly picked up the phone and was about to dial it. The dragon was not bad for reaching out and stopping it. Slow down. Yu Wang immediately put down the phone and respectfully inquired. What are your orders, Lord Military God? This underground heavenly king is cunning and slippery. If you look for him in such a rage, he will definitely become suspicious. So why not be a bit sparse and find a more reliable reason to ensure that you can invite him over? The king of Yu was self-submissive. He didn't just find an excuse to cope with the matter, but made a decent excuse to invite all the friends in his address book to come to the banquet tomorrow. Li Dayan's side first joyfully smiled and congratulated, and then promised with a full mouth that he would definitely come. Long Biro listened to his tone beside him and felt that he should not know that he had already come to Zhezhou to look for him. Also, this time, he came very suddenly, and low profile. Even the parents and relatives around him did not know. This underground heavenly king, even if the eye line is heavenly, cannot know in advance. Behind King Yu, the old butler, who had followed him for a long time at first glance, asked worriedly, Your Highness, would it be too hasty to choose the date for tomorrow? The king of Yu nodded his head and said, It is a bit hasty, but that Li Dayan himself is a master of intelligence. If he had delayed for a few more days, he might have inquired about something, but it's inevitable that he'll get suspicious if it's so rushed. It's really a dilemma. The implication of the old housekeeper's words was that he hoped that Long Bu Bad would not blame the Yu king. Of course he knew it well, and said with a smile, Don't worry, since King Yu has already done so much to help me, then naturally I won't descend on him again. In that case, the old slave will first thank Lord Military God. The old butler bowed down deeply towards the dragon. Not bad. The king of Yu was on the sidelines and was relieved. If he was angered by the god of war because he didn't catch the underground king of heaven, where could he cry foul? I think it is also suffocating. He was the king of Yu Chu Xiong, a person above, under 10,000 people, when so lowly. Not he thinks highly of himself. He is the king of Yu's ancestors have been 3 generations of good governance. To his generation, there has been a great trend of prosperity, belonging to the fiefdom, prosperity and affluence, a thriving. Looking at the entire dragon continent, nominally only the continent lord's position is above him. Economically, only those 4 pavilion elders' gigantic conglomerate enterprises can make him scorn a few points. To speak of force, he also has 300,000 troops and hundreds of brave and good generals, enough to stand proudly against the herd. Those few military god marshals of the Dragon Continent Military Department, he had never placed them in his eyes before. However, when he learned that the Southern Navy god, Dragon Not Bad, had actually overthrown the Zhang family, the head of the giant hegemony, with only his own energy and without deploying the army under his command, his entire body was dumbfounded. He realized that there was still such a terrifying person existing in this world, and that all his reliance was nothing but a joke in front of this person. Since that day, an absolute idea has been ingrained in his mind. That is, this person, Long Bu Bad, he absolutely could not mess with. He also warned his nephew royal son, the current continent lord, that he must not disobey Long Bu Bad. Although Long Bu Bad did not show any thoughts of usurping power and seizing the throne, everyone knew that as long as he wanted to, he could replace the Chu clan's royal family at any time and become the emperor himself. The reason why I didn't do it was simply that I didn't want to. Therefore, he absolutely could not let Long Bu Bad become wanting to go and do so. He must follow the other party's orders and everything, and must not go against this deity. Luckily, it now seems that he made a very good decision. This god is not much of a seeker of power, now only needing to do everything in their power to please him. The Chu family's crisis this time around should be able to go through smoothly. 141. Drag them out and shoot them all. On the following day, the king of Yu's palace, the banquet parlor, inside the hall, which was ancient and colorful, was filled with high-profile friends and winners. King Chu Xiong of Yu was entertaining the visiting guests at the entrance of the hall together with the royal consort, and Long Bu Bad sat lowly at the corner table drinking tea. He's only waiting for one person, Li Dayan, the underground heavenly king. But, as I watched the number of people visiting around me grow, there was no sign of the man. Instead, a circle of lurking killers gradually sprang up around him. Because of the killing god-fierce spirit hosted in his body, he was particularly sensitive to killing intent. He knew that a circle of assassin killers had gathered around him, specifically targeting him, and judging from the purity of this killing intent, the strength of each of these killers was not weak. What's going on here? The eyes of the Dragon Not Bad narrowed slightly. My lord, the slave girl will add tea for you. Suddenly, A servant girl with a teapot came towards him with a smiling face. The clear, bright yellow, steaming tea was slowly poured into a cup in front of his table. Enjoy. The maidservant bowed and retreated after pouring the tea. Slow down. The dragon was not bad enough to call out to her. What is your honor's command? Long Boobad narrowed his eyes slightly and asked her. How do you know I'm an adult? The maidservant's face changed slightly. Her eyes averted and said, You are really joking. My lord. Which one who can accept our king's invitation is not a lord? So, you're one of King Yu's men? Of course, slave girl. Very well. Tell me the name of the steward beside King Yu. How many wives? How many concubines? And what is the name of each? The maidservant wore a difficult expression. Is your excellency not making things difficult for the slave girl? A weak woman? The dragon was not bad and laughed. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. The girl is so beautiful. I'll reward you with a sip of tea. With a snap of his fingers he sent the tea from the table to the maidservant and looked at her with a cold smile. Drink this tea and I'll let you go. The maidservant's face changed completely. Phew! An undetectable cracking sound suddenly swung up. Nor did he see how Long Boobad moved. As if a pale falcon swept through the residual shadow. He had a sharp obscure-colored concealed weapon in his hand. Seeing this, the maidservant no longer pretended, drew her dagger from under her skirt, and came at him to kill. Hiding a dagger in a place like that, aren't you afraid of opening another crack underneath yourself? Long Boobad laughed lightly and caught the dagger, 100% empty-handed. Then an extremely fast inch punch hit the servant girl's abdomen, knocking down the stunned face. In that instant, there were already 4 figures around him that looked like sharp swords unsheathing towards him, like a torrent of killing intent, such as the sea, like 100 rivers, madly rushing, but also like a mountain on top of the top. The momentum of the top pressure, like before and after the left and right at the same time crashed into 4 300 yards per hour locomotives, straight to the pressure of the people cannot breathe. However, Long Boobad still had an easy face as he knocked them down one by one. Although these people were strong and belonged to the level of being able to fight with 100 in the army, they were still not enough to be looked at in front of him. After these 4, 8 more people, who were lurking in the crowd, came towards him to kill him. All kinds of hidden weapons, like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, flew over, and with just a slight transformation of his energy and lifting of his chi, Long Boobad easily resisted it. Then, he soared out 8 strong chi with his backhand, and these people fell down as if they had been hit by bullets, all of them howling miserably. Damn! Why is the stubble so solid? The intelligence is wrong. This target is too strong. It's not at all what Li Daiyan said. Li Daiyan, that son of a scumbag. Retreat first. Boo! The field exploded into a white mist, provoking cries of horror from the guests. In the haze, a dozen or so uninjured assassins picked up those fallen wounded and tried to escape. But would Dragon Not Bad give them a chance? Directly like a fierce dragon crossing the river, he swept through to knock them all down. In such a short while, they had already lost their chance to escape, and a whole team of heavily armed forbidden guards barged into the hall, controlling all the assassins. The one-eyed man who appeared to be the leader looked desperate and let out a sad and angry roar. My regiment is resting. He launched a suicidal attack towards Dragon Not Bad, but still got nowhere and was knocked to the ground by Dragon Not Bad. The fog dispersed, and the guests were all evacuated. The king of Yu with a face of shame came to the front of Long Boobad and kneeled down to ask for forgiveness. I didn't expect the wind to still leak out, letting that son of a Li Daiyan by a group of killers to stir up trouble. This king is ashamed of the marshal, but also asked the Lord God of War to chastise him. Long Boobad laughed and scolded. Less blind chicken handle please, this is none of your business. Yes. King Yu breathed a sigh of relief and bowed down deeply. Thank you, Lord Military God, for your enlightenment. Chu Xiong didn't intentionally leak the information, and Long Buri knew it very well. He walked up to the leader of that assassin group and questioned him in a cold voice. You guys are really bold. How dare you even take this marshal's bid? You? Who are you? The one-eyed man spat blood from his mouth and covered his chest with his hand as he questioned with a horrified expression. Long Boobad almost couldn't help but sneer. You don't even know who this marshal is and you dare to come and assassinate me? This marshal? Are you that one from the South Seas? That's right. The king of Yu standing at the side coldly grunted and snorted like a horseman. Smugly snorting. This is the one who led the army to conquer my island of treasure. Subdued dozens of transcendent forces. Punished and destroyed the giant hegemony Zhang family with his own strength. And has a great reputation in the entire world as that god of the Southern Navy. The dragon, unbreakable dragon Grand Marshal. What? When these words came out, All the members of the killer corps who had fallen to the ground couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The shock was so great that they even stopped breathing. Rather, it was Long Biru himself who first failed to tense up a bit. That's a bit of an introduction. I'm not that well known. No, Marshal Long. This introduction is not exaggerated at all. The one-eyed man returned with a bitter smile on his face. I didn't expect that the one we assassinated was actually you, the invincible military god. He revealed a complex look, glanced back at the gray-looking members of the group, and snapped his teeth as if he had made some difficult decision. Then he drew out his saber, knelt on the ground, propped his hands up, and raised them high above his head to plead with the dragon. Not bad. I, Zhao Tuo, was so self-righteous, arrogant, and stupid that I attempted to assassinate the Grand Marshal, so I can't absolve myself of the blame of all deaths, and I'm willing to be put to death. I only hope that the Grand Marshal will see to it that the members of the regiment under my command were only acting on my orders and let them live. The members of the surrounding killer groups couldn't help but cry out when they heard this. Chief, never, never, Captain. The decision this time was made by all of us together. The blame is only on that Li Daiyan for tricking all of us. Several female members of the troop could not help but lose their voice and cry, especially that servant girl from Fengkai, who was already in pear blossom, while several other young members of the troop were gritting their teeth. With a look of hatred towards Li Daiyan, Long Bubad took it all in. He pondered slightly and was wondering what to do with these people when the Yu King beside him was running out of patience. He waved his big hand and spat clanking cold words. Come on, drag these assassins who dared to assassinate the military god out and shoot them all. Yes. The forbidden guards stood at attention with their rifles and let out a deafening roar. The assassins who fell to the ground around them almost didn't faint with two black eyes when they heard that. The one-eyed man at the head of the group was even more almost desperate. And just as the forbidden guards were roughly dragging them to move them out of the hall to be shot, Dragon Not Bad vocalized, slow down. With a single word, all the forbidden guards stopped their movements as if they had received an order from the King of Yu. 142. Me, Evil Scourge? King Yu's palace. The large parlor was as silent as a chill. All the forbidden guards with loaded guns all looked towards King Yu. Long Bubad, this stop has the suspicion of overstepping his authority. If it were anyone else, the King of Yu would surely be furious with his dragon face. But in the face of Long Bubad, even though the King of Yu was displeased, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of it. He smiled with a lowered brow and carefully inquired, "What are the marshal's orders?" The dragon didn't say anything, still thinking. The King of Yu also couldn't figure out what he meant and speculated. The King of Sin knows that you have always been magnanimous, but these people have already assassinated your head, so you're not still thinking of letting them go, are you? I certainly won't let them go, Long Bira said, but rather than killing them outright, I'm more willing to let them work for me and take the credit for their sins. He turned his head and asked the one-eyed dragon leader, "What is your name?" Dui Dao. Dui Dao lowered his head and said the name with great shame. Dragon Not Bad raised his eyebrows. It's the former Shura rebel ninja Dui Dao? Dui Dao raised his head with a very shocked expression. You, Marshal. Surprisingly, you know me? Dragon Not Bad sighed and began to reminisce about the past. The Shura Hall's dark branch practiced the Western way of the ninja, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and assassination. But then for some unknown reason, the dark branch went rogue en masse, and all of them became renegade ninjas, right? Duodao's jaw dropped in shock and subconsciously asked, "How does the Marshal know so well?" "Because I'm the one who made the move to exterminate the Shura Hall. Don't you know that?" Ha! When these words came out, all the members of the killer corps were dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dui Dao was the first to react, but again, he looked like he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. His gums were bleeding from biting. This mother asterisk 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 early Diane. He even deceived us to this extent. The other members of the Slayers shared his expression. All of them were deeply disgusted and enraged at that underground heavenly king. He actually lied to us that he led the destruction of the Shura Hall. What's all this talk about just punishing and eliminating evil for the people? I poo-poo it, and make it look like all of us are grateful to him. It really is so brazen that it breaks through the lower limits of humanity. If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be a man. Dragon Not Bad shook his head and then asked, "By the looks of you guys, you didn't know that I was the Southern Navy god at first, nor did you know that the Shura Hall was destroyed by my hand, right?" "That's it, Lord Military God." Dui Dao lowered his head in pain. "I would like to guarantee with my life that everything we said just now is true." A simple-faced male member wailed in a high voice. "If we knew you were that invincible military god, how could we dare to come and kill you?" Yes, Lord Military God. A few female corps members also shouted from the side. We were all tricked by that damn Li Tianwang. Who told the head of the corps that you were some kind of evil scourge and begged us to rid the people of it? Me? The evil scourge? The dragon didn't hold back his laughter. Everyone in the killer corps all lowered their heads in shame. The Yu King on the side also said in a hateful voice, Li Daiyan, that shameless little child, also fooled the king. If he falls in the hands of the king, he must be flayed. Long Bubad asked, tell me, what's going on with you guys? How did you get cheated by that Li Daiyan? Duidao's face sank as he began to accuse. Our dark branch was originally established to act on behalf of the heavens, with the mission of driving to extinction those cunning villains who plagued the world and were not brought to justice. But who knew that Shura's side of the main hall gradually deviated from its original intent and became a traitor to the forces of evil? So that's why you defected? Yes, Marshal. You personally overthrew Shuraban Hall, so you should know what it's like there. Long Bubad nodded. It was indeed because of this reason that he had made a move to exterminate the Shura Hall. After the destruction of this hall, we are very grateful to the person who helped us, want to throw into the service of the banner, but do not know the roots of that benefactor. So they ran to the underground heavenly King Li Daiyan there to ask, who expected to be tragically exploited by that treacherous person. Alas! Shame! Shame! Duidao choked, his whole body shaking, already barely able to control himself from covering his face and sobbing. The members of the killer group had to be unable to stop themselves from tearing up, being pitched into such a state by the traitors, completely being a puppet on strings in the hands of others. There is really no face to live again. They felt an unprecedented sense of defeat, and their wills were incomparably depressed. Long Biren sighed and said, I have a proposal that might allow you guys to pay for your sins and clear up your past shame. Would you guys be interested in hearing it? Dui Dao immediately fell to his knees. Lord Military God's divine grace. We can't thank you enough. If there's anything that you need, please feel free to command me. Marshal. The members of the troop who hated that Li Daiyan to the bone also knelt on the ground and let out angry roars. If we can avenge this great hatred, from now on, this life of ours will be the Marshal's, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Okay, then I'll get right to it. Long Bubad asked King Yu to hold back all the forbidden guards, leaving only the members of the killer corps who had a blood feud with that underground heavenly king. Before he narrated his plan, the King of Yu heard this and both his eyes went round. The Marshal is trying to maneuver his way out of a trap? But that's too much of a sacrifice for yourself. No way. Dui Dao was also persuading. Yes, if you are declared dead at our hands, then won't your parents and relatives be retaliated against by countless traitors? Moreover, the forces under your command will also be torn apart, and there will be no one in our dragon continent to defend against a powerful foreign enemy, and the world will be in chaos. That's right. Long Biru's plan was to use the trick to spread the news that he had been assassinated by this rebel ninja assassin group, so that Dui Dao would return with this world-shattering result of the battle to resume his duties. Of course it was impossible to find it first. According to the news coming from Wu Qi and Su Hanjing's side, the cunning underground heavenly king has now escaped and hidden. But within a few days, he would naturally take the initiative to contact Dui Dao's group. After all, it would be a shame to just throw away such a nice string puppet. Long Bubad thought very clearly. Once the news of their successful assassination of themselves was released, their reputation would surely be great. And for Dui Dao, the god-slaying sword, the underground heavenly king thought that he would definitely not give up. He clapped. It's okay, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just do what I tell you to do. I'll protect my family. Ha! Dui Dao was all a bit dumbfounded, and the members of the troop under his command looked at each other in disbelief. But after only a moment's consideration, he bent down and knelt. By the order of the Lord Military God, the rest of the members of the Killer Corps followed suit and knelt down. By the order of the Lord Military God, as long as it is an order from the dragon that is not bad, to go through fire and water, as long as it is not bad, Dui Dao will do what he says. He swore in his heart that he would help Long Bubad catch that villain Li Daiyan, not only to repay the great favor of saving his life this time, but also to avenge his great revenge of being deceived and victimized by the underground heavenly king this time. And the members of the troop under his command had long been gritting their teeth, wanting to kill that underground heavenly king before they could do so. The top and the bottom are united. Long Bubad looked at their eyes and secretly nodded. With this will, the extermination of traitors and thieves is just around the corner. 143. The Dragon Chopper Blade God. Zhuzhong, Jinhua City, Imperial Hotel. A celebration is underway that will startle the entire transcendental world. Half a month ago, Shura Hall Dewey Dao, in order to avenge the destruction of his hall, chopped the invincible military god under his sword. As soon as the news came out, the dragon continent shook, and the world took notice. Today, half a month later, Dewey Dao widely distributed invitations and very high-profilely hosted the Jinshin banquet here, announcing to the world that he had been promoted to be the new blade god. All over the dragon continent, countless famous and powerful people came to the banquet, for the sake of witnessing the birth of a new god. With the old god falling and a new god in place, everyone wanted to see what this dragon-slashing blade god Dewey Dao was really like. He hadn't even heard of his name before, but it turned out that he had slaughtered that invincible Southern Navy god. Dragon not bad. Without a word, it drew chills of awe from countless people. Inside the banquet hall, experts gathered. Any random person here was a famous and renowned figure in the transcendent world, and many of them were above Dewey Dao in terms of reputation. And there was even no lack of notorious big names like the prime military god and the undefeated war god. However, many people were still skeptical about this newly promoted dragon-slashing sword god. Many people were talking in low voices while sweeping their eyes filled with suspicion from time to time towards Dewey Dao, who was entertaining guests with a smiling face at the entrance over there, being scrutinized and sized up by a single prestigious figure. Dewey Dao was already in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that the King of You was helping him to hold down the fort with a couple of consecrated transcendent power bigwigs, I'm afraid that his bottom would have been exposed an hour ago. But the play, he had to go on, until the man comes. In the corner of the banquet table, a young man with clear eyebrows was drinking tea in a low-key manner. It was none other than Long Boo Boo Bad after his disguise. He waited here, keeping watch. There was no way. Half a month had passed, and there was no news of the underground Heavenly King at all. It was as if this cunning fox had evaporated and not a trace could be found. That was why he had to come up with this plan, allowing Dewey Dao to host a high-profile banquet and widely distribute invitations, in order to realize that the Southern Naval God had already been assassinated by him through this divine gene conference, thus leading that underground Heavenly King to actively reveal his footsteps. As for the questioning from the outside world, he knew that Dewey Dao's strength was not good enough to cope with it, so he specifically asked King Yu to help. With the three lords of transcendent power that he had made offerings to, no one should dare make trouble. As a result, while he was thinking that, a super-exaggerated one grand jeering came from the side of the ballroom's main door. Ha ha ha, seeing as how you're still getting it together, you don't think anyone would actually believe your bull asterisk, do you? Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. It was a huge figure that resembled an iron tower, pitch black and rigid. Almost everyone couldn't help but stand up after seeing his scowling face. It's Hordless Alliance Master Zhu Haishan. I don't know who exclaimed, and then there was a cacophony of chatter. Isn't he someone from the Southern Navy God, that he even received an invitation? Sending out invitations to the Southern Navy God's Power Master. This dragon-slashing blade god really will have his mouth shut. Do you guys think it's possible he's here to crash the party? When Long Bearer heard this, he couldn't help but grunt out a laugh. Unexpectedly, this harmless Alliance Master, who was still loyal to him even after he expelled him from his side, was the first person to run over to smash the scene. He thought that this person would be his gang of minions in the Longnan Navy, or the Slayer God Temple Master, the Nine Dragon Axe Master, the Heavenly King Mountain Sect Master, or else the 100 Flowers Palace Jia Main Yang. Now, it seems that the person who was the allied Lord of No Armor, that is, Zhu Haishan, apart from the shortcoming of being greedy for money, he is still very righteous. It's just a shame that it's not the right time for this righteousness. Long Biro secretly shook his head. On Zhu Haishan's side, he was already clenching his fists and preparing to smash the scene. All the guards listened to the order. Bring me down this villain who dares to spread rumors about the marshal. At his command, the Feiyu guards, Platinum guards, and Qingxian guards under his command all drew their weapons, clanging and murderous, locking Dewey Dao in place with cannibalistic sight. A gasp erupted from the room. Everyone was excited, wanting to see what this Dewey Dao was capable of, able to kill that invincible army god, or rather, witness the scene where his lies are unraveled and he is reduced to a clown. Dewey Dao's face sank as he pressed his palm on the hilt of his sword. So, you traitors of the Southern Naval Gods are the ones who want to be reported to hell by me as well? Zhu Haishan glared up a pair of bull's eyes and rushed Dewey Dao in a stern voice. How terrifying is the strength of the Lord Military God? Would it be possible for a nobody like you to kill him? Dewey Dao's pair of sharp eyes almost narrowed into slits. The strength of the Southern Navy God is truly terrifying. Let him let loose. I'm afraid that even the Western Desert can be swept to the ground. But just as a scaly dragon becomes delirious when it eats a puffer fish, Even gods have unknown weaknesses. I, Du Yi Dao, am well versed in the way of assassination. It's not like I'm going head to head with him, so how do you know that I won't be able to kill him? Zhu Haishan's expression gradually became grave. From what you're saying, you killed the marshal with poison? Du Weidao grunted. Non-committal. It was a statement he had prepared long ago. As soon as someone asks, he will release them. After all, with his strength it was impossible to kill Long Bubad. The only way to have a chance of success was to poison him. This is something that many people can no longer question. However, the Hordeless Alliance Master was clearly not in this category, and after thinking about it, he suddenly laughed up into the sky. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. My family's marshal. There's absolutely no way he could be killed by you with poison. Everyone's face changed at these words, especially Du Yi Dao. He immediately questioned, how can you be sure? Don't worry about that. I'm just sure of it. Zhu Haishan doesn't look like he wants to continue with the nonsense. Only a loud thud was heard, and the solid aurora floor under his feet was actually trampled into pieces. The huge reaction force that came with it caused his iron tower-like figure to directly disappear in place. Before the crowd could react, Du Yi Dao's neck was already cupped in his hands. Bucket-thick arms lifted the whole person up as easily as plucking a small carrot. Du Yi Dao was powerless in his hands and didn't even have the time to react. Look! Zhu Haishan ripped out his voice and snorted loudly. This is the jumping clown who threatened to have assassinated my lord. The dragon chopper sword god. How ridiculous. It's only because my lord didn't bother to show up and testify for himself that he let you curmudgeons ride on his head and. But today I'm going to let you know what the price is for daring to do so. Just grabbing one of my bilocations. What's the point of being smug there? Suddenly, the voice of Du Yi Dao came from behind the harmless alliance master. The loud snickering abruptly stopped, and Zhu Haishan jerked his head back to see a ribbed differential knife resting on his neck. Looking back over again, he realized that what he was pinching in his hand was nothing more than a stake. Seek death. Being teased like a clown made him completely furious and backhandedly grabbed towards Du Yi Dao. Du Yi Dao didn't hold back and directly swung his sword in a chop. The blade sliced into Zhu Haishan's neck at the first opportunity, but it only entered the flesh by half a centimeter before it was stuck in the muscle, unable to move a single bit. This caused Du Yi Dao to instantly change his face. What a body this man has. Give it to him to cut. He can't even cut it. Allied Lord without hordes snorted harshly. Ridiculous. Is this the dragon-slashing sword god? With that, large, open, dark hands grabbed at him. He hurriedly abandoned his sword and did a backward somersault to avoid the takedown from the armorless ally. Thick, dark fingers grazed the knot of his throat. 1,000 pounds. But would the allied lord without hordes give up? With a snatch of a step he gave chase, once again reaching out a large hand toward his target. Du Yi Dao's face showed despair. This time, he couldn't hide. My life is over. But just as he was about to be caught by the swift, large hand, a Hao Shuo figure stopped in front of him. His Highness the King of You is here. I'll see who dares to act out. 144. King of You? What a thing! In the nick of time, one of the transcendent power lords enshrined under the Yu King, the Black Steel International's Masterin, stepped forward. He steadily grabbed the wrist of the Hordeless Alliance Master and chided. Don't be rude. You don't even look at who's standing over there. King Yu? Allied Lord without honor glanced with his tiger's eyes to the honorable figure standing next to Sec Leaderin. A smile appeared on Yu Wang's face as he took 2 steps forward and extended his right hand towards the Hordeless Alliance Master. I am none other than King Chu Xiong of You. I still ask Alliance Master Chu to look at this king's face and be magnanimous. Don't go toe-to-toe with the Du Blade God anymore. We are all people from the Dragon Continent. It's not good to hurt the peace. Don't you think so? The tiger eyes of the Hordeless Alliance Master narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the King of You without making a remark. The guests from all 8 parties were relieved, thinking that he should not dare to continue to spread his wildness. Think about it. Zhuzhou is the land of the Yu Wang. Genoa City is the Yu Wang's hometown. The transcendent power's footsteps here. Who dares not to give the Yu Wang a few points of thin face? Even the 2 great figures, the prime military god and the undefeated war god, had greeted the Yu King with a smile. However, what everyone did not expect was that the allied Lord of No Harmony snapped away the palm that the Yu King had extended, refusing to shake hands with him. The guest's eyes rounded. This horseless ally. How dare he disrespect the King of You? What kind of a thing are you, King Yu, to deserve to have me? Zhu Haishan, give you face? The moment these words came out, all the guests couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Zhu Haishan. It was no longer a matter of respecting or not respecting the King of You, but directly looking down on the King of You. What was wrong with him? Did he think that he was on the same level as that invincible military god after spending a long time under the Southern Navy god's command? Harboring this thief who dares to spread rumors about my lord's death, and even hosting a Jin divine assembly for him. Zhu Haishan's tiger eyes glared as he sternly scolded the Yu King. I see that you are also a rat's corner. Throughout the hall, there was silence. The guests' people were dumbfounded. One by one, their jaws dropped as they looked at Zhu Haishan incredulously. This man has gone mad. King Yu's face was completely gloomy. He didn't say anything, just lifted his king's robe tighter and took a step back. The three confessors snorted coldly and stepped forward, reaching out and pointing their hands at the harmless alliance master. Even if you don't give face to our Yu King, how dare you speak out against His Highness? Your Excellency is really bold. Does Your Excellency think that no one in this world can cure you anymore? Today, we're going to learn about your high level of skill as a hordeless alliance master. Swish swish swish. In an instant, the three confessors struck out in unison, attacking towards the horseless alliance master. And Zhu Haishan even did not flash and did not avoid, bulging up the whole body dark muscles as if it were a block of iron. Standing in place. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the three offerings hit the armorless alliance lord solidly, yet the sound that came out was similar to striking steel. Doesn't break defense at all. All three of them froze. All of them did not expect that their full force strikes would not be able to inflict damage on the harmless alliance master. My turn. Zhu Haishan let out a sardonic laugh and curled his arms to counterattack in an instant. Knock knock. The distance was too close for the three confessors to dodge, and they were knocked out, smashing into the wall like cannonballs with a loud boom. The surrounding guests watching the show were all stunned. Aside from Black Steel International's sect masterin, the remaining two offerings of the Yu King were all spitting blood from their mouths and collapsed to the ground. The chatter instantly boiled over. No way! This no harbor ally is actually this powerful. Surprisingly, one fought three, defeating three transcendent power lords head-on. It's really worthy of being a first-class transcendent power. These few forces of Black Steel International are simply not enough to look at in front of the harmless alliance. I've heard for a long time that allied Lord Wu Huan has practiced an iron block golden bell shield, able to make his body as hard as steel. That's the reason why he can go into battle without armor. That's the axiom of Wu Huan. And when I see it today, it really is true to its name. Joking aside, the other alliance master Zhu is a man who unified the entire No Harbor alliance with his own strength and made the three major No Harbor iron guards, Fei Yu, Platinum, and Xian Iron, submit to him. The King of Yu, who had heard these arguments in his ears, covered his chest with his hand and was so angry that he almost spat out blood. It actually blew up, and in the middle of the field, the only one he could rely on was Sect Leaderin. He didn't seem to be seriously injured, and he merely wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth before walking towards the harmless alliance master once again. Zhu Haishan, I admit that I misjudged your strength. Sect Masterin took a deep breath and slowly said, but don't be arrogant. Right away I'll let you see what it means to truly attack. Saying that, his entire aura had begun to climb upwards, and it was obvious that he had begun to brew some incredibly powerful Upanishad move. The horseless alliance master laughed outright. A real offense? With just you? Ha ha ha. He snorted loudly. To tell you the truth, other than that Lord Military God, I've never met a second person who could break through my golden bell shield. Sect Masterin was shocked in his heart, but he kept his composure on the surface, climbing up the stored power in clusters and sections, methodically. After a few seconds, he felt that the fire was almost ready, but he still didn't stop. With so many people present watching, this hand of his could be said to be an attack that bet on the name of the sect leader, and there was absolutely no room for error. He decided to desperately overdraw his internal energy, making sure to achieve a 300% effect. If that was not enough to break through the defense of this armorless ally, then he had nothing to say. Seconds passed and sensing that the stored power had reached its limit, Sect Leaderin began to make his final preparations. He held his face red as he stared at Zhu Haishan and said word for word, "Don't worry, the second person to break through your golden bell mask, you'll know who it is right away." "Yeah, I'll see." The harmless alliance master took his stance and stood confidently, waiting for Sect Leaderin to attack. Swish! Just for a moment, Sect Leaderin's palm then imprinted on the chest of the hordeless alliance master. "Break me!" Buzz boom! Only a loud bass-like sound was heard, and this stone-cold palm actually exploded with a power similar to that of a deep water bomb. The airwaves shattered and the void shook. With the location where that palm was located as the center of the circle, the surrounding area unexpectedly erupted with ripple-like white chi, expanding outward in layers. The forceful chi that erupted from it overturned more than a dozen heavy, oversized solid wood turntables in the surrounding area. A storm suddenly blew up in the calm chamber, blowing everyone's ears and whistling. The guests were shocked by this slap from Sek Masterin. With this power, I'm afraid that even a 1,000-year-old stubborn stone can be blasted away. However, that tower-like allied lord without harmony was still standing in the middle of the field as if nothing had happened. Only a centimeter-deep palm mark was left on his iron-like chest. His face, slightly more grave. I admit that your slap is indeed very, very strong. He looked down at Masterin, who was only as tall as his own shoulders, and said slowly, but compared to that lord, you're still a bit short. It's all still a little short. Puff. The insect master, whose strength was exhausted, fainted in disarray. The guests from all 8 directions were appalled. Ha! Allied lord without harmony suddenly bellowed. Everyone only saw that the palm imprint on his chest was actually dialed right back in like a dented tin car door being recovered by a toilet suction. After doing this, Zhu Haishan's forehead veins bulged and he let out a provocative growl towards the surroundings. Who else? 145. The marshal must have his deeper meaning in doing so. In the middle of the hall, the harmless alliance master had astonished the 4 seats with his skill with a hand of iron block golden bell. No one dared to respond to his roaring provocations. The entire banquet hall, silent. The face of the king of you was already hard to see. He didn't expect that the 3 offerings that he had spent a lot of money on were not able to be taken out to deal with the southern naval god. Even so, but he couldn't even clean up a no-harbor ally. Both were transcendent power lords. Why was the gap so wide? All that money spent every year for nothing. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the prime military god and the undefeated war god over there. Right now, I'm afraid that only these 2 could cure the arrogance of the hordeless alliance master. However, neither of these 2 looked like they had any intention of striking. Lu Qingtian was drinking tea by himself, while the undefeated god of war, Lin Xiaohu, had a smile on his face as he was hitting up and chatting with a beautiful gunslinger that he had just met. When Xu Xiong saw this scene, he hated it so much that his pressure roots began to itch. Did you invite them here with expensive gifts just so they could come to the theater? To choose to stand by at such a critical time. The guests around them were talking at once. These 2 great figures are clearly scornful of this horseless alliance lord. Bull ********. It's just an alliance lord without armor. These 2 lords would be afraid? I see. It's the southern navy god they're afraid of. A guest in a gray mane couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. So that lord really isn't dead. The companion beside him immediately let out a scoff. Nonsense. That stupid spawn blade god couldn't even clean up one of the juniors under that lord's command. How could he possibly kill that lord? But with the king of you as a guarantor, how can this matter be false? You don't want to see what the king of you himself has himself into. Ha ha ha. A piercing laugh that resounded throughout the ballroom. The king of you's face was already gloomy to the point of blackness. If this continues, no one in this world will put him, the king of you, in their eyes again. He had no choice but to look at the unassuming young man sitting in the corner, hoping that the big shot would personally take care of the matter. Long Bubad nodded. He was also helpless, not realizing that the other forces were at peace with each other. But it was the people under his own command who came out and messed things up. There was no way around it. This minute could only be entrusted to the hordeless allies. He quietly gave Dewey Dao a wink. The other party immediately understood, and the tiger's body shook 3 times directly, and the whole person was refreshed. He laughed out loud and stepped forward, jumping in front of the hordeless alliance master. How ridiculous. It seems that if I keep my hands off any longer, I'm really going to let this piece of broken brass of yours reign supreme here today. What did you say? Allied Lord Horseless's bull's eyes were round, burning with rage. The words broken brass managed to enrage him. He smashed his fists together with a boom and laughed fiercely. You dog fart-like thing. Just now if someone hadn't blocked in front of you, you'd be a corpses by now. How dare you dog bark in front of this alliance master? I was merely being merciful just now. Dewey Dao laughed coldly. Or do you really think that I, who can even decapitate the god of the Southern Navy, can't decapitate a rotten lump of iron like you? The surrounding guests were shocked. I can't believe he's still talking such nonsense. Crazy. This man has gone crazy. How could the Southern Navy god be decapitated by him when his sword skills are so rookie? Said the man, all but stifling a ha-ha-ha of derision. Allied Lord without harmony was even laughing his ass off. Great. He laughed out loud. Since you're so confident, then I'll give you a chance. After saying that, he spread his arms wide, revealing that muscular chest that seemed like a block of iron. Come on. I'll just stand here and let you chop. Dewey Dao's eyes were sharp as he slowly pulled out the tang sword at his waist, his entire person exuding a sharp aura. That's what you said. Of course, old me has always been true to my word. The Hordeless Alliance Master grimaced. But if you fail to cut me down, then don't blame me for showing no mercy later in taking your dog's life. Dewey Dao was full of confidence. If I don't manage to cut you over here with this slash, kill or be killed. As you wish. Good. Ha ha ha. I like your kind who simply come up to die. Come on. Watch this. Dewey Dao set up his stance, holding the knife with both hands, and prophesied in a fervent manner. If I go down with this knife, your entire chest will be split in two. The Hordeless Alliance Master tensed the corners of his mouth and stifled a laugh. The guests around the room were stifling their laughter as well. This Dewey Dao. He really dares to blow it. Obviously. Just now, he failed to cut into a vulnerable place like the neck, and now he dares to say that he can cut the chest, which is the most difficult to cut, in half. I'm afraid this isn't being funny? Living in a dream this one. Really thinking of himself as a sword god? Cut the crap and hurry up with your sword. As soon as this person's urging voice fell, Dewey Dao let out an explosive cry and disappeared in place. Drink! An incomparably swift and fierce blade, wrapped in astonishing might, chopped towards the harmless Alliance Master. Zhu Haishan sneered in his heart. The power of this blade was good, but it wasn't enough to be able to decapitate him. Not even close. He was fully confident that he could resist the slash, but at that moment, a shocking and terrifying killing intent suddenly invaded his mind. In this instant, it was as if he saw a sea of scarlet blood, a Shura hell, a horrible devil's cave, countless corrupt human heads piled up in mountains, and pairs of dark, horrifyingly empty eye sockets staring at him. Ah! He was so frightened that he clasped his hands over his head and let out a scream of utter terror. Where did he care about maintaining any iron block golden bell? Dewey Dao took advantage of the situation and directly slashed at his broad pectoral muscles, cutting a deep wound into it. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere. The allied lord without harmony had an unbelievable look on his face. That killing intent just now. Could it be? He didn't even look at Dewey Dao for even a single glance. Instead he was looking around quickly as if he was searching for someone. Then very quickly, he saw the dragon Not Bad sitting in the corner. Although the other party had changed his face, he still recognized at a glance that this was that god of kill. The scene appalled him. What the hell is going on here? Why did the marshal help Dewey Dao? 10,000 question marks exploded in the head of the harmless Alliance Master, but he stopped thinking almost instantly. In its place, there was only one thought. The marshal must have his deeper meaning in doing this, and it is absolutely impossible to think about it any further. Zhu Haishan slowly fell to the ground, not daring to move again. The hideous, ghastly wound on his chest was pouring blood out. He didn't even dare to use his gongfu to stop the bleeding and heal his wounds. And within the hall, there was already silence. All the guests stared up in disbelief at this scene. Even their breathing stopped. Dewey Dao wasn't wrong. It did indeed split the chest of the harmless Alliance Master in two on the surface. Oh my god, what did I see? I can't believe he actually did it. Unbelievable. The harmless Alliance Master, who even sect leader and couldn't injure, was actually cut over by him. The strength of this Dewey Dao is truly terrifying. Could it be that he was really holding back just now? That invincible Southern Navy god, was he really beheaded by him? With the hard facts in front of them, the guests were forced to bring back to the forefront again what they had only just dismissed. Longbiro looked at this scene and secretly nodded his head. 146. Where is the undefeated war god? Now, any other ungrateful fellow who dares to question me, step forward. Dewey Dao crossed his sword and stood in the middle of the field with great vigor, releasing bold words to provoke everyone present. The guests, I look at you. You look at me. The large banquet hall froze, could not find a dare to stand out to question. A lot of people are like that. It's okay to let them talk about it down there, but if they really want to come out on stage, they won't dare to do it anyway. Since there is no one to challenge, then the Jin Society of my king's good friend, His Excellency Dewey Dao, will continue. The Yu Wang stood out and clapped his hands, and a few underlings then quickly carried the severely injured allied lord without harmony down. The Flying Feather Guards, Platinum Guards, and Xian Iron Guards under the banner of the Armorless Alliance all followed along and retreated indignantly. The boss has been cut over. So they, the juniors, don't dare make trouble. Under the auspices of the Master of Ceremonies, the ceremony was organized in an orderly manner, and the banquet hall became lively once again. Guests came up and congratulated them. Many people took advantage of the noisy atmosphere to whisper below, all speculating whether or not Dewey Dao had actually decapitated the Southern Navy god. There are believers and unbelievers. 50/50ths. Lu Qingtian silently strolled over to the undefeated war god and inquired in a low voice. Lin Xiaohu, what do you think about this matter? Undefeated war god Lin Xiaohu. He was a rising star who had only recently risen from the war god camp. The war god battalion was directly under the commanding general's office, located on a very secretive island, and every year, it would recruit quite a few talented youngsters, from which it would cultivate war god powerhouses capable of supporting the country's force, but only a handful of people have ever graduated from it. Lin Xiaohu was the only war hero to graduate in the last 3 years. Elder Lu, can't you see it yet? He nudged toward the unassuming spot in the corner. Lu Qingtian glanced that way and bowed his head. He quietly stepped on the state-bearded adjutant next to him. The adjutant immediately understood, and with a blank face asked, "See what?" Lin Xiaohu grunted and said, "That person is the Southern Navy god Dragon Not Bad." What? The state-bearded deputy barely managed to suppress his voice. Dragon Not Bad was even present? That's right, he was the one who made the move just now. And that's why Alliance Leader Without Harmony didn't have the means to use the Golden Bell Shield. Lin Xiaohu hummed again and said with a frivolous expression. Adjutant Guozihu inquired in a low voice. What is his intention in doing this? Hell knows what his intentions are. He's probably just bored and wants to tease everyone. No way, Lu Qingtian said in a deep voice. He is by no means this kind of person. Is that so? Lin Xiaohu shrugged. Then I'm not sure. At this point, Lu Qingtian realized that he had attracted the attention of the surrounding guests and walked away. He frowned, puzzled. This Dragon Not Bad, what the hell is he up to? If Marshal Lu was so concerned, wouldn't it be better to just go over and ask? Lu Qingtian raised his head and was nearly startled when he realized that Lin Xiaohu had run in front of him at some point, and was practically talking right up against his nose, so disrespectful that his face turned red with anger. With so many people watching, wouldn't he lose face if he was scared out of his wits? This Lin Xiaohu is really too licentious, but he didn't dare to reprimand in the slightest. This Lin Xiaohu just graduated from the War God Battalion, and he has never lost a fight with anyone, so the Chief Marshal likes him a lot, and everyone is looking forward to taking him to check and balance Long Bu Bad. Even if he jumped up and down in the military department, not a single person dared to offend him. But, Lu Qingtian's eyes rolled. Now this seemed like the perfect situation to teach this ungrateful prick a lesson. He deliberately pretended to be helpless inside. What kind of character is that Dragon Not Bad? How could I dare to easily go over and inquire? Lin Xiaohu was a bit surprised and asked, Marshal Lu, you are a respected senior. Can he still eat you? No. He shook his head. You have no idea what he's capable of. Oh, may I hear it? Lu Qingtian waited for these words, not caring about the gazes of the people around him, pulling up Lin Xiaohu and entering a private room. In the box, he added more fuel to the fire when he and Qi Ao Shang had failed to intercept Long Bu Bad at the airport with their men earlier, as well as the fact that Long Bu Bad had forcibly poached Su Hanjing from his command. Lin Xiaohu's eyes lit up when he heard this. These things, how come I haven't heard you and Qi Ao Shang talk about them before? Do you think we're going to go around publicizing something so humiliating? Ha ha. Also, Lin Xiaohu played with a piece of jade pendant in his hand and said with a teasing smile, it seems that this dragon isn't bad. It does have that much meaning. Lu Qingtian secretly smiled, but on the surface, he was warning sternly. I'm warning you, don't mess with him, now that the situation is so tense. I don't want our military department to be missing one of your great generals. His adjutant also advised from the side. Yes, War God. That Dragon Not Bad must be plotting something important. It's better for you not to disturb him. Ha! You guys think I'd be afraid of him? The jade pendant in Lin Xiaohu's hand suddenly disappeared. Just wait, Elder Lu. I'm going to get our military department's face back now. Wait. Lu Qingtian pretended to shout twice, but he didn't call anyone at all, and Lin Xiaohu went out of this box in a blink of an eye. Next to him, the national bearded adjutant was sweating anxiously. Marshal, the dashing tiger war god is really going to go after that Dragon Not Bad. There will be an injury when the dragons and tigers fight each other. What can we do about this? The corner of the army god's mouth twitched and said with a smile, young people, and all of them are the pillars of our dragon continent. It's inevitable that there will be times when they compete with each other. He stood up. Let's go. Don't miss the fun. Banquet hall. Long Bu Bad was sitting in the corner drinking tea in a low key when a young man with a narrow-eyed fox smile suddenly walked over. It was Lin Xiaohu. Marshal Long. So leisurely? As soon as he came up, he very frivolously revealed Long Bu Bad's deliberately hidden identity, making it clear that he was here to pick a fight. Long Burong's hand, which was serving tea, was instantly lowered. He glanced at the man with a foxy smile on his face and said coldly, "Considering that you're from the military department, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my presence." Lin Xiaohu laughed so hard that his mouth split open. Martial Long is really not polite yet. The late generation came over this time because they wanted to ask you for some advice. To pick this time to come here specifically, I don't think you want to ask for advice at all, do you? Ha ha, wherever, the late generation really wants. Lin Xiaohu suddenly froze mid-sentence, a pair of squinting eyes instantly glaring round. It was as if he had seen some extremely frightening scene, and his good face became distorted from extreme fear. The entire person was directly frightened to the point where his face was colorless and his liver and gallbladder trembled. His body trembled uncontrollably along with him. The lining of his shirt almost soaked with sweat. "Poof!" Dragon Not Bad grunted and withdrew his eyes. Only then did Lin Xiaohu free himself from his fear, his face full of unbelievable shock. "Just, that scene just now, was it all you're doing?" Long Bira took a sip of tea bashfully and said, 9 seconds have passed. You still have 1 more second to disappear from in front of me." Bang bang, a teacup was brought to the floor and shattered. The dozen or so guests who had been secretly observing this side of the room were all stunned. Where is the undefeated god of war? How come he disappeared just by breaking a teacup? 147. The Sword and Seal Society. What do you mean? That Du Ishiang actually cut over Zhu Haishan, northwest of Longzhou, in the hinterland of Lanzhou, inside a certain villa with a pleasant view on all sides. Underground Heavenly King Li Daiyan answered the phone with a shocked face. His informant also sounded very surprised. "Yes, not only you, my lord." Everyone present was shocked. I didn't expect the Dewey Dao to be so terrifying when he got serious. Allied Lord without honor's Iron Block Golden Bell Shield couldn't even be defeated by Sek Leaderin, and it was actually breached by him. Li Daiyan's eyebrows almost twisted into a twist. Black Steel Internationals and Palmas, of course he knows how powerful. Can tear steel with his hands? If he goes all out, it is estimated that he can even blast open the metal door of a bank vault. There are not many people in the world who can take a slap from him. However, it still failed to break through the Golden Bell Shield of the harmless Alliance Master. It is evident that the mystery of its lack of armor is by no means a waste of time. However, it was such an almost flawless defense that was also cut over by Nadu's slash. Li Daiyan's heart thumped. Dewey Dao had such strength, and if he took advantage of the Southern Navy god's weakening period after taking the poison, there was indeed a great possibility of beheading him. Still, when he thought about it, he thought it was ridiculous. He doesn't know how good Dewey Dao is? It's simply not possible to do such a thing. Before, when he had snubbed Dewey Dao to assassinate Long Biru, he was just trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He didn't even think that Dewey Dao could kill Long Bubad. He only expected to use Long Bubad's hand to destroy Dewey Dao and his killer group. But I didn't realize that it was such a situation today. Maybe there really is that 1 in a million chance? He thought for a moment and inquired of his informant in a hushed voice. "This incident, are you sure it really happened?" The informant said with some alarm, "My lord, the scene where this Dewey Dao chopped down the harmless Alliance Master. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm asking you if you're sure there isn't some expert secretly helping that Dewey Dao? Or are they cooperating and acting with each other? Acting shouldn't be possible, but the point that there are experts helping in the dark. I'm not sure." Li Daiyan narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. "Oh yes," the informant suddenly said. "I remembered. The undefeated war god suddenly disappeared while the banquet was in progress, which is very suspicious." Suddenly disappear? That's right, it just suddenly disappeared all at once. And afterward there was a sighting of him running out of the hotel as if he'd been scared away by someone. By whom? Dewey Ji? It seems like, when he disappeared, Dewey Dao was right behind him. When Li Daiyan heard this, his eyes went round. Could it be that he has suddenly comprehended some kind of mystery, causing his strength to skyrocket? On the other hand, the Imperial Hotel, which was 2,000 miles away. Long Bubad was drinking tea when Dewey Dao suddenly ran over to report with an agitated expression. "My lord, that thief did take the initiative to contact me." The corners of Long Bubad's mouth were raised in joy. "What did he say?" "He invited me to participate in this edition of the Blade and Sword Demon Sealing Conference, and said that if I can come out on top in this conference and successfully seal the demon, he'll formally invite me to join his forces." Good news. The dragon was not bad to show a smile. If Dewey Dao were to enter the mysterious force where the underground Heavenly King was located, then he would be able to do just that in one fell swoop. Next to him, the Yu King, who was accompanying Long Bubad to drink tea, however, frowned and asked, What is the meaning of this trick when he doesn't directly invite you to enter his power? I guess it's because I haven't fully recognized my strength yet, Dewey Dao guessed. He wants to use the sword in sword sealing meeting to probe me. The king of you looked displeased. Now that you've been ordained a god in the presence of this king, isn't it a self-degrading thing to participate in this devil sealing meeting? Dewey Dao cried and laughed, explaining, Your Highness does not know. In the circle of transcendent forces many rules have been set up long ago. Like those of us who cultivate swords and practice swords, to be able to get a chance to participate in the sword and sword sealer and god sealer meetings, it is a starry-eyed hope for the moon. King Yu froze for a moment, not seeming to quite understand the meaning of the words, but he quickly reacted and his face turned ugly. That is to say, the Jinshin meeting that this king organized for you has no authority at all, right? Dewey Dao wanted to say that's the way it is, but he couldn't say it directly, causing great annoyance to the king of you, and his face turned white with anger. Next to him, Long Biru was somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. That Jinshin meeting originally didn't have a few really powerful bigwigs come to participate. The guests basically ran to the face of the king of you. It's strange that it can have authority. But this sealing will be different. Long Bubad smiled and explained to King Yu. Those who can organize the Demon Sealing Society or the God Sealing Society are basically titanic figures in the transcendent forces. And this underground heavenly king feels that all of them are a bit underqualified. The guests they invite are also the leaders of various veteran forces, such as those like the Hordeless Alliance Master, or certain young talents who have risen to prominence, the heads of new forces, and the new young masters of old forces. And it's difficult for those with lesser reputations to get the chance to participate. Dewey Dao nodded his head vigorously. He had never accepted an invitation once before. So if you win at this kind of event, it's pretty gold. And no one will walk out of there without recognizing your status. The king of Yu sked his mouth with a reluctant face, but didn't say much. He Wang is a party of the Dragon Continent is right, but the rules of the Jianghu, that is, the Continental Master to come also cannot change. Long Bubad looked at Dewey Dao and asked him with a smile, Do you have confidence? Dewey Dao froze, then rubbed his head and laughed. The smile was bitter. Where do I have any confidence, my lord? If I had the strength to seal demons and gods, I would have been famous all over the world long ago. King Yu laughed. Ha ha ha, think so. Dewey Dao was very speechless. This king of Yu, once he catches someone making a fool of himself, he'll never let go, right? I reckon that with that underground heavenly king's caution, he shouldn't show up to participate this time either, but rather hide behind the scenes to observe the situation. Long Bubad looked at Dewey Dao. I shouldn't be able to help you from the shadows. The risk of exposure is too great. And if you're not sure of winning, then it might be hard for me to catch that Li Daiyan. Dewey Dao lowered his head in shame. How could he not know that only if he proved his strength first could he truly lure that fox, the underground heavenly king, to show up? But immediately, as if he had remembered something brilliant, he looked up, his eyes glowing. In the presence of so many great men, your lordship cannot help me. But you, my lord, can be me. What do you mean? Your excellency's disguise strategy is very good this time. Why don't you continue to use it? The dragon's unbroken gaze flickered. Are you saying that you want me to pretend to be you and go to the Sword and Seal Society? That's right. Dewey Dao became more and more excited as he spoke. Although there's a dozen years difference in age between the two of us, our figures aren't too far apart. It shouldn't be too hard for your excellency to assume my appearance. King Yu tapped his head. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? The two of them looked at Long Bire together, waiting for him to make up his own mind. Long Bubad rested his cup and took a sip of tea. It was a little less than happy to be pretending to be someone else, but as long as he could successfully win this sword sealing meeting, then he would be able to catch that bastard, the underground heavenly king. That way, he could ask for all the truth along the way. The people behind the murder of his family are just a stone's throw away. He nodded gently, agreeing to the plan. Good. Then let's do it. 148. You better really be talking about horseback riding. Back in his hotel room, Long Biru received a message on his cell phone. It's from Su Hanjing, saying she has something important to report. What is it? Just say it. Marshal, the matter of your disappearance can't be hidden anymore. Aunt and uncle's side have already called the police. The Longjing police are looking for you everywhere. As well as the three families of Yin Jiasi, they are also inquiring about you everywhere. Long Bubad nodded. This was something he was mentally prepared for. Since we're going to pretend to be dead, these things must be unavoidable. Not only his parents, his sister and brother-in-law, his old classmates, his old captain, the three families of Yin Jiasi, all those who knew him, even the slaying god palace master and the 9 dragons axe master, all had to be concealed. The fewer people who know the truth, the better. Only in this way could the underground heavenly king be hindered to the greatest extent possible from inquiring about the news that he was still alive. Otherwise, this time, Dewey Dao wouldn't have been invited to participate in the sword and sword sealing meeting, which was conclusive evidence that the underground heavenly king didn't know whether or not he had survived. I'll leave my family's side to you. Make sure you do your best to appease them. Yes, that's it then. I'm hanging up. Little brother, how wait? Su Hanjing's side suddenly changed her tone of voice and spoke. So, are you getting used to your new cell phone? The dragon was not bad at focusing on his cell phone. This cell phone was not his original one, and the only contacts in it were Yuang Duidao and Su Hanjing. Of course, this is what Su Hanjing prepared for him. He shook his head and said, the phone is fine, quite a bit smoother than my original one. Really? Great. What are you so happy about? Ha? No. Do I sound happy? Aha. Aha ha ha ha. An awkward chuckle came out of the speakers. The dragon is not bad or speechless. Right. Su Hanjing stopped her awkward laughter and inquired in a rapid-fire tone. Why wasn't that cell phone of yours smooth before? Maybe the branding is a little bad. Ah? Su Hanjing was very surprised. Then why don't you buy a better brand? Trying to keep a low profile? Don't want to blow my cover. While the price of a good branded cell phone is not always high, a sub-branded cell phone must be cheap. When others take a look, they subconsciously assume that this person must not be doing well. Su Hanjing understood in seconds. I see. You just don't want to be exposed for fear of attracting trouble to your family, do you? That's right. I have a lot of enemies, and it's too much work to clean them up one by one. But you'll be exposed sooner or later, won't you? Su Hanjing let out an ah, as if she suddenly understood something. I see. So you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone with this ploy, right? Right. Dragon Not Bad nodded his head in acknowledgement. Getting rid of those who already had information about his identity, and also being able to engineer the arrest of the underground heavenly king and track down the mastermind behind the framing of his loved one should not be considered a bad move. It's just a little bittersweet for mom and dad, so I hope they're not too worried. They were worried sick, and your sister, and I couldn't tell them that anxious, but your sister believed in you, said you must be fine, and with her persuasion, your parents didn't get too nervous. Aha! The dragon was not bad and nodded gently. It seems that the last time she saved her from Wu Qi of the Yama temple had left a deep impression on her. By the way, where's Wu Qi? He didn't make a mess, did he? No, he went back after I told him not to ask too many questions about this. Quite honestly, what about those other people around me? The slaying god palace master, the 9 dragons axe master, have they come to you? They've come, including that harmless alliance master from before, as well as many of your minions in the South Sea. They came over in groups to pressure me, and if it wasn't for my strength, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of them. There's just a couple of women who really aren't easy to fool around with and are now running around harassing me every day. Long Bubad smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also didn't ask which women. Didn't care at all. There were too many women who had taken him to their hearts, and not one who had been taken to his. Su Hanjing deliberately lured him and said, don't you ask who they are? They are all really worried about you, and each one of them is crying and clamoring to force me to reveal your whereabouts. There's no need. Hearing that, Long Bubad answered without any concern. Su Hanjing's tone was lightened. Oh yeah, one more thing. What are you going to do about Li Cutoff? Li Cutoff? The dragon was not bad. Who was this person? How come he doesn't remember any of it? Are you forgetting? It's the guy who mouthed off to you in the parent group when you took Yang Shunning to Imperial Elementary School. Oh, so that's him. Long Bubad thought for a while before remembering that there was such a person. What did this guy say at the time about blowing his mind without a fight? To teach him a lesson he'll never forget? Can't remember. He said with some impatience. Don't ask me specifically about disposing of such a minor character. I don't want to ask, but he's been kneeling in front of the house for a week, saying that he can't get your forgiveness. Principal Chu is going to break his dog's legs, and that he's going to atone for his sins by making a cow or a horse for you. He's thinking of it. Giving you the chance to be an ox and a horse. That's something I couldn't even trade my life for. How could it be his turn? When Long Bearer heard this, he simply cried and laughed. What are you talking about? You? What do you mean you can't trade your life for it? Of course it's to give you the chance to be a cow and a horse. I'm lying on my back for you to ride, and you don't even take a ride. What? The dragons not bad guys were dumbfounded. What does this Su Hanjing mean by lying down for him to ride without even taking a ride? This better really be talking about horseback riding. He didn't even know how to reply. Su Hanjing's side didn't speak again either. Deadly silence descended upon this place. The phone is empty to read the seconds. A few moments later, Su Hanjing seems to have been bashful to the limit. The speed of speech quickly pull away from the topic. Said, so that Lee cut off in the end you are prepared to deal with how to do it. Let him keep kneeling. There's no way I'm going to take him on right now. Good. The phone hung up. Thousands of miles away from Longbububad in a villa in Longjing, Su Hanjing has been so shy that she buried her head into the pillow, and her body was twisting like crazy, completely ashamed to see others. Boom boom boom. Before she could calm down, there was a knock at the door. Then came Yang Shunning's impatient questioning. Su Hanjing, were you on the phone with Brother Xiaohao just now? The body, writhing frantically on the bed, froze. She replied in a muffled voice that it wasn't. As a result, the knocking turned directly into a slamming. And say it isn't. I heard you. Open the door. Little Brother Hao is indeed alive. You liar. Why are you pretending not to know? Open the door. Let me have a few words with Little Brother Hao. What are you excited about? Keep your voice down. Su Hanjing opened the door and covered Miss Maid's mouth with one hand. Do you know that there are a lot of people watching us right now? Are you trying to mess up Little Brother Hao's plan? Plan? What plan? Yang Shunning was stunned. Of course it's a very important plan. Think with your pig brain. What would be the one thing that Little Brother Hao would want to accomplish without worrying his family? You're the one with the pig brain. What could it be? Su Hanjing directly couldn't help but roll her eyes. Never mind. It doesn't seem possible to hide it now. Come in and I'll tell you. With that, she pulled the confused maid into the room with one hand. 149. Please find another place to stay. After waiting for more than 2 weeks, this session of the Sword and Demon Sealing Society was finally going to start. The location was chosen in Lanshao, northwest of Longzhou, within the ethereal villa at the top of the neighboring peak of Shuren Mountain. This misty mountain villa was a very prestigious transcendent power that believed in the middle way, upholding absolute neutrality, often handling disputes for various powers, and was trusted by the power masters of various factions. No one would question the fact that this time, the Sword and Demon Sealing Society would be held here. Dragon Not Bad had flown to Lanshao a week earlier. Today is the day the Sword and Seal Society begins. Estimating that it was about time, he led the group of killers under Dewey Dao's command and chartered a bus. Who knew that halfway up the mountain highway, but met a traffic jam? I didn't realize that the Sword and Sword Sealing Society, which has such a high threshold, would have so many people going. Dewey Dao pretended to be the chief's beloved junior and spoke beside Long Bubad. His expression was a bit strange. The Dragon Not Bad in front of him was clearly himself from his appearance. It's a novel experience to minion yourself to yourself. Long Bubad explained. It's normal to have a lot of people. Every time for the demon sealing meeting, the various power masters would basically bring quite a few young disciples to see the world. And there aren't many people who are truly qualified to compete on the stage. So it is. There's no need to rush. We'll just take our time and wait for it to pass. Yes, Dewey Dao actually wanted to suggest going from the emergency lane, but Long Biru had given the word, so he didn't mention it again. Who knows? The cars behind them have sped away from the emergency lane. The members of the Slayers couldn't help but get a little anxious when they saw it. A young female killer with white skin and an alluring body was even more furious. Don't any of these ING assholes know how to follow the rules of the road? A hangdog male assassin snorted a laugh. Obey what traffic rules? We all hang out in the transcendental world and we have to follow traffic rules? Ha ha ha. You don't want me to laugh my ass off, Mu Shui. The man next to him nodded. That's right. Traffic rules and regulations, these are made for ordinary people. And they don't apply to us. Mu Shui was furious. Then we'll take the emergency lane too. Du Yidao reprimanded. Shut the hell up, Mu Shui. Are you questioning the decision of the headmaster? Of course I didn't. Mu Shui's face flushed red and she didn't say anything. Long Bubad glanced at her and realized that this female assassin was the one who had prepared the poisonous tea for himself earlier. Looking delicate and weak. I didn't expect to be a violent temper. He smiled and explained. This Sword and Demon Sealing meeting won't end in a day or two. There's no use rushing over there. Just relax, chat and play with your cell phones. The members of the group were relieved. The traffic jam lasted for several hours, and it was almost dark when Long Burong arrived at the ethereal villa with his men. Many were hungry and anxious to get into the lodge for dinner. They had heard that the lodge would take care of the meals, with big fish and meat and enough wine, and the rooms they stayed in were at the level of a 5-star hotel, so they were all looking forward to it. However, at the entrance to the lodge, a tugging fat reception stopped them. I'm sorry, everyone from the Shura Corps. This manor is already full, so please find another place to stay. The members of the group could barely hold back their curses as they listened. What? We're obviously honored guests who have received an official invitation. How come we don't have a room? I don't suppose you guys didn't reserve it. Did you? Deliberately disgusting? Dewey Dao forced himself to hold back his anger and went forward to ask for a statement. What the hell is going on here? Why wasn't a room reserved for us? The fat receptionist's attitude was still tugging, and he said nonchalantly, "Who told you guys to come so late? How long has it been since the opening ceremony ended before you guys came? I thought you guys had missed your appointment, so I divided the room among those who needed it." What? Dewey Dao was almost on the verge of exploding with anger. How dare you do such a thing as to share their room with someone else because you came late? But he still held back and explained in a deep voice. "We came late because we were stuck in a traffic jam on the road. We didn't mean to." The fat reception snickered outright. Traffic jam? You're the only ones who get stuck in traffic, aren't you? Everyone else gets there on time, but not you? We are here because we follow the traffic rules. Obeying traffic regulations? Ha ha ha. For obeying traffic regulations? Ah ha 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 ha. The fat reception burst out laughing straight away, laughing so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. The members of the Killer Corps couldn't help but feel a little hot on their faces. It's a joke that people like them still honestly obey traffic laws. If word got out, they were afraid that the killer gang would be laughed at by everyone in the world. Ha 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 ha. For obeying traffic regulations. Ah ha 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 ha. The loud, piercing laughter of the fat reception continued, and many people lowered their heads in shame. But there were also those who secretly looked at the dragon not bad. If it wasn't for his decision, they wouldn't be in this situation right now. To make such a joke, to be laughed at, to lose face. The point is that they also lost their reserved room, and there's only one lodge in the neighborhood, so where are they going to find a place to stay? You're not going to have to drive back down the hill to the little town, are you? Alright, I won't waste any more time with you guys here. I still have a lot of things to take care of. So you guys should hurry up and find a place to rest elsewhere. The fat reception finished with a laugh and turned around, ready to leave. However, just as he turned around, he realized that he had a sharp-tanged knife resting on his neck. A middle-aged older man with a full chin stubble of vicissitudes was staring at him with eyes as stern as ice knives. Dewey Dao, what do you want? The fat reception had obviously done its homework and recognized who the man in front of it was at once. Though he shivered at the look in Long Boo Boo's eyes, he immediately tugged it back up. "I'm a member of the Misty Mountain Villa. Try touching a hair on my head." Long Boo Bad coldly smiled. "Take us to the reserved room. Things are getting big. You can't get any good if the top knows about these unruly things you've done." Fat Reception's eyes widened in surprise. He then sternly rebuked. "What are you babbling about? I didn't do anything out of line." The dragon was not bad and laughed with a light hum. "Alright, then I'll go find the steward of your mountain villa and ask for an explanation." After saying that, Long Boo Bad barged inside the mountain villa. A few Zhuang Ding who came forward to block the way were knocked out in a single glance, and could not be stopped at all. The fat reception immediately became anxious and shouted loudly, wanting to call out to Long Boo Bad. "But how can I call out? Long Boo Bad, one breath, people are gone." This can make the fat reception cold sweat out of fear, in place anxious round and round. If things get out of hand, he's definitely going to be penalized, and he's bound to blow this year's bonus. But it's done, and there's certainly no way to undo this. The fat reception was hateful. "I didn't realize that it was just a way to get some extra money, but instead I took my year-end bonus with me." He couldn't figure out how this Dewey Dao dared to be so swollen when it was clearly his first time at the Netherworld Villa. 30 or 40 years old. Just received the invitation for the first time. Do not know that you are looking for you just to make up the number. Honestly listen to the arrangements on the line, but also dare to make trouble. Really do not know how to die. You think you'll get away with it if I'm punished? Wait for it. The corner of the fat reception's mouth picked up a vicious sneer. "I've got plenty of ways to clean you up." 150. Oof. False pretenses. It's finally livable. In the ancient courtyard, the members of the Shura Corps had smiling faces. Just now, the steward that Long Boo Bad had found counted out the fat reception and told him to vacate the room reserved for the Shura Corps so that they could move in. As for the people who had been arranged to go in before, naturally, they had to be thrown out. That's what they thought. As a result, after coming to this courtyard to notify those who had checked in early, they were surprisingly reluctant to leave. "Come on out, all of you. Masters of the Black Twilight Sword Hall. There's someone here who wants your room." Under the provocation of the fat reception of the yin and yang, a group of people aggressively assembled in the courtyard. copied the weapon and began to heckle. Who are you? State your names. The people from the Shura Corps were a bit abashed when they heard that it was actually the Black Twilight Sword Hall. This transcendent force was in existence on the same level as their home hall, the Shura Hall, with hundreds of members, and their 20-something person-sized assassin group couldn't afford to mess with it at all. But still, manhwa walked up with a righteous face. We are the Shura Corps. This courtyard is reserved for us. Please leave. Upon hearing this, many people on the other side of the room were a bit bewildered. What Shura regiment? Wasn't the Shura Hall all destroyed? Where did the regiment come from? It's the one who claimed to have decapitated Marshal Long. He seemed to be a member of the Shura Hall before. Oh, it's that self-aggrandizing clown. There was a chuckle from the crowd. So you guys didn't miss your appointment. A pretty-faced, flower-armed female swordsman finished her laugh and stepped forward, straightening up. I know this yard is reserved for you, but who made you late? We're living in it now, so why should we be allowed to leave? That's right. What kind of a thing are you, Shura Corps? And are you worthy of letting our Black Tomb Sword Hall make room? Do you know that our hall master is the sword demon who was appointed at the last conference? First time for a rookie, huh? Really don't know the rules. That's why rookies are trouble. This disdainful mockery infuriated all the people in the Shura regiment. manhwa was even more furious as her pretty face turned white and questioned. Doesn't your Black Tomb Sword Hall have its own room? Of course there is. But why would we want to be crammed together when there are extra empty rooms here? The flower-armed swordswoman had a face that took it for granted. manhwa's lungs were about to explode. What extra empty room? This is clearly divided among us. We don't care about that. Since we lived here first, this place is ours. What? Not convinced? There's no point in talking too much. Just show your sword. Dewey Dao jumped in front of manhwa with a heel and drew his saber to point it over. Let's have a one-on-one. Whoever wins the room gets it. The people of the Black Twilight Sword Hall couldn't help but laugh when they took a look. Just what I need. The flower-armed female swordsman came up in a flip and drew her sword straight at Dewey Dao. It's your headmaster who comes and I don't give a damn. Let alone you. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash of swords and shadows, the two of them fought fiercely in the twinkling of an eye. Both sides immediately gave way to a field to cheer from the floor. But the voices of the Thule group were shouting less and less. It was because Dewey Dao was actually gradually being suppressed by that flower-armed female swordsman. The people of the Shura Corps were almost dumbfounded. What's going on here? A random person from the opposite Black Twilight Sword Hall jumped out and managed to suppress their leader? Are all of these forces participating in the Sword and Demon Sealing meeting so terrifyingly strong? Swish! After only a few moments, when the last sword light flashed, Dewey Dao had already had his throat sealed by the sword blade, not daring to move an inch. Sijin. The flower-armed female swordsman clasped her fists and smiled, sheathing her sword. Woo-hoo-hoo! That's so cool, senior sister Yi. A shout of triumph erupted from the Black Twilight Sword Hall side. Dewey Dao's eyes were full of resentment and his old face was red with shame, but he could only lower his weapon and clasp his fists resentfully. The girl is a good swordsmanship. I am not as good as myself. That's right. A spiritual little sister on the opposite side crossed her arms and said with a proud face, Senior Sister Yi is the younger sister of our hall master, the big favorite to compete for the Sword Demon title this time. How can you, a nobody, beat her? The flower-armed female swordsman laughed and praised. Your swordsmanship is already very good. I didn't realize that your Shura regiment still has some strength. I initially thought that your leader was also at your level. When Dewey Dao heard this, his old face became even more blushing. Yeah, well, since I lost, as a rule, these rooms, there's no rush. The flower-armed female swordsman looked towards Long Biru, her battle intent soaring in her eyes. I'd like to fight your leader once more. Dewey Dao froze and giggled, and without speaking, he quietly stepped back. The crowd of the Shura group held back their laughter. Puzzled, the swordswoman frowned. What are you laughing at? No one answered her, only the laughter that could not be hidden in her eyes. That spirit little sister reminded. Senior Sister Yi. They seem to be certain that you can't win against their headmaster. What? Did they not see my swordplay just now? I guess I can't see it. These small forces are all frogs in the well. They haven't seen the world at all. Humph. Making a fool of yourself. The swordswoman let out a chang and drew her sword. Draw your sword. Dewey Dao. You win. And the room here is yours. The dragon was not bad enough to walk up. Are you sure you want to fight me? The swordswoman narrowed her eyes. Looking at you, you should be a connoisseur, right? After seeing my sword just now, do you really think you can win against me? Long Biru smiled faintly. To win against you, I don't even need to use a weapon. To be precise, one look was enough. But he also didn't want to be too sharp and cause his identity to be exposed in advance. Never mind. Let's just draw our swords. With some impatience, he pulled his dull, gray blade out, intending to just deal with the situation. This gesture of not taking people seriously directly enraged the swordswoman. The dull, gray knife in particular made her furious. What's the point of taking out a sword like this, which, like the sword, is a companion that swordsmen and knifemen treat as if it were their life? I see that your pretense is false and your complacency is true. Today I'm going to let you know that there are people outside the sky. Look at the sword. As soon as the words fell, her entire body disappeared into place, transforming into a wild hurricane that blew towards Dragon Not Bad. Bang on! A clear wail rang out between the rising winds. The female swordsman froze at some point as she ran to a position 5 meters behind Long Biru. She stared at the half-broken sword in her hand, her face full of incredulity. On the Black Twilight Sword Hall side, everyone also stayed in place. They stared at the broken sword in the swordswoman's hand with the exact same expression as her. Bang bang! Seconds later, something crashed from the sky and fell to the ground. When the crowd looked at it, it was the front half of the broken sword. The people from the Black Twilight Sword Hall covered their mouths and even paused their breathing. Turtle, what kind of god is this Dewey Dao? Surprisingly, he chopped off their senior sister Yi's sword in a single glance. One must know that that sword was the Maple Dan sword that ranked 7th on the 100-sword spectrum, which could transform 1 into 100 and create the Maple Leaf Sword domain, a treasure given to senior sister Yi by her brother during her coming-of-age ceremony, and it was worth its weight in gold. But it was such a valuable and famous sword that was chopped off by this Dewey Dao with a gray and dull knife. What a dog's guts! That little spiritual sister had a pretty face all twisted up. How dare you maliciously destroy senior sister Yi's Maple Dan sword? You're ing dead. After saying that, she tumbled out of the yard on a heel and went to report the news. 151. The man who sells his name and reputation has really good guts. 151. A man who tries to make a name for himself. He's got a lot of nerve. In the courtyard, the flower-armed female swordsman knelt on the ground, cradling the broken sword in her arms as she wept. How could she not be saddened by the fact that the sword she cherished as if it were her life had been broken just like that? The people from the Black Twilight Sword Hall, on the other hand, all covered their mouths, still surprised. The fat reception show Fury was even more astonished that his jaw dropped, especially when he had just heard that spirit little sister say that the broken sword was actually the Fontaine sword. Can he get away with it when such a valuable and superb sword breaks here? When the night wind blew, he only felt a cold chill on his back. Soon the spiritual little sister returned with the men. Seeing the man's clothed face, Chio Fury almost shivered in fear. It was none other than the Black Tomb Sword Master who had captured the Sword Demon title in this misty mountain villa 4 years ago. The Black Tomb Sword Master swept his eyes at the broken sword in his sister's arms, and without looking for anyone else, he came up and caught him questioning. Receptionist Chio. What's going on? The eyes as sharp as ice knives scared Chio Fury so much that his face went white. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and compensated with a smile. Sword Master Yi. It's not the villain's fault. He's the one who chopped off your sister's famous sword. You should look for him. Saying that, he hastily pointed his finger at Long Biru. The Black Tomb Sword Master's tone was instantly cold. You're teaching me things? Don't dare. Don't dare. How dare the little man? The villain is just mentioning a small suggestion. Chio Fury frantically compensated for the smile. The Black Tomb Sword Master snorted lightly and looked at Long Bubat with a cold face. It was your excellency who chopped off my sister's Fontaine sword? I'm sorry. I didn't realize her sword was that brittle. What Long Bubat said was the truth, but it turned out to be a naked provocation in the eyes of the Black Tomb Sword Master. What did you say? The Fontaine sword is too brittle? The eyes he looked at Long Bubat instantly contained killing intent. Is that so? He said coldly. Then let this sword master test how hard your sword really is. Chch on. A sword roared, and heaven and earth changed color. The Black Tomb Sword Master pulled out a pitch-black, ink-like sword from its pitch-black, ink-like scabbard. The Black Tomb Sword domain descended in an instant. The sky, which had been starry and clear, became dark and dreary all of a sudden. Even the bright and shining moon could no longer release a single ray of light. It seemed that the whole world had fallen into a black tomb. Where had the crowd of the Shura regiment seen such a terrifying sword domain? Their hearts lifted in fear. For his part, Long Bubat raised his eyebrows slightly. This Black Tomb Sword Master had 2 skills, and was not at all on the same level as that flower-armed female swordsman just now. He drew the dull, gray knife. Wait! Just as the Black Tomb Sword Master's sword power was climbing, a clear, Stirring sound broke into the sword domain. Master Wei Zhuang? The Black Tomb Sword Master frowned. This man maliciously destroyed my sister's maple dan sword. I'm about to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Please don't stop him, the visitor said in a deep voice. Sword Master Yi, have you forgotten the rules of the Demon Sealing Conference? No matter what grudges you have to stay in the official ring to settle them. The Black Tomb Sword Master was silent for a moment, but he eventually put his sword away. Starlight was spilling over the estate again in a flash. The crowd of the Shura regiment, as a whole, breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they knew that Long Bu Bad was very strong and would definitely not lose, they could not help but feel scared in their hearts when faced with such a powerful sword domain, and they all sweated. Just as well. This sword master will wait for a few days before cutting down this reputation peddler. He snorted coldly at Dragon Not Bad and turned to leave. The people from the Black Tomb Sword Hall also gave a few middle fingers towards the Shura core side before leaving, especially that flower-armed female swordsman. The look in his eyes was no longer the usual hatred, like a tigress, eager to eat him alive in one bite. Long Bu Bad didn't care at all and turned his head to look at Lord Wei Zhuang who was walking towards him. Compared to the last time we saw each other, this man was a completely different face. You Dui Dao. You really have some guts. Lord Wei Zhuang did not hide his expression of disgust. It's not even if you come so late. You're still intentionally causing trouble for me. Do you think that with the underground Heavenly King's connection, this Lord Zhuang can't do anything about you? Long Biren smiled faintly, indiscriminately starting to speak out in front of me. Is this the style of behavior of Lord Wei Zhuang? Lord Wei Zhuang's eyes widened as he carefully sized up Long Bu Bad. For some reason, this Dui Dao gave him a familiar yet terrifying feeling that made one want to be in awe. It seems as if your excellency is not a fame seeker as rumored. His attitude completed the transformation without him realizing it. Arching his hand, he said, since coming as a guest, please rest in peace. Tomorrow at noon, the hall will draw lots. The dragon is not bad at holding his fists. Definitely on time. Aha. Lord Wei Zhuang nodded and turned around to leave. Wait. Long Biren called him back aloud. Is there something else that Master Wei Zhuang has forgotten? What is it? Long Bu Bad didn't say anything, just glanced at the fat reception over there. Xiao Furii was instantly shocked, and hurriedly explained. Zhuang Master. This time, it's the Black Twilight Sword Hall's side that insisted on seizing the rooms of all of your Shura regiment's good men, and I was forced to do so. Ku Fu Ri, don't I know you? Lord Wei Zhuang snorted coldly and picked up fat reception like a chicken and headed outside. Get this piece of together and wait for the whip. No, don't Master Zhuang, spare your life. Master Zhuang, spare your life. There was a dismal scream from near and far outside the courtyard. Mu Shui looked contemptuous and spat. This dead fatso. It's only a few lashes. Why scream so miserably? A couple of female members of the group next to her looked on in agreement. That's right. This fat man has too little guts. I think he's just plain unbeaten and afraid of pain. Hey, do you guys think this whip is going to whip extra hard? Ahahaha, that's really what you deserve. The Shura resounded with laughter and joy. Long Biren also slightly curled the corner of his mouth. In any case, it was finally smooth sailing to live on the estate. On the other hand, at the flower-armed female swordsman's place, the more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. How could a supremely good sword like the Fontaine sword be cut so easily? That's never going to happen. She thought that there must be a trick in the destruction of the Fontaine sword. She voiced the doubts in her mind to the few senior sisters around her, but several of them were shaking their heads. Can't think of any fraud that could come from this. Just as she was about to be disappointed, the little spiritual sister suddenly shrieked. Ah, I know Senior Sister Yi Huan. That dull grayish-looking blade in the Duodao's hand must be some kind of divine weapon. This could be described as a word that woke up the dreamer. And Yi Huan's eyes lit up. Several of the surrounding senior sisters also nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's definitely right. How could an ordinary blade and weapon cut through the Fengdan sword? That blade must be some kind of divine weapon. Damn old thief. Relying on the fact that he has a divine weapon in his hand, he maligns bad people's famous swords. Really damned. I said, why does he look so emboldened? So it's because of the divine weapon in his hand. Several senior sisters, all of them were indignant. But Yi Huan was no longer angry. She grunted softly, sneering in her mind. It doesn't matter. If you dare to break my famous sword, then I dare to steal your famous sword. Losing that divine weapon. I'll see how you can still cope with the next ring competition. 152. Stealing rags, hitting garbage. In the early hours of midnight, at 3:03, when all is quiet, a touch of dark sense sneaked into the room where the dragon was not bad. The dragon is not bad to wake up at the first time. He was not in a good mood. Anyone who sleeps in the middle of the night with a burglar in the house will not be in a good mood. He recognized the thief almost immediately. Surprisingly, it was the flower-armed female swordsman that he had cleaned up earlier. I think it's called G something. What's the point of sneaking into his house in the middle of the night? It's not because his sword was chopped off by him that he's harboring a grudge and is coming to kill him for revenge, is it? Long Bu Bad's eyes were slightly austere. If that's the case, then he'll just have to get hot. But after waiting for a moment, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of killing intent. As he was wondering, he realized that the practice knife he had thrown in the corner had disappeared. Then the dark scent dissipated. The dragon is not bad or shocked. What's wrong with this woman? Risking all that in the middle of the night to come into his house just to steal a practice knife? Mainly this knife as still he inadvertently saw the Shuracore dispose of the old weapons, felt it was a pity to throw it away, and picked it back up with the intention of utilizing it for waste. As a result, it is now being stolen. He was also drunk. Shaking his head, Long Biro cried and laughed as he went back to sleep. On the other side, Yi Huan flashed into the room. Her eyes were excited, her face was flushed, and her heart was thumping uncontrollably as if she had managed to steal some absolute treasure. So good. What a thrill. She clutched the knife, turned on the light, and with an eager face began to taste, carefully and conscientiously. You will not miss a single mark on this knife. As a result, her frown deepened, because no matter how she looked at it, it was an unopened practice knife, just for novices to exercise with, and it was also in quite poor condition, like it had been used for years, and was even starting to rust a bit. This isn't a precious sword, it's just a rag. She was so angry that she just dropped the knife hard on the floor. Damn it, this guy won't just use such a broken piece of to chop off my fontaine. Ye Huan couldn't believe it. Deep down she didn't even want to admit that it was a broken knife. That would be too humiliating for her. Suddenly, a light flashed in her head. Wait, could this knife be hiding something? I've heard that some people will purposely make their weapons old and pretend they're worthless so that thieves won't miss them. I have to take it to my brother. Yi Huan did as he thought and directly barged into her brother's room. Because of the delay in knocking on the door, Yi Huan, who couldn't wait, went around to the balcony side and tried to forcefully call someone to get up. As a result, she happened to collide with the spiritual little sister who hurriedly ran out with a blanket covering her petite body. The two collided on the balcony, both confused by the faint light. The two men saw each other's faces clearly. It's so embarrassing. Spirit little sister immediately looked like she was in a vain panic and stammered in defense. That, senior sister Yi, things aren't as you think. Lord Sword Master and I were just exchanging sword techniques. Exchange sword skills? Ah, well, yes. Yi Huan was already completely speechless. To exchange sword skills, do you need to strip naked in the middle of the night? What's the need to be so sneaky and secretive? She was almost on the verge of a rage, covering her head and staring round in disbelief. One's own junior sister, actually having an affair with one's own brother. The bottom line is that her brother is a family man. Her sister-in-law is quite gentle and skillful and treats her well, and her little nieces and nephews are adorable. As a result, they screwed up like this. It's just dirty, cheap and disgusting. Her brother, surprisingly, was such a man. Yi Huan's worldview was about to collapse. The youngest sister took advantage of her days to hurriedly slip away as the black tomb sword master put on his pants and walked over. It's a bad look on his face. Huan, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Yi Huan couldn't believe that this guy even questioned her instead. Yi Shuang, are you questioning me? You think it is it? Yi Shuang was all over the place. So what's going on? It's been fine. Yi Huan coldly said. I only want to know now. Why did you do such a thing? Why did you betray your sister-in-law? At the last sentence, she could no longer control her emotions and growled out. Keep your voice down. What's all the fuss about? Don't disturb the others sleeping. Fuss? You call that a fuss? Or what? Yi Xuan looked unconcerned and lit a cigarette for himself, then explained in a cloudy manner. Men, you can't always be without a woman by your side. Your sister-in-law isn't by my side. Plus the things you messed up before. The maple dan sword I sent you was destroyed by that Dewey Dao. It really makes me want to vent out. So it's still my fault? Yi Huan directly laughed in anger. Simply unbelievable. All these scandalous things you've done with Huang Wanqian that you've hidden from your sister-in-law. I'm definitely going to let her know about it. Are you crazy? Yi Shuang scolded sternly. You want to destroy me? I ruined you? It's clearly you who's ruining it all. If you don't say it, who knows? It's a pain in the ass. So go home and pretend you didn't come to see me tonight. Yi Huan was stunned. You mean, you want me to keep your secret? Or what? My God. She couldn't figure out how her own brother could be so shameless as to ask her to keep this secret and betray her sister-in-law with him. But what she couldn't imagine was that even more eye-opening was yet to come. Yi Shuang could barely hold back his laughter at her look of surprise, and simply burst out with an even bigger bombshell. Look at you. You look like you've never seen the world. Forget it. I'll tell you everything. I've been hiding it from your sister-in-law for more than a day or two. Go ask your sisters around you. Which one of them hasn't slept with me? What did you say? Yi Huan's mouth was wide open, and his entire body was directly dumbfounded. Let me be clear. They all climbed into my bed willingly. I didn't force them. You. Yi Huan pointed at Yi Shuang, shaking with anger. She wasn't raging anymore. She was sad, deeply saddened that she had a brother like that. What kind of a silver is this? How did she end up with a brother who was so wanton and without limits? What a sin! What a shame! The face of the Yi family has been disgraced by him. At this time, Yi Huan was already near despair, but she still held on to that last shred of the fire of hope and asked, Sister-in-law is such a gentle and kind person. Why did you betray her? Of course I knew how gentle and kind she was, so I took her as my wife. Ha! Yi Shuang answered rightfully. Yi Huan's throat was so sore that his stomach juices vomited up. So good people deserve to have guns pointed at them? Gentle and kind deserve to be lied to and betrayed? Pretty much. That's just the way society is. There's no way around it. Yi Shuang sighed, hopelessly. Yi Huan looked at his brother's face and was in complete despair, knowing that she could no longer make sense with this shameless man. She simply gave up. She said with an expressionless face, No one will force me to betray my sister-in-law. You're going to tell her about this? That's right. No one is going to stop me. Yi Shuang sank his face and said icily. You can think about it, Yi Huan. Some things as long as you don't say it. It's lighter than that Hong Mao, but once you say it, it's 1,000 pounds that can't even be beaten. Yi Huan's eyes widened abruptly. It occurred to her, the great consequences that this incident might provoke. Letting her brother's family fall apart and his wife be separated was light. The key was the clan. If the Black Tomb Sword Hall's sword master broke out in such a big scandal, how would they be able to gain a foothold in the transcendent world in the future? This only place she had ever known to live was about to be destroyed by her own hands. 153. This, then, is the power of believing. The following morning, a small ding from the mountain village came over and informed the crowd of the Shura Corps to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Long Burong was a bit surprised and asked him, Doesn't your mountain villa deliver meals to your room? Tiny held his head high with some disdain. We'll certainly send the meals over to those famous and powerful forces. But what level are you, Shura Corps? And are you worthy of enjoying the same treatment as those big shots? Long Bubad opened his mouth and froze. Mu Shui over there stood out and said with an irritated face, It's just delivering a meal. What's the trouble? That's right. Did you guys break your legs or something? I'm looking for a way to not get very far, right? Ding was totally putting on his stink face now, grunting. It's certainly no trouble to deliver a meal, but you guys don't deserve it. You know, you don't, he said condescendingly, but breakfast time is only half an hour. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until noon, so don't blame me for not warning you, he said and walked away without looking back. Mu Shui almost didn't chase after him and punch him. A few of the fiery group members couldn't help but explode into foul language. This ing Misty Villa, even a little ding dares to fling his face at us. Emotional intelligence is too low. Marda pussy. When I become successful with my sword technique, I will have to tear down this broken mountain village. Long Buron shook his head and walked out of the courtyard first. When the crowd of the Shura regiment took a look, they couldn't say anything else and hurriedly followed. Arriving at the cafeteria, Long Bubad took a look and realized that there was surprisingly not a single person eating here. Just them. The Shura Corps burst into curses. Long is not bad nor picky. Hit some rough tea and rice and sit down to eat. Suddenly, he smelled a dark fragrance like a deep valley orchid. It tastes exactly the same as last night. When I looked up, it was the flower-armed female swordsman. But today she was like a different person. Not at all like yesterday's overbearing, but a bitter and hateful look. And her essence seemed to have shriveled up quite a bit, as if she had suffered some kind of major blow. She seemed to have come out of her haze, though, and that look of disdain remained unchanged. This knife, what is the mystery? She directly placed the broken knife that she stole last night in front of Long Bubad and questioned. The surrounding members of the Shura Corps took a look and were taken aback. The lords. Incorrect. Why is our chief's sword in your hand? Yi Huan looked over towards the man who spoke. Tell me, what exactly is the mystery of this knife? The man looked puzzled. A mystery? What mystery could there be? This knife is just for newcomers to use for practicing. It's so rusty that I'm ready to throw it away. What? Yi Huan didn't believe it at all. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. This blade is your headmaster's saber. It cut my Fontaine sword. How can it be ordinary? She sternly questioned. Hurry up and give an honest explanation. Which divine weapon is this sword in the genealogy? When the people of the Shura Corps heard this, they all couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, did I hear it right? She's actually treating this broken sword as a divine weapon. So that's how it is. She stole this sword from the headmaster Sama. Ha ha ha, just for this broken sword. Ah ha 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 ha. Long Biru was also a bit unable to hold his tongue. Yi Huan looked around at these people who were laughing at her, and her pretty face couldn't help but burn. You guys are just pretending, working together to trick me. I'm telling you, if you don't tell me the truth, you won't be able to take this knife back. The result was an even more explosive roar of laughter in return. Yi Huan's entire face turned red, feeling like a clown, but she continued to believe in her judgment. This knife definitely hid some kind of mystery, and it was definitely a treasure knife of great value. Just like what her brother told her last night, as a swordsman, then just practice the sword. As long as you practice the sword to the highest level, all other stains can be covered up. His brother believed in this so strongly that he was able to achieve great success in his swordsmanship. This, then, is the power of believing. And now, with the power of that belief, she will also poke holes in this falsehood. All of you, don't even think about lying to me. She pointed at all the members of the Shura, and announced in a near snarl. This one made a couple of the guys with less than stellar laughs spit their breakfast right out of their mouths. Pff dash. Po ha 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 ha, ha 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 I can't. This man poof. Ha 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 poof. That's hilarious. There was an air of joy in the cafeteria dining room. This time, however, their laughter instead stirred up Yi Huan's fighting spirit. She clasped her chest and sneered, and even got interested, like she was watching a magnificent show. Keep laughing. You guys just keep laughing. I, Yi Huan, would like to see how long you guys can act out this drama. Ugh. A breathless sigh to the extreme came out from the mouth of the dragon. Not bad. He really couldn't look away. If this farce was allowed to continue, not only this Yi Huan, but even their Xiu Luo regiment would be reduced to a laughingstock along with him. Bring the knife over here. I'll point it out to you and show you what it's really about. Yi Huan stared blankly at Long Bubad, and his entire body cheered. Ha 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 ha. She laughed like crazy. Can't act anymore, can you? Finally coming clean, right? Ah ha 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 ha. I knew this knife would be something special. Then, like a general returning from a victory, she handed over the sword to Long Biru. After finishing, she even looked provocatively at the surrounding members of the Shura Corps who were mocking her. They couldn't utter a single laugh this minute, either. Both had their mouths open in disbelief. No, that knife. Is there really something to it? The regiment. The regimental commander. Duidao, what are you looking at me for? I'm not the head of the regiment. I don't even know about that knife. Oh yes. Goofy, what's going on with that knife you used the most before? I don't know. It can't be. I've been using that knife for years. It's just a mediocre practice knife. No, I know. As if she suddenly realized something, Mu Shui opened her eyes wide and said, this knife must be extraordinary. Or else why would His Excellency let so many good knives go unused and choose this one to use? Yeah, that's right. Oops, why didn't I think of this? Senior Sister Mu, you're so smart. That's right. Mu Shui crossed her arms and looked very pleased with herself. Yi Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Act, then act. But at the same time she was somewhat impressed. I'm really impressed that you can act so hard in such an awkward scene. Looking at Long Bubad again, he was already crying and laughing. The brain circuits of these guys were really confusing to him. It's a simple thing that has to be so complicated. He simply picked up the blade and flexed his fingers. Bang! Under 24 pairs of shocked eyes, the knife shattered. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this a divine sword with a hidden mystery? How was it shattered by a simple flick of the finger? Yi Huan's mouth was even so open that he could fit an egg inside. You people, why are you destroying the divine soldier? The dragon doesn't cover his face with his hands. It's hopeless. This one. I can't believe I still think this is a divine blade. 154. It's all garbage. What are you guys looking at me like that for? The eyes of the surrounding people made Long Biru rather speechless. I've already destroyed this blade. Isn't that enough proof that it's not some divine weapon? He spread out his hands and explained. Why else would I destroy a good one? If this was really a precious sword, I could just snap my fingers and shatter it? Only after these words came out did the crowd of the Shura regiment then come to a realization. So it is. I told you. I've been using this knife for years. How could it be hidden? Boy, that scared me. Mu Shui patted her little heart. She really thought just now that Long Bu Bu had destroyed a precious sword. Ahahaha, almost made a joke. Her cheeks burned as she looked at Yi Huan over there. The woman was still staring blankly at the pieces of the broken knife, as if her soul was out of her body. Long Bu Bu Bad's act of destroying the knife to prove it made her turn straight into a clown, no matter how much one believed in it before. A broken sword was a broken sword, and it was impossible to turn it into some supreme divine weapon. She lowered her head, her delicate face swishing red. Mom, my daughter is so embarrassed. In this moment, she really wanted to find a crack in the floor and drill into it. Fortunately, the guys in the Shura were just as embarrassed as she was, and they were all too embarrassed to scoff. Du Yi Dao, who was sitting next to Long Bu Bad, really couldn't hold back his curiosity and inquired, "My lord, how did you just shatter this knife with a snap of your fingers?" Yes. Mu Shui also coaxed from the side. "How on earth did you do that? It's too amazing." Well, Long Bu Bad smiled and said, "This is my unique secret skill. It's hard to say." Yi Huan's eyes abruptly lit up. "I see. That's how you chopped off my Fontaine sword with this secret skill, right?" "Ha, this is not the same thing as that. Don't even think about cheating." "I know it. That's definitely the trick you used." As if she had found a lifesaver, she grabbed onto this and wouldn't let go. "Good you Dewey Dao. It turns out that you have specialized in practicing a unique secret technique of destroying swords and breaking them. So insidious." The corners of Long Bu Bad's mouth twitched madly. "Told you it wasn't the same thing. Still trying to weasel your way out of this? It's clearly the same thing." Long Bu Bad also lazy to explain. "The most brain-dead thing in this world is to reason with women." He shook his head. "It is what you think it is. It was originally. You remember. This revenge of the broken sword. I will return it sooner or later." Yi Huan put down a harsh word and huffed and puffed away. Long Bu Bad shrugged and proceeded to rough up his tea. The surrounding members of the Shura Corps were spouting how strange this Yi Huan was, and he didn't even bother to care. After eating and exercising in the yard, at noon, he went to the lobby to draw lots. Beside him, he brought the two of them, Dui Dao and Mu Shui. Misty Villa Lobby. There were still a lot of people who came to the Sword and Sword Sealing meeting this time, and the large hall was filled to capacity. Lord Wei Zhuang personally presided over the ceremony, standing on top of the podium with a majestic posture. Behind him, there sat 6 judges, all industry authorities with the title of Sword Saint, Sword Demon, or Blade God. Among them, the Sword Demon who was sealed in the last Demon Sealing meeting, that is, the Black Tomb Sword Master Yi Shuang, was clearly sitting at the very edge, his sharp eyes directly locked onto Long Bu Bad. He thought that when Long Bu Bad saw him sitting here, he would show a look of fear, but to his surprise, Long Bu Bad didn't look at him at all. Instead, he yawned and looked sleepy. "Funny, just keep pretending." Yi Shuang gave a rather unpleasant hum and looked away. Lord Wei Zhuang's speech had finally begun as well. "The world of transcendence is full of factions, and the strongest is the strongest." He took a sharp breath and his voice was deafening. "The Sword and Demon Sealing Society is the stage to prove yourself to the whole world. Think you're strong. That won't do. You have to pull out the mule or the horse and walk it. Only by first obtaining the approval of us, the Taishan Beidou, will the others recognize your place in the transcendental world." Now, 28 of the most powerful sword warriors and swordsmen in the transcendent world today have all accepted our invitation. That's right, I'm talking about everyone in the room. He pointed downwards from his high position, and that majestic and solemn aura made many people on the stage couldn't help but be uplifted. Some of you are so talented that you are already emerging and making your mark at a young age. Some were in their prime and had already participated in the Demon Sealing Conference several times, eager to become famous in one battle, and some of them are even dying. Late bloomers, though we are all of different ages and personalities. In my eyes, we are all fellow practitioners in the pursuit of the Tao of the Sword, and I, like the other Sword Saints and Sword Demons and Sword Gods of the other judging groups, promise that we will treat them all equally and will never show favoritism. In the next 7 days, we will hold several real ring matches. The person who guards the ring must win 7 matches in a row in order to qualify for advancement. As for the loser, then please fend for yourself. I have no way of guaranteeing that you will leave alive. For more detailed rules, you can ask the assistant referee on the sidelines. And the general process is to determine 4 winners, or 3, or 2, through the ring, and then finally determine the ultimate winner to undergo the trials of our referee team. Only those who can take at least 7 moves from all of our judges will be awarded the title of Sword Demon. Now, will the person whose name is Reed please come forward and draw lots? The higher the number, the higher the rank of the ring out and in response to the battle. Immortal Sword Hall, Li Wei Peng. In. The drawing of lots began, and there were more than a few whispered murmurs in the hall. Mu Shui took advantage of the atmosphere and spat out in a low voice. This ring tournament actually requires 7 consecutive rounds to advance. So exaggerated. What if no one can win 7 rounds in a row? Dewey Dao shook his head. Then no one will be sealed in this session of the Demon Sealing Council. Doesn't that amount to a waste of effort? Indeed. That's true. But if one doesn't have the strength to overwhelm the group, one can't convince the public, much less accept the title of Sword Demon. It's just some appetizers. Next to Mu Shui, a tugging scar-faced youth grunted and chimed in. What's really hard is to accept all the referees' trials at the end. They are all long-famous peak powerhouses. You have to catch at least 7 of their moves to get through. Just thinking about it makes one's goosebumps rise. Mu Shui nodded deeply. It's indeed quite scary when you think about it like that. Many people have died on this trial. A sullen giant swordsman, who was next to him, also came closer and said. Dewey Dao glanced at them with some displeasure. But it couldn't be helped. Having a naturally beautiful Mu Shui by his side would just attract those men who coveted beauty outside. The scar-faced youth couldn't help but laugh when he saw that someone else had come over to steal the limelight. He raised his chin and said, Unfortunately, this trial is just SOSO for this sword head, and the one who takes the sword demon crown this time will definitely be me. What? The dull giant swordsman was taken aback. He asked himself that even if he could hold the ring, he wasn't sure of getting past the last hurdle, and he couldn't help but respect the man in front of him and clasped his fists. May I ask your honor, what is your name? I am untalented. Kunshin sword head Pei Ling Tian is also. Pei Ling Tian arched his hand slightly and smiled proudly. Dewey Dao was taken aback. I didn't realize that this tuggy guy was from Kunshin, or a sword head. One must know that the status of the Kunshin sword sect in the sword world was similar to that of Tsinghua University. Which of the swordsmen that came out of here is not superbly strong? Not to mention it's still the head of the sword. Mu Shui, however, had a disdainful look on her face. Before, she might have even complimented it with glowing eyes. As for now, she stole a glance at Long Biru and couldn't help but smile crookedly. Pei Ling Tian's this frown instantly wrinkled, and asked with a displeased face. This girl, looking at your expression, it seems that you are quite disdainful of me? No, I'm not deliberately targeting you. I just think that everyone in the room, except for our headmaster, is trash. Mu Shui smiled broadly and spoke out. 155. How can you say such things? Undoubtedly, Mu Shui's words didn't just surprise Pei Ling Tian and the sullen giant swordsman, but also everyone in the vicinity who heard them. They all turned back to Mu Shui with stunned eyes. It was accompanied by a low murmur. Who is this little sister? So crazy? Which power? It seems to be the Thuli regiment. The Shura Corps? Oh, I remember. It's that claptrap clown. Not long ago their leader Dewey Dao threatened to decapitate the god of the Southern Navy, and also used the prestige of the King of You to promote himself as the god of the blade. Ha ha, sort of an ugly reputation. I think it's called the Chopper Sword God or something like that? Oh, that's the guy who was blindly looking for death. Hardly. So much for the lack of interest. Mu Shui was unconvinced and immediately wanted to loudly retort over, but was pulled back by Dewey Dao and reprimanded in a low voice. Don't get too cocky. Watch out for things to get out of hand and spoil your lordship's business. She bristled at this. On the side of Long Bubad, there was nothing to it. He had come this time to become famous, to let everyone know that he, Dewey Dao, did possess the strength to kill the Southern Navy god, thus luring that underground heavenly king to show up of his own accord. Things get out of hand, and goals are accomplished, but he also didn't want to get too intentional, so as not to make a fool of himself. In his mind, going with the flow was best. Shura Hall, Dewey Dao. Soon, Master Wei Zhuang, who was standing tall on the stage, read his name. Dragon Not Bad stepped out of the crowd and went up to draw lots. A contemptuous snort rang out from the crowd. Here it comes, the dog's guts. This Dewey Dao. He really dares to come. It's just a name dropper. No one believed that he had really beheaded the Southern Navy god. Long Bubad didn't care. These idle questions were lighter and finer to him than even the March breeze. There weren't many bamboo sticks left in the bucket of sticks, so he took one of them at random and brought it to the front. 27. A rather backward-looking number. This meant that he was low on the speaking queue for later, and would have to wait for most of the people to speak before it was his turn. but it doesn't matter is all. As Lord Wei Zhuang personally finished registering the parody drawn by the participants one by one and posted it on the bulletin board, the lottery ceremony came to an end. The drawing ceremony is over. Please go back to your rooms and rest. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the preliminary test in the ring will begin on time. After that, he left the stage in advance. Those titans of refereeing, who were authorities in the industry, also left in his footsteps. From now on, they are forbidden to contact any of the contestants in private. The principles of fairness, impartiality and openness are upheld for any competition. Around Long Bu Bad, the blade warrior swordsmen who knew each other began to climb up and try each other out frantically. When are you going to start the fight later? There's a lot to be said for that. He was uninterested on his side and was ready to go back to his room for a nap. As a result, he was stopped in his tracks by 3 people. Stand still. To be precise, the one they stopped was Mu Shui. Both had huffy looks on their faces. Little, who were you cursing just now? Little Master can't pretend he didn't hear you. Do you know who we are? Saying that all of us in the Silver Sky Palace are trash, right? No, what she's saying is that everyone present is trash, not just our Silver Sky Hall. Ha! What a big mouth. The 3 of them aggressively surrounded a little girl in the center. You touch and I move. Already moving their hands. Dewey Dao's face was ugly. However, he saw that Long Bu Bad did not move, and he himself did not dare to move first. Mu Shui didn't bring any fear, and pulled out her knife with a chang sound, scaring the 3 of them to take a half step back. It's you trash I'm scolding. So what? Try moving me again if you dare. Yoo-hoo! The little is pretty hot. The hedgehog head who was the leader of the trio sent Mu Shui's sword flying out with a single plucked chop. She turned pale at once. The slash was beyond the limits of her reflexes. Just then, I heard the hedgehog head snicker. With this amount of strength, you dare to mouth off here? The remaining 2 men looked Mu Shui's tight figure up and down and actually laughed lewdly. Come with us little beauty. Serve the masters comfortably and I'll let you off the hook this day. Mu Shui was so angry that her face turned white. You few smelly lechers. You're simply shameless. How can I possibly go with you guys? Hey, I say, you little, you don't know what you're doing, do you? Is it your first day in here? Do you know the rules? If you have offended senior, apologize properly to your masters. The hedgehog head suddenly shot out and pinched Mu Shui's chin, his face grimacing. Duodao couldn't watch any longer and asked Long Burong in a low voice, My lord, are we still not going to make a move? Why are we striking out? Long Biren shook his head and said, Let her figure out how to solve the things she has caused by herself. What? Duodao's eyes went round. He could never have imagined that Long Biru was planning to stand by and watch. In fact, this kind of thing had been experienced by Long Biru many times. The female companion around him deliberately picks a fight, invites trouble and then lets him step in to solve it, using this as an opportunity to get closer to him. The more trouble you get into, the better, and when it's resolved, you'll have just the right reason to give your life away. He was really annoyed with this kind of woman, but Dewey Dao has absolutely no experience in this kind of thing. With his experience, Break His Head cannot imagine that women can also be so active. Do not hesitate to this extent also want to approach a man. He also thought that it was Mu Shui where he didn't do well to attract the dragon not bad to hate. One can only bite the bullet and step up to the plate himself. It couldn't be helped. Mu Shui was under his command, and as the leader, he had to protect the members of the group. Stop! He snatched a step over and was about to draw his sword. However, a sharp blade was the first to cross his neck. It's fast and sparse. Been waiting for you for a long time, uncle. A ghostly fellow suddenly appeared from behind him. At the same time, the last person also used the tip of his blade to seal Long Biru's throat. The hedgehog couldn't help but smile, as if he didn't expect things to go so well. The guy who locked Dewey Dao was also full of himself and complimented. Senior brother, our Silver Sky Hall is really full of talents and capable people. That's not true. Another person interjected and laughed. This dragon-slashing sword god who slashed the invincible army god to death was easily captured by us. It's the opponent that's too weak. And the dragon-slashing sword god, it's just dog. The hedgehog didn't hide the contempt in his eyes. The corners of his mouth snickered, already disdainful to the extreme. However, the next second he couldn't stop laughing, because the waistband of his pants suddenly snapped for some reason. His loose practice pants unexpectedly just fell off, revealing the silver silk pants inside. Bang bang! He had just lifted up his pants when he looked up and saw that the knives the 2 senior brothers had used to seal each other's necks had unexpectedly shattered. The 3 looked at each other, horrified. What's going on here? They didn't even see anyone make a move. Duidao and Mu Shui were also dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Only the dragon was not bad enough to yawn sleepily. If it's okay, I'll go back to bed. When he finished speaking, he turned and headed out of the hall. Earlier, when the Silver Sky Trio had surrounded Mu Shui, onlookers had begun to quietly gather beside them. But now, all of them were directly dumbfounded, just like that Silver Sky Trio. A thick-browed swordsman muttered, "Who's going to tell me what the hell just happened?" 156. Sacrifice a small whip. How did those two knives break? Could this be some divine secret technique? If I practiced this technique and could shatter my opponent's weapon at any time, wouldn't I be invincible? The debate surrounding the dragon not being bad continued. Then, I don't know who mentioned it first, but everyone marveled again. It seems like that Duidao has a few strengths, not to be underestimated indeed. How many people can be helpless with that hand alone? Such a sinister opponent. How should I deal with it later? The three people from that Silver Sky Hall were in a cold sweat. They were all experts in the field. How could they not know the power of this move by Long Bubad? It wasn't that they hadn't seen moves that could shatter a person's weapon, but to be able to do it so quickly and silently was terrifying. It simply puts one on the defensive. Offending such a terrifying opponent. Why don't we just run away? The three of them were discussing in low voices when a ghostly silhouette had already chased after Long Biru's back. Yi Huan stared tightly at his target, his eyes in disbelief. She now was truly a few points of trust in this Duidao, but the invincible military god who was invincible, the man who made the entire transcendent world tremble, was killed? On second thought, but still a little disbelieving. No, I have to confirm this for myself. It's just too curious. She couldn't help herself from checking the truth of the matter, because if this is true, then the whole world will be in for a huge shock. The existing pattern of each power will be reshuffled. A new round of chaos will open. That's a big impact. She had to travel to confirm it. On Long Bubad's side, when he returned to his room and was just about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. "My lord, my humble daughter Mu Shui seeks an audience. Come in." As soon as Mu Shui entered, she knelt down directly in front of his bed. With an expression of watering eyes, she confessed in a mournful voice, "My humble daughter acted recklessly today and almost spoiled a major event. Please punish me, my lord." Long Bubad thought what she was going to do, waved his hand and said, "You didn't break anything big. Not guilty. Go down. But in that case, why didn't my lord save me when my humble daughter was surrounded by those three thieves?" Mu Shui was aggrieved. "My humble daughter knows that she must have upset your lordship. My humble daughter knows that she is wrong. Please punish me severely. Don't ever pity me." The dragon was simply speechless. "Why am I pitying you? Then go down and wait. I shall have no pity on you this night." "Yes, yes." Mu Shui's eyes sparkled and she was almost overjoyed. She hurriedly knelt down and made two false kowtows, and exited the room with a joyful look on her face. Dragon Not Bad snorted coldly and pulled out a small leather whip from his bag, whimpering and waving it into the air a few times. "This is the stuff he uses exclusively on these S. I'll make sure that they don't dare to make a fuss again." The whip was lowered, and there was another scuffle in the yard. Ashura Kor Jr. came to report in a hurry. "My lord, that woman called Yi Huan has forced her way in again. The boss can't stop her at all." "Don't stop her if you can't stop her. Bring her here to me." "Yes." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Huan arrived. She was holding a basalt iron longsword with an imposing presence. "Duidao, let me ask you, the Southern Navy god, did he really die in your hands?" Long Bubad froze and couldn't help but be all happy. This woman, she really does something unexpected every time. Last time, he had brought the stolen knife to his face to question him, but this time, he had come straight to ask him about it. "Of course it is true," Long Biru said with a straight face. "I, Duidao, am a man of honor, bright and open. Am I not that deceitful person?" "What? You actually admit it?" Even though Yi Huan had already prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but be taken aback. Outside the door, Duidao, who heard the commotion and rushed over, had a bitter expression on his face. When this was over, he really wouldn't have to keep hanging out in the transcendent world. Find a small, secluded town where no one knows you and retire in peace. It couldn't be helped. He had asked for it, daring to assassinate the Southern Navy god's head. It was already good enough to have his life spared. Yi Huan snorted coldly and pointed his sword at Long Bubad. "Do you dare to swear to heaven? What's so daring about that?" Long Bubad swore to the heavens that if he didn't kill the Southern Navy god, he would be struck by the heavens and die without a burial place. Said Yi Huan's face changed. "That should satisfy you now, shouldn't it?" Long Bubad looked at Yi Huan and said helplessly. He knew that in order to convince everyone of the shocking fact that the god of the Southern Navy was dead, he first had to find a breakthrough. That means finding the first person who was willing to believe. This Yi Huan is a good choice. It's not even close. This young lady will only be satisfied when you succeed in advancing and winning the Sword Demon Seal this time in one fell swoop. Yi Huan viciously spat out these words and turned around to walk away. The corners of Long Bubad's mouth twitched. Among the many strange women he knew, this Yi Huan also belonged to the other kind. However, her looks and figure were truly outstanding, and to say that she was a great beauty was a bit demeaning. But perhaps it was also because she was used to being flattered by men that she developed this brash and rude personality. After a short nap, at 3 p.m., Dragon Not Bad was on time for the ring competition. There was just one ring, a wide platform at the top of the hill. This place is surrounded by clouds and mist, gathering the chi of heaven and earth. It is really a good place for a fight. After Master Wei Zhuang's brief opening remarks, the ring competition officially began. First up is the transcendent powerhouse who drew number 1, the Mixed Blade Master. He was an old swordsman at the age of his destiny, and at a glance, he had participated in many sword and sword sealing sessions and had a lot of experience. As soon as it came up, he simply chose to skip it. Old me has limited stamina, and such laborious and unappealing things as guarding the ring in the preliminary arena should be left to you young people. A few snickers came out of the crowd. This old hybrid. He's going to start leaning on his old age again. I seem to remember that last time he also skipped like crazy and just picked up the slack to advance. This old fox. If everyone is as shrewd as him, then does this ring competition even need to be organized? Silence. Lord Wei Zhuang said aloud. The rules are such that everyone can have their own strategies. Stop talking. Respecting the old-timers was a tradition in the sword world, and he couldn't stand to see these juniors who didn't take the old man seriously. However, today is the day that someone is going to jump out and punch him in the face. Only a neutral voice said, the Tao of swords and knives is a matter of going forward. Any strategy is just a side issue. If you don't even have the confidence to successfully defend the ring, then why come to the sword and sword sealing meeting? You might as well go home and retire. After saying that, the man jumped to the center of the ring with a heel and stood proudly, looking at that scarred face's arrogant appearance. It was Pei Ling Tian. The Mixed Blade Sect Master was so angry that his beard blew up. Ignorant little child. Don't go wild. Don't regret it when you're exhausted and defeated later. Pei Ling Tian glanced at him with a slanted eyebrow and snorted. I'll only regret drawing a number 2 and letting this number 1, which should have been the top one, fall into the hands of rats like you. What? The Mixed Blade Sect leader's blood rushed up and covered his chest, directly spraying out a mouthful of old blood. 157. Hubris is phallic? The old swordsman spat out blood and collapsed, and all of Mixed Sword's group of juniors were horrified. Master, Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Wake up, arrogant child. Shatter my blade heart. When he said that, he spat another poof of blood from his mouth and fainted on the spot. Master Dash. A few of his cronies, who cried out directly, had brought the most people with them, and the formation was in disarray. Lord Wei Zhuang shook his head and sent someone to dismiss them. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. I didn't expect that an old-timer who had participated in many demon sealing sessions would be so angry by a junior that he would vomit blood and fall to the ground with a few words. Many people were shocked and looked at Pei Ling Tian with fearful expressions, not knowing where he was from. At this point, several people who knew him called out, wait, could he be that Kunshan Sword Sect's sword head who came out this year? What? He actually came out of Kunshan. It's over. It's over. He's not the only one who'll win the championship this time. Many people couldn't help but marvel when they heard the name of the Kunshan sword head. Pei Ling Tian hummed arrogantly and said aloud, this ring is under guard. Everyone who wants to challenge please take it easy. Swords have no eyes. If you hurt your life, you can't blame me Pei for being unforgiving. Hearing him say that, there was an outcry of discontent from the stage. This guy, what arrogance? Is that a threat? If we go up to challenge, we will certainly not be allowed to leave in one piece. Everyone was cursing, but not a single one went up to challenge. Master Wei Zhuan was impatiently waiting and asked the ring in a loud voice. No. 3 Jiang Yuming. Are you going to challenge or forfeit this round? A youth carrying a green steel sword on his back under the stage held his tongue for half a day, his face turning red before he finally uttered a word of abstention. There was a burst of laughter all around. Ha ha ha, holding back for half a day. That's it? This sword and demon sealing society is getting worse by the year, and such people are even qualified to compete. Qualifications to him might as well be given to me. If I have the qualifications, I'll make sure to beat this Pei Ling Tian to his knees and beg for forgiveness. But there are also calm and analytical rationalists. It's never wise for him to go up at this time. The first one to go up and challenge will be facing Pei Ling Tian, who is in full bloom. No matter if he wins or loses, it's a lose-lose situation, and it will only be cheaper for the others in the end. Just wait a few moments and maybe the light will come on. That's right, this Pei Ling Tian looks overbearing and unstoppable, but he is never made of iron. One drum will be used up, then another will be used up. Wait until he runs out of strength. Then I'll come up and take a lesson. Those words were like setting the tone for something. And next, number 4, number 5, and number 6, all chose to abstain. Then nos, 7, 8, and 9, 2, followed as if they were by no means willing to suffer a loss, and abstained. Seeing this scene, Pei Ling Tian on the stage couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. You all gutless rats. Surprisingly, none of you dared to come up and challenge me. Just this heart still wants to be awarded the sword demon. Ha ha ha, really laughs me to death. Under the ring, the faces of those who chose to give up were ugly. Little Pei, don't be wild. We just don't want to fight you to the death and let others pick up the advantage. Really think we're afraid of you? If you have the guts to call a timeout to come off the stage and fight me, I'll beat the out of you. Gutless rats. Truly ridiculous. Pei Ling Tian snorted loudly 3 times before he stopped caring about them and looked towards those contestants who hadn't made a choice yet. What about you people? It wouldn't be like them, not even having the courage to come up and challenge me, would it? The provocative look made several people grit their teeth. You guys, if I didn't want to fight with you to the point of losing both of us, which would have caused me to miss my big event of winning the championship, today I will live and die to let you know how powerful you are. Damn it, this operation is better than a phallic scheme. Pei Ling Tian laughed out loud. That was exactly his plan. As long as one is wild enough, then others can't help but be scared. The more recklessly you provoke, the more others will cower and not dare to challenge you easily. At this rate, by the time everyone knew it was difficult to retreat without a head iron and chose to give up, he would directly advance because of the rules of the hegemony wheel. Demon Seal Club Ring Ratio Rule No. 11. Bully Wheel. After a whole round of questioning the ring, no one still dares to come forward to challenge the ring keeper. This king of the heir of the king, also, to promote the 4 strongest. So now everyone is looking forward to someone stepping up to the first challenge, with the first challenger trying out his roots. Then people won't throw in the towel and there will be a second, third challenger. When the time comes, there will be no worries that the ring keeper will not be defeated. But what's missing is this first warrior out of the gate. And once everyone recognized that, things changed in some subtle ways. A jade-faced swordsman who knew at a glance that his family was very thick stood out, raised his hands high, and said aloud, "Brothers, listen to me." All eyes turned toward him. I think everyone can already see that this Kunshin sword head is deliberately arrogant and provoking us, just wanting to make all of us fearful and then advance through the rules of the hegemony wheel. It is truly cunning. In my subordinate position, number 6. I only saw it now and regretted it too late. I hereby pledge as Jasper's swordmaster that if any brother or sister is willing to be the first to fight, I would like to gift one of the famous swords on the 100 sword score as a token of appreciation. What? This statement blew up a bunch of shocked faces. Just by going into battle, you'll be awarded a famous sword from the 100 swords spectrum? The Jasper sword, the Fugue Troop, truly lives up to its name. There was a lot of excited chatter. Turtle, the famous swords on this 100 sword spectrum, even the Green Sparrow that ranks the lowest, is worth millions. The 19th ranked Shattered Spirit, I remember it sold for $30 million in the last auction. If it's the number 1 ranked Abyssal Rainbow, it's priceless. People can't give you the profound rainbow even if they're rich. It's a blessing to be able to give a handful ranked within 90. Those little brothers and sisters who were not qualified to compete, but just followed along to see the world, as well as cheer, could not be more excited. But those who were truly qualified to participate had stony expressions. It was only $1 million, and they wouldn't be willing to act as ingrates just for that amount of money. Anyone with clear eyes could see that this Pei Ling Tian was really powerful. The name of Kunshin Sword Head was no joke, and was definitely a strong contender for the Sword Demon title this time. It turned out to be what they thought it would be. No one answered the bounty from the Jasper Swordmaster. Lord Wei Zhuan once again stood up and urged to ask for the ring. Where's number 10? Where's Taiyuan Sword Head Xiang Qiankei? Here it is. Out of the crowd came a sullen giant swordsman. He covered his face with his hands, looking compassionate and distressed as he looked towards Pei Ling Tian, who stood proudly in the ring. Brother Ling Tian, is this really your long-planned young plot? 158. crushed into crumbs for your end. The moment Xiang Qianke stepped out of the crowd to chastise Pei Ling Tian, everyone thought he was going to go on stage. Even Pei Ling Tian himself thought so. He didn't say much, he just snorted coldly and drew his sword, building up a raging sword momentum. In a flash, the wind rose. The clouds that lingered around the mountaintop unexpectedly all began to slowly rotate, forming a huge vortex. In the middle of the vortex, there was a hidden sound of wind and thunder, and purple electricity was entangled. The Titans, represented by Lord Wei Zhuang, all rose to their feet at once. They looked to the sky with astonished eyes. The Black Tomb Sword Master, Yi Shuang, even couldn't help but cry out in shock. This son is actually able to save up this kind of sword power. A venerable old man in his 80s and 90s stroked his beard and said, starting the momentum of the Kunshan sword, sitting back and watching the wind and clouds surging, it seems that he has indeed accomplished a great deal with his sword intent. The Inkvine sword demon next to him also nodded. I'm afraid that this term sword demon seal will not belong to this person. All the Titans are like this, and the audience below is not even unconvinced. Good lord, this sword power is too awesome, isn't it? It's directly triggered the heaven and earth anomaly. This kid, he does have the capital to be crazy. The Black Tomb Sword Yi Huan, the immortal sword Li Weipeng, and a few other favorites to win the title of this demon sealing meeting all had gloomy faces. They looked up at this vision of the heavens and earth, and all of them were secretly shaking their heads. To be able to trigger this kind of sword power, it was thought that the strength must be extremely strong, and even if they could win by going up there, they had to take out their bottom of the barrel moves and give it their all. There are still a few bouts to be fought later on. And it's brain-dead behavior to throw your weight around here. Of course, one couldn't rule out that this Pei Ling Tian was bluffing. There are several ways to do pretty much the same thing with people who have little real power, but that likelihood is so low that no one wants to gamble on it. Come to think of it, this Pei Ling Tian, even if he bluffs his way through this hurdle, he can't hide in the quarterfinals. So why bother? So it's certainly not a bluff. No one's talking. Xiang Qianke had silently backed up into the crowd. After him, there were more than 10 contestants in a row who didn't speak again. Everyone seemed to have acquiesced, allowing Pei Ling Tian to advance directly to the hegemony round. There were no uncontested objections raised. Everyone takes it for granted. With this strength, it is more than enough to advance to the quarterfinals. Lord Wei Zhuang took 2 steps forward and said aloud, then, I hereby announce that Pei Ling Tian, the head of the Kunshan sword, advances to the quarterfinals. Slow down. In the crowd, a bearded middle-aged swordsman suddenly walked out. He yawned and lazily jumped into the ring. The poses are plain and boring, but it was as if he had set off a depth charge out of nowhere, setting the calm crowd straight on fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe someone went up to challenge. What kind of douchebag has such an iron head? Who is he? Never seen him before? Wait. This person is Du Yi Dao. The spirit little sister of the Black Tomb Sword Hall recognized the identity of this person and exclaimed in shock. The next moment she called the name. Everyone was shocked. What? It's actually Du Yi Dao. Is it that Du Yi Dao? The guy who threatened to decapitate the Southern Navy god? Ha ha ha, how can that be? He's a deceiver. What's the point of running up here and looking for death? Does that mean he's really strong? Turtle, this is going to be great. Several people, the Wei Zhuang master, were also surprised. This Du Yi Dao coming up at this time must be able to easily defeat Pei Ling Tian. Yi Shuang snorted. How is that possible? I can't even do this kind of thing. He scanned the surroundings. Everyone present, who can guarantee that they will be able to easily defeat this Pei Ling Tian, who has attained great success with the Kunshan sword intent? Several Hokuto Taisen were shaking their heads. To defeat him, one would have to injure some of his energy, to say the least. The Inkvine sword demon was puzzled. But if that's not the case, then won't this Du Yi Dao be unable to cope with the next few bouts? The oldest old man gently stroked his beard. According to the old man, he should be sufficiently confident that he can return to his state in a short period of time. Lord Wei Zhuang nodded in agreement. That's right, elixirs, exotic treasures, and healing arts. He has mastered at least one of them. It's very much in line with the style of the underground Heavenly King's faction, and it's worthy of being raised by him. In the ring, Pei Ling Tian's face had gone completely cold. Baju and Wheel's young plot was undone, and even if he defeated the challenger easily, he would have to fight for 6 more rounds. It's hard to say if he'll advance by then. The most crucial thing was that even if he succeeded in advancing, the state he consumed today would be difficult for him to regain in the next few days. I'm afraid that by the time of the final trial, it will be difficult to adjust the state to the peak again. So to the Long Bu Bad who single-handedly stirred up this great situation, he could be said to hate it to the bone. Thanks to you, all my plans have gone down the drain. So guess what I'm going to do to thank you, Uncle? Long Bu Bad asked with interest. How can I thank you? Crush the bones and flesh of your entire body into dregs and dissipate them between heaven and earth. And thank me for the sending-off ceremony I've prepared for you. Pei Ling Tian abruptly pointed his sword. Woohoo! In a flash, the surging storm clouds suddenly revealed their hideous faces. The wind howled. The sky and the earth changed color. The raging wind and clouds wrapped with the strong air pressure of the shocking waves, mercilessly crushed towards the dragon not bad. Among them, it was even vaguely accompanied by lurid purple electric shocking thunder. The crowd is panicking. The spectators on the side where Long Bu Bad was, held their heads and fled to avoid the situation. A few unlucky ones with little power were swept up into the sky by the accompanying vortex and lost in the blink of an eye. If this was some kind of official soccer game, basketball game, the organizers would have already cried foul as they would next be faced with huge compensation for the victims. But in this sword and seal society, it only added to the atmosphere. Every time a strong duel is held, it's not a success until a few watchers die next to it. The crowd roared, screamed, and shouted madly, and couldn't wait to see the image of Pei Ling Tian crushing his opponent into dregs. Yet despite standing under the storm, Long Biru remained as relaxed as if he were standing in a garden. He shook his head and sighed. No wonder this demon sealing meeting has a higher gold content than the god sealing meeting. Compared to the god sealing society that left their hands open and showed mercy everywhere, this demon sealing society's ring competition was much more brutal. Moving around was blasting people to pieces and leaving their opponents in the dust. Whistling storm clouds crushed through the ring. The wind pressure at the edges alone had twisted the clothes of many people, not to mention the area right in the middle of the ring. After the storm, the clouds have not cleared, and the situation in the ring is still unclear. But that didn't stop the crowd on stage from talking in the slightest. Turtle, this Kunshin sword power, this power, the Kunshin wind and cloud sword, it lives up to its name. This Pei Ling Tian is worthy of being the head of the Kunshin sword. I'm afraid there's not even any dregs left of that Dewey Dao, right? Oh, who let him seek his own death? Several wanton jeers came from the crowd. None of them mourned the death of the challenger. Even the Jasper sword master didn't feel guilty in the slightest. In the transcendent world, strength is honored. Without this strength, what are you trying to be strong for? If you want to take the famous sword he promised, you have to be able to do that too. If you don't have this diamond, you can't blame others if you die. 159. Making a mess of things. Under the ring, before the results of this first round of ring competition came out, many people were already discussing the second round. In their opinion, the outcome of this ring competition was not in doubt. Now everyone knows that this round is the young trick Pei Ling Tian used. The effect is very good. I wonder if anyone will follow suit in this second round. The audience was discussing this with great interest when the clouds in the ring gradually dispersed. The silhouette of Pei Ling Tian's previous location began to reveal itself. And where Dewey Dao was, there was only air left. This seems to everyone to be the right thing to do. That Dewey Dao, the person who is selling his name and reputation. I am afraid that he has already been blown away to the point that there is not even any dregs left. But when the cloud lifted a little more, someone saw the end of it. Hey, wait. The first one to see the situation was still the spiritual little sister of the Black Tomb Sword Hall. She pointed at the figure in the clouds and mist and exclaimed, "Is that Senior Pei Ling Tian? How come it doesn't feel quite like it?" Many viewers then noticed that the figure really didn't look much like Pei Ling Tian. Instead, it's kind of like Dewey Dao. No way. How is this possible? How can it be him who is still standing on the stage? And the moment the clouds completely cleared, everyone was dumbfounded, staring, mouth open, frozen in place. Not only them, but even the 7 titans at the referee's table were jaw-dropped and dumbfounded. This scene was completely out of their expectation. Lord Wei Zhuan looked at Pei Ling Tian, who was lying on his back at the feet of Long Bu Bad and was no longer alive, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I thought, this Pei Ling Tian is not a silver pewter gun head. Not useful? Otherwise, how could he have been decapitated so simply? He hasn't even seen anything move yet. A truly powerful swordsman. Unleashing an Upanishad move would have to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon anyways. The fact that it didn't trigger a vision meant that it wasn't a powerful move that was used to be easily killed by an unusual move. One could only say that this Pei Ling Tian was only at this level. He glanced back at the few judges around him, and they all nodded knowingly. The Black Tomb Sword Master shook his head and said, "It seems that Kunshin's current generation of sword heads is a useless waste of space. The Inkvine Sword Demon nodded beside him as well. No wonder you have to advance by playing smart like that. All thunder and no rain. This Kunshin Wind and Cloud Sword is nothing more than that. After 3 or 2 sentences, some of the referees were already disdainful. The oldest old man shook his head and didn't say much. Winner, Shura Hall, Dui Dao. Lord Wei Zhuang's loud and clear announcement was considered to have finalized this ring competition. Then the audience just exploded. Whoa, Du Da. This Dui Dao. I didn't expect to really have some skills. Surprisingly, the capital of the Kunshin sword has been chopped under the blade. But didn't see much of a move from him? How in the world did he chop Pei Ling Tian off? It couldn't have been a simple slash from rushing over? Then this Pei Ling Tian is also too trashy. You guys say, could it be that this Pei Ling Tian has a problem? An old brother who wore glasses and looked like he knew a lot about sword theory analyzed. His sword momentum looked loud and powerful, but in reality it was full of loopholes. The sword and sword together lies in introverting, concentrating all the sword intent on a single point, rather than being so wild and pouring it out madly like a layman. Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I agree. A chorus of voices of agreement surrounded Lao. This Dui Dao is a bit strong, but obviously that Pei Ling Tian has a bigger problem. I've never seen any expert who would wield sword intent like him. Isn't this just pure pretending? Pretending in a high-end ring like the Demon Sealing Society? Who will die if he doesn't? That's right, this Pei Ling Tian is truly a fool. Long Biru, who was standing in the ring, was crying and laughing a little when he heard these voices. In order to make himself famous quickly, he had deliberately beheaded Pei Ling Tian with a very small movement. It's all about making a stunning impression on everyone. Look at it, the opponent is so strong and yet I chopped it off with a little movement like this. However, he didn't want to do so, but instead made a mistake, making these people mistakenly think that it was that Pei Ling Tian's problem, and not that he was overly strong. In fact, he had experienced something like this botched up many times. That's why he doesn't want to be deliberate and prefers to go with the flow. If I had known, I would have engaged in an equally drawn-out sword stance just now and crushed this Pei Ling Tian head-on. But it was fine. There were many more chances to showcase themselves in a stage like the Demon Sealing Society. With his strength, there was no worry that the name Dui Dao wouldn't shake the world. Now, will contestant number 28 please speak? Do you want to challenge, or give up? From the referee's seat came Master Wei Zhuang's loud voice. This immediately evoked a lively discussion among the audience. What's the hesitation? It's definitely a challenge. Although it defeated the seemingly powerful Kunshin sword head, it proved to be nothing more than a paper tiger. This Dui Dao is definitely not that strong. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon at the demon sealing meeting. This no. 28 Jai Cheng. His strength is said to be very strong. I've also heard of it. It's said that he had a strange encounter, and after that his strength skyrocketed, and even the bladeless sword god appreciated him, and even gifted him his own bladeless sword. What? There's more to this? Yes, I can vouch for that. This matter is true. He was able to participate in this demon sealing meeting because the bladeless sword god recommended him. Then this Dui Dao is cool. Someone who can make the bladeless sword god gift his sword would not be a generalized person. His strength is definitely very strong. The audience collectively rose in anticipation. All of them were looking forward to the Shai Qing, who could eliminate Dui Dao ruthlessly. This kind of deceiver dared to come to the demon sealing meeting, without giving him an everlasting lesson. Did he really think that no one could rule him? The crowd was restless and seething with anticipation. As a result, everyone waited for half a day, but no one answered. Even Lord Wei Zhuang was displeased, his brows furrowed. Where's 28? Where's 28? Everyone looked left and right, and suddenly the panicked voice of a small teenager came out of the crowd. Lord Zhuang, my senior brother went to the restroom with a stomachache, and may not be able to come for the time being. For the time being, the crowd around them roared with laughter. What the hell? A bathroom break at such a critical time? This Shai Qing is too funny, isn't he? Shouldn't you be afraid? How is it possible that someone who can make the bladeless sword god gift his sword would be afraid of a person who was selling his reputation? Bad. The theoretical old man with the glasses suddenly shrieked. There are just 28 people in this demon sealing meeting, and if number 28 is unable to compete, then the last in line will be number 27. And according to the 33rd rule of the demon sealing meeting, if the last in line defeats the guardian of the soon-to-be successful Buster Wheel, then he can inherit his qualification for the Buster Wheel, and advance directly to the next level. What? When these words came out, the whole table was shocked. Really? There's even such a rule? Everyone looked towards Lord Wei Zhuang, who was on top of the high platform. Just heard him say in a deep voice, so that little friend is right. This session of the sword sealing the devil will be such a rule. The last person at the bottom of the pass. If the ability to fight the people fear to avoid the people, it is the hegemonic phase. Gene 4 strong. The audience was stunned. Ha, that's alright? Damn. I didn't realize there was such a rule. Let this kid get away with advancing. I didn't expect to let him steal a spot in the quarterfinals. Many people looked towards Long Biru in the ring with indignant expressions. 160. Young men. No martial virtues. Long Biru, who was standing in the ring, was crying and laughing. Of course he was very hopeful that Jai Ching would come up and challenge him. That way he would be able to defeat at least 6 more opponents, proving Duodao's strength even more. But it can't be helped. Who told you to catch people going to the restroom just in time? Coupled with this bastard phase rule that made people speechless to the extreme, he had actually advanced straight away. No. 28 is unable to answer the battle. I declare the first round of the ring competition ends here, and the advancer is Shura Hall Duodao. Lord Wei Zhuang stood on the stage and announced the results in a loud voice. A hush fell over the stage. Cut. This Duodao. What a load of luck. That's true. If I hadn't just happened to catch someone taking a dump, I'd have to show my true colors. I didn't think this would even let him advance. This claptrap clown. It's okay. The Southern Navy gods will teach him to behave. The vast majority of people were very disdainful of Long Biru's promotion. There were only a few people with stony faces, and Yi Huan was one of them. She had watched the entire performance of Long Bubu Bad just now, although she also wondered if it was that Pei Ling Tian who was not good at what he looked at. But combined with all that had happened before, she still thought that this Dui Dao was truly powerful. At least advancing to the quarterfinals is not much of a problem, but she is not good to publicize this idea. This Dui Dao's behavior has long offended the public. Simply like a street rat. Everyone shouted. She couldn't afford to get into this mess. Long Bu Bad walked over to the seats of the top 4 that were specially set up for those who advanced early and sat down. What should have been treated like a star turned out to be a snub, but he didn't care as all. The ring competition continued, and the second round had just begun and immediately became intense. That mixed blade sect master, as number 1, didn't know if he was stimulated by Pei Ling Tian's humiliation in the last round. But he even changed his previous strategy and was the first one to come forward to defend the ring. Those behind him came forward to challenge him, but with his veteran experience and his strong strength, he cut down contestants number 3, number 4, and number 5 respectively. The audience on stage couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Worthy of being the mixed blade sect leader. The first time you come up here, you cut down 3 people in a row. This strength is really something. This is the strength of the strongest of the older generation. Letting everyone know why we should respect our seniors. Some clown who advanced after only 1 battle is completely unqualified to be compared. 3 ring competitions, 3 people were seriously injured, while he still appeared to be at ease, relaxed, standing leisurely on the stage. The audience was raving. The next 6, however, is no easy target. Senior is indeed a good swordsman. My name is Jasper Swordmaster Xiao Xiao. I have come to ask for advice. Jasper Swordmaster tumbled onto the ring in a somersault, like a meteorite jade falling from the sky, majestic and crystal clear. This entrance alone pulled the other contestants down a notch, drawing loud cheers from around the room. The mixed blade sect leader also couldn't help but look grave, crossing his sword and preparing to be cautious. However, Jasper Swordmaster did not start the fight right away, but instead threw a green-colored longsword towards Long Biru, who was in the seat of the top 4. This kind brother. This is the famous sword promised by my party. Please accept it. While the long sword was still in the air, some sword lovers recognized it. It's the Green Sparrow. This kind of famous sword. It's really a gift. Long Bu Bad had forgotten that there was such a thing, and after receiving the long sword and saying thanks, he casually placed it at his feet. With this gesture, he immediately offended those few sword lovers. Damn it! What are you doing? To have the famous sword just casually placed at your feet like that. The dragon is not bad to sit peacefully on the chair. Not even a bird. To those people angry face white. The Jasper Swordmaster smiled and arched his hand towards that side, as if he wanted to say a few words of persuasion. But who would have thought that he would suddenly disappear into place, transforming into a turquoise flash and launching a direct sneak attack towards the mixed blade sect leader. Bang bang! The mixed blade sect leader was still a bit old, and he almost didn't react to this moment. The steel blades clashed, and there was a burst of swords and shadows. The 2 men's swordsmanship and daggers were sharp to the extreme, and they fought so furiously that the onlookers couldn't see the movements. Only residual shadows were seen, fluttering across the spacious ring. The audience on stage was stunned. What's going on here? Many people hadn't even reacted to the fact that it was the Jasper Swordmaster who had initiated the sneak attack, but there were also people with snowy eyes who shook their heads and said, looking at the moral appearance, I didn't expect to be this kind of despicable and shameless person. Immediately, someone next to him snorted in retort, that's a ridiculous thing to say. What kind of good person would be able to come to the Demon Sealing Society? Hey, why can't the good guys come? I'm here today to conquer all of you scumbags with my strength and purge the unorthodox winds of our sword world. Ha ha ha, laugh my ass off. What did you say? People with different viewpoints below, bickering. Above, in the referee's box, a disagreement also arose. The senile old Tarzan shook his head and said, this young man, he's a bit of a martial artist. Another Hokuto of the older generation chimed in. The younger generation really should keep to the rules these days. The Black Tomb Sword Master, however, let out a harumphing laugh. What voodoo rules? It's called attacking by surprise. Where does it not work? The senile old Tarzan glanced at his white eyebrows and didn't even bother to argue. The other man looked at Lord Wei Zhuang, wanting him to make a statement. Lord Wei Zhuang, however, was like a nonstick pan, shaking his head without expressing his opinion. The results down there. They're coming out soon. 2. The referees looked towards the ring. The Jasper Sword Master had clearly gained the upper hand. Although the sneak attack just now didn't succeed in a single blow, it also caused the Mixed Sword Sect Master to be in a big disarray. Under the pressure of his tightly packed sword strokes, he was unable to use his killing moves. His stamina was rapidly draining, and he had already lost the opportunity to win with a single blow. The venerable old Tarzan shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I won't be able to use the killing move of this mixed blade. Half a minute later, the Mixed Blade Sect Master gritted his teeth and voluntarily admitted defeat. Although he was very reluctant, if he fought any longer, he was going to be beheaded on the stage by this young man who did not speak of martial virtues. The Jasper Swordmaster gave a crooked smile and cupped his fists with an understood, exchanging for the ring guard's position. The people over there who supported his sneak attack then cheered like it was New Year's Eve. And with the old sect master's indignant departure, those who vocalized that the sneak attack was shameful were silent. Lord Wei Zhuang said aloud, Next 7. War or surrender. War. A dark, short and stout swordsman jumped onto the stage and fought soundly with the Jasper Swordmaster, losing the battle, closely followed by No. 8. No. 9. Both were defeated by the Jasper Swordmaster and lost the ring. By this time, the winds of audience chatter had changed. Several guttural voices revealed themselves. This Jasper Swordmaster, worthy of being the #1 rich brother in the sword and blade realm, is strong, as the saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. What can't you practice if your family is so rich? That's right, look at that shark tooth sword he's holding. It's one of the bladed teeth on it I can't even afford. Don't get sour. He can't be the second person to advance. Can he? No, he's not. A sullen giant swordsman jumps into the ring with a loud thud. The head of the Taishan sword, Xiang 1K, has come to learn from your excellency's skill. Xiao Xiao showed his teeth and smiled, surprisingly putting his sword away. 161. One generation is worse than the next. They're all rotten. Jasper Sword Master, what do you mean by that? Xiang Weng's thick brows furrowed as he watched his opponent put his sword away. Xiao Xiao cupped his fists and smiled, complimenting. Brother asked K, your sword technique is powerful, offensive and defensive, and also continuous. I admire it very much. Even if I defeat you, I will still have to use up a lot of physical strength, and it will not be worth it. How about this? If you forfeit your right to step down at this time, this sword master will grant you a check for $10 million. What? Xiang asked K were surprised, not expecting this person to openly bribe him. I think that for a brother who is eager to rebuild the mountain gate, this opportunity should not be passed up. The Jasper Sword Master was smiling and had a good plan. If we fight, we lose, but if we combine, we gain. So why not? Xiang asked K to be silent. I didn't expect this Xiao Xiao to know so much about him. There was an outcry from the stage. This rich brother sword master, relying on his family's wealth, has engaged in this kind of blatant bribery. How shameless. This behavior should be banned. That's right. It's not fair at all. Think you can do whatever you want just because you have money, do you? It can't be helped. Money really can do whatever it wants. Wasn't that Dewey Dao bought off by him before? But he doesn't seem to be after the famous sword. He doesn't look like he cares about the sword at all, casually placing it at his feet. You're stupid. That's just him pretending. This clown likes to pretend. That's right. Ask anyone who'd have a problem with money. Xiang Qiankei on the stage shook his head helplessly when he heard this. That's right. Nobody messes with money. Especially for someone like him who is in desperate need of money. He came to the demon ceiling meeting because he wanted to be famous. And being famous was also about money. And now since he could get a considerable amount directly, why not? In that case, then I will wish Brother Xiao Xiao success in advancing. The Jasper Swordmaster smiled and clasped his fists. To Jun's good fortune, Xiang asked K to go down. No. 11 was beaten by Xiao Xiao's grabbing tactics as soon as he came up. He really couldn't carry it and admitted defeat. The next, 12 and 13, also lost after a spirited battle. In fact, they both had a good chance of winning, as Jasper Swordmaster's stamina was running low and his form had slipped significantly. However, the Jasper Swordmaster was too cunning, and was the first to find an opportunity to knock his opponent off the field before being defeated, allowing them to force a loss. These two had their teeth clenched under the stage, and were very stifled by their loss. Lord Wei Zhuang stepped forward and announced, "No. 6 Jasper Sword Master Xiao Xiao has successfully won 7 matches in a row and has advanced to the quarterfinals." The second person to advance was decided. Xiao Xiao laughed and gave a fist bump towards the surroundings, then jumped onto the spectator seat prepared for the first to advance and sat next to Long Bubad. The audience on stage cursed. In their opinion, this Jasper Sword Master didn't have the strength of the top 4 at all, and would be able to sneak, grab, and fly with one hand, as well as scattering coins to buy them off. If he hadn't bribed Xian Wen-K earlier, he would have lasted until the 12th at most. Both no. 12 and no. 13 were not much worse than him, and with the state he was in after the back-to-back battles, he wouldn't be able to beat them at all. But it couldn't be helped. The rules were made that way, and they couldn't change the fact that they let the underpowered advance. It can only be lamented even more. First that claptrap clown Duodao, and now this Xiao Xiao who advanced by sneak attack and coin scattering. What's wrong with this edition of the Demon Ceiling meeting? It's really a generation that's rotten to the core. I dare say that this is definitely the least leveled sword ceiling session ever. Lord Wei Zhuan walked up to the front. The 2 top 4 players have successfully advanced, so let's call it a day and decide the other 2 top 4 players tomorrow. What? It's over? What a bummer. The people below cursed and walked away, and Long Bubad also got up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, he was stopped in his tracks by the Black Tomb Sword Master Yi Shuang. With a smirk on his face, he asked, "Du Yi Dao, do you know what consequences will be triggered if you kill the head of the Kunshan Sword?" Dragon Not Bad shook his head and said he didn't know. "The Kunshan Sword Honored One will come to you to say hello." "Ha? Dragon Not Bad, oh." Yi Shuang couldn't laugh at once and asked with a frown, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why are you afraid?" "That's the Kunshan Sword Venerable. The Demon Sword Venerable who has been asking for more than 20 years in the world of swords and knives. You killed his outgoing disciple. Guess how he'll avenge this?" The dragon was not bad and shook his head. "I killed that Pei Ling Tian because he was going to blast me to dregs. And as for the Kunshan Sword Father, I don't care about his revenge yet." "What dash?" Yi Shuang's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with doubt. "You're really not scared? What's there to be afraid of?" Yi Shuang, as if he suddenly thought of something, smoothed his eyebrows and lost his voice and laughed. "Ha! You can still pretend. Wait until the Sword Father of Kunshan comes in person in a few days. I'll see if you can still pretend." The dragon was not bad and shrugged. "Whatever. I even beheaded the Southern Navy god, so I'm still afraid of that Kunshan Sword Father?" He finished and left. How does this Dui Dao dare to be so emboldened? Did he really took out the Southern Navy god? Yi Shuang stared at his departing back, filled with suspicion. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Long Bubad had just taken a sip of after-dinner tea when Dui Dao suddenly rushed in with a panicked expression to report, "My lord, our Shura regiment's men were robbed of their sword field and were even injured." "What?" Seeing Dui Dao's bruised nose and swollen face, with a bag on his head, Long Bubad almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "What happened to you? Did you get hit too?" "Yeah." Dui Dao was all a bit groundless. "I went over there to try and make a scene for the group, but I got beat up by the bastard they were leading." The dragon didn't smile badly. "Who's that? Knocking you around like that?" "It's Li Weipeng from the Immortal Sword Hall. That scumbag dared to publicly humiliate our Shura troop, saying that we're traitors' luck picking up the slack before advancing. It really pisses me off." The Immortal Sword Hall was so prestigious that if it was normal time, Dui Dao would of course hold his tongue, but now that there was a superb backer by his side, he wasn't afraid at all. "They've bullied us too much. It's a small matter for us to lose face, but a big matter for your reputation to be damaged." "My lord, The dragon is not bad nodded. Come on, show me what's going on. He was worried about finding a chance to flex his muscles. When they arrived at the sword practice field that the mountain villa had prepared for the participants, all the people from the Shura regiment had already been surrounded by the group. The people around him were obviously saying something humiliating, and there was a raging jeering in the arena. Longbubad noticed that the ground over there was full of seized swords and knives, and everyone in the Shura regiment was wounded. Obviously having been taught a lesson, he approached over at a quick pace, and a few standing outside the circle watching the action were immediately startled. Quickly look, Dewey Dao is here. Good lord, he really dares to come. The Immortal Sword Hall and the Shura Hall are old enemies. Ha ha, this is a good show. The people of the Immortal Sword Hall sensed him and collectively revealed disdainful cold smiles as they made way. A square-faced swordsman in black and white revealed his upright figure. Seeing Longbubad coming over, he pressed no intention to greet him and did not hide his contemptuous attitude. Humming and laughing condescendingly, I also said that you intend to be a shrunken head turtle. Longbubad frowned, and Dewey Dao reminded in a low voice, he is Li Weipeng.